He is Chun Sheng, a top war god who swept across overseas, with a record of great military achievements. However, due to the assassination of his team and the tragic death of his brothers, and his own poisoning, he was heartbroken and voluntarily entered a high prison for 3 years. 3 years later, he walked out of the heavy prison, without military rank or honor, only a critical illness notice for a 10-year-old girl. The girl was his brother's only sister, suffering from acute leukemia. The surgery cost 500,000 yuan. A single penny less would kill her. But when Chun Sheng stood at the job market, asking for a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan and requesting an advance of a year's salary, the whole place burst into laughter. They called him a good-for-nothing just released from prison, unable to even support himself, yet daring to save others. But no one knew that during his 3 years in prison, Chun Sheng had mastered the yin-yang classic with a mad doctor and learned the medical skill of bringing the dead back to life. No one knew that Chun Bahuang, the man feared throughout the underworld, had returned. This time, he wasn't just after the girl's life. He was also going to drag out the people who had killed his brothers and destroyed his team, one by one, from the darkness. All of this began on the day the iron gates of the hardened prison opened. Warden Xing Zongtai personally bowed as he entered, while the prisoner inside was drinking mitai and smoking a cigar. This place housed only ruthless killers, yet no one dared approach Chun Sheng. Because he was no ordinary prisoner. He was Chun Sheng, courtesy and name Bahuang, a military genius who had once swept across overseas battlefields. 3 years ago, he voluntarily locked himself up here, not to confess his crimes, but to lie low. He had wiped out his overseas enemies, but the one who truly plotted against him was still hiding in China. Until Xing Zongtai uttered a single sentence, Zhang Fan's sister had been found. Chun Sheng's wine glass froze in midair. The tiger, dormant for 3 years, had finally opened its eyes. Zhang Fan was his only brother, and the one who died before his eyes in that bloody battle years ago. Now, Zhang Fan only has a 10-year-old sister named Zhang Zihan left. Chun Sheng could disregard his own life, but he couldn't let his brother's only remaining relative continue to wander outside. Before leaving, ugly old man from the next cell stopped him. This mad old man, covered in scars, had suppressed the deadly poison for him for 3 years and had also passed on his life's medical skills and the yin-yang classic to him. "Stop running," said the ugly man. "The living must always avenge the dead." Chun Sheng didn't say much, only bowed deeply to him. The next second, he stepped out of the prison gate. Sunlight pierced his eyes, and Xing Zongtai stood behind him, saluting, bidding farewell to this fierce tiger about to enter the world. Everyone thought that after Chun Bahuang was released from prison, Chun Sheng would be engulfed in bloodshed. But 3 months later, Chun Sheng became an ordinary street laborer. He would take on any job that could earn him money, such as applying screen protectors, repairing locks, and unclogging drains. He lived like an ordinary craftsman, drinking every day, observing the everyday life, suppressing all his murderous intent deep within his bones. Until a phone call shattered this tranquility completely. Zhang Zihan suddenly fainted and was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. When Chun Sheng arrived at the ward, his homeroom teacher, Lu Ryue, told him anxiously that Zihan had been preliminarily diagnosed with acute leukemia. On the hospital bed, the 10-year-old girl was deathly pale, yet she apologized to him immediately upon waking. She said, "Brother Bahuang, I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble again." Looking at her understanding face, Chun Sheng felt as if his heart had been ripped open. What hurt him even more was that Zihan still thought her brother Zhang Fan was on a secret mission. She whispered to Chun Sheng, "Don't tell your brother she's sick, or he'll worry." Chun Sheng could only smile and agree. But as he turned to leave the ward, the smile vanished instantly. The doctor quickly gave the result. Immediate surgery was necessary, but the success rate was only 30%. Chun Sheng grabbed the doctor's collar, almost losing control on the spot. But he quickly suppressed his anger. Even with only a 30% chance, he would save him. The real problem was the 500,000 yuan surgery fee. Chun Sheng only had 60,000 yuan. Lu Ryue contributed 130,000 yuan of her savings to help, and the two of them barely managed to scrape together 190,000 yuan. The hospital only gave them 7 days, The remaining money had to be paid. Given Chen Sheng's past status, 500,000 yuan would be nothing more than a matter of a word. But he couldn't reveal his true identity. He feared his enemies would find him quickly, which would harm his brother's sister. So, he decided to earn the money himself. Thus, he went to the job market. While others bring resumes when looking for jobs, Chen Sheng simply spreads out a piece of white paper on the ground. On it is written, monthly salary 50,000 yuan, 1 year's salary advance, any position acceptable. The moment those words were displayed, the entire room erupted. Some called him crazy, others said he was obsessed with money. Still others pointed at him and mocked him, saying that a street urchin dared to ask for 600,000. Chen Sheng sat there drinking, not even lifting his eyelids. These humiliations were nothing to him, not even worth mentioning. But at the back of the crowd, a man stopped in his tracks. His name was Song Tianyu, chairman of Tianyu Pharmaceuticals. Others only saw Chen Sheng's shabby clothes and reeking of alcohol, but Song Tianyu sensed an undeniable ruthlessness emanating from him. He sent his beautiful secretary, Yi Qingyan, to test him. Yi Qingyan immediately concluded that Chen Sheng was too arrogant and seemed like a fraud. She asked Chen Sheng what he could do. Chen Sheng simply replied, "If the money's right, I'll do anything." This nonchalant attitude instantly plummeted Yi Qingyan's impression of him. Soon after, the Song family's security manager arrived with a group of professional bodyguards. He publicly mocked Chen Sheng, saying that this kind of street urchin wasn't even worthy of carrying the shoes of professional bodyguards. Yi Qingyan was also about to give up, but just as she turned around, Chen Sheng finally spoke. He said that all these expensive bodyguards present were just for show. One sentence instantly ignited the anger of the entire room. Shi Ping, a burly man earning 30,000 yuan a month, was the first to rush forward, throwing a punch at Chen Sheng's face. Everyone was waiting to see him get beaten to a pulp. But the next second, Chen Sheng simply turned slightly and casually struck 2 vital points. The burly man who had been so arrogant just moments before instantly knelt on the ground, unable to even stand up. The entire place fell into a deathly silence. Those who had been laughing the loudest just moments before were all stunned in place. But that wasn't all. A black belt karate practitioner with a monthly salary of 80,000 yuan personally took action, his strength far surpassing that of the burly man from before. Chen Sheng, while drinking, easily dodged all the attacks. When his opponent showed an opening, he casually punched him in the chin. A loud thud. The black belt in karate collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. With 2 top-tier bodyguards instantly killed, the entire arena fell silent. Those who had just called Chen Sheng a piece of trash all shut their mouths. Those bodyguards who boasted they could take on 10 men each had quietly hidden at the back of the crowd. Chen Sheng turned to Yi Qingyan, smiled, and asked if hiring him for 50,000 a month was worth it. Yi Qingyan didn't answer. Others might not understand, but she saw it clearly. Chen Sheng hadn't been serious at all. After receiving Song Tianyu's nod, Yi Qingyan finally took Chen Sheng away. In the conference room, Song Tianyu didn't beat around the bush. He looked at Chen Sheng and directly called him by another name, Chen Baowang. Yi Qingyan's expression changed slightly. Chen Sheng, however, simply looked up at him and asked what he wanted. Song Tianyu said that he didn't want to hire Chen Sheng as an ordinary bodyguard. Instead, he wanted Chen Sheng to pretend to be his daughter Song Yiyan's fiancé. For the first time, Chen Sheng showed surprise. What father would willingly find a strange man to be his daughter's fiancé? Yi Qingyan quickly explained that Song Yiyan was studying at a prestigious business school and would graduate in 3 months. Recently, someone had been targeting her, but she strongly disliked having a bodyguard. Therefore, the Song family had no choice but to arrange a fake fiancé to stay by her side legitimately. Besides protecting her safety, Chen Sheng also had to fend off all suitors with ulterior motives. 3 months later, the mission ended, and the two went their separate ways. Chen Sheng didn't care about the Song family's troubles at all. He only asked when the money would arrive. Song Tianyu promised to protect Song Yiyan for 3 months and would receive an advance of his annual salary of 600,000 yuan. Chen Sheng confirmed the contract was correct and signed it immediately. Less than a minute later, the 600,000 yuan was deposited into his account. He left his contact information, turned around, and left without saying a word, because he only had one thing on his mind. Zihan's surgery fees were finally covered. After Chen Sheng left, Yi Qingyan couldn't help but question whether a man who drank every day and had an unknown background could really be trusted. Song Tianyu only said that Chen Sheng might not be the cleanest person, but he was the only candidate who met the age, status, and ability criteria simultaneously. Yi Qingyan was still worried and immediately began investigating Chen Sheng's background and the flow of his funds. Soon, she arrived at the hospital and discovered that Chen Sheng had immediately transferred 500,000 yuan into the account the moment the 600,000 yuan arrived. It wasn't gambling debt, nor was it extravagant spending. It was to save the life of a little girl with leukemia. At that moment, Yi Qingyan finally understood that Chen Sheng's desperate demand for money wasn't for her own sake. But as she continued her investigation, she became even more shocked. Chen Sheng was clearly an orphan, yet his entire life from age 13 to 26, a full 13 years, had vanished. No matter how many connections he used, no records could be found. The investigation grew increasingly mysterious, so Yi Qingyan decided to personally visit the sick little girl. In the hospital ward, Zhang Zihan was well-behaved and sensible. Yi Qingyan gave her a doll, but she always remembered Chen Sheng's words and insisted on not accepting gifts from strangers. It wasn't until Yi Qingyan mentioned Chen Sheng's name that Zihan slowly lowered her guard. During their conversation, Zihan inadvertently revealed that Chen Sheng had been a soldier. This revelation gave Yi Qingyan a new direction for her investigation. Little did she know, some truths, once uncovered, can never be undone. As night fell, the brightly lit Qinxua bar, the most bustling bar in Qincheng, was ablaze with lights. Chen Sheng sat alone at the bar, drinking, when he soon received an invitation from the owner, Xia Qinxua. No one had ever seen Xia Qinxua meet with any man alone before. Yet Chen Sheng, holding a special room key, went straight into her private room. The door had barely closed when Xia Qinxua suddenly launched a sneak attack. In less than a second, Chen Sheng subdued her and easily pinned her to the bed. Xia Qinxua wasn't angry. Instead, she smiled and said he was still as ruthless as ever. 5 years ago, Chen Sheng had saved her life. From then on, she waited for this man to return. But Chen Sheng gave her no illusions, only coldly telling her that there was no future for them. Xia Qinxua didn't argue, but instead brought out a bottle of what she claimed was a 1982 Lafite to drink with him. Chen Sheng took a sip and immediately exposed it. It wasn't 1982, but 1984. Xia Qinxua had no doubt about his judgment and immediately said she was going to find the person who sold the wine to settle the score. But when she suddenly mentioned the bloody incident 5 years ago, Chen Sheng's eyes instantly turned cold. The murderous intent that had been suppressed within him for 3 years surfaced uncontrollably once more. He left only a cold sentence. Some names should not be mentioned in front of him. Xia Qinxua fell silent. She finally understood that Chen Sheng's return to Qincheng this time wasn't just to save a girl. It was also to clean up all those hiding in the shadows. That night, she quietly drank with Chen Sheng until dawn. But when she woke up the next day, Chen Sheng had already quietly left. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office of Tianyu Pharmaceutical, Yi Qingyan had already prepared new identity documents. The information was officially handed over to Chen Sheng. Yi Qingyan gave Chen Sheng the new identity information and repeatedly reminded him that after entering the business school, he only had one task: to protect Song Yuyan, the daughter of the Song family. Chen Sheng flipped through the file and couldn't help but smile. This identity was almost flawless, even detailing his experiences over the past 20 years. According to records, he was the only disciple of a reclusive medical master. The Song family's current success is entirely due to the master's support back then. More than 20 years ago, the Song family made a marriage agreement with that master. The master never married, so the marriage naturally fell to his only disciple, Chen Sheng. Song Tianyu told him that the marriage agreement wasn't entirely fake. The medical master did exist, but he had long since disappeared from the world, and no one had seen him since. Song Yuyan had known about the engagement since she was a child. As long as Chen Sheng didn't reveal any flaws, no one would doubt his identity. Chen Sheng quickly memorized all the details. 3 months was nothing to him, a man who had faced countless life and death situations. Soon, Yi Qingyan personally drove Chun Sheng to the business school. The principal knew that this was someone arranged by Song Tianyu, so he immediately received him personally and also assigned instructor Huang Susu to take charge of the class. Huang Susu, in her 30s, possessed a gentle demeanor and patiently introduced the school to Chun Sheng along the way. She reminded him that most of the students here came from wealthy families, and it was best for them to keep a low profile. Seeing that Chun Sheng was dressed casually, she offered to come to her if he encountered any trouble in the future. Chun Sheng then asked for her contact information. Huang Susu didn't refuse. Seeing that he was still using an old Nokia phone, she was even more convinced that Chun Sheng came from an ordinary family and secretly decided to take care of him more in the future. The two went to class 3 of the senior year. The classroom was originally lifeless, but when the two school beauties walked in at the same time, everyone's attention was instantly drawn to them. Song Yuyan was aloof and elegant, while Lin Yao was lively and radiant. Standing together, they were practically the most dazzling sight in the entire business school. Lin Yao couldn't help but ask her best friend if her legendary fiancé would show up today. Song Yuyan looked disgusted and said bluntly that if the other party dared to come, she would personally drive them away. Lin Yao immediately expressed her support. Neither of them took the marriage agreement seriously. Xia Jie, who had a crush on Song Yuyan, tried to strike up a conversation, but was completely ignored by the two of them. Embarrassed, his face darkened, and his resentment grew stronger. Just then, Huang Susu led Chun Sheng into the classroom. Dressed simply and with a lazy demeanor, Chun Sheng stood out from the other wealthy young men. Yet, his handsome face still caught the eye of many. After a brief introduction, Huang Susu handed the podium to Chun Sheng. Looking at the vibrant students before him, Chun Sheng was suddenly filled with emotion. 13 years had passed, and he had returned to campus once again. He stood in the center of the podium, calmly announcing his name and even his courtesy name. The whole class found it intriguing, but Lin Yao froze when she heard the name Chun Bahuang. Trembling, she pulled out an old photo she had treasured for 5 years from her wallet. The boy in the photo was wearing a military uniform, and his features were almost identical to Chun Sheng's. 5 years ago, Lin Yao was kidnapped in the Golden Triangle, and it was that young man who risked his life to save her. Since then, she has been searching for her savior. Now, he has finally appeared before her. Lin Yao's eyes instantly reddened, and she was so excited she almost stood up, wanting to acknowledge Chun Sheng. But the next second, Chun Sheng's words stunned the entire classroom. He calmly announced that he had another identity, Song Yuyan's fiancé. The entire classroom fell into a deathly silence. Lin Yao's foot, which had just been taken, abruptly stopped. The man she had been searching for 5 years had become her best friend's most hated fiancé. Looking at Song Yuyan's visibly resistant face, she felt a pang of doubt for the first time. This man, she would never let go of so easily. Song Yuyan gritted her teeth in anger. She never expected that this strange man would announce their engagement so publicly the moment he arrived at school. The entire class immediately erupted in uproar. No one believed that a poorly dressed freshman would dare to openly admit to being the school beauty's fiancé. More importantly, everyone knew that Lei Long, the vice president of the basketball club, had always considered Song Yuyan his exclusive property. Anyone who dared to approach her would pay the price. And Xia Jie was Lei Long's most loyal follower. He immediately stood up and mocked Chun Sheng, telling him to get to the back row immediately or face the consequences. Chun Sheng acted as if he hadn't heard and walked straight up to Song Yuyan. He smiled faintly and said that she was even more beautiful in person than in photos. Song Yuyan sized Chun Sheng up and down, her eyes filled with disdain. In her eyes, a man dressed in cheap clothes was not qualified to be her fiancé. Because of her father's instructions, she didn't immediately turn hostile, only coldly stating that if he wanted to stand by her side, he had to prove his worth. Xia Jie immediately seized the opportunity to humiliate Chun Sheng. He declared that this poor boy was not worthy of Song Yuyan and ordered Chun Sheng to get out of the way immediately. Chun Sheng ignored Song Yuyan and looked directly at Xia Jie. He only said one sentence, "Give up your seat." Xia Jie was instantly furious. No one in the entire class had ever dared to speak to him like that. Everyone was waiting to see Chun Sheng make a fool of himself. But the next second, Chen Sheng grabbed Xia Jie by the collar and easily lifted the man, who weighed over 100 pounds. Then, with a heavy shove, he threw Xia Jie to the ground. Chen Sheng then casually tossed the books on Xia Jie's desk over to him and calmly sat down. He acted as if he had merely shooed away an eyesore. The entire classroom fell completely silent. No one had expected that this freshman, who was only on his first day of school, would dare to overturn the Thunder Dragon in public. Enraged, Xia Jie lunged at Chen Sheng with a slap in his face. But Chen Sheng struck first, delivering a powerful blow. At the same time, he grabbed Xia Jie's wrist, giving him no chance to struggle. Chen Sheng exerted only a slight force, yet Xia Jie felt a piercing pain throughout his entire arm. His face turned deathly pale, and he nearly collapsed to his knees. Chen Sheng continued drinking as he slowly increased the force of his blows. Only when Xia Jie completely broke down did he casually kick him away. The entire classroom fell silent. Everyone could see that Chen Sheng wasn't taking it seriously at all. Otherwise, Xia Jie's arm would have been ruined long ago. Enraged, Xia Jie immediately called over 4 followers, grabbed stools, and charged at Chen Sheng, clearly intending to gang up on him. Everyone thought Chen Sheng was in trouble. Song Yiyan even thought he deserved the beating. Only Lin Yao wasn't worried at all. She had personally witnessed Chen Sheng's true strength. The students were no match for him. Just as everyone was waiting to see the big battle, Chen Sheng suddenly seemed like a different person. He retreated repeatedly, looking frightened, and kept calling out for Teacher Huang. Xia Jie became even more smug, arrogantly shouting in front of everyone that even if Huang Susu came, she couldn't control him. The words had barely left her lips when the classroom door was pushed open. Huang Susu stood in the doorway, her face icy cold. She had heard every single word Xia Jie had said. The entire classroom fell silent instantly. Everyone then realized that Chen Sheng hadn't been afraid at all. He had already noticed the teacher had returned. The group, who had been so aggressive just moments before, immediately deflated like punctured balloons, heads bowed and not daring to utter a word. Xia Jie quickly seized the opportunity to falsely accuse Chen Sheng of stealing seats, and even hitting him first. His 4 henchmen immediately joined in the lie. Huang Susu, however, wasn't buying it at all and made the 5 of them stand on the platform as punishment. Afterwards, she questioned Chen Sheng privately about what had happened. Chen Sheng solemnly portrayed himself as the victim, his expression so natural it showed no flaw. Song Yuyin was furious and cursed him inwardly for his shamelessness. Lin Yao found it increasingly amusing. The whole class knew the truth, yet no one was willing to testify for Xia Jie. Huang Susu severely punished Xia Jie on the spot, not only notifying his parents, but also forcing each of them to write their names 10,000 times. She also warned them that if they dared to bully classmates again, she would not let them off easily. When it was Chen Sheng's turn, her tone was much gentler. She offered to take full responsibility for anyone who dared to bully Chen Sheng in the future. Chen Sheng didn't stand on ceremony and, under Song Yiyin's disdainful gaze, sat down directly next to her. Before leaving, Huang Susu specifically entrusted Xia Jie with the responsibility of protecting Chen Sheng. She told him to contact him first if anything happened to Chen Sheng. Xia Jie could only grit his teeth and agree, but in his heart, he wanted nothing more than to tear Chen Sheng to pieces. As soon as the teacher left, the classroom erupted in chaos again. Everyone thought Chen Sheng was incredibly cunning. Not only did he not suffer any losses, but he also turned the tables and gave Xia Jie a severe beating. Everyone was convinced that this matter would not end there. Xia Jie and Lei Long would definitely retaliate fiercely. After 2 hours of standing as punishment, Xia Jie stared intently at Chen Sheng, his eyes blazing with barely concealed resentment. After class, Lin Yao approached him, introduced herself, and generously extended her hand. Chen Sheng politely shook her hand, but didn't recognize her at all. She was the girl he had saved 5 years ago. Although Lin Yao was somewhat disappointed, she didn't bring up the past. She decided to get to know Chen Sheng again, rather than trying to hold on to him by clinging to the past. Song Yuyin immediately pulled Lin Yao back, unwilling to let her best friend get too close to her nominal fiancé. Just then, Chen Sheng looked at Song Yuyin's familiar expression, and a long-buried memory suddenly flashed through his mind. 10 years ago, in Las Vegas, 16-year-old Chen Bahuang led a 4-man assassination squad to their target, who was surrounded by more than 50 mercenaries. As soon as the operation began, gunfire echoed throughout the casino. The four fought their way through a bloody battle, but the number of enemies only increased. De Xiong and Zhong Jun were covered in blood, and Zhang Fan, despite being shot twice, fought on relentlessly. With the entire army on the verge of annihilation, Chen Bahuang forcibly ordered Zhang Fan to retreat. Zhang Fan refused to leave no matter what, but in the end, his brothers fought desperately to get him out of the encirclement. In that battle, 2 brothers went missing, and Chen Bahuang himself was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Just when he was in despair, a mysterious woman named Anya, she saved him. The first thing Chen Bahuang said upon waking wasn't about his injuries, but rather a request for wine. From that day on, Anya, she remained firmly in his heart. Even today, this memory remains like a thorn, impossible to remove. And Song Yuyan's every move bears a striking resemblance to Inyashi, leaving Chun Sheng momentarily lost in thought. After the class, Lin Yao invited Chun Sheng to go home together. Song Yuyan looked disgusted, feeling that bringing this poorly dressed man home would only make her lose face. Lin Yao reminded her that this was someone Song Tianyu had personally assigned, and that she also possessed the Song family's key. Song Yuyan could only coldly agree, letting Chun Sheng follow behind. The moment the 3 left the teaching building, the entire campus erupted in excitement. Everyone was speculating whether this new transfer student was really Song Yuyan's fiancé. Xia Jie immediately sent the news to the campus group chat, which quickly reached the ears of Lei Long, the vice president of the basketball club. Lei Long immediately sent his trusted confidant Qian Ping to test this suddenly appearing fiancé. Relying on his uncle being the vice principal, Qian Ping led a group of people to block the 3's path, publicly humiliating Chen Sheng and deliberately showing off in front of the 2 school beauties. Song Yuyan and Lin Yao didn't even bother to glance at him. Chen Sheng was also too lazy to waste words and just wanted to buy wine, intending to simply walk past. But Qian Ping reached out and pushed him away. Chen Sheng simply dodged slightly and patted his clothes, as if annoyed that Qian Ping had dirted him. This scene completely enraged Qian Ping, who publicly insulted Chen Sheng as a poor country bumpkin and pulled out a wad of cash, demanding that Chen Sheng kneel down to pick it up. Lin Yao couldn't hold back any longer and stood up to speak for Chen Sheng. But Chen Sheng gently stopped her, not wanting to waste time on such a person. He prepared to leave again, but Qian Ping blocked his way, barking his face close and shouting arrogantly, "Go ahead and fight if you dare." Chen Sheng's last bit of patience completely ran out. The next second, he kicked out. Qian Ping flew 3 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to get up for a long time due to the pain. The students watching were all dumbfounded. No one expected that a freshman would dare to kick the vice principal's nephew so hard. Chen Sheng, however, acted as if nothing had happened and told the 2 women to continue leading the way. Qian Ping lay on the ground, roaring furiously, vowing revenge. Chen Sheng didn't even bother to turn his head. Song Yuyan couldn't help but remind him that Qian Ping had a powerful background, and Lei Long was even more difficult to deal with. If they didn't leave now, it would be too late. Chen Sheng suddenly reached out and pulled Song Yuyan into his arms, smiling as he asked if she was worried about him. Song Yuyan froze instantly. This was the first time she had been hugged by a strange man. Her heart pounded uncontrollably, and her mind went blank. She hurriedly broke free from Chen Sheng, still coldly retorting, but her slightly flushed face had already betrayed her panicked state. The students watching were all dumbfounded. Qian Ping was trembling with anger, convinced that Chen Sheng had humiliated him in public, and immediately brought up Lei Long to threaten him. Lin Yao sensed something was wrong and whispered to Chen Sheng to leave quickly. But no sooner had she finished speaking than an arrogant voice came from outside the crowd. Sun Yang had arrived. He was a star player in both the basketball and martial arts clubs, handsome and skilled. 3 or 5 ordinary students couldn't even get close to him. Qian Ping, grasping at a straw, immediately cried out for Sun Yang to avenge him. Sun Yang verbally agreed, but in his heart, he only wanted to use Chen Sheng to establish his authority. A transfer student with no background was perfect for him to show off in front of the two school beauties. He walked up to Chen Sheng, lit a cigarette, and said with a condescending smile, "If you want to leave, you can crawl between my legs." The entire room fell silent instantly. Everyone thought Chen Sheng had no choice but to endure it. Qian Ping was even more sarcastic, waiting to see him humiliated in public. But Chen Sheng remained silent, not out of fear, but simply because he didn't want to fight at school. Losing his patience, Sun Yiyang was about to continue his humiliation when Chen Sheng grabbed his chest. With a ripping sound, his denim jacket was torn open, and blood instantly appeared on Sun Yiyang's chest. Before he could react, Chen Sheng gripped his arm, violently flung him 3 meters away. Sun Yiyang screamed and fell to the ground, his arm dislocated on the spot, his previous arrogance completely gone. Chen Sheng stubbed out his cigarette and coldly mocked him, saying that he had the name of a martial arts club, but his strength wasn't even at the beginner level. The entire arena erupted in chaos. No one expected that the school's renowned heartthrob would be defeated in a single move by the new transfer student. Lin Yao looked at Chen Sheng, her admiration no longer concealed. Song Yuyin also realized for the first time that this man was indeed quite capable. Sun Yiyang, enduring excruciating pain, threatened Chen Sheng by invoking the martial arts club, declaring that anyone who offended the club would eventually become their servant. Chen Sheng crouched down, took the cigarettes and lighter from his pocket, and slowly lit one. He exhaled a puff of smoke and said calmly, "Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, I will make sure the martial arts club disappears from the business school." His words sent chills down everyone's spine. Sun Yiyang looked utterly humiliated, but dared not utter a single word in rebuttal. Chen Sheng turned back to the two school beauties and urged them to lead the way. For him, finding a place to buy drinks was more important than joining the martial arts club. After the group left, Sun Yiyang's face was extremely gloomy, and he vowed to make Chen Sheng pay the price. The students watching kept discussing, some mocking Sun Yiyang for being all talk and no action, while others were looking forward to seeing if Chen Sheng would dare to challenge the entire martial arts club at 10 o'clock the next day. Soon, the three arrived at Xinyuan Villa District. This is a well-known upscale residential area in Qinsheng, and it is also where Song Yuyin and Lin Yao usually live. As soon as they entered the house, Song Yuyin, as his fiancée, laid down a whole host of rules for Chen Sheng, leaving him with almost everything from laundry and cooking to cleaning. She thought Chen Sheng would resist, but to her surprise, he readily agreed. The more readily Chen Sheng agreed, the more puzzled Song Yuyin became. Just then, another roommate, Su Anqi, returned home. Upon learning that Chen Sheng was Song Yuyin's fiancé, she gave him a once-over, her eyes immediately filled with disdain. In her eyes, Chen Sheng, dressed in cheap clothes, was not worthy of Song Yuyin. Song Yuyin then took the opportunity to order Chen Sheng to cook, clearly intending to use him as a servant. Chen Sheng didn't dwell on it. He saw through the three women's personalities at a glance. Song Yuyin was arrogant, Lin Yao was naive, and Su Anqi was the most cunning. He went into the kitchen, cooked a few simple dishes with ordinary ingredients, gave a few instructions, and then left alone. Tonight was a special night, and he couldn't stay at the villa. Lin Yao picked up a cola chicken wing first, intending to just taste it casually, but the moment it entered her mouth, she was stunned. The next second, she completely abandoned her rich heiress image and began to eat it heartily. Song Yuyin and Su Anqi were both stunned. They had never seen Lin Yao so out of control. After all, even a 5-star chef's dish might not have been enough to make her eat more than a few bites. Song Yuyin couldn't resist picking up a piece. The moment it entered her mouth, her expression froze. The taste was unbelievably delicious. Ordinary cola chicken wings were even more amazing than those from a top restaurant. Su Anqi initially looked disdainful, but seeing that the plate was almost empty, she picked up the last piece and tasted it. The next second, she fell completely silent. In just a few minutes, the three of them devoured the entire table of food, leaving them too full to move. Lin Yao immediately suggested that they should always have Chen Sheng stay and cook in the future. Song Yuyin outwardly expressed her disdain, but inwardly she was already wavering. Su Anqi also agreed to let him stay, but but she still felt that Chen Sheng was at best only fit to be a cook. Chen Sheng was completely unaware of this. He had already returned to the ordinary residential area, filled a jug with wine, and walked alone into his rented room. At this point, there were less than 3 hours left until midnight. 3 years ago, he was poisoned by a chronic, deadly toxin. The toxin would gradually soften his meridians, eventually rendering him completely useless. He voluntarily went to prison that year, wanting to wait for death in jail and give an explanation to his deceased friends. But fate led him to meet Ugly Master. Ugly Master suppressed the strange poison for him and passed on his life's medical skills to him. 3 years passed, and Chen Sheng was transformed, but he still couldn't completely eradicate the poison from his body. Every year on the night of the 21st of the lunar calendar, the poison would flare up on time. He pushed open the door, only to find his landlady, Yan Qingya, sitting on the sofa waiting for him. Yan Qingya was in her 40s, but she looked like she was in her early 30s. She had a mature and gentle demeanor, and her sudden visit tonight clearly indicated that she had something important to discuss. Chen Sheng assumed she was there to collect the rent and offered to pay it as soon as possible. Yan Qingya, however, shook her head bitterly, saying she wasn't there for the rent. She had come to ask Chen Sheng to move out that very night. The landlord suddenly demanded that Chen move out, forcing him to move in the middle of the night, but he couldn't find a place to stay. The whole thing happened without warning, catching him completely off guard. Yan Qingya told Chen Sheng that all of this was caused by her gambling-addicted husband. He indulged in all sorts of vices, treating her like an ATM for a long time. That scoundrel caused a huge mess and demanded 5 million to settle the trouble, even threatening to sign the divorce papers and set Yan Qingya free as soon as he got the money. Yan Qingya has no stable income and has to support her daughter's university education, so she simply cannot afford the money and has no choice but to sell the only house left by her parents. Unable to bear seeing her driven to desperation, Chen Sheng offered to deal with the thug for her, hoping to end this nightmare once and for all. Yan Qingya, knowing her husband's greed and volatile temper, didn't believe the situation could be resolved. Chen Sheng asked her for 2 days while he tried to figure something out. In the end, Yan Qingya managed to buy Chen Sheng 2 days. Chen Sheng reminded her not to sell the house under any circumstances, because that thug would never give up easily. After Yan Qingya left, Chen Sheng stayed alone in the room. He knew that the after effects of the poison would definitely flare up again tonight, and he didn't want anyone to see him. At 11 p.m., Chen Sheng's whole body began to burn. He immediately took out the yin-yang scripture left by Ugly Master and used all his strength to suppress the rampaging toxins in his body. This cultivation technique had accompanied Chen Sheng for 3 years, each time alleviating the pain of the poison's effects. Now, only the last 9 pages remained. Once mastered, it might completely cure the poison. In just 5 minutes, the toxins spiraled out of control. Veins bulged all over Chen Sheng's body. His meridians felt like they were being burned by raging fire, or like countless venomous insects tearing at him. Chen Sheng had survived countless gunfights without ever flinching. Yet this excruciating pain still made him tremble all over, his clothes soaked with sweat, and he finally couldn't help but let out a low growl. 2 hours later, the poisoning finally subsided. Chen Sheng collapsed, exhausted. After washing up and recovering, he noticed a strange warm current lingering in his eyes. Chen Sheng took out the lion-pattern cloth strip left by Zhang Fan before his death. Images of all his fallen brothers flashed through his mind, and the mastermind behind it all resurfaced. It was that poisoning that killed his brother, leaving Chen Sheng with lifelong health problems. He traveled overseas to seek revenge, but never found the true mastermind. Now, all that remains of the clues is this blood-stained strip of cloth. Chen Sheng secretly vowed that no matter where the mastermind is hiding, he would personally send them to hell. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the old Nokia phone suddenly rang. A bar employee frantically called for help, saying that the proprietress, Xia Qianxue, had been forcibly detained in a private room and was in grave danger. Without hesitation, Chen Sheng grabbed a can of liquor and headed straight for Qianxue Bar. He arrived at the scene 10 minutes later, and the staff immediately told him what had happened. It turns out that the underground boss, Fat Four, had been eyeing Xia Qianxue for a long time. Today, He deliberately took the opportunity to corner her in a private room and arranged for more than a dozen thugs to guard the door. Inside the private room, Fatty Four used the pretext of his subordinate being beaten to launch an attack, but in reality, he just wanted to force Xia Qianxue to submit so that he could take her for himself. Xia Qianxue argued her case, stating that she had always operated the bar according to the rules and paid double the security fee on time, and would never bow down to evil forces. Fei Si sneered and announced that Xiang Tong, who was in charge of this street, had been hacked to death last night. Now he was in charge here, and no one could protect Xia Qianxue anymore. He laid his cards on the table. Either hand over the shop assistants as an apology, or go with him. Otherwise, no one would leave this private room alive today. Xia Qianxue would rather pay compensation and apologize than accept humiliation. But Fei Si was prepared and immediately ordered his men to arrest her, completely severing ties. Just as Xia Qianxue was driven to the brink of despair, the wooden door of the private room was suddenly smashed through by a punch. Chun Sheng pushed the door open and entered, and the entire private room instantly fell into dead silence. Chun Sheng walked to Xia Qianxue's side, gently pulled her into his arms, and only said that he was late, which instantly put her mind at ease. Fatty C's face darkened considerably as he watched this scene. He had pursued Xia Qianxue relentlessly for years without success, and now he could only watch helplessly as she nestled in Chun Sheng's arms. Enraged, Fatty C slammed his fist on the coffee table, smashing it to pieces. He ordered Chun Sheng to immediately release Xia Qianxue and then cut off his own arm as an apology. Otherwise, no one would leave alive tonight. Chun Sheng released Xia Qianxue and calmly asked Fei Si why he dared to touch his people. Fei Si sneered and waved his hand, ordering two of his men to rush forward with knives. The two men swung their knives straight at Chun Sheng, who easily dodged to the side. He then slapped their arms with both hands, shattering the knives and sending them flying. Screams of agony instantly echoed throughout the private room. Chun Sheng caught the two machetes, handed one to Xia Qianxue, and then walked step by step toward Fei Si with the machete in hand. The entire private room became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Fatty C finally sobered up and suddenly realized that all of his dozen or so men outside the door had fallen dead. Otherwise, Chun Sheng would never have been able to walk in unscathed. The once arrogant underworld boss suddenly became submissive, wanting to shake hands with Chun Sheng and hoped to wipe the slate clean of tonight's events. Chun Sheng put down his machete and sat on the sofa. He ordered Fat C to dismiss all his men, leaving only the two of them to talk alone. Fat C dared not disobey and immediately complied. The group outside had just stepped out when they were stunned by the sight of their companions lying sprawled on the ground. Just seconds before, they had been incredibly arrogant, but now they were all sprawled out on the floor. Fei Si personally poured wine for Chun Sheng and even tried to recruit him to do his bidding. Chun Sheng directly called out the name Chen Baoang, telling him that he wasn't qualified to take him on. Chun Sheng didn't reveal his true identity, only warning Fatty C to never touch Qianxue Bar again, and especially not to have any designs on Xia Qianxue. Fatty C readily agreed, but secretly planned to take revenge after escaping. Chun Sheng saw through his scheme immediately, but didn't expose him directly. Chun Sheng suggested taking a set of photos for Fei Si. Fei Si's face turned pale instantly. Although he guessed the purpose, he didn't dare to refuse. Xia Qianxue brought out a camera, and at Chun Sheng's instruction, Fei Si had no choice but to cooperate in a humiliating manner, all his dignity being trampled underfoot. Chun Sheng took more than 100 photos and backed them up in more than a dozen email accounts, completely seizing Fei Si's biggest weakness. Chun Sheng told Fei Si that as long as he behaved himself from now on, these photos would never be leaked, otherwise he would bear the consequences. Fat Four immediately apologized with a forced smile and took the initiative to become sworn brothers with Chun Sheng. On the surface, everything seemed amicable, but both sides knew perfectly well what was going on and had their own agendas. In order to completely subdue Fei Si, Chun Sheng invited him and all his men to a high-end club to spend money so that everyone would completely lower their guard. After everyone had had their fun, Chun Sheng left the club alone, called Xingzongtai, and reported that Fei Si and his gang were engaged in illegal activities. Xing Zongtai waited 3 whole months for this phone call. Upon receiving the news, he immediately mobilized police forces, and within 3 minutes, a large number of law enforcement officers stormed into the clubhouse. Just as Fei Si was about to enjoy himself, the door to the private room was kicked open, and everyone was taken into custody. The once arrogant underground forces were instantly wiped out. Chen Sheng stood on the street, drinking quietly. Even he didn't expect the police to respond so quickly, giving him no chance at all. Subsequently, Chen Sheng deliberately rushed back to the club, pretending that he had just received the news and came to plead for leniency. He then walked into the arrest scene. The club owner, Lu Huanjin, tried to beg for help everywhere, but to no avail. The branch office head, Mo Xingyuan, was tough and showed no mercy to anyone. Just when everyone was in despair, Chen Sheng took the initiative to greet Mo Xingyuan. The next second, the other party actually stepped forward to light his cigarette, his attitude extremely respectful. The boss and Fatty were completely dumbfounded. Neither of them expected that a young man could make such a big shot bow down. Chen Sheng pleaded for Fei Si's life, hoping to spare him. Mo Xingyuan deliberately declined a few times, but quickly agreed to let only Fei Si leave. No one knew that this was all a scheme Chen Sheng had orchestrated beforehand. He was simply using this arrest to completely subdue Fei Si. After regaining his freedom, Fei Si was extremely grateful to Chen Sheng and immediately recognized him as his elder brother, swearing to follow his lead from then on. Chen Sheng pretended to decline several times before reluctantly agreeing. From then on, the largest underground force in Tianxiang Bridge officially fell under his control. Lu Huanjin also took the initiative to host a banquet to befriend Chen Sheng, promising to take care of Qianxua Bar's business in the future, and even left his contact information. The banquet lasted until 4 a.m. Chen Sheng returned to the bar and informed Xing Zongtai to release all those arrested the next day, thus bringing the matter to a complete close. After finishing everything, Chen Sheng went to Xia Qianxue's room. She had already dressed up carefully and was quietly waiting for him to return, her eyes full of anticipation. Xia Qianxue threw herself into Chen Sheng's arms, complaining that he came home too late. Chen Sheng smiled and comforted her, and the distance between them quickly closed, filling the room with warmth and comfort. That night, the two kept each other company. Xia Qianxue had long been accustomed to waiting for Chen Sheng's return and never complained. As long as he returned safely, she was already content. The next morning, I got up to leave. Xia Qianxue gently straightened my clothes and whispered that no matter how long it took, she would always wait for me to come back. At 9:30 a.m., Chen Sheng arrived at the entrance of the business school. 3 members of the martial arts club were already waiting, and they immediately mocked him, saying he wasn't qualified to challenge the martial arts club. One of them, not bothering with words, threw a punch at Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng raised his hand and met the punch with his own. The other man instantly screamed in pain, his entire arm completely numb with pain. The other 2 were stunned and dared not make a move. They could only make threats and take Chen Sheng to the martial arts club, preparing to let him accept the challenge of a real master. Hundreds of students had gathered in the martial arts club's activity room, all waiting to see Chen Sheng make a fool of himself. The atmosphere was as lively as a formal competition. Song Yuyan, Lin Yao, and Su Anqi also arrived at the scene. Some people were hoping for Chen Sheng's crushing defeat, while others were silently worried for him. Everyone was waiting for the final result. All 19 members of the martial arts club were present. Club president Wang Haoming stood in the center of the crowd, looking relaxed and confident that he could easily defeat Chen Sheng. Wang Haoming publicly announced that if Chen Sheng could defeat him, the martial arts club would immediately disband. This bold statement immediately drew cheers from the crowd, and no one believed Chen Sheng had a chance. Chen Sheng stepped onto the stage and told everyone that he was not there to show off, but to resolve all his troubles in one fell swoop, so that no one would dare to bother him again. Wang Haoming took off his jacket and got into a fighting stance, while Chen Sheng remained dressed in ordinary casual clothes. The students watching kept jeering and took out their phones to film Chen Sheng making a fool of himself. Just before the match began, Chen Sheng suddenly stopped the game, saying he didn't know Taekwondo and hoped Wang Haoming would teach him a few moves to ensure a fair competition. The entire audience burst into laughter. Everyone thought Chen Sheng had gone mad, wanting to learn a few moves on the spot and then challenge the Taekwondo champion. Chen Sheng said seriously that what he was really worried about was not losing, but losing control of his strength. If he made a move, he might cripple Wang Haoming. Chen Sheng told everyone that his cultivation technique had left him with aftereffects, and last night he easily broke many people's bones because he couldn't control his power. No one believed Chen Sheng's words, and the whole audience burst into laughter. Su Anshi even sneered, saying that Chen Sheng was so arrogant that he didn't even know who he was. Wang Haoming also completely lost his patience, got into a fighting stance, and threw a punch straight at Chen Sheng's face. The match officially began. Chen Sheng simply sidestepped the attack without retaliating. Wang Haoming unleashed a series of kicks, but couldn't land a single blow on Chen Sheng. Enraged by Chen Sheng's repeated failures, Wang Haoming continued to mock him for only knowing how to dodge. Chen Sheng retreated all the way to the edge of the ring, with nowhere left to go. Wang Haoming seized the opportunity and launched a powerful flying kick. Chen Sheng finally stopped holding back, striking with both palm and leg simultaneously, instantly hitting Wang Haoming's supporting leg. With a muffled thud, Wang Haoming collapsed to his knees, writhing in excruciating pain in his calves, unable to rise again. The entire martial arts club fell completely silent. No one could believe that the school's top martial arts expert had been defeated by Chen Sheng in a single move. Sun Yiyang tried desperately to get Wang Haoming to stand up, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get up. The outcome was no longer in doubt. Qian Ping's face turned deathly pale, all traces of his previous arrogance gone. The students watching finally realized that Chen Sheng's earlier words were not empty boasting. Lin Yao looked at Chen Sheng with surprise in her eyes, but Su Anshi's face was ugly. She thought that Wang Haoming was too useless, which was why he lost so thoroughly. Chen Sheng was about to step forward to check on the injuries when Sun Yiyang stopped him. He incited all the members of the martial arts club to attack, hoping to save face for their club president. More than a dozen martial arts club members surrounded him at the same time. Just as tensions were about to rise, Chen Sheng's eyes suddenly felt a burning sensation. The next second, Chen Sheng could clearly see Wang Haoming's broken shin bone, as well as the bones and internal organs of everyone around him, as if everything had become transparent. After checking several times, Chen Sheng finally realized that this was not an illusion, but rather that he had unexpectedly awakened his X-ray vision ability after cultivating last night. Chen Sheng soon discovered that with a thought, his eyes could activate X-ray vision, an ability almost indistinguishable from X-rays, causing his strength to surge once again. Sun Yiyang, however, mistakenly believed that Chen Sheng was afraid, and led the martial arts club members to continuously humiliate him, even forcing him to slap himself in public to admit his mistake. Chen Sheng, too lazy to waste words, raised his hand and slapped Sun Yiyang on the temple. Sun Yiyang's vision went black, and he fainted on the spot, unable to get up again. This slap completely ignited the crowd's anger, and more than a dozen martial arts club members rushed onto the stage, preparing to gang up on Chen Sheng alone. The students watching cheered, no one believing Chen Sheng could leave standing. Lin Yao looked worried, and Song Yuyin was also about to step forward to stop the conflict. But the next second, the entire situation completely reversed. Chen Sheng moved swiftly through the crowd, one person falling with every punch he threw. No one could stop him. In less than 3 minutes, all of the dozen or so martial arts club members were lying on the ground screaming in agony, and the entire activity room was so quiet that only their wails could be heard. The referee was completely dumbfounded, and all the students were stunned. No one had expected that Chen Sheng would single-handedly sweep through the entire martial arts club. After a brief silence, the entire arena erupted in excitement. Everyone remembered Chen Sheng's name, and no one dared to underestimate him in the slightest. Chen Sheng told the referee to quickly take the injured person to the infirmary, and that he would cover all medical expenses. Then he calmly left the martial arts club. After leaving the activity room, Chen Sheng called Yi Qingyan and told her everything that had happened that day. Yi Qingyan reminded Chen Sheng to keep a low profile, not to reveal his true identity, and especially not to let the Song family notice anything amiss. Chun Sheng agreed, but felt he had already been very restrained. As soon as she hung up the phone, Song Yuyin caught up with him, praising Chun Sheng's abilities and wondering why he was willing to stay by her side. Chun Sheng frankly told her that it was his honor to protect her. Song Yuyin simply smiled and asked Chun Sheng if he could truly tolerate all her temper tantrums. She turned and left after saying that. Lin Yao smiled and complimented Chun Sheng on how handsome he looked today, but Su Anqi remained cold, still looking down on people who solve problems with their fists. Chun Sheng didn't argue. He hadn't gone far when a classmate ran up to him and told him that the vice principal wanted to see him immediately. The classmate quietly reminded Chun Sheng that the vice principal was Qian Ping's uncle, and that he was being called over most likely to stand up for Qian Ping. He warned Chun Sheng not to confront him directly. Chun Sheng thanked him and learned that his name was Tan Xiu. Like Chun Sheng, Tan Xiu came from a rural background and was one of the few students from impoverished families at the school. Tan Xiu excelled academically and gained admission to a prestigious academy based on his own merit. However, lacking connections, he was constantly bullied by wealthy second-generation heirs, and no one wanted to associate with him. Chun Sheng took the initiative to befriend him and even invited him to dinner. Tan Xiu stood there stunned, because Chun Sheng was the first person in 4 years to treat him as an equal. After saying goodbye to Tan Xiu, Chun Sheng went straight to the vice principal's office. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw Qian Ping sitting on the sofa, leisurely drinking tea. Wang Di deliberately adopted an impartial stance, demanding that Chun Sheng apologize to Qian Ping, compensate for the medical examination fees, and also notify the parents to come to the school to handle the matter. Chun Sheng refused without hesitation, because Qian Ping had provoked him the whole time, so why should he be the one to admit his mistake? What's even more ridiculous is that Chun Sheng's file clearly states that both his parents are deceased, yet Wang Di deliberately made him bring his parents in, clearly to humiliate him. When Qian Ping saw Chun Sheng refuse, he immediately became arrogant, boasting that he could fire Chun Sheng with just a word from his uncle. Chun Sheng simply looked at him calmly, without the slightest panic. Wang Di's face darkened, and he immediately called over 2 professional bodyguards. He pretended to persuade both sides to calm down, then deliberately left the office and locked the door, clearly wanting Qian Ping to deal with Chun Sheng without restraint. Qian Ping revealed his true colors, forcing Chun Sheng to kneel down and admit his mistake, and threatening him to be his dog from now on, or he would break his legs today. 2 bodyguards charged forward, brandishing iron bars. They were ruthless and showed no mercy, clearly indicating that this was not the first time they had done something like this. Chun Sheng accelerated instantly, grabbing the 2 men's arms first. With 2 sharp cracks, both their arms dislocated simultaneously, and the iron rods fell to the ground. Chun Sheng picked up the iron rods and threw them, smashing the teapot in Qian Ping's hand, and then slamming it into his stomach. Qian Ping screamed and fell to the ground. Chun Sheng walked over and punched him repeatedly, quickly knocking out 2 of his front teeth. The only sound in the office was his wailing. Hearing the screams from outside the door, Wang Di assumed his nephew was disciplining Chun Sheng, and stood at the door with a smug look on his face, completely unaware that the situation inside had already been completely reversed. 10 minutes later, he finished his cigarette and prepared to go inside to wrap things up. But the door suddenly opened, and Chun Sheng walked out with a smile, passing right past him. Wang Di was stunned when he saw Chun Sheng walk out unharmed. When he rushed into the office, he found Qian Ping with a bruised and swollen face, curled up in a corner, crying incessantly. Upon seeing his uncle, Qian Ping immediately cried and begged for help. Wang Di angrily questioned the 2 bodyguards, but they voluntarily resigned and warned him never to provoke Chun Sheng again. The bodyguard didn't explain much, only saying that Chun Sheng was definitely not an ordinary person. Continuing the investigation would only bring him unbearable trouble. After leaving the school, the 2 admitted that the murderous aura emanating from Chun Sheng was not something an ordinary person could possess. It was an aura that only someone who had truly experienced life and death could have. They concluded that Wang Di and Qian Ping couldn't afford to offend Chun Sheng, so they left immediately, unwilling to get involved in the whole affair. In Chun Sheng's eyes, Qian Ping was just an ignorant nobody. But because he repeatedly provoked Chen Sheng had no choice but to keep him in the hospital for several months. Everyone thought Chen Sheng was doomed for offending the vice principal, but he never took Wang Di seriously and wasn't worried about his revenge. As soon as he stepped down from the teaching building, Tan Xiu rushed up to him. Seeing that Chen Sheng was unharmed, her face was filled with shock, and she couldn't believe it at all. He said that in the past, anyone who was called to Wang Di's office was either beaten or punished, and no one could leave as easily as Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng simply smiled and returned to the classroom with Tan Xiu. At that moment, everyone in the class was talking about Chen Sheng, assuming he had been expelled from school. Song Yuyin and Lin Yao were also discussing this matter. Some believed that Chen Sheng could resolve the crisis, while others were convinced that he would soon be expelled from the school. Just as everyone was discussing the matter most intensely, Chen Sheng pushed open the classroom door and walked in. All the sounds stopped instantly, and all eyes fell on him. Chen Sheng casually made a joke to Song Yuyin, and Tan Xiu stood to the side with a face full of envy, not daring to chat so easily with the school beauty. Not long after, Chen Sheng received a call from Yi Qingyan, who told him that the matter of the martial arts club had been completely resolved and that no one would cause any more trouble. Immediately afterwards, Fei Si called, saying there was a gathering that night, and the leader of the underground forces in the South District wanted to meet Chen Sheng in person. Chen Sheng was somewhat surprised. The other party was of high status, yet he had taken the initiative to meet him. He agreed to meet at 9 o'clock that evening, also wanting to see who this person was. After hanging up the phone, Chen Sheng and Tan Xiu talked for a long time. He told Chen Sheng that what this school really values is not grades, but background and connections. The school is divided into several circles. The top circle is controlled by Zhang Ziding, the middle circle is controlled by Lei Long, and Qian Ping is Lei Long's man. Tan Xiu was worried that Lei Long would retaliate further, so she reminded Chen Sheng to prepare in advance. Chen Sheng nodded, silently keeping this kindness in his heart. At this moment, Su Anqi walked into the classroom and excitedly told Song Yuyin and Lin Yao that Lei Long was holding a birthday party tonight and had specially invited them to attend. Su Anqi took the opportunity to mock Chen Sheng, saying that such a high-end gathering was not something someone like him was qualified to attend. Chen Sheng ignored her and instead invited Tan Xiu to go out that evening. Tan Xiu agreed without hesitation, and the two arranged to meet at the school gate at 7 o'clock. Su Anqi continued her sarcastic remarks, even humiliating Tan Xiu. Lin Yao, however, gradually realized that her former friend had changed a lot. After school, Chen Sheng continued to follow behind Song Yuyin and the other two, fulfilling his promise to protect her, while also thinking of the person who looked remarkably like her. Stepping out of the school gate, Chen Sheng got into a black Passat. The bodyguards inside were about to shoo him out, but he stopped them in his tracks with a single sentence. Chen Sheng told them he had business to attend to that evening and couldn't personally protect Song Yuyin, instructing them to increase vigilance. He then left his contact information and turned to leave. The bodyguards were completely stunned. They had been extremely well hidden, yet Chen Sheng had seen through their identities at a glance, and they no longer dared to underestimate this young man. At 7 p.m., Chen Sheng met Tan Xiu, but instead of keeping their appointment immediately, he took Tan Xiu to the hospital to visit his sister, Chen Zihan. Upon learning that Zihan was seriously ill, Tan Xiu proactively bought fruit and flowers. Chen Sheng felt a warmth in his heart and led Tan Xiu to the ward. The ward was empty. The nurse told Chen Sheng that Zihan would push a disabled little boy in a wheelchair for a walk in the yard every day. The two rushed to the hospital garden, only to find it crowded with people. Upon closer inspection, they learned that Zihan was in trouble. It turned out that when Zihan was pushing her wheelchair, she accidentally scratched a BMW. The driver stopped her, slapped her in public, and demanded compensation. A bright red handprint was left on Zihan's face, and tears streamed down her face, but she didn't dare to fight back and could only stand there crying alone. The real culprit was the little boy in the wheelchair, but his mother, in order to evade responsibility, shifted all the blame onto Zihan. The boy tried to explain for Zihan, but his mother stopped him on the spot. The father, though filled with remorse, could only remain silent and bow his head due to the family's financial difficulties. The family took the opportunity to leave, leaving Zihan alone. The BMW driver didn't bother to pursue the matter further, focusing solely on Zihan. He could tell at a glance that Zihan was well-dressed and assumed her family could afford the compensation, so he continued to press her relentlessly, showing no intention of letting her off the hook. The BMW driver was determined to extort a large sum of money from her. Zihan kept bowing and apologizing, but to no avail. The man showed her no mercy. The onlookers all knew that the boy in the wheelchair was the one who really caused the trouble, and that Zihan was just an innocent bystander, but no one dared to stand up and say a word of justice. The BMW driver completely lost his patience and threatened Zihan to call her parents immediately, or he would continue to attack her, even pulling out a baton to hit her. Just as the baton was about to fall, Chun Sheng grabbed it, pushed the driver away, and quickly pulled Zihan into his arms. When Zihan saw Chun Sheng, she couldn't hold back her tears any longer and kept saying it was all her fault. Chun Sheng gently wiped away her tears and told her she hadn't done anything wrong. Looking at the bright red handprint on Zihan's face, Chun Sheng's anger was about to burst, but he didn't want to vent it in front of the child. Tenshio arrived at this time. Chun Sheng deliberately talked to Zihan about the new clothes, slowly diverting her attention and making her forget the fright she had just experienced. Chun Sheng then asked Tenshio to take Zihan away first, but the BMW driver suddenly blocked their way, refusing to let anyone leave and demanding compensation. Chun Sheng stated that he was the child's guardian and asked them to let Zihan leave first. However, the BMW driver made an exorbitant demand, asking for 200,000 yuan in compensation. Those watching knew it was just a minor scratch, and the 200,000 yuan charge was pure extortion, but no one dared to stand up for Chun Sheng and his companions. The BMW driver kept provoking them, practically begging Chun Sheng to take action. Chun Sheng, however, remained patient, wanting only to get Zihan away safely first. Zihan refused to leave and insisted on staying by Chun Sheng's side. Chun Sheng could only pat her head and tell her to stand obediently beside him. Just then, Chun Sheng received a call from Huang Yang. Huang Yang was already at the hospital entrance, ready to pick him up for tonight's party. Chun Sheng told Huang Yang that there was a bit of trouble and asked him to wait a few minutes. The BMW driver, however, mistakenly thought Chun Sheng was stalling for time and became even more arrogant. He brandished his baton, repeatedly demanding compensation from Chun Sheng. Zihan gripped Chun Sheng's hand tightly in fear, and Chun Sheng led her to the BMW. The next second, Chun Sheng kicked the BMW door hard, turning a small scratch into a huge dent. Everyone present was stunned. No one expected that Chun Sheng would not only refuse to pay compensation, but would also deliberately damage the car. Chun calmly told the BMW driver that the car was now truly worth 200,000 yuan in compensation. The BMW driver flew into a rage, raising his baton and smashing it hard against Chin's head, instantly escalating the tension to an extreme. Just as he was about to touch Chun Sheng, a figure suddenly rushed out and kicked the BMW man away. The BMW driver was about to explode in anger, but upon seeing the person's face, he immediately shut his mouth and dared not utter another sound. The person was none other than Huang Yang. He completely ignored the BMW driver and instead bowed to Chun Sheng to apologize for being late. This was Chun Sheng's first time meeting Huang Yang. Huang Yang introduced himself and said he would take charge of the matter that night and would definitely give Chun Sheng a satisfactory explanation. After saying that, Huang Yang turned around and kicked the BMW man to the ground again, angrily denouncing him in public for trying to extort money and saying he didn't deserve to be in this business. He directly asked the BMW driver, "Didn't you want 200,000? I'll pay you back now, so everyone can see." Huang Yang was extremely famous in the Southern District's underground forces, known as the refined gentleman. Although he mingled in the underworld, he was always known for his composure and ruthlessness. Soon, two henchmen entered the hospital carrying two black cloth bags, one of which contained a full 200,000 yuan in cash. Huang Yang grabbed a handful of bills and threw them directly at the BMW driver's face, telling him that this was the money for the car repairs and that he should take it now. The BMW driver immediately cowered, quickly forcing a smile and saying it was all a misunderstanding, refusing to take the money. The onlookers then realized that Huang Yang was Fatty Four's henchman, while the BMW driver was merely Hong Wu's underling. They were on completely different levels. Tan Xiu asked Chun Sheng in shock how he knew Huang Yang. Chun Sheng simply smiled and said they had a little acquaintance, without further explanation. Zihan was worried that she would really have to pay compensation, but Chun Sheng gently comforted her, telling her to leave everything to him and that no one would bully her anymore. The BMW driver tried to bring up Hong Wu to plead for mercy, but Huang Yang saw through his trick on the spot and then had someone open the second black cloth bag. The second bag contained a full 800,000 yuan in cash, which, together with the previous 200,000 yuan, brought the total to 1 million yuan, which was placed directly in front of everyone. Huang Yang coldly stared at the BMW driver and told him that buying the BMW for 1 million would be a way of giving Hong Wu face. The BMW driver readily agreed, but his heart was growing increasingly uneasy. He knew that Huang Yang would never give money away for no reason, and that even bigger trouble was yet to come. Huang Yang didn't utter another word, only giving his subordinate a look. His subordinate made a phone call, and a Land Rover outside immediately sped into the hospital entrance, its blaring horn instantly silencing the murmurs around him. Huang Yang simply raised his hand, signaling the onlookers to make way, and said he needed to deal with the BMW he had just bought. His tone was chillingly calm. The next second, the Land Rover slammed on the gas and crashed violently into the brand new BMW, the loud noise sending a shiver down everyone's spine. But that wasn't all. The Land Rover kept reversing and ramming into the luxury car, crushing it into scrap metal time and time again, completely shattering Lu Songming's last bit of confidence. The onlookers finally spoke up, cursing him for deserving it, simply because he had dared to lay a hand on 10-year-old Zihan over a minor scratch. Zihan's slap mark hadn't faded yet, and she was so frightened that she hid behind Chun Sheng, trembling. Lu Songming, on the other hand, looked at the wrecked BMW, his face as white as paper. He dared not get angry and could only plead in a low voice for Huang Yang to let him leave, wishing he could escape from this place that had made him lose face as soon as possible. Huang Yang coldly stopped him, saying that the car matter was settled, but he hadn't even started to settle accounts for slapping Zihan. As soon as he finished speaking, his subordinate kicked Lu Songming in front of Chun Sheng, forcing him to face the mistake he had made. Huang Yang stared at the injuries on Zihan's face, his eyes turning completely cold. Even those in the underworld have their bottom line. Bullying children is the most despicable thing. Lu Songming was so frightened that he immediately backed down, offering 1 million yuan as compensation for emotional distress, and then adding another 500,000 yuan, just to let the matter drop. He placed his bank card tremblingly on the pile of money, begging for mercy in a humble manner, thinking that money could smooth things over. Huang Yang just shook his head, saying that compensation was only the beginning. Buying back a child's grievances with money wasn't so easy. Lu Songming panicked completely. He thought he had already lost 500,000 yuan, but he didn't expect the other party to have no intention of letting him off easily. Huang Yang knew that Chun Sheng doted on Zihan, so this matter could not be resolved with money alone. Lu Songming had to swallow the humiliation himself. He immediately ordered Lu Songming to kneel down and slap himself 100 times. Only after he finished would the matter be truly over. With people coming and going at the hospital entrance, Lu Songming, who was most afraid of losing face in public, immediately invoked the name of Master Hong, hoping to salvage his last bit of dignity. He then turned to Chun Sheng, begging him to speak up, certain that if Chun Sheng said just one word, Huang Yang would give him face and let him go. Chun Sheng just watched coldly, without saying a word. He shouldn't let Zihan's grievances be so easily overlooked by him on behalf of Lu Songming. Huang Yang's face grew even colder when he saw him using Master Hong to intimidate others. With a single glance, his men kicked Lu Songming to his knees. Lu Songming knew Huang Yang's methods. If Huang Yang really took action, he would probably suffer more than just a loss of face. He could only raise his hand to slap himself. At first, he tried to brush it off, but Huang Yang's cold shout frightened him so much that he dared not hold back anymore. The crisp sound of slaps echoed one after another at the hospital entrance. His face quickly swelled up and turned purple, tears streaming down his face mixed with humiliation. More and more people gathered, and everyone realized that Chen Sheng, this seemingly ordinary young man, was not someone they could mess with. Tanxiu stood there, completely stunned. He never imagined that Chen Sheng had such a powerful underworld backing him. Not far away, the parents of the wheelchair-bound child who had actually caused the trouble were flushed, feeling guilty and scared. They quickly pushed their child away quietly. Chen Sheng saw it, but didn't chase after him, because the person who was supposed to pay the price today was already kneeling before him. Lu Songming, after kneeling on the ground and slapping himself, looked utterly disheveled, a far cry from his previous arrogant and domineering self. Huang Yang then turned around and respectfully asked Chen Sheng if he was satisfied with the outcome, a hint of nervousness in his voice. He knew in his heart that today's punishment, though seemingly harsh, was actually a way to save Lu Songming. If Chen Sheng were to take action personally, Lu Songming's fate would only be worse, and the Southern District's underworld might descend into complete chaos. Chen Sheng glanced at Huang Yang and said calmly, "This time, give him an fatty for some face, and let's settle this matter in his own way." Just as Huang Yang breathed a sigh of relief, Chen Sheng suddenly raised his hand and slapped Lu Songming hard across the face. The slap was so fast that no one could react. Lu Songming coughed up blood on the spot, and 3 teeth flew out. He trembled all over, his eyes filled with fear, and finally understood that the 100 slaps he had just received were merely Huang Yang's protection. Chen Sheng coldly warned Lu Songming not to appear in front of him again, or next time it wouldn't be as simple as just a few teeth. After saying that, Chen Sheng turned around to block Zihan's view, patted her head, and told her not to be afraid, that those who do wrong will always pay the price. Zihan nodded, her eyes red. Although she was still shaken, she remembered Chen Sheng's words. Chen Sheng led Zihan toward the ward, and the crowd made way for them without daring to say another word. They then realized that if Huang Yang hadn't come to plead for him, Lu Songming wouldn't have just collapsed and coughed up blood today. Looking at the disheveled Lu Songming, Tanxiu couldn't help but curse, "Serves him right," before immediately following Chen Sheng into the ward. Huang Yang ordered his men to take Lu Songming away for examination, and then personally followed him into the ward, folding 200 yuan into a heart shape and giving it to Zihan as an apology. Zihan cautiously asked Chen Sheng if she could accept the gift. After Chen Sheng nodded, she sweetly thanked Huang Yang, but immediately called him uncle. Huang Yang's face stiffened, and he quickly told her to change her address to brother. But Zihan shook her head seriously, saying that only someone as young and handsome as Chen Sheng deserved to be called brother. Her words made everyone laugh and cry at the same time, and the bloody oppressive atmosphere at the hospital entrance was somewhat softened by her innocence. After the joke, Huang Yang put away her smile and respectfully reminded Chen Sheng that Fei Si was still waiting at Tianxiang Bridge, asking him if he should set off now. Chen Sheng squatted down and told Zihan to stay at the hospital and play with the nurses, promising to come back to see her when he had time. Zihan was reluctant to let go. After not seeing him for so many days, she had come to regard Chen Sheng as the only older brother who could protect her. After settling Zihan in, Chen Sheng instructed the nurses to keep a close eye on her before leaving the ward with Tanxiu and Huang Yang. People in the hospital recognized Chen Sheng and Zihan, and whispers followed them, but Chen Sheng didn't care. At least from today onward, everyone would remember that anyone who dared to bully Zihan would have to consider whether they were tough enough. As they left the hospital, Huang Yang personally opened the door of the Mercedes-Benz and invited Chen Sheng and Tanxiu to get in. He then sat properly in the passenger seat. It was Tanxiu's first time riding in such a top-of-the-line luxury car, and she was filled with shock and longing as she looked at the luxurious interior. He suddenly realized that if you don't strive to climb the social ladder in life, you'll always be stuck outside, looking up at others. But Chen Sheng remained calm. What others saw as a status symbol in this car was merely a means of transportation to him. A black Mercedes drove towards Tianxiang Bridge, while the entrance to the vibrant fragrance club was already filled with luxury cars. A dozen or so well-dressed young men and women were gathered in front of the club, celebrating Lei Long's birthday. Lei Long, dressed in a blue suit, stood in the center of the crowd, enjoying everyone's blessings. His face was full of smug pride. Su Anxi, Lin Yao, and Song Yuyin also presented him with gifts, giving Lei Long plenty of face. Lei Long accepted the gift, but looked around as if waiting for someone. Hu Haisheng, standing next to him, immediately sneered and said that Chun Sheng, that kind of rural good-for-nothing, wouldn't dare to come. Everyone echoed this sentiment, treating Chun Sheng as a joke, saying that someone of his background couldn't even afford to enter a high-end club. Only Lin Yao frowned and retorted. Song Yuyin also felt uncomfortable listening to this, but remained silent due to the occasion. Lei Long outwardly feigned magnanimity, telling everyone to stop talking about Chun Sheng, but inwardly he thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of being flattered. He deliberately mentioned that the club's tycoon had personally arranged the venue for him, instantly drawing another wave of praise. Everyone felt that Lei Long had already reached the threshold of Qinsheng's upper-class circles, and his future was limitless. The club manager, Xiao Jianren, personally came out to greet him, enthusiastically introducing the luxurious amenities of the top-tier private room, making Lei Long appear extremely prestigious. As soon as the group entered the club, Chun Sheng's black Mercedes came to a smooth stop at the entrance. Huang Yang told Chun Sheng and Tan Xiu to go upstairs first, and that he would come over as soon as he finished dealing with the car. Looking at the brightly lit clubhouse, Tan Xiu nervously asked Chun Sheng who he was meeting tonight. Chun Sheng only told him that the connections he made tonight would be useful in the future and that he shouldn't be afraid, just follow him inside. Tan Xiu came from an ordinary background. It was his first time stepping into such a place, and even the beautiful receptionist bowing to greet him made him blush with embarrassment. Looking at him, Chun Sheng seemed to see his former self and became even more certain that he simply lacked a chance to hold his head high. As long as Tan Xiu could overcome his inferiority complex, he would definitely become the most reliable person by Chun Sheng's side in the future. Chun Sheng led Tan Xiu toward the elevator, only to bump into Lei Long and his group. Everyone was stunned. No one had expected that Chun Sheng, whom they had just mocked for being too afraid to come, would actually show up here. Worried that Chun Sheng might be targeted, Song Yuyin whispered a reminder that this wasn't an ordinary gathering and that he'd better not get involved. Chun Sheng retorted calmly, "Does this place belong to their family? Are ordinary people not even allowed to enter?" Su Anxi immediately sneered, saying that Chun Sheng couldn't afford it but insisted on crashing the party, and she also looked Tan Xiu up and down with disdain. She publicly humiliated the two of them, saying they were of low status and unworthy to stand with rich kids like them. Tan Xiu's face flushed red. He wanted to explain but didn't dare to speak. His deep-seated inferiority complex made him unable to even lift his head. Seeing this, Lei Long pretended to be generous and warmly invited Chun Sheng and Tan Xiu upstairs to attend the birthday party. Su Anxi immediately pressed Chun Sheng to express his gratitude, as if Lei Long had bestowed upon him an immense favor. Hu Haisheng also joined in the mockery, saying that Chun Sheng had deliberately come to curry favor and gain attention. Tan Xiu clenched his fists in frustration, but in the face of these people, he ultimately swallowed his words. Chun Sheng, however, maintained a faint smile, neither explaining nor refusing, his calm demeanor leaving them unable to fathom his intentions. Lei Long, thinking Chun Sheng was under his thumb, stepped into the elevator first, waiting for Chun Sheng to follow with his head bowed. Song Yuyin whispered a reminder to Chun Sheng not to cause trouble. Chun Sheng, however, laughed and called her wife in front of everyone. This immediately caused an uproar in the elevator. Song Yuyin was both angry and embarrassed. She had meant well by reminding him, but Chun Sheng's joke had made her look awkward. Everyone else immediately distanced themselves from Chun Sheng, and even the club manager showed disgust, unwilling to get close to him and Tan Xiu. Soon, the group arrived at the VIP room on the 8th floor. The luxurious 300-square-meter space was fully prepared with drinks, cakes, and lights, like an amusement park for the wealthy. Lei Long waved to dismiss the waiters, and everyone immediately let loose and had fun, pushing the birthday atmosphere to its peak. Su Anxi picked up the microphone and called on everyone to light candles and sing Happy Birthday, with everyone surrounding Lei Long. Only Chun Sheng and Tan Xiu stood at the edge, like two outsiders who shouldn't be there. Hu Haixing suddenly pointed at Tan Xiu and ordered him to go and put candles on Lei Long, speaking as if he were ordering a servant around. No one offered any help, and no one seemed to think there was anything wrong with this humiliation. Tan Xiu stood frozen in place, her face a mixture of embarrassment and awkwardness, yet she still prepared to lower her head and go over. Chun Sheng reached out and took the candle, doing the job for him and shielding him from the humiliation. The birthday song played, and everyone cheered for Lei Long, completely isolating Chun Sheng and Tan Xiu from the festivities. The more lively the party, the more Chun Sheng and Tan Xiu seemed like a joke deliberately placed in a corner. It wasn't until Lin Yao brought over 2 cakes and placed them in front of the two of them that the conversation began. She said in a low voice that she hadn't wanted to come in the first place, but Suanshi had dragged her there, and that the whole gathering had been incredibly boring from beginning to end. Lin Yao asked Chun Sheng why he was there, a hint of tenderness and curiosity in her eyes that others couldn't decipher. Chun Sheng frankly told her that he was there to protect Song Yuyan, a mission he had to complete that night. Lin Yao laughed and teased after hearing this, but there was a hint of envy in her smile, as if she envied Song Yuyan for being cared for so much. Chun Sheng was somewhat puzzled. She was clearly closer to Song Yuyan, so why was she always taking extra care of him? But before he could ask, Suanshi came over and pulled Lin Yao away, asking her to go on stage and sing to entertain Lei Long. The lively atmosphere was quickly brought back to the birthday party. No one cared about Chun Sheng and Lin Yao's earlier conversation, and no one paid any attention to Chun Sheng. Lin Yao stepped onto the stage and sang a classic old song. As soon as her gentle voice came out, the entire audience fell silent. Her voice was soft, yet it seemed to hold a hidden, untold dream, drawing everyone into it unconsciously. No one knew that this song wasn't about Lei Long, but about the person she had kept in her heart for so many years. As she sang, she repeatedly looked at Chun Sheng, her mind filled with their encounter amidst the gunfire of the Golden Triangle years ago. That year, she had met a young hero on the brink of death, and from that day on, she had kept that feeling deep in her heart. When the song ended, the entire audience was silent for several seconds. Even the wealthy young men who usually just cheered were mesmerized by her performance. Song Yuyan saw through her thoughts and jokingly teased her, asking if she was thinking about that great hero again. Lin Yao secretly glanced at Chun Sheng, her face instantly turning red, but she immediately lowered her head to hide her emotions. Chun Sheng saw this, but he couldn't understand why Lin Yao was acting this way. Tan Xiu, however, sensed something amiss and whispered to Chun Sheng that Lin Yao might be interested in him. Chun Sheng casually made a joke, which Tan Xiu dismissed as boasting. But Tan Xiu didn't know that all the absurd things Chun Sheng had said were true. Afterwards, a group of girls took turns going on stage to sing for Lei Long, each wanting to show off in front of this rich young man. The entire birthday party seemed lively, but in reality, everyone was currying favor with the powerful, and the air was thick with hypocritical flattery. When Lei Long went on stage to sing, the entire audience erupted in applause, as if every word he sang was a performance worthy of a superstar. After he finished singing, Lei Long suddenly called on Chun Sheng to come up on stage, saying that since he was there, he should also celebrate his birthday. He deliberately avoided calling Chun Sheng by his courtesy name, only by his given name, clearly indicating that he considered Chun Sheng to be of lowly status and unworthy of respect. The surrounding classmates immediately joined in the jeering, saying that Chun Sheng, coming from the countryside, probably had never even touched a microphone before. Hu Haixing even mocked Chun Sheng in public, waiting for him to embarrass himself on stage and for everyone to see the difference between him and Lei Long. They wanted to use a song to crush Chun Sheng's last shred of dignity. Tan Xiu was sent by Hu Haixing to peel fruit, while the sounds of their mocking laughter that Chun Sheng was not good enough for Song Yuyan continued to echo in her ears. Each insult fell like a knife, but Chun Sheng did not get angry. He simply picked up the microphone calmly. Chun Sheng requested forgetful water, and as the familiar melody began, everyone stared at him with a sense of dread, as if they were about to witness a joke. But the moment Chun Sheng opened his mouth, the entire room instantly changed. His deep, Magnetic voice cut through the mockery like a knife, shattering their sense of superiority. No one expected that Chun Sheng, whom they considered a good-for-nothing from the countryside, would have such a powerful singing voice, almost like a professional. The deeper the song went, the more profound the emotions became, containing so much about life and death, regret, love and hate, sounds that no ordinary person could possibly convey. Those who were waiting to see him make a fool of himself were all frozen in place, unable to utter a single word. Just as Chun Sheng was about to steal the spotlight, Hu Haixing suddenly turned off the accompaniment, intending to embarrass him in front of everyone. The music stopped abruptly, and everyone snapped back to reality, thinking that Chun Sheng's performance was finally about to collapse. But the next second, Chun Sheng didn't stop. Without accompaniment, he continued singing a cappella, each line more steady than before and even more chilling. The entire private room fell silent again, leaving no opportunity for even the most nitpicking person to find fault. Song Yuyan looked at Chun Sheng, her gaze becoming complicated for the first time. She finally realized that Chun Sheng's past was far more complex than she had imagined. After his a cappella performance, Chun Sheng completely overwhelmed the audience, turning Lei Long's carefully orchestrated humiliation into a laughingstock. Lei Long's face darkened. He had intended to embarrass Chun Sheng, but instead, Chun Sheng stole all the limelight. Su Anqi quickly stepped in to smooth things over, forcibly steer the conversation back to Lei Long, and led the crowd in continuing to praise him. These people were ridiculously pragmatic. They had just been stunned by Chun Sheng's singing, but in the blink of an eye, they were raising their glasses in celebration around Lei Long. In their eyes, talent is worthless. Family background and power are the real tickets to success. After regaining his pride, Lei Long deliberately provoked Chun Sheng with his eyes, but Chun Sheng didn't even bother to look at him. Chun Sheng continued eating and drinking calmly, which only fueled Lei Long's displeasure. He secretly gave Hu Haixing a look, preparing to get revenge on Tan Xiao. Hu Haixing immediately started making things difficult for Tan Xiao, saying that her fruit peeling was ugly and that she couldn't even serve people properly. A group of people laughed along, treating Tan Xiao like a plaything for their amusement. Everyone knew this was aimed at Chun Sheng, but no one was willing to say a word in Tan Xiao's defense. Lin Yao, feeling soft-hearted, wanted to step forward to help, but Song Yuyan stopped her. Song Yuyan whispered, "No one can help Tan Xiao forever. If you don't want to be bullied, you have to stand up for yourself." Chun Sheng heard these words clearly. He picked up his wine glass, took a sip, and suppressed the surging emotions in his heart. Chun Sheng didn't act immediately because he wanted to see if Tan Xiao could overcome her inner hurdle. If Tan Xiao only knew how to endure for the rest of her life, she would only ever be trampled underfoot. Hu Haixing grew increasingly arrogant, deliberately asking Tan Xiao if she wanted to rely on Chun Sheng for support. Tan Xiao lowered her head and silently handed over the peeled apple, only to have it knocked to the ground by Hu Haixing. Hu Haixing pretended to be magnanimous and picked up the apple, then forced Tan Xiao to eat the dusty apple. He also kept stirring up trouble, saying that Tan Xiao was humiliated because she had made the mistake of befriending a useless person like Chun Sheng. Tan Xiao stared at the dirty apple in silence for a long time before finally taking it. He took a bite out of the apple in front of everyone and ate it piece by piece until only a bare core remained. Then, Tan Xiao raised his head and said that he didn't need his friends to take responsibility for his problems. The entire room fell silent instantly. No one had expected that Tan Xiao, who was usually so submissive, would dare to contradict them in public. Chun Sheng paused slightly, a faint smile finally appearing on his lips. Hu Haixing immediately burst into mocking laughter, saying that Tan Xiao was unusually assertive, but unfortunately, his friend Chun Sheng didn't dare to protect him. His insults grew increasingly vulgar, turning Chun Sheng and Tan Xiao into two uninvited jokes. No one noticed that the coldness in Chun Sheng's eyes had slowly subsided. Lei Long then pretended to be a good guy, stepping forward to advise everyone not to go too far, adopting a tolerant attitude towards his classmates. Those around him immediately praised his magnanimity, while simultaneously belittling Chun Sheng and Tan Xiao for their lowly status. Their so-called classmate camaraderie was merely a fig leaf. Beneath it lay nothing but arrogance and condescension. Hu Haixing wasn't satisfied yet. He forced Tan Xiu to thank him and then asked Chen Sheng to come and peel fruit for them. Tan Xiu gritted her teeth and refused, preferring to suffer humiliation herself rather than let Chen Sheng be trampled on by them. His concessions, however, did not earn him any respect. Instead, they emboldened Hu Haixing. Hu Haixing sneered, saying that it was Chun Sheng and Tan Xiu's good fortune to be able to serve people like them. He even used the promise of resources after graduation as bait, implying that he considered the two of them as ants he could easily toy with. This hypocritical act of charity finally ignited Tan Xiu's long-suppressed anger. He gripped the apple core tightly, his face flushed red, and for the first time firmly refused. He could tolerate others humiliating him, but he couldn't tolerate others insulting his grandfather, much less trampling on Chun Sheng's dignity. But Hu Haixing had no bottom line. He publicly mocked Tan Xiu's grandfather and called his whole family useless. A burst of shrill laughter erupted from the private room. Everyone was using Tan Xiu as a tool for their amusement. Chun Sheng remained silent, merely observing the farce with cold eyes. Song Yuyan felt uncomfortable watching, but she still held Lin Yao back because she knew that Tan Xiu had to rebel herself. Seeing that Tan Xiu was angry but had not yet made a move, Hu Haixing cursed even more viciously, each word aimed at the wounds of the grandfather and grandson. Everyone assumed that Chun Sheng's silence was out of fear, that he dared not offend Lei Long and his group of wealthy young men. Lei Long walked over to Song Yuyan with a glass of red wine and deliberately advised her to stay away from Chen Sheng. He even admitted that the humiliation against Tan Xiu was a test he had arranged. He spoke in a grand and dignified manner, as if he were helping Song Yuyan see through Chun Sheng's character. But Song Yuyan knew in her heart that this was not a test at all, but Lei Long's condescending humiliation and possessiveness. Her expression turned colder, but considering that this was Lei Long's home turf, she ultimately did not openly break off relations. Hu Haixing wouldn't stop there. He even forced Tan Xiu to acknowledge him as his grandfather in public, his tone full of blatant humiliation. Tan Xiu's chest heaved violently, his nails almost digging into his palms. His anger, which had been suppressed for many years, finally reached its limit. Everyone thought he was just patient, but no one knew that an honest person can be the most terrifying when they explode. Hu Haixing even reached out and slapped his face. The next second, Tan Xiu completely lost control, grabbed a wine bottle, and smashed it over his head. The private room fell silent instantly. Hu Haixing staggered and fell to the ground. Tan Xiu pounced on him and punched him repeatedly. Years of grievances, humiliation, and inferiority all exploded at this moment. Tan Xiu shouted as she hit, tears streaming down her face. The rich kids were all dumbfounded. They were laughing just a moment ago, but now not one of them dared to step forward. Lei Long was the first to react. With a dark face, he rushed forward and punched Tan Xiu in the head. But before his fist could land, Chun Sheng had already stepped in front of Tan Xiu, grabbed his wrist, and knocked him back half a step. Chun Sheng took a sip of his drink, coldly surveyed the room, and said only one sentence. "Anyone who dares to touch him, just try it." The room fell silent instantly. They all remembered Chun Sheng's one-on-one fight against the martial arts club, and no one wanted to be the first to get hit. Su Anqi forced a sarcastic remark, saying that being good at fighting was useless, as Chun Sheng couldn't afford to offend the people here. Chun Sheng sneered and asked a question, and Su Anqi's face changed instantly. She dared not say another word. Tan Xiu didn't stop there. After throwing away the wine bottle, he continued to smash Hu Haixing, making him scream in pain. His former arrogance had completely disappeared. Everyone wanted to save him, but Chun Sheng stood there like a wall, and no one dared to cross it. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall on the 9th floor, Fei Si and Lu Huanjin were leading a group of business tycoons to wait for Chun Sheng to attend the banquet. When Huang Yang returned, the group realized that Chun Sheng hadn't gone upstairs at all, and immediately understood that something was wrong. Lu Huanjin immediately pulled up the surveillance footage and quickly saw the conflict in the private room on the 8th floor, and also recognized Lei Long's group. Fatty C's face darkened, and he immediately led Huang Yang and his men to the 8th floor in a grand procession. In the private room on the 8th floor, those who had just mocked Chun Sheng for being cowardly were now all as silent, as if they had been choked. Lin Yao suddenly spoke up, sarcastically remarking that Lei Long had just accused others of being heartless, yet now he himself was too afraid to step in. Lei Long's face flushed red, but he dared not move as he looked at Chen Sheng. He could only pretend not to hear, but he was seething with hatred in his heart. Su Anqi quickly tried to smooth things over, saying that Lei Long was simply too high-ranking to bother with people of lower status. These words not only failed to save the situation, but also made Lei Long even more embarrassed, and he could only bite the bullet and ask Chen Sheng to move aside. Chen Sheng continued drinking, not even bothering to glance at him. Enraged by being ignored, Lei Long threatened to call the club's general manager over and let Chen Sheng know whose territory this was. Seeing that Hu Haixing was about to be crippled, Song Yuyan finally stood up and told Chen Sheng not to cause any more deaths. She was worried that Chen Sheng would act impulsively and cause trouble, and she also remembered his master's kindness to the Song family, so she didn't want to see him make things worse. Upon hearing her speak, Chen Sheng immediately smiled and agreed, then turned around and grabbed Tan Xiao, who was already red-eyed with rage. Tan Xiao's face was streaked with tears, and her fists were still trembling, but the resentment that had been building up for years had finally been released. Chen Sheng patted him on the shoulder and told him that it was all in the past, and from today onwards, no one could trample on him anymore. Tan Xiao slowly loosened his fist and thanked Chen Sheng in a low voice. Chen Sheng shook his head and told him that the one who truly stood up was not himself, but Tan Xiao himself. Tolerance never earns respect. It only makes bad people think you're easy to bully. Only by daring to fight back will those people be afraid, and remember that you are not a spineless coward who can be trampled on at will. These words struck Tan Xiao like a thunderbolt, shattering her feelings of inferiority. His eyes slowly changed. The timidity and humility of the past disappeared, and for the first time, he truly straightened his back. Several classmates quickly dragged the unconscious Hu Haixing away, but the conflict was not over. Hu Haixing's face was covered in blood, and he weakly begged Lei Long to avenge him. Lei Long verbally agreed, but what he cared about wasn't his brother, but rather being publicly humiliated at his birthday banquet. This is his home turf. If Tan Xiao makes a move, it's like stepping on his face. He stared coldly at Tan Xiao, forcing him to kneel before Hu Haixing and apologize, or he wouldn't be able to leave here today. But Tan Xiao was no longer the person who had just bowed her head and endured her anger. He retorted directly, saying that those who have nothing to lose are not afraid of those who have something to lose. At worst, they'll all perish together. Lei Long looked disdainful and was about to make a call when the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. Manager Xiao Jianren strode in and said that the owner of the lively and fragrant restaurant had arrived in person, and that fourth master Tang Xiankio was also outside, wanting to have a drink with Lei Long. Upon hearing this, Lei Long was both surprised and delighted, immediately forgetting about Chen Sheng and Tan Xiao. The students immediately showered him with praise, saying that Lei Long was so prestigious that two big shots had personally come to wish him a happy birthday. Su Anqi also took the opportunity to advise him that Chen Sheng and Tan Xiao were just minor characters who could be dealt with at any time, so he shouldn't delay meeting the big boss. Lei Long was overjoyed and immediately led everyone out to greet them, as if he really thought the two big shots were coming for him. A group of people rushed out, hoping to take the opportunity to build connections. Only Lin Yao, Song Yuyan, Su Anqi, Chen Sheng, and Tan Xiao remained in the private room. Chen Sheng casually asked them why they weren't going to watch the excitement. Lin Yao said she wasn't interested in those big shots, but genuinely praised Tan Xiao for being very brave just now. Tan Xiao blushed, her fierceness vanished instantly, and she only said that she was able to stand up because Chen Sheng was supporting her. Song Yuyan looked worried and whispered to Chen Sheng that the man outside, Fei Si, was no ordinary person and urged him to take Tan Xiao away quickly. Chen Sheng smiled and asked her if she was concerned about him. Song Yuyan immediately denied it, saying that she was just afraid her father would blame her for not keeping an eye on Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng told her calmly that she didn't need to worry, as he was invited here by Fei Si. Su Anqi rolled her eyes and sneered that Chen Sheng was just bragging without thinking. How could he possibly know a big shot like Fei Si? She couldn't be bothered to listen anymore. So she dragged Lin Yao and Song Yuyan out the door, wanting to meet the real big shot. Tan Xiu watched them leave, still looking worried, not understanding why Su Anxi always targeted them. Chun Sheng didn't explain, but simply asked Tan Xiu to sit down and eat. Tan Xiu, however, couldn't eat at all. After all, in his eyes, someone like Fei Si was someone they couldn't afford to mess with. Chun Sheng continued eating in the private room. Ever since he developed eye problems, he was always getting hungry. No matter how turbulent things are outside, in Chun Sheng's eyes, nothing is more satisfying than a table of hot dishes. Seeing Chun Sheng's calm demeanor, Tan Xiu couldn't help but ask if they should leave now. Although he has just overcome his inner demons, it doesn't mean he has lost his judgment. People like Fei Si are definitely not people that ordinary students can mess with. Chun Sheng simply reassured him that nothing would happen tonight, and even found the scene increasingly interesting. Tan Xiu was infected by Chun Sheng's calmness, and her panic gradually dissipated. In the end, she also sat down and ate with him. Outside the private room, Lu Huanjin and Fei Si waited quietly with a group of his men, showing no airs of authority whatsoever. This was clearly their territory, but upon hearing that Chun Sheng was inside, the two dared not venture in rashly. Because they had already found out that Chun Sheng was no ordinary person, as he was able to easily get people out of the bureau chief's hands. To them, Chun Sheng was not a nobody they could manipulate, but a powerful figure they had to befriend. Fatty C smiled and said to Lu Huanjin that Lei Long's impressive appearance tonight was mostly due to Chun Sheng's influence. The two exchanged pleasantries while searching for Chun Sheng in the crowd, but they couldn't find him and their disappointment was palpable. At that moment, the door to the private room opened, and Lei Long came out with a group of classmates. He walked at the front, beaming with pride, genuinely believing that the two big shots had come specifically to celebrate his birthday. Song Yuyan suddenly stepped forward and blocked Lei Long, trying to shield Chun Sheng from trouble in advance. When Lei Long saw her take the initiative to approach him, he felt even more smug, thinking that she was finally willing to talk to him more. But Song Yuyan lowered her voice and told him that Chun Sheng was the man her father had chosen, and also her nominal fiancé. She warned Lei Long to stop targeting Chun Sheng, otherwise things would get out of hand, and no one could handle it. Lei Long's face stiffened, both shocked and furious. He never expected that Song Yuyan would step forward for Chun Sheng. He knew that Song Yuyan's maternal grandfather's family was incredibly powerful, and the Lei family was someone he couldn't afford to offend, so he could only suppress his anger. He pretended to be magnanimous, saying he wouldn't hold a grudge over trivial matters, but in his heart, he suppressed his hatred for Chun Sheng even more deeply. After finishing her sentence, Song Yuyan turned and left, no longer wanting to get involved in this hypocritical birthday party. But she hadn't gone far when Lin Yao made an excuse that she had left something behind, and turned back to warn Lei Long not to target Chun Sheng again. With the two school beauties standing up for Chun Sheng one after another, Lei Long lost all face. He couldn't understand why Chun Sheng, an ordinary person who only knew how to fight, would have them protecting him one after another. But seeing the two big shots was more important right now, so he had no choice but to swallow his anger for the time being. Lei Long quickly came up with an idea. Since he couldn't take action himself, he would use Lu Huanjin and Fei Si's influence to deal with Chun Sheng. This way, I can get revenge and clear myself of all charges. He immediately put on a humble smile, quickly walked up to the two bigwigs, and bowed. Lei Long politely apologized, saying that he had been very impolite for not being able to greet him in time. Lu Huanjin responded with a smile, saying that he had a friendship with Lei Long's father, and it was normal for him to come and support the younger generation on their birthday. Fei Si casually praised Lei Long for his good demeanor, speaking politely, but his eyes kept searching for Chun Sheng in the crowd. The two were distracted from beginning to end, and their disappointment grew more and more obvious when they didn't see Chun Sheng. But Lei Long was completely unaware, still immersed in the fantasy of being valued by the big shot. He proudly introduced his classmates to the two big shots, saying that everyone had long admired their reputation. He then solemnly introduced the man in front of him to his classmates as Lu Huanjin, the owner of the vibrant and fragrant restaurant. The other one is Fei Si, the true power behind Tianxiang Bridge. Chapter 41 Boss Aura. I have long heard of Boss Lu and Fourth Master's great names. Meeting you today, I can see that you two are indeed extraordinary. Su Anqi didn't miss any opportunity to show herself. She stepped out from the glamorous crowd and approached Lu Huanjin in a friendly manner, wanting to get close to him, but was stopped by two security guards. Step back. Fatty Four waved his hand, ordering his men to step back. He remembered this woman very clearly. In the surveillance video, she had spoken to Chen Sheng, and they seemed to be very close, so he had to give her some face. Su Anqi thought it was her beauty that had caught Fei Si's attention, so she raised what she thought was a beautiful smile. Fourth Master, Boss Lu, I am Su Anqi. Please take care of me if I need your help in the future. Definitely, definitely, Lu Huanjin chuckled. Lei Long's friends also stepped forward to introduce themselves to the two, hoping to make their faces known and make things easier for them in Tianxiang Bridge in the future. These days, connections are the key to wealth, and Lu Huanjin and Fei Si are the two most important people in Tianxiang Bridge. Lei Long was quite pleased with the enthusiastic scene, since Fei Si and Lu Huanjin had come because of his birthday, and he figured they would follow his lead even more in the future. Seeing that it was about time, Lei Long coughed and said, "All right, come back. What kind of behavior is this? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Uncle Lu, Fourth Master, please come in and have a few drinks." Lei Long stepped forward and gestured for them to enter. Lu Huanjin and Fei Si strode into the private room. "Young Master Lei, do you still have classmates who haven't come out yet?" Fatty Si asked curiously when he didn't see Chen Sheng and Tan Xiao. Lei Long was just about to bring up the matter and ask Fei Si and his companion to help deal with Chen Sheng, but unexpectedly, the other party brought it up on his own initiative, which was exactly what he wanted. This? He feigned hesitation, then sighed, adopting a worried expression. "Nephew Lei, is something the matter?" Lu Huanjin was a shrewd man and immediately knew that something was amiss. "Why?" With another sigh, Lei Long said, "Uncle Lu, Fourth Master, this is between me and my classmate. I'm afraid you'll laugh at me if I tell you. Some people are indeed missing. A good friend of mine was injured and is resting on the sofa." "What?" Lu Huanjin's expression changed, thinking that the person Lei Long was talking about was Chen Sheng, and he immediately asked, "Who is so bold as to dare to make a move on my turf?" Fei Si frowned slightly. He also thought it was Chen Sheng. However, he had some doubts. He had seen his older brother's skills before. What kind of person could hurt him? Well, it's really hard to say. Seeing that the two had achieved the desired effect, Lei Long once again began to play hard to get. "Dare to hurt someone on my turf? Has that person left yet?" Lu Huanjin asked. "No, I'll take care of it for you in a bit." "This Uncle Lu, it's all between classmates." Lei Long was secretly delighted, but on the surface, he hesitated. There are some things he can't say so easily. He has to let others say them. Otherwise, if the two most beautiful girls in school cause him trouble, he'll be in deep trouble. "President Lei, since Boss Lu is willing to help, just say it." Su Anqi interrupted impatiently. "Boss Lu, Fourth Master, President Lei is considering our friendship and doesn't want to say it, so I'll say it for him. Here's what happened. We have two classmates who weren't invited to the party by President Lei, but they came anyway, wanting to show off in front of our school beauty. President Lei was kind and didn't say anything, taking them to the party, but they kept causing trouble at the party, which infuriated us. In the end, they even assaulted someone, seriously injuring one of President Lei's very good friends." Su Anqi did not mention Chen Sheng and Tan Xiao's names, as their names were not worthy of appearing in this setting. Instead, she added fuel to the fire and said a lot of bad things about the two of them. "That's how it is. We told him that this was Boss Lu and Fourth Master's territory, but he not only looked down on us, but also said that even if we were nothing, we should get lost when we saw him." Upon hearing this, Fei Si and Lu Huanjin's expressions turned somewhat ugly. They weren't fools. They knew this woman was exaggerating, and they were rather displeased. "Beautiful lady, watch your words," Huang Yang said coldly. "Be careful what you say." Su Anqi's expression changed slightly, and she gave an awkward smile, not daring to say another word. "Let's go. I want to see who's so bold as to cause trouble at young Master Lei's party and be so arrogant in my fat force territory." Fei Si spoke arrogantly, assuming that Chen Sheng had been beaten. He was extremely angry and wanted to see who was behind this disrespectful behavior. Fourth Master, they are also my classmates. Please go easy on them later. Lei Long put on a kind and benevolent act. I know what I'm doing. As they spoke, the group arrived at the door of the private room. Xiao Jianren took the lead and opened the door for them. Fei Si and Lu Huanjin went in first, but they were stunned as soon as they entered. There was indeed a guy lying on the sofa with a bruised and swollen face. But that wasn't Chen Baohuang. At this moment, Chen Sheng was eating in an orderly manner, while Tan Xiu was also eating beside him. However, upon seeing them, she stopped, grabbed a wine bottle next to her, and prepared to fight. However, upon seeing the yellow sheep, Tan Xiu's eyes showed surprise and astonishment, which then turned into a meaningful look. The appearance of the yellow sheep made him realize that Chen Sheng was not lying or bragging. This time, they were really invited by Fei Si. Chen Sheng continued eating and drinking, remaining extremely calm. Lu Huanjin and Fei Si exchanged a glance and immediately understood what was going on. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, I almost got used as a pawn. It was those two, Fourth Master and Boss Lu. They were the ones who caused a scene at young Master Lei's party and even injured one of young Master Lei's friends. Su Anqi had long wanted to teach Chen Sheng a lesson, and now that she finally had the chance, she followed Lei Long and his group in from outside, and said in a show of force, "You two bastards, daring to cause trouble in Fourth Master and Boss Lu's place. Why don't you get over here right now?" Huang Yang was about to speak when Fei Si stopped him with a look. He turned around and asked Lei Long, "So they were the ones who beat up your friend?" "Yes." Lei Long nodded and said respectfully, "Fourth Master, I'm really sorry to have made you laugh. Please be gentle with your hands later. We're all classmates." After saying that, Lei Long looked at Chen Sheng and the other man and said in a gloomy tone, "This is the territory of Fourth Master and my Uncle Lu. I told you not to cause trouble here. What is about to happen is not something I can control. These two guys are in deep trouble now." "That's right. Not to mention Lu Huanjin. Fatty Fourth Master alone is not someone to be trifled with. Hey, who told them to offend young Master Lei? Young Master Lei's status is not something these two farmers can afford to offend." The crowd behind them whispered amongst themselves, each one arrogant and sarcastic, waiting to see a good show. Chapter 42, Give Me Face. "Weren't you two so arrogant just now? Why are you so quiet now?" Su Anqi mocked. "Two country bumpkins, you really think you're something special, daring to cause trouble at young Master Lei's party. Don't you even know your place? Don't you have any idea what kind of person young Master Lei is, or what kind of people you are? In our eyes, you're just trash. Do you know what trash is? It's useless garbage." With Lin Yao and Song Yuyan absent, Su Anqi completely revealed her true nature, uttering offensive and unbearable words to Chen Sheng and Tan Xiu, which was completely at odds with her flamboyant and stylish appearance. Even though Fei Si and Lu Huanjin's gazes towards Su Anqi changed repeatedly, as if they were looking at an idiot or a madman. However, the two remained standing there, letting her perform, wanting to know how long she could keep going. Lei Long smiled smugly. He loved this feeling he didn't have to do anything, yet people would rush to do whatever he wanted for him. After Su Anqi finished speaking, Lei Long said, "Anqi, stop talking. What you're saying is hurtful to her self-esteem." Chen Sheng continued eating calmly. Tan Xiu wanted to laugh. He was really looking forward to seeing how interesting these people's expressions would be when the truth was revealed. Self-respect? What self-respect do people like them need? Su Anqi sneered repeatedly, then changed her attitude and went to Lu Huanjin and Fei Si, saying gently, "Gentlemen, you must teach these two ignorant fools a lesson." Fatty Si didn't say anything. His face was sullen, and he walked forward. Lu Huanjin and Huang Yang followed beside him. Besides, there were also a dozen or 20 of Fat Four's men. These men did not recognize Chen Sheng and had already pulled out batons from behind their backs. Lei Long, Su Anqi, and a group of classmates watched all this with amusement, waiting for Chen Sheng to beg for mercy, kneel in front of them, and wail in agony. Fei Si approached step by step. As he approached, the air grew increasingly quiet. Excitement gleamed in Lei Long's eyes. The feeling of using someone else to do the dirty work is just too good. Soon, Fei Si walked up to Chen Sheng. just when everyone thought Chen Sheng was about to suffer a terrible fate. A terrifying scene unfolded. Fatty C, facing Chen Sheng, suddenly bowed at a 90-degree angle and respectfully called out, "Big brother. Big brother." This name seems to have a magical power. The air fell silent. A deathly silence. The smiles on Lei Long's, Suanqi's, and everyone else who had mocked Chen Sheng's face froze instantly. Big brother. Fei Si calls him Big brother? Everyone wondered if they had misheard. I simply can't believe it. Fei Si, the head of the underground forces in Tianxiang Bridge, who was over 40 years old, actually called Chen Sheng brother. This world is insane. Even Tan Xiao was dumbfounded, her eyes filled with astonishment. Fat Four's men were completely bewildered. What's going on? What are you all standing there for? Call me boss. Fatty Four turned around and sternly shouted at his men behind him. You don't even have this much sense? How do you expect to work for me? Big brother. Instantly, Huang Yang was the first to come to his senses, and he also bowed and respectfully called out to Chen Sheng. Big brother. Almost simultaneously, behind Huang Yang, a dozen or 20 bodyguards in black bowed to Chen Sheng. This scene completely stunned everyone. Lei Long's smile froze on his face, and his cheeks twitched involuntarily. Suanqi's smug face remained frozen in time. Her pupils, framed by purple contact lenses, trembled slightly, and her red lips parted slightly, as if she had seen a ghost. A sentence popped into her mind. I'm here today because Fei Si invited me. These are the words Chen Sheng said to her. At the time, she thought Chen Sheng was bragging and didn't take it to heart at all. At this moment, my feelings are extremely complicated, and I feel like my body has nowhere to rest. Behind them, a group of people who had a close relationship with Lei Long were all dumbfounded, not one of them unafraid of shock. Who would have thought that an ordinary, young guy from the countryside would be Fei Si's older brother? That's unbelievable. Lu Huanjin, standing to the side, almost laughed. This guy, Fei Si, really had a twisted sense of humor. He didn't have to make such a big show, but he insisted on scaring these greenhorn kids like that. Faced with such a display, Chen Sheng knew, of course, that Fei Si was doing it on purpose. He stopped eating, put the wine jug back on his person, and said with a slightly helpless expression, Fatty, is this really necessary? Hey, that's what we should do. Let some snobbish guys see who should take a piss and look at themselves. Fei Si deliberately raised his voice, and upon hearing this, Lei Long, Suanqi, and the others looked even more complicated, their expressions as if they had eaten shit. Bring that shrew and Lei Long here. Fatty Si ordered his men, plopping down on the sofa. Huang Yang waved his hand, and two of his men walked out, one towards Lei Long and the other towards Suanqi. They pushed the two men in front of Fatty Si. Suanqi had never experienced such a scene before. She was so frightened that her legs trembled, her face turned pale, and her mind went blank. Lei Long, you're something else. I've had dealings with your father before, but even he wasn't this cunning, trying to use someone else to do your dirty work. Fatty Si ignored Suanqi and smiled meaningfully at Lei Long. Lei Long shuddered and said with a forced smile, I'm innocent, Fourth Master. I'm definitely not the kind of person you think I am. Oh, you mean I misspoke? Fatty Four asked back. Thunder Dragon. How the hell is he supposed to answer that? Whether he says yes or no, the outcome he faces will not be pleasant. Fourth Master, it's my birthday today. Please give me some face and let this matter drop, okay? Lei Long asked cautiously. Giving you face? Fei Si seemed to have heard a funny joke and laughed heartily. He stood up from the sofa and looked at Lu Huanjin. Boss Lu, he asked me to give him face. Lu Huanjin shook his head with a helpless smile. He's such a greenhorn. He dares to say anything. Fei Si was still laughing, his laughter echoing, and he looked very happy. Lei Long thought there was hope for the outcome and hurriedly added, My Lei family has some influence in Qinqing. If something happens to me, my family will definitely. You son of a bitch. Suddenly, Fei Si, who had just been laughing, changed his expression abruptly, his face darkening, and he raised his foot to kick Lei Long in the abdomen. Bang! Lei Long was kicked to the ground, clutching his stomach, staring at Lei Long in disbelief. Fatty, you dare kick me? Kick you? I dare not only kick you, I dare hit you. Who do you think you are? Forget about your reputation. Even if you called your father here, you'd better ask me if he'd dare to accept the face I'm giving him. Damn it, I haven't shown my power in years. Do you really think I'm easy to get along with? Fatty C angrily said. Drag him out and beat him hard, until even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Chapter 43, A Person in the Martial World. In the world of gangsters, ruthlessness is key. If you weren't ruthless, you wouldn't be where you are today. He has never been an easy person to get along with, and even Lu Huanjin couldn't guarantee that he could get his face back. His kindness depends on the person. What is a thunder dragon? He still wants to use someone else to do his dirty work, and he still wants to give him face? In terms of wealth, their family may have more than Face C, but in terms of connections and power, if the Lei family dares to act recklessly at Tianxiang Bridge, they are guaranteed not to be able to walk out. At a command, Lei Long was dragged aside, and several of his men beat him until he cried, curled up on the ground, and screamed incessantly. His friends felt a chill run down their spines as they listened. No one dared to speak up for Lei Long. They are now struggling to even take care of themselves. Pooh! Spitting in Lei Long's face, Fatty Four cursed. Who do you think you are? If it weren't for Big Brother being here, do you think Boss Lu and I would have come over? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Fei Si used the same words Su Anqi had used to scold Chen Sheng and the other man on Lei Long. He returned to the sofa, grumbling and cursing. Fei Si looked at Su Anqi. Now it's your turn. You were the one who was cursing the most just now, right? Spare me. Fourth Master, spare me. The moment Fei Si spoke, Su Anqi's legs went weak, and she knelt down, crawling to Fei Si's side. Fourth Master, I didn't know Chen Baoang. Get away from me. Fatty kicked her away. Don't get so close to me, okay? Fourth Master, please let me go. I was really wrong, I was wrong. Su Anqi cried, pleading desperately as she was terrified. Seeing that Fei Si remained silent, she crawled to Chen Sheng's feet again. Brother Baoang, I'm sorry, it was my fault. I looked down on you. I shouldn't have cursed you. Please, please forgive me, don't hold a grudge. Please. Su Anqi was terrified. She had never encountered such a situation before. Her mind went blank, and all she could do was beg for mercy. Chen Sheng took 2 steps back in disgust. Get over here. Huang Yang grabbed Su Anqi's hair and dragged her in front of Fei Si. Who let you go over there? Let me go, let me go. Su Anqi murmured, as if these were the only words she could say, her eyes filled with pleading. Right now, she felt extremely regretful. She regretted treating Chen Sheng that way. Originally, by following Lin Yao and Song Yuyan, he could have gotten to know Chen Sheng first and built a good relationship with him. If only she weren't so foul-mouthed. Now, perhaps the outcome will be different. Unfortunately, there's no going back. She can only beg for mercy now. Fourth Master, as long as you let me go, I'm willing to be your slave. Su Anqi pleaded, while also trying to smear Lei Long. It's all Lei Long's fault. What I said just now was what Lei Long told me to say. Hearing these words, Lei Long, who was being beaten, wanted to refute them, but the waves of pain turned his screams into wails. Yellow Sheep, cut out her tongue. Fatty Four was impatient. He hated gossipy women the most. Upon receiving the order, Huang Yang did not hesitate for a moment. He pulled out a knife from his body, which gleamed with a chilling light under the lamplight, inspiring fear. No, no. Su Anqi retreated in fear, shaking her head repeatedly, her eyes filled with terror. She hadn't retreated far when several of Fatty Four's men blocked her way. No. Su Anqi tried to escape like a madwoman, but was pinned to the ground by 2 burly men. She kept struggling. Unfortunately, it was all for naught. Huang Yang took 2 steps to stand in front of her, pinched her mouth, and said gently and kindly, as if he were a gentleman, stick out your tongue. Don't worry. I will be gentle and I promise you won't feel any pain. Su Anqi kept her mouth shut, staring at the yellow sheep in terror. A warm, wet sensation emanated from beneath her skirt. She was so scared when she saw the gazelle that she peed herself. The gazelle got too close, and his trouser leg got wet. He immediately got angry, slapped the man across the face, and shouted, You won't open your mouth, huh? I'll help you. After saying that, he pinched Su Anqi's nose tightly. Su Anqi's face turned bright red. Finally, unable to resist, She opened her mouth and gasped for breath. At the same time, one of her subordinates grabbed Su Anxi and pried open her mouth. Su Anxi struggled frantically. Huang Yang laughed and stuck the knife into her mouth. The blade had touched the tip of her tongue, and a trickle of blood flowed out. With just a slight twist, Su Anxi's tongue would be twisted off. Many of Lei Long's friends had already closed their eyes, unable to bear watching. Even Tan Xiu felt it was somewhat cruel and turned his head away. Wait a minute. Just as Huang Yang was about to make his move, a voice rang out. Everyone turned around and saw that the person speaking was Chen Sheng. Hey, let her off this time. Give me some face, Chen Sheng said. When Chen Sheng spoke, almost no one expected it. You know, Su Anxi was the one who was cursing him just now. Facey was also surprised. They believed that Chen Sheng was too kind, that he was too compassionate. Chen Sheng did not offer much explanation. It wasn't because he was kind. He once stood amidst a battlefield littered with fragments of corpses. He also personally cut open the enemy's belly and took out their intestines. He even once beheaded his opponent with a single stroke, sending blood splattering more than 3 meters high and covering him completely. Su Anxi was, after all, a friend of Song Yuyan and Lin Yao. If she really lost her tongue, given the personalities of the two women, they would never ignore her. At that time, Chen Sheng would definitely not be able to extricate himself from the relationship. He didn't take Su Anxi seriously at all. Even if she had a tongue, it wouldn't affect Chen Sheng at all. However, he did not want Su Anxi to complicate his relationship with Song Yuyan. Chen Sheng didn't explain much. He was never one to explain. He stood there quietly, waiting for Fei Si's reply. Although Fei Si thought Chen Sheng was kind, since the former had said such things, he naturally couldn't say anything. All right, I must give face to my elder brother. His words left Lei Long's friends momentarily stunned. Previously, Lei Long had also asked Fei Si to give him face. At this moment, Chen Sheng was in the same boat. However, the same words spoken by different people can produce such vastly different results and differences. What kind of magic does Chen Sheng possess that allows him to make Fei Si obey his every word? Everyone was puzzled. Upon hearing this, Huang Yang took back the knife in his hand. The men who had grabbed Su Anxi released her. She collapsed to the ground, motionless, muttering to herself. Thank you, Brother Baoang. Thank you, Chen Sheng said with a smile. From now on, it's up to you. Hey, Fei Si understood immediately and instantly grasped Chen Sheng's meaning. As long as he doesn't cut out his tongue, the rest is up to him. Immediately, Fei Si got up, walked to Su Anxi's side, and gently kicked her twice. Your tongue doesn't have to be cut off, but your mouth is really too annoying and must be punished. Please follow my Tushio account. Name, Emote Song. Thanks. Chapter 44 Slapping. Boss Lu, what do you think is the best way to punish her? Fatty 4 looked at Lu Huanjin, who had been quiet all along. Slap him in the face. Lu Huanjin didn't stand on ceremony and directly stated his thoughts. Good idea. You. Come here. Fatty 4 pointed at one of his men. Beat her mouth until it's swollen. Yes. After the subordinate finished speaking, he slapped Su Anxi hard across the face, instantly turning Su Anxi's face red. That slap almost stunned her. Before she could even react, another slap landed on her. Smack, smack, clap, clap, clap. The rhythmic slaps rang out, and Su Anxi trembled all over, tears streaming down her face. Lei Long's classmates and friends were all dumbfounded and terrified, wishing they could disappear into a crack in the ground. God bless you. Whatever you do, don't cause them any trouble. Prayers in everyone's hearts. However, what you fear most is what you will inevitably encounter. Fatty C looked up, glanced at them, and said coldly, You're all the same. Slap yourselves 100 times. If anyone doesn't hit hard, I'll do it for them. After Fei Si finished speaking, everyone fell silent for a moment, and no one made a move. What? Fatty C shouted menacingly. Didn't anyone hear what I said? The heart-wrenching roar terrified them, sending chills down their spines. Wah! A girl couldn't help but cry, tears streaming down her face. Fei Si looked at her, and she quickly slapped herself across the face with all her might. Once the first person takes action, there will be a second, a third, and so on. Before long, the sound of slaps and Lei Long's screams echoed throughout the private room. On the sofa, Hu Haisheng, who was originally fine, was terrified and didn't dare to open his eyes, pretending to be unconscious. Huang Yang, you keep an eye on things here. Those dozen or so can leave after being slapped 100 times. But this woman has to be beaten until she's swollen, and Lei Long has to be beaten so badly his own mother wouldn't recognize him, Fei Si said. I know, brother. Okay, we'll go up first. You keep a close eye on them. After Fei Si finished speaking, he personally came up to Chun Sheng and asked, Brother, is this your friend? I don't know how to address him. Tan Xiao, Chun Sheng said to Tan Xiao. This is the head of the underground forces in Tianxiang Bridge, known in the underworld as Fatty Fourth or Fourth Master. Hello, Fourth Master. Tan Xiao stepped forward and shook hands with Fatty Fourth. No, you're my friend, brother. Just call me Fatty Four. Fatty Four said modestly. If you call me Fourth Master again, I'll get angry. Haha, then call me Fourth Brother. Tan Xiao knew that Fatty Fourth wouldn't address Chun Sheng as Master. But since he was a man of the underworld, he wouldn't naively call him Fatty Fourth. That's more like it. After a brief introduction, Fei Si introduced Boss Lu to Tan Xiao. Tan Xiao was quite shocked to learn Lu Huanjin's identity. Tonight, Chun Sheng is intentionally promoting him. These two big shots are not people that just anyone can know. Tan Xiao was filled with gratitude. All right, enough talk. Let's go up. My friends are all waiting up there. After a brief introduction, Fei Si invited Chun Sheng and Tan Xiao to go up to the 9th floor together. Xiao Jianren hurriedly pressed the elevator button, waiting for the others to arrive. He had witnessed everything that had just happened, and he felt extremely fortunate. Just before, he had wanted to curry favor with Lei Long and join him in mocking Chun Sheng and his companion. However, I just haven't found the opportunity yet. At this moment, he was extremely grateful that God had not given him such an opportunity, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thinking of all this, Xiao Jianren's face turned pale. He tried his best to hide his fear and respectfully saw Chun Sheng and the other three off. As he watched the elevator doors close, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and his back was already soaked. The private rooms on the 9th floor are even more luxurious than those on the 8th floor. This entire floor was specially built for Lu Huanjin, and even if you have the money, you can't book it normally. It is not open to the public at all. Inside the private room, some scantily clad young women were wildly swaying their alluring bodies in the center of the dance floor, while others were using all their skills to serve several men. The arrival of Chun Sheng and Tan Xiao surprised them somewhat. They clearly hadn't expected that the promising young man Fei Si and Lu Huanjin had described would be so young. The two looked to be in their early 20s. Fortunately, these people did not look down on them because of their age. Regardless of whether they were truly capable or not, they were introduced by Lu Huanjin and Fei Si, so they still had to give them some face. Brother, this is Zhou Yunqi, the famous owner of Zhou Luxing Jewelry in Qincheng. This is the director of Qincheng Mercedes-Benz, who manages all Mercedes-Benz 4S stores in Qincheng. This older gentleman is quite famous. He's a renowned fortune teller in our Qincheng elite circle. He's very accurate at predicting the future. Years ago, he even predicted that I would reach where I am today. He's Lu Tianqing, Old Man Lu. Although old Lu doesn't own any businesses, all the wealthy people in Qincheng give him some face. Even people in the upper circles, old Lu knows some of them. There were 8 people in total, each with an extraordinary background. They were either CEOs of companies or extremely famous individuals. Chun Sheng had never heard of these people, but Tan Xiao had heard of some of them. After learning their names, Tan Xiao was filled with shock and admiration. After introducing these people to Chun Sheng, Fei Si said to everyone, "This is the young man I was talking about, the one with a bright future, my elder brother, named Chun Sheng, courtesy named Bahuang. This is my brother's friend, Tan Xiao." These people were very polite, greeting the two of them and shaking hands. The party continued, and Chun, being rather withdrawn, quietly drank on the side. Fei Si and Lu Huanjin went to greet their friends, and soon Fei Si returned to Chun Sheng's side. He dared not neglect Chun Sheng. Not to mention that Chun Sheng knows people at the Tianxiankyo police station. The fact that his boss specifically requested to see him is enough for him to take this seriously. You should know that their leader, Yin Shenyang, is not someone that just anyone can meet. Even the big bosses in the Southern District rarely saw her. In their minds, Yin Shenyang was extremely mysterious, and there was almost nothing in the martial arts world that she couldn't handle. It is precisely because of Yin Shenyang that Fei Si is so obedient to Qin Sheng today. Brother, what do you think of my friends? Although they're not in the upper echelons of Qinsheng, they each have their own uses. If you ever need anything, you might as well ask them for help. Fatty C said, as he took a bottle of liquor out of the refrigerator and opened it. I can tell that you like to drink, so I specially brought over a bottle of Matai that I've been treasuring for 5 years. As soon as the bottle was opened, Chun Sheng smelled a rich aroma of wine, and excitement appeared in his eyes. He already knew it was good wine before even drinking it. Fei Si poured Chun Sheng a glass himself and said, "Come on, brother, let's have a drink." Chun Sheng didn't stand on ceremony and clinked glasses with him before asking, "Didn't your boss want to see me? Where is he?" Chapter 45 Divine Calculation. Qinsheng was curious about Fat Four's boss. The two had never met before, so how could the other parties say he knew him? He came here tonight to see Boss Fatty. Big brother, please wait a little longer. My eldest daughter is usually quite busy and doesn't really like these kinds of occasions, Fatty said apologetically. She'll probably be here a little later. Good. Fortunately, nothing happened, and there was still good wine available, so Mr. Qin didn't mind waiting a little longer. Having overcome his inferiority complex, Tan Xiao, with the care of the hostesses, drank a few glasses of wine and seemed to become bolder. He chatted and laughed with several big shots, and his ability to boast was in no way inferior to theirs. They quickly became very close. He walked up to Lu Tianqing. "Old Lu, fourth brother just said you're very good at fortune-telling. Could you tell my fortune too?" "Sure, what's so difficult about that? Let me see." Old Lu was having a great time and had a better impression of Tan Xiao than of Qin Sheng. His face, which was in his 60s, was flushed from drinking, and his tone was a little unsteady. "No need for birth date and time?" Tan Xiao asked. "It's just a quick calculation, no need for all that." Lu Tianqing was quite confident. While important figures might require birth dates and times, he could easily deduce the general idea from this greenhorn with just a glance. When Lu Tianqing asked for a fortune-telling, it immediately attracted everyone's attention, and they all came forward to watch. Even Qin Sheng was drawn over. He knew some fortune-telling methods, which were taught to him by Master Cho, but he had never used them. "Let me tell you, your background must not have been very good. Your father had a chronic illness, while your mother was healthy. You went through a difficult time when you were 16. You must have had a serious illness or some accident that almost cost you your life. The second hurdle was at 19, a hurdle in love being dumped by a younger girlfriend." While embracing the beautiful woman, Lu Tianqing looked Tan Xiao up and down, and then repeated these words over and over. Tan Xiao was already quite drunk. However, a few words from Lu Tianqing instantly brought him to his senses, and his eyes widened. Because what the former said is absolutely correct. Although he didn't go into specifics, he was generally right. His father was disabled, and the family relied entirely on his mother to support them. When he was 16, he suddenly developed a high fever, which, according to his mother, almost cost him his life. At 19, the year he graduated from high school, his girlfriend, whom he admired, kissed a rich man right in front of him. When he discovered this, she not only did not repent or admit her mistake, but even mocked him mercilessly. Call him trash, a piece of trash, and someone who'll always be a country bumpkin. Back then, he was young and hot-blooded, so he rushed over and hit the man. As a result, they were humiliated instead. Even 3 years later, the scene remains vivid in my memory. From then on, Tan Xiao's self-esteem was severely damaged. He was depressed all day long, extremely self-conscious, and almost ashamed to face anyone. If it weren't for his parents at home, he might have already taken his own life. And that man, Tan Xiao will never forget. That person was also one of Tan Xiaolai's targets at the business school. He was none other than one of the top students in business school, Zhang Ziding. It was because Zhang Ziding was in the business school that he was admitted to the business school, hoping to avenge the humiliation he suffered back then. However, what's laughable is that, in the past 3 years, he has only met Zhang Ziding 6 times. Moreover, the two were practically from completely different worlds and had absolutely no interaction with each other. These things had always been buried deep in Tanxio's heart. They were his emotional wounds. He had tried countless times to forget them, but today they were awakened once again. Even though he was somewhat drunk, he remained perfectly sober at that moment. "How about it, little guy? Was I right?" Lu Tianqing asked with a hearty laugh. "Allow." Regaining his composure, Tanxio exclaimed in astonishment, "You've been right about almost everything." Not far away, Chen Sheng was quite surprised. While Lu Tianqing was telling fortunes, he was also observing Tanxio, and what he saw was exactly the same as what Lu Tianqing had seen. It seems that what Master Cho taught us was not fake. Chen Sheng took a sip of wine. Back then, Master Cho had passed on his life's knowledge to him, which included all sorts of strange and wonderful things, such as fortune-telling and feng shui. At that time, Chen Sheng disdained learning those things and only learned martial arts. But the ugly master insisted on teaching him, using every possible method, making it difficult for him not to learn. Looking back now, those things were actually quite easy to learn. Haha, that's all your past. It's not hard to know. Maybe I've had someone investigate you. Seemingly to prove his abilities, Lu Tianqing said, "How about this? I'll calculate your future." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Tianqing looked at Tanxio again. But this time, he drew something in the air on Tanxio's face with his hand, which looked like a gossip. Then, I watched for quite a while. Strange, Lu Tianqing looked puzzled. He could clearly tell from Tanxio's face that he was destined to be poor all his life. Just as he was about to make a conclusion, the fate in front of him became blurry. "What's wrong?" Lu Huanjin asked. "Young friend, may I borrow your birth chart for a reading?" Lu Tianqing asked, reluctantly pushing the woman in his arms away, his expression serious. He lost face because he couldn't see Tanxio's future in front of so many people. Good. Tanxio gave her birth date and time, and Lu Tianqing, who had brought paper and pen with him, started writing and drawing on it, making it impossible to understand what he was doing. After a long while, he put down his pen and remained silent for a long time. "Old Lu, have you noticed anything?" Zhou Yunqi, who was in his 40s, asked. He had never seen Lu Tianqing like this before. "Sigh, I might have drunk too much tonight." Lu Tianqing shook his head. "I can't make a judgment for now." "What?" Everyone was speechless. They had been so confident just moments before, but this was the result, leaving everyone feeling disheartened. Tanxio, who had been eagerly anticipating the event, was also quite disappointed. "I thought I could know my future in advance." "Haha, it's all right, it'll be fine next time. We must have made a mistake somewhere after drinking so much tonight." Lu Huanjin laughed it off. "Come on, guys, let's drink. Come on, let's have a drink." The group skillfully steered the conversation away from the awkward topic, and the hostesses once again enlivened the atmosphere, filling the private room with laughter and chatter. Only Lu Tianqing remained sullen, seemingly confused about the situation. This is truly illogical. He has never encountered a situation like this before. Although a young person's future is infinite and limitless, one can always make a rough estimate. Unfortunately, I couldn't predict anything today. I never thought that even old Master Lu would make a mistake. Fatty C was slightly disappointed. He had wanted Lu Tianqing to help Chen Sheng with his calculations, but judging from his expression, he probably wouldn't make a move again. Even saints make mistakes. It's just a slip-up, nothing serious, Chen Sheng said with a smile. He didn't try to predict Tanxio's future. He believes that people can create their own future, and there are countless possibilities, so how can they be easily calculated? The gatherings of bigwigs are always purposeful, and this time was no exception. As time went on, amidst laughter and chatter, they signed several contracts, each involving hundreds of millions of dollars. Big brother. At this moment, one of Fatty Four's henchmen ran in from outside the door, walked to his side, and whispered, "Tenth sister has arrived." Chapter 46. Big brother, please follow me. Fatty nodded, stretched out his hand, glanced at the time on his Rolex, and saw that it was already past 11 p.m. So he stood up and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our gathering for today. We'll meet again another day. Boss Lu has prepared a presidential suite for everyone. Please rest here tonight. If you fancy any of the beauties here, you may take them with you." "Can I bring two?" one of them asked. Boss Lu laughed heartily. "As long as you're willing, Mr. He, 3 or 5 is fine too." Mr. Lu is so generous. praised the man referred to as General Manager He. By now, the gathering had covered most of the issues, and several large deals had been signed. Lu Huanjin and others had earned tens of millions through the gathering. Everyone got what they wanted, and everyone was in a very good mood except for Lu Tiancheng. Fei Si spoke, ending the gathering. Everyone left with 1, 2, 3, or 4 graceful women in their arms. A moment later, only Lu Huanjin, Fei Si, Tan Xiu, and Chen Sheng remained. Old Lu, I'm leaving brother Tan Xiu in your care. I'm going to take my elder brother to meet my boss, Fatty Force said to Lu Huanjin. Rest assured. Lu Huanjin understood that Fei Si was telling them to leave, and turned to Tan Xiu, saying, Brother Tan Xiu, come and have some fun with me. Stay here tonight, and don't go back. Okay. Tan Xiu did not refuse. After saying goodbye to Chen Sheng, the two left together. After they left, Fatty Si said, Big brother, please come with me. Fei Si led Chen Sheng into the elevator, went straight to the basement, got into a Mercedes-Benz, and personally drove him to a 5-star hotel, heading straight to the 16th floor. The entire 16th floor was under martial law, with bodyguards standing on both sides of the corridor. Even if Fatty Si came here, he would have to be checked. After taking a knife and a pistol from Fei Si, they let him in. When Chen Sheng saw the pistol, he was slightly surprised, clearly not expecting that Fatty Si had brought such a thing. Fei Si explained, After my last fight with you, I realized that sometimes having more bodyguards is useless. You have to carry something for self-defense, so I got this thing. Chen Sheng was speechless. This guy really learned from his mistakes. Walking between the two guards, Chen Sheng pulled out a dagger from his person without waiting for them to check him. Just as he was about to hand it over to them, the guard said, Young Master Chen, the boss instructed that you don't need to be checked, and you can bring anything. Oh. Chen Sheng's lips curled slightly, becoming increasingly interested in this Yin Shenyang. Fatty Si stood to the side, his eyes wide with shock. In my memory, no one has ever been allowed to bring weapons to see Yin Shenyang. He never expected that Chen Sheng would receive such treatment. This way, please, gentlemen. All right, please lead the way, Fatty Force said politely. Chen Sheng was speechless. This Yin Shenyang was making things quite complicated. As if sensing Chen Sheng's displeasure, Fei Si smiled and explained, Big brother, please don't take offense. The boss is just taking precautions. She has offended too many people over the years. The entire 16th floor of the hotel was occupied by Yin Shenyang. Unless someone led the way, no one would know which room she was in. It wasn't that Yin Shenyang was being deliberately mysterious. Rather, she has too many enemies. This woman is ruthless and decisive. She took over the Hongyue society from the previous leader and acted swiftly and decisively, eliminating countless disobedient subordinates in the past 3 years. And some of his subordinates once held a higher position than Fatty Four. Anyone who is unfaithful to her, or who is arrogant and thinks they are something special, will either be sent to jail by her or disappear forever. Yin Shenyang is ruthless, but she also has her ruthless side. She only targets the issue, not the person. The families and brothers of those she harmed are all still alive. Therefore, Yin Shenyang had to be on guard. Fei Si explained it to Chen Sheng, and Chen Sheng finally understood. About 3 minutes later, the guide led the two to a room and knocked on the door. Inside the door, a woman in a black suit opened it. This person was not Yin Shenyang, but her personal bodyguard. Young Master Chen, please come in, she said politely. Chen Sheng walked in confidently, seemingly unconcerned about encountering a trap. Fei Si followed behind him, intending to go in together, but was stopped by the woman. Fourth master, the eldest master only invited young Master Chen. Well, Fatty stopped awkwardly in place. Okay, I'll wait outside. As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the room closed. Inside, colorful lights illuminated every corner. It was a suite, at least 300 square meters in size, luxuriously decorated, with floor tiles that shone brightly. A faint floral fragrance permeates the air, making one feel refreshed and relaxed as soon as they step inside. On the sofa in the living room, a woman with her back to the door was mixing drinks. On the coffee table in front of her, there were various kinds of alcoholic beverages. Regardless of a woman's appearance, from behind, she is an absolute back view killer, wearing a black lace dress that clings to her skin, showcasing a perfect S-curve. Beneath her long, flowing black hair, her delicate, white neck was slender and fair. Through the slightly low neckline, one could vaguely see that her collarbone was carved with a dragonfly. When his gaze fell on the dragonfly, Chun Sheng was slightly surprised, and then immediately realized who the woman in front of him was. 3 years ago, he is still in prison. Inside the prison, there is a prisoner. The prisoner claimed to have been a former leader of an underground organization. Due to a mistake, he got caught up in a storm and offended someone he couldn't afford to mess with. To prevent his brother and sister from being harmed, he went to the police station to turn himself in, confessed to all his past crimes, and took all the blame upon himself. Because of his special status, he was sentenced to death and executed by firing squad a year ago. This woman was his sister. He had spoken with Chun Sheng about how he had considered guiding his sister onto the right path, sending her abroad to study, and helping her become a successful person. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Chun Sheng had many encounters with women. She would visit his brother dozens of times a year, initially to see his brother, but later she became attracted to Chun Sheng. Her brother knew that Chun Sheng would one day leave the prison, and he also knew that Chun Sheng was no ordinary person, so he did not stop him, but was happy to see it happen. He and the woman had several pleasant experiences in prison. The dragonfly on the woman's collarbone was carved by him, stitch by stitch. Unsurprisingly, there was another word on her buttocks. Shortage. This was the tattoo she asked Chun Sheng to do, representing that she was branded and would forever be Chun Sheng's woman. Chun Sheng had also told her that there was someone he could never forget in his heart, but unfortunately, the woman who was infatuated with Chun Sheng never cared about this. You've arrived. Just as Chun Sheng was reminiscing about the past, the woman had already mixed 2 glasses of fine wine. She stopped what she was doing, turned around, and smiled. Chapter 47 Xiaomani. In Shenyang. Chun Sheng never expected that In Shenyang, the legendary underground boss of Qinxing South District, would be his woman, Xiaomani. What impressed Chun Sheng most about Xiaomani was her smile. A single glance back, a smile that could launch 1,000 ships, the beauties of the 6 palaces pale in comparison. Every time Chun Sheng saw her smile, especially when she turned around and smiled, an ancient poem would unconsciously come to mind. Xiaomani wore a silk short dress. Perhaps because she was going to meet an old friend, she dressed up specially. Her simple attire gave her the delicate beauty and gentle grace of a woman from Jiangnan. A loose, light gauze dress was draped over her body, covering her graceful figure. The deep, curved neckline revealed her unique feminine charm, and the sheer fabric of the dress made her stand out, attracting attention. Wearing such an outfit, she outshines 99% of models or celebrities. The skirt was unusually short, ending abruptly at the top of her thighs, revealing her long, smooth, and delicate legs, which shimmered with a pale, jade-like luster, crystal clear. She turned around, glanced back, and smiled gently. Even with Chun Sheng's considerable experience, he was still stunned, his eyes lingering on the beautiful scenery before him. This woman is getting bolder and bolder. Although Xiaomani possessed the refined beauty of a woman from Jiangnan, in front of Chun Sheng, she also had a charm and allure comparable to that of a foreign woman. Big brother, Xiaomani exclaimed excitedly, running to Chun Sheng's side and wrapping her arms around his neck. When did you come out? You didn't even tell me. I've only been out for less than 2 months, and I didn't even know where you were, Chun Sheng said with a faint smile. I thought it was someone like In Shenyang, but it turns out it's you. Are you surprised, little brother? Xiaomani blinked and said softly, Yes, it was quite unexpected. Chun Sheng shifted his gaze from her body to Xiaomani's eyes. It's been a year since we last met, hasn't it? How has this year been? Aside from missing you a lot, everything else is fine. Xiaomani blinked, her girlish demeanor completely unlike the formidable In Shenyang. Did you miss me, little brother? Occasionally. Chun Sheng told the truth. Little brother, you're so naughty. Xiaomani wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, she was quite delighted. She was already very satisfied that Chen Bahuang would occasionally think of her. Before coming, she had planned to say a lot to Chen Bahuang, to share all the grievances and experiences of the past year with the man she loved. But when she saw Chen Bahuang, All her unspoken words culminated in a hug and a kiss. A fragrant breeze wafted through the air, oblivious to those around them. Her bodyguard blushed slightly and awkwardly looked away. After a long while, Xiao Mani reluctantly let go. "Little brother, come and see what this is." She took Qin Sheng's hand and led him to the coffee table. There are 2 glasses of wine on it, red wine. Even from a distance, Qin Sheng's sensitive nose could detect a faint, unique fragrance. Gardenia. It seems the young man still remembers. How could I forget? I remember the first time Qin Sheng and Xiao Mani had that special relationship was because of this cup of gardenia. Xiao Mani has exceptional bartending skills. In Qin Sheng's eyes, she was a bartender whose talent was wasted on being a gang leader. She could create the best flavor from any different kind of liquor. This is also one of the reasons why Qin Sheng likes her. And her wine was delicious. Gardenia is a cocktail she created herself. Qin Sheng thought he could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, but 1 cup of gardenia made him dizzy. The rich aroma even flowed through every nerve in his body and invaded his mind. My first time with Xiao Mani was because of a cup of gardenia. "Hey bro, wanna have a drink with me?" Xiao Mani pulled Qin Sheng to sit on the sofa. "Are you still up for a drink? What is there to be afraid of?" Qin Sheng had only drunk this wine once before, and this was the second time he had seen it, but he had never forgotten the taste of that glass of wine from before. There aren't many kinds of wine that he can never forget. Gardenia is one of them. Moreover, Qin Sheng also wanted to test whether he could withstand the strange effects of drinking the gardenia tea. Xiao Mani picked up a wine glass, and Qin Sheng also picked up a glass. Bite. The 2 touched lightly. Then, he downed the entire glass of wine in 1 gulp. Hiss. The liquor swept across his mouth, leaving a lingering aroma. It felt like a knife scraping across his throat, igniting his internal organs. Qin Sheng immediately felt a burning sensation and a sense of heat within his body. This wine has no lingering effects. It takes effect immediately after it passes through the internal organs. However, the moment this feeling arose, the energy within Qin Sheng's body spontaneously surged out and annihilated them all. As soon as Qin Sheng had a thought, that qi immediately dissipated. If Qin Sheng were willing, the effects of the gardenia would completely disappear. But he didn't want to. That's the feeling you get from drinking. Otherwise, why drink it? "Little brother, is it good?" Xiao Mani drank a glass of wine, her clear eyes becoming slightly hazy. Qin Sheng didn't get dizzy, but she did. Delicious, just like before. The wine was excellent, and Qin Sheng wanted another glass, but unfortunately, they were all gone. And what about me? Am I still the same as before? Xiao Mani's pretty face flushed slightly as she leaned closer to Qin Sheng, her slender legs slightly turned to the side, pressing tightly against him. "Of course it's different. You're more beautiful and better looking than before, and you've gained the same domineering aura as your brother." Qin Sheng smiled. He was telling the truth. A year ago, Xiao Mani was still a bit naive, but now, she was like a fully blooming rose, bright and dazzling. Although she was gentle and mild in front of Qin Sheng, she revealed the domineering aura that only an underground boss possessed. "Then would you like to try another kind of wine?" Xiao Mani got closer and closer to Qin Sheng, her red lips almost a centimeter away from his cheek, her hot breath hitting Qin Sheng's face. "I'm afraid you'll kill me." Qin Sheng reached out a hand and gently touched Xiao Mani's leg. Xiao Mani lifted the hem of her skirt, and beneath the thin fabric, a very small silver short gun was clearly hidden. "With this, do you think you can kill me?" After saying that, she casually tossed the gun aside. "Who says I can't kill? I have no will to resist when I see you." "Yeah." Xiao Mani blinked. "How about we give it a try?" Cough. As the 2 grew closer together. At the door, her personal bodyguard looked embarrassed. He coughed lightly, intending to stop them, but finding that the 2 seemed not to hear him, he could only shake his head helplessly, push open the door, and quietly walk out. Chapter 48, A Fainting Moment. Fei Si had been waiting outside the door for a long time, eager to know what had happened inside. Just then, the door opened from the inside, and Xiao Mani's bodyguard, Yuya, walked out. In an instant, Fei Si peeked through the crack in the door and saw the scene on the sofa. He wondered if he was seeing things and immediately rubbed his eyes. Unfortunately, the door was already closed, and Crescent Moon came to the doorway. "What are you looking at?" "No, nothing." Fatty C's expression was strange. "Beautiful you. By the way, is the situation inside all right?" "Don't worry, it's fine." Crescent Moon commanded. "Go away." After saying that, he turned to the bodyguard standing at the door and said, "And you, step back 5 meters away." "Yes." These subordinates didn't understand what was going on and obediently left, but only Fatty C understood instantly. Have to. He wasn't seeing things, it was real. Otherwise, the Crescent Moon would never appear here. Big Brother is awesome. Facey sighed inwardly. Who else in the world could do that? Damn it, they've only met once, and she's already hooking up with his boss. In his memory, every time he saw the boss, she was aloof and cold. In Shenyang had always been a goddess in their hearts, and no one dared to lay a finger on her. Facey had always had a question in her mind. What kind of person could be worthy of her and be her man? He never imagined that the goddess he held in high esteem would actually be pushed down by Chen Sheng. This must be the first time they've met, right? This world is crazy. Fatty clicked his tongue, standing far away and gazing at the closed door, almost idolizing Chen Sheng in his heart. Crescent Moon stood at the doorway, her arms crossed over her chest. She was Xiao Mani's personal bodyguard and also Xiao Mani's brother's sworn sister. Before she left, her brother's only request was for her to protect Xiao Mani. Therefore, for the past few years, she has been by Xiao Mani's side, accompanying her as her personal bodyguard. For Xiao Mani's safety, no matter what Xiao Mani does, she will not leave her side for even a moment, protecting her closely. Standing outside the door, hearing the frantic commotion inside, Crescent Moon's face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head, trying her best not to hear. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned, and that sound kept echoing in my mind and ears. Inside the presidential suite, the fire was raging, and a blue, Huang, meaning wasteland, tattoo was clearly visible, conspicuously etched on Xiao Mani's fair skin. Chen Sheng and Xiao Mani used a unique way to express their feelings about being separated for a year. Outside the door, Crescent Moon waited for about 10 minutes, thinking it was almost over. She turned around, pushed the door open, and went in. But as soon as she opened the door, she saw two figures standing side by side in the room. This scene was extremely awkward, and she quickly withdrew. Damn it! Crescent Moon gritted her teeth outside the door. She said this, but the scene she had just witnessed kept flashing through her mind. Her face turned red, her heart pounded, and she had a strange feeling in her heart. No, forget about it immediately. Crescent Moon shook her head. If she thought about it any longer, she would probably fall for it too. Unfortunately, not only did she not forget it, but the scene became more and more specific and clear. She even couldn't help but replace Xiao Mani in the picture she had just seen with herself. This night is destined to be sleepless. Not only Chen Sheng and Xiao Mani, but also Fei Si, Yuya, and a group of bodyguards outside the door did not dare to leave without orders, and just waited obediently and respectfully outside. The whole night. It wasn't until after 9 o'clock the next morning that Chen Sheng opened the door and came out. He took one last look at the sleeping Xiao Mani, and then, while Xiao Mani was still asleep, Chen Sheng secretly slipped out. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Who would have thought that such a woman would be a top leader of the underground forces in Qinqing? He wanted to stay with her a little longer before leaving, but unfortunately, Chen Sheng had promised to help Yin Xingya deal with her scoundrel and idiot husband, so he had to go back. His things were still at home, and if he went back too late, they might get thrown out onto the street by her man. Snort. When Yuya saw Chen Sheng, her face turned cold. She glared at him and immediately pushed open the door to the presidential suite. Chen Sheng looked puzzled. When he saw Fei Si running over, he asked in confusion, "What's wrong with her? Did I offend her?" "I don't know." Fei Si hadn't slept all night, but he was in good spirits. Staying up late was commonplace for him. People like him were naturally active at night. Pulling Chen Sheng aside, Fatty Four gave him a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. "Big brother, you're amazing. You're practically my idol." "What's wrong?" Chen Sheng asked, puzzled. "Brother, stop pretending. Don't you know what happened last night?" Fatty Four winked and made faces, as if he knew what was going on. Chen Sheng immediately understood and said with a forced smile, It's nothing. It's nothing. This is nothing, brother. She's our boss. Being her man is like being the boss of all of us. Fatty C said excitedly. Brother, when you become successful in the future, don't forget the days when I carried your shoes. Chen Sheng. We're all friends. Of course we won't forget you. Shenyang is already asleep. You should go home early. I have something to do. I need to go home now, Chen Sheng said. Do you want me to give you a ride? Fatty 4 asked. No need. I'll take a taxi back. When Tan Xiu wakes up, you can see him off, Chen Sheng said with a smile. He's my brother, so you'll have to look after him more in the future. Don't worry, brother. I'll definitely take good care of him, Fatty 4 quickly assured him. Brother's brother is my brother. How could I not take good care of him? Thank you. After giving his instructions, Chen Sheng left the hotel, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for his rented apartment. When he got home, it was already 9:30. He had arranged to meet Yin Xingya at 10 o'clock, so Chen Sheng ate a few steamed buns downstairs before going home. Just as it was 10 o'clock, there was a knock on the door. Yin Xingya probably hadn't slept well last night, as she looked quite tired, with faint dark circles under her eyes and a lazy, weary air. Perhaps because she had just woken up, she hadn't had time to change out of her pajamas. A white lace nightgown revealed her slender arms. Although she was already 42 years old, her hot figure was in no way inferior to that of a young woman, and her face looked like she was only in her 30s, truly a case of ageless beauty. Sister-in-law, Chen Sheng greeted her with a smile upon seeing her. Thank you all for your support. If you don't mind, please feel free to add this to your favorites. The novel will be updated daily, so please feel free to read it. Any suggestions are welcome in the book review section. Chapter 49, Gentle and Refined. Author of this book, Shen Wuzong. Headline name, Emote Song. Welcome to follow us. Yin Xingya must have been a great beauty when she was young. Even now, as a mother, her skin is still delicate and beautiful. Although she is middle-aged, she gives people the illusion of being a young woman. This kind of woman has a unique, breathtaking charm that unmarried women don't possess. Chen Sheng really couldn't understand why Yin Xingya, with such a beautiful wife at home, was still fooling around outside. It's such a pity for such a woman. Not only does she have to spend her days alone in her empty room, but she is also treated like an ATM and often suffers mistreatment. Yin Xingya noticed Chen Sheng's unrestrained gaze, but instead of being nervous, she seemed to want him to look at her more. She deliberately straightened her posture and let Chen Sheng look at her, a sly smile appearing on her lips. After all, Chen Sheng was a vigorous, handsome, and capable young man. She was at the age where she was most vigorous and passionate, and that philandering man had been staying out all night for more than a decade. Even when he did come back, they never slept together, and they hadn't done that kind of thing in a long time. She longed for it. Over the years, she had grown tired of having to take care of things by herself late at night. Chen Sheng remained composed and did not feel any discomfort from Yin Xingya's subtle movements, probably because he was still exhausted from his crazy night with Xiao Mani. Smiling, Chen Sheng invited Yin Xingya into the house and asked, Sister-in-law, have you had breakfast? Still calling me sister-in-law. Yin Xingya rolled her eyes at Chen Sheng. From now on, just call me Xingya or Sister Xingya. My relationship with that man has long been a sham. Yin Xingya immediately distanced herself from the man before saying, I ate some this morning, not too much. I saw you weren't home last night, so I came to check on you early. Now that you're back, I'll go back and change my clothes before coming over. When is he coming? Chen Sheng asked. Oh, I don't know. That man is never punctual. When it came to serious matters, a look of worry appeared on Yin Xingya's face. She was always worried about that man. Brother Bahuang, if something really happens, you must not confront him. He is a scoundrel. If something happens to him, I will feel guilty. Xingya, don't worry, nothing will happen. Dealing with a petty thug was no big deal for Chen Sheng, but it was a real problem for Yin Xingya, who had wanted to divorce that man for years. They reported the incident to the police and filed a lawsuit, but to no avail. Even an upright official finds it difficult to settle family disputes. Almost no one was willing to get involved, not even her relatives, who didn't want to get involved in the trouble. Brother Bahuang, thank you. Whether we can reach an agreement or not, I'll treat you to a meal after this is over. Yin Xingya forced a smile and said to Chen Sheng, eat whatever you like. Are you going to eat me? Chunxing only thought this to himself. Naturally, he wouldn't say it so directly. All right, then I won't stand on ceremony, Chunxing said. Okay, I'll go back and change my clothes first. Yin Qingya smiled gently and turned to leave. Perhaps thinking about what was about to happen, Yin Qingya was uneasy. She turned around and took 2 steps when she suddenly lost her balance and her footing went awry. Oops! She screamed. Her pajamas billowed up, and she fell to the ground, her face pale with fright. Just as she was panicking, a figure swiftly attacked her. Then she felt a strong arm support her waist, and her body lightened, barely stabilizing itself in mid-air as she fell. Looking up, the person who came was none other than Qinsheng. At this moment, the two of them were frozen in the classic hero saves the damsel in distress pose seen on television. Qinsheng's icy hand was placed on her waist. They were so close that she could clearly smell his distinctive masculine scent. Looking at Qinsheng's well-defined features and his slightly languid eyes, Yin Qingya felt as if she were bathed in a spring breeze, and a blush immediately appeared on her pretty face. Facing Qinsheng, she felt her heart race, as if she had returned to her youth, and a shy blush rose in her heart. Logically speaking, such emotions shouldn't appear in the heart of a woman like her, but they did appear unexpectedly, leaving her at a loss. 8 Desolations. Yin Qingya murmured softly, her eyes filled with complex emotions. The broad chest of the young man before her and his aura gave her an unprecedented sense of security, and she hoped that he would never let go. Qinsheng held Yin Qingya close, and he could clearly feel the temperature of her body. It was as if he was holding not a woman, but a piece of warm jade, which made him want to touch it. Sister Qingya, are you all right? Qinsheng heard Yin Qingya's call, helped her up, and gently put her down. Couldn't you have held me a little longer? I should have known better than to call you. A strange thought popped into Yin Qingya's mind, and she felt her face getting hot. Realizing she had lost her composure, she quickly covered it up, saying, No, it's nothing. You just scared me. Luckily you were here. By the way, your speed just now was so fast. Is it fast? It's just normal speed. However, this normal speed was much faster than that of an average person. Chunxing naturally did not explain, but said, I noticed that you were not in good spirits today, so I kept watching you. In fact, ever since the fortune-telling incident with Lu Tianxing last night, Qinsheng had inadvertently sensed that Yin Qingya was about to suffer a disaster the moment she entered the room, and the feeling was palpable. Therefore, he kept staring at Yin Qingya, wanting to see if it was true. When his speculation was confirmed, Qinsheng was both surprised and somewhat relieved. If he hadn't intervened in time, Yin Qingya might have suffered a concussion from that fall. Bahuang, thank you. Yin Qingya was clearly terrified. After the blush faded, her face turned somewhat pale. Oh, just then, a rough voice suddenly came from outside the open door. So that's why this bitch dared to make me delay for a few days and wanted to talk to me. Turns out she's got a gigolo. As the discordant sound rang out, a group of 5 people appeared in the stairwell. The leader was a man who looked to be in his mid-40s, bald, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, a high nose, thick lips, and a burly build. He also had a knife scar on his face, which extended from the corner of his left eye down to his ear, making him look quite ferocious. He was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, and his arms were covered with tattoos, but it was impossible to tell what they were. His appearance alone was enough to terrify an ordinary person. Behind him were 4 young men, the oldest being 22 or 23 and the youngest looking only 18 or 19. They had bizarre hairstyles, wore ripped jeans and what they thought were cool vests, smoked cigarettes, and walked around in a swaggering manner. Chapter 50 Kai Yong. Author of this book, Shen Wuzong. Headline name, Emote Song. Welcome to Follow Us. The burly man was very impolite. He kicked open the half-open door, walked in, swaggered to the sofa, picked up an apple from the coffee table, and started eating. After the 4 young men entered, they grabbed things in the living room and started smashing them. The vases, fish tank, and television in the living room were all smashed without exception. Stop! Yin Qingya's clear eyes showed some fear, and she involuntarily took 2 steps back. But seeing the destruction around her, she mustered her courage and shouted, Kai Yong, tell your men to stop. Kai Yong is that man's name. Kai Yong munched on his apple, his expression arrogant and disdainful. "You old hag, I just smashed some of your things. What's all the fuss about? I'm allowed to have an affair with this pretty boy, but I'm not allowed to smash your things." "Kai-yong, don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with him." Yin Xingyao was furious. She hadn't done anything, yet she was being falsely accused. As Yin Xingyao's man, Kai-yong didn't seem particularly angry when he saw her with another man. The relationship between the two had long been a sham. He was only here today for money, and he didn't care at all whether they had any real relationship. He ignored Yin Xingyao and let his underlings smash things up in the house. After smashing the living room, the underlings went to the bedrooms and the kitchen, smashing everything they could, including Zihan's belongings. Chen Sheng didn't stop them. He just watched silently as they smashed things. However, no one noticed that his eyes were growing increasingly cold. "Kai-yong, since you're here today, let's have a proper chat and tell your men to stop," Yin Xingyao said coldly once again. Kai-yong completely ignored him and turned his gaze to Chen Sheng. "Kid, judging by your fair skin and delicate features, you must be a rich man. Tell me, how much money are you going to give me for seducing my wife?" At this moment, Chen Sheng smiled calmly, walked to the sofa opposite Kai-yong and sat down. "I heard you asked Sister Qingya for 5 million? 5 million? Hey, that was the previous price. Now, if I catch you two cheating on me, I'll add another million, 6 million, not a penny less." Kai-yong spoke indifferently, showing no concern whatsoever for Yin Xingyao's innocence. All he cared about was money, and he had to get it today. Otherwise, he will run into trouble. That guy who wants money won't let him get away with it. "Kai-yong, you bastard, what do you mean by having an affair? You've been away from home for so many years, and I've been raising the child alone. When have I ever done anything like that?" Although Yin Xingyao had sexual needs, she had never done anything out of line over the years. Unexpectedly, Kai-yong not only demanded money but also insulted her innocence. She grew even paler with anger. "Who do you think you are, talking to me like that?" Kai-yong glared at him fiercely, then casually threw the apple at her head. Yin Xingyao instinctively covered her head, but before she could, Chen Sheng caught the apple in his hand. "Kid, looks like you've got some skills. No wonder you dare to talk to me face to face." Kai-yong crossed his legs and said arrogantly, "I'm a straightforward person. 6 million. Take it out, and you two can have your affair as you please. If you can't take it out, don't blame me for being impolite. I'll take your mother." Chen Sheng was furious on the spot. He had never met Kai-yong before and had originally held a sliver of hope for Kai-yong, thinking that since it was a family matter, they should have a proper talk. "I never expected this guy to treat his wife like this. He's worse than an animal." Chen Sheng stood up and slammed the apple in his hand into Kai-yong's face. Bang! The apple hit Kai-yong's face with tremendous force, exploding instantly and shattering all over his face. No one expected Chen Sheng to suddenly make a move. The scene before their eyes startled Yin Xingyao, who screamed, and Kai-yong was stunned for a moment. After a moment of stunned silence, his brows furrowed, and the scar on his face, along with his gloomy expression, became extremely ferocious. "Damn it!" Kai-yong wiped the fruit crumbs off his face, his eyes extremely gloomy, and stood up, roaring. "Kid, you fucking want to die, don't you?" His underlings noticed the situation and, before he could speak, grabbed their weapons and ran over, surrounding Chen Sheng. "What are you doing? This is my home. No one is allowed to lay a hand on me." Yin Xingyao snapped out of her surprise and immediately stepped in front of Chen Sheng. "Kai-yong, do you still want your money? If you do, make them leave. Back off. You damn woman, you're siding with outsiders, aren't you? I'm taking the money today, and I'm going to beat this guy up too. What are you standing there for? Push that woman away and beat this kid to death." Kai-yong roared at his henchmen. The 4 young men immediately rushed forward, shoved Yin Xingyao aside, and went to attack Chen Sheng. "8 desolations, watch out," Yin Xingyao shouted. Chen Sheng remained calm and delivered a high kick, sending the man flying. He then grabbed a fruit plate from the coffee table and hurled it at the remaining 3 people. Despite having more men than women, Chen Sheng completely dominated the situation, and his 4 henchmen were dealt with in less than a minute. Upon seeing this, Yin Xingyao's eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Sheng is too strong. He took on 4 opponents and actually won. Yin Xingya's lips parted slightly. She could hardly believe that Chen Sheng, who was usually gentle and kind to her in Zihan, could be so powerful. Similarly, Kai Yong couldn't believe what he was seeing. He hadn't even had a chance to participate in the whole process. Damn, what a bunch of useless trash. Seeing his 4 underlings lying on the ground, Kai Yong cursed under his breath, but he wasn't afraid of their fall. Because he still has a trump card up his sleeve. These 4 henchmen were his underlings, but he came to collect money today because he had offended a much bigger figure who was downstairs at the moment. Furthermore, he brought 20 or 30 men with him. Those people were watching him, and if he didn't get the money, the guy downstairs would come up himself. Kai Yong didn't take the guy, who was only in his 20s, seriously at all. From the beginning until now, he hadn't even asked the guy's name. Even if he can fight, so what? Can he take on 20 or 30 people by himself? Besides, a kid like that can handle it himself. Kid, you'd better cut off both your arms right now and transfer the money to my card, or else. Kai Yong pulled out a machete from behind him, placed it on the coffee table, then lit a cigarette and began to smoke. A pair of gloomy eyes, peering through the smoke, stared intently at Chen Sheng and continued. This knife has been with me for 15 years. In those 15 years, it has cut off the hands of 78 people, cut off the feet of 136 people, and stabbed 373 people. Kid, if you were a smart man, you would know what to do next. Chapter 51, A Severing Blade. Kai Yong took puffs of his cigarette, waiting for Chen Sheng to make his choice. He has dealt with far too many young people like this. Which one wouldn't obediently hand over money if they were just scared? Besides, he wasn't trying to scare Chen Sheng. He was already on the verge of ruin. If he didn't hand over the money, he wouldn't be able to survive in this area from now on, and his hands and feet might even be broken. If Yin Xingya dares not pay, he will drag her down with him. Since we're already struggling to make ends meet, what's wrong with having another Yin Xingya or another pretty boy? I'll pay you, Kai Yong. Don't hurt innocent people, Yin Xingya said in a panic. I've already had people come to see this house and my house. As soon as I ask, they can sign the contract and make payment immediately. She didn't want Chen Sheng to be hurt because of her family affairs. She thought that if she sold the house and tried her best to raise the 6 million, she might be able to make it. You're smart enough to know your place. Kai Yong sneered. Women are women, cowards as mice. You can easily scare them into handing over money. These kinds of women are usually useless, but they can be used as ATMs. Okay, please don't do anything. I'll call the person who bought the house over right now. Yin Xingya's face was pale. She took out her phone, preparing to call someone to come and sign the contract. Just as she was about to make the call, Chen Sheng grabbed her hand. Giving money to this kind of trash is not as good as burning it. At least it can keep you warm. Yin Xingya's hand trembled slightly as Chen Sheng snatched the phone from her. He then walked smilingly to Kai Yong, gazing at the aged knife. Can you lift this knife? Kai Yong's face grew increasingly grim, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. This young man is practically provoking him. If he doesn't do something in front of his underlings, how will he be able to lead them in the future? Fuck you, I'll kill you. Kai Yong threw down his cigarette, and reached for the machete. Almost simultaneously, Chen Sheng made his move. He slapped her hard. Smack! A crisp slap rang out suddenly. Kai Yong felt a tremendous force surge up his face, his head spun, and his vision blurred. His outstretched hand trembled involuntarily. Before he could react, Chen Sheng slapped him again in the same spot. Buzz! Kai Yong's head was buzzing. Half of his face immediately became swollen, and blood streamed from his nose. Holy crap! Kai Yong shook his head, with only one thought in mind, to take the knife. Unfortunately, because of his momentary hesitation, the machete had already appeared in Chen Sheng's hand, who said with amusement, "This is the knife you've used to kill so many people? It's just a piece of scrap metal." As he spoke, an astonishing scene unfolded. The steel machete was now held in Chen Sheng's hands, and he flicked it lightly. Click! The half-meter-long machete was snapped in two. Kai Yong and his henchmen were immediately dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with terror. That's a knife. The thickest part is a full 2 centimeters. He actually broke it in half. What kind of strength does this require? Gulp! An 18 or 19-year-old underling couldn't help but swallow hard. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would have believed it? I'll fight you to the death. Kai Yong felt insulted. His battle sword, which had been with him for half his life, was now useless. He was so angry that his cheeks turned red, and he picked up a stool and threw it at Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng skillfully dodged Kai Yong's attack and kicked him. Kai Yong stumbled backwards and finally sat down on the edge of the door. That kick cleared his head a bit. He's no match for this pretty boy. Although I'm reluctant to admit it, that's the truth. Pretty boy, don't you dare leave, you just wait. Kai Yong scrambled out the door and ran away, rolling and crawling. His 4 henchmen hurriedly followed him out, not daring to linger for even a moment. Yen Xingya was completely dumbfounded. Everything had happened too fast. By the time she came to her senses, Kai Yong had already run away. Chen Sheng, hurry up, he's gone back to call for help. Yen Xingya wasn't happy about Kai Yong's departure. She knew him too well and knew he would definitely come back. It's all right. I just hope he brings reinforcements, as many as he can, Chen Sheng said calmly. To deal with this kind of scoundrel, you have to make him give up completely and never dare to set foot here again. If it weren't for the fact that he no longer had his former identity and couldn't kill people at will, Kai Yong would have been dead the moment he slapped him. Chen Sheng comforted Yen Xingya, telling her that everything would be all right. After a long while, Yen Xingya sat down with some doubt and waited with Chun Sheng for Kai Yong to return. 3 vans were parked downstairs in the residential area, and a group of people were smoking and chatting under the vans. Upon seeing Kai Yong, everyone put away their playful smiles and stood together. A man in his 30s stepped out from the crowd. Judging from his demeanor, he was probably the leader of the group, and he was extremely arrogant. Brother Liu, that kid's out. One of them stepped forward and looked at Kai Yong ahead. Looks like he didn't get the money. Humph. This time I have to make him pay back the money. I suffered a huge loss yesterday, and I have to make up for it. If he doesn't pay back the money, I'll break his legs. The man called Brother Liu cursed. Brother Liu, with you personally taking action this time, do you think he dares not to pay back? The man continued. Brother Liu, yesterday I got some money from the brothers to help you buy a new car. Don't be too sad. What goes around comes around. That bastard Huang Yang will get his comeuppance sooner or later. Haha, you're so sensible. The man was none other than Lu Songming, who had extorted money from Chun Sheng at the hospital yesterday. He was a minor leader in the underworld, and although his status was not as high as Huang Yang's, someone like Kai Yong was only fit to carry his shoes. A few days ago, Kai Yong went to the casino. He managed to cheat and was caught red-handed. Lu Songming was familiar with Kai Yong's situation. He was eager to make a name for himself in the underworld, but after more than 10 years, he hadn't made a name for himself and was always acting like a big shot, swaggering around. If it weren't for the fact that he has a wife and 2 houses and could get some money from cheating, his hands would have already been taken away. Boss Liu, Kai Yong, accompanied by 4 henchmen, jogged over from a distance and approached Lu Songming. He bowed and scraped, his previous arrogant demeanor completely gone. Boss Liu, you must stand up for me. Didn't you get the money? Lu Songming asked coldly. Brother Liu, it's not that I don't want to pay. My stinky wife was going to give me money, but some pretty boy stopped her and beat up my brother. That pretty boy is quite skilled. I'm no match for him either, Kai Yong said cautiously. I really had no other choice but to come to you. Oh, how much did your wife agree to take? 3 million. Kai Yong didn't tell the truth. He was being cautious and wanted to keep some money for himself. Chapter 52, The Dust Settles. Author of this book, Shen Wuzong. Headline name, Emote Song. Welcome to Follow Us. 3 million? A hint of greed flashed deep in Lu Songming's eyes, but he didn't show it outwardly. 3 million is just compensation for our losses. If you want me to take action, you'll need to add 2 million. If you have 5 million, I'll take some people up there to take a look myself. If you can't come up with that much money, you'd better figure it out yourself. Having had 3 teeth knocked out by Chun Sheng yesterday, Lu Songming's speech was a little slurred, and he was very uncomfortable with it, so he subconsciously touched the spot. The pain in his teeth reminded him again of the slap Chun Sheng had given him yesterday, and his scalp tingled. He dared not seek recourse from Chun Sheng to recover this loss. However, with Kai Yong, this sucker, right in front of him, how could he let him go? Anyway, you only have 1 hour left. If you can't come up with 3 million in an hour, you'll lose your hands. Extortion is Lu Songming's specialty. judging from his appearance. Without him, Kai Yong obviously couldn't come up with 3 million yuan, and Kai Yong couldn't possibly find anyone else within an hour. The only solution now is to ask him for help. Otherwise, his hand would be cut off. He believed Kai Yong knew what to choose. 5 million it is. Kai Yong gritted his teeth. 5 million was acceptable, and he could keep 1 million. As long as you can solve this, Boss Liu, I will definitely make that woman come up with 5 million. All right, brother, that's straightforward. I, Liu Songming, am determined to handle this today. Even if it's the king of heaven himself, I'll fucking get it done for you today. Once the price was right, Liu Songming immediately became sworn brothers with Kai Yong, showing him great enthusiasm. Boss Liu is a true friend. Although Kai Yong was unhappy, he didn't dare to act recklessly on the surface. After this matter is resolved, I hope Boss Liu will give me a chance to follow you. No problem, no problem. 5 million to recruit a lackey. Liu Songming was naturally willing to do this kind of business. Brothers, come with me, and let's go see who this guy is who dares to bully even my men. A large group of people walked upstairs. Half a minute later, 20 or 30 people appeared in front of Chun Sheng's house. This time, there was no knocking either. Liu Songming's henchmen kicked the door open, and a group of people rushed in, standing on both sides, making quite a show of force. Immediately afterward, Kai Yong and Liu Songming walked in side by side. As soon as they entered, Kai Yong shouted, "Kid, my big brother is here. Why aren't you coming out and kneeling down?" Yan Xingyao panicked and looked at Chun Sheng. Chun Sheng gestured to Yan Xingyao not to panic, and calmly turned his head to see what kind of person Kai Yong's big brother was. Upon seeing this, he was speechless. What a coincidence. I saw Liu Songming, the man in the BMW, again just 1 day later. At the same time, Liu Songming also met Chun Sheng. His previously confident expression suddenly changed, his smile froze, and he wondered if he had seen wrong, subconsciously rubbing his eyes. But the appearance of the person in front of me hasn't changed. His feelings were complicated at that moment. Grass. How so? What a fucking coincidence. Liu Songming's face was contorted with misery, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Kai Yong arrogantly said, "Kid, I told you I wouldn't let you go today. If you know what's good for you, do as I just said, cut off both your arms and apologize to me. Otherwise, my elder brother will never let you off." Oh, Chun Sheng's eyes darted around, a smile spreading across his face as he looked at Liu Songming. Is what he said true or false? Liu Songming's face turned ugly. When he saw Chun Sheng smile, he couldn't help but shiver. Without thinking, he raised his hand and slapped Kai Yong across the face. Smack! The decisive slap left Kai Yong completely dumbfounded. "Brother, why did you hit me?" "Hit you? Damn it. Hitting you is already a light punishment." Liu Songming was filled with fear. He couldn't afford to offend Chun Sheng's identity. If he had known that Kai Yong was talking about Chun Sheng, he wouldn't have dared to come even if he had 10 times the courage of a bear and a leopard. If he hadn't realized in time that the person opposite him was Chun Sheng and had continued to be arrogant, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Kai Yong almost got him killed. Thinking of all this, Liu Songming was furious. That idiot Kai Yong, before even checking who the other party was, launched into a tirade of abuse. "Kai Yong, don't you know your own worth and what kind of person you are? You even dare to mess with Brother Chin? Do you know who he is? He's Brother Yang's friend. You lowlife, you're not even worthy to carry his shoes." Liu Songming was spitting as he spoke, and he not only used his mouth but also his hands, punching and kicking Kai Yong. Kai Yong's 4 henchmen were completely dumbfounded, their eyes filled with disappointment. When they first entered society, they thought Kai Yong was a tough guy, but they didn't expect him to be so cowardly. Their dream of following him and becoming a gang leader in the future was shattered. Liu Songming's group of men looked on in surprise. Weren't they supposed to help Kai Yong? Why did they turn around and attack Kai Yong instead? "Brother Liu, please don't hit me, Brother Liu." Kai Yong pleaded desperately, not daring to fight back at all, like a dog in front of Liu Songming. Yan Xingyao looked surprised. She clearly hadn't expected things to develop this way, and she certainly hadn't expected Kai Yong to be such a bully who preyed on the weak. Thinking about how Kai Yong had bullied her and her daughter over the years, She felt even more that this man was worse than a pig or a dog, only knowing how to be a bully at home. Lu Songming kicked Kai Yong in the stomach. Fine, I won't hit you anymore. Go over there yourself and apologize to Brother Chun. Hurry up. Kai Yong was a big, burly man, but at this moment he was incredibly cowardly and dared not resist at all. If he dares to resist, who knows what that ruthless Lu Songming will do to him. Trembling with fear, Kai Yong approached Chun Sheng and whispered, I am sorry. Kneel down and speak. Lu Songming shouted. Thump. Kai Yong was so frightened that his legs went weak and he immediately knelt down. Brother Chun, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Chun Sheng's eyes were indifferent. He really didn't know where Kai Yong got the good fortune to marry a woman like Yin Qingya, but they still don't know how to cherish it. He had no interest in arguing with such a nobody and asked Yin Qingya, Do you have a divorce agreement? Yes. Yin Qingya nodded hurriedly. She had intended to settle things with Kai Yong with money today, and she always carried the divorce agreement with her. She hurriedly took out a pen and the agreement from her bag. Chun Sheng took the agreement, glanced at it briefly, and tossed it, pen and all, in front of Kai Yong. Sign. Kai Yong hesitated, knowing that if he signed the document, he would never get the money again. What are you standing there for? Are you deaf? Just sign it when I tell you to. Lu Songming cursed angrily. Kai Yong shuddered in fright and hurriedly signed the document. To be on the safe side, Yin Qingya even took out an ink pad and had Kai Yong put his fingerprint on it. Buzz. Just then, Chun Sheng's phone rang. It was actually Zihan's teacher, Lu Ryue. Mr. Chun, please come to the hospital immediately. Upon answering the phone, Lu Yueru's slightly anxious voice came from the other end. Chapter 53 Critical Illness. Author of this book, Shen Wuzong. Headline name, Emote Song. Welcome to Follow Us. Lu Ryue's words immediately made Chun Sheng's heart jump to his throat. Anything related to Zihan was what Chun Sheng cared about most. Teacher Lu, what happened? Chun Sheng asked. Yes, 5 minutes ago, Zihan suddenly fainted, and her condition worsened again. We are continuing the surgery now. The bone marrow match has been found, and we need you to come and sign the consent form. What? Chun Sheng's expression changed. Okay, have the doctor arrange it immediately. I'll be there right away. Zihan's matter cannot be delayed, and Chun Sheng has no time to waste on Kai Yong. He took a few steps to Kai Yong, grabbed his neck, and lifted him up instantly, his feet off the ground. At the same time, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, and the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. If you dare to harass Qingyao again, you'll face the consequences, understand? Kai Yong was being choked and was about to suffocate. He struggled constantly, and when he heard Chun Sheng's words, he nodded repeatedly, his heart filled with extreme fear. Chun Sheng's eyes were terrifying. If he dared to say no, he suspected he would be killed on the spot. Those eyes, like those of a demon, sent chills down his spine. Snort. Chun Sheng released Kai Yong, not glancing at him again, and walked towards Lu Songming. Watch him. Finish signing the document before you leave, understand? Okay, I understand, Lu Songming said. Brother Chun, are you leaving? Would you like me to see you off? Chun Sheng nodded and did not refuse Lu Songming. Lu Songming immediately arranged a henchman for Chun Sheng. Qingya, I need to go to the hospital to see Zihan. If anything happens here, just call me. Good. Yin Qingya nodded. Go quickly. Zihan is important. Chun Sheng said a brief farewell and left in a hurry. With Lu Songming around, he believed that Kai Yong would not dare to resist in the slightest. That is indeed the case. After obediently signing the document, Kai Yong, under Lu Songming's watchful eye, even knelt down to apologize to Yin Qingya. Yin Qingya slapped him several times, avenging herself and her daughter for all the humiliation they had suffered over the years. From this day forward, we have nothing to do with each other. After seeing Kai Yong out, Yin Qingya politely thanked Lu Songming for his help. Lu Songming said, Don't thank me. You should thank Brother Chen properly. To be honest, I actually came here today to ask for money back. If it weren't for him, Lu Songming didn't continue the conversation, as it would be too hurtful. He also had no desire to stay, so he took his leave and brought Kai Yong with him. He wasn't going to give up Kai Yong's 3 million. He had to make him hand it over, or he'd kill his hands. As they disappeared, Yin Qingya let out a long sigh. Chen Sheng had really solved the problem for her, something she hadn't expected. I wonder who this young man is. Yin Qingya muttered to herself, having lived with Chen Sheng for 3 months. Although he did ordinary work, her intuition told her from their occasional conversations that Chen Sheng was not simple. Today's events have reinforced this feeling in her mind. The image of the little man kept appearing in her mind, and Yin Qingya's heart, which had been dormant for many years, was stirred up again. Even though Chen Sheng had just left, she was already looking forward to their next meeting. At Qinxing Hospital, Chen Sheng urged Lu Songming's men to speed almost the entire way. Soon, he appeared at the hospital entrance and sprinted towards Zihan's floor. At this moment, Lu Riyue was anxiously waiting for him in the corridor. Zihan had already been taken into the operating room, and the surgery could not proceed without his signature. Upon seeing Mr. Chen's arrival, she hurriedly went to greet him. "Mr. Chen, how is Zihan?" Chen Sheng asked. "I came to visit her today and played games with her." Suddenly, she had a nosebleed and then fainted. After the doctor examined her, he said she needed to have surgery immediately. "The bone marrow match has been found today, and the surgery can be performed. Now we just need you to sign the consent form. This way, come with me." Lu Riyue was particularly concerned about Zihan. She had no classes today and came over without even changing out of her white teacher's suit. She was extremely anxious because she didn't expect this to happen. They led Chen Sheng to the operating room, where a nurse was holding a stack of documents. "Hello, this is Zihan's guardian," Lu Riyue said to her. "Okay, sir, please sign here." The nurse handed the prepared documents to Mr. Chen. Without a second thought, Chen Sheng immediately wrote down the name on it, and then said, "Where is Zihan? I want to see her." "Sir, not now. She has just woken up and shouldn't be too emotional," the nurse explained. "Okay, then please speed up the surgery. The success rate of the surgery is only 30%. Chen Sheng was extremely nervous. He had never been this nervous, not even when he had been on the battlefield. After Chen Sheng signed the consent form, the surgical procedure began to continue. Several doctors then hurriedly held a meeting to divide the tasks for the upcoming surgery. Several people sat on either side of the conference table, discussing animatedly, but the seat at the very top remained empty. There should have been someone sitting there. He was the chief surgeon for Zihan's surgery, Professor Chiojia. His absence from meetings was something the doctors and assistants had almost gotten used to. He held a high position, enjoyed exceptional treatment at the hospital, and was arrogant. He would never show up until the very last second before surgery began. Has Professor Chiu not arrived yet? After everyone finished discussing, a doctor asked a question. No. The surgical assistant shook his head. Then let's wait a little longer. A hint of helplessness flashed in the doctor's eyes. Professor Chiu should have arrived by now, but he was late this time, which puzzled everyone, but no one dared to call and urge him. Professor Chiu has an eccentric temper. Last time, a doctor went to urge him, and he got angry and said that only one of the doctor and himself could stay. The doctor was fired that same day. From then on, no one dared to have any objections to Chiojia. Everyone was angry, but dared not speak out. At this moment, the surgery was about to begin, but he had not yet arrived. No one dared to call him, and no one dared to go to his office to urge him. They could only wait quietly. Standing outside the operating room, Chun and his companion heard Zihan's painful cries from inside the ward, and their hearts ached as if they were being stabbed with needles. They were extremely anxious and hoped that the surgery could begin as soon as possible to reduce Zihan's pain. But a full half-hour passed, and the doctors still hadn't come out of the meeting room. Although Chen Sheng had never been a doctor, he had undergone several surgeries and knew that preoperative meetings lasted no more than 5 minutes. At this moment, half an hour has passed, which is definitely not normal. He suppressed his anger, pushed aside the nurse blocking the conference room door, and stormed in. "What are you doing? My sister is in critical condition. Half an hour has passed. Why haven't you started yet? This is chapter 5. There were supposed to be 6 chapters, and there will be one more tonight, which will probably be very late. I suggest you read it tomorrow." Chapter 54, On the Verge of Explosion. Author of this book, Shun Wuzong. Headline name, Emote Song. Welcome to Follow Us. The moment Chen Sheng walked in, he saw that the doctors weren't having a meeting but were playing on their phones, and a nameless anger rose in his heart. Zihan is in imminent danger. These doctors are playing on their phones. How could Qinsheng not be furious? Zihan is the person he cares about most right now. No one is more important than Zihan. Even if something happens to him, nothing can happen to Zihan. It's easy to imagine how furious Qinsheng was at that moment. His eyes were filled with a chilling coldness. Even Lu Riyue, who was following behind and had a good temper, frowned at this moment, feeling that these doctors were going too far. Inside the meeting room, the doctors were clearly surprised by Qinsheng's sudden entrance. Each doctor was wearing a mask, so their expressions were obscured, but their hasty actions of putting away their phones showed that they were also embarrassed. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Qinsheng's voice was low, barely concealing his anger, on the verge of exploding. A respected doctor stood up and explained, "Sir, it's not that we don't perform the surgery. The surgical procedure has already been arranged, but..." He paused for a moment and then said, "The surgeon hasn't arrived yet, so we don't dare to perform this operation." "What? Didn't come?" Qinsheng's eyes were bloodshot. "You said you were going to have surgery when you didn't even come?" "Sir, please calm down." The doctor, seeing that Mr. Chan was about to lose his temper, walked over from a distance and explained, "The surgery was originally scheduled for 2 days later. Your sister's situation was completely unexpected, which is why we initiated the emergency plan. Everything was ready, but the surgeon was late. With us operating, the success rate might be less than 10%. For safety reasons, I didn't dare to start rashly." The doctor was extremely frustrated. Xiao Jia was in the hospital office at that moment. They had already notified him, but he still hadn't come over. Unfortunately, no one dared to urge him. Xiao Jia was usually very arrogant and would often arrive just a minute before the surgery was to begin, but when it came to the skill of performing leukemia surgery, he was absolutely top-notch. The hospital couldn't do without him for this surgery. That's the basis for his arrogance. God knows what Xiao Jia is doing right now. The doctor didn't say it explicitly, but hinted, "The surgeon has already arrived at the hospital and is probably busy with other things." While saying this, she secretly typed a message on her phone and showed it to Qinsheng, telling him about Xiao Jia's personality and temper, and expressing her and her colleagues' helplessness. "Okay, I understand." Qinsheng left the conference room expressionlessly, went to the information desk to ask where Xiao Jia's office was, and after receiving the answer, went straight to the 5th floor. The 5th floor is extremely quiet. This floor is filled with the offices of highly respected and capable people. They don't usually treat patients. They only handle important surgeries or meetings. Simply put, those who have offices here are all high-ranking hospital staff. Unlike the other floors, the 5th floor was very quiet, with most offices empty. Upon entering one office and seeing the name Xiao Jia on the doorplate, Qinsheng stopped. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he suddenly heard a woman's delicate and gentle voice coming from inside. "Professor Qiu, you really are a beast. Where are your hands?" "Haha. It's not easy to meet you. Of course I have to take good care of you and have a chat." A smug middle-aged man's voice rang out as soon as the woman finished speaking. "Isn't there another leukemia surgery waiting for you? If you don't go soon, the patients will be getting impatient," the woman said again, her voice cloying. Xiao Jia sneered. So what if they're impatient? Who in this hospital dares to rush me? My leukemia surgery has the highest success rate. If they rush me, they'll only suffer more losses and lose a key member of the team. If you piss me off, I simply won't go. That little girl can only wait to die, hee. You beast, you're really heartless. Hee, not at all. What is that little girl compared to you? She's nothing compared to you. The two chatted back and forth, and soon a commotion broke out in the office. Qinsheng was furious and kicked the locked door. The door, which was as hard as tofu, shattered with a bang. Inside the door, a middle-aged man was embracing a woman who looked to be in her 20s, pressing her against the desk in an intimate and ambiguous manner. The sudden noise nearly scared the two of them out of their wits. Upon seeing someone at the door, the woman hurriedly broke free from the man's embrace, straightened her clothes, turned around with a flushed face, and faced away from Qinsheng, like a thief caught stealing and not daring to let anyone see her face. Qinsheng shifted his gaze from her and turned to the middle-aged man. The man was dressed elegantly in a suit and tie, wearing designer brands and a Longines watch. He looked exactly like the man in the photo on the office door and was clearly Professor Chiojia. Upon seeing Chun Sheng at the door, his expression changed slightly, and he shouted, "Who are you? Are you Professor Chiu?" Chun Sheng asked in an unfriendly tone. "No," Chiojia said nonchalantly, without batting an eye. Chun Sheng tore the photo off the door and held it next to his face. "Are you sure?" Chun Sheng's eyes were like those of a venomous snake, making Chiojia's skin crawl. He had planned everything, but he forgot that there was a photo of him on the door. He could only admit, "It's me. Who are you? What do you want?" "I am that little girl's brother, and I would like to ask you to perform the surgery," Chun Sheng said indifferently. Oh, knowing who Chun Sheng was, Chiojia immediately understood his purpose. He was initially a little flustered, but quickly became calm. What can the patient's family do to him? If he were to say he wouldn't perform the surgery, wouldn't these families have to obediently beg him? Chiojia calmly sat down in his office chair, his tone unfriendly. "You must be Qin Bahuang? I have important business to attend to right now, so please go outside and wait a moment." "I'll wait here." Chun Sheng resisted the urge to attack him. After all, he still needed to perform surgery on Zihan. He could endure anything for Zihan. "You," Chiojia was about to say something when the woman behind him finished tidying up her clothes and said, "Professor, you go ahead with your work. I'll come back to see you this afternoon." "Nini," Chiojia hurriedly chased after her, but the woman had already run far away. "Depend on." Chiojia cursed angrily. He'd spent a month painstakingly trying to win over the woman, only to have her scared away like that. He was extremely displeased and yelled at Chun Sheng. "What are you still doing here? Do you still want me to have surgery? If you do, wait for me at the door while I change my clothes, okay?" "I'll wait here," Chun Sheng said again. Chiojia was at a loss. He didn't dare to truly anger the patient's family. He snorted in annoyance, changed into a white coat, and put on a mask. "Let's go." Chun Sheng ruined his plans, and he was very upset. Under his mask, his face was extremely pale. "Just wait, and you'll see what happens when you ruin my plans." Chapter 55 Midway Fee Collection. Author of this book, Shun Wuzong. Headline name, Emote Song. Welcome to Follow Us. Chiojia looked at Chun Sheng and felt very uncomfortable. He secretly resolved to take revenge. Half a minute later, he strode into the pre-operative meeting room and yelled at the doctors inside. "What are you all doing? Why aren't you preparing for the surgery?" Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. They hadn't expected Chun Sheng to actually bring Chiojia. This was illogical. There have been similar situations before, such as when a family member went to ask Chiojia to perform surgery, while Chiojia was engrossed in playing a video game. With the surgery imminent, the family member was extremely anxious and went to find Chiojia, but Chiojia ignored them completely and even scolded them, threatening to refuse to perform the surgery if they said another word. The family member was trembling with anger, but there was nothing they could do about Chiojia. Without him, the surgery could not continue. He could only wait anxiously for Chiojia to finish that game. That game lasted a full hour. Chiojia's arrival today was so quick that it surprised everyone. Little did they know that it was only because that woman had left that he acted so swiftly. Chiojia arrived, and a group of people quickly entered the operating room. The Pain Zihan was also wheeled in. The red light in the operating room came on, and through the glass window, one could vaguely see figures bustling about inside. Lu Riyue paced anxiously in front of the door. Lu Riyue is a good teacher who cares deeply for every student, especially Zihan, who has no parents and only an older brother. She treats her with extra care and regards her as her own younger sister. Needless to say, Chun Sheng was released from prison with the sole purpose of taking good care of Zihan, raising her to adulthood, and fulfilling his brother's last wish. Zihan was the most important person to Chun Sheng, and no matter what, he would not allow anything to happen to her. "Zihan, you must hold on." Chun Sheng stood at the door, motionless, silently praying. Time passed second by second, and the surgery had been going on for more than 10 minutes. Inside the operating room, everything proceeded smoothly according to the pre-arranged procedures. Both the assistants and the doctors were drenched in sweat. Surgery is all about speed. They worked diligently, hoping to complete the surgery as quickly as possible and get the little girl out of danger. The surgery was already 2/3 complete. But, just then, Professor Chiu suddenly stopped what he was doing. His assistant looked completely bewildered. Professor? What's wrong? The surgery requires some additional items. Bring me the list, Chiu Jie said expressionlessly from behind his mask. The assistant was puzzled. Logically speaking, there should be enough supplies. Why are we suddenly missing something? Weren't we always using these things before? However, he didn't ask too many questions. He was just an assistant and didn't think he knew as much as Chiu Jie. So he took the list as Chiu Jie instructed. Pen. As soon as Chiu Jie finished speaking, his assistant quickly handed him a pen, and then he used the pen to put several check marks on the bill of materials. The assistant looked at it more, and as Chiu Jie drew stroke by stroke, he was shocked to discover that everything Chiu Jie was sketching was the most valuable. With a few strokes, more than 300,000 had already been drawn. His assistant immediately understood. Revenge. This is absolutely revenge. Because some of these things are unnecessary, some already exist, either because fees have already been charged for them, or they are completely unnecessary. Now, if you add it again, you will be charged again. The assistant immediately understood that Chiu Jie was taking revenge on the little girl's family. Although he disapproved of it, he was helpless. Take this to get a form, have the family pay, and tell them that without these documents, the surgery cannot continue. Chiu Jie handed the form to his assistant and then said to the others, the surgery is on hold for now. Professor Chiu, this is against the rules. Delaying the surgery could lead to complications, a doctor said. He knew that Chiu Jie wanted to ask for more money midway through the surgery as revenge against the little girl's family, but this was no minor surgery, and doing so was very risky, so he had to dissuade him. Yes, Professor, you must think it over, another person advised. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? I know when to stop. Chiu Jie sneered and said to his assistant, what are you standing there for? Go now. If something goes wrong and we waste time, will you take responsibility? The assistant was startled and extremely displeased. It wasn't him who had stopped it, yet they wanted him to take the blame. But what could he do? He could only follow Chiu Jie's instructions, quickly leave the operating room, go through the special channel to complete the process, and soon the bill was displayed. He approached Chen Shang, forcing himself to calm down, and asked, are you Zhang Zihan's family member? It's me. Chen Shang hurried forward. Is there something you need? Well, there was a slight problem during the surgery. We need to add some things now. Come here and sign some papers. He handed the form to Chen Shang, who glanced at it and frowned deeply. He had already paid for some of the items on the bill a few days ago when he made his payment. Although he only glanced at the list of required items at the time, he still remembered it well. These items are insufficient. Some additional items are needed, Chiu Jie's assistant said, worried that Chen Shang might notice something amiss. He was extremely nervous, but dared not tell the truth. He didn't want to do this, but he was just an employee. If he offended Chiu Jie, he would lose his job. Furthermore, if a dispute arises with Chen Shang, the surgery cannot continue, and the little girl will be in great danger. Whether for public or private reasons, he cannot tell the truth at this moment. Mr. Chun, please sign the papers quickly and then pay the fees. Otherwise, the surgery cannot continue, and the longer it is delayed, the more dangerous it will be for Zhang Zihan, the assistant reminded him. As a doctor, he was extremely worried about Zihan's safety. 260,000? That much money. Lu Riyue, standing to the side, was extremely surprised when she saw the list and the detailed expenses. Where are we going to get so much money now? The assistant remained silent, saying nothing. He couldn't handle the money issue. Mr. Chun, please wait a moment, don't rush. The surgery is the priority. I can take out the money you owed me last time, and I should be able to borrow some more for you. Lu Riyue comforted Mr. Chun and offered to help. No need. I have money. Chen Xing spoke up, saying that last time Lu Songming staged an accident with Zihan, he paid 1.5 million yuan in compensation. Huang Yang took 1 million yuan, while Chen Shang kept the other 500,000 yuan. Lu Riyue was surprised. Last time, Chen Shang had asked her for 500,000 yuan. How did he get so much money now? Did he borrow from loan sharks? Mr. Chun, please don't do anything illegal. Don't worry, Teacher Lu. Don't worry, my money is from a legitimate source, Chunsheng said. We can't waste any more time. Doctor, could you please take me to pay the bill? Okay. The assistant spoke and led Chunsheng to the payment window. After seeing Chunsheng swipe his card, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 56: Separation of Life and Death. At that moment, the money was paid, and the surgery could continue immediately. The assistant breathed a sigh of relief, finally no longer worried about the little girl's safety. He hesitated, torn between telling Chunsheng the truth. Qiu Jie went too far this time. After all, this is not a minor surgery, and stopping it midway could have put the little girl's life in danger. Professor Qiu disregarded human life for his own selfish reasons. But if we tell Qin the truth, he might lose his job. If he doesn't tell Chunsheng, he will be tormented by guilt, and if anything happens to the little girl, he will probably never forgive himself for the rest of his life. He followed behind Chunsheng with heavy steps. We were almost at the operating room. Mr. Chun, finally, he couldn't hold back any longer. Chunsheng stopped in his tracks. Is there something you need? There's something that was originally an internal secret of our hospital, but I still think you should know. After much hesitation, the assistant took a deep breath and finally decided to tell the truth, not for any other reason than to ease his conscience. If you lose your job, you can always find another one. Doctor Hu, please speak. Chunsheng glanced at the business card on the doctor's chest. His name was Hu Yang. Actually, the money you just gave me was completely unnecessary. Hu Yang quickly and methodically recounted what had happened in the operating room. Mr. Chun, please don't get angry. I asked you to pay for Zhang Zihan's safety. The longer the surgery is delayed, the higher the risk. Professor Qiu is the doctor with the highest success rate in leukemia surgery in our hospital. You must do as he says before the surgery is over. Chunsheng's face was gloomy, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Hu Yang felt a strange chill emanating from him. He wondered if it was just his imagination, but he felt as if the temperature around him had dropped considerably. That intimidating aura made Hu Yang shiver involuntarily. At this moment, Chunsheng was extremely angry. Someone actually used Zihan's life as a bargaining chip for revenge. He. Chunsheng sneered inwardly. However, on the surface, apart from a slightly cold look in his eyes, there was not much change. As Hu Yang said, with the surgery halfway through, he had no choice but to listen to Qiu Jie. Even if he was filled with boundless rage, he had to suppress it. The surgery must proceed regardless. It must be said that Qiu Jie is a cunning and shrewd man. At this moment, when he seeks revenge, no one can refuse. Judging from his appearance, he had done this more than once. He was very experienced and adept at it. I understand. Chunsheng took a deep breath. Dr. Hu, thank you. Need not. Hu Yang sighed, and said that he didn't know whether what awaited him next would be a blessing or a curse. In any case, since he has already said it, he is prepared for the worst-case scenario, which is at most just moving to another city for work. I'll go in first. After Hu Yang finished speaking, he entered the operating room. After cleaning and disinfecting the room, he came to Qiu Jie's side and showed him the payment slip. Qiu Jie sneered. This is the consequence of ruining his plans. Time was running out, and there was no time to waste. Although Qiu Jie had his own ulterior motives, he didn't dare to actually cause a death, so he immediately ordered the surgery to continue. Everything went smoothly, and there seemed to be no problems. On the operating table, the little girl's features appeared very stable. Everyone was relieved that nothing serious had happened. Drop. They had just breathed a sigh of relief when suddenly an abnormal fluctuation came from the vital signs monitor next to the operating table. In an instant, they who had just breathed a sigh of relief became extremely tense. Outside the operating room, Chunsheng felt extremely gloomy. But he did nothing. I just stood at the door and waiting for the surgery to finish. Lu Ryue paced back and forth, seemingly tired, and squatted down at the door of the operating room, her face looking slightly haggard. Suddenly, the words "Operation in Progress" on the operating room door changed to "Operation Ended." After a long while, a group of doctors and assistants filed out from inside the door. They looked serious and remained extremely silent. Qiu Jie walked last. Throughout the entire process, no one spoke. Doctor, how is Zihan? Lu Ryue was the first to stand up, rush over, and grab a doctor to ask. Ask Professor Qiu. The doctor's voice was heavy as he bypassed Lu Ryue and hurriedly left. Professor Chiu, Lu Ryue glanced at their name tags, walked to Chiu Jie's seat at the back, and looked at him expectantly. Professor Chiu stopped and took off his mask. Beneath the mask, his face was extremely serious. With a helpless sigh, he said, "It failed." "What?" Lu Ryue exclaimed in disbelief. "It failed?" "You family members, hurry inside and say your final goodbyes to her. If you wait any longer, things might get worse." Chiu Jie didn't continue speaking. The surgery failed. The little girl's life could not be saved. He didn't want it to be like this either. He just wanted to get revenge on the young man who ruined his plans. Who knew? Who knew that something would go wrong in such a short time? A small mistake can be fatal. In the end, the little girl did not make it. "Get out. Get out of here." Upon hearing Chiu Jie's words, Chen Xing pushed him away, ignored him, and rushed into the operating room. Inside the operating room, 2 or 3 nurses were tidying up the surgical instruments. On the operating table, the little girl lay weakly, connected to life support devices and with an oxygen tank in her mouth. Crystal tears welled up in her large eyes. "Zihan, how are you?" Chen Sheng rushed in, looking at her with anxious and concerned eyes. "Brother," Zihan said softly. "Brother, I'm scared." "Zihan, don't be afraid. Everything will be all right. I'm here." Chen Sheng held her cold little hand, his heart filled with anxiety, his eyes red, as if he might go crazy at any moment. "Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen." "Elder brother." Zihan's voice was weak. She seemed to want to say something, but after a long pause, she continued. "Brother Bahuang. Zihan, perhaps I can't stay with you anymore. Help me tell Brother Zhang Fan that I miss him." Zihan's voice was extremely soft, barely audible. Even though Chen Sheng had excellent hearing, he still had to put his ear close to hear her clearly. "Zihan, you'll be all right," Chen Sheng said. "I won't let anything happen to you." "Zihan." At this moment, Lu Ryue ran in from outside. Although she was a teacher, she was also a woman. Seeing Zihan's pitiful and soft appearance, tears instantly streamed down her face. "Zihan, your teacher is here. Don't be afraid." The failed surgery was tantamount to a death sentence, and Lu Ryue wanted to accompany Zihan on her final journey. Looking at the chaotic life support device that seemed poised to become a straight line at any moment, Lu Ryue was overcome with grief, her eyes red from crying. Why is God so unfair? She already has no parents, so why make her suffer from this disease? Why take her life? Lu Ryue sobbed uncontrollably, tears falling drop by drop. Chapter 57 Multitasking. Teacher, don't cry. Zihan is very obedient and doesn't want to see you cry." Zihan spoke haltingly, tears streaming down her tender cheeks from her large eyes, soaking the hospital bed. She endured pain that shouldn't be felt at her age, yet she appeared exceptionally strong in front of her teacher. She kept crying, but still told Lu Ryue not to cry. "Okay. Teacher, don't cry. Teacher, don't cry." Lu Ryue hurriedly wiped away her tears, held Zihan's other hand, and forced a smile. "Teacher, don't cry. Zihan, teacher loves you." Teacher, Zihan called out intermittently. "Teacher is here. Zihan, don't rush, speak slowly." Lu Ryue stroked her head, and although she tried not to cry, tears still streamed down her face. "Teacher, Zihan is dying. After she dies, there will be no one to take care of Brother Bahuang. Would you be my Brother Bahuang's wife? Help Zihan, take care of him." Chen Sheng and Lu Ryue never expected that Zihan would make such a request at this critical juncture. "You won't die, Zihan. Teacher, will you agree?" "Yes, I promise." To fulfill Zihan's wish, Lu Ryue nodded repeatedly. Drip, drip, drip. Suddenly, the vital signs monitor started fluctuating abnormally, and Zihan's heart began to beat slower and slower. After a few moments, the monitor became a flat line, and Zihan turned her head to the side and closed her eyes completely. No. In an instant, he went mad, his eyes filled with ferocity. "Zihan, you can't leave." Chen Sheng was incredibly excited and called out to Zihan, but Zihan remained unresponsive. No. Chen Sheng said. "Teacher Lu, please go away." He yanked Lu Ryue away from Zihan, who was holding her. "I can't let Zihan go. I have to save him." "Doctor's outside. Come in quickly," Come in and help me. Chen Sheng roared. Hurry up. There were 7 or 8 doctors standing outside, but none of them came in, because they knew that Zihan couldn't be saved. If even these doctors were helpless, how could Chen Sheng possibly do anything? Didn't you hear what I said? Chen Sheng roared, his voice deafening, even startling Lu Riyue, who was standing nearby. Since she met Chen Sheng, she had always thought of him as a gentle and loving father. He was usually quiet and reserved, and although he loved to drink, he would never get drunk and cause trouble. She had never seen Chen Sheng act so crazy before. Who'll do it? For some reason, Hu Yang stood up in the crowd. He had already helped once, so why not help again? It was a hopeless situation to begin with, so it's only right to offer some solace to the family members who were feeling disappointed. Nonsense. Xiao Jia, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Didn't you hear what he was going to do? Perform surgery. What help are you going to offer? Xiao Jia berated Chen Sheng. What qualifications do you have to perform surgery? Do you even have a medical license? Have you ever touched a scalpel? Do you know how to use these instruments? You'd better come out right now, or I'll call the police. Xiao Jia said coldly. Roll. This time, Chen Sheng took direct action. There was nothing more to say. Time was of the essence, and he wouldn't allow anyone to stop him. Moreover, he was the culprit who killed Zihan. He kicked out with tremendous force, and Xiao Jia's body arched like a shrimp, flying backward and landing with a thud. You? Xiao Jia wanted to say something, but the place where he was kicked hurt too much, so much so that he couldn't say anything. If you dare to interfere again, I'll kill you. Chen Sheng's eyes were red as he stared at Xiao Jia, who inexplicably shivered and was too scared to even breathe. Those eyes were terrifying. For a moment, when facing Chen Sheng, he felt as if he had seen a wild beast. He was not joking when he said that. No matter how arrogant Xiao Jia was, he dared not joke with his own life and dared not say another word. Several doctors secretly felt relieved. They had long wanted to teach Xiao Jia a lesson, and now not a single person was even there to help him up. They knew very well that the surgery failed 90% of the time because of Xiao Jia's procrastination. Otherwise, that little girl could have pulled through. Come with me. Making the most of the time, Chen Sheng temporarily set aside Niao Xiao Jia and turned to Hu Yang, saying, Could you help me find 2 more people? Sure, Hu Yang said. You too, give me a hand. Nearby, 2 nurses who were packing up their things exchanged a glance, then immediately put on gloves, showing their willingness through their actions. Zihan is so adorable. Not to mention Chen Sheng. Even those of us who are just watching are heartbroken. Even if there's no hope, what's wrong with helping out? Good. Chen Sheng closed the door and glanced at the equipment in the operating room. Dr. Hu, please use the defibrillator to press on Ziyan's heart. Without saying a word, Hu Yang quickly grabbed the stun gun, adjusted it to the appropriate intensity, and began to administer electric shocks to Ziyan. Bang! 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 Each electric shock caused Zihan to tremble violently, while Lu Riyue watched in horror. Mr. Chun, Zihan has passed away. Let her rest in peace. Don't torment her. Chen Sheng ignored Lu Riyue and acted as if he had gone mad. Get me a few needles. Inside the operating room, the equipment was complete, and a nurse quickly brought a box of needles to Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng closed his eyes, recalling the acupoints on the human body and some life-saving methods that ugly master had once taught him. Traditional Chinese medicine has never lagged behind, and Western medicine is no less advanced. If we can integrate the methods of the 8 extraordinary meridians in traditional Chinese medicine with surgery, we can often achieve twice the result with half the effort. Little one, remember this well. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes treating the root cause, while Western medicine emphasizes cutting off the root cause. One is too gentle, and the other is too rigid. What we need to do is to combine strength and gentleness, and harmonize yin and yang. Come, look at this corpse. The words echoed in his mind. 3 seconds later, Chen Sheng suddenly opened his eyes, and the silver needle in his hand fell, piercing into Zihan's skin. Head, heart, feet. A silver needle was inserted into each key acupoint. Blood pack. Sir, we've run out of blood, the nurse said. Give me a blood transfusion. The nurse didn't know what Chen Sheng was going to do, but she still immediately brought him the blood transfusion tube and handed it to him. Chun Sheng pulled off the end connected to the blood transfusion machine and inserted it into his arm. In less than 5 seconds, his blood began to flow into Zihan's body through the tube. "Sir, incompatible blood types can cause problems." The nurse beside him stared wide-eyed. She had never seen anyone so ruthless to himself, nor had she ever seen such a blood transfusion method. Her heart pounded. "I know. In fact, Chun Sheng and Zihan have the same blood type, and Zhang Fan had used his blood to help Chun Sheng with blood transfusions many times back then. Now, he can naturally help Zihan with blood transfusions." Chapter 58 Extreme Rescue. Chun Sheng's method of transfusing blood was barbaric and insane, leaving Hu Yang stunned. "Keep the electric shocks, don't stop," Chun Sheng reminded her, while he put on gloves and began to personally complete the surgery that had stopped for Zihan. When he began the surgery, the nurses watching were astonished and couldn't believe that he was an ordinary person. Because his movements were so skillful, like those of a veteran, he could always find the right spot precisely. Even those complex instruments were like toys in his hands. He could manipulate and play with them at will without making any mistakes. The most astonishing thing is that he can multitask, using both hands to do different things, with swift and precise movements. They were starting to doubt whether Chun Sheng had actually studied medicine. Even Hu Yang was dumbfounded. He didn't seem like a non-medical professional at all. These fluent movements and skillful operations are in no way inferior to those of Professor Qiu Jia outside. However, the only difference was that Chun Sheng did not play by the rules at all. His surgical method was too bizarre and looked extremely cruel. The scalpel had already cut open several parts, and the bright red flesh was being turned over in his hands. Every now and then, he would take out some strange herbs from his body and smear them on his flesh. The bloody scene made Lu Riyue unable to look any longer, and she turned away. One nurse wiped Chun Sheng's sweat, another nurse provided him with what he needed, while Hu Yang continued to administer electric shocks. Chun Sheng had a lot of different kinds of herbs in his clothes. He bought them from the pharmacy as soon as he learned that Zihan was sick, and he kept them with him. Some herbs are poisonous, while others are common herbs. When these substances mix with blood, they produce some special effects. Drop. Less than 3 minutes. Sudden. The silent life detector suddenly emitted a faint sound. On the monitor, the horizontal line showed a slight fluctuation. The sound made everyone pause slightly. Immediately, their gazes turned to the data on the life detector at the same time. My heart rate, pulse, and blood pressure are gradually increasing from 0. The red alert gradually faded, slowly approaching the green. At that moment, everyone was stunned. It's alive. Zihan actually came back to life. No one could believe what they were seeing, not even Hu Yang, Lu Riyue, or the 2 nurses beside them. Under their masks, their mouths were wide open. Zihan's heart had clearly stopped beating, her breathing had stopped, and all signs of life had vanished. But it's recovered again now. Miracle. It's simply a miracle. In medical history, there have indeed been cases of people being revived within 3 minutes of dying. But they had only read about it in books. I've never seen it with my own eyes. At this moment, their feelings were complicated. Just 3 minutes ago, everyone thought Chun Sheng had gone mad, lost his mind, and was torturing the already dead Zihan. No one expected that he would actually save her life. Ha! Seeing the data displayed on the machine, Chun Sheng finally smiled, relieved. Hu Yang, stop the electric shocks. Keep a close eye on the vital signs. I need to continue the surgery. Zihan is alive, and he is overjoyed. He not only saved the most important person in his life, but also proved once again that what Master Cho taught him is a treasure in this world. The surgery lasted a full 10 minutes. At first, the patient's vital signs were unstable, but with Chun Sheng's efforts, they gradually calmed down and stabilized. Then, the bone marrow transplant was successful. There was no rejection reaction whatsoever. Zihan's life is becoming increasingly stable. The surgery was a complete success. Zihan had a brush with death, but Chun Sheng pulled her back from the brink. He felt a great sense of relief. When the wound was stitched up and the last needle was removed from Zihan's body, and the 4 tubes were pulled out, he felt a wave of dizziness and slowly squatted down against the wall. Only then did everyone notice Chun Sheng's face. It was as pale as paper, as if he were seriously ill. This is due to excessive blood loss. Huyang immediately realized the reason. Zihan was bleeding throughout the surgery. Chen Sheng not only had to perform the surgery, but also acted as a human blood transfusion machine, transfusing blood into Zihan's body. At this moment, he has lost too much blood and his life may be in danger. Sir, how are you? Huyang rushed over and used the equipment to check Chen Sheng's physical condition. Lu Ruyue asked anxiously, Mr. Chen, are you all right? The two nurses had mixed feelings. This man was too ruthless. He risked his own life to save the little girl. Working in the hospital, they witnessed many life and death separations. At critical moments, many people were afraid of being associated with the dead and kept their distance. Some people demand that doctors save more critically ill patients, but if they need something from them, they will ultimately choose to give up. Chen Sheng was the first person willing to sacrifice himself to save patients. It made the two nurses realize that some people in this world truly have great love. It's nothing, just a little dizzy. I'll be fine after a rest. Chen Sheng sat on the ground and began to circulate the yin-yang meridian. A current of energy flowed through his body, making him feel much better. Huyang looked at him with surprise. The machine did indeed show that Chen Sheng was severely anemic. However, at this moment, the numbers above are gradually increasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. What does this mean? This means that the blood in Chen Sheng's body is increasing out of thin air. Huyang suspected that the machine was broken. The human body does have the function of producing blood, but how could it be so fast? He shut down and restarted the computer, but it was still the same. Just as he was wondering, Chen Sheng stood up, and his complexion was much better than before. Mr. Chen, are you all right? Huyang asked in surprise. Hadn't he lost a lot of blood? Had he misjudged him? Fine. Chen Sheng smiled at him, walked up to Zihan, and instructed two nurses to clean the operating table. At this moment, Zihan is fast asleep. Her body is in a balanced state, and all her indicators have returned to normal. If nothing unexpected happens, she will wake up soon. Chen Sheng's personal intervention was a risky and experimental move, but it proved to be the right choice. If he hadn't insisted on taking action himself, Zihan might never have woken up again. He breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Zihan with eyes full of affection. Lu Ruyue burst into tears of joy, her heart overflowing with excitement. The way she looked at Chen Sheng was full of admiration and respect. It was this man who allowed Zihan to continue living. Huyang felt as if he were in a dream that was both exaggerated and incredibly real. He pinched his thigh to make sure it was real and not a dream. This man really pulled the little girl back from the brink of death. This is absolutely a miracle. This hospital has achieved a medical miracle unprecedented in its 20 years of operation. Chapter 59, Illegal Medical Practice. At the same time, outside the operating room, a group of doctors and assistants in white coats were standing guard at the door. They didn't go in to help, firstly because Zihan was beyond saving, and secondly because they wanted to distance themselves from the matter and didn't want to take responsibility if problems arose. They all understood that Xiao Jie bore an unshirkable responsibility for the surgery's failure. It was his delays during the surgery, charging extra fees midway, and suspending the operation that caused the little girl to not survive. They wanted to know how this would ultimately end. In the distance, Xiao Jie was in excruciating pain. Chen Sheng's kick had been too brutal, and it had taken him a long time to recover from the pain. Kid, you're dead. Xiao Jie looked grim. He took out his phone from his pocket and dialed the police. Zihan's death is related to him. If that young man investigates, he will not be able to escape responsibility. The call was answered very quickly. Across from him was an acquaintance, Old Zhang, the police captain. The two often ate together. Professor Chiu, what brings you to call me today? Old Zhang answered the phone with a smile. Old Zhang, I'm in trouble here at the hospital. Someone is practicing medicine illegally and even attacked me openly, Xiao Jie said. You'd better come over quickly, or something bad will definitely happen. What? Old Zhang roared in fury. How dare someone do this in broad daylight? You wait. I'm coming right now. The police station was very close by. Less than 5 minutes later, a row of police cars pulled up in front of the hospital, attracting a lot of attention. A dozen or so police officers, in uniform, went directly to the operating room floor, followed by many people who were unaware of the situation. The leader was a man around the same age as Chiu Jia, who looked to be in his 40s and walked with a brisk pace. What happened? Why are there so many police officers here? Is there another case of medical malpractice causing trouble? Many patients or their families stood watching from a distance, unable to move forward any further. 2 police officers had already set up a cordon. Captain Zhang and the rest of the team soon met Chiu Jia. Professor Chiu, please tell me in detail what happened. Hey, Lao Zhang, you finally arrived. I've really had a bad day, Chiu Jia said, half-jokingly. There was a patient with acute leukemia who was on the verge of death. I performed surgery on her, but it failed. The patient's family couldn't take the blow and wanted to continue the surgery themselves. When I tried to stop them, they attacked me. Such a thing happens. Daring to cause trouble in a hospital, they've got some nerve. Captain Zhang sneered. Dare to cause trouble in my territory? They've got a death wish. A group of doctors stood at a distance, and upon hearing Chiu Jia's words, they were quite disdainful. However, no one went up to defend Qin Sheng. Surround the operating room door, Old Zhang shouted, and several policemen surrounded the operating room door. Chiu Jia, along with Captain Zhang, prepared to open the door and barge in. Just then, the operating room door suddenly opened from the inside. Hu Yang, filled with joy, was about to report this medical miracle to everyone when he bumped into Chiu Jia and Captain Zhang face to face. His expression hardened. Professor Chiu. Don't call me Professor, Chiu Jia said coldly. Captain Zhang, this is someone from our hospital who is illegally performing surgery. Arrest him first. At Captain Zhang's single glance, 2 men rushed forward and handcuffed Hu Yang. Captain Zhang will show absolutely no leniency towards those who practice medicine illegally. Human life is at stake. How can these people be allowed to act recklessly? Officer, I'm innocent, Hu Yang shouted in a panic. What crime have I committed that you're arresting me? What crime? Isn't practicing medicine without a license enough? Professor Chiu said coldly. I practiced medicine without a license. Hu Yang was stunned and dumbfounded. He never expected that Professor Chiu would turn the tables on him. No, officer, I absolutely didn't. That little girl has been saved. The surgery didn't fail. We pulled her back from the brink of death. Hu Yang protested. Hu Yang, I only took you on as my assistant because you seemed honest. When did you learn to lie? Professor Chiu looked arrogant. He was almost certain that the surgery had failed and that the little girl could not be saved unless a miracle happened. I'm telling the truth, officer, Hu Yang argued. We saved the person's life. Has Hu Yang gone mad? He must have been anxious, which is why he came up with these lies in hopes of getting released. Sai, you're still too young. Lying to the police could land you in jail. Several doctors murmured among themselves, clearly not believing what Qin Sheng was saying. Did you hear that, Captain Zhang? This guy not only practiced medicine illegally, but he also obstructed official business, Chiu Jia said confidently. The surgery failed, and the person inside is probably dead already. There's no way he can come back to life. Yeah. As soon as he finished speaking, a slightly cold voice rang out, and then a man and a woman appeared behind Hu Yang. Looking up, I saw Qin Sheng and Lu Riyue. Teacher Lu. Captain Zhang exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Lu Riyue. Teacher Lu, what are you doing here? Officer Zhang. Lu Riyue asked in surprise. What are you doing here? Teacher Lu, I just received a report that someone is practicing medicine illegally and has even assaulted people. Captain Zhang's child was in Lu Riyue's class, and he recognized Lu Riyue the moment he saw her. When he saw Qin Sheng's appearance, he was even more stunned. Why does this person look so familiar? Raised. Captain Zhang recalled the incident from 2 days prior, when they conducted a late-night raid on the Tianxiankyo Vibrant Fragrance Hotel, a place known for its prostitution. In the middle of the night, their branch director received instructions from his superiors to take immediate action. He was on duty at the time and took action with the branch chief. On the way, the chief specifically told him not to hurt anyone. Moreover, he had an excellent relationship with Director Mo, so he knew that this crackdown on prostitution was special because it was to help a young man. And he saw that person too. Director Mo called him Master Huang. The face from that night overlapped with the young man in front of him, leaving Captain Zhang at a loss for what to do. Even the bureau chief has to call him Master. So anyone with a brain knows he's someone you can't afford to mess with. If he dares to arrest someone today, he'll probably lose his job tomorrow. Officer Zhang, you've misunderstood. We were just rescuing someone inside. Lu Ryue said. The little girl inside is your child's classmate. We even raised funds for her a few days ago. He coughed twice and looked at Qiu Jia. Professor Qiu, is there some misunderstanding here? Professor Qiu had no idea that Captain Zhang had recognized Chen Sheng. Pointing at Chen Sheng, he coldly shouted, Captain Zhang, what misunderstanding? There's definitely no misunderstanding. It's this kid who doesn't have a medical license, is practicing medicine illegally, and even attacked me. Chapter 60 recording. You're talking nonsense. How are we practicing medicine illegally? We're clearly saving lives. Lu Ryue retorted. Save lives? You're not even doctors. What are you talking about saving lives for? If you could save lives, what would we doctors be for? Even if you can save lives, without a medical license, you are practicing medicine illegally. Besides, you're just amateurs, trying to save people. If you manage to revive the little girl, I'll eat shit in public. Qiu Jia wanted to give Chen Sheng more time to speak, and said decisively, Captain Zhang, arrest them immediately. Captain Zhang hesitated. At this moment, he truly didn't know whether he should take action or not. The person in front of him was his youngest son's homeroom teacher, and the other was someone even their bureau chief had to address as master. If he were to take action, he would not only ruin his own future, but he might also ruin his son's future. This man is practicing medicine illegally, and with so many people watching, if we don't intervene, we'll inevitably be branded as acting out of favoritism. Professor Qiu, it's time to settle our scores. Chen Sheng's eyes were icy. You say I'm practicing medicine without a license, I admit it. But what about you? As he spoke, Chen Sheng took out his phone and played an audio file. Soon, the audio could be heard from a man and a woman. Professor Qiu, you really are a beast. Where are you touching? Haha. When I see you, I can't help but take good care of you. Isn't there another leukemia surgery waiting for you? Aren't you going? They're getting impatient. So what if they're impatient? No one in this hospital dares to rush me. My leukemia surgery has the highest success rate. If they rush me, it will only backfire. If you piss me off, I simply won't go. That little girl will just have to wait to die. You professor, you're really heartless. Hee hee. Not at all. That little girl is nowhere near as important as you. Immediately following was the sound of someone breaking down the door and the sound of Chen Sheng and Qiu Jia talking. Chen Sheng turned the volume of the recording up to the maximum. He was at the door at the time and did not go in immediately, just to record their conversation in case of future trouble. I never thought I'd actually need it now. When the recording was released, the doctors looked at each other in bewilderment, while the uninformed crowd outside felt a surge of anger. They were either patients or patients' family members, and they could understand Chen Sheng's feelings at the time. That damn professor. This kind of person doesn't deserve to be a professor. He's playing with people's lives. How could such a scoundrel come from this hospital? How can we still get treatment here? After listening to the recording, Captain Zhang's face turned extremely grim. He never expected Qiu Jia to be this kind of person. At this moment, Qiu Jia was pale. This recording wasn't enough to make him commit a crime, but it could ruin his future. Kid, where did you get that fabricated recording? You think you can frame me so easily? Frame you? Chen Sheng said. In my eyes, you are nothing more than an insignificant ant. Why would I frame you? You ant, you're the ant. You're trying to frame me to get yourself out of trouble. Fine. Very well. Qiu Jia's face turned pale and then red. So what if there's this recording? I didn't commit a crime. And you, practicing medicine without a license, have committed a serious crime, enough to warrant arrest. Qiu Jia roared. Captain Zhang, arrest him now. Even if he has no future, Qiu Jia will make Chen Sheng die with him. He wants to see who ends up worse off in the end. I broke the law, and I'm willing to go with Captain Zhang, but, Chen Sheng said, Professor Qiu, you just said that we're not saving people, but that if we manage to bring them back to life, you'll eat shit in public. Are you serious? Of course it's true, Qiu Jia answered subconsciously, but as soon as he finished speaking, he felt something was wrong. Why was Chen Sheng asking this for no reason? Did he really save the little girl's life? Impossible, absolutely impossible. When the alarm went off, He and all the doctors did their best to mitigate the damage, but ultimately, they were unable to complete the surgery. They all tried their best, including him, who did everything in his power. He has been practicing medicine for over 20 years and has performed hundreds of surgeries, making him a seasoned veteran. Without exception, every death notice he issued resulted in the deaths occurring within the time frame he predicted. This time, he still didn't believe Zihan could survive. Thinking of this, Qiu Jie regained his confidence. After all, he was an old doctor. If he couldn't save someone, how could anyone else possibly save them? His medical skills are beyond question. Then, he sneered. Kid, that's what I said. If you can save her, I'll eat shit in public, and I'll never go back on my word. My authority is not something anyone can question. Are you trying to fool me? When Qiu Jie said this, even the doctor behind him agreed. Although the former has questionable character, his medical skills are undeniable. Otherwise, the hospital would have fired him long ago for his arrogance. Only Hu Yang, Lu Riyue, and the two nurses behind them had strange expressions and remained silent for a moment, not knowing what to say. Seeing Qiu Jie's arrogant demeanor, for some inexplicable reason, they were actually somewhat looking forward to seeing him eat shit. People like that should have been dealt with long ago. Chun Sheng stepped aside and said, Since you don't believe me, you can go in and see for yourself. Do you even need to look? Qiu Jie was extremely arrogant. In order to prove his authority, he said, Since you want me to take a look, then for the sake of fairness, I will not only take the look myself, but I will also bring 2 doctors and 2 people to be selected from afar. Whatever. Chun Sheng didn't care. The more people there were, the more embarrassed this guy would be. Good. Qiu Jie selected 2 doctors, and then pointed to 2 people outside the cordon. Captain Zhang gave the people guarding the cordon a look that signaled them to let the 2 men pass. Then, led by Qiu Jie, Captain Zhang, along with 2 doctors and 2 patients' family members, entered the operating room. As soon as you enter, you can smell a medicinal odor. This was left over from when we cleaned up earlier. Qiu Jie was extremely arrogant and never thought that Zihan would be saved. In his opinion, the little girl was doomed to die. Therefore, without even glancing over there, he turned his back to the operating room and addressed the crowd, saying, You see? The life detectors and other instruments have all been turned off. As he spoke, everyone looked into the operating room at the life detector, where all indicators were green. The electrocardiogram was steady, fluctuating between high and low. Anyone with a normal mind knows what this scene represents. The men had strange expressions. Looking at Qiu Jie's smug expression, it was as if he were looking at an idiot. Professor Qiu, are you sure that little girl is dead? Captain Zhang asked. Of course it is. Before Qiu Jie could finish speaking, he noticed that Captain Zhang and the 2 doctors looked a little off. He subconsciously turned his head to look at the instruments in the operating room. Instantly, the words he was about to say were swallowed back down his throat. I stared at this scene in disbelief. All the instruments lit up, and without exception, they all shimmered with a green light. Chapter 61 Scoundrels. Inside the operating room, the machines were flashing green light. Green represents life. As a medical professor, and a medical professor who was only 40 years old, how could Qiu Jie not understand what these lights represented? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Qiu Jie ran to the instrument, carefully looked at the various indicators on it, and then came to Zihan's side to test her condition using professional techniques. Tell her all the statuses. The little girl didn't die. Moreover, the surgery was successful. All indicators are as stable as they could possibly be. How could this be? Qiu Jie couldn't believe it. Could it really be that young man who pulled the little girl back from the brink of death? Not only him, but the other 2 doctors were also incredulous. They were present during the little girl's surgery, when her organs were showing signs of failure. Even a god couldn't save us in this situation, right? The 2 patients' family members didn't understand what the instruments represented, but they knew that the little girl in the hospital bed was fine. Captain Zhang's expression turned slightly cold, and his trust in Qiu Jie rapidly diminished. Professor Qiu, give us an explanation. It must have been me who saved her. Qiu Jie refused to believe that Chun Sheng had saved Zihan. Our surgery must have been successful. The machine just malfunctioned. Yes, that must be it. He became even more certain of this idea. How could an amateur like him save people? They must have made a mistake in their judgment at the time. Everyone out. Zihan needs to rest. There were too many people in the operating room, and Chun Sheng didn't want to disturb Zihan, so he said coldly, "The situation has been confirmed. Everyone please get out," Captain Zhang said. Everyone had to leave the operating room. "How is the situation?" the doctor asked from outside the door. "She's alive. She's really come back to life," a doctor explained the situation. "What? A miracle? Absolutely a miracle. Did he really do it?" Several doctors discussed it animatedly, saying that this was absolutely a miracle in medical history, worthy of being recorded in the hospital's history and regarded as a classic case. It could even be included in textbooks. "Captain Zhang, I did all of this. It has nothing to do with him," Xiao Jie said loudly. "How could a mere kid like him have such abilities?" "I can testify." Hu Yang, whose hands were cuffed, remained defiant. "I saw Mr. Chun perform the surgery with my own eyes. Also, Xiao Jie, the previous surgery failed entirely because you violated hospital rules during the surgery." "Shut up," Xiao Jie shouted, rushing over to attack Hu Yang, not wanting him to continue. If he continues, his life will be completely ruined. However, the police officer next to him immediately pinned him down. Let me go, Lao Zhang. Whose side are you on?" he shouted as he struggled. "I stand for justice, for the law, and for the people." Captain Zhang had a serious expression, stood tall and straight, and exuded an air of righteousness. "My intuition told me that something was amiss." "Doctor, please continue." "Good." Hu Yang composed himself and said, "We notified him half an hour before the surgery was scheduled to begin today, but he didn't show up. Even after our pre-operative meeting, he still didn't appear. Mr. Chun was very anxious, so he went to find him. You all heard the recording just now. He was doing that kind of thing in his office. At Mr. Chin's request, he finally came, but during the surgery, he intentionally retaliated against Mr. Chun by suddenly stopping the procedure and demanding more medication, which in other words, more money. Mr. Chun had already paid for the medicines and supplies inside. The second payment was completely unnecessary. Everything was because of his revenge, which caused the surgery to be suspended. As a result, the patient, Zhang Zihan, could not hold on for a long time, and her organs failed. In the end, the surgery was declared a failure. After the failed surgery, the little girl had already stopped breathing. Mr. Chun refused to give up and went into the operating room himself to perform the surgery, which led to a miracle and pulled the patient back from the brink of death. Hu Yang's heart was in turmoil, but his tone was calm and devoid of any personal feelings as he recounted the whole story. The doctors who participated in this surgery are well aware of what I'm saying. After he finished speaking, some patients and their families outside the police cordon were shocked and angrily shouted, "Quack! How could there be such a person? I can't believe there's such a corrupt official in such a big hospital. Police, arrest him immediately." The crowd was outraged. They came to the hospital, more or less because they had friends or relatives there and could deeply understand the pain. Captain Zhang's face was so gloomy, it was almost dripping with water. If his own son had been treated like this, he probably would have shot Xiao Jie on the spot. He's talking nonsense, Xiao Jie argued. "I'm a professor. I would never do such a thing. Captain Zhang, you must stand up for me." "Don't worry, I will investigate and find out the truth," Captain Zhang said in a deep voice. "Moreover, I will investigate this matter immediately, right now, in front of the people." Captain Zhang's words immediately drew cheers. "Interrogate these doctors separately. I need the results in 10 minutes. "Yes." Upon receiving orders, Captain Zhang's men immediately took all the doctors and nurses to a secluded place for interrogation. The result came faster than expected. They had long disliked Xiao Jie, and now that they had the opportunity, they vented all their grievances, even bringing up some old grievances. Within 8 minutes, a report was in Captain Zhang's hands, making his eyelids tremble. What a despicable young medical professor. He's worse than an animal. Delaying surgery, charging fees midway through surgery, soliciting bribes from patients' families, and even engaging in illicit sexual relations with hospital nurses. One by one, the charges were brought to light, and the doctors' accounts were identical. To ensure fairness, Captain Zhang read the testimonies aloud as he read them. In the distance, People were even more furious. Damn it! How can there be such people in the world? This kind of doctor should be dragged out and shot. Kill him. The crowd was in a frenzy. If the guards hadn't been there, some people probably would have already rushed in. What happened? Just then, 3 middle-aged men walked over from a distance, one of whom was wearing a white lab coat, and the other 2 were dressed in suits. These are the 2 investors of the 308 hospital and its director. Upon learning of the incident at the hospital, they rushed over from elsewhere immediately. After confirming their identities, Captain Zhang let them over. You've come at the right time. Take a look at this yourselves. The 3 men took the confession, glanced at it, and their expressions turned extremely gloomy. It's over. It's completely over. These confessions could not only ruin Xiujia, but also the entire 308 hospital. Scoundrel, utter scum. One investor trembled with rage. They usually ignored hospitals, never expecting such a person to emerge from such a sacred place. Chapter 62, Keeping the Promise. The investor, who was over 60 years old with graying temples, was now red-faced with anger and trembling all over. Damn it! Another investor, who was also over 50 years old, had a terrible temper. When no one was paying attention, he rushed over and kicked Xiujia, followed by a barrage of punches and kicks that couldn't be stopped. Let go of me. I'm going to beat him to death. Our 308 hospital won't tolerate such scum. Let me go. This investor, though over 50, was still incredibly brave. 2 police officers nearly failed to stop him, and it took them a while for him to calm down. He then angrily rebuked the dean. How did this kind of parasite get a job at a hospital? The dean was terrified. Xiujia was his friend and someone he had personally invited, so he had always protected Xiujia. I never imagined that my secret would be exposed today. Mr. He, I will definitely handle it well. You won't have a chance to deal with it. The hot-tempered general manager, he was so angry, he almost hit him. Get out. Get out of here right now and stop serving as the dean of our institute. Mr. He, before the dean could say anything, the older investor snapped. Get out. You're not that easy to get out of here. As an investor, he has to give all the patients an explanation for what happened. Starting today, our hospital will establish an integrity department to investigate such cases. Whether they occur in the future or in the past, we will not let any of them go unpunished. Once we have the evidence, we'll take it to court. He was furious. After announcing the incident, he went to Mr. Chen's side and said, Mr. Chen, I am deeply sorry for what happened to you. As an investor in the company, I have an inescapable responsibility for this matter. Our hospital will cover all of your family's subsequent treatments without charging you a single penny. I hope you can forgive me. At this point, the old man bowed deeply to Mr. Chen. Mr. He, who had a short temper, also came over, felt deeply apologetic, and bowed as well. Get up, Chen Sheng calmly said. This matter has nothing to do with you. He always focuses on the issue, not the person. He knows countless people, so he can be certain that these 2 investors genuinely didn't know. It was the dean who indulged Xiujia. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief after receiving Chen Sheng's forgiveness. Hu Yang, Doctor Hu is good, Chen Sheng added. Without him this time, your hospital would definitely have been in trouble. A casual remark startled the 2 men, who then looked at Hu Yang, who was handcuffed. Captain Zhang immediately ordered Hu Yang's handcuffs to be removed, and Hu Yang gave Chen Sheng a grateful look. Mr. Chen, rest assured, we will reward Dr. Hu separately, the older investor said. That would be perfect, Chen Sheng said. All right, the truth has come out. According to the law, Xiujia has committed a crime. Captain Zhang said loudly. Don't worry, everyone. I will arrest him, conduct a serious investigation, and sentence him. Good. Well done. Comrade, well done. A round of cheers erupted, and then a young nurse asked timidly, Didn't we agree to eat poop? The words were spoken softly, but almost everyone heard them. Captain Zhang felt that this request was not excessive at all. To deal with this kind of person, making him eat feces would be too lenient, especially since it was a promise he made himself. Now is indeed the time to fulfill that promise. He must eat shit. I happen to have a child pooping here. I have some too. In the crowd, people shouted and pulled out the feces of their own patients from the wards. Xiujia's face was filled with fear and paleness. He never imagined that he, A promising young medical professor with a bright future would end up like this. No, this is vigilante justice. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you. And there's that kid practicing medicine without a license. Why aren't you arresting him? You don't need to worry about that. I will accept the punishment for using vigilante justice. Mr. Chun, you have no right to interfere. Captain Zhang sneered, and with a wave of his hand, two of his men brought the excrement contributed by the patients' families in the distance to Qiu Jie and poured it into a basin. Eat up, Captain Zhang said. We'll all wait and see. No, I won't eat. Qiu Jie's face was pale as he struggled incessantly, but unfortunately, all his struggles were in vain in front of the trained police officers. Right now, he doesn't want to think about anything. He just wants to cry. Eat feces. It's disgusting just thinking about it. If he won't eat, press his head down, Captain Zhang shouted. Upon receiving the order, the two henchmen immediately pressed Qiu Jie's head down and shoved him into the basin. Qiu Jie's struggles were futile. Soon, a gurgling sound came from inside the basin. He was holding his breath for a long time, but finally opened his mouth and ate several large mouthfuls. Lu Riyue patted her stomach and turned away. The scene made her feel nauseous. Chen Sheng stared at him coldly. This punishment was already lenient for Qiu Jie. From the moment he learned that Zihan's surgery had failed, he was already prepared to kill her. However, it seems unnecessary now. The charges alone are enough to send him to prison for life. If he then gives Xing Zongtai a heads up, Qiu Jie's later life will be more and more painful every day. He knew prison cells all too well. He had lived in one for 3 years and knew all too well what kind of perverts lived there. Qiu Jie was forced into the basin, eating and vomiting at the same time. He was almost unable to struggle anymore when the two policemen finally released him. He lay on the ground, convulsing and vomiting, looking extremely pitiful. But no one pities him. His actions have caused immense suffering to countless people over the years. If it weren't for a miracle, that little girl would have been killed by him. People just felt incredibly relieved. In the end, the two investors deeply apologized to everyone, acknowledging that they were responsible for the existence of such a corrupt official, and immediately appointed Hu Yang as the new dean, who would also be in charge of the newly established integrity department. Furthermore, doctors who knowingly cover up the truth will be fined and have all their year-end bonuses forfeited. It's worth noting that the year-end bonus at the 308 hospital is in the hundreds of thousands, which made everyone wince. Captain Zhang, please contact me immediately if you need anything. The entire hospital will fully cooperate with your investigation. Okay, Captain Zhang said, fall back. He took the hospital director, Qiu Jie, and several doctors away, and also asked Chen Sheng, Lu Riyue, and others to go to the police station to give statements. At this point, everyone tacitly agreed not to mention Chen Sheng's unlicensed medical practice. In this commotion, they forgot about the medical miracle of Zihan's resuscitation. Nobody wants to bring this up. Thank you for today. After leaving the police station, Chen Sheng said to Lu Riyue, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known that Zihan was in trouble. It's nothing, it's what we should do. Lu Riyue's gaze towards Chen Sheng changed somewhat. After experiencing what happened today, she seemed to have gained a new understanding of this man. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me, Chen Sheng said. Okay. Lu Riyue replied with a smile, not taking Chen Sheng's words to heart. Little did she know that 3 years ago, countless people in this world longed for a promise from Chen Sheng, but could not obtain it. Chapter 63 Priceless. Those who knew Chen Sheng in the past knew that his promises were priceless. He has never broken a promise, even at the cost of his life. Lu Riyue was unaware of these things and took Chen Sheng's words as a joke, not taking them too seriously. Mr. Chen, I have class this afternoon, so I won't go to the hospital. I'll visit Zihan another day. Good. Chen Sheng and Lu Riyue said goodbye and watched him leave before heading back to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, the two hospital investors greeted him, apologized to Mr. Chen again, and went with him to visit Zihan. It must be said that there's a reason they became wealthy. They are very good at getting things done. With their pressure and Chen Sheng's connections, Qiu Jie will likely spend the rest of his life in prison. Back in Zihan's hospital room, she was still asleep. Although the surgery was successful, it caused great damage to Zihan. Her face remained pale, and looked extremely unsightly. Brother, 8 desolations, brother. On the hospital bed, Zihan's face was filled with panic. Her eyes were closed, her eyelashes trembled, and she even started talking in her sleep. Brother's here. Chun Sheng grabbed the little one's hand, and soon she fell asleep again. I heard something just happened. A woman's voice came from outside the door. Chun Sheng turned around and saw Yi Qingyan appear at the door at some point. Her attire was as always, a white shirt, a black pencil skirt, her long, beautiful legs encased in stockings, and high heels on her feet, exuding a mature and sophisticated aura. Chun Sheng was not surprised at all by her arrival. On the day of the job interview, he returned with 500,000 yuan. Yi Qingyan was following him at the time. How could he not know? It's just that no one has revealed it yet. Chun Sheng was certain that even the clothes Zihan was wearing were a gift from her. Well, there was a little hiccup, but it's been resolved. Is Miss Yi here to urge me to go back to work? Chun Sheng said with a smile, as if nothing had happened. Yes, just a friendly reminder. You've been absent from school for almost a day. If anything happens to you, Yan, because of your negligence, you will bear inescapable responsibility. According to the contract, you must pay 3 times your salary as compensation. There's such a clause? Chun Sheng was speechless. Capitalists really aren't good people. How come there's such a clause? How come he didn't notice it back then? Of course. Yi Qingyan came to Zihan's side, carrying fruit and toys. Seeing Zihan's appearance, she felt extremely sad and thought of her younger brother who had left her. How is she? The critical period has passed, Chun Sheng said. With a period of follow-up treatment, it should be cured. Chun Sheng no longer intends to rely solely on the hospital. Zihan can stay in the hospital, but he must develop the medication himself. He had never practiced the medical skills that Master Cho had taught him, but the success of this surgery gave him great confidence. He wanted to personally and completely cure Zihan's illness. Yi Qingyan came here for 2 reasons. First, to visit Zihan, and second, to tell Chun Sheng something. She called Chun Sheng outside the door. Chairman Song wants to see you. See me? Chun Sheng asked, puzzled. Why would Song Tianyu want to see him? Okay, come with me. I'll have someone take good care of Zihan. This won't happen again, don't worry. All right. Chun Sheng took one last look at Zihan before following Yi Qingyan to Tianyu Pharmaceutical Group. Song Tianyu was working in his office when he saw Chun Sheng and Yi Qingyan arrive. He stopped what he was doing and smiled. Ba Huang, you've come. Chun Sheng said. Chairman Song, you look better and better these past few days. Have a seat. Song Tianyu invited Chun Sheng to sit down, and then personally made tea for him. He was very approachable and friendly, not at all like the chairman of a group. Chairman Song, I don't know anything about tea, but I do know this. Chun Sheng took out a small wine jar from his body, took a sip, and smacked his lips. Young man, you certainly have personality. Song Tianyu didn't pay any attention to these things. What did Chairman Song call me here for? Chun Sheng didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. A busy person like Song Tianyu wouldn't have called him over just to have tea. After brewing himself a cup, Song Tianyu said, Ba Huang, the reason I called you here is to tell you that you must take good care of Yu Yin in the days to come. Chun Sheng frowned, realizing that things might be a bit serious. Otherwise, Song Tianyu wouldn't have bothered to call him over specifically to discuss this matter. Chairman Song, is something going to happen soon? Song Tianyu nodded solemnly and sighed. Some things are internal secrets of our group and cannot be told to others casually. However, it won't hurt to tell you now. Our pharmaceutical group recently developed a biochemical drug by accident. Our original intention was to study an antibody against a virus, but after testing the drug, we found that it was a poison. You might not understand what I'm saying, but in short, this drug, when injected into an animal, can cause a new type of infectious virus to grow inside the animal's body. This type of virus spreads so quickly that it can be transmitted through the air. In other words, as long as this person breathes in front of you, it can enter your body through your breath. Once infected, death will occur within a day. At this point, Song Tianyu's eyes became extremely deep, and a trace of sadness flashed in the depths of his eyes. 3 young scientists lost their lives because of this drug. Although he has tried his best to compensate, he is still very upset. We'll call this drug H2 for now. Once I discovered it was a virus, I immediately stopped its development. But there was a problem within the group. I don't know how the news got out. Just 10 days ago, I received a threatening letter demanding that I hand over the H2 formula. The formula for H2 is currently known to only 2 people, one of whom is me. Is the other one Song Yuyan? Chen Sheng asked. Song Tianyu nodded. How could she know? Chen Sheng asked seriously. If H2 really could be transmitted through respiration, as Song Tianyu said, then it would definitely be a terrifying biochemical drug. Why would Song Tianyu tell his daughter the formula for this drug? To be honest, during Yu Yan's winter break, she worked in our group's research lab. The formula and formulation were all proposed by her, with the intention of improving the human body's ability to fight off the virus. Song Tianyu smiled wryly. His daughter was a genius in the field of medicine, with extremely high talent. Over the years, she has developed as many as 30 cold medicine formulas, of which only 10 are ineffective, while the remaining 20 are already widely used in the market. It was precisely because of her sensitivity to the drug that Song Tianyu agreed to let her study in the lab. Who knew this would happen? I didn't believe those threats before, but just 10 days ago. Chapter 64 Unexpected Accident. 10 days ago, on his way home, Song Tianyu encountered an accident. This was a traffic accident. A successful person driving a Mercedes crashed in the middle of the road. The car accident was extremely horrific, happening right before Song Tianyu's eyes. The Mercedes-Benz was struck by a large truck, thrown more than 10 meters away, and crashed into the gate of a residential area on the side of the road, turning into a pile of scrap metal. The driver and the successful man inside the car died on the spot despite all efforts to save them. The investigation revealed that the truck driver and the man had no prior grudges, there was no evidence of alcohol abuse, and there was no malicious intent in the collision. But at the crucial moment, for some reason, the car went out of control. Ultimately, the incident was classified as a simple traffic accident, and Song Tianyu also believed it to be a traffic accident. However, when Song Tianyu got home, he found a letter at the door. Let me guess what it says, Chen Sheng said. That car accident wasn't an accident. It was deliberate. It was someone behind the scenes trying to scare you into handing over the formula for H2. Song Tianyu was surprised, not expecting that Chen Sheng could guess the contents of the letter after only listening to it for a moment. That's true. It was another threatening letter, stating that another car accident would occur in front of him the next day. Song Tianyu was cautious and was about to call the police. Only, not long after he finished reading the letter, the handwriting on it gradually became blurry and recently disappeared. After some research, he discovered that the words on it were written with a special potion. It only lasts for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the words written with the medicine will evaporate automatically. I immediately sent people to investigate the suspicious individuals, and the result was the same this time. Clearly, the people who are blackmailing me are a group of experienced individuals, and to this day, I still do not know who they are. Song Tianyu said. However, I received another letter yesterday, saying that their patience has run out. I'm not going to listen to reason, so they're going to punish me. They're probably going to take action against me. Song Tianyu took a sip of tea to calm himself down. I don't care. I have bodyguards around me every day. What I'm most worried about right now is Yu Yan. Why don't you just let her come back? Such a simple solution. Didn't Song Tianyu think of it? I promised her mother that I wouldn't let her stay at home forever, otherwise her mother would take her away. Her mother? Yes, her mother and I are divorced. Song Tianyu paused. Sigh, these are all family matters. It won't do you any good to know. He clearly didn't intend to continue this topic, and changed the subject. In short, you must protect Yu Yan. You trust me that much? Chen Sheng asked curiously. Certainly. Song Tianyu said. You are the first person to discover that I arranged bodyguards around Yu Yan. Your ability is no less than that of anyone around me. All right. Chen Sheng sighed helplessly. He wanted to keep a low profile, but his abilities wouldn't allow it. Don't worry. As long as I'm with your daughter, she will be safe. Song Tianyu invited Chen Sheng over this time to repeatedly instruct Chen Sheng to protect Song Yuyan. Seeing his unease, Chen Sheng focused his gaze on Song Tianyu's face and began to use the book of physiognomy to observe the trajectory of his destiny. Gradually, his eyes began to burn. Before they knew it, A large dark cloud appeared on the top of Song Tianyu's head. At first, Chunsheng thought it was an illusion. He blinked and saw that the dark cloud was still there. What happened? Chunsheng was shocked. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Even in the fortune-telling techniques that Ugly Master had mentioned, there was no such situation. Seeing that Chunsheng's expression was a bit strange, Song Tianyu asked, "Ba Huang, what's wrong?" "Fine." Chunsheng naturally couldn't reveal this situation, but he said cautiously, "Chairman Song, since this has happened, you need to be extra careful lately." Dark clouds obscured the top of his head. Even if Chunsheng had never seen this situation before, he knew it was not a good thing and immediately reminded Song Tianyu. Song Tianyu laughed heartily. "Don't worry, I'm not good at anything, but I'm lucky. Even if someone wants to mess with me, they'd better think twice about how capable they are." As he said this, Song Tianyu exuded a strong sense of confidence. "All right, then Mr. Song, take care. I'll take care of Song Yuyan. During the contract period, unless something happens to me, she will not have any accidents." After reiterating his assurances to Song Tianyu and giving him further instructions, Chunsheng took his leave from Tianyu Pharmaceutical Group. On the way, he kept thinking about what was going on with that dark cloud, and once again used his physiognomy skills to look at the pedestrians on the road, but he didn't see anything unusual again. Strangeness. Chunsheng was puzzled, guessing it might be a problem with his eyes, but he didn't know exactly what the problem was. After leaving Tianyu Pharmaceutical, he did not go back to the hospital. With Yi Qingyan taking care of him there, he felt quite at ease. Now his primary task is to ensure Song Yuyan's safety. Is he Chunsheng, Chunbahuang? As soon as Chunsheng entered the business school, on the top floor of the teaching building, a man who was 1.8 meters tall and looked somewhat effeminate smiled and looked down at Chunsheng, asking the person next to him a question. Beside him was none other than Sun Yeyang, whom Chunsheng had beaten up. "Brother Ziting, it's him," Sun Yeyang said. "This kid is extremely arrogant. He's the one who messed up our martial arts club, as well as Qianping and Lei Long." Zhang Ziting shook his head and said leisurely, "If you can't even handle someone like this, you guys are really useless." Sun Yeyang showed no discomfort at being called a piece of trash. Compared to Zhang Ziting, he is indeed a piece of trash. Not to mention him, even if his parents came, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly when they saw Zhang Ziting. This man is Zhang Tianyang's son, who is the 5th richest man in Qingqing. His father has a personal fortune of hundreds of billions, making him a true tycoon. Compared to Zhang Ziting's father, Sun Yeyang's father is nothing. "Brother Ziting, how are you going to deal with him?" Sun Yeyang asked respectfully. "You don't need to worry about that." Zhang Ziting put his hands in his pockets, took long strides, and turned to leave. Brother Huang. Not long after Chunsheng entered the business school, Tan Xiu ran over from a distance, beaming with excitement, and said, "Brother Huang, you've finally arrived." "What's wrong? Why are you so excited?" Chunsheng raised an eyebrow. "Did you have too much fun last night?" Last night was really good. The women in there really know how to have fun." After Chunsheng said that, Tan Xiu couldn't help but praise the foreign beauties that Lu Huanjin had called to warm his bed last night. "But I'm not laughing at that. I'm laughing at Suanshi, you know? Haha, she came to school today to ask for leave. Her mouth was swollen like a pig." Tan Xiu took out his phone and pulled out a photo. "This is a photo I took secretly this morning." In the photo, Suanshi's entire mouth is swollen and bright red, looking like 2 sausages hanging from her lips, which is extremely exaggerated. "Clearly, I got slapped quite a few times last night." When the teacher asked her what happened this morning, she said she fell outside last night. Besides her, Lei Long and his friends were all absent. They all took leave. Thinking about the humiliation she suffered last night and the consequences for those people, Tan Xiu felt extremely relieved. "Those people deserved it," Chunsheng said calmly. Although Lei Long and his group had some wealth, they were nothing compared to Lu Huanjin and Fei Si. "I'm a bit lacking in inspiration tonight, so I'll just write 4 chapters for now and 6 tomorrow." Chapter 65, Tying Up Song Yuyan. "Brother Huang, there's one more thing I need to tell you." Tan Xiu's eyes were slightly complicated. "What's up?" "Zhang Ziting is back," Tan Xiu said. "He hasn't been to school for a long time. I heard that he came back this time, apparently to see you." "Looking for me?" Chen Sheng raised an eyebrow. What do you want with me? I don't even know him. Brother Huang, you have already offended him by publicly announcing that Song Yuyin is your fiancé. He has been pursuing Song Yuyin for a long time. And, most importantly, Song Yuyin has some feelings for him. Tell me, if he doesn't contact you, who else would he contact? I'm invincible. He can do whatever he wants, Chen Sheng said nonchalantly. It would be great if he really came looking for me. I'd like to see just how awesome this super-rich second generation is. His father is Zhang Tianyang, ranked 5th on the Qinxing rich list, a real estate tycoon. Tanxiu said. He's a real big shot. Lu Huanjin and Fei Si from last night are probably nothing in his eyes. Brother Huang, you'd better be careful. Speaking of Zhang Ziting, Tanxiu felt somewhat deflated. This man had humiliated and tormented him in front of him before. It was because of him that Tanxiu had been living in a state of inferiority for the past few years. If Chen Sheng hadn't appeared, he wouldn't know how long he would have been bullied because of this inferiority complex. So what if he overcomes his inferiority complex? Zhang Ziting is still an insurmountable peak for him. If he were to encounter Zhang Ziting and make a move against him, he would probably be pushed away by Zhang's bodyguards before he even gets close. Reality is so ironic. He had no way to deal with Zhang Ziting. Zhang Tianyang, 5th on the Qinxing rich list. Upon hearing this name, Chen Sheng's eyes became meaningful. He never expected that Zhang Ziting was actually his son. 2 years ago, Zhang Tianyang used his connections to visit the prison where he was. At that time, Zhang Tianyang was seriously ill and on the verge of death. He somehow found out about Ugly Master and came to seek medical treatment. Ugly Master was heartless and ignored him completely. He knelt in front of Ugly Master's prison door and begged for 3 days and 3 nights. It was only after Chen Sheng pleaded on his behalf that Chou Yi finally intervened. Speaking of which, that guy still owes him a favor. Moreover, due to the circumstances at the time, Ugly Master could only prolong his life for 2 years. By now, Zhang Tianyang's old ailment should have flared up. Now that Ugly Master has passed away, only he can save Zhang Tianyang in this world. When Zhang Tianyang saw him, he had to call him Master Huang. According to seniority, Zhang Ziting is his grandson. He never expected to run into Zhang Tianyang's son at this school, especially since his son was hostile towards him. Chen Sheng smiled, not taking the matter to heart at all. There's a class in the afternoon, taught by instructor Huang Susu. Almost everyone has to attend her classes. The classroom was bustling with activity, with boys and girls enthusiastically discussing things that interested them. Lin Yao and Song Yuyin also arrived in the class. The 2 girls were the center of attention wherever they went, surrounded by a large group of people who were chattering and discussing something. When Song Yuyin saw Chen Sheng come to class, she was quite surprised. You see, yesterday when Su Anqi came home, her lips were terribly swollen. When asked what happened, she said she had accidentally fallen. But Song Yuyin and Lin Yao aren't stupid. How could they fall like that? Something must have happened last night. Song Yuyin thought Chen Sheng and Tanxiu would also take the day off, but to her surprise, everything was normal for them, which made her quite puzzled. Lin Yao felt it was normal. After all, Chen Sheng was someone who had experienced gunfire and was an elite soldier. Back then, so many enemies with guns couldn't do anything to him. What could those people from last night possibly do? Wife, Lin Yao, you two are great. Good morning. Chen Sheng greeted Song Yuyin and the other woman with a smile. Good morning, Lin Yao said with a smile. What do you mean early? It's already afternoon. Song Yuyin rolled her eyes and said fiercely. Chen Ba Huang, it's my turn to clean today, so this task is yours. Yes, ma'am, Chen Sheng said with a grin. It was only natural for him to do things for his employer. Song Yuyin didn't expect Chen Sheng to agree so readily. She had anticipated that he would refuse, and then she would find a reason to scold him and drive him away. With her plan falling through, Song Yuyin could only glare fiercely at Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng sat down nonchalantly, took out a bottle of wine, and drank it sip by sip as if it were water, a faint aroma of wine emanating from his body. Leaning back in his seat, he was still pondering what was going on with the dark cloud hanging over Song Tianyu's head. At the time, he thought it looked like dark clouds, but now that he thinks about it, it looks more like a cloud of black mist, and only he could see it. No one else could see it. Song Tianyu has it. but does Song Yuyan have it? Chen Sheng turned his gaze to Song Yuyan, analyzing her face using physiognomy techniques, while simultaneously activating his X-ray-like eyes, which felt slightly hot. Upon seeing this, Chen Sheng was slightly taken aback. There was also a wisp of black energy on the top of Song Yuyan's head. However, it's much less than Song Tianyu's. The father and daughter are in the same situation. Considering what H2 had caused, Chen Sheng roughly understood that something was about to happen. It seems he will have to stay by Song Yuyan's side for the time being. Soon, the school bell rang, and Huang Susu walked in from outside. She was a rare beauty among the school's teachers. Huang Susu wears black-rimmed glasses and has a plump figure. Some of her movements during class can spark the fantasies of many people. Her English class ended more than an hour later. At the very end of the get-out of class, Huang Susu suddenly said, "Chen Ba Huang, come to my office in a little while." "Oh." Chen Sheng, who was lost in thought, snapped out of it and hurriedly replied, "Okay, teacher, I'll be there in a bit." He looked puzzled, wondering why Huang Susu wanted to see him, so he could only ask Tenshio to help clean up, while saying to Song Yuyan, "Your dad called me today and asked me to stay with you. Don't wander off, just wait for me at school." Chen Sheng was worried about Song Yuyan and felt compelled to remind her. However, judging from her appearance, she was unaware of the potential dangers posed by H2 and snorted, "My dad is my dad, and I am me. He made you follow me, not the other way around. Lin Yao, let's go." Chen Sheng. Song Yuyan was too well protected by Song Tianyu, and she had the temperament of a spoiled young lady. "Stop!" Chen Sheng coldly shouted, suddenly grabbing Song Yuyan's arm and turning to ask, "Tenshio, do you have a rope?" "Rope? I don't have any. Will shoelaces work?" "Can." Without a word, Tenshio took the 2 shoelaces off her sneakers. Chen Sheng took the shoelaces and quickly tied Song Yuyan's hands to the classroom window. "Leave? Let's see how you leave." "Bastard, let me go." Song Yuyan struggled, trying to untie the rope, but Chen Sheng's method of tying the rope was unusual, and she had no way to do it. Chapter 66. This man is definitely not ordinary. The other students in the class stared wide-eyed. His lips were slightly parted. Damn it. This transfer student is too awesome. He actually dared to tie up the school beauty. Isn't he afraid of being retaliated against by the school beauty's suitors? Everyone was dumbfounded. This was too audacious. Xiaojie's expression was particularly fascinating. I still remember when Chen Sheng first came to the class, he domineeringly took away his seat. He thought that he could get revenge on this kid by relying on Lei Long. Who knew that when he called Lei Long last night, Lei Long berated him mercilessly, leaving him completely bewildered and confused. The school beauty was tied to the safety railing of a glass window, which quickly attracted a crowd of onlookers who criticized Chen Sheng. "Ba Huang, what are you doing?" Lin Yao said anxiously. "Quickly let go of Yuyan." She wanted to help, but Chen Sheng stepped in front of her and stopped her, saying seriously, "I'm doing this for her own good. You have to believe me." Lin Yao was taken aback. This was the first time Chen Sheng had shown such an expression since enrolling in school. Even though he was about to face C and his gang last night, he remained calm and composed. Is something really going to happen? Lin Yao knew Chen Sheng's identity. A man like him would never speak carelessly. "Yao Yao, please help me," Song Yuyan said, struggling. Lin Yao was at a loss, unsure whether she should go over. "Tenshio, keep an eye on her for me. No one is allowed near her until I return." Chen Sheng turned to Tenshio and said, "Okay, Brother Huang." Tenshio's gaze sharpened, and he nodded cautiously. After what happened yesterday, he already regarded Chen Sheng as a brother. Tenshio will resolutely carry out his orders. Remember, no one is allowed to get close to her. After saying this, Chen Sheng turned around and left in full view of everyone. "Chen Ba Huang, you bastard, come back here." "Chen Ba Huang." Song Yuyan struggled and shouted, wanting to use her mouth to untie the rope, but when she thought about how it would damage her goddess image in public, and most importantly, the rope was Tenshio's shoelace, which was a bit dark, how could she bring herself to bite it? "Song, the school beauty, I'm sorry to offend you." Tenshio moved his stool over and placed it beside him, staring fiercely at the people around him. "Useless trash, let go of the school beauty." "Tenshio, let go of Yuyan right now, or you'll regret it." Tanxiu, you'd better let go of her right now. From the crowd of onlookers came shouts of reprimands, as everyone still thought Tanxiu was the same person he was yesterday, speaking in a commanding tone. Tanxiu sneered and ignored him. Tanxiu, didn't you hear what we said? A boy stood up, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, trying to show off in front of Song Yuyan. Song Yuyan looked at him pitifully, which further aroused his protective instincts. He glared at Tanxiu and said, I'll give you 3 seconds to let go of the school beauty yourself. Oh, Tanxiu said. Those who want to play the hero and save the damsel in distress should first consider whether they are qualified to do so. You Tanxiu, who gave you the guts to say that? You son of a bitch. This boy was only 1.6 meters tall. He had bullied Tanxiu before and thought Tanxiu was a pushover. He cursed and raised his fist as he charged forward. Tanxiu didn't hold back at all and punched him in the chest. Bang! In an instant, the boy collapsed to the ground, a sharp pain shooting through his chest. To intimidate everyone, Tanxiu used extremely heavy force, knocking the opponent out with a single punch. The boy lay on the ground, clutching his chest, his face pale. I'll say it again, no one is allowed to come near. Tanxiu repeated Chun Sheng's words, her eyes fierce as she swept them around. Everyone whose gaze swept over him showed a slight change in expression. Tanxiu seems to have changed. The person is still the same as before, but he no longer seems to be the Tanxiu who can be bullied by anyone and treated as a subordinate by anyone. In terms of physique, Tanxiu came from a rural background and had been training since childhood, making him superior to 90% of the students in the entire school. For a moment, no one dared to approach. Snort. Tanxiu snorted coldly. Song Yuyan said, Tanxiu, don't listen to Chun Bahuang. Let me go right now. If you let me go, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. The school's most beautiful girl personally invited me to dinner. If it were Tanxiu a day ago, she would definitely have agreed. Being able to have dinner with the school beauty would be such a huge honor. But now, Tanxiu only has eyes for Chun Sheng. He knew that since he came to the school, Chun Sheng was the only student in the entire business school who considered him a friend. Only Chun Sheng wanted to help him and promote him, and give him a chance. A drop of water in need deserves a spring in return. Chun Sheng had given him a second chance at life. Even if the most beautiful girl in the school invites him, or even if 2 of the most beautiful girls in the school invite him at the same time, he will not waver in the slightest. As for Song Yuyan's words, he pretended not to hear them, and stood silently to the side, guarding her like a personal sentinel. Anyone who wants to go there can only do so if they fall down. He turned a deaf ear to the condemnations from those around him. Lin Yao stood to the side, hesitant. With her skills, taking down Tanxiu was a piece of cake. Ever since the Golden Triangle incident, she has mastered martial arts. Despite her petite stature, even the head of the martial arts club is nothing special in her eyes. Only, Chun Sheng's expression was more serious than ever before. Moreover, she has been hiding her skills all along, and so far, no one knows her true strength. After leaving the classroom, Chun Sheng went to Huang Susu's office as quickly as possible. Beautiful teacher, what can I do for you? Chun Sheng asked. You're new here, and you're falling behind in many courses. I've taken some notes for you these past 2 days. Huang Susu took 2 notebooks out of her office. Take these home and study them carefully. Learning English well will benefit you in the future. Chun Sheng remained indifferent, wondering what had happened. He learned English when he was a teenager. Moreover, he not only speaks English, but he is also fluent in more than a dozen languages, and even knows some local dialects of some countries. However, since Huang Susu meant well, he didn't say anything and took the notebook, saying, Thank you, beautiful teacher. You're welcome. Take a good look when you get back. Chun Sheng took the notebook and prepared to leave. Just as he was about to leave, there was a knock on the office door. Turning around, I saw a man standing at the door, about 30 years old, with a rather robust build. Moreover, he was a foreign man, blond and blue-eyed, and although he was not young, he possessed the charm of a mature man. Hi, Rose. The foreign man spoke fluent Chinese and said with a smile, Long time no see. Upon seeing him, Huang Susu's expression visibly changed slightly, and she looked rather unwell. Teacher, who is this? Chun Sheng asked. My friend. Huang Susu forced a smile. Mr. Chun, it's nothing else. You can go now. Good. Chun Sheng smiled, turned and left. As he brushed past the foreign man, Chun Sheng's nose twitched, and he couldn't help but frown. Bloody. He could actually smell a bloody odor on the foreign man. Who is this guy? Chun Sheng glanced back. This man is no ordinary person. Chapter 67 Insult. Chun Sheng smelled more than just blood on the foreign man. His keen intuition told him that the man was not simple. He was worried something might happen, so he lingered at the door. However, there was no sound from inside the office, not even a single word of conversation. Still somewhat uneasy, Chun Sheng's gaze sharpened, and the wall in front of him gradually became transparent. Soon, the wall in front of them began to gradually become transparent. Then, it disappeared completely. Perhaps because the penetrating power was limited to only one wall. This time, what he saw was not two skeletons, but two complete people. It was quiet inside. Nothing had happened. Huang Susu was sitting in her office chair, and it seemed the two of them were talking. Neither the foreign man nor Huang Susu seemed very happy. Since there was nothing else, Chun Sheng left. Song Yuyin was still in the classroom, and he couldn't leave for too long. Rose, you're the most suitable person to do this. In the office, the foreign man said in fluent English. If you don't do it, the higher-ups won't let you off the hook. Huang Susu seemed like a completely different person. Sitting upright in her office chair, her gaze sharp, a hint of murderous intent emanating from her. She was utterly unlike her gentle teacher persona. She spoke in fluent English. Scorpion, I'll say it again, after that mission, I've already broken free of the stinger. But the Poison King didn't agree, Scorpion said. You left the base without permission. Do you think the Poison King didn't know you were at this school? It's not that he can't find you. He just wants you to live a peaceful life for a while. Now the Poison King needs you. Go back and tell him that I've retired from crime. Don't come after me for murder. Huang Susu's voice was cold and domineering. If you want revenge, come at me. I'll take care of it. Fine. Since that's the case, I'll pass on your words to the Poison King. The foreign man, known as the Scorpion, was furious and slammed the door shut as he left. Inside the classroom, Tan Xiao knocked out one person and stood in front of Song Yuyin. For a short time, no one dared to come forward to cause trouble. Tan Xiao, please let me go, okay? Song Yuyin blinked her big, mischievous eyes and pleaded with Tan Xiao. Tan Xiao pretended not to hear. The boys who were watching were practically melting. Finally, two boys couldn't hold back any longer. After discussing it, they stood up together. Kid, you'd better get out of the way. Tan Xiao, if you don't let go of Yu Yan, don't blame us for being impolite. The two men walked towards Tan Xiao together, threatening. Although you are powerful, you may not be a match for both of us. I advise you not to be reckless. Oh, why don't you guys give it a try? Tan Xiao grabbed the stool next to him and suddenly took a step forward. The two boys who stepped forward thought he was going to make a move and instinctively took 2 steps back, but Tan Xiao did nothing. Beat him up. The two exchanged a glance and prepared to act. Hey, I didn't realize this kid had some backbone. Didn't everyone say he was a good-for-nothing? Just as the two were about to make their move, a playful voice rang out. The sound immediately made everyone turn around and look in that direction. When they saw who it was, everyone was stunned. Immediately, a burst of surprise erupted. Zhang Ziting. It's Zhang Ziting, he's here at school. Wow, so handsome. Outside the classroom, a group of people were walking towards them. One of them, surrounded by others, walked in the middle. He was 1.8 meters tall, with light yellow hair and a fair complexion. 2 people led the way in front of him, while a group of people followed closely behind. Without exception, they were all bodyguards arranged for him by his father. They were about the same age as him, but each of them was a trained fighter. His appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even Song Yuyin's clear eyes showed surprise. The 2 guys who were about to attack Tan Xiao immediately retreated upon seeing Zhang Ziting. They knew. From this moment on, this matter is no longer their concern. Zhang Ziting exuded a powerful aura. At this moment, he seemed like the protagonist here, walking step by step toward Tan Xiao. Get out of the way. The 2 bodyguards in front ruthlessly pushed aside the people in front of them to clear a path for Zhang Ziting. Seeing this, everyone voluntarily made way. Just because a boy made a slightly larger movement and touched Zhang Ziting's clothes, A bodyguard raised his hand and slapped him without thinking. Smack! After slapping him, the bodyguard yelled, "Are you blind?" I'm sorry. The boy apologized, covering his face, barely daring to breathe. Roll. Yes, I'll leave right away. The boy immediately tried to run away, but the bodyguard grabbed him. I told you to get lost, not to leave. Don't you understand? Fine, I'll get out. The boy lay down on the ground and rolled away. Zhang Ziding acted as if he didn't see him, stepping over his stomach and walking straight towards Tan Xiu. Two bodyguards led the way and arrived at Tan Xiu's side first. These two bodyguards are also business school students. I'd heard of Tan Xiu's name before. One of them sneered, "Country bumpkin, I don't want to lay a hand on you. Now go and untie your filthy shoelaces, and maybe we'll let you go." Tan Xiu stared intently at Zhang Ziding, ignoring the bodyguard. A hint of ferocity surfaced deep within his eyes. Scenes from 3 or 4 years ago flooded his mind. It was on the school street that he saw his girlfriend walking with Zhang Ziding, going in and out of luxury shopping malls. He was furious and went up to confront them. "Who do you think you are, daring to question me?" Unsurprisingly, Zhang Ziding's bodyguards appeared and knocked him to the ground. Then, Zhang Ziding personally stepped on his head, spat on him, and humiliated him, as well as his parents and family. "Who do you think you are, daring to question me?" Zhang Ziding, with his girlfriend in his arms, looked down at him arrogantly, completely disregarding him. "Is this woman your goddess? I've heard him talk about you. You pursued her for 2 years before finally winning her over, and so far you've only held hands. Unfortunately, the goddess you can't catch or have is just a dog in front of me, an obedient female dog. I'll tell her what to do, and she'll do it. Come on, let her bark for this piece of trash to hear." "Woof woof," the woman barked in response, showing no shame whatsoever, but instead said in a coquettish voice, "Master, this servant is hungry." "Good girl, I'll let you eat your fill when we get back tonight." Zhang Ziding caressed the woman's body wantonly, then turned to look at Tan Xiu, who was standing on the ground. "See this? This is your goddess." At that moment, Tan Xiu's eyes were filled with despair, and she wished she could die immediately. Insult. He was destined to remember that insult for the rest of his life. "She's just my dog. I play with her for a few days and then abandon her. But what I throw away, you can't have either. If you want revenge, you're welcome to come find me anytime." Chapter 68, 10,000 per month. That day, Zhang Ziding treated Tan Xiu's woman like a dog, and similarly, he treated Tan Xiu like a dog, showing her no respect whatsoever. Insulting language was used repeatedly. "Apologize to me." Tan Xiu was extremely angry. She stood in front of him and said in a low voice, "Otherwise, you will regret it." "Regret? Remember this. You and I are destined to be from different worlds." Zhang Ziding left those words behind, released him, gave him a pitiful look, and then walked away with his ex-girlfriend in his arms. When he left, Zhang Ziding didn't even glance at him. From then on, Tan Xiu never recovered. He thought about dying, about revenge, and about finding that woman. In the end, he gave up on everything. Indeed, he and Zhang Ziding are from different worlds. Perhaps even if he works hard his whole life, he won't be as good as someone else's single toe. The scene from the past flashed through Tan Xiu's mind. Her eyes became bloodshot, and her body trembled. So many years have passed, and he has given up on that woman. However, the humiliation he suffered at that time is still vivid in his mind and cannot be forgotten, making him feel humiliated. Zhang Ziding had long forgotten these things. He didn't recognize Tan Xiu. His greatest hobby was playing with other people's women and watching them suffer, but they were powerless to do anything about it. After doing this kind of thing so many times, you naturally start to forget who's who. He was surrounded by a retinue, enjoying the admiration of the crowd, and his face was full of arrogance. His bodyguard, like him, was arrogant and bossy, barking orders at Tan Xiu. "Trash, didn't you hear me?" the bodyguard yelled. "I told you to go and untie the school beauty." Tan Xiu's thoughts returned, and she forcibly suppressed the humiliating images in her mind. Even after all these years, he still has a little bit of fear of Zhang Ziding. But he still remembered Chen Sheng's words and did not back down, saying again, "I said, no one is allowed to come near." "What?" The bodyguard was clearly surprised that Tan Xiu, this good-for-nothing, would dare to refuse Zhang Ziding? Where did he get the courage? The bodyguard wondered if he had misheard. Try saying it again. Are you deaf? Suddenly, Tan Xiu roared. I said, nobody the hell is allowed to come near me, unless they step over me. Did you fucking hear that? The sudden shout startled everyone. The bodyguard's ears were ringing, and he covered them, his face extremely pale. Are you fucking crazy? How dare you yell at me? He raised his hand and slapped Tan Xiu across the face, just like he had slapped the person just now. Only, before his hand even reached Tan Xiu's face, Tan Xiu grabbed it tightly. Then, a punch landed on his nose. Immediately, the bodyguard's nose started bleeding profusely. He bent over, clutching his nose, in excruciating pain. This punch stunned everyone. Has Tan Xiu gone mad? How dare he hit Zhang Ziding's men? This kid really doesn't know his own limitations. It's over, he's definitely going to be crippled here today. Whispers rippled through the room. No one expected that Tan Xiu, who used to be a good-for-nothing and a coward, would actually oppose Zhang Ziding because of a single sentence from someone named Chen Baoang. They were extremely surprised. Even Zhang Ziding frowned, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Interesting. He pushed aside the bodyguard in front of him and came to Tan Xiu's side. Everyone said you were a good-for-nothing, but I didn't expect you to be so good after meeting you today. You've got guts, I like that. How about you become one of my people? Just like them, stay by my side. I can give you money. He spoke slowly and deliberately, pausing between each sentence. 10,000 yuan per month. Zhang Ziding actually wants to take Tan Xiu as his underling. This instantly made many people envious. Although the money was little to them, this network of connections was absolutely crucial. Moreover, 10,000 yuan is a small amount for them, but for a rural person like Tan Xiu, it is a large sum of money. Standing to the side, Lin Yao frowned. She had some dealings with Zhang Ziding. Pride, arrogance. He acts arrogantly and domineeringly. Because he is so rich, this behavior is seen by others as being genuine and being true to himself. Even Song Yuyin had a good impression of him. She tried to persuade him many times, but Song Yuyin just wouldn't listen and found Zhang Ziding very interesting. This guy isn't trying to entice Tan Xiu with money. He's clearly trying to humiliate him with money. She looked at Tan Xiu, curious whether Tan Xiu could overcome the money hurdle. Hee, young Master Zhang is indeed generous. Tan Xiu smiled for the first time, giving a simple and honest laugh. I am indeed very interested in money. Is it still not over the money hurdle? Disappointment flashed in Lin Yao's eyes. Zhang Ziding chuckled. Really? These lowly people can be treated like dogs with just a little money. In that case, why don't you go and untie Yuyin's dirty shoelaces? Sorry, I haven't finished speaking yet. I do like money, but... At this point, Tan Xiu's honest expression gradually disappeared, and his eyes sharpened as he stared at Zhang Ziding. Even if you knelt on the ground and begged me for money, I wouldn't take a single penny from someone like you. Tan Xiu's words were extremely harsh. As soon as he said it, Zhang Ziding's expression changed, and the slight smile on his lips gradually disappeared. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. How dare such trash say such things to him? Zhang Ziding remained silent, refusing to waste any more words. He felt that speaking to Tan Xiu was already a condescension for him. Moreover, the other party insulted him. Return to your original position, Zhang Ziding said to the bodyguard beside him. What did he just say? That if we want to save Yuyin, we have to step over him? Did I hear that right? Young Master Zhang, you heard me right. That's what he said, the man said. So you know what to do. No. He had followed Zhang Ziding for many years and knew what Zhang Ziding was thinking. He immediately gave a wink to the bodyguards. The group understood each other and walked towards Tan Xiu with sinister smiles. Break his legs, the lead bodyguard shouted. Let him see who's kneeling down. Immediately, the group made their move. They were all trained fighters, with some skills. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to become Zhang Ziding's bodyguards. Tan Xiu was tall and strong, and when he got angry, he was very fierce. He would grab a stool next to him and start hitting a bunch of people. However, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. He quickly fell into a disadvantageous position and retreated repeatedly. Bang! Suddenly, a punch came from nowhere and hit Tan Xiu in the temple. Tan Xiu felt dizzy and staggered a few steps. He gritted his teeth and stood guard in front of Song Yuyin. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. Untie me first. Song Yuyin frowned and shouted. Zhang Ziting, quickly have someone untie me. Yuyin, please wait a moment. We should at least give this guy some face, right? He said we have to step over him, so we have to step over him. Zhang Ziting said calmly. Chapter 69, Under Control? Zhang Ziting remained calm and composed, his hands in his pockets, as if everything was under his control. Wow, so handsome. What young Master Zhang said makes perfect sense. Young Master Zhang, I love you. Zhang Ziting's words drew screams, and the infatuated girls wished they could rush into his arms. No matter how shrewd these women are, they are still women who haven't entered society. They grew up in a greenhouse and like domineering men. Even Song Yiyin was the same. Moreover, Zhang Ziting is so rich, his father is one of the top 5 richest people in Qinqing. This kind of rich second generation is exactly the quintessential domineering CEO. Which girl wouldn't want to marry someone like that? They didn't think Zhang Ziting's actions were wrong at all. On the contrary, they thought Tan Xiu was despicable and deserved to be taught a lesson, and that Zhang Ziting should rightfully punish her. Bang! Tan Xiu was attacked from both sides. One of his feet kicked him in the abdomen with great force, causing him to stagger backward and fall to the ground with a thud. Kid, you think you can fight against young Master Zhang? The bodyguard kicked out again. This kick sent Tan Xiu sprawling to the ground. They knocked Tan Xiu down. These people didn't continue. They had followed Zhang Ziting for many years and knew him very well. The enemy has fallen. Next, it was his turn to perform. As his dog, of course I can't steal the spotlight from my master. They all stepped back, stood on both sides, and paved a path for Zhang Ziting. Zhang Ziting strode forward with his long, slender legs, step by step, unhurriedly, with an arrogant expression, towards Tan Xiu. Zhang Ziting, that's enough. Lin Yao could no longer stand idly by, so she stepped in front of Tan Xiu and said, We're all classmates, don't go too far. Zhang Ziting was slightly surprised that Lin Yao would step forward, but then he smiled and said, Beautiful Lin Yao, I'm here to help you, Yin. Please step aside. If you want to help you, Yin, please go around here, Lin Yao said. Zhang Ziting took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. After all, Lin Yao was quite pretty, and he wanted to sleep with her, so he didn't want to offend her. Okay, I'll do as you say and go around it. Zhang Ziting glanced at Tan Xiu and deliberately provoked her, saying, I've seen plenty of trash, but this is the first time I've seen trash hiding behind a woman. And you have the audacity to say you'll step on me? How laughable. I wouldn't even deign to step on your filthy body. As they spoke, Zhang Ziting bypassed Lin Yao and walked past Tan Xiu. Stop. Suddenly, Tan Xiu grabbed Zhang Ziting's leg. I said, no one is allowed to go over there. At this moment, Tan Xiu was doing more than just helping Chen Sheng. It was all for the sake of pride. Several years ago, Zhang Ziting insulted him and then walked away. Now, he doesn't want history to repeat itself. No matter what, he couldn't let Zhang Ziting succeed. He didn't want to be humiliated a second time. Zhang Ziting paused in his steps. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He deliberately walked slowly to provoke Tan Xiu, which was exactly the result he wanted. Beautiful Lin Yao, you've seen it yourself, Zhang Ziting said. What do you expect me to do? Lin Yao frowned slightly, not expecting Tan Xiu to be so stubborn. Tan Xiu, let him go. Lin Yao, thank you, but I promised Brother Huang that I may not have many merits, but I always keep my word. Tan Xiu grabbed Zhang Ziting's leg and wouldn't let go. Lin Yao was helpless. At most, she could persuade Zhang Ziting on Tan Xiu's behalf, but she couldn't really stop him. Beautiful Lin Yao, you'd better step aside. I'm worried I might accidentally hurt you, Zhang Ziting said. No. Lin Yao shook her head. Tan Xiu is Chen Sheng's friend. She can't just ignore it. Otherwise, how will she face Chen Sheng in the future? How will the great hero she has been waiting for all these years view her? Yao Yao, Song Yiyan asked, puzzled. Whose side are you on? Yuyan, I can't just ignore this. I'm sorry, Lin Yao said. She knew Chen Sheng was no ordinary person. If he wouldn't let anyone get close to Song Yuyan, there must be a reason. Beautiful Lin Yao, since you insist on interfering, then don't blame me, Zhang Ziting sighed. With just a glance, his bodyguards immediately stepped forward. Ms. Lin Yao, please move to the side. Lin Yao got into position. Stop talking nonsense. Let's get started. The head of the bodyguards looked at Zhang Ziting. He knew that Zhang Ziting not only wanted to get Song Yuyan, but also Lin Yao. For a moment, I didn't know what to do. Zhang Ziting's expression remained unchanged. Immediately, the bodyguard understood his meaning and reminded Lin Yao again. Beautiful Lin Yao, are you really not going to allow it? Lin Yao gave him an answer with her actions. She suddenly grabbed his arm and threw him down forcefully. Bang! The head of the bodyguards lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. He was in pain all over and couldn't get up for a while. Then, Lin Yao attacked the remaining people again. These people were prepared, and she ended up fighting with them. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Oh my God! Lin Yao, the school beauty, is just too fierce. Despite being outnumbered 6-1, he didn't lose. In an instant, everyone got to know Lin Yao in a new light. Lin Yao was indeed very skilled. She managed to take down 2 of the 6 men who attacked her at the same time. But in the end, they were forced to retreat. Huh, you're asking for it. Zhang Ziting glanced at Lin Yao and muttered to himself. Then, he turned his gaze to Tan Xiao. Useless trash, before I get angry, get up and crawl between my legs, and I can overlook your rudeness. Hey, Tan Xiao lay on the ground, gripping Zhang Ziting's leg tightly. I was rude to you, and you actually have the nerve to say that? Zhang Ziting shook his head helplessly. In this world, there will always be some useless dogs like you who don't recognize their own worth. You really think you can stop me? Zhang Ziting pushed off with his foot and kicked Tan Xiao's face hard with the leg that was being held. Tan Xiao held him tightly the whole time, showing no sign of letting go. Stop fighting, Song Yuyan said from afar. Zhang Ziting, you've gone too far. I'm not leaving, you go back. Although Song Yuyan had a spoiled princess attitude, she was kind-hearted at heart and couldn't bear to see Tan Xiao being bullied like this. Yuyan, I know how you feel, but this is no longer just about you and him. It's about me and him now. Zhang Ziting said, his hands got my shoes and my pants dirty. Song Yuyan was stunned. Zhang Ziting seemed to have gone a bit too far this time, being excessively domineering. I'll pay you back for your pants, okay? If you don't leave, I'm going to get angry. Zhang Ziting frowned. This woman is really troublesome. Fine, I'll listen to you. You don't have to leave, but the rope has to be untied, Zhang Ziting said unhappily. Chapter 70, I told you you'd regret it. Song Yuyan initially wanted someone to help her bully Tan Xiao, but seeing how outrageous Zhang Ziting was, she softened. Tan Xiao, let him go. Come here and help me untie the ropes. Don't worry, I won't leave. No, he called me a useless dog. We can't let him go. Tan Xiao is very stubborn and single-minded. He only recognizes Chun Sheng. No one else's opinion matters. Besides, Zhang Ziting insulted him like that, and he still let go of Song Yuyan. That would be considered surrender. More than 3 years ago, he could have given in. But, this time, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Tan Xiao screamed inwardly, enduring the excruciating pain, and slowly and laboriously got up from the ground, standing in front of Zhang Ziting. Apologize to me. Otherwise, you'll regret it. He uttered those words in a low, heavy voice. The same sentence as 3 years ago. The times are different. Different locations. But the person hasn't changed. In an instant, Zhang Ziting's eyes changed. These words seemed to touch a nerve in him. This scene seemed strangely familiar. He thought about it carefully. A moment later, things he had long forgotten and taken for granted resurfaced in his mind like a comic strip. 3 years ago, on the street. It was all for the same woman. At that time, others had said the same thing to him. And this person, it was Tan Xiao. More than 3 years later, memories flooded back, and he still remembered the situation at that time. Zhang Ziting smiled instantly. Ha ha ha. So that's why you're so persistent. That worthless dog I humiliated 3 years ago. Zhang Ziting was unrestrained and arrogant. 3 years have passed, and your girlfriend has disappeared. What? Do you still want revenge on me? 3 years. Zhang Ziting's words left those around him somewhat confused, unsure of what he meant. Damn it, it was him. The head of the bodyguards, who was resting nearby, also remembered Tan Xiao. 3 years ago, this good-for-nothing's girlfriend cheated on him and fell in love with our young Master Zhang. She pestered young Master Zhang, wanting to be his girlfriend. Young Master Zhang was moved by her sincerity and started dating her. Who knew that the woman had a boyfriend? One day, this good-for-nothing found out and tried to make a move against young Master Zhang. Unfortunately, he was no match for young Master Zhang. In the end, he was trampled on the ground and forced to eat the sand on the ground and the saliva we spat out. The head of the bodyguards naturally wouldn't say that it was the woman Zhang Ziding seduced, nor would he go into details about their relationship. He only mentioned how Tan Xiu was humiliated at the time. He said it triumphantly, but it made some of the boys around him feel uncomfortable, and a question popped into their minds at the same time. What would they do if Zhang Ziding stole their girlfriends? They didn't dare to think about it anymore. For a time, all the boys felt that Zhang Ziding had gone too far, but no one dared to say anything. Some women who blindly worship Zhang Ziding still admire him, believing he did nothing wrong, and even mocked him. I never thought that the good-for-nothing who was dealt with a few years ago would dare to cause trouble for young Master Zhang again. Exactly, they're really overestimating themselves. And you're telling me to regret it? 3 years have passed, and young Master Zhang is living a better and better life, more and more carefree. What right does he have to regret it? Giggle. A group of girls kept mocking them. Lin Yao had been forced outside in the distance. The bodyguards had stopped and were blocking her from going any further. Song Yuyin suddenly felt nauseous. Zhang Ziding's actions were truly despicable. How heartbroken must Tan Xiu have been in that situation? And yet, he still managed to bully Tan Xiu. Her feelings of affection for Zhang Ziding began to gradually diminish. You worthless dog, did you hear that? Why should I regret it? Zhang Ziding laughed arrogantly. You and I are not from the same world. It is already a great honor for you that I can stand here and talk to you today. Do you understand? Really? Don't you think you're a little too close to me right now? Tan Xiu suddenly laughed. He deliberately said the same thing as he did back then, in order to remind Zhang Ziding of what happened back then. After saying that, Tan Xiu's eyes changed instantly. He leaped up and, like a cannonball, crashed into Zhang Ziding. Zhang Ziding's expression changed drastically. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. Tan Xiu slammed into his chest. Thump, thump, thump. Caught off guard, Zhang Ziding lost his balance and stumbled backward. Tan Xiu didn't let him off the hook, and before he could regain his balance, she kicked him again. Bang! Zhang Ziding was kicked hard and fell to the ground with a thud. Before he could even recover, Tan Xiu pounced on him and attacked him like a madwoman. I told you you'd regret this. Tan Xiu roared hoarsely, his eyes bloodshot, and his blows were extremely heavy. Zhang Ziding's face was gloomy and extremely ugly. He was pinned down by Tan Xiu. Facing the storm of fists, he did not panic. He raised his hand to protect his head. Quiet. All around was quiet. No one expected that Tan Xiu would suddenly erupt. They even pinned Zhang Ziding to the ground and beat him. No one around dared to utter a sound. They stared in disbelief at everything that was happening. When the bodyguard saw Zhang Ziding being beaten, his expression changed drastically, and he rushed over to pull Tan Xiu away. Damn it! How dare you lay a hand on young Master Zhang? Kneel down, a bodyguard said fiercely. Kneel down. He pinned Tan Xiu down, trying to subdue her. Tan Xiu didn't move at all, using brute force to hold on. The remaining bodyguards helped Zhang Ziding up. Although he fell to the ground, apart from getting his clothes dirty, he was not seriously injured. After all, although he was arrogant, he had the right to be arrogant. Not only is her father the 5th richest man in Qinqing, he himself is also extremely outstanding, whether in terms of knowledge or martial arts. He has far surpassed most of his peers. Tan Xiu appeared to be attacking fiercely, but apart from the initial unexpected impact and kick, he blocked all subsequent attacks. But this is intolerable. He's always the one beating people up. No one ever beats him up. What's more, he was beaten to the ground in front of so many people. This is incredibly embarrassing. He will not let Tan Xiu off the hook no matter what. His face was so gloomy it looked like it was about to drip water. Even outsiders were frightened by his expression and dared not breathe, for fear of getting burned. The air was extremely quiet. No one dared to speak. They knew that Tan Xiu was in trouble. Some of the boys were secretly worried for Zhang Ziding. Really? Standing up? Zhang Ziting ignored the dust on his clothes and rushed towards Tan Xiu, kicking him in the head. Everyone's expression changed. If that kick had landed, Tan Xiu would have at least suffered a concussion. Bang! A muffled thud was heard, and everyone's faces twitched involuntarily. Tan Xiu himself also felt a tightness in his chest. Strangely, he was unharmed. Zhang Ziting, however, was sent flying backwards. It flew a full 3 meters before landing with a thud. At the same time, a tall figure appeared beside Tan Xiu at some point. He turned around and kicked the bodyguard, holding Tan Xiu away. Then, he helped Tan Xiu up. "How are you? Are you all right?" Upon seeing the visitor, Tan Xiu grinned. "It's all right. Brother Huang, I didn't let Song Yuyin leave." Chapter 71 Wang Tong. This space. It was extremely quiet. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the figure that had suddenly appeared ahead. These figures were none other than Chen Sheng and Chen Baoang. No one saw how he appeared. 1 second ago, the place was completely empty. He appeared a second later. Not only did it appear, it also kicked Zhang Ziting away. Zhang Ziting flew more than 3 meters away like a doll before landing with a thud. Everyone around felt like they were suffocating. Oh my god! This Chen Baoang is incredibly audacious. How dare they treat Zhang Ziting like that? They must have a death wish. All eyes turned to Chen Sheng, and the air fell into a brief silence. Young Master Zhang. Young Master Zhang. How are you? Immediately afterward, the bodyguards quickly came to their senses, ran to Zhang Ziting's side, their faces filled with fear, and helped him up. Zhang Ziting's face was extremely pale. This kick caused him excruciating pain in his internal organs, and he felt like vomiting. For a moment, he couldn't even speak. His gaze was fixed intently on Chen Sheng. However, Chen Sheng didn't even glance at him. He looked Tan Xiu up and down to make sure he was all right before letting out a sigh of relief. "Thank you for your hard work. Go and rest for a while. I'll take care of things here." After saying that, he walked to Song Yuyin's side and loosened the shoelace on her wrist. "Sorry, wife. I kept you waiting." "Humph, who's your wife?" Song Yuyin rolled her eyes in annoyance. "You bastard, my hand is killing me." Chen Sheng smiled indifferently, seemingly unconcerned about Song Yuyin's spoiled princess attitude. "If you're not happy about it, you can call your dad and see what he says." "You," Song Yuyin gritted her teeth. "This bastard is too shameless. Go get him. Break his legs." Sudden, a roar shattered the silence and echoed throughout the surroundings. Everyone was startled. That was from Zhang Ziting. After being kicked one after another, he finally lost his composure and elegance, and his expression became ferocious. Yes. Several bodyguards grabbed the stools from the seats at the same time and immediately took action without any words. Because they know, if you hesitate for even a second, they're the ones who will suffer. They couldn't bear Zhang Ziting's anger. 7 or 8 people rushed towards Chen Sheng. "Brother Huang." Tan Xiu stepped forward and stood side by side with Chen Sheng. "I'll help you." "Need not." Before he finished speaking, Chen Sheng had already moved. He rushed into the crowd and took down one person at a time. Bang! 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 Chen Sheng is too fierce. He took down all 8 people in less than a minute. Everyone was in excruciating pain, a pain that lingered for a long time, making it impossible for them to stand up. Lin Yao's eyes lit up with excitement and admiration. Song Yuyin looked surprised. She hadn't expected Chen Sheng to be such a formidable fighter. They might be quite good as bodyguards and servants. Brother Huang is awesome. Tan Xiu trembled with excitement. Chen Sheng was too amazing, beyond his comprehension. As time went on, more and more men and women gathered in the arena, their faces filled with horror. One person, taking on 8. Still calm and collected. Why is this transfer student so amazing? After eliminating the last person, Chen Sheng glanced at Zhang Ziting in the distance, a smile playing on his lips, and slowly walked over. "You just said you were going to break my legs?" Seeing Chen Sheng approach, Zhang Ziting remained calm and arrogant, showing no fear. He said indifferently, "So what if I break your legs? You think you can take me on just because you defeated them? Kid, you're new here, you probably don't know who I am, do you?" Zhang Ziting proudly introduced himself. "I am Zhang Ziting, a wealthy man from Qincheng, and the son of Zhang Tianyang." Zhang Ziting. Chen Sheng arrived in a hurry and obviously did not know that this guy was Zhang Ziting. Yes, it's me. Zhang Ziting chuckled and said, So, now that you know it's me, do you still dare to make a move? You must be scared, right? 3 years ago, I stole Tan Xiu's girlfriend and could trample him underfoot. 3 years later, I can trample you underfoot just as easily. And you dare not retaliate in the slightest. This is the difference between an ant and a giant. So much nonsense. Chen Sheng couldn't stand it anymore and slapped him hard across the face. Smack. Zhang Ziting was completely stunned by the slap. Smash him. Chen Sheng actually dared to slap him? He never expected that a country boy would dare to slap him after knowing his identity. Even the students around him found it unbelievable. Who is Zhang Ziting? He is a vengeful and ruthless person. His father owns a well-known real estate company in Qinsheng. In the real estate sector, he is second to none in the entire city, a powerful figure with connections to both the legitimate and illegitimate businesses. Even in this business school, Zhang Tianyang has shares. Even the principal wouldn't dare to hit Zhang Ziting. You dare hit me. You fucking dare hit me. Zhang Ziting roared, grabbed a stool next to him, and smashed it down on Chen Sheng's head. Chen Sheng didn't dodge at all. He easily snatched the stool from his hand, and then lifted the stool to bring it down on his head. Enough! Just then, a cold shout came from the crowd. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged man leaped out from the crowd and shoved Zhang Ziting aside. Chen Sheng's bench was empty. He looked at the newcomer with a hint of surprise. Uncle Wang. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Zhang Ziting's face lit up with excitement and joy. Uncle Wang, quickly help me deal with him. Kill him. Wang Tong, a middle-aged man, was Zhang Ziting's secret bodyguard. He usually hid in the shadows, and Zhang Ziting had only seen him once. But that time, however, left a deep impression on Zhang Ziting. I witnessed Wang Tong kill a pig with a single palm strike. This left a deep impression on me. Zhang Ziting was overjoyed by his appearance. However, the middle-aged man poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Young master, you've messed with a tough nut to crack today. A tough nut to crack? How tough? Uncle Wang, with your skills, you could easily take him down. Zhang Ziting exclaimed excitedly, ordering Wang Tong to act. Quickly, break his legs and make him kneel down. However, Wang Tong completely ignored his orders and, too lazy to waste any more words with him, looked at Chen Sheng. Young Master Chen, it is wise to be lenient when possible. Although my young master has made mistakes, your actions were perhaps a bit too harsh. With Wang Tong's keen eyesight, it was clear that if he hadn't appeared in time, Zhang Ziting would have been in the hospital for a long time after that stool fell. You want to protect him? Chen Sheng asked indifferently. Good. Wang Tong said. Young Master Zhang, nothing can happen to him. However, considering your relationship with Yu Yin and the fact that you are not at fault in this matter, I will not pursue what happened earlier. Chapter 72, No Further Investigation. Not going to pursue it. Chen Sheng laughed. This matter is not up to you, understand? Yes, Uncle Wang. This matter cannot be left unresolved. Zhang Ziting said hoarsely. Chen Sheng was unwilling to let him go, and he was equally unwilling to let Chen Sheng go. So many years. He has never embarrassed himself in public like this since he was old enough to understand things. We've lost so much face today, how can we just let it go? Young master, you are of noble birth. Why bother arguing with these people? Wang Tong said to Zhang Ziting with neither servility nor arrogance, his voice low. You should know your father's current situation. There are some things you should avoid doing if possible. It's not worth it for them, you understand? Zhang Ziting's expression shifted between gloom and optimism. He was very unwilling, but he had to consider Wang Tong's words. His father is in poor health, and his complexion has been getting worse lately. He has lost more than 20 pounds in a month. Recently, I've been searching everywhere for a miracle doctor to cure my illness. However, even the top medical experts in Qinsheng were helpless in the face of his strange illness. Anyone with eyes could see that he didn't have much time left. With his death, the division of his estate will be a major issue. He has an older brother and an older sister, and if he doesn't behave well, he could very well lose a lot of things. Having figured all this out, Zhang Ziting could only remain silent. Seeing Zhang Ziting remain silent, Wang Tong turned to look at Chen Sheng. Hee hee, little guy, I heard you're new here from somewhere else. Did you come from out of town? It's one thing if you've never heard of Ziding, but you've never even heard of Zhang Tianyang. Chairman Zhang? Brother Huang. At this moment, Tan Xiu came up to Chun Sheng from not far away. Brother Huang, let's just let this matter go. Tan Xiu was worried that Chun Sheng was going too far and causing trouble. Zhang Tianyang was too powerful, and if he was angered, even Fei Si and Lu Huanjin probably wouldn't dare to interfere. At that time, no one will be able to help Chun Sheng. Chun Sheng, forget it. Even Song Yuyin shook her head at him. This time, she was genuinely doing it for Chun Sheng's own good, not wanting him to get into such a big mess. If the Zhang family is truly offended, even if Song Tianyu personally intervenes, it may not be able to resolve the situation. At that time, Chun Sheng will be left with nowhere to turn. It might also implicate her father. Before Chun Sheng could speak, Song Yuyin stood in front of him and said with a smile, Uncle Wang, it's been a long time. Yuyin. Wang Tong smiled gently at Song Yuyin. I apologize to you on behalf of Zitong for what happened today. It's nothing, Song Yuyin said. It was just a misunderstanding. Good, Wang Tong said. Since there's nothing else, I'll take Zitong with me. Song Yuyin nodded. Goodbye, Uncle Wang. See you next time. Wang Tong bid farewell to Song Yuyin and left first. Zhang Ziting glared at Chun Sheng with a gloomy expression, then moved his lips as if to say something. You wait. Then he turned and left. A group of bodyguards, supporting each other, followed behind. Chun Sheng, do you know you almost caused trouble? Song Yuyin said, as if seeking credit. You should thank me for stopping you in time. Yes. If it weren't for you, Zhang Ziting would be a cripple by now. Chun Sheng thought to himself that he was complaining, but considering that Song Yuyin had meant well, he didn't bother to argue with her. Let's let it go this time. He treated Zhang Ziting like a dog and barked at him twice. If he dares to cause trouble for him again, he will go straight to the Zhang family and let Zhang Tianyang deal with it personally. Thanks, honey, is that all right? Chun Sheng said with a smile. It seems my wife still cares about me. Everyone was stunned. This guy keeps calling his wife. He's so shameless. The single men felt extremely uncomfortable hearing this title, but considering Chun Sheng's skills just now, no one dared to have any objections. Zhang Ziting suffered a great loss today. This event, like spring rain, quickly spread to every corner of the campus. In less than an hour, Chun Sheng was once again thrust into the spotlight, becoming a prominent figure at the school. On the school forum, a post titled School Beauty's Fiancé Beats Up Zhang Tianyang was generating a lot of buzz. The post detailed the whole incident and included several not-so-clear pictures. It's obvious that these pictures were taken secretly. The post has been viewed over 100,000 times and received over 3,000 replies. This kid is really bold, daring to hit even young Master Zhang. Zhang Ziting actually let him go. Zhang Ziting has gone too far. If he dares to hit me like that, I guarantee I'll fall to the ground and make him beg me not to die. Zhang Ziting is despicable. I've disliked him for a long time. On the internet, people wear aliases and say whatever they want. Some praise Zhang Ziting, while others think he deserves it. The power of the masses is immense. 3 years ago, Tan Xiu's affair was unearthed, and the person who posted it started a new thread titled, A Few Things About Tan Xiu and Zhang Ziting. Inside, the events were described clearly and in detail, leaving everyone stunned and causing another uproar. Chun Sheng and the two school beauties have returned to the villa, and Song Yuyin and Lin Yao are reading this post. Upon learning of Tan Xiu's experience, the two felt great sympathy for her. Song Yuyin stared blankly, feeling a chill run down her spine at Zhang Ziting's actions. Legs, I'm telling you, you should just give up on Zhang Ziting. That guy is a lecher, Lin Yao whispered. I think he's not even as good as Chun Baoan. Zhang Ziting really made me give up on him today. I don't even know how I could have ever liked him before. Song Yuyin's tone suddenly changed as she said this. Yao Yao, humph, you've really changed my perception of you today. With such great skills, why didn't you tell me sooner, huh? Isn't it because there's no chance? It was intentional, wasn't it? Yes, it was intentional. The two women wrestled and played around on the sofa. Chun Sheng lay on the other sofa, using a computer to browse information on the forum, his eyes filled with a gloomy and uncertain look. The next time he sees Zhang Ziding, he will make Zhang Ziding pay the price. You're back. A voice came from upstairs, and then Su Anxi came down from upstairs. Her face was flushed, and her lips were swollen like two sausages. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Chun Sheng standing to the side, her eyes flashing with a complex and unreadable expression. After greeting Song Yuyin and the other girl, he grabbed a bottle of milk and hurried upstairs. Chun Sheng shook his head. He couldn't be bothered to argue with a woman like that. For Song Yuyin's safety, Chun Sheng did not leave at night and stayed on the first floor. In the dead of night, the moon, as big as a silver plate, hangs high in the sky, casting a layer of white light and draping the night in layers of silvery gray. Moonlight spilled down, falling on every corner of Qin City. In a villa district, Wang Tong was standing in front of a man in his 50s, respectfully reporting on the events of the day. I'll take a break this weekend, so only 2 updates. I'll continue with 5 updates tomorrow. Chapter 73, You Mean That, Master Huang? Inside the villa lobby, the man lay on a sofa made of Phoebe Jinan wood. He didn't look well. He was weak, pale, and extremely thin. But even this man, the confident and composed Wang Tong during the day, didn't dare to breathe loudly in his presence. He is none other than himself. It was Zhang Ziding's father, Zhang Tianyang. Chairman Zhang, that's the situation. I've recorded the young master's whereabouts today and sent it to your email. Wang Tong said carefully and respectfully. Please rest now, I'm going home. Okay, go ahead. Zhang Tianyang waved his hand, indicating that he could leave. Wang Tong walked very quietly and left the villa quickly. At the door, a butler of similar age to Zhang Tianyang gently closed the door. Then he walked up to Zhang Tianyang and said, Brother Yang, do you want to go upstairs and rest? Wait a little longer. Zhang Tianyang sighed. Even when he went to his room, he could only fall asleep for a very short time. His health deteriorated day by day, and deep down, he had an extremely strong fear of death. Whenever he closed his eyes, he would have all sorts of nightmares. Now, he has almost completely handed over his work to his subordinates and is staying at home to recuperate, or rather, waiting to die. What I do every day is listen to the eyes of the children, talk about what has happened to them, and decide how to divide the property in the future. They even had several eyes record videos for future reference. Guanhu, tell me, am I destined to just wait to die? Zhang Tianyang seemed a little tired. Brother Yang, you can't say that. When you were 16, you came to Qinsheng from the countryside to make your way in the world. Since we met, you've experienced many ups and downs along the way, Guanhu said. But now you have become the #1 person in Qinsheng to start from scratch. You are blessed with good fortune. No setback can bring you down. Haha, you're good with words. I'm where I am today, thanks to your help. Zhang Tianyang said, after I die, I plan to give you half of the empire I've built up. Absolutely not, Brother Yang. You know, all I want is to stay by your side. A strange glint appeared in Guanhu's eyes. Without you, there would be no Guanhu. If you die, I'll go with you. Zhang Tianyang sighed again. Now, the person he trusted most was Guanhu. Guanhu's surname is not Zhang, but he holds an extremely high position in the Zhang family. Even his wife and son had to show respect to Guanhu. Because Guanhu is like his shadow. There are no secrets between him and Guanhu. For more than 30 years, Guanhu has been with him all the way to where he is today, helping him go from a country boy to a business tycoon. Guanhu has been a great help to him. More importantly, Guanhu has no ambition. He has been offered assets and shares on several occasions, but he has refused them all. Having you in my life is my greatest fortune, Zhang Tianyang said. Guanhu remained silent for a long time before finally saying, Brother Yang, don't worry. I've already sent someone to that prison. Once I've pulled some strings, you can go there once, and maybe they can save you. I hope so, Zhang Tianyang sighed, recalling the situation 2 years ago once again. He knelt in front of the door for 3 days and 3 nights, only to gain 2 years of his life. I wonder if that strange old man is still alive now. As they were talking about this, Guanhu's phone suddenly rang, and he answered it. Hello. What? Are you sure? Guanhu's face darkened and became extremely ugly. A moment later, he hung up the phone, tears welling up in his eyes. Brother Yang. What's wrong? Zhang Tianyang asked, puzzled, seeing his expression. Ugly master, he is dead. What? Zhang Tianyang's expression immediately changed, as if struck by lightning, and he felt completely disoriented. Ugly man was his only hope. He's dead. How did he die? His eyes were bloodshot as he forced himself to calm his inner turmoil. A month ago, he asked Guanhu to inquire about the situation inside, but it was a serious prison, and it was very difficult to get information from inside. 3 days ago, I bought a ticket from someone there who was willing to help me inquire. Unexpectedly, this was the final result. The execution took place not long ago, Guanhu said with a heavy heart. Cough. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Zhang Tianyang started coughing violently, his face pale, his head drooping, coughing again and again. Brother Yang. Guanhu rushed over to help, patting his back in the hopes of making him feel better. However, this approach is clearly ineffective. Zhang Tianyang continued to cough uncontrollably, finally managing to stop only after spitting out a small amount of blood. After taking a sip of warm water and rinsing his mouth, Zhang Tianyang seemed to have aged a few more years. Sitting on the sofa, his eyes were somewhat vacant. It seems that this time I am doomed. Very well, while we still have breath, let's make arrangements for the aftermath. Helpless, he waved to Guanhu. Could you copy today's videos from my email? Okay. Guanhu nodded, turned on his computer, projected the screen onto a 100-inch large screen in front of him, and started watching some videos. These videos show the whereabouts of his 3 children in recent days. It was very dry, but Zhang Tianyang read it with great interest. Because it was too long, Guanhu played it at 3 times the speed and quickly got to Zhang Ziding's part, from home to school, and then to his encounter with Tan Xiao. Then, a man appeared and kicked Zhang Ziding away. The playback speed was very fast. This segment didn't linger for long before it flashed by. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Zhang Tianyang's expression changed. Go back a little. I want to take another look at the person who kicked Ziding earlier. Brother Yang, you don't need to worry about such a small fry. I'll handle it, Guanhu said. Go back a little, Zhang Tianyang repeated, as if he hadn't heard him. Guanhu didn't say anything more, pressed the rewind button, and soon the man reappeared on the screen. It's him. The moment Zhang Tianyang saw the young man's face clearly, he stood up from his chair, his body trembling with excitement. Where is this? Is this the business school? Yes. Guanhu looked puzzled. Zhang Tianyang hadn't shown this kind of behavior in a long time. Brother Yang, do you know him? Know him? More than just know him. I will never forget him in my entire life. Zhang Tianyang was so excited that he almost burst out laughing. Heaven hasn't forsaken Zhang Tianyang. I thought I had reached a dead end, but unexpectedly, I met this man. Do you remember 2 years ago when I told you that it was a young man who persuaded me that made Ugly Master agree to treat me? Remember? Guanhu recalled for a moment and nodded. Then, he seemed to understand something, staring in astonishment at the man on the screen. Brother Yang, you mean? He's the one you were talking about back then. Master Huang. Chapter 74 Unexpected Incident. Guanhu knew almost everything about Zhang Tianyang. Although he wasn't personally involved in what happened in prison back then, he knew a key figure in the case. Chunba Huang. If it weren't for him, Ugly Master would never have helped Zhang Tianyang with his medical treatment. It's no exaggeration to say that if it weren't for Chunba Huang, Zhang Tianyang would have been dead 2 years ago. And he will leave this world with Zhang Tianyang. Yes, it's him. Zhang Tianyang was extremely excited. Ha ha, there's always a way out. Guanhu laughed. Back then, you said that if you remembered the legacy of the Ugly Master and found him, he would definitely be able to save you. Brother Yang, I'll send someone to the business school to find him right away. No. Zhang Tianyang stopped him, saying, it's too late today. Tomorrow, I'll go myself tomorrow. That night, Zhang Tianyang was extremely excited. He is 52 years old this year. When he was 16, he came from the countryside and gradually became a business tycoon, squeezing into the upper circle of Qinqing prison. Now, the fame, fortune, and wealth he pursued in his youth are all fleeting in his eyes. This life is the most important thing. He never expected that Huang Yi, who was imprisoned in a death row prison back then, would actually be released. Oh right. Zhang Tianyang paused for a moment, then said, bring Ziting along tomorrow. Before he could finish speaking, suddenly, Zhang Tianyang's face turned extremely pale, like a blank sheet of paper, and his pupils trembled. Bang! The next second, Zhang Tianyang fell straight to the ground and fainted. Brother Yang, Brother Yang. Guan Hu squatted down and shouted. After a few times without response, he immediately grabbed the remote control and pressed the red alarm button. Wah wah wah. The next moment, a rapid alarm sounded in the garden outside the villa. Less than a minute, a group of doctors filed in. At Zhang Tianyang's level, his life is a matter of great concern. Therefore, even late at night, there are doctors on duty, ready to respond to any unexpected emergencies. What happened? An old doctor asked. Chairman Zhang was so emotional just now that he suddenly fainted, Guan Hu said. This elderly doctor is a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who has been helping Zhang Tianyang recuperate for the past 2 years. He was highly accomplished in traditional Chinese medicine and could be considered a senior figure, having received numerous national honors. He is not only knowledgeable in traditional Chinese medicine, but also has expertise in Western medicine at the professor level. In the Qinxing medical community, he is a towering figure. Although he is over 60 years old this year, he is still vigorous and energetic. Zhang Tianyang invited him to come over with extremely high benefits, an annual salary of tens of millions. He was provided with a villa, bodyguards, luxury cars, and beautiful women. Quickly, take Mr. Zhang to his room. Zhang Tianyang suddenly fainted, throwing the entire Zhang family into chaos. Soon after, 3 women arrived upon hearing the news. They were all Zhang Tianyang's wives, the oldest being over 40 and the youngest not even 30. The older one is Zhang Tianyang's first wife and the mother of his daughter, Zhang Xinran. The youngest is Zhang Ziding's mother, and the one in the middle is Zhang Tianyang's other son, Zhang Ziyu's mother. The 3 rushed over upon hearing the news, extremely anxious. What happened? What happened? Everything was fine during the day. The 2 younger ones asked what had happened, while the oldest one said, Old Hong, please make sure Tianyang wakes up. Madam Yen, please rest assured, I will do my best. Old Hong, Hong Zhanghe, is the name of an old Chinese medicine doctor. Over the years, he had observed Zhang Tianyang's illness many times, but he still couldn't figure out what was wrong with him. He had tried his best to treat the patient, but the results were not very good. Now that he has suddenly fainted, Hong Zhanghe really has little confidence. Madam Yin, Madam Zhang, Madam Dai, Brother Guan, please go out for a moment. Okay. Yin Rushu nodded, glanced at Zhang Tianyang with concern, and went out first. The remaining 2 women and Guan Hu also followed them out. About half an hour passed. Finally, Hong Zhanghe came out from inside, his face looking rather grim. The 3 women surrounded her together. Dr. Hong, how is she? When will she wake up? Mr. Hong, will my husband wake up? Old Hong, how is Tianyang? The 3 women had different expressions. Yin Rushu was worried about Zhang Tianyang's safety, while the other 2 women asked him if he could wake up and when. Guan Hu, standing to the side, took in all of this. He didn't ask anything, but stepped forward and waited for old Hong to speak. Sigh, Hong Zhanghe sighed. The situation isn't looking good, maybe. After a moment's hesitation, Hong Zhanghe said, Perhaps Chairman Zhang doesn't have much time left. What? Yin Rushu's eyes widened, her head buzzing, and the next moment, the world spun before her eyes, and she fainted on the spot. Sister Yin. Elder sister. The other 2 women were taken aback and surrounded her. Hong Zhanghe reacted and immediately went to press Yin Rushu's acupoints. After a long while, Yin Rushu slowly woke up, tears streaming silently from the corners of her eyes. She sat down on the sofa and remained silent. The other 2 women immediately called their sons, telling them to come over quickly. Ziting, your father's illness has flared up again. Come quick. Ziyu, where are you? Guan Hu pulled Hong Zhanghe aside and said, Old Hong, tell me the truth. How much time does Brother Yang have left? Hong Zhanghe didn't say anything, but behind the backs of the women, he secretly raised 3 fingers. 3 months. Guan Hu asked. Hong Zhanghe shook his head and said in a low voice, 3 days, at most 3 days. He knew how much Zhang Tianyang's death would affect the Zhang family, so he lowered his voice so that only Guan Hu could hear him clearly. Guan Hu was grief-stricken, his eyes turned red, as if he were about to cry. and a few tears had already appeared in his pupils. However, he forcibly forced the water mist back. "All right, this matter will remain confidential for now. Please do not disclose it until the very last moment, Elder Hong." "I understand." Even without Guan Hu's reminder, Hong Zhongyi himself would not easily make this public. After all, Zhang Tianyang's status is too high. If he dies, it will not only affect the Zhang family, but also the entire group. Once news of his death spreads, the market value of the Zhang family's group will inevitably plummet. Hong Zhongyi still holds a considerable number of shares in Tianyang real estate, and he plans to use the next 2 or 3 days to sell them off completely. It seems we have no choice but to find him. The image of the young man in the video flashed through Guan Hu's mind. No matter what, we must find him and save Zhang Tianyang. Guan Hu's feelings for Zhang Tianyang are probably only comparable to those of Yin Rushu among these women. Of all the members of the Zhang family and the Zhang group, the one who probably least wants Zhang Tianyang to get into trouble is him. He would stop at nothing to find the man named Chun Bahuang and help him. Chapter 75 Guan Hu. Early morning. Sunlight streamed through the window and fell on Chun Sheng's face. In the sunlight, his handsome features looked quite pleasing. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on the sofa with his eyes closed, circulating the yin and yang meridians within his body, controlling the qi within his body, and letting it flow through his limbs and bones. Song Yuyin walked downstairs, dressed in a white dress, looking incredibly pure, like an angel descending from heaven. Seeing Chun Sheng sitting cross-legged on the sofa, she said speechlessly, "Chun Bahuang, what are you doing? You're acting all mysterious." Cultivating immortality. Chun Sheng didn't even open his eyes, clearly knowing all along that Song Yuyin had come downstairs. He didn't know how to explain the yin-yang classic, so he just made things up. Cultivate immortality? Why don't you cultivate ghosthood? Song Yuyin was speechless. This guy was really crazy. She ignored Chun Sheng, made herself a cup of milk, and went upstairs. Not long after, Lin Yao came downstairs again. Seeing Chun Sheng meditating strangely, she quietly walked up to him, waved her hand in front of his eyes, and then made a face at him. "Since you're here, why don't you come in?" Chun Sheng suddenly spoke, startling Lin Yao. After saying that, Chun Sheng immediately opened his eyes. Lin Yao, wearing a black tight-fitting vest, was standing in front of Chun Sheng with her body bent over. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a patch of white skin on Lin Yao's chest and stared wide-eyed. "Oh shit, this is too big. This is at least a pair of GS." He knew Lin Yao was big, but he didn't expect her to be this big. He realized he had underestimated Lin Yao before. When Lin Yao saw Chun Sheng's gaze, her pretty face immediately turned crimson. "Where are you looking?" Cough. Chun Sheng looked away. Dealing with important matters was the priority now. His gaze fell on the gate. "Friends outside, now that you're here, why are you just standing at the door?" As expected of Lord Huang. As soon as Chun Sheng finished speaking, a figure walked out from outside the door. The person who came was none other than Guan Hu. He was dressed in a tang suit, and at over 50 years old, he had a scholarly air about him. Lin Yao was clearly surprised to see someone outside the door. She instinctively adjusted her collar and asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" "Miss Lin, my name is Guan Hu, and I am Zhang Tianyang's housekeeper at Tianyang Real Estate Group. I apologize for disturbing you." "Zhang Tianyang." Lin Yao's expression changed immediately. "Zhang Ziding sent you?" "Miss Lin, please don't misunderstand. I've come here specifically to invite Master Huang. I have something to ask of him." Guan Hu immediately realized that Lin Yao had misunderstood and thought he was there to cause trouble, so he hurriedly explained, "Don't worry, I have no ill intentions." Looking for Master Huang, Lin Yao glanced at Chun Sheng and knew that Guan Hu was referring to him. "It's all right, Lin Yao, you go upstairs first. He probably has something to discuss with me," Chun Sheng said. "Even if he has malicious intent, there's no need to stand at the door for 5 hours. 5 hours? Lin Yao exclaimed in surprise. "You mean he stood at the door for 5 hours? Chun Sheng nodded. "You can ask him." Lin Yao turned her gaze to Guan Hu. Guan Hu's expression shifted slightly. He is indeed a master. He had indeed been waiting at the door for more than 5 hours. However, he arrived here without disturbing anyone. It can be said to have happened very quietly. Since he arrived late at night and didn't want to disturb them, he stayed at the door, intending to knock and go in at dawn. Unexpectedly, the other party knew he was right outside the door all along. I was shocked, but also a little annoyed. This guy, knowing he was coming, still made him wait for 5 hours. In the entire Qin city, how many people dare to treat him like this? However, considering that he needed his help, Guanhu could only keep his opinions to himself, even if he had them. Miss Lin, just as Mr. Huang said, I have been waiting at the door for more than 5 hours. You're amazing. Lin Yao gave him a thumbs up, and then said, Okay, you guys chat. I'm going upstairs to catch up on some sleep. Lin Yao was dressed too lightly, and didn't want to be seen by any man other than Qin Sheng, so she made up an excuse and went upstairs. After she left, Guanhu said, Master Huang, you must still remember that 2 years ago, Brother Yang visited your place, right? I originally wanted to say prison, but after thinking about it, I felt that the word was unlucky, so I changed my mind. I remember. Qin Sheng knew why Guanhu had come, but he hadn't expected Zhang Tianyang to come knocking so quickly. I know why you're looking for me. Why didn't Zhang Tianyang come in person? To be honest, Guanhu paused for a moment, stepped forward, and whispered, Brother Yang, he's not going to make it. He's already fainted. Then, Guanhu recounted what happened late last night, his face filled with grief. No one expected things to happen so suddenly. Qin Sheng clearly hadn't expected that Zhang Tianyang's sudden illness would be related to him. I can't leave here for too long. If I can see Zhang Tianyang within 10 minutes, then I can go with you. 10 minutes. Guanhu's expression changed slightly. This man was far too arrogant. It was one thing for him to come in person and wait at the door for 5 hours, but for Zhang Tianyang, he was willing to do all of this. But Qin Bahuang actually made such a rude request. Keep in mind that it takes at least half an hour to get from here to Zhang Tianyang's villa. It's impossible to get there in 10 minutes. Yes, just 10 minutes. Qin Sheng repeated. Song Yuyin was in danger at any moment. Since he had signed a contract, he had to keep his promise and couldn't let anything happen to her. Moreover, it's not just the past 10 minutes. You must ensure that I return within 10 minutes. Qin Sheng's tone left no room for negotiation. Whether or not Guanhu could do it was his own business. Zhang Tianyang's life is none of his business, but Song Yuyin's life is something he has signed a contract with and must keep his promise to. Okay, 10 minutes it is. Guanhu gritted his teeth and finally agreed. He said that if Qin Bahuang couldn't cure Zhang Tianyang's illness, he would settle accounts later. He immediately took out his phone and made a call. Hello, Vice Mayor Liu. This is Guanhu. Yes, it's me. I'd like to ask you for a favor. Our Tianyang Real Estate Group needs to welcome a very important guest to our home. We need to cordon off the road. I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor. It's not convenient to reveal your identity, but I will definitely come to tell you in person later, okay? Okay, thanks. As soon as Guanhu made the call, less than a minute later, all the traffic lights on the road from Qin Sheng's location to Zhang Tianyang's villa in Qinqing turned red. More than 100 traffic police officers were dispatched at the same time to clear vehicles from the road and create a wide avenue. Meanwhile, Qin Sheng got into Guanhu's Mercedes-Benz van and headed straight for Tianyang Villa, speeding the entire way without any obstacles. On the roadside, rows of private cars stuck in traffic were shocked to see a Mercedes speeding past. Who on earth is causing such a commotion? Needless to say, it must be some important person traveling. Qin Sheng remained silent throughout the journey. 8 minutes later, the car drove into a garden and stopped directly in front of the villa. Mr. Qin got out of the car and entered the villa. Entering the villa, the first person he met was Zhang Ziding. I originally planned to write 5 chapters today, but I ended up helping a friend move after get off work, so I've only finished 3 so far. I owe 2 chapters, and I'll update 6 chapters each tomorrow and the day after. Chapter 76, What Kind of Miracle Doctor? Rather than calling Zhang Tianyang's residence a villa, it's more like a park. The area is so vast that you can't see the end of it at a glance. Right where the villa's gate is, there's a stone with the words Tianyang Villa written on it. Upon entering the gate, the first thing that catches the eye is a marble-paved road, surrounded by small bridges, flowing water, and lush greenery. Here, there is not only a villa, but also a cinema, swimming pool, gym, and many other entertainment facilities. There is even a dedicated building that serves as Zhang Tianyang's office. Everywhere you look, there is luxury and extravagance. The fact that Zhang Tianyang could find such a place in this bustling city shows just how high his status is now. The moment Chun Sheng entered the villa, he saw Zhang Ziting. Clearly, Zhang Ziting had also noticed him immediately. Immediately, his eyes turned to surprise. He had already heard from his mother that Guanhu had gone to invite a miracle doctor. So why did this guy come along? He immediately asked, Uncle Guan, didn't you go to invite the miracle doctor? Who is this guy? Zhang Ziting pretended not to know Chen Sheng, but to his surprise, Chen Sheng showed him no respect whatsoever. What? You don't recognize me after I slapped you yesterday. Is it because you have a bad memory, or was my slap not hard enough? Zhang Ziting's expression changed instantly. Beside him, his mother seemed unaware of what had happened and said disdainfully, You slapped my Ziting? Are you dreaming? Guanhu, is this the miracle doctor you invited? How can he be so rude? Besides, judging from his appearance, he doesn't look like a miracle doctor at all. How can there be such a young miracle doctor? Whether he was hit or not, you can ask Ziting, Guanhu said. The miracle doctor I invited is him. In the hall, besides Zhang Ziting, there were several other people standing there. One of them was a man who looked somewhat similar to Zhang Ziting, but was older, appearing to be around 27 or 28 years old. He was Zhang Tianyang's eldest son, Zhang Ziyu. Beside him was his mother. Opposite them stood two women, one older and one younger, Yin Rushu and Zhang Xinran. Zhang Xinran is younger than Zhang Ziyu and slightly older than Zhang Ziting. She is dressed simply and plainly, and her eyes are red, indicating that she has just been crying. Besides this family, there is also the older Hong Zhangyi. Upon hearing that Chun Sheng was the miracle doctor invited by Guanhu, everyone's expressions turned rather unpleasant. What kind of miracle doctor? He's clearly just a young man in his early 20s. At this age, even if someone is studying medicine, they don't deserve to be called a miracle doctor. The moment Guanhu declared himself a miracle doctor, it was as if the whole world fell silent. This guy is not only young, but his clothes are also extremely cheap, costing no more than 500 yuan in total. Judging from his appearance alone, he is a far cry from the miraculous doctor they have in mind. Guanhu, are you sure you want him to treat the illness? Zhang Ziyu's mother said. Even old Hong couldn't cure it. I think we should stop bothering him. That's right, Uncle Guan, you always taught me to be honest. Do you think this guy is honest? Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the natural course of life. Don't be fooled by him, Zhang Ziyu added. Besides, I don't want my father to be in contact with this kind of person on his deathbed. I've already contacted a funeral company. After my father passes away, we'll give him a grand funeral. That's the important thing. What are you saying, Zhang Ziyu? Are you just worried about what happened to Dad? Zhang Xinran's eyes were red. Although she didn't believe that Chun Sheng was some kind of miracle doctor, she was heartbroken by Zhang Ziyu's words. His older brother and younger brother both kept talking about their father's property and wished their father would die soon. Hearing these words, Yin Rushu, who had just finished crying, burst into tears again, sobbing uncontrollably with tears streaming down her face. What do you mean by thinking about Dad's accident? My dear sister, don't you know what's wrong with Dad? Zhang Ziyu said. Uncle Guan, although Brother Ziyu's words are inappropriate, I think they make some sense. Father is already terminally ill, and even old Master Hong is helpless, let alone him. Zhang Ziting said coldly. Kick him out. A person like him coming to our house is an insult to our land. That's right. Guanhu, I will never allow him to touch my husband. My husband has suffered enough. I can't let anyone defile him. Zhang Ziting and his mother, and Zhang Ziyu and his mother, all disliked Chun Sheng and spoke out against him. Guanhu remained silent. At moments like these, you can clearly see what everyone is thinking. He felt sorrow and anger for Zhang Tianyang. At crucial moments, Zhang Ziting only knew how to settle personal scores, and Zhang Ziyu was only interested in the inheritance. He treated his two sons worse than his daughter. Just as he was about to speak, old Hong stepped forward and asked, Young man, do you have a medical license to practice medicine? No. Chun Sheng shook his head. Originally, old Hong didn't look down on Chun Sheng, but as soon as he said this, his expression changed immediately, and he said coldly, Humph, you don't even have a medical license, yet you're practicing medicine. Do you really know medicine? Hong Zhonghe knew that having a qualification certificate might not mean having excellent medical skills, but how many doctors in China today don't take the qualification exam? In other words, having a certificate does not necessarily mean having excellent medical skills. However, someone who doesn't even have a license is definitely not a doctor. You could even say he's not a qualified doctor. I'm sorry, but as a doctor, I can't let you easily come into contact with patients. Your contact might only complicate things further, Hong Zhonghe said. Chen Sheng looked up at everyone and said without any preamble, I can wake Zhang Tianyang up. I'll give you 3 seconds to choose whether to treat him or not. 3, 2, rule. Suddenly, Guan Hu and Yin Rushu uttered the same word in unison, and then looked at each other. They both understood each other's feelings. Rule. It must be treated. Regardless of whether Chen Sheng can truly cure them. Since they've come, he represents their hope. Most importantly, Guan Hu knew about what happened 2 years ago. Since Chun Bahuang said he could cure it, then perhaps he really could. Zhang Xinran's mother, unaware of the past, did not want to give up so easily. She accompanied Zhang Tianyang all the way from poverty to where he is today. Having met countless people, she sensed a sense of confidence in Chen Sheng. This confidence of his was not unfounded. Moreover, she is someone who believes in miracles. If there were no miracles in this world, Zhang Tianyang would not have been able to reach his current level of success as an ordinary person. I also agree with treatment, Zhang Xinran said. I'm willing for him to give it a try. At this moment, Chen Sheng noticed the woman and was somewhat surprised upon seeing her. She is absolutely a goddess-level figure, with a wasp waist and full hips, a shapely figure, and a face full of the characteristics of an Eastern woman. Most importantly, for some reason, she was wearing a Chong Sam, as if it were custom-made, which perfectly accentuated her elegant demeanor. Even Chen Sheng couldn't help but glance at it a few more times. Chapter 77, The Art of Extraordinary Medicine. No, we absolutely cannot let him touch Dad. Zhang Ziding firmly objected. He wished he could cripple Chen Sheng. So how could he let him practice medicine? Moreover, he didn't believe Chen Sheng had that kind of ability. Yes, I also object, Zhang Ziyu said. The two men's mothers also expressed their agreement with their statements and strongly opposed them. Enough. Suddenly, Guan Hu shouted, Brother Yang is not dead yet. The Zhang family is not your place to call the shots. When Guan Hu spoke, everyone was stunned. Indeed, the Zhang family no longer has the final say. Strictly speaking, their voice is not as powerful as Guan Hu's. Uncle Guan, it seems you're determined to have him take action, Zhang Ziyu said. If anything goes wrong, you'll be responsible. Zhang Ziding said, Uncle Guan, think it through. If you regret it now, it's not too late. I'll have someone beat this kid into a cripple and throw him out right away. Both of them were pampered from a young age and felt superior to others. The education they received from childhood was also about getting their hands on the Zhang family's property. If Zhang Tianyang dies, Guan Hu will be the only obstacle that stands in their way. Their first thought was to kick Guan Hu out of the Zhang family completely. After all, they didn't believe Chen Sheng could save Zhang Tianyang. He's just a young kid. If he had such medical skills, he wouldn't be dressed so shabbily. Okay, I'll take responsibility. Guan Hu said, if anything happens, I'll go with Brother Yang. You don't need to say anything more. If you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for being impolite. Guan Hu has followed Zhang Tianyang for over 20 years and has been in the business world for a long time. He's a shrewd person, so how could he not understand what these people are thinking? At this moment, he must show his courage, because he had already noticed the impatience in Chen Sheng's eyes. If he leaves, Zhang Tianyang's last glimmer of hope will be extinguished. Get everyone out. Chen Sheng's words were indifferent. He didn't want to see these people. Good. Guan Hu said, please, everyone. Humph, kid, if you can't cure him, you can just wait to die. As Zhang Ziding passed by Chen Sheng, a cold smile appeared on his lips. If Zhang Tianyang were to suffer any mishap, he could use this incident to ensure that Chen Sheng would be paralyzed from the waist down and unable to take care of himself. Please, young man, Yin Rushu said sadly. Oh, right. Don't forget to prepare the consultation fee, 5 million. Suddenly, Chen Sheng spoke up, saying calmly. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Little guy, 5 million? You're really asking for the moon. Hong Zhang he couldn't help but say, "Do you really think you can cure Chairman Zhang? Do you even know what disease he has? 5 million won't cure him. To cure him, you'll need at least 20 million. Chen Sheng said calmly. Stop talking nonsense. Just prepare the money. If he doesn't wake up, I don't want the money. Arrogant. Hong Zhang he said. If he doesn't wake up, you'll be in for a world of hurt. You don't need to worry about that. Aren't you going out? Hong Zhang he was so angry that his face turned red. He turned and left. Yin Rushu said, I'll go and prepare the money right now. Please, you must cure him. 5 million is nothing to the Zhang family. It's not even a drop in the ocean. Not to mention anything else. This villa alone is worth more than 100 million. Wait until they are all out. Chen Shinkai walked to Zhang Tianyang's bedside. At this moment, Zhang Tianyang was covered in various life-saving instruments and receiving intravenous fluids. His face was as pale as paper, and his eyes were closed. If it weren't for the fluctuations in the life monitor, he would look like a dead person. You really are lucky to be alive. Upon seeing an old acquaintance, Chen Sheng recalled the first time he met Zhang Tianyang 2 years ago. At that time, Zhang Tianyang was quite strong and looked young. In the past 2 years, Zhang Tianyang has changed drastically. He looks like he has aged more than 10 years, with gray hair and a skeletal frame. Because Guanhu arrived in a hurry, Chun Yi had no idea and was unprepared, so it was impossible for him to completely cure Zhang Tianyang this time. He took a small knife from the side, cut the tip of his index finger, and drew a strange shape on Zhang Tianyang's forehead. This shape was called a rune by the ugly master. It is one of his medical skills. It is called Chiman medical technique. It might be hard for anyone to believe, but this kind of esoteric medical technique contains some supernatural and mystical elements. Ugly Master said that even he only mastered some simple things. The more profound things seemed to require something to assist them. Therefore, very few of the Chiman medical techniques were passed down to Chen Sheng. These runes may seem simple, but each stroke was made with blood, and every time Chen Sheng drew them, he felt a strain, as if his energy was being drained. At that moment, as he finished writing, a few drops of sweat appeared on his forehead. As the last stroke of the design was completed, the veins on Zhang Tianyang's face bulged out, as if something was surging within them. Moreover, the same condition appeared in the body's 8 extraordinary meridians. Cough. Zhang Tianyang, who was in a deep sleep, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. After spitting out the black blood, Zhang Tianyang's pale complexion improved somewhat, but he had not yet woken up. Cull. Seeing this, Chen Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that what Ugly Master had taught him was truly a treasure of the world. The strange techniques developed by Master Cho can cure all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases, but these are all derived from the Chiman medical technique. I wonder what the real Chiman medical technique would be like. Chen Sheng muttered to himself, becoming increasingly interested in Chiman medicine. He remembered what Master Cho had once said. If someone in the world could master Chiman medicine, then there would be no incurable disease in the world. The art of Chiman medicine has extremely high requirements for learners. Only those whose birth chart is entirely dominated by the element of fire and who possess a resolute heart can learn it. The Ugly Master taught Chen Sheng his medical skills not only because Chen Sheng was the only person who could walk out of that prison, but also because he matched every characteristic. Strangely, however, the Ugly Master did not teach him this extraordinary medical skill. Very well, even without the extraordinary medical skills, with Master Chao's medical skills at hand, I can still roam the world freely. Chen Sheng wiped away the pattern between Zhang Tianyang's eyebrows. The pattern had now turned black, looking strangely odd. If I had known it would be this tiring, I would have asked for more money. Just from this one pattern, Chen Sheng felt a sense of emptiness and hunger rising within him. Then, he walked out of the villa. Outside the villa, a group of people were waiting. Yin Rushu had already prepared a card, and upon seeing Chen Sheng appear, she immediately handed it to him. Sir, this is your payment. The password is 6/8. Auntie, are you crazy or senile? Zhang Ziding snatched the card from Yin Rushu's hand. Why are you giving him money? Chapter 78. Not only did they scam people, they also assaulted them. Ziding, what are you doing? Yin Rushu said angrily. Auntie, Do you really think he revived Dad? Zhang Ziding said. Look, we've only been out for less than a minute. Old Hong couldn't wake up Dad even after a whole night, but he did it in a minute. Don't you find that ridiculous? Zhang Ziding pressed aggressively. Zhang Ziyu also said, Auntie, Ziting is right. This kid is a liar. Yin Rushu was speechless for a moment. Zhang Ziding and Zhang Ziyu were right. Chen Sheng came out less than a minute after they left. Even she now doubts whether Chen Sheng is a fraud. Guan Hu, who had previously made a guarantee, was now unsure whether Chen Sheng was up to the task. It's only a minute, after all. In just 1 minute, he claimed he could revive Zhang Tianyang. How is that possible? He was well aware of how strange Zhang Tianyang's condition was, to the point that even major scientific instruments could not detect it. Young man, you're so young. You should be down to earth. Why are you out here swindling people? Hong Zhang, he said righteously. I'm ashamed of you. As one of the top medical professionals in Qinsheng, even if Hong Zhang were beaten to death, he wouldn't believe that Chun Sheng could revive Zhang Tianyang in a minute. You little liar. You dare to try and cheat the Zhang family? I think you don't want to live anymore. Zhang Ziding's mother cursed. She already knew about Zhang Ziding being beaten and wanted to avenge her son. Chun Sheng smiled faintly. All right, I won't take this money. I hope you won't be begging me for it in the future. After he finished speaking, he prepared to leave. You think you can just come and go as you please? Zhang Ziding said coldly. You think you can just leave now? Not so easy. My Zhang family is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Idiot. The next second, Chun Sheng suddenly slapped Zhang Ziding across the face. Smack. The crisp sound reached everyone's ears, and for a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Oh shit. They not only scammed people in Zhangjia, they even assaulted people at the Zhang family's house. It was the young master of the Zhang family who was beaten. The room fell into a suffocating silence. No one had expected Chen Sheng to be so audacious. This was tantamount to defying the powerful. You little beast, you dare to hit my son. You, Zhang Ziding's mother said. Very well. Just wait for the Zhang family's crazy revenge. Even if you're in some corner of Qinsheng, I will dig you out and send you to prison to spend the rest of your life. You dare hit me? Zhang Ziding's face was already swollen, and he was wincing in pain. Chen Sheng was too lazy to pay attention to this idiot, walked around the villa, and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Ziting, how are you? Zhang Ziding's mother walked over and looked at her son with heartache. Don't worry, Mom will definitely avenge you. I'll call the police right now. With my influence, I'll make sure he never recovers. Mom, you must help me kill him. Zhang Ziding said grimly. You're really useless. Zhang Ziyu said disdainfully. You can't even stop someone like this, and you still have the nerve to call yourself the young master of the Zhang family? I always tell you to practice martial arts diligently, but you don't listen. Are you stupid now? They can stand together to deal with Chen Sheng, but once this matter is over, Zhang Ziyu will immediately start targeting Zhang Ziding. They were rivals when it came to inheriting the family business. Dad. Just as Zhang Ziding was about to say something, Zhang Xinran suddenly ran excitedly into the villa. Everyone was stunned. Thinking something had happened to Zhang Tianyang, they subconsciously looked into the villa, and the moment they saw the situation inside, I was dumbfounded. Everyone outside the door was completely stunned, because Zhang Tianyang, who was already on the verge of death in that villa, actually moved. It not only moved. The next moment, he slowly sat up. How could this be? Impossible. Hong Zhang stared blankly, shaking his head repeatedly, thinking that his eyes were getting blurry from old age, and rubbed his eyes. Zhang Ziding and Zhang Ziyu looked grim. Why has this old man woken up again? Their mothers looked surprised and remained silent for a long time. Only Yin Rushu and Guan Hu rushed into the villa immediately. Brother Yang, Tianyang, Dad, Guan Hu, Yin Rushu, and Zhang Xinran rushed to the bedside, their expressions excited. The image of the young man's back involuntarily surfaced in the minds of the three of them. Lonely, desolate, indifferent. At this moment, Guan Hu was filled with extreme regret. He knew that Qin Bahuang was the only hope to wake Zhang Tianyang, but at the crucial moment, he did not believe him and did not speak up for him. Zhang Xinran felt the same way. Her inner feelings were hard to describe. From beginning to end, He didn't even know what the man's name was. From the very beginning, she never believed him. But it was he who saved Zhang Tianyang's life. Now she truly understands what it means to be outmatched and to be in a world beyond our understanding. Yin Rushu knelt by the bedside and couldn't help but cry again. Tianyang, you've finally woken up. Dad, husband, Chairman Zhang, Zhang Ziting, Zhang Ziyu, and Hong Zhanghe all came in from outside, chattering and asking about Zhang Tianyang's situation. It's all right, I feel much better. Zhang Tianyang asked. Is that miracle doctor here? Where is he? I'm so grateful for his timely arrival. Otherwise I probably wouldn't have woken up. Although Zhang Tianyang was unconscious, he could clearly feel the process of Chunsheng saving him. That feeling was exactly the same as it was 2 years ago. Ugly Master is now dead. The only possibility is that the young man saved him. He knew how bad his physical condition was. If that person hadn't come, this coma would have meant he would never live again. At that moment, he felt only gratitude. We must thank Chun Bahuang properly. Moreover, a capable person like Chun Bahuang, having received the true teachings of Master Cho, is bound to rise to great heights in the future. We must be on good terms, not enemies. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Having spent years in the business world, how could he not understand such a simple principle? Therefore, the first thing he did upon waking up was to ask about Chun Bahuang's whereabouts. Where is Master Huang? Zhang Tianyang spoke again, his voice heavy. For a moment, everyone in the room fell silent. No one dared to answer. Instantly, Zhang Tianyang knew something was wrong. Based on his understanding of Zhang Ziting and Zhang Ziyu, he already had a bad feeling. Guanhu, you tell us what happened. Zhang Tianyang's gaze shifted to Guanhu. Guanhu was his shadow. Only he could truly tell the story fairly, justly, and without any emotion. Yes. Guanhu said, Brother Yang, this is what happened. This matter concerned Zhang Tianyang's life, and he recounted every detail, starting from picking up Chen Sheng, clearly explaining every single aspect. The more Zhang Tianyang listened, the more gloomy his face became. As Guanhu finished speaking, his brows furrowed and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Chapter 79, The old man falls ill, and his 2 sons only want to fight over his property. Quiet. A deathly silence. At this moment, everyone around Zhang Tianyang dared not utter a sound. Zhang Tianyang's aura was too intimidating. Even if he is sick, no one dared to disobey him. Zhang Ziting, Zhang Ziyu, you two come here. After a long while, Zhang Tianyang finally spoke, and the first thing he did was call out the names of his 2 sons. Zhang Ziting and Zhang Ziyu walked forward with grim expressions. Dad, fuck you. Before Zhang Ziting could say anything, Zhang Tianyang suddenly slapped him across the face. You bastard. How dare you mess with Master Huang? Now that you've angered him, are you going to treat my illness? Do you know that you might ruin my Zhang family? As soon as she finished speaking, she slapped Zhang Ziyu across the face again. Is all you want is for me to die? Do you think I don't know what you've been up to lately? You've already visited all the group's veterans, haven't you? So eager to replace the company's middle management? Are you hoping for my death? Dad, Zhang Ziyu covered his face, his eyes filled with fear and horror. During this period, Zhang Tianyang's illness worsened, and he gradually declined, starting to pay less attention to the group's affairs. In order to inherit the Zhang family's assets, what he did every day was to visit the group's veterans and, incidentally, quietly replace some of the group's middle-level managers. He thought he had done these things very discreetly, but who knew they would still be discovered? Dad, I was wrong. Zhang Ziyu knelt down with a thud, but I absolutely do not want anything to happen to you. I am just taking precautions. Humph. You know perfectly well whether you're planning ahead or not. Zhang Tianyang snorted coldly. Planning ahead? Do you really think he's a fool? During this time, only Zhang Xinran was doing her best to find a doctor for him. For this reason, she even took his medical condition abroad several times. These 2 good-for-nothing sons. One is causing trouble outside, and the other is waiting for him to die. Neither of them is a good person. Thinking about this made Zhang Tianyang angry. Let me tell you, if we can't bring back the miracle doctor, you can all get out of the Zhang family. You 2 good-for-nothing sons, from now on don't even think about getting a single resource from me. I want to see how capable you are without me. Zhang Ziyu and Zhang Ziting instantly became panicked, uneasy, and afraid. They simply couldn't withstand Zhang Tianyang's wrath. Without Zhang Tianyang's support, their villas, sports cars, yachts, and women will all disappear. Everything they had was in Zhang Tianyang's hands. With just a word from Zhang Tianyang, everything would be completely over. Dad, no, I was wrong. Zhang Ziting also knelt down. He really couldn't imagine what fun life would be without those things. Snort. Zhang Tianyang completely ignored them, turned to Hong Zhanghe, and said, "And you too." Hong Zhanghe trembled with fear. It's one thing for them to be young and ignorant, but as a leading figure in Qingqing's medical community, can't you see the truth? Normally, Zhang Tianyang treated Hong Zhanghe with great respect, as if he were a senior, but today, he was also very impolite. You bunch of snobbish bastards, listen up. Go find that miracle doctor right now. Even if you have to turn Qingqing upside down, you have to find it for me. If I can't find it, and I die, you won't get a single penny. Get out of here and become beggars. Zhang Tianyang gritted his teeth and roared at his two sons, their mother, and Hong Zhanghe. Although he had woken up, he was well aware of his physical condition. I'm afraid he has at most 3 days left. If Chen Bahuang cannot be found within 3 days, he will surely die. Zhang Tianyang unleashed a thunderous rage, a fury they had never seen before. His facial features were contorted in anger, a testament to just how furious he was. He was not only angry about his impending death, but also furious that his two sons looked down on him. What does it mean that someone like Chen Bahuang possesses astonishing medical skills? This means he can not only cure him, it can also heal others. Not only can he hold his life in his hands, but he can also hold the lives of others in his palm. Such a person will inevitably rise above all rights. If he wanted, countless high-ranking officials and nobles would fawn over him and cling to his coattails. He even finds this type of person terrifying. Putting aside everything else, let's just talk about the ugly master from back then. With just a word from him, let alone the small city of Qin, how many people in the entire country would dare to disobey his orders? If he hadn't chosen to stay, that tiny prison wouldn't have been able to hold him at all. That's what makes them so terrifying. It was precisely because he knew these things that he was angry. He could fully understand Chen Baohuang's situation at the time. If the Zhang family really angered him, the entire Zhang family might be on the verge of collapse in the near future. He understood deeply that although the Zhang family's wealth had made it onto the rich list, its foundation was still too weak. There are countless low-profile, deeply rooted, yet unknown families, conglomerates, and powerful clans in this world. If they wanted to crush the Zhang family, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. At the same time, Chen Sheng has returned to the villa. He had thought he would be by Song Yuyan's side all day, but to his surprise, Yi Qingyan arrived as soon as they arrived at the villa. There are no classes at school today. For Mrs. Safety, the chairman asked me to pick her up and take her to the company. She'll be graduating in a little over 2 months, so I'll show her how the company operates. You can take a day off. Okay. Chen Sheng was happy to be relieved, but he still reminded them. I see that Chairman Song and you, Yin, look unwell. Be careful. You can even read faces? Yi Qingyan said speechlessly. So young, and already so superstitious. In short, it's best to be careful. Regardless of whether Yi Qingyan believed him or not, Chen Sheng still reminded her. The dark aura on Song Yuyan's forehead was still there, and he didn't know what it meant yet. But he had a feeling that it wasn't going to be anything good. Sister Qingyan, this guy can not only read faces, but he can also cultivate immortality. Song Yuyan teased deliberately. You didn't see the way he sat cross-legged on the sofa this morning. Yi Qingyan remained silent. I never expected Chen Bahuang to have such a strange quirk. It seems I have to report this to Chairman Song and consider whether to replace him. He's acting strangely. Who knows if he has schizophrenia? Have to. No one believes the truth, and Chen Sheng was too lazy to explain. Anyway, there were only 2 months left. Once the contract was completed, he would pack up and leave. After tidying up for a while, Song Yuyan left with Yi Qingyan. Not long after, Su Anqi came out downstairs carrying 2 suitcases. She was moving. Since what happened that night, she has clearly noticed that Song Yuyan and Lin Yao talk to her much less. Even though no one said anything, she felt embarrassed to continue living there. Chen Bahuang, you just wait. Dragging her suitcase, Su Anqi silently uttered a harsh threat. She believes that today's outcome is all because of Chun Sheng, and if she has the chance, she will definitely take revenge. Chapter 80. Walking down the street, I suddenly ran into a female classmate from 13 years ago. She's really grown up so much. Song Yuyin and Su Anqi left one after the other. Only Lin Yao remained. She had already changed into a light and simple outfit. However, a beauty like her cannot hide her charm even in the simplest of clothes. Especially her highly symbolic G-cup breasts. Even though they could be covered up, their magnificent size was still undeniable. Chen Bahuang, I'm going shopping today. Do you want to come with me? Lin Yao asked Chun Sheng with a sweet smile and an expectant look on her face. Any man would find it hard to refuse an invitation from such a beautiful woman. However, Chun Sheng shook his head. No, I have other things to do today. Having a rare day off, Chun Sheng naturally went to the hospital to visit Zihan. Beauty was just a passing cloud. Okay. Lin Yao looked slightly disappointed. Then I'll go first. Not long after, the roar of a car engine rang out, and Lin Yao drove out of the garage in a bright blue Mercedes-Benz. It's a good thing I didn't go with her. With a luxury car and a beautiful woman, going out with her would have made me too conspicuous. They all left, and Chun Sheng packed up and followed them out of the villa. No sooner had he left than several luxury cars pulled up in front of the villa. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Tianyang and Guan, who got out of the car, went to the door and knocked cautiously. However, there was no one inside. Keep searching, we must find Master Huang, Zhang Tianyang said. After leaving the villa area, Chun Sheng planned to buy some toys for Zihan. While I'm at it, I'll go to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic to buy some herbs to help her regulate her body. The money that the two investors had swindled from Chun Sheng has been completely returned to his account, including the 500,000 yuan surgery fee. In the blink of an eye, Chun Sheng had an extra million in his account. Of course, this million was nothing to him. Before he went to prison, he had lost everything and had thought of spending the rest of his life in prison and donating all his money. In total, $180 billion. This amount of money is more than an average person could earn in a lifetime, 10 lifetimes, or 100 lifetimes, yet he donated it without batting an eye back then. With only $1 million, he naturally wouldn't feel particularly wealthy. Chun Sheng. Just as Chun Sheng was choosing a gift, a slightly puzzled voice came from behind him. Chun Sheng turned around and saw a woman of similar age standing behind him. You are. Is it really you? The woman exclaimed in surprise. I'm Miao Shaoqing, your junior high school classmate. Don't you remember me? Miao Shaoqing. Chun Sheng thought for a moment, then remembered, and was quite surprised, not expecting to meet his junior high school classmate after so many years. Back then, he had just started junior high school. Before he even finished junior high, he left school, was taken away, and joined an organization to become an assassin. Finally, that organization was destroyed, and he joined the Huaxiao Legion, becoming a true soldier. 13 years have passed, and he never expected that anyone would still recognize him. He also thought of the woman in front of him and joked. I remember now, Miao Shaoqing, that little girl in my class who always cried back then. I never imagined she'd be so grown up now. Of course it's bigger than before, otherwise, would I still be called a woman? Miao Shaoqing seemed very happy to see her old classmate, not shy at all, and puffed out her 34D breasts. How about it? Haven't you ever seen such big ones before? Shaoqing, this isn't like the old you, Chun Sheng said. Time changes, and people change too. Aren't you no longer the little boy who always liked to protect me? When old classmates met, they were quite moved and chatted as they walked. After you left school, something happened in my family. My mother passed away, and I dropped out of school after graduating from junior high. I have been working in Xinjiang for 10 years. It's very difficult for ordinary people like us to work hard. We've changed jobs countless times in the past 10 years, but our lives are still quite ordinary. Miao Shaoqing briefly recounted her experiences over the years. It had been a very difficult journey for her. After 10 years of hard work, she had barely managed to become the assistant manager of a clothing store. Chun Sheng, what about you? You suddenly disappeared back then, and nobody knew where you went. What exactly happened? She was picked up by a relative. Of course, Chunsheng wouldn't say that his disappearance changed his life. He casually told a lie. I've only been in Qinxing for 3 months, so I'm still unfamiliar with the place. I'll have to ask Xiaoqing to take care of me in the future. Of course, Miao Xiaoqing said boldly. When I was a kid, people made fun of me, and you helped me beat them up. Now it's my turn to help you. As long as it's within my power, just say the word. Chunsheng clearly remembered that Miao Xiaoqing was a shy and quiet girl back then. After 13 years, her personality was completely different from before. Girls change a lot as they grow up. The little girl of yesteryear has become a woman, wearing earrings, light makeup, and a delicate fragrance. Her skin is as white as a scallion. I'm doing fine now, and I don't need any help, Chunsheng replied with a smile. By the way, you must have lost touch with your old classmates, Miao Xiaoqing said. Back in school, the girl you were pursuing, Yao Lina, married a rich man. That was all in the past, why bring it up now? Chunsheng said, slightly embarrassed. Back in 7th grade, there was a pretty girl in his class, and being immature, he openly pursued her. However, the woman rejected him in front of the whole class. Thinking back on things from her childhood now, they're quite amusing. Miao Xiaoqing covered her mouth, laughing heartily. Mr. Chun, how about you do me a favor? Miao Xiaoqing suddenly said. Tell me about it. I'll definitely help if I can. When they were kids, Chunsheng and Miao Xiaoqing were the closest of friends. At that time, he grew up in an orphanage, and Miao Xiaoqing was the only one in the entire school who never made fun of him. He would help Miao Xiaoqing if others bullied her. Although the two had not seen each other for more than 10 years, and their personalities had changed in many ways, their relationship remained the same. My parents have been pushing me to go on blind dates lately. There's a banquet tonight, and they insist I go. They say it's so I can meet a rich guy. I'm so annoyed. Why don't you pretend to be my boyfriend and go to appease them? Okay. Chunsheng thought about it and did not refuse. The two agreed on a time and place to meet before leaving. Upon arriving at the hospital, Zihan was reading a book in her hospital bed. When she saw Chunsheng, she immediately threw herself into his arms. Brother Bawang, you've finally come. I've missed you so much. Really? I missed you too. Chunsheng picked up Zihan and said affectionately. Pop. Zihan gave Chunsheng a big kiss on the cheek. Brother Bawang, when can Zihan be discharged from the hospital? Soon. Chunsheng pinched her little nose. As long as you're obedient, eat well, and study hard, you'll get better soon. When you're better, I'll take you to the amusement park, okay? Good. Here, have some cake. Wow. Thank you, brother. Zihan's condition has improved a lot. She seems to have forgotten her previous pain and looks very happy. She hugs the bread and starts eating it in big bites. Gentlemen. Just then, a faint voice came from outside the door. Chunsheng turned around and saw a man standing at the door. Chunsheng had seen this man before. The day Zihan was extorted by Lu Songming. It all started because of a little boy in a wheelchair. This man, unsurprisingly, is the little boy's father. He's carrying fruit and looks rather unfriendly. It's you. Come in and have a seat. Since he was a guest, Chunsheng welcomed him in. Thump. To everyone's surprise, as soon as he entered, he knelt down in front of Chunsheng. Sir, please save my child. Chapter 81. When a man spoils you unconditionally, a woman takes advantage of it. Inside the ward, the little boy's father suddenly knelt down, catching Chunsheng off guard. He quickly said, Get up and we'll talk about it later. Mr. Chun, on behalf of my family, I apologize for what happened that day, the man said sincerely. It was wrong of us to shirk responsibility that day. My son's life is in danger now. Please, Mr. Chun, save him. The man knew very well about Chunsheng's situation. He and his wife even spent the entire day following Zihan's surgery. At that time, Zihan's heart had stopped beating, but Chunsheng still managed to pull her back from the brink of death on his own. And his child's illness is almost identical to Zihan's. Chunsheng might be their only hope. The man knelt on the ground, his expression sincere, pleading with Chunsheng. Brother Bawang, can you help Xiaoka? Zihan asked. She was very sensible and knew what the two were talking about. Don't worry, Zihan, I'll help if I can, Chunsheng said, turning back to her. He then forcefully helped the man up from the ground. I can help you with this, but I hope your family will apologize to Zihan for what happened that day. Chun Sheng already knows the whole story of how Zihan was extorted by Lu Songming that day. Chun Sheng is indeed a good person. From the first day he became a soldier of China, the first thing the country said to him was to save the people from suffering and to step forward in times of crisis. However, he was not a good person without principles. Zihan was still young. She did nothing wrong that day, yet she suffered injustices she shouldn't have had to endure. Greeting someone with a smile when they ask for help, but shirking responsibility when something goes wrong. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Mr. Chun, I can apologize on behalf of my wife, the man pleaded. Please be magnanimous and forgive us. No, your wife must come. Chun Sheng said indifferently. If she can't come, you'll have to find someone else. Mr. Chun. The man looked pleading, as if he wanted to say something, but Chun Sheng didn't want to talk to him at all. If there's nothing else, please leave and don't disturb Zihan. Having been told to leave, the man had no choice but to depart silently. Back in the ward, the woman was playing on her phone, and their child was sleeping beside her. Seeing him return, she casually asked, "So, did he agree to help treat our son?" The man shook his head. "No. For him to agree, you have to apologize for what happened that day." "What? He really said that?" The man nodded. Since the woman came to him, she has never apologized for anything, big or small. Getting her to apologize is harder than climbing to heaven. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If we apologize, wouldn't that be admitting that we were wrong that day? Sure enough, the woman shouted. You've already given him enough face by asking him to beg you, and you expect me to apologize? No way. What about Xiaoku's illness? The man tried to keep his voice down, worried about waking the child. Humph. I don't believe he's the only one in the world who can perform leukemia surgery. There are so many doctors in the hospital. What's there to be afraid of? The woman spoke loudly and without any restraint. If it can't be cured, then just wait to die. Anyway, I'm already a cripple. What difference would it make if leukemia were cured? What did you say? The man suddenly looked up, staring intently at the woman. Incurable. Yes, I've done my best. What more do you want? The woman shouted. This son is just like you, a good-for-nothing. Tell me, every single day, inside and out, isn't it me who's holding this family together? Enough. The man suddenly let out a low growl. He was completely enraged. He could tolerate being called useless, and he could forgive the woman no matter what she did wrong. But this time, this woman crossed his line. You won't even apologize, and you have the nerve to say you've tried your best? You've been supporting this family? Tell me what you've done. I go to work every day, and when I get home, I still have to cook, take care of the kids, and do the laundry. And what have you done? You've been married to me for so many years. What have I ever asked you to do? So what if I don't go to work? When we got married, who said they would support me? The woman said. If I hadn't given you emotional support, would you have made it this far? The two were talking back and forth, unaware that the little boy had already opened his eyes in bed. However, he didn't say anything. He hid under the covers, his eyes red, and he kept sobbing and crying. He heard what his mother said, and at such a young age, he felt a pang of heartache. But he just didn't dare to make a sound. The man suddenly laughed, but while he was laughing, tears streamed down his face. 2 lines of tears fell continuously. On the same day, a man not only knelt down, but also cried. It's easy to imagine how heartbroken he was. He never imagined that the woman he once loved so deeply would say such a thing. The power of the spirit? Yes, women were indeed his pillar of support. But does that mean you can stay home all day playing on your phone and sleeping? Does this mean she would rather risk her son's life than apologize? Does that mean she can insult him? And that his son is a good-for-nothing? In the past, men could always give in to women. For no other reason than because he loves this woman. He is the pillar of the family. He is willing to give and work hard without complaint. But this time, no, absolutely not. Wang Fong, you'd better go apologize to Mr. Chun. The man wiped away his tears, gritted his teeth, and forced out the words, now, immediately, right now. Lin Kai, I'm not going. What can you do about it? The woman screamed. If you force me to go, we'll get a divorce. I can't live like this anymore. Divorce? Fine, let's get divorced. But before that, you have to apologize. Lin Kai's eyes blazed with anger. Upon hearing this, The woman was immediately stunned. In the past, whenever she brought up divorce, Lin Kai would immediately apologize, admit his mistakes, and try to coax her. But this time, why did he agree so readily to what was said? Wang Fong was completely dumbfounded. You dare to divorce me? Wang Fong, I used to tolerate you and give in to you because I was your man, but from this moment on, Lin Kai said, I'm divorcing you. Divorce is divorce. You're no longer my woman, and I don't need to pamper you, love you, or cherish you anymore. You'd better apologize right now, or I don't know what I might do for Xiao Ke. Lin Kai's pupils were bloodshot, making him look extremely menacing. This expression terrified Wang Fong. What do you want to do? I want you to admit your mistake and apologize. Impossible, Lin Kai. Let me tell you, if you dare touch me, just wait for my brother to have you beaten up. Who does your brother think he is? If he dares to come, I'll deal with him. Lin Kai's face was filled with malice. He was furious at the moment. He rushed forward and grabbed Wang Fong's hair. If you don't go, I'll take you. Chapter 82 Qinghe Shangtu. Lin Kai had a fire burning inside him. These fires were built up bit by Wang Fong over many years. In the past, these fires were hidden in their hearts, blocked by a dam called love and responsibility. At this moment, it erupted completely. Lin Kai was trembling with anger. He grabbed Wang Fong's hair and dragged her out the door, intending to take her to see Chen Sheng. Let me go, let me go. It hurts. Lin Kai, are you tired of living? Wang Fong struggled, her voice shrill, a sharp pain shooting through her scalp. Lin Kai ignored her completely and forcibly dragged her to the door. As soon as Lin Kai stepped outside, he saw a figure. That figure was Chen Sheng. When he told Lin Kai to make the woman apologize, he clearly saw Lin Kai's eyes flicker and guessed that there might be some reason behind it. So let's take a look. Unexpectedly, this is why the woman didn't apologize. It was all for the sake of saving face. For the sake of saving face, she was even willing to disregard her son's life or death. Mr. Chun. Upon seeing Mr. Chun, Lin Kai stopped, and the anger in his heart slowly subsided. Okay, let her go. Lin Kai hesitated slightly before releasing Wang Fong. As the pain subsided, Wang Fong tidied her hair and angrily cursed. Lin Kai, you idiot, have you lost your mind? You dare to lay a hand on me for some outsider? As she spoke, she slapped Lin Kai across the face. However, he held it firmly in his grasp. Wang Fong, you'd better watch your words, or don't blame me for domestic violence. I remember last time you called my sister a money loser, right? Chen Sheng suddenly spoke up, asking calmly. It's me, so what? Don't think you're so great just because you know a little medicine. There are many people in this world who are better than you. My son will get better without your treatment. Wang Fong's voice was sharp and her words were harsh. Mr. Chun, don't listen to this crazy woman. You must save my child. Lin Kai immediately refuted Wang Fong's statement. Even if there were people in the world with better medical skills than the man in front of him, where could he find them? His child's only hope is Chen Sheng. Lin Kai, who's in charge of this family, me or you? Wang Fong roared. I say I'll treat it, and I'll treat it. I say I won't, and I won't. She turned her head and pointed at Chen Sheng's face. So what if I said your sister is a money loser? She is a money loser to begin with. Smack. Suddenly, Chen Sheng slapped her across the face. She was completely stunned. You hit me. You dare to hit me. What right do you have to hit me? This slap was for Zihan, and this slap, before Chen Sheng could finish speaking, he slapped her again. It was for Xiao Ke. He's really unfortunate to have a mother like you. Boy, you hit me? You dare hit me. The woman's eyes widened as she covered her face. I dare to hit Lu Songming too, and what can you do about it if I hit you? Chen Sheng exuded arrogance, his words extremely indifferent. Wang Fong wanted to say something, but the moment she heard the name Lu Songming, she swallowed her words back. Only then did she suddenly realize how terrifying this man was. Even Lu Songming would have to obediently apologize in front of him. And what is Wang Fong compared to that? In an instant, her inexplicable confidence vanished, disappearing without a trace. Faced with Chen Sheng's 2 slaps, she didn't dare utter a single word. Chen Sheng didn't even bother to look at him and walked toward Xiao Ke. When Xiao saw someone coming, she quickly wiped away her tears and pretended to be asleep. Chen Sheng knew he was awake, but didn't expose his pretense. He picked him up from the bed, walked out, and said to Lin Kai, "I'll take Xiaoku upstairs to live with Zihan. As for her nickname and her, you figure out how to handle it yourself." After saying this, Chen Sheng left. "Come on, let's get a divorce." Lin Kai glanced at Wang Fong and walked out of the hospital. Wang Fong stood there, stunned. She hadn't expected that Lin Kai was actually serious this time. She immediately knelt down and hugged Lin Kai's leg. "No, Lin Kai, please, don't divorce me." Wang Fong was terrified. She couldn't imagine where she could find someone like Lin Kai after the divorce. Although she often threatened Lin Kai with divorce, she never actually wanted to divorce him. It was just talk. Without Lin Kai, she's a useless piece of trash, completely devoid of any life skills. The only solution is to go back to her parents' home, but once she goes back, she will lose all face. She was stunned. She hadn't expected Lin Kai to actually want a divorce. "There's no room for discussion on this. I never joke about divorce." Lin Kai's words weren't particularly agitated. This wasn't a decision made in the heat of the moment, but rather the result of careful consideration. As the saying goes, even a tiger won't eat its cubs. But Wang Fong only asked her to apologize for her son, and she refused. A woman like that doesn't deserve to be with him. He would rather raise Xiaoku alone. "If you don't agree, just wait for me to sue you." Lin Kai shook him off, his words resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. "Fine, let's get a divorce." Wang Fong stood up and roared. "It's just a divorce. You can have the good-for-nothing son. I don't believe I can't find someone better than you." "Lin Kai, you just wait. You'll regret this sooner or later." Wang Fong was making a scene in the hospital corridor, but Lin Kai ignored her and headed straight for the Civil Affairs Bureau. Soon, the two obtained their divorce certificate and had no further relationship. After years of marriage, they've broken up completely. Lin Kai could tolerate Wang Fong scolding and hitting him, but he absolutely could not tolerate Wang Fong neglecting her son. Back at the hospital, he found Chen Sheng and told him what had happened. "Divorce is a good choice for you," Chen Sheng said. "I will help with Xiaoku's illness, but it will take a few days." Previously, Chen Sheng had no confidence in Chou Ye's medical skills, but after experiencing Zihan and Zhang Tianyang's incident, he began to completely believe in Chou Ye. Leukemia can be treated without surgery. He has his own way. "Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you so much," Lin Kai said excitedly. "From now on, if you just say the word, Mr. Chen, I, Lin Kai, am willing to go through fire and water for you, to be your slave." "You flatter me." For Chen Sheng, this was nothing more than a small favor. "I have already informed the hospital that Xiaoku and Zihan will be staying together during this period. Mr. Chen, I really have no way to repay you. Please wait a moment. I will give you something." Living with Zihan would allow Xiao to receive better care and medical treatment. Lin Kai was extremely excited and ran off after saying goodbye to Chen Sheng. Half an hour later, he returned to the hospital, holding a painting in his hand. "Mr. Chen, this painting is for you." Before Chen Sheng could speak, he said, "This is a painting that my boss gave me when I was working on a construction site. It's called Qingheshangtu. My boss thought it was a painting from the Ming Dynasty and spent tens of thousands of yuan to buy it. But when he found an expert to appraise antiques, he was cheated and, in a fit of anger, gave it to me. I don't have anything valuable at home, but even though it's fake, it's still quite valuable." Lin Kai said, "Mr. Chen, this painting is a gift for you." As he spoke, Lin Kai unfurled the scroll. Chen Sheng glanced at it and immediately said seriously, "Your painting is very valuable. I can't accept it." Chapter 83 only knows how to kill. Mr. Chen doesn't know anything about antiques. All they know is how to kill. But, after staring at the painting for a while, his pupils heated up slightly as he noticed a faint blue gas on the painting. He didn't yet understand what the gas represented, but he knew that the painting was definitely extraordinary. "Mr. Chen, you must be joking. This painting is just a fake," Lin Kai said. "When the owner found out it was a fake, he wanted to tear it up on the spot, but I stopped him, and he just gave it to me." Lin Kai scratched his head shyly. "I really don't know how to repay you. Although it's fake, the boss spent a lot of money on it, and it's quite valuable, so I'm giving it to you." "It might not be fake," Chen Sheng said. "It's definitely a fake. Our boss had an expert appraise it, And the expert said it's just a modern painting, Lin Kai said. Mr. Chun, please don't refuse. Regardless of whether the painting is real or fake, even if it is real, it's worth it as long as you can save Xiao Ku. All right, I'll accept it then. Chun Xing said. There's no use for this painting in Lin Kai's hands right now. Once he figures out what's going on, if it's really valuable, he can exchange it for money and return it to Lin Kai. It's good that you've accepted it. Lin Kai felt somewhat relieved when he saw that Chun Sheng had accepted his gift. I have some things to do tonight and won't be at the hospital, so I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on things here. Call me if anything happens. Chun Sheng took a pen and paper from the side, wrote down his phone number, and handed it to Lin Kai. Okay, Mr. Chun, I will take good care of Zihan and Xiaoka while you are away. Zihan and Xiaoka had already gone out to play. Chun Sheng quietly came to the courtyard and saw Xiaoka crying from afar. Xiaoku, don't be sad, it's okay. Uncle will definitely find you a good mother in the future, Zihan comforted Xiaoku. Sister Zihan, Xiaoka sat in her wheelchair, her bright eyes filled with tears. I'm fine. It's good that you're all right, little one. Brother Bahuang said that whether you're happy or sad, it's still just one day. We should be happy every day, okay? Zihan lectured Xiaoku like a little adult. Yes, I know. Zihan pushed Xiaoku's wheelchair. Brother Bahuang will definitely cure your illness. Maybe you'll be able to stand up again in the future. Brother Bahuang. At this point, Zihan saw Chun Sheng walking over and said happily, Brother Bahuang. Xiaoku called out as well. Yes, Zihan is right, Xiaoka. I will find a way to cure you. You can play with Sister Zihan for the next few days, okay? Okay, Xiaoka nodded. Zihan, I'm leaving now. You have to be good. If you need anything, ask Uncle Lin, okay? Yes, I will look for Brother Lin. It's your uncle, Chun Sheng reminded him. No, he's my brother. If I call him uncle, then Brother Bahuang has to call him uncle too. I won't call him uncle. All right. Chun Sheng was speechless. This little guy was really a clever devil. Xiaoku calls her sister, and he calls Lin Kai uncle. Xiaoku is also Lin Kai's son. This complicated relationship gave Chun Sheng a headache. But it doesn't matter, he doesn't really care about these things. It was 6 o'clock in the evening. As the sun sets, a ray of evening glow shines through the clouds, draping the city in a colorful coat, while the milky white clouds on the horizon turn fiery red. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, a red Cadillac parked on the roadside stands out strikingly against the backdrop of the sunset. Of course, what's even more eye-catching is the woman in front of the car. Her petite figure contrasts sharply with the massive body of the car, and anyone who notices the red Cadillac will inevitably notice the woman. The woman looked to be in her mid-20s, but her bangs gave her a youthful and energetic appearance. Her outfit was an elegant evening gown, which, while not particularly fashionable, still exuded a woman's charm on her. Miao Xiaoqing. She looks very different from the carefree girl she is during the day. Now she looks like a goddess to many men. Chun Sheng came up to her and said with a smile, I never thought you could be so beautiful. What are you talking about? I've always been beautiful, okay? Miao Xiaoqing looked at the scroll in Chun Sheng's hand. What are you holding? A painting, a gift from a friend. I hold it in my hand and study it when I have nothing to do. When did you start liking these things again? Have you become a great writer? That's right. I've always been able to govern the country with my pen and conquer the world on horseback. Go away, you're still as narcissistic as ever. Miao Xiaoqing opened the car door. Get in. Amidst the envious gazes of a crowd, Miao Xiaoqing led Chun Sheng at breakneck speed, arriving half an hour later in front of a 5-star hotel called Qianyang. The hotel faces a spacious hall, magnificent and resplendent, resembling a high-rise building, with luxury cars parked in front of it. At the gate, the security guard stood as straight as a pine tree, directing people to back up their cars. Today, the hotel has been contracted out, and a long red carpet is laid in front of the hotel entrance, leading into the hotel. See that? Those are my parents. They're waiting for me. Miao Xiaoqing pointed to the distance. Chun Sheng looked up and saw a middle-aged couple not far away. The man was in his 50s, dressed in a suit and tie. He looked very smart, but he still couldn't hide the fatigue on his face. The woman was dressed elegantly, with makeup on, a necklace, and a bracelet. Although she was older, she still retained her charm and was holding the man's arm. Your parents seem to be very loving, Chun Sheng said with a smile. Would it upset them to have someone pretend to be their boyfriend? Chun Sheng had met and remembered Miao Xiaoqing's father. When Chun Sheng grew up in an orphanage, his father would always give some of the snacks he brought to Miao Xiaoqing after school. 13 years have passed, and the once robust man has grown old, with a few gray hairs appearing at his temples. Don't worry, they're mentally strong. They'll be fine, Miao Xiaoqing said. When you're putting on an act, you have to make it convincing. My stepmother is a shrewd woman, so don't let her see through it. Rest assured. When they were children, Chun Sheng said gently. To be honest, I used to like you when we were kids. Really? He was only a few years old then, but he was so precocious. Miao Xiaoqing rolled her eyes at Chun Sheng and then recounted what happened that evening. Tonight is the birthday of a distant relative of her mother, Gao Xiaoya. That child is very promising. He was a top student from a young age, returned from studying abroad, and at a young age, he is already the general manager of this hotel. There are quite a few young and wealthy people here to celebrate his birthday tonight, and my mom wants me to meet some rich people. Miao Xiaoqing asked, Do you understand everything? Understood, Chun Sheng said. Okay, get off the bus. Miao Xiaoqing pushed open the car door, got out first, and went to the passenger side to open the door for Chun Sheng. After Chun Sheng got out, she naturally took his arm and walked towards the hotel entrance with a smile. Chapter 84 Half True, Half False. In front of the hotel, when Gao Xiaoya and Miao Chaohai saw their daughter's car, they were about to go up to her when they saw Miao Xiaoqing with a man, and they were both extremely surprised. Dad, Mom, Miao Xiaoqing walked up to the two elders. Who is this? Gao Xiaoya asked with a strange expression. This is my boyfriend, Miao Xiaoqing said with a smile. Mr. Chun, these are my parents. Hello, uncle and aunt, my name is Chun Sheng. Chun Sheng reached out to Miao's father. Uncle, I met you when I was a child. I don't know if you remember me. Chun Sheng, Chun Bahuang. Miao Chaohai thought for a moment, then remembered and shook hands with Chun Sheng. I never expected it to be you. I heard from Xiaoqing that you disappeared more than 10 years ago. I thought I would never see you again. You ate a lot of my candy when you were little. Miao Chaohai smiled warmly and said, I never expected that you and my daughter. I've liked Xiaoqing for a long time. After years of wandering, I met her by chance when I came back, and we got together, Chun Sheng said, half jokingly. Uncle Miao, you haven't changed at all after all these years. Nothing has changed. Sigh, you've aged quite a bit compared to before, Miao Chaohai sighed. Times have changed. You were just teenagers back then, and now you're all so grown up. Yes. Chun Sheng was also quite emotional. When he returned more than 10 years later, the orphanage that had taken him in had been transformed into high-rise buildings, and even the school had been turned into a park and moved elsewhere. 13 years. The changes in Qinsheng are too great. After exchanging pleasantries, Chun Sheng reached out to Gao Xiaoya and said, Auntie, you are so beautiful. Thanks. Gao Xiaoya smiled reluctantly, shook hands with Chun Sheng, and looked him up and down. He's all right looking. So handsome. But this outfit is too shabby. Tonight is her relative's banquet, and she knows she's coming, yet she's dressed so casually. Or is it that you don't have any other clothes? This whole outfit probably doesn't cost more than 500 yuan. A hint of disdain flashed in her eyes. I don't know when you two got together. Why didn't Xiaoqing mention it before? Not long, Chun Sheng said with a smile. About a week. Oh, all right then, everyone go in. Gao Xiaoya said this, her expression clearly displeased, indicating she didn't like Chun Sheng, and offered this reminder. By the way, you've only been together for a week. Don't be so intimate, or people will misunderstand. Chun Sheng frowned slightly. No wonder Miao Xiaoqing wanted him to pretend to be her boyfriend. Dealing with a stepmother like that was indeed difficult. Auntie, we're a couple, isn't this normal? It's normal, but you've only been together for a short time. Who knows if you'll stay together in the future? If you break up, it will have a serious impact on my daughter, Gao Xiaoya reminded her. Mom, Miao Xiaoqing frowned. How could you say that? I'm doing this for your own good, just to prevent problems from happening in the first place. It's all right, we'll listen to your mother, Chun Sheng said with a gentle smile. Anyway, this won't change our relationship. All right. Miao Xiaoqing reluctantly let go. It's all right, Miao Chaohai said. Xiaoya, Let's not interfere in their affairs. Don't you also hope that Xiaoqing can find someone to spend her life with soon? I think Chen Sheng is a very good person. He and Xiaoqing were classmates when they were young. You could say they were childhood sweethearts. Exactly, Miao Xiaoqing chimed in. Gao Xiaoya glared at Miao Chaohai. What do you know? Shut up. I'm only doing this for my daughter's sake. All right, you decide. Miao Chaohai hesitated, then glanced apologetically at Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng and Miao Xiaoqing walked behind, while her parents walked in front. As they walked, Gao Xiaoya asked Miao Chaohai in a low voice about Chen Sheng's situation. Knowing that Chen Sheng grew up in an orphanage, she was immediately displeased. I can't let my daughter be with him. If she is with him, she will have a hard life in the future. What future can a child who grew up in an orphanage have? Well, it's up to our daughter, Miao Chaohai said. Don't look at her. She's still young and might make mistakes. I'll find a way to make them break up. Well, you'd better not be so direct. After all, they've known each other since they were little. Don't worry. Seeing that Miao Chaohai agreed, Gao Xiaoya finally smiled. Tonight, her distant relative was young, promising, and had a bright future. His friends were all people of his own level. And what about Chen Sheng? They were dressed shabbily. I grew up in an orphanage. Such a person is destined to be ignorant. Once he meets those peers, all dressed smartly and speaking elegantly, she can just say a few words and he'll obediently and tactfully leave Miao Xiaoqing. The hotel is extremely luxurious and spacious. Before the banquet began, everyone was free to move around in the activity area, and many people took the opportunity of the feast to expand their network. Chen Sheng then went to a place where fruit was placed and ate in silence. He was starving. During this period, he consumed an unusually large amount of energy and often felt hungry. Therefore, the first thing he did upon arriving at the hotel was to eat. You really haven't seen the world. Gao Xiaoya gave him a disdainful look, wishing she could stay as far away from him as possible. Aunt Gao, Uncle Miao, Xiaoqing, a young man, roughly the same age as Chen Sheng and Miao Xiaoqing, approached them with a smile. You've arrived without even letting me know, so I could have come to meet you outside. Gao Lin, aren't you very busy? We didn't want to bother you. Happy birthday. Gao Xiaoya smiled and took a box out of her bag. This is a gift that Auntie prepared for you. Thank you, Auntie. Gao Lin looked at Miao Xiaoqing, who was exceptionally beautiful tonight, and he was momentarily lost in thought. Xiaoqing, there are a lot of young people over there. Why don't we go over there together? Let your uncle and aunt have some time alone here. Okay. Gao Lin, I'm entrusting my daughter to your care. If there are any suitable young men tonight, please be sure to introduce them to my Xiaoqing. Haha. Don't worry, Auntie, Gao Lin said with a smile. There are quite a few young masters coming tonight. Mom, what are you saying? Miao Xiaoqing felt sad. Knowing that he had brought his boyfriend, she still said such things. It was clear that she didn't care about Chen Sheng at all. Xiaoqing, don't be shy, go ahead, Gao Xiaoya said. Okay. Miao Xiaoqing came to Chen Sheng's side, pulled him over, and said with a smile. Chen Sheng, let's go together. Sure. Chen Sheng didn't care. He was fine wherever he was. Gao Xiaoya's expression changed slightly, and Gao Lin, seeing the two of them so close, looked slightly embarrassed. Xiaoqing, who is this? This is me. Just as Miao Xiaoqing was about to introduce Chen Sheng, her mother suddenly interrupted. This is Xiaoqing's friend. He came with her this time and wants to broaden his horizons. Miao Xiaoqing frowned, displeased. Knowing her mother was doing it on purpose, she immediately said, Yes, he is my boyfriend, Chen Sheng. This is Gao Lin, the host of this banquet. The second half of the sentence was addressed to Chen Sheng. Gao Xiaoya's face turned ugly. She was furious that Miao Xiaoqing was so disrespectful. Hello. Chen Sheng reached out and shook hands with Gao Lin. Gao Lin could see the situation clearly. It was obvious Gao Xiaoya didn't like this guy, so he immediately said, Xiaoqing, it's not that I don't want this friend to go. It's just that those people over there are all rich young masters, you see. He looked Chen Sheng up and down, his disdain undisguised. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Is chapter 85 corny? Miao Xiaoqing's face immediately fell. Now, Chen Sheng is her boyfriend. She brought her boyfriend to the birthday party, not to be looked down upon. Even if he's just pretending to be her boyfriend, she's still unhappy. These people had no idea that Chun Sheng was an imposter. I don't see any problem. If I can go, why can't my boyfriend? Miao Xiaoqing forced a smile and asked, Gao Lin, do you think my boyfriend is unsophisticated? Hee. Gao Lin laughed. Since you're going, then go ahead. We're all young people anyway. All right. Mr. Chun, let's go. Miao Xiaoqing pulled Chun Sheng forward, while Gao Lin followed behind, his eyes filled with disdain. Let him go if he wants. He won't be the one who's embarrassed later. Auntie, you guys have fun, I'll go ahead now. Okay. Gao Lin, go quickly, I won't delay you, Gao Xiaoya said. You must take good care of our Xiaoqing, and don't let him be deceived by some ungrateful people. Auntie, don't worry, I understand. Gao Lin smiled and agreed. 2 minutes later, led by Gao Lin, Chun Sheng and his 2 companions arrived at a relatively spacious private room, where several young men and women were sitting. Xiaoqing, these are all my friends, Gao Lin said to Miao Xiaoqing. We're all the same age, so relax and have fun together. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Miao Xiaoqing, the daughter of a relative of mine whom I mentioned before. She's 25 this year, Gao Lin said. I wasn't lying when I said she's a great beauty, was I? Hello everyone. Miao Xiaoqing, who has a cheerful personality, greeted everyone and then introduced Chun Sheng. This is my boyfriend, Chun Sheng. Chun Sheng smiled and sat down next to Miao Xiaoqing. Besides Chun Sheng, Miao Xiaoqing, and Gao Lin, there were 6 other people at this table. There were 4 men and 2 women. Judging by their ages, the group is not much different. At this moment, they ignored Chun Sheng and focused all their attention on Miao Xiaoqing. Although they had already learned from Gao Lin that Miao Xiaoqing was very beautiful, they were still surprised when they saw her in person. Her beauty surpassed that of many women. The only 2 women present were somewhat inferior to Miao Xiaoqing in both figure and appearance. It would be no exaggeration to say that Miao Xiaoqing is the most beautiful woman at this banquet tonight. Hello Xiaoqing, my name is Hu Tao. My name is Su Shanghai Miss Miao. Seeing is believing. You are indeed very beautiful. My name is Chunli. Hello Miss Miao. My name is Jiang Churan. My name is Tong Lin. Several eager voices rang out, the first being from the boys, while the 2 girls simply introduced themselves. They were all dressed in finery. The men wore designer clothes and watches, and the women wore expensive jewelry around their necks and on their hands. It was obvious that these people were all extraordinary and of very high status. Gao Lin was merely a nobody compared to them. Xiaoqing, my name is Yi Fan. It's a pleasure to meet you. Nice to meet you. Let me toast you. The only boy who hadn't introduced himself poured Miao Xiaoqing a glass of wine, then poured one for himself, saying, After this, we're all friends. Before Miao Xiaoqing could speak, Yi Fan brought the wine glass to his lips and drank it all in one gulp. Miss Miao, it's your turn. Miao Xiaoqing was stunned, clearly not expecting Yi Fan to be so decisive, finishing the drink before she could agree. But the problem is, Miao Xiaoqing doesn't drink alcohol. Or rather, she can't drink alcohol. She has been allergic to alcohol since childhood. Let's not even talk about a cup. Just one sip of it will cause red rashes all over the body, causing unbearable itching and making it difficult to get any peace for at least a month. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, Miao Xiaoqing said, slightly embarrassed. I'm not very good at drinking. How about I have a soft drink instead? Xiaoqing, Gao Lin suddenly said, this is Yi Fan, young Master Yi. He personally toasted you. That's really an honor. You should at least drink a couple of sips to show your appreciation. That's right. Our young Master Yi rarely offers toasts. I've known him for so long, and he's never offered me a toast before, Hu Tao said. Originally, he had some feelings for Miao Xiaoqing. Every man likes beautiful women, and he wasn't the only one. The other 2 men were the same. They also wanted to win Miao Xiaoqing's heart and get her. But the situation is different now. Yi Fan spoke and personally offered a toast. It's tantamount to declaring it to them. Miao Xiaoqing is his. If he hadn't spoken up, the 3 men could have competed for it. However, once he speaks, no one will argue with him. No one dares to argue with him. Yi Fan, young Master Yi. He was one of the most well-known figures in their circle of rich second-generation heirs. Not only did he have a powerful background, but he was also someone who could get in touch with the upper echelons of Qinqing. Compared to him, these people, despite their illustrious family backgrounds, are nothing at all. Yeah, beautiful lady, don't be disrespectful to our young Master Yi, said the girl named Tong Lin. Does he look down on our young Master Yi? Her words were clearly barbed. She had been pursuing Yi Fan all along, but Yi Fan had never been interested in her. Miao Shaoqing had just appeared. Yi Fan actually toasted him personally. Not only that, she also saw the longing in Yi Fan's eyes. He clearly has his eye on Miao Shaoqing. Tong Lin felt extremely bitter. That's right. You won't even give our young master Yi face? Said the woman named Jiang Chuan. Like Tong Lin, she had feelings for Yi Fan. But Yi Fan is now interested in this woman, which naturally makes them unhappy. No, I really can't drink. Miao Shaoqing refused again. If she could drink, she would have climbed to a higher position long ago. It was precisely because she couldn't drink that she was still just a clothing store manager all these years. Shaoqing, how could you do this? Gao Lin was getting anxious. This young master Yi Fan had a strange temper and was friends with the hotel owner. If Miao Shaoqing offended him, he might lose his job. This is wine, not poison. Whether you can drink it or not, taking a couple of sips won't do any harm. In Qinsheng, young Master Yi is a figure in the top circles. Getting to know him will definitely lead to a bright future. I can have a beverage, Miao Shaoqing said. What's wrong with drinking a beverage? Young Master Yi downed a glass of wine. You'll be fine with just a little bit, Gao Lin advised. Drink a little, listen to me. Otherwise how am I supposed to explain this to Andy? Miao Shaoqing frowned. It seemed that her mother, this distant relative, had some character flaws. She said she wouldn't drink anymore, so she must have some unspeakable reason. Why do you keep making her drink? Miao Shaoqing's expression turned slightly cold. She wasn't stupid. Of course she could see that these people were intentionally trying to match her up with this young Master Yi. It's okay if you don't drink, then there's no need to drink. Yi Fan smiled and took out his phone. Can we exchange contact information? We can keep in touch privately in the future. Excuse me, Mr. Yi, we just met. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Besides, I have a boyfriend. Miao Shaoqing understood what Yi Fan meant and refused him directly on the spot, without any tact. In an instant, the air in the large private room suddenly became quiet. Chapter 86. The most frightening thing is when the air suddenly goes quiet. The worst thing is when the air suddenly goes quiet. The atmosphere in the private room suddenly became incredibly awkward because of Miao Shaoqing's words. Miao Shaoqing is too direct. They showed Yi Fan absolutely no respect. Who is Yi Fan? That person is someone who has connections in both top-tier and second-tier circles. It's no exaggeration to say that with just one sentence, he could decide the fate of most people present. Most importantly, he had an extremely eccentric personality. Miao Shaoqing offended Yi Fan in front of so many people. Who knows what Yi Fan will think? Oh. After a brief silence, Yi Fan smiled, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Clearly, he was enraged. However, he did not immediately lash out. Instead, he sneered and looked at Chun Sheng. Mr. Chun, what do you do? A student, Chun Sheng replied calmly. He was indeed studying at the business school. A student? Tong Lin, standing beside Yi Fan, said sarcastically. I didn't expect Miss Miao to have this kind of taste, choosing a poor student as a boyfriend. Her judgment isn't very good. She casually fiddled with the jade bracelet on her wrist, displaying her wealth, and glanced at Chun Sheng with disdain. Does your school emphasize thrift and frugality? Look at your clothes. They're all brands I don't recognize. Even my dog wouldn't stoop to wearing them. A single tie from our young Master Yi is enough for you to buy 1,000 outfits like this. Remember to dress nicely for the next banquet. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Tong Lin said this, everyone at the table laughed, including Gao Lin, who was gloating. I told you not to come, but you wouldn't listen. Hee hee. Now you know how embarrassing it is, right? He certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity to flatter Yi Fan, and said to Chun Sheng, Mr. Chun, you should leave here. You and my friends don't get along. No, how can you let Mr. Chun leave? He's Miss Miao's friend after all. Su Shanghai glanced at his Rolex watch. It's so late. Where are you letting him go alone? Mr. Chun, I see you're not young anymore. You should be graduating soon. Why don't you come work for my company? The monthly salary is 4,000, with room and board included. What do you think? It's not easy for recent college graduates to find a job like this. Su Shanghai wore a mocking expression. Since he rarely got to see Yi Fan, he naturally wanted to curry favor with Yi Fan and work together to suppress this kid. For 1,000. Are you looking down on our Miss Meow? Jiang Churan covered her mouth and laughed. That's too low a salary. Oh, then how much do you think is appropriate? We're all friends, so of course we should add 10 yuan. I think it should be 4,110. Ha 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 ha. Inside the private room, everyone burst into laughter. Chen Sheng's expression remained calm and composed. As always, he sat there, eating the food on the table bit by bit. Occasionally, he would take out a small straw and sip a couple of times. It was as if they hadn't heard it. That's enough. Miao Xiaoqing stood up, her face grim, and snapped. She brought Chen Sheng here, pretending to be her boyfriend. But she wouldn't allow Chen Sheng to be humiliated like this. Gao Lin, are these your friends? They have no manners at all. I think our two families should stop having any contact in the future. Hee hee. Gao Lin laughed. Do you think anyone wants to associate with your family? If it weren't for your mother's shameless persistence, you, a mere clothing store manager, wouldn't even be qualified to be here. Oh, by the way, Hu Mingtao, that clothing store, it's still yours. What a coincidence. Hu Mingtao laughed and said, So, Miss Meow, you're a store manager now, right? I don't know which store it is, but if you break up with this silly boy right away, I can make you a district manager and manage 10 stores immediately. Double your salary. What if I don't? Miao Xiaoqing's personality was inherently strong. No, haha. If you disagree, I'm sorry, but your identity will be blacklisted by my company from now on. Hu Mingtao initially had designs on Miao Xiaoqing, but since Yi Fan had taken a liking to her, and he knew he had no chance, he wisely gave up on Miao Xiaoqing and openly tried to please Yi Fan. I imagine it wasn't easy for you to become a store manager. You've worked in the clothing industry for many years, haven't you? You won't give up on this job easily, right? Miao Xiaoqing's expression turned extremely cold. Yes, Hu Mingtao is absolutely right. She has been working in the clothing industry for many years. Because he has no connections and cannot drink alcohol. She worked hard for many years to rise from a junior salesperson to become the manager of a clothing store. It was extremely difficult and not easy at all. But she can simply quit this job. We will never allow Chen Sheng to be humiliated. Because she really liked Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng left a deep impression on her when she was a child, so much so that even more than 10 years later, she could recognize him just by passing by him. I'm resigning, Miao Xiaoqing said. You don't need to worry about my job. Miss Miao, why bother? Yi Fan finally spoke up. Look at your friend. What can he do besides eat? Young Master Yi, you don't know this, but the pastries at our hotel are quite expensive, Gao Lin said obsequiously. Especially the table in our private room, just the dim sum alone, at the internal price I got, costs 120,000. It was made by a famous Italian chef. If outsiders come to eat it, they won't be able to afford it for less than 300,000. A country bumpkin like me will never get to eat this kind of snack in my life, so of course I should eat more of it. Gao Lin said, Kid, eat up. If you can't finish it, you can pack some to take home. You might not have the chance to eat these snacks again. This world is truly wondrous, Yi Fan remarked meaningfully, staring at Chen Sheng with pitying eyes. He could crush 100 of those ants at any moment. Miss Meow, I think he is not worthy of being the boyfriend of a beauty like you. No need for you to worry. Miao Xiaoqing couldn't stand it any longer and grabbed Chen Sheng, saying, Let's go. Oh. After finishing the last bite of his dessert, Chen Sheng was pulled away by Miao Xiaoqing and walked out. Miao Xiaoqing knew she couldn't afford to offend them, but she could at least avoid them. The two walked out of the private room. Yi Fan's gaze remained fixed on Miao Xiaoqing. Young Master Yi, don't worry, that woman is tough now. Once she understands your power, she'll come back to you on her own, Gao Lin flattered. In fact, he was telling the truth. Since he met Yi Fan, which woman he set his sights on didn't he manage to get his hands on? Hee hee. Yi Fan chuckled. These two guys really don't know their own limitations. Young Master Yi, Tong Lin said obsequiously. She is so lucky to have caught your eye. I'm so envious. She was not only envious. Jealousy. Every woman who can befriend Yi Fan must have risen to a high social status. Since she's so ungrateful, I'll go teach her a lesson for you, so she'll know what ideals are and what reality is. No. Chapter 87. Don't go too far. Don't go too far, Yifan said, taking a sip of his drink. Tong Lin saw that she did not refuse. He immediately understood what it meant, picked up a glass of wine, and walked out of the private room. This is going to be good, Hu Mingtao said leisurely. He knew Tong Lin's type of woman all too well, and his face was full of schadenfreude. I'm going out to take a look. Do you want to come? Sure, of course we'll go. It's been so long since we've seen Tong Lin perform. Jiang Churan smiled and followed him out. Gao Lin, Chun Li, and Su Shanghai also slowly followed, while Yi Fan walked at the very back with a smile on his lips. The hall was bustling with activity. Miao Xiaoqing led Chun Sheng to his parents, her anger palpable. Mom, Chun Sheng and I are leaving now. What's wrong? Miao Chaohai asked, noticing that his daughter's complexion was not good. It's nothing. I just don't want to be here anymore, Miao Xiaoqing said with a forced smile. No, Xiaoqing, if you leave now, what will Gao Lin think of me? Gao Xiaoya grabbed Miao Xiaoqing. Can you wait a little longer? Mom, why do you insist on being here? Miao Xiaoqing frowned. Those guys don't respect us at all. Why do we have to stay with them? Miao Chaohai. Gao Xiaoya looked at Miao Chaohai. Xiaoqing, listen to your mother. It'll only be a little while. We'll leave after we finish eating, okay? Miao Chaohai said. Be good. Okay. Miao Xiaoqing hesitated. Though she usually had a short temper, she was quite obedient at home. Mr. Chun, I'm sorry, Miao Xiaoqing said softly. Because of me, those people humiliated you. Whatever. Chun Sheng smiled. He didn't take those guys seriously at all. Their taunts were just buzzing in his ears. Why? Miao Xiaoqing sighed. She felt that Chun Sheng had changed. He is no longer the passionate young man he once was. She remembered that 13 years ago, her classmates had only insulted Chun Sheng by saying he had no parents. Chun was furious and almost beat the classmate to death. Now, Chun Sheng remained silent in the face of ridicule and insults. 2. Times are changing, and people are changing too. She didn't blame Chun Sheng, nor did she resent him. Even for her, when faced with those people, the only thing she could do was run away, right? If they really offend those spoiled brats, ordinary people like them simply cannot handle it. This is reality. She was helpless. She picked up a drink and stood silently to the side, contemplating her future path. Offending Hu Mingtao means it's definitely impossible to continue in the clothing industry. What should we do next? Chun Sheng continued, eating to the side. He was an easygoing person. Since he was already there, he felt he should eat something before leaving, right? Ouch! Suddenly, as Miao Xiaoqing was lost in thought, a figure bumped into her. Looking up, I saw Tong Lin, wearing a bright red dress, a precious diamond pendant around her neck, and sparkling earrings. Her appearance alone reveals her wealthy status. Don't you have eyes? Tong Lin said angrily. Are your eyes in your ass? After recognizing Tong Lin, Miao Xiaoqing frowned and didn't want to pay her any more attention. Sorry. After apologizing, he walked to the other side. Stop. Did I say you could leave? Tong Lin grabbed Miao Xiaoqing and, without any hesitation or restraint, splashed the glass of red wine in his hand onto her. Whoosh! Red wine spilled all over Miao Xiaoqing's face, wetting her hair and collar, leaving her extremely disheveled. Bite! Tong Lin threw the wine glass on the ground, shattering it into pieces, and whispered, Remember, stay away from young Master Yi from now on, and don't appear near him. You think you're worthy to compete with me for a man? Tong Lin claimed she was causing trouble for Miao Xiaoqing because of Yi Fan, but in reality, she was doing it for her own selfish reasons. She likes Yi Fan. I want to sleep with Yi Fan. He had wanted to drink with Yi Fan and spend time alone with him many times. But Yi Fan rejected her several times. As soon as Miao Xiaoqing appeared, Yi Fan personally offered her a toast, revealing a greedy expression. It made her extremely uncomfortable. Get lost, Tong Lin said flippantly. Everything happened in an instant. The glass of red wine was splashed on Miao Xiaoqing's face, and the glass shattered at her feet. Many people around looked over with surprise. Even Chun Sheng noticed it, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. He took out the wine jar and took a sip of wine. He did not act immediately. Miao Xiaoqing was always bullied when she was a child, and as she grew up, she developed a fiery temper. On the spot, She wanted to throw the soda can in her hand at Tong Lin. Only, just then, but a hand grabbed her. Xiaoqing, what are you doing? Hearing the commotion, Gao Xiaoya rushed over, shouting angrily. Then, she turned to Tong Lin and immediately smiled. Miss Tong, this is my daughter. I'm sorry, what happened? Gao Xiaoya. Tong Lin stared at the woman in front of him, clearly recognizing her. Your daughter, huh? Your daughter bumped into me. You know that. I know. Miss Tong is very magnanimous. Xiaoqing knows she was wrong. After saying that, she turned to Miao Xiaoqing and asked, aren't you going to apologize? Miss Tong, it was my daughter's fault, Miao Chaohai said. Xiaoqing quickly apologized to Miss Tong. Dad, Mom, Miao Xiaoqing's face was not good, and she stared at him. Apologize? Make her apologize? It was clearly Tong Lin who bumped into her and splashed wine on her. In the end, she still has to apologize? The obsequious manner of Gao Xiaoya and Miao Chaohai amused her. It was extremely funny. Even the people around him cast disdainful and disgusted glances his way. However, neither of them cared. Because, Tong Lin, Miss Tong, they are people we can't afford to offend. This woman is their chairman's daughter. If they offend them, the two of them will immediately lose their jobs and will definitely face all sorts of difficulties at the company. The two clearly remember that Tong Lin came to the company to play once. An employee of the company, who did not know her, accidentally blocked her way and was scolded by her like a dog. Coincidentally, the next day, while smoking in the company corridor, that employee inexplicably tumbled down the stairs, suffering a comminuted fracture of his leg, and is still in the hospital. What are you standing there for? Apologize when I tell you to. Gao Xiaoya seemed impatient and scolded. How dare you offend Miss Tong? Heh. Tong Lin chuckled contemptuously and said to Miao Xiaoqing, why are you looking at me like that? Your parents are telling you to admit your mistake. Why don't you listen to them? Bow your head to me and admit your mistake. Oh, right. What about your useless boyfriend? You're in this state, and he still won't stand up for you. It seems you really misjudged him. Tong Lin sneered arrogantly. Someone like him, and you still follow him so devotedly? TSK, what a match made in heaven. A pair of good-for-nothings. Whoosh. Suddenly, a glass of red wine was splashed from a distance, directly onto Tong Lin's face. At the same time, a figure suddenly appeared, holding a tissue, and personally helped Miao Xiaoqing wipe the red wine clean to make her look better. She could vaguely see that a few red rashes had appeared on Miao Xiaoqing's skin. I know Miao Xiaoqing is having an allergic reaction. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Chen Sheng turned around. Miss Tong, you were looking for me. Chapter 88, Getting Rid of Relationships. Tong Lin was stunned. He stood there, completely stunned. She never expected that Chen Sheng would stand up at this moment and even throw red wine in her face. Her makeup was completely ruined, and her face looked like it had been covered in a layer of mud. Her original appearance was revealed, and you could clearly see that she had a lot of freckles on her face. With her makeup ruined, Tong Lin looked even more ordinary than an average woman. She had neither height nor good looks. Her breasts are only at cups. Oh my God! Gao Xiaoya screamed in shock. Kid, what are you doing? Who let you come here? Damn it! Chen Sheng, how could you do this? Miao Chaohai was also extremely surprised. Beside her, Miao Xiaoqing's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting Chen Sheng to act so decisively. But she didn't realize anything was wrong. Didn't Chen Sheng protect her in the same way more than 10 years ago? Chen Sheng completely ignored these people. He walked up to Tong Lin and asked, how does it feel to have this glass of red wine spilled on you? Boy, why don't you apologize to Miss Tong right now and get out of here? Tong Lin was still furious and didn't say anything. But Gao Xiaoya had already rushed up, cursing at Chen Sheng, and then bowing and scraping to Tong Lin, saying, Miss Tong, how are you? Quick, let me wipe you. Not only Gao Xiaoya, but Miao Chaohai also stepped forward and personally took tissues to help Tong Lin wipe the wine off his body. Both of them were pale. This once again drew the disdain of those around him. Being a parent, he ignored the fact that his daughter had been splashed with red wine. Tong Lin was splashed, but he served her like a dog. That's ridiculous. But no one stepped forward to say anything, since it wasn't their business. Moreover, Tong Lin's attire clearly indicates that she is from a wealthy family. If we don't know her background, why bother with anything? Seeing her own parents being so attentive to a stranger, Miao Shaoqing felt her heart turn to ice. She is usually very strong, but at this moment her eyes were slightly misty. Tong Lin calmly accepted the condescending gaze of Miao Shaoqing's parents. Her initial displeasure was replaced by a cold smile. Kid, did you see that? Miao Shaoqing's parents can only grovel before me. You want to stand up for her? What makes you think you're worthy? Who do you think you are? Tong Lin, arrogant and haughty, looked down on Chen Sheng like a queen, radiating arrogance. Before you play the hero and save the damsel in distress, please take a good look at your own worth first. You're such a useless piece of trash. Oh. Chen Sheng remained calm, showing no anger whatsoever. A woman like Tong Lin was not worthy of his anger. So, you know your own limitations very well? Since that's the case. As they were talking, Chen Sheng suddenly made his move. Call. A sudden whooshing sound rang out. Whoosh. The next second, Chen Sheng's hand was already gripping Tong Lin's neck. Chen Sheng moved too fast. No one could see how he did it. Even though Gao Xiaoye and Miao Chaohai were right in front of him, they had no idea what was going on. Tong Lin was pale, feeling like she was suffocating. She stared at Chen Sheng, both shocked and terrified, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't utter a single word. Bump. With a gentle flick of Chen Sheng's wrist, Tong Lin collapsed not far away onto a bar piled high with pastries, his head sinking into a piece of cake. Silence. The sudden scene plunged the surroundings into complete silence. You could hear a pin drop. Then, in the silence, Chen Sheng walked up to Tong Lin and spoke softly. Let me give you a try and see what you're really capable of. You like to throw things on people, don't you? Chen Sheng held her down with one hand and grabbed a beer bottle from the bar with the other, forcibly breaking it open and turning the bottle upside down. Whoosh! In an instant, the beer sprayed towards Tong Lin's face. Chen Sheng, you glug let glug me. Tong Lin's voice was hoarse, and she really wanted to speak, but as soon as she opened her mouth, beer was poured into her mouth. Not only that, her nose, ears, and collar were all covered with beer to varying degrees. A bottle of beer was poured out. Chen Sheng did not stop. He took another bottle. All around, everyone just watched, a look of terror in his eyes. What happened to the saying that men don't hit women? Why is this man so ruthless? Many women who witnessed this scene felt as if the beer had been poured on them, experiencing a suffocating, breathless sensation. Mad. That's insane. No one expected that this man would actually make a move here openly. Splash, splash, splash. The wine spilled and hit Tong Lin's face. Tong Lin didn't dare to open his eyes and kept shaking his body, struggling. But it's all in vain. Under Chen Sheng's strong arms, she could only let him do as he pleased. Enough. At this time, a loud shout suddenly rang out in the hall. Immediately afterwards, Gao Lin stepped out from the crowd, his face grim. Tong Lin got into trouble at his banquet. He's going to be in trouble. Today, no matter what, Chen Sheng must give him an explanation. Is it finally out? Chen Sheng stopped and released Tong Lin. Tong Lin rolled over, coughing violently, her face flushed. Gao Lin. Get him. Get him for me. Gao Lin walked over from a distance. Behind him, Jiang Chuan, Chun Li, Hu Mingtao, and Su Shanghai were also with them. And Yi Fan. They had just appeared. This caused an uproar in the crowd. Yi Fan, that man is Yi Fan. He actually came here. Gao Lin has quite the connections. They actually managed to invite him. His father, Yi Shilong, is a director of Tianyang Real Estate. Clearly, many people recognized Yi Fan, and Su Shanghai, Jiang Chuan, Chun Li, and Hu Mingtao were also recognized by many. Although they are not as good as Yi Fan. But he was also a well-known playboy in Qinsheng. With these people walking together, how many people in Qinsheng would dare to mess with them? Although Gao Lin is the general manager of this hotel, to some extent, he still has to take orders from Yi Fan. Miss Tong, how are you? Gao Lin asked with concern. Get rid of him. Help me get rid of him. Tong Lin's expression was gloomy. Miss Tong, don't worry. Gao Lin looked extremely grim. Tong Lin had gotten into trouble at her banquet, and if her father found out, he would probably have a very difficult time. In any case, Mr. Chin must give an explanation today. Kid, for your uncle and aunt's sake, you can come and freeload. I had no objection. But do you know what the consequences will be if you dare to harm my distinguished guest? Kid, apologize now. Gao Xiaoya rushed forward and roared. She had finally managed to get on Gao Lin's good side, and she couldn't lose such connections and resources because of Chen Sheng. Moreover, we've offended Tong Lin. More importantly, behind Gao Lin stood Yi Fan, Hu Mingtao, Su Shanghai, and others. There wasn't a single one she could afford to offend. Gao Lin, this has nothing to do with us. We didn't send him. Gao Xiaoya hurriedly distanced herself from Chen Sheng, pointing at Miao Xiaoqing. It's all her fault. She brought him here. It has nothing to do with me. Miao Xiaoqing, quickly cut ties with this man, break up with him immediately, and tell him to get lost. Chapter 89 Despicable? Gao Xiaoya's expression was cunning, her eyes filled with anger. Miao Xiaoqing, what are you standing there for? Hurry up. What boyfriend? Your dad, and I don't approve of him. Break up with him. Xiaoqing, I suggest you listen to your mother. If you break up with this country bumpkin, what happens here has nothing to do with you, Gao Lin said. If he could get Xiaoqing and Chen Sheng to break up, he would definitely have done a great service to Yi Fan. Yi Fan might even put in a good word for him with his superiors, and he could get promoted. Chen Sheng remained silent, waiting for Miao Xiaoqing to make a decision. Unsurprisingly, these decisions will affect a great many things. Miao Xiaoqing felt a tightness in her chest. Chen Sheng wasn't her boyfriend at all, but someone she was pretending to be. But Miao Chaohai and Gao Xiaoya really broke her heart. Even an old classmate she hadn't seen for years could stand up for her, and her biological parents. But they want her to apologize and make amends, and they also want to break up her daughter's relationship. Tong Lin was disgusted by their obsequious faces, as if they wanted to grovel before Tong Lin and the others. She made up her mind to stand on the same side as Chen Sheng. Mom, my feelings are my own business. In front of everyone, Miao Xiaoqing walked up to Chen Sheng, took her hand, and said, I don't need you to make decisions for me. You Miao Xiaoqing, you think you're all grown up now? I'm doing this for your own good. What's the point of following this country bumpkin? He'll only harm you and our whole family, okay? Gao Xiaoya's face turned bright red with anger. That's right. At this moment, Yi Fan suddenly stepped forward, confidently glancing at Miao Xiaoqing and Chen Sheng. Break up with him today, and from now on, come with me. I, Yi Fan, guarantee in my name that no one will hold this kid accountable for what he just did. Tong Lin's expression changed. The gloom and jealousy in his eyes deepened. Yi Fan actually gave up helping her get revenge for that woman. However, she had no way to resolve the issue. Compared to Yi Fan, she was nothing but an ant. The moment Yi Fan speaks, she and her family could face bankruptcy, closure, and even death. This is Yi Fan's power. In Xinsheng, dealing with ordinary people is as easy as killing an ant. Young Master Yi. Seeing Yi Fan step forward and openly express his affection for Miao Xiaoqing, Gao Xiaoya's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Young Master Yi, rest assured, my daughter has no boyfriend, and I will never approve of that country bumpkin. I will definitely convince her. Most of the onlookers recognized Yi Fan, and his public expression of affection made many people envious. Xiaoqing, did you hear that? Young Master Yi wants you to go with him. He's the son of one of the directors of Tianyang Real Estate. You should know him. Gao Xiaoya was extremely excited. As long as Miao Xiaoqing and Yi Fan were together, even if they didn't get married, she would agree to be a mistress or lover. In this way, she will rise in status and become a phoenix by virtue of her daughter's birth. Follow him, and you'll enjoy endless wealth and glory. Break up with this kid quickly, and young Master Yi and Gao Lin won't make things difficult for him. Only in this way can you save him. Otherwise he won't be able to leave today. Gao Xiaoya's emotional persuasion. Yi Fan waited on the side. He loved the feeling that everyone would try their best to satisfy him the moment he opened his mouth. This feeling of being superior made her feel extremely good and comfortable. I told you, I want to be with Chen Sheng and Chen Baoang, and you can't make that decision. Miao Xiaoqing also wanted to resolve today's events and help Chen Sheng get through this difficult time. But how could he dump Chen Sheng and satisfy Yi Fan in front of so many people? From now on, Chun Sheng will never be able to hold his head up again. It will become a permanent stain on his future path. Even if Chun Sheng is a fake boyfriend, she won't give up so easily. She must express her stance. No one can force me to break up with Chun Sheng. These words were spoken. Many people cast surprised glances at him. Some women, in particular, looked at Miao Shaoqing as if she were an idiot. You're still too young. They worship love that's worthless. As you get older, you realize that all of this is fake and illusory. Love, for example, can't withstand the daily grind of life. Only money, power, and influence matter. Following Yi Fan, you can have anything you want, and life will definitely be much better than following that poor kid. They all thought Miao Shaoqing was stupid, an idiot, or too young and inexperienced in life. Well, Miao Chaohai, look at your daughter. I've been trying my best for her, but she doesn't appreciate it at all. What kind of daughter have you raised? I was blind to have raised her for over 10 years and ended up with such an ungrateful wretch. Gao Xiaoya was furious. A golden opportunity was right in front of her, and damn it, she didn't even know how to cherish it. If Yi Fan takes a liking to her, she can divorce Miao Chaohai immediately. Shaoqing, Dad, don't say anything more. I've already made up my mind. Miao Shaoqing ignored the strange looks around her and insisted on her own opinion. Having been in the business world for 10 years, how could she not know the allure of money and power? But she can't do that. She has a conscience. We can't ruin Chun Sheng. She paused, looked at Gao Xiaoya, and continued. You keep saying you're doing this for my own good, but all you want is for me to marry a rich man so you can use this opportunity to achieve the rich life you desire. You got together with my dad back then because you were after his position in your company, didn't you? And you disgustingly abandoned your ex-husband. What do you mean by for my own good? If you really cared about me, you wouldn't have persuaded my dad to make me drop out of school the year I graduated from junior high. If they really cared about me, they wouldn't have locked me up at home to prevent me from going to high school. For my own good, you would never want to send me to a dance hall to work as a prostitute after I start working. I'll never again make me go on a blind date with a rich young man who'll personally drug my water. Gao Xiaoya, I call you mom. But do you ever treat me like your daughter? You chase fame and fortune, and you only use me as a tool. Do you think I don't know that? Miao Shaoqing spoke in a hoarse voice, finishing her sentence in one breath, her face already covered in tears. Once upon a time, for my father's happiness. She pretended not to know and didn't care. It's hidden in my heart. Today I finally couldn't hold back anymore, and under immense pressure, I spoke out. A series of low growls. Miao Chaohai stood there, stunned. He was dumbfounded. Because of all the things Miao Shaoqing said, he was completely unaware of them. Miao Chaohai had always believed that Gao Xiaoya truly treated Miao Shaoqing like a daughter. Even if she sometimes went too far, it was all for her own good. I hope she marries someone from a well-off family and lives a good life in the future. Shut up. Gao Xiaoya blushed deeply. These things, said in front of so many people, would ruin her life from now on. Miao Chaohai, look at what you and that dead woman have produced. You lowly woman, being able to follow young Master Yi is a blessing you've earned in 10 lifetimes. Don't you feel ashamed following this poor man? Chapter 90, he actually broke Yi Fan's arm by stepping on it. Shut up. Miao Chaohai's face turned ashen, and his heart sank completely. Yes, it's true that he likes the woman in front of him. However, his deceased wife and his daughter also held a very high and important place in his heart. He wouldn't allow anyone to insult them like that. From today onwards, the two of us have nothing to do with each other anymore. Miao Chaohai said in a heavy voice, making a major decision. It's all right then, what's so great about it? Compared to young Master Yi, you're just a useless man, just like your daughter, a complete waste, a slut. With Yi Fan right in front of her, Gao Xiaoya resolutely chose to abandon Miao Chaohai and try every means to please Yi Fan. Young Master Yi is of noble status, while you are merely commoners. What right do you have to disobey his orders? Young Master Yi. One moment she was fierce and shrewish towards Miao Chaohai. The next she was all smiles as she walked towards Yi Fan. They are who they are. I have already severed ties with them. You can punish that poor kid however you want. As she spoke, she reached out to take Yi Fan's arm. Before she could even touch Yi Fan, he spat out 2 words in disgust. Get lost. His words were calm and unwavering. Gao Xiaoya was indeed taken aback, awkwardly stopping in her tracks, not daring to advance an inch. Young Master Yi, from now on I am yours. Please feel free to give me any orders. You bitch. Miao Chaohai was furious, but there was nothing he could do. With Yi Fan and the others there, he dared not do anything. Cheap? Is my daughter as cheap as yours? Gao Xiaoya sneered. It's an honor for someone like young Master Yi to like her, favor her, and take a liking to her. She doesn't even know what's good for her. Pretending to be innocent here? Who knows how slutty she'll be after sleeping with a man? Miao Xiaoqing's tears of grievance never stopped. She never expected things to escalate to this point, and that Gao Xiaoya would humiliate her like this. Chen Sheng's eyes were icy cold. He had finally gotten the result he was waiting for. In a few strides, he rushed to Gao Xiaoya and slapped her across the face. Smack! A heavy slap landed, and silence fell over the surroundings. Everyone around stared wide-eyed. Nobody expected it. At a time like this, how dare that young man make a move? You need to know. Yi Fan, Gao Lin, Jiang Churen, Su Shanghai, Tong Lin, Hu Mingtao, all these spoiled rich kids are here. Their combined energy is enormous. To physically assault someone in front of them, on their own turf? Those around him were astonished and secretly mocked Chen Sheng for his ignorance and arrogance. Chen Sheng's slap was incredibly powerful. Gao Xiaoya was sent flying and fell to the ground, 2 teeth rolling out of her mouth. Wah! Gao Xiaoya cried after being whipped, looking pleadingly at Yi Fan. Kid, you've got some nerve, daring to cause trouble on my turf. Yi Fan looked at Chen Sheng with a gloomy gaze. At this point, he had no choice but to step forward. He also looked down on Gao Xiaoya. In his eyes, a woman like Gao Xiaoya was utterly worthless, even less than a dog. But, with so many people watching, Gao Xiaoya was clearly helping him. When Chen Sheng slapped Gao Xiaoya across the face, it was the same as hitting him. If he doesn't stand up, where will his authority be? Who would help him? For the sake of his reputation, he had to stand up. Do you know who I am? My name is Yi Fan, director of Tianyang Real Estate, and son of Yi Shilong. Tianyang Real Estate. Chen Sheng's brow twitched. He remembered that Zhang Tianyang's group was headed by Tianyang Real Estate. Unexpectedly, this Yi Fan is also from Tianyang Group. His father is a board member. Interesting. This is getting more and more interesting. If nothing unexpected happens, Zhang Tianyang is probably searching for him all over the world right now. What would happen if Zhang Tianyang found out that people from his own group were making things difficult for him? Seeing that Chen Sheng had quieted down, her eyebrows twitched slightly. Yi Fan thought he was scared. A haughty, cold smile appeared on his lips. Really, Tianyang Group, and his father's name, never disappoint him. It seems you have heard of it. I thought you were so ignorant that you didn't even know about Tianyang Group. Kneel down, kowtow 100 times, break up with your woman, and beg for my forgiveness. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I can spare your life. Yi Fan spoke arrogantly, glancing at Miao Xiaoqing. He wanted this woman to know. Only with him, Yi Fan. That is the best way out. All other men are like dogs in his eyes. A groveling dog. Kneel down. Chen Sheng's eyes remained as cold as ever, though on the surface he still appeared nonchalant. He took out the wine jug and slowly took a sip. You think you're worthy of my kneeling? Yi Fan, is that right? I'll give you 3 seconds to kneel down and apologize to Xiaoqing, along with your companions. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Puff. As soon as Chen Sheng finished speaking, Gao Lin suddenly laughed, as if he couldn't help it. Ha ha ha. Gao Lin bent over, clutching his stomach, almost laughing to tears. Did you hear that? This country bumpkin made us kneel down. Ha. Ha ha. I've never seen such an ungrateful person. Chun Li, Su Shanghai, Hu Mingtao, Jiang Churen, and the others also laughed. In their opinion, Chen Sheng was simply joking. Even Yi Fan showed a disdainful smile. Who is that kid? He must be either crazy or stupid to dare to talk to Yi Fan like that. Yeah, they don't even know their own limitations. The people around him scoffed. At first, they had an innate sympathy for the weak and thought that Yi Fan and the others had gone too far. But now it seems that the kid was clearly courting death. He dared to say such a thing, and even if Yi Fan crippled him, no one would think it was an exaggeration. He's too arrogant, and overbearing. He's so arrogant, he's like an idiot. Just as everyone was laughing at him. Sudden. Chun Sheng is alive. They acted suddenly. He grabbed Yi Fan by the collar. Pull hard. Yi Fan, who weighs over 130 pounds, was forcibly lifted up and slammed heavily to the ground. Bang! A loud bang suddenly rang out. Moment. The surrounding chatter. The mockery from Gao Lin, Su Shanghai, Hu Mingtao, Chun Li, Jiang Churan, and others froze instantly. The air fell silent. A deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. It was unbelievable to see what was happening before my eyes. Chun Sheng looked down at him, his expression unwavering, and coldly said, 3 seconds, that's it. The words fell. Chun Sheng lifted his foot. One kick fell. He stepped on Yi Fan's arm. Snap! Instantly. A sound of bones breaking rang out. Yi Fan's hand was completely deformed, contorted in an incredible pose. Ah! Yi Fan screamed in agony, his heart breaking. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, his expression twisted, and his eyes were filled with extreme ferocity. Is Chapter 91 really that great? Pain. Excruciating pain. Yi Fan had never experienced such pain since birth. The veins on his forehead bulged, and cold sweat soaked through his vest. At that moment, he wished he could just faint. However, he was perfectly lucid, and every nerve in his arm could feel the pain. He could only scream and couldn't say anything else. So what if it's Yi Fan? Chun Sheng stared at him coldly. Is he that great? Asphyxia. Everyone around was suffocating. They stared in horror at the scene before them, their scalps tingling and a chill running down their spines. Oh my God. Mad. This guy is just too arrogant. He actually dared to attack Yi Fan. They dared not imagine what the consequences would be if Yi Shilong found out about what was happening here. Miao Shaoqing was stunned. Chun Sheng's actions were truly shocking. Although she was very bold, she didn't dare to go too far with these people. Chun Sheng actually broke someone's hand by stepping on it. Ironically, before this, she thought Chun Sheng was no longer the same Chun Sheng, who was brave and fearless. Miao Chaohai's face trembled. He simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was terrifying. If Yi Fan got into trouble, he would definitely be implicated. It's over. From now on, the Miao people are completely finished. At the very least, there will never be a place for them in Qinsheng prison again. Let go of young Master Yi. Gao Lin roared, snapping out of his shock. Where are the security guards? Come out now and kill this country bumpkin. He was terrified. He's not the one with the broken hand. But this is his territory. If Yi Fan gets into trouble here, he'll definitely be in deep trouble. Gao Lin has gone mad. He never expected that a country bumpkin would dare to lay a hand on Yi Fan. At that moment, before the security guards arrived, he grabbed a stool and rushed towards Chun Sheng. Kid, die. Bang. The stool fell down. Chun Sheng remained in the same spot. Gao Lin, however, plopped down on the ground. No one could see what happened. I told you, you have to kneel down and apologize to Shaoqing. Chun Sheng made this demand once again. Kid, you'd better let go of young Master Yi. Hu Mingtao stepped forward, glaring at Yi Fan. If anything happens to young Master Yi, you'll be dead. That's right. Mr. Chun, being good at fighting is nothing. This is Tianyang Group's territory, Gao Lin's territory. If you don't let go of young Master Yi, you won't be able to leave here. Chun Li, who rarely speaks, also said, and he was relatively polite. At this moment, Jiang Churan, Tong Lin, and Su Shanghai all stood up and demanded that Chun Sheng release the people. Inside the hotel, the dozen or so security guards finally assembled. Kill him, quick, kill that kid. Gao Lin roared, worried that if it was any later, something even worse would happen. Click. No sooner had he finished speaking than another sound of bones breaking rang out. Ah! Yi Fan screamed, tears streaming down his face. The pain of his broken bones plunged him into agony. Stop! Stop it all! Yi Fan screamed hoarsely, using all his strength to stop the security guards who rushed up. All the security guards instinctively stopped. Young Master Yi, how are you? Gao Lin trembled as he knelt on the ground, extremely panicked. Yi Fan has done this to him on his turf. From now on, his future is uncertain. He is almost in tears and wishes he could go up and take Yi Fan's place. Those around them twitched at the sound of the agonizing scream. That arm, under Chun Sheng's feet, was deformed beyond recognition. Let alone Yi Fan, Even as bystanders, they felt pain just watching. Kneel down. All of you kneel down. Yi Fan's voice was filled with pain. He regretted it. I regret being so close to Chen Sheng just now. If it were further away, this definitely wouldn't have happened. From childhood to adulthood, wherever he went, he was always the protagonist and a highly respected figure. But today, we are being trampled underfoot. He hated it. But no matter how much you hate, it's all for naught. At this moment, he had no choice but to admit defeat. The barefoot have nothing to fear from those wearing shoes. He was genuinely afraid that Chen Sheng would do something even more outrageous. He swore that once he got out, he would definitely settle the score with Chen Shengxi. Jiang Churen, Chen Li, Hu Mingtao, Su Shanghai, Tong Lin, and Gao Lin were all completely stunned. Kneel down. Yi Fan told them to kneel down. They looked at each other in bewilderment. I really don't want to. But they were well aware of Yi Fan's power. If they truly anger him and fail to satisfy him, their family will likely face complete decline from this day forward. After all, their family business has mostly gotten to where it is today, thanks to Yi Shilong's support. Kneel down. Yi Fan felt Chen Sheng exerting force under his feet. His whole body trembled, and he roared loudly again. Thump, thump, thump. Hu Mingtao and the others shuddered and immediately knelt down in fright. At this moment, everyone in the hotel lobby fell truly silent. No one dared to speak. They didn't even dare to discuss it anymore. Of the 6 people who knelt down, the worst, Gao Lin, was also the general manager of this hotel. The rest, aren't they all from wealthy families? They dared not comment rashly, for fear of being targeted in the future. No one even dared to record what was happening on their phone. They just watched helplessly. The air was so still you could hear a pin drop. Everyone thought Chen Sheng had gone mad. Showing off might feel good for a while, but after today, he'll definitely face a crazy revenge from a few spoiled brats. The consequences will be 10 times worse than Yi Fan's. Mr. Chen, is this all right now? Yi Fan asked, his voice trembling as he endured the pain. I'm not kneeling before you. Chen Sheng said indifferently. It's to apologize to Xiaoqing, don't you understand? This time, before Yi Fan could speak, Gao Lin was the first to turn towards Miao Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing, I'm sorry for what I did to you today. Please make Mr. Chen release young Master Yi. Miss Miao, I'm sorry. Miss Miao, I'm sorry. Miss Miao, Tong Lin called out, but couldn't finish his sentence for a long time. She was unwilling to accept it. She was born noble, so why should she apologize to an ugly duckling? As she hesitated, Jiang Churen reached out and touched her. I'm sorry. Tong Lin gritted his teeth and said these 3 words unwillingly, his heart filled with boundless hatred. Everyone knelt on the ground and apologized to Miao Xiaoqing. Yi Fan, enduring the pain once again, said to Chen Sheng, Mr. Chen, you. Before Yi Fan could finish speaking, Chen Sheng's gaze turned indifferently to Gao Xiaoya. Gao Xiaoya trembled all over. She looked at Chen Sheng in horror. Come here, hit him. Chen Sheng pointed at Yi Fan, his words devoid of emotion, but his eyes were extremely cold. I cried in chapter 92. Chen Sheng felt no psychological burden in doing these things. They will repay kindness and never tolerate hatred. This is his life motto. This has been true for the past 13 years, and it will be true for the future. He regarded Yi Fan and the others as flies, allowing them to mock him the first time, but Tong Lin appeared again. How could he not see that this group of people were deliberately causing trouble? He can tolerate flies buzzing around, but that doesn't mean he can tolerate flies constantly buzzing in his ear. If he annoys you, he will take decisive action. And Gao Xiaoya, she is Miao Xiaoqing's stepmother. Not only did he not help his own daughter, at the crucial moment, they actually turned around and accused us. Chen Sheng naturally wouldn't let her off so easily. She wanted to cut off all of Gao Xiaoya's paths. Make her pay the price for what she did today. Come here, hit him, slap him. Chen Sheng added leisurely. No, I won't lay a hand on young Master Yi. Gao Xiaoya's eyes widened, and she instinctively took a step back. If she dares to lay a hand on Yi Fan, she'll probably be ruined from now on. Even if it's forced. That could cause trouble. She dares not. Oh, Chen Sheng looked down at Yi Fan at his feet. My words have no effect. You do it. Yi Fan's face turned ashen. Humiliation. A blatant humiliation. Mr. Chun is absolutely outrageous. He actually let something he considered less than a dog hit him. He gritted his teeth, hesitant. Hiss. In the instant he hesitated, a sharp pain shot through his arm again, terrifying him so much that he screamed. Hit me. You bitch. Come and hit me. Young Master Yi. Gao Xiaoya stared wide-eyed and shook her head repeatedly. You bitch. I told you to come, so come. You wanted to be my slave, right? Now's your chance to prove yourself. Hurry up. Yi Fan could clearly feel Chun Sheng exerting force, stepping on the broken part of his arm, and he was terrified. He would rather be beaten by Gao Xiaoya than have Chun Sheng do the same. Yi Fan's expression was ferocious and ruthless, which frightened Gao Xiaoya so much that her face turned pale. She walked forward shakily, squatted down, raised her hand, and hesitated. Hit me quick. Yi Fan was about to cry again. The pain in his arm made him want to scream. Please, you bitch, hit me. Smack. Gao Xiaoya gently slapped her hand. Fuck you. Can you get to the point? Yi Fan could clearly sense Chun Sheng's dissatisfaction. Spit flying, he roared. Didn't you eat? You son of a bitch. You slut, you want to be my dog? You're not even fit to be a dog. You beat me like that. You'd be a prostitute. Nobody would want you. Yi Fan stretched out the words, and the excruciating pain in his arm made him extremely uncomfortable. Feeling humiliated like this, Gao Xiaoya finally became somewhat angry. He's already someone else's prisoner, yet he's still so arrogant. She couldn't hold back and slapped him hard. Asterisk smack. Asterisk. With a crisp slap, Yi Fan could clearly feel the pain in his arm lessen slightly. Even this small amount made him feel much better. Although, my face is burning. Quick again. Yi Fan roared. You stinking woman. You stupid woman. Keep going. Is that all you've got? If you don't beat me up properly, I'll kill you when we get out of here. Smack. Gao Xiaoya cried. She was brought to tears by the scolding, and another slap landed on her. Smack. Smack. Even a clay figure has a temper. Yi Fan humiliated her so loudly in front of so many people, which made her very angry, and she slapped him again and again. In the quiet hotel lobby, all that could be heard was a series of slaps. Some people's eyelids twitched, and they broke out in a cold sweat. Now, it's very awkward. They didn't want to see this happen. Anyone who witnesses Yi Fan being humiliated will likely be confronted by him afterward. But they were too scared to leave. The atmosphere in the hotel lobby was extremely eerie at one point. Everyone stared at Chun Sheng as if he were a madman. This guy is too arrogant and overbearing. Is he really not afraid of death? Miao Shaoqing was momentarily lost in thought, staring at the indifferent Chun Sheng. She was not afraid at all. Instead, it evoked a sense of happiness. From childhood to adulthood, since her biological mother passed away, no one has ever protected her like this man has ever done, willing to pay any price for her. No matter what Chun Sheng did today, or what the consequences might be, she has made up her mind to share the burden with him. She was terrified, but even more so, she felt happy. She even wanted Chun Sheng to become her real boyfriend, to accompany her for life, and to grow old together. Her heart was stirred by Chun Sheng. Smack! Smack! The sound of slapping continued. Gao Xiaoya seems to have gone mad. Since we've already started fighting, it doesn't matter how much or how little we fight. Yi Fan's face was swollen from her slap. Gao Lin, Jiang Churen, Tong Lin, Chun Li, Hu Mingtao, and Su Shanghai were all dumbfounded. Their inner thoughts are complex. I'm somewhat relieved. Fortunately, Yi Fan did not lay a hand on them. Even kneeling is 10 times, 100 times better than Yi Fan is now. Who is it? Who laid a hand on my son? Just then, sudden, a Mercedes-Benz was parked in front of the hotel. On the Mercedes, a middle-aged man walked down. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a deep voice. His expensive suit and leather shoes gave him the air of someone in a superior position. Behind him followed a tall, upright man in his early 20s, who strode in with a powerful stride. Upon seeing the person who had arrived, everyone's eyelids twitched. Yip Sai Lung. He actually came here. Everyone felt a tremor in their hearts. Everyone knows that Yi Shilong is no pushover. In the entire Tianyang group, besides Zhang Tianyang, who can deal with him? Nobody's here. This person is decisive and ruthless, and is specifically responsible for some of the darker aspects of Tianyang real estate. Dad. Upon seeing Yi Shilong, Yi Fan felt as if he had seen a savior, and roared, "Save me, Dad! Save me!" Fanner. Yi Shilong walked into the hall and was dumbfounded by the scene before him. His son's friends knelt in a row, and his biological son, but he was trampled underfoot by a poorly dressed person, and his hands were deformed. Even if he were a medical layman, he could clearly see that the hand was broken, and it's at least a comminuted fracture. Yi Shilong's face immediately darkened. Hu Mingtao texted him, telling him that Yi Fan was in trouble, and sent him an address. The message read, "Come quickly," 3 times. He knew something serious must have happened. They thought Yi Fan had offended some important figure and was in trouble. But unexpectedly, this is what it will look like. His face was extremely gloomy as he glanced at Chen Sheng. He turned around and said 3 words in a deep voice to the man behind him. "Cripple him." Chapter 93. Ruthless Yi Shilong. Yi Shilong has always been a ruthless person. His style of doing things can be summed up in 2 words. Ruthless. Facing Chen Sheng, he wasn't even interested in knowing what had happened. All he knew was that his Yi family members, his son Yi Shilong, were now being trampled underfoot. In the hall, everyone held their breath. Yi Shilong was of noble status, and they rarely saw him. At this moment, having finally seen it, they felt a chill run down their spines. His aura was so powerful that he seemed to be the main character here, attracting everyone's attention with every move he made. Tong Lin, Jiang Churan, Hu Mingtao, Su Shanghai, Gao Lin and others breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Yi Shilong and tried to stand up from the ground. "Who told you to get up?" Just as they were about to stand up, Yi Shilong's cold voice suddenly rang out, "Kneel down." Thump. Everyone kneeled down again. They didn't understand why, but no one dared to ask. "Humph, a bunch of useless trash." Yi Shilong sneered. So many people, and they couldn't even protect his son. What right did they have to stand there? Now, the man behind Yi Shilong had already drawn his dagger after receiving the order. The dagger was short, S-shaped, with a bright red blood groove in the middle. Most importantly, there is a barb on the back of the dagger. This kind of dagger can cause one injury when it is inserted into the human body, and it can also cause another injury when it is pulled out of the human body. Remember, his hands and feet must be broken. Yi Shilong added again when he saw him about to act. "You haven't seen blood in a long time since you came back from the borderlands, have you? This time, you can go all out. Don't worry, I will make you satisfied." The man was wearing a black vest, and on his arm was a tattoo of a soaring eagle. As his muscles rippled, the eagle seemed to be flapping its wings. Even though he did nothing at the moment, everyone could feel a fierce aura emanating from him. This person is definitely not ordinary. Wait a minute. At this moment, Miao Shaoqing couldn't stand still anymore. She knew something bad was about to happen, and in a moment of inattention, she rushed to Chen Sheng's side and shielded him. "No one is allowed to hurt him. If you want to hurt her, you'll have to walk over me." Miao Chaohai was stunned. He wanted to rush forward and shield his daughter, but his legs were weak and trembling uncontrollably. "Oh!" The man sneered and licked the blade with his tongue. "Little girl, in my eyes, there is no distinction between men and women. Don't be naive enough to think that just because you are a woman, I won't make a move." He walked forward step by step toward Miao Shaoqing, without any intention of stopping. Up until now, he has never looked at Chen Sheng properly, because a dying person is only worthy of his attention at the moment of death. Returning from the frontier, he was very restrained, because, in mainland China, it is not allowed to injure or kill people at will. His knife had not tasted blood for a long time. At this moment, Flying Eagle's heart was filled with excitement, bloodlust, and cruelty. Once he picks up a dagger, what man? What woman? In his eyes, they are not human, but prey. After a few steps, he arrived in front of Miao Shaoqing. Miao Shaoqing was terrified. It was the first time she had ever faced someone like this, and she was trembling all over, filled with extreme fear. But she did not back down. "Little girl, just wait a moment, and you'll see how foolish it was to block my way." Flying Eagle's voice was slightly hoarse. He smiled bloodthirstily and raised the dagger in his hand mercilessly. Whoosh! In an instant, The blade flashed, and the tip of the blade stabbed straight towards Miao Xiaoqing's arm. Inside the hall, everyone was terrified. Miao Xiaoqing instinctively closed her eyes. In the eagle's eyes, a growing bloodlust and excitement gleamed. He hadn't seen fresh blood in a long time. An extreme thirst for blood. Only, the next second, his expression suddenly froze. His arm, which was falling, stopped abruptly 10 centimeters away from Miao Xiaoqing. It's not that he wanted to stop. Instead, it was a hand that gripped his wrist tightly, like an iron clamp, rendering him unable to move. You have to understand, the strength in his arms is absolutely tremendous. Even if 3 adult men grabbed his arms at the same time, they absolutely couldn't stop his arm strength. But at this moment, it was grabbed tightly by a hand. He was horrified and terrified. I subconsciously looked up at the owner of that hand. Flying Eagle, you're getting bolder and bolder. At the same time, a playful voice rang out. Chen Sheng stood beside Miao Xiaoqing, his eyes full of amusement. Now, Flying Eagle finally saw the face of the person in front of him. In an instant, a look of horror and terror appeared in his pupils. How could this be? The face in front of me. He will never forget. I'll never forget it, even if it kills me. 6 years ago, it was because of this person that he had to return from the borderlands to work as a bodyguard. Before Flying Eagle could react, Chun Sheng tightened his grip, causing Flying Eagle's hand to tremble and his fingers to involuntarily loosen. The curved dagger slipped from his hand, and Chun Sheng caught it in one swift motion. Then, a backhand stab. Puff! The dagger pierced the eagle's shoulder. Oh! The eagle let out a piercing scream, staring in terror at the dagger on its shoulder, its eyes filled with fear. Everything happened so fast, almost in 30 seconds. When he screamed, no one had time to react. But the eagle that had been so aggressive just moments before was now kneeling on the ground, one hand covering its shoulder. Blood oozed from between the fingers that were covering his shoulder. This moment, everyone was stunned. What exactly is going on? What happened? Gao Lin, Jiang Churen, Chun Li, Hu Mingtao, Su Shanghai, and the others were all dumbfounded and filled with shock. Miao Chaohai was initially quite frightened, but seeing that his daughter was all right, his tense heart finally relaxed a bit. Flying Eagle knelt beside Gao Xiaoya. Gao Xiaoya screamed in fright. Under all the pressure, she finally couldn't take it anymore and fainted, losing consciousness. Miao Xiaoqing, who had her eyes closed, opened them in confusion upon hearing the scream. She had already prepared herself for injury, but was startled by what she saw. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Chun Sheng whispered in her ear, then stood in front of her, looking at Flying Eagle. You don't mind crippling one of your hands, do you? No, Master Huang. I have no objection. Flying Eagle felt a chill run down his spine. Facing the man in front of him, his previous bloodlust completely disappeared, and he dared not act rashly in the slightest. Master Huang. Everyone was puzzled by his form of address. Are they calling for that young man? A look of surprise flashed in Miao Chaohai and Miao Xiaoqing's eyes. Only the two of them knew this in the entire hotel. This man. His surname is Chun. Name student. The 8 directions. Chun Baoang. Do you think your dad can save you just because he's here? Chun Sheng looked down at Yi Fan, whose face was pale. Innocent. As soon as he finished speaking, in front of Yi Shilong, Chun Sheng slowly raised his foot and stepped on Yi Fan's injured arm again. Chapter 94. A generous reward will surely bring forth brave men. 10 million for his limbs. As Chun Sheng's foot landed, Yi Fan screamed again, tears streaming down his face, his expression utterly ferocious. Dad, help me. Yi Fan was in extreme pain at this moment. His arm had become extremely swollen, and the tearing pain made him feel like he was dying. Stop. Yi Shilong was furious, his facial features almost contorted together. Yi Fan, his own son, being trampled underfoot. Moreover, it was done right in front of him. It not only broke his heart, but also made him lose face completely. Those watching from the sidelines felt a chill run down their spines. They were all ordinary people, leading ordinary lives, and had never seen anything like this before. There was bleeding and broken bones. Madman. This guy must be crazy. Flying Eagle, what are you doing? Yi Shilong roared, and saw Flying Eagle kneeling on one knee. He had a vague sense of foreboding and urged, "Get up. Cripple that brat. Once this is over, I'll give you 10 million. Hurry." Yi Shilong could no longer remain calm. How could he bear to see his son suffering in front of him? He wished he could tear Chun Sheng apart with his own hands. But he dares not. Even though Chun Sheng was a seasoned veteran, he was somewhat afraid of Chun Sheng's ruthlessness. The barefoot are not afraid of those wearing shoes. He was truly afraid that if he got too close, Chun Sheng would take him down with him. "Flying Eagle, 10 million. Don't you love money? Why aren't you moving? A generous reward will surely attract brave men." He didn't believe that Flying Eagle wouldn't obey his orders under the temptation of 10 million. He had long seen through Flying Eagle. People like Flying Eagle are no better than dogs. Give it a bone and it will bite. The only difference is that the dog wants a bone. Eagle wants money. Yi Shilong has no shortage of money. He didn't believe the eagle wouldn't yield. Really, a price of 10 million was offered. The next moment, Flying Eagle pulled out another dagger from his person. "This time, I used my left hand. Master Huang, you know I like money." Flying Eagle gritted his teeth, a fierce glint in his eyes. 6 years ago, he's still in the remote borderlands, working as a mercenary. Moreover, he is one of the most famous mercenaries on the battlefield. They have always been invincible and undefeated. Until that day, their group encountered this man named Chun Bahuang. The entire mercenary group was either dead or crippled. He was the only one who could return to China intact. Chun Bahuang didn't touch him at the time, for one reason only. He is Chinese. So, Chun Bahuang spared his life. He never imagined that they would meet again 6 years later. Eagle is never afraid of death. From the day he became a mercenary, he had imagined 10,000 ways to die. For 6 years, he has been training without ever slacking off, also that one day the tragedy will not be repeated. Now, Yip Sai Lung offered 10 million. He decided to give it a try. Despite the excruciating pain in his shoulder, he took out a dagger with his left hand, ready to strike. Yi Shilong smiled. "A dog is just a dog. A leopard can't change its spots. He'll work hard if you give him a little reward. You're going to die." Just as Flying Eagle was about to make his move, Chun Sheng said leisurely, "I know you're not afraid of death, but have you ever experienced the feeling of watching yourself die?" These words were spoken. Flying Eagle trembled. Only then did he notice that his shoulder was bleeding. The dagger remained embedded in his shoulder and was not removed. Based on his experience, he wouldn't lose too much blood. But the tears kept flowing down his shoulder. They just wouldn't stop. It's like a broken faucet that can't be turned off. Instantly, fear arose in his heart. Yes, he is not afraid of death, but he was afraid of dying slowly. What's more, he is now truly experiencing the process of dying. He felt no pain from the wound, but he could sense that life was slipping away. It was a very strange feeling, so strange that it made his scalp tingle, and he froze on the spot, his pupils trembling. "Only I can save you now." Now, Mr. Chun is well versed in medical methods. Medicine can save lives. It can also kill. The stab he just made, seemingly casual, actually pierced an acupoint. If he doesn't intervene, Eagle will watch himself bleed to death in endless fear. "Come on, cripple this guy named Yi Fan, and I might consider helping you," Chun Sheng said calmly. But it was these simple words. It gives you goosebumps. Yi Fan was crippled. Destroy Yi Shilong's son. Has he really gone mad? If anything happens to Yi Fan, Yi Shilong will never let him go. In the entire hall, only Miao Xiaoqing remained silent. First, it was her first time experiencing something like this, and she was a little dazed. Secondly, all of this was started by Yi Fan. If Chun Sheng hadn't been so capable, he would be the one lying on the ground now. Moreover, Yi Shilong's first words upon arriving were to cripple him. At this point, it's perfectly normal for him to choose to cripple Yi Fan. Her only worry was that someone would call the police. Miao Xiaoqing's worries were clearly unnecessary. As of now, it seems no one has called the police. No one here dares to interfere in Yi Shilong's affairs. As for Yi Shilong himself, he bullies others by relying on his power and will not call the police, because calling the police would only make things more complicated for him. He used his own car to handle the situation, which was more efficient and made it easier to achieve the desired effect. Chun Sheng knew this perfectly well, which is why he was so unrestrained tonight, revealing his true character for the first time. Boy, if you dare to cripple my son, no one can save you, no matter where you are. Yi Shilong spoke in a low, menacing voice, threatening Chen Sheng. Only, Chen Sheng completely ignored him. Instead, he stared at the flying eagle. The eagle gripped a dagger. We're moving forward step by step. Chen Sheng removed his foot from Yi Fan's body. He understood what eagle would choose. In fact, Flying Eagle did not disappoint him. Gradually, he crouched down, and the sharp dagger in his hand began to approach Yi Fan. No, no, Uncle Eagle. Puff. As if he hadn't heard, the eagle plunged its dagger into Yi Fan's other hand. Blood spurted wildly. Immediately afterwards, it was pulled out quickly, inserted into his calf. Puff. Puff. Less than 10 seconds. Yi Fan's legs, and his remaining intact arm, were completely useless. His tendons in his hands and feet were severed by the flying eagle. He was very skilled and adept at it. Clearly, he had done this kind of thing many times before. Yi Fan screamed in agony, his veins bulging, on the verge of fainting. Chen Sheng gently kicked him, and he instantly regained full consciousness. I fully felt the pain in my body. Murder. Murder. Moment. In the hotel lobby, the banquet attendees finally lost their temper and began shouting and yelling. When have they ever seen such a bloody scene? The hotel floor was a bright red stain, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. At this moment, in their eyes, Chen Sheng was a devil, a demon king. They, who previously acted as if it were none of their business, have finally come to know fear and dread. Chapter 95. If you want to mess with him, mess with me first. The hotel was thrown into chaos. I can't stay here any longer. They couldn't stay here for even a second longer. Want to leave. But, outside the hotel entrance, a dozen or so people stopped them all. These people were brought by Yi Shilong. Wherever he goes, he is used to having some bodyguards with him. This time, it was his son who was in trouble. In order to prevent the news from leaking out, he had given instructions that no one should be allowed to leave before the matter was over. They stopped everyone immediately. Yi Shilong did not stop him. At this moment, he had no mind to stop them. His son has become a complete and utter waste. Yi Fan's shrill scream made him tremble all over, and he was furious to the extreme. Gao Lin, Jiang Churan, Su Shanghai, Hu Mingtao, Tong Lin, and others were all deathly pale, as if they had been painted with a layer of white paint. They knelt on the ground, unable to utter a word. At this moment, they felt a chill run down their spines when they thought of the insults and contempt they had shown to Chen Sheng, and how they had treated Miao Shaoqing like a decorative vase. They simply knelt down. Compared to Yi Fan, he is 1,000 times, 10,000 times better. Yi Fan is completely ruined. Chen Sheng silently watched these people, his expression as calm as ever. He had seen far too much bloodshed. Young Master Yi, I originally only wanted to teach you a lesson, not cripple you. Chen Sheng stared at Yi Fan. This guy is despicable. But it wasn't enough to warrant him using such force. It's a pity your dad doesn't know what's good for him. He came up here and tried to cripple me. You know what crippling me means, right? It means being just like you are now. Chen Sheng spoke very sincerely, and what he said was indeed true. Yi Shilong not only wanted to cripple him, they even wanted to kill him. He sensed a murderous intent in Yi Shilong's eyes. That's why he wanted to teach Yi Shilong a lesson he would never forget. And he won't do anything to Yip Silong. The point is to make Yi Shilong feel guilty, inferior, and miserable for the rest of his life because of what happened today. Doing nothing to him is the best way to hurt him. Master Huang. After crippling Yi Fan, Flying Eagle knelt before Chen Sheng. He didn't speak, but Chen Sheng understood what he meant. Immediately, I tapped him twice. Instantly, the gushing blood stopped. Flying Eagle was completely stunned. What kind of tactic is this? He could hardly believe that such a method of stopping bleeding existed in the world. Ignoring his shock, Chen Sheng looked at Miao Shaoqing and said apologetically, Shaoqing, I'm sorry to have made you witness this scene. It's okay, I don't blame you. Miao Shaoqing felt a little nauseous, but she didn't blame Chen Sheng and stood firmly by his side. All right, let's go. Chen Sheng completely ignored Yi Shilong and the others who were trembling with fear, grabbed Miao Shaoqing's hand, and walked towards the door. Miao Chaohai hesitated. as if he wanted to say something but then stopped. He stood behind Yi Shilong and the others. I want to leave, but I don't dare. My dad. Miao Shaoqing looked at her father, wanting to take him with her. Uncle Miao, what are you still standing there for? Chen Sheng looked at Miao Chaohai. Miao Chaohai should be grateful that he stood by Miao Shaoqing's side at the crucial moment. Otherwise, his fate would never have been any better than Gao Xiaoye's. Miao Chaohai trembled all over. Then, she walked in the direction of Chen Sheng. Strangely, no one stopped him. Even Yi Shilong remained silent. That's strange. This phenomenon is absolutely abnormal. However, Chen Sheng, acted as if he hadn't noticed, and led the two men toward the door. Did I tell you to leave? Just as he was about to step out the door, Yi Shilong's voice finally rang out. His voice trembled with anger and fear. The intense killing intent was made without any attempt to conceal it. A gun had somehow appeared in his hand. A silver pistol. The gun barrel was pointed directly at Chen Sheng. Miao Shaoqing and Miao Chaohai turned around and saw this scene, and were so frightened that their faces turned pale instantly. Instinctively, Miao Chaohai stepped in front of Miao Shaoqing. Only Chen Sheng remained extremely calm. He already knew that Yip Sai Lung had a gun. How could something like this escape his X-ray vision? He just didn't expect Yi Shilong to dare to take it out in front of so many people. You should know that Chinese law explicitly prohibits carrying such items. Chen Sheng remained completely calm. He turned around. They walked toward Yi Shilong. Stopped less than half a meter from the muzzle of the gun. Try shooting. I also want to know if you can kill me with one shot. I don't want to shoot. You'd better kneel down. Yi Shilong had never seen such an arrogant young man before, and for a moment he was stunned. In the past, when he pulled out this thing, who wasn't terrified and begged for mercy on their knees? This is the first time someone has walked right into the line of fire. My son is ruined, so you must be ruined too. At this moment, Yi Shilong had forced himself to calm down. Yi Fan is already ruined. It doesn't matter. He can always have another one. Or, have another litter. But he absolutely refused to let Chen Sheng leave like that. What can you do if I don't kneel? Chen Sheng raised an eyebrow, his heart completely unmoved. Even, in front of Yi Shilong, he took out a wine jar and took a sip. Yi Shilong dared to fire. He dared to kill Yi Shilong the instant he fired the shot. At that time, even if the judicial authorities arrived, it would have been considered legitimate self-defense. He was curious whether Yip Sai Lung would have the courage to fire a shot. Or rather, I'm really looking forward to Yip Sai Lung firing his gun. Yi Shilong's gun was pointed directly at Chen Sheng. Miao Shaoqing was terrified and wanted to rush forward, but her father held her back tightly. Gao Lin, Su Shanghai, Hu Mingtao, Tong Lin, and others stared at Chen Sheng as if he were a madman. They really had never seen anyone so fearless. All right, since that's the case, I'll grant your wish. Yi Shilong cocked his gun and aimed it at Chen Sheng again. However, it wasn't aimed at his head, but at his legs. No matter how arrogant he is, he wouldn't dare to kill someone in public. Uncle Yi, stop. Just as Yi Shilong was about to fire, a delicate shout suddenly came from the doorway. The next moment, a beautiful figure in red ran in from outside the door and blocked Chen Sheng's way. Upon seeing the person who had arrived, Yi Shilong was startled. Xinran, what brings you here? The visitor was none other than Zhang Tianyang's daughter, Zhang Xinran. She possesses stunning beauty, a sexy and alluring figure, and a voice full of seduction. Many people in the room recognized this woman. She is Zhang Tianyang's only daughter. Uncle Yi, he is my friend. Please put away your gun. Zhang Xinran stared at Yi Shilong. Fortunately, she arrived in time. Otherwise, based on her understanding of Yi Shilong, she knew that guy might have actually fired a shot. At that time, Chen Sheng died. No one can save his father anymore. He's your friend? He doesn't deserve it. Facing Zhang Xinran, Yi Shilong did not back down. Get out of my way. I'm going to avenge Fanner. Zhang Xinran bit her red lips. Uncle Yi, if you're going to hurt him, then hurt me first. Chapter 96, even the chairman of the real estate group has to call him master. Zhang Xinran is very beautiful. Her teeth were pearly red, and her hair reached her waist. Having been raised in a well-to-do family since childhood, she is extremely well-maintained, with flawless skin and captivating features. A red dress accentuates her proud figure, making her a sight to behold. She stood in front of Chun Sheng, attracting everyone's attention. When Tong Lin, Jiang Churan, Hu Mingtao, Su Shanghai, and Gao Lin saw Zhang Xinran, their expressions changed repeatedly. How could this country bumpkin know Zhang Xinran? Most importantly, Zhang Xinran risked her life to protect him. Their desire to settle scores later plummeted. Zhang Xinran, her status is probably higher than Yi Fan's. As quiet as ever. All that could be faintly heard were heavy, labored breaths. Yi Shilong held his gun, aimed it at Zhang Xinran. His eyes narrowed, and his words were spat out through clenched teeth. Xinran, look at Yi Fan. What has he become? He's crippled. Do you know that? No. Zhang Xinran spoke calmly. Because of Yi Shilong, she had also interacted with Yi Fan several times. Given his arrogance and personality, similar to Zhang Ziding's, she wasn't surprised at all that this happened. Even if Chun Bahuang doesn't exist today, there's still Chun Jiohuang and Chun Shihuang. But, Chun Bahuang, I must protect Master Huang's life. Zhang Xinran's pretty face was solemn, her eyes were resolute, and there was no room for negotiation. Master Huang, it's that old man again. Miao Chaohai, Miao Shaoqing, and the others were quite surprised. Today, this was the second person to address Chun Sheng in this way. Moreover, judging from her appearance, Zhang Xinran has quite a background. When Miao Shaoqing saw Zhang Xinran, who was so beautiful, brave, dressed in designer clothes, and had a noble demeanor, she felt a little sour for some reason. Gao Lin, Su Shanghai, Hu Mingtao, and the others looked at each other, their feelings extremely complicated. A glint of light flashed deep within Yi Shilong's eyes. He really wanted to shoot. But Zhang Xinran is Zhang Tianyang's daughter. She's his older brother's daughter. In his entire life, he admired no one but Zhang Tianyang, for it was Zhang Tianyang who gave him everything he had today. It is no exaggeration to say that his elder brother had shown him great kindness and given him a second chance at life. He didn't want to hurt Zhang Xinran. Give me a reason. Master Huang. Just as Zhang Xinran was about to speak, a shout suddenly came from the doorway, and then everyone saw a gaunt man running in from outside. So excited, he ran too fast and fell to the ground. Behind him, a man of similar age rushed forward and helped him up. Brother Yang, how are you? It's okay, I'm fine. Zhang Tianyang stood up, his clothes stained with blood from the ground, but he didn't care. He ran up to Chun Sheng, extremely excited. Master Huang, I've finally found you. Master Huang, how are you? Are you all right? Chun Sheng raised an eyebrow. That old guy arrived pretty quickly. Judging from his appearance, he probably came here as soon as he learned about what happened here. She was still wearing pajamas. It's all right. It wasn't me who got into trouble. Chun Sheng smiled and said calmly. Chairman Zhang, it's been a long time. Boom. The conversation between Chun Sheng and his companion resounded like muffled thunder in everyone's ears. At this moment, everyone in the room was stunned, and the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Even their breathing stopped. You could hear a pin drop. The people here may not know Zhang Xinran, or Yi Shilong, Yi Fan Tonglin, Hu Mingtao, Su Shanghai. But Zhang Tianyang, chairman and spokesperson of Tianyang Group, the only self-made person among the top 10 richest people, who doesn't know him? Anyone who lives in Qinxing prison for years has seen Zhang Tianyang's appearance through television, advertisements, and other channels. Although he looks much thinner than he did in the promotional materials. However, he was still recognized immediately. He is an idol in the hearts of countless people. Zhang Tianyang called that young man Master Huang. At this moment, everyone was deeply shaken. Tong Lin, Su Shanghai, Hu Mingtao, Jiang Churan, and the others experienced a roller coaster of emotions, their expressions as if they had swallowed flies, a truly fascinating sight. They had previously suppressed Chun Sheng. They mocked Chun Sheng. They thought he was a country bumpkin, a poor bastard, and didn't deserve to hang out with them. At that moment, they finally understood why Chun Sheng had been so calm back then. Indeed, Chun Sheng shouldn't hang out with them, because they don't deserve it. Perhaps, in Chun Sheng's mind, they were not worth mentioning at all. Gao Lin's expression was even more interesting. His lips were twitching, and no one but himself knew how complicated his feelings were. He was filled with deep regret. If he had known Chun Sheng had such a powerful background, he would have sought help from him earlier, and things might have turned out differently. Now, he was merely a subordinate of Zhang Tianyang's subordinate, and he dared not even imagine what the consequences might be. Now, Gao Xiaoya had just woken up from her fainting spell when she happened to witness this scene. Unable to bear it, she rolled her eyes and fainted again. Big brother. Yi Shilong never expected Zhang Tianyang to come here, and even call this kid Master Huang. Master. Not everyone deserves this title. For a long time, he had never heard Zhang Tianyang address anyone like that. Yi Shilong, what are you doing? Put down your gun right now. Seeing Yi Shilong still holding the gun without any regard for the consequences, Zhang Tianyang was so angry that he trembled and rushed forward to snatch the gun from his hand. Yi Shilong offered no resistance. I was completely lost in thought the whole time. Master Huang is my benefactor. If you harm him, you are harming me. After Qin Sheng left, Zhang Tianyang mobilized his entire family to search for him. 5 minutes ago, upon receiving news from Zhang Xinran, he immediately rushed over. Unexpectedly, he saw his good friend pointing a gun at Qin Sheng. Benefactor, I'll tell you about this later. Zhang Tianyang wasn't in the mood to say much right now. The current situation was extremely complicated, as he had already understood before coming in. Shilong, your son is crippled, so be it. I will have someone take good care of him for the rest of his life. But Master Huang cannot be harmed. Do you understand what I mean? Yes. Yi Shilong held Zhang Tianyang in the highest esteem, and Zhang Tianyang always had the final say. Moreover, if you anger Zhang Tianyang, with just a single sentence, the former could kick him out of Tianyang real estate and take back everything he owned. By then, he will not only fail to avenge his son, but he will also lose everything. He was a smart man and naturally knew what to choose. Brother, I understand. Good that you understand. Zhang Tianyang coldly uttered these words, then looked towards the door and shouted, You two unfilial sons, what are you still doing outside? Get in here. He finished speaking. 2 figures walked in from outside the door, extremely unwilling and resentful. These two are Zhang Ziting and Zhang Ziyu. Zhang Tianyang was enraged when he saw the 2 of them and shouted, Why aren't you kneeling down? Just 1 chapter tonight. Chapter 97. Kneel down immediately. The brothers Zhang Ziting and Zhang Ziyu walked up to Qin Sheng and knelt down without saying a word. Young Master Chen, I'm so sorry. The 2 brothers lowered their heads and spoke in unison, although he was extremely unwilling. But if they don't do this, they will lose everything the Zhang family has: sports cars, beautiful women, money, the very assets they are so proud of. The 2 knelt on the ground. His face was flushed. Tong Lin, Hu Mingtao, Su Shanghai, Gao Lin, Chen Li, and the others were shocked once again. Today, their understanding has been repeatedly refreshed by this guy named Qin Sheng, also known as Qin Baowang. These 2 are Zhang Tianyang's sons. In their eyes, Yi Fan was just a subordinate. In front of these 2 young masters, they were nothing more than servants, and even if they were punched and kicked, they dared not fight back. They knew the 2 men's temperaments. They were definitely not so easily subdued. Now, however, he was kneeling before Qin Sheng. At that moment, everyone completely abandoned the idea of revenge. Yi Fan stared blankly at the scene, his heart filled with despair. He knew that this time he was completely finished. Qin Baowang is arrogant, but he has the right to be arrogant. Even Yi Fan couldn't afford to offend them. Not only will Yi Shilong not help him take revenge, but from now on, he will completely lose his status in the Yi family. Because the Yi family wouldn't want a useless person. Young Master Chen, I'm so sorry, I deserve to die. Zhang Ziting slapped himself across the face. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Young Master Chen, please forgive us. Zhang Ziyu added. Qin Sheng didn't speak. He had already dealt with the current situation more or less, and didn't want to stay here any longer. Ignoring the Zhang family members, Qin Sheng bypassed them and approached Miao Shaoqing and her son. These people have been dealt with. Let's go. Miao Shaoqing and Miao Chaohai snapped out of their shock and hurriedly followed Qin Sheng out of the hotel. No one dared to stop them, and wherever they went, people detoured around them. You bunch of bastards. Seeing that Qin Sheng didn't want to talk to them, Zhang Tianyang was so angry that his face turned red. He cursed at Yi Shilong, Zhang Ziting, Zhang Ziyu, and the group of spoiled rich kids who were already kneeling on the ground. Let me tell you, if you don't get young Master Chen's forgiveness today, you can all expect my revenge. A bunch of sons of bitches. Yi Shilong, handle this yourself. If you can't handle it well, don't come back to see me, and don't blame me for not recognizing you as my brother. Zhang Tianyong hadn't been this angry in many years. As his wealth increased, his personality became more gentle and refined over the years. But today he simply couldn't take it anymore. Not to mention that Zhang Tianyong's life depends on Chun Bahuang. A figure as great as Chun Bahuang is bound to rise to a very high position in the future. Surpassing these so-called wealthy people won't take much time at all. I angered him. What's the difference between that and courting death? Zhang Tianyong did this not only to save his own life, but also to save the entire Zhang family and the entire Tianyong group. Being in a high position, he deeply understood that these so-called wealthy people were nothing in the eyes of some people. 1 foot is enough to crush him. The deceased ugly master was that kind of person. He believed that Chun Bahuang was the same. Zhang Tianyong can't afford to offend these kinds of people, and neither can the Zhang family or the Tianyong group. And these 2 idiots, stay kneeling here and don't let anyone get up without my permission. Zhang Tianyong pointed at his 2 sons, disappointed in them, snorted coldly, and chased after them. Guanhu and Zhang Xinran also wanted to go, but he said, Master Huang doesn't like a lot of people. You 2 stay here and deal with these people with Shilong. After saying that, he chased after her. Soon, Chun Sheng's figure appeared, obediently following behind. With such an important figure following behind him, Miao Chaohai felt his heart pounding and his whole body uneasy. Chun Sheng, seemingly oblivious to his presence, said to Miao Shaoqing, Shaoqing, I'm sorry, I scared you tonight. I'm the one who should apologize. What happened tonight was too horrifying. Miao Shaoqing never imagined that she would experience something like this in her life. Chun Sheng was extremely ruthless. But, inexplicably, she wasn't afraid. She believes Chun Sheng did the right thing. At first, she also thought Chun Sheng was a bit crazy and foolish, and she was worried about him. In retrospect, all my worries were unnecessary. Everything Chun Sheng did tonight was to help her. Look at your clothes, so beautiful, now stained with blood and full of wine. You should change into something else. Chun Sheng changed the subject and said with a gentle smile, There's a shopping mall over there. Let's go and have a look. Good. Miao Shaoqing was straightforward and didn't hesitate at all. She followed Chun Sheng into a shopping mall. It's already 10 p.m. This shopping mall is still open, simply because it is a 24-hour brand-name clothing store. Chun Sheng, Miao Shaoqing, and Miao Chaohai, having just gone through a turmoil, appeared somewhat down on their luck. The sales assistants were initially disdainful, but after seeing Zhang Tianyong behind them, they immediately became extremely enthusiastic. She didn't ask Zhang Tianyong why he was covered in red blood. The world of powerful figures was beyond her reach. She enthusiastically led Chun Sheng and the other 2 to try on clothes. Chun Sheng had never been particular about his clothes, so he just bought a set and changed into it. Miao Shaoqing kept trying on clothes and was interested in several of them, but gave up after seeing the price tags. Too expensive. She really couldn't bear to buy these clothes. Besides, Chun Sheng was very likely to insist on paying the bill, and she didn't want him to spend too much, so she chose a few cheaper outfits to try on in the fitting room. Miao Shaoqing entered the fitting room, where Chun Sheng and Miao Chaohai stood side by side. You're very fortunate. Chun Sheng glanced at Miao Chaohai and said calmly, You didn't make the wrong choice tonight. Otherwise, your fate would have been even worse than Gao Xiaoye's. From now on, I hope you can treat her well. Miao Chaohai froze. I couldn't help but shiver. Although he thought Chun Sheng was her daughter's boyfriend. However, he dared not put on any airs of a father-in-law. It's more like Chun Sheng is his father-in-law. The momentum has weakened considerably. Young Master Chen is right. I will definitely treat Shaoqing well in the future. I was the one who wronged him before. This time, she asked me to pretend to be her boyfriend. She doesn't want you to arrange her love life. Fake. An imposter. Miao Chaohai looked completely bewildered. Originally, he really didn't want Chun Sheng to be his son-in-law. After all, this guy was too ruthless, a complete madman. But at this moment, Chen Xingzhen was not his son-in-law, and he was quite disappointed. Not far away, Zhang Tianyang raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. It turns out he was just pretending. It seems his daughter still has a chance. Young Master Chen, I understand. Miao Chaohai nodded. From now on, Xiaoqing will be in charge of these matters herself. Good that you understand. Chen Sheng said no more, because at this moment, Miao Xiaoqing had already put on a set of clothes and came out of the dressing room, smiling and asking him if it looked good. In the end, she picked out a few inexpensive items. Some of the more expensive items were put back. Mr. Chen didn't notice any of this, paid the bill first, and then left them all. Zhang Tianyang walked at the back and said to the sales assistant, I have 1 minute to get me an outfit I'm wearing. Also, wrap up all the clothes that the lady just tried on. Remember, wrap up everything that has been tried on. Chapter 98, Ugly Master's Relics. Outside the clothing store, Miao Xiaoqing had already driven her car over here, took the clothes from Chun Sheng's hands, put them in the car, and tidied them up, saying, It's not easy to get a ride this late, Mr. Chun. Where do you live? I'll take you home. Sure. Chun Sheng didn't stand on ceremony and agreed with a smile, saying that it was time for him to go back now. Master Huang, please wait. Just as Chun Sheng was about to get into the car, Zhang Tianyang chased after him from the clothing store. He was already weak, and now he seemed a little short of breath. Without directly mentioning the matter of treating the illness, he handed the clothes to Miao Xiaoqing. Miss Miao, it's been too rushed since we first met. Please accept these as a gift from me. Consider this Yang's compensation to you for today. Miao Xiaoqing was taken aback. She could tell that these were clothes she had tried on before, and she really liked them. But she wasn't stupid. She naturally knew why Zhang Tianyang did this. It was all because of Chen Sheng. Without Chen Sheng, she would be nothing more than an ant in Zhang Tianyang's eyes. Let alone Zhang Tianyang personally delivering things, he probably wouldn't even glance at her. She certainly wouldn't accept these things. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. I can't accept such a reward without having done so much. I think these clothes might not be suitable for me. Her words were spoken with neither servility nor arrogance, which surprised Zhang Tianyang quite a bit. Few ordinary people could speak to him so calmly. Miss Miao, this is just a small compensation from my Zhang family and Tianyang real estate. If you don't accept it, my conscience won't be at peace. Xiaoqing, since he is so sincere in giving this to you, you should reluctantly accept it. At this moment, Chen Xing spoke. He knew very well that Zhang Tianyang was trying to curry favor with him, and since he couldn't find a way to get through him, he started with Miao Xiaoqing. It must be said that Zhang Tianyang's ability to start from scratch and get to where he is today is truly remarkable. Miss Miao, you see, even Master Huang has spoken, so please accept it. Zhang Tianyang was overjoyed. Chen Sheng's words meant that he had finally accepted him. In this way, not only will his life be extended, but the entire Zhang family and Tianyang group will no longer face a crisis. Without saying a word, Zhang Tianyang put all the clothes into the trunk of the Cadillac. Seeing that Chen Sheng had agreed, Miao Xiaoqing naturally couldn't refuse, especially since she really liked all the clothes. Chen Sheng said, Xiaoqing, you and your uncle get in the car first. I have something I want to say to him. Good. Miao Xiaoqing agreed and went to the driver's seat, while Miao Chaohai also left. His car was still in the hotel parking lot. Zhang Tianyang, you have 2 days left. We are destined to meet. I will help you treat your illness. You don't need to bother me. Yes. Zhang Tianyang nodded hurriedly. No need to call me Master Huang. I'm not that old yet. Chen Sheng always felt that the title was too high profile, and apart from a few people calling him that, he was really not used to it. Yes, young Master Chen, I will definitely remember your words. At this moment, Zhang Tianyang felt a sense of trepidation as he faced Chen Sheng, for some reason. He had only felt this way more than 30 years ago, when he was a newcomer and first came to the city. At that time, it was fear of the city and fear of the future. And this time, but it was aimed at Chen Baoan. Okay, that's settled. Chen Sheng didn't say much to Zhang Tianyang. The most important thing was to tell him to stop bothering him. Young Master Chen, Zhang Tianyang suddenly spoke up, his voice trembling with nervousness. Could you please leave me your contact information? It was precisely because they had no way to contact him that they searched for so long before finally getting news of Chen Sheng. You have to understand, the Zhang family wields immense power. Once an order is given, the entire family, the group, and its intelligence and relationship networks will immediately begin to operate. In the past, when searching for someone, Zhang Tianyang found that waiting a day or two was not a problem. But this time, he truly experienced what it meant for every second to feel like an eternity. He didn't want to lose contact with Chun Baoang again. Okay. Chun Sheng didn't mind, and the two exchanged their numbers. You and Master Cho have done me a great service. From now on, please feel free to ask me for anything I need. Zhang Tianyang said solemnly. As long as it is within my power, I will do my best. Okay. Chun Sheng agreed, and then said nothing more. He got into Miao Xiaoqing's car and drove away. Since it was a rare day off, Chun Sheng naturally wouldn't go to Song Yuyan's villa. Instead, he had Miao Xiaoqing take him back to his rented apartment. Xiaoqing, see you next time. Chun Sheng got out of the car, smiled, and said goodbye to Miao Xiaoqing, then turned and left. Chun Sheng. Seeing Chun Sheng's departing figure, Miao Xiaoqing couldn't help but call out. Chun Sheng stopped and asked, "Is there anything else?" Miao Xiaoqing wanted to say something, but ultimately didn't. She liked Chun Sheng, but who knew if he had a girlfriend after all these years? For example, that rich young lady who stood in front of him today? It's nothing, let's keep in touch. Of course. Chun Sheng smiled and agreed, and Miao Xiaoqing then drove away. After watching her leave, Chun Sheng turned and walked towards his place. As soon as he got downstairs, he saw a white-plated Land Rover parked in an open space not far away. In front of the Land Rover stood a middle-aged man, dressed casually but with a dashing and upright posture. Xing Zongtai. Chun Sheng hadn't expected him to come looking for him. Master Huang. Upon seeing Chun Sheng, Xing Zongtai was visibly excited and hurriedly greeted him, saying, "Master Huang, you're finally back. Why are you looking for me so late?" Chun Sheng was not surprised that Xing Zongtai could find this place. Back then, it was a complete waste of his talents for him to become the prison warden. With his military rank, his current official position must be quite high. Given his official position and the fact that Xing Zongtai had been keeping an eye on him, it wasn't difficult for him to find out where he lived. The only thing that surprised Chun Sheng was that he came over so late. "I've come to see you today because I have something to give you." Xing Zongtai personally took a black wooden box out of the trunk. "These were left behind by that madman in prison. He told me to make sure they're left to you." The madman Xing Zongtai was referring to his ugly master. Ugly Master was perfectly normal in front of Chun Sheng, but in the eyes of others, he was a complete madman who often did things that ordinary people could not understand. Chun Sheng's heart stirred. Ugly Master had said before that he would give him some things, but because his things had always been kept by people in the prison, they had never been able to reach Chun Sheng. Upon seeing these things, Chun Sheng knew that Ugly Master was gone. If he were still alive, these things would not be allowed to be taken out according to regulations, let alone appear here. Has he already left? Chun Sheng asked, his heart heavy. Chapter 99 Death Needle. Although Ugly Master had been kind to Chun Sheng, but he did indeed commit a serious crime. According to the law, the death penalty applies. Dismemberment. All Chun Sheng could do was use his connections and relationships to help him avoid the crime of dismemberment and leave him with a whole body. They've been gone for some time now, Xing Zongtai said truthfully. I only just received the news myself. Those guys were executed by firing squad as you instructed, and they're buried in a cemetery. These operations were illegal and, according to Chinese law, absolutely forbidden. Xing Zongtai did not elaborate on the difficulties involved. Chun Sheng looked slightly sad. Even though he knew that Ugly Master was going to die, he still felt somewhat saddened when he heard the news from Xing Zongtai. However, Chun Sheng did not appear to be in much pain. Come on, let's go upstairs and sit for a while. Upon arriving at Chun Sheng's home, Xing Zongtai saw the inexpensive furniture and somewhat messy layout, and said with a wry smile, Master Huang, are you getting used to it now? It's all right. Life's a bit frugal, but still quite comfortable. However, I've run into quite a few things lately, as you probably know. Chun Sheng smiled as he poured wine for Xing Zongtai and took a plate of peanuts from the refrigerator. The two sat at a small table and chatted. I do know, Xing Zongtai said. How is Zihan? It's nothing serious. Stop talking about me. Talk about yourself. Chun Sheng said with a smile. You're a pretty high-ranking official now. Even the bureau chief listens to you. It's all right. I'm in charge of all the police stations in Qinqing now, Xing Zongtai said truthfully. I'm just serving the people and making a living. Xing Zongtai is very humble. Chun Sheng knew that Xing Zongtai was now a powerful regional official, in charge of all the police in Qinqing, which was no small position. This isn't just about making a living. As soon as he speaks, countless people will come to his door to curry favor, offering him money, cars, and houses. However, Xing Zongtai was not that kind of person. He was indeed a good official who served the people. Don't be fooled by how good he is to Qin Sheng. What if Qin Sheng does something heinous one day? Xing Zongtai would also point his gun at his forehead and fire a shot without hesitation. This is Xing Zongtai, born for justice. Master Huang, are you going to investigate what happened back then? Xing Zongtai asked, slightly excited, after a pause. Qin Sheng did not hide anything. He did indeed have such thoughts. He has never forgotten the past, nor will he let it go. As Ugly Master said, some things you just have to face eventually. Great, excellent. We must find those scum. Xing Zongtai exclaimed excitedly. Then, a major case has occurred involving Qin Sheng. His wife and brother passed away one after another. Of that team from back then, only he remains today. Although Qin Sheng slaughtered the entire family of those who had acted overseas, everyone knew that the mastermind behind it all was someone else. Any leads? Xing Zongtai asked. Not at the moment. Chun Sheng shook his head. Back in the metropolis, he did indeed want to investigate what happened back then, but now the only clue he had left was a blood-stained map left by Zhang Fan. However, the aftereffects of his illness have not yet completely disappeared. If he were to deliberately investigate at this time, it might lead to his death. I still remember the words the head of that overseas family said to me before he died. Chen Bahuang, no matter how powerful you are nothing but an ant in front of those people. They only need one finger to destroy us. The person they want to kill is not your wife, nor your brother, but you. Qin Sheng never forgot those words. It's okay if there are few clues. As long as he is alive, those people will definitely come knocking on our door. Therefore, Mr. Chun was not in a hurry. What he needs to do is consolidate his own strength. That overseas family was extremely powerful back then. Even if Chun Sheng slaughtered them, it would have taken a lot of effort, and he had to find the right time, place, and people to do it. But that person said that the person behind the scenes could kill them with just one finger. Perhaps this statement is an exaggeration. However, this is enough to prove the power of the person behind the scenes. Master Huang, I believe you can definitely find a clue. So far, in all of China, only Chun Sheng himself knows what happened back then. He is unwilling to talk about it, so no one else will know. Xing Zongtai wanted to help but couldn't, so he could only say, if you need anything, just call me anytime. I'll definitely help if I can. Don't worry. When have you ever seen me be polite? After exchanging pleasantries, Xing Zongtai, preoccupied with official duties, took his leave half an hour later. Before leaving, Xing Zongtai took out a letter and handed it to Qin Sheng. This is what that madman left for you. Thank you. Qin Sheng took the envelope and put it aside. After Xing Zongtai left, Qin Sheng took the box from Ugly Master. The wooden box was square and secured with a rusty lock. Qin Sheng pulled hard, and the lock broke. Lifting the box, a slightly musty smell wafted out. The things inside were all things that Ugly Master carried with him when he was alive. Take a careful inventory. Qin Sheng found a tattered medical book inside. Some of the things recorded in the book were things that Qin Sheng had already studied and memorized. In addition, there was a bagua compass, covered with a layer of ash, which looked quite mysterious. Call. Qin Sheng blew away the dust, revealing its true form. In the very center of the bagua compass was a Taiji diagram, with yin and yang complementing each other. Taiji generates the 4 symbols, and the 4 symbols generate the 8 trigrams. It seems simple, but it is extremely complex. Not to mention Tai Chi and Bagua, the 4 symbols interspersed in the middle represent many things. For example, metal, wood, water, and fire. For example, Taiyang, greater yang, and Taiyin, greater yin, Xiaoyang, lesser yang, and Xiaoyin Lu. Or perhaps it represents the 4 seasons, yin and yang, hardness and softness, the four cardinal directions, the mythical beasts of the four cardinal directions, and so on. Ugly Master also imparted all this knowledge to me. This divination, barring any unforeseen circumstances, must be something that Master Cho used to determine the auspiciousness or inauspiciousness of a landscape. Besides the Bagua compass, there was also a row of silver needles. They come in all shapes and sizes, long and short, thick and thin. A silver needle caught Chun Sheng's attention. Despite being called a silver needle, it is actually entirely black, as if it had been soaked in ink, and the tiny needle is engraved with a smiling pattern. These patterns are virtually invisible unless you look closely. Death Needle. Upon seeing the black needle, Chun Sheng instinctively exclaimed in surprise. Chun Sheng had heard Ugly Master mention this deadly needle many times. It was said to be highly poisonous, made by Ugly Master using a special method by fusing together more than 2,000 kinds of poisons. Anyone who gets stabbed by it will surely die. It was always used as a hidden weapon by the Ugly Master. Countless lives have been lost to these needles. Chun Sheng was surprised to find the death needle in the wooden box. He immediately picked it up and looked at it from side to side. I wonder if it's really as magical as Ugly Master said. Chapter 100 Nighttime Anomaly. He carefully held the dead needle in his hand, examined it closely, and then put it aside. Chun Sheng made up his mind that he must try the magic of the death needle when he had the chance. Next, he took stock of the remaining items, which were all strange little things. In addition, there were some medicine bottles, some containing poison and some life-saving medicine. There were 12 bottles in total, each labeled with a name, so Chun Sheng only needed to glance at them to know how to use them. After cleaning out the contents of the wooden box, he finally picked up Ugly Master's letter and opened the envelope. 8 Desolations. I believe that by the time you read this letter, I will have already passed away to another world. The journey of life is long. Take care. In short, it's just this simple sentence. There was no explanation. Or rather, he had already told Chun Sheng what he needed to say, and this letter was merely a farewell to Chun Sheng. Rest in peace, Ugly Master. I will continue to help you on your path. Boom. Suddenly, a muffled clap of thunder sounded outside the window. A flash of lightning illuminated the night sky. Summer rain comes suddenly, and the sound of raindrops immediately fills the air outside the window. Chun Sheng took out a wine jar, poured some onto the ground, and then drank all the wine in the small jar in big gulps. Upon learning of Ugly Master's departure, even the resolute Chun Sheng felt a pang of sadness. Recalling his time in prison, he was overcome with grief and sat on the sofa, speechless for a long time. Buzz. Sudden. Chun Sheng's phone vibrated. It was Yi Qingyan calling. What's up? Chun Sheng picked up his phone, his mood not very good, and didn't say anything unnecessary. Chun, Mr. Chun. Come quickly, save us. Yi Qingyan's broken, haggard voice came from the other end of the phone. What happened? Chun Sheng's face darkened, realizing something was wrong. Come quickly to Red Cliff Mountain. Heavy rain swept through half of Qinsheng. It was already late at night, and there were almost no pedestrians. Rainwater cascaded down the road at Hongya Mountain, and thunder occasionally rumbled in the sky. On the mountain road. Right now, several cars collided together. A black Rolls-Royce was almost completely destroyed in the crash. As you zoom in, you can see several figures on the road. 4 or 5 of them were already dead, lying on the road, their blood flowing down their bodies with the rain. Not far from these corpses, a young woman was embracing a middle-aged man, wailing loudly. Upon closer inspection, this woman was indeed Song Yuyan, and the person she was holding in her arms was her father, Song Tianyu. Dad, hang in there, Dad, you'll be all right. With a sob in her voice and tears streaming down her face, Song Yuyan never imagined that what was supposed to be a family trip would turn into an ambush. At that moment, she felt extremely scared, terrified, and helpless. Ahead of them, Yi Qingyan was injured. Her clothes were torn in her lower abdomen, revealing a deep, shocking knife wound. She clutched her wound, her phone fell to the ground, and her pupils were filled with fear as she stared straight at the person opposite her. Right in front of her, 4 figures were clashing and fighting. 3 against 1. 3 of them were burly men, dressed in black, masked, and holding knives stained with red blood. The leader had sharp eyes, like a beast in the night, his azure eyes filled with bloodlust and murderous intent. Assassin. They are true killers. Every move they make is fatal. The three of them were simultaneously attacking a slightly petite, dark figure. Amidst the thunder and lightning, one could occasionally glimpse the slightly petite, dark figure among the scattered shadows, already injured. Yi Qingyan was terrified. She had practiced martial arts since childhood, but had never killed anyone, nor had she ever seen anyone else kill anyone. Tonight, I witnessed 3 people kill Song Tianyu's bodyguards one by one. These bodyguards were all handpicked. However, in the hands of these 3, these bodyguards were like lambs to the slaughter, with no chance to fight back at all. If another dark figure hadn't appeared in time, she would probably be dead by now. Bang! Suddenly, the petite black figure was kicked and sent flying backward, rolling more than 3 meters on the ground before landing in front of Yi Qingyan. "You go," the dark figure said in a low voice, glaring at Yi Qingyan. After speaking, he got up and rushed forward again. Yu Yan, we can't stay here any longer. Let's go quickly. I've already called Chen Bahuang to come and meet us." Yi Qingyan came to her senses and came to Song Yuyan's side. At this moment, Song Yuyan was stunned. Her face was covered with tears, her clothes were soaked by the heavy rain, and her snow-white skin was faintly visible under her long skirt. She hugged Song Tianyu, sobbing uncontrollably. Song Tianyu was severely injured, weak all over, panting, and covered in blood. "Yuyan, go quickly, don't worry about me." He spoke haltingly, taking a long time to utter a complete sentence. Rain lashed his face, mixing with blood, making him look particularly horrifying. Boom! Crack! After a rumble of thunder, lightning flashed again, and the corpses and bloodstains under the night sky were horrifying. "No, I won't leave." Song Yuyan hugged Song Tianyu, tears streaming down her face. She would never leave him if she couldn't take him with her. She would rather die with him. "Yuyan, let's drive. Let's drive away. We'll definitely be able to take Chairman Song away." Yi Qingyan was a little flustered. After all, she was a woman and had never experienced anything like this before. But she remained steadfast, refusing to run away. Had she escaped alone, she would likely have spent the rest of her life in turmoil. "We're just a burden here, and we'll only drag our benefactor down. Yuyan, get up quickly. Let's lift Chairman Song into the car." Song Yuyan was already terrified, and only after being reminded did she remember that there was a car. She knew that she shouldn't stay there any longer, so she struggled to her feet. The 2 women, one lifting Song Tianyu's head and the other his legs, carried him to a still intact car. Puff! Sudden, a loud noise was heard, and not far away, the man in black who had helped them was sent flying again. This time, she was injured, with a deep cut on her back that immediately stained her black clothes with blood. This blow seemed to be the final straw, completely breaking the woman. Lightning flashed. Only then did I realize that she had more than one wound on her body. Even so, she still managed to kill one person. The assassin's throat was completely slit the moment she fell to the ground. The man died on the spot. However, the woman was too weak to continue. She dragged her heavy steps and struggled to get up from the ground, only to fall down again. "Hey Rose, is it worth it? Do you know that you killed our comrade in arms?" The leader of the men in black approached Rose step by step, looking down at her and saying in fluent foreign language, "Don't worry, Scorpion told me not to kill you. After all, he once liked you. I will take you back to face the judgment of the Poison King." Chapter 101: The Ruthless Killer. Although Rose was veiled, as a former comrade in arms, teammate, and fellow member of the Poison Sting, the leader of the men in black could naturally recognize her. He glanced at the Rose indifferently. Those emerald green eyes revealed no emotion whatsoever. This is what an assassin is like. The killer is ruthless. Even if a teammate had died just moments before, they felt no sadness whatsoever. In their eyes, there is only the goal. "Tie her up." He handed the Rose to the person behind him, and then walked towards Song Yuyan and the other to himself. At this moment, they are working hard to lift Song Tianyu into the car. The 2 women, being women, struggled to lift the heavily injured Song Tianyu, barely managing to get him up. The man in black stood not far away, watching quietly. The rain was too heavy. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The two women were completely unaware that the battle ahead had ended, and even less aware that someone was watching them. Seeing how hard they were working, the man in black smiled mockingly and said lightly, "My two little sisters, you've really worked hard." His Chinese is not good. His tone of voice sounded extremely strange when he spoke. But this tone, amidst the sound of rain, is like a demon. Yi Qingyan and Song Yuyan were both stunned, their eyes filled with fear and horror as they looked at him. "Yuyan, you should leave quickly." A fierce glint flashed in Yi Qingyan's clear eyes as she stepped forward, blocking Song Yuyan's path. Her hands and legs were trembling. Facing this man in black, she had absolutely no chance of winning. The only thing she could do was risk her life to hold him off. Perhaps she shouldn't have done that. Her relationship with Song Yuyan and Song Tianyu was merely that of employer and employee. There was no need for her to risk her life for them. But Yi Qingyan understood the importance of H2. These people's goal was the formula for H2. If they obtained it, no one knew what would happen in the future. So, she was willing to take the risk. Sister Qingyan, Song Yuyan, was extremely moved. She never expected that Yi Qingyan would stay by her side at the last moment. Logically and emotionally, Yi Qingyan could have easily abandoned them and run away at this point. Song Yuyan had recovered from her daze and gradually calmed down. The torrential rain soaked her hair, giving her a disheveled, yet sexy look. Her resolute face showed no sign of wanting to leave. "Sister Qingyan, he won't let me leave." Song Yuyan understood that Yi Qingyan was no match for the man in black in front of her. If she left, Yi Qingyan would be doomed. Walking to Yi Qingyan's side, Song Yuyan faced the man in black directly. At this moment, although she was afraid, her mind was extremely calm. "Let them leave, and I can give you the formula for H2. Little girl, you have no right to negotiate with me." The man in black's voice was filled with intense killing intent, made without any attempt to conceal it. "I want the H2 formula, and I want your life too." In this world, only two people know the complete H2 formula. Song Yuyan stared at the man in black. "One is me, and the other is my father. If we both die, it probably won't do you any good, will it? You're just killers. You do all this for money. If we die, you won't get a single penny." "Ha!" The man in black laughed. "How ridiculous, little girl. Don't think you're so smart. There are some things you can never imagine the truth of, no matter how long you spend. Those who do it for money are called mercenaries, not assassins. Furthermore, in my presence, you don't even have the right to commit suicide." The man in black didn't take the two women seriously at all. In his eyes, these two women were less capable of fighting back than two dogs. He didn't even bother with a few words. As the words fell, they have already made their move. Bang! He punched Song Yuyan. On the spot, Song Yuyan collapsed to the ground. Indeed, in front of the man in black, even wanting to die was an extremely luxurious thing for her. In the blink of an eye, just as Yi Qingyan was about to make a move, the man in black was already at her and subdued her in a single move. A handcuff bound her hands together. The man in black lifted her chin and said arrogantly, "You're quite pretty. Be my slave, and I might spare your life." Beneath the mask, the man in black stared greedily at Yi Qingyan. This woman is his type. Tall, beautiful, sexy. Both in terms of physique and appearance, she has reached maturity, and with the added allure of the downpour, she is incredibly tempting. If trained as a slave, she would certainly be a wonderful plaything. Don't even think about it. Yi Qingyan endured the pain in her lower abdomen, her eyes cold. Although she was Song Tianyu's secretary, she valued a woman's chastity extremely highly. To date, she had never had a relationship with any man, and she had even kept her first kiss. "Oh." The man in black pinched Yi Qingyan's face. "Quite fiery, but I don't like fiery horses." He raised his other hand, holding a dagger in front of Yi Qingyan's pretty face. "Your appearance is very beautiful, but what if you lose your appearance?" While they were talking, dagger. It brushed across Yi Qingyan's pretty face. "Don't want." Song Yuyan screamed and struggled on the ground. From afar, Rose witnessed this scene. Beneath the black veil, no one could see her expression, but her clear eyes were filled with sorrow as she uttered in a low voice, "Jackal, stop." You bitch, do you even have the right to speak now? Fuck. You better shut up, or you'll regret it. The jackal turned its head, glanced at the rose in the distance, and a hint of excitement appeared on the face of the wild boar guarding her. However, the jackal ultimately did not do so, gag her. The wild boar, a flicker of disappointment in its eyes, took out a piece of tape and stuck it firmly onto the rose's red lips. The jackal then withdrew its gaze and slowly approached Yi Qingyin's face with the dagger in its hand, piercing her skin layer by layer, sinking into it. Ah! As the dagger slashed across the surface, Yi Qingyin let out a piercing scream, filled with terror. A bright red wound appeared on her pretty face, extending from her cheek to the corner of her lips. Yi Qingyin cried. No woman is indifferent to her appearance. She was trembling all over. Blood flowed down her cheeks, down her neck, and into her clothes. TSK, another wound, seems to add more character. The man in black admired Yi Qingyin's face as if appreciating art. The knife was still pressed against Yi Qingyin's face. Now, I ask you again, are you willing to be my slave? Are you willing to kneel down and go mad for me? Yi Qingyin gritted her teeth, her heart filled with extreme fear, but she still didn't speak, staring straight at the man in black in front of her. It seems you still don't want to. The man in black shook his head in disbelief. If you don't want to, then I'll just have to use you to exchange for the H2 formula. He grabbed Yi Qingyin's hand and placed it on the hood of a car in front of him. I said, I want your lives today, and I want the H2 formula too. Miss Song, although you will all die, the way you die will be different. This young lady must be very close to you. The man in black placed the knife on Yi Qingyin's finger. I'll count to 3 and give you the H2 formula. Otherwise, I'll cut off all 10 of her fingers so she can experience what pain is before she dies. Chapter 102. Regardless of the storms and waves, it's like strolling leisurely in a courtyard. Crack. Boom. A bolt of lightning streaked across the night sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. The rain intensified. The electric light illuminated the faces of Yi Qingyin and Song Yuyan. Both women were beauties. The former possessed a mature charm, while the latter's long legs were eye-catching. Rain fell on them, soaking their clothes and clinging tightly to their figures, displaying their proud physiques in full. The air was thick with murderous intent. The jackal's eyes were filled with bloodlust as it stared at Song Yuyan with a mocking gaze, and it began to count down. 3, 2, Yuyan, no. Yi Qingyin shook her head at Song Yuyan. Since she had stayed, she had no intention of living. If the recipe for H2 were revealed at this moment, they would not only die immediately, but their deaths would be meaningless. Under the torrential rain, Song Yuyan cried very sadly. She deeply regretted developing such a formula in the first place. The H2 formula caused so many people to die before her eyes. If she hadn't died this time, she would never have forgotten this night. 1. After a brief pause, the jackal calmly uttered the word 1. Song Yuyan remained silent. She still didn't reveal the recipe. She knew that if the formula fell into the enemy's hands, they would surely die. Only by remaining silent can one have a chance to live. They still have hope. Yi Qingyin has already informed Chun Sheng, and if Chun Sheng is smart enough, he will definitely call the police. They will be safe once the police arrive. Before that, all they need to do is stall for time. Not only did she think this way, but Yi Qingyin thought the same way. It seems the person you risked your life to protect has no intention of saving you. The jackal's deep voice rang in Yi Qingyin's ear. In that case, I will have no choice but to take your 10 slender fingers. The words fell. The jackal showed no mercy to the woman. The thick dagger in his hand was raised high, and then rapidly fell towards Yi Qingyin's finger. No! Song Yuyan roared, no longer daring to look, and closed her eyes. Not far away, even Rose, who had killed countless people, felt a pang of anxiety and turned to look elsewhere. Yi Qingyin, the person directly involved, dared not look in the direction of those hands, and could only tremble as she waited for the pain to come. Less than 3 seconds. A scream rang out. However, this scream was not Yi Qingyin's. They are jackals. The 3 women were taken aback, not understanding what was going on. I subconsciously opened my eyes and looked ahead. At that moment, The jackal's dagger fell to the ground. The hand that had just been holding the dagger was now pierced by another small knife. In the darkness, it could be vaguely seen that it was just an ordinary little knife. The blade pierced the back of his hand, the entire blade sinking into his palm, the tip emerging from his hand, stained crimson and dripping with blood. What happened? The three women were dumbfounded. What exactly happened? In the distance, the jackal's teammate, the wild boar, was completely dumbfounded. He kept watching the jackal, ready to witness it chop off Yi Qingyin's hand. Only, just as the tip of the knife was less than 5 centimeters away from those delicate hands. Suddenly, the jackal let out a terrible howl. The dagger was already stuck in his palm. He had no prior knowledge of it. Not only wild boars, but also jackals stared in horror at the dagger in their palms, their eyes contorted with rage. It's a dagger, just an ordinary dagger. But this very dagger pierced right through the bone in his palm. It pierced right through his palm. Who? The jackal, its voice hoarse, stared ahead and roared, "Come out!" The rain poured down. In the darkness, no one answered him. But then a series of footsteps, neither hurried nor slow, reached everyone's ears. Clatter, clatter, clatter. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The footsteps grew louder and louder, making a series of sounds as they pounded in the rain. But they never saw anyone. Jackals, wild boars, Yi Qingyin, Rose, Song Yiyin, everyone stared intently in the direction from which the footsteps were coming. I want to know who it is. Enemy or friend? Crack. Suddenly, a bright flash of lightning streaked across the night sky once more, illuminating the entire night. At the same time, at that moment, everyone finally saw that figure. It was a tall, straight figure, dressed simply and plainly, holding a black umbrella, strolling slowly in the rain. Yes, it's a leisurely stroll. He seemed completely unhurried, slowly making his way this way. It was just a fleeting moment. No one could see who it was. Crack. After the thunder, another bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Now, the figure was slowly approaching, less than 5 meters away. Finally, his face was also revealed to everyone from under the umbrella. The face was young, with a chiseled jawline, a nonchalant expression, and slightly languid eyes. And in his hand, he was also holding a small tin can. Every now and then, he would pour a couple of mouthfuls into his mouth. A faint smell of alcohol could be detected. It's obvious that the can doesn't contain water, it contains alcohol. Upon seeing such a person, the jackals and wild boars were utterly astonished. He's actually a young man in his early 20s. This person actually used a dagger to pierce the jackal's hand. Coincide. It must be a coincidence. In an instant, the jackal decided to kill the man. Otherwise, if word got back, the people in the poison sting would laugh him to death. The two assassins believed it was a coincidence. Similarly, when Song Yiyin, Yi Qingyin, and Rose saw who it was, their eyes immediately changed from hope to disappointment. Chen Sheng, Chen Bahuang. They didn't expect that. Chen Sheng actually came alone. He should have called the police. Coming here alone is nothing short of suicide. Chen Bahuang, what are you doing here? Get out of here. Song Yiyin shouted loudly. Although she didn't like Chen Sheng, she didn't want another person to die because of her, or because of the Song family. Chen Bahuang. Yi Qingyan hesitated, speechless. She had thought Chen Sheng was her last hope, but who knew he would come alone? What's he doing here alone? Isn't he just throwing his life away? Rose sighed inwardly. How could she not recognize her student? She never expected that he would arrive at the crucial moment. Like Song Yiyin and the other two women, Chen Sheng's arrival was tantamount to suicide. She knew all too well the abilities of wild boars and jackals. If the two of them fought together, even 20 or 30 ordinary people might not be able to defeat them. How could a student from the countryside possibly be a match for them? Chen Bahuang, run! Song Yiyin shouted, hoping to let Chen Sheng escape while he was still some distance away. Only, Chen Sheng seemed not to hear him and continued walking forward. Regardless of the wind and waves, it's like strolling leisurely in a courtyard. Chapter 103. A monthly salary of 50,000 to hire such a bodyguard is really worth it. The rain poured down, and the wind and rain were desolate. Chen Sheng walked in the rain, holding a black umbrella. The rain, stained with blood, splashed and rippled with his steps. He seemed not to see the corpse on the ground, not to notice the damaged luxury car, and not to hear Song Yuyen's cries. They walked straight toward the jackals. He stopped when he was less than half a meter away, his expression as calm as could be. "Little kid, how dare you?" The jackal stared intently at Chen Sheng, his murderous intent fully revealed. A hand cruelly pulled a knife from its palm and thrust it towards Chen Sheng's neck. Night fell, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. The 3-inch dagger, seemingly ordinary, is actually ruthless and unpredictable, with bizarre curves. As an assassin, Jackal has practiced it thousands of times. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to see clearly. His strength is enough to kill with a single blow. Ordinary people simply cannot dodge it. They have no chance of avoiding it. To date, the Jackal has never failed in such close-range assassinations. At the same time, not only did the jackals make their move, but the wild boar also charged up. He was huge and really looked like a wild boar. He was holding an axe and chopped upwards from between Chen Sheng's legs. The two were teammates. Their teamwork was flawless, let alone an ordinary person. Even a seasoned martial artist would definitely die under their combined attack. Rose, one of the top 3 assassins among the poisonous thorns, knows everyone's habits intimately, yet she still gets taken down. This gives you an idea of just how powerful they would be if they joined forces. Chen Sheng is in danger. Rose was extremely nervous. She didn't want to see her student die right before her eyes. Her eyes were wide open. Even more nervous than her were Yi Qingyan and Song Yuyen. They knew Chen Sheng had some skills, but he hadn't faced assassins before. The people he had defeated were worlds apart from the people in front of him. The 2 girls were pale and trembling, whether from the cold or fear, they couldn't tell. They involuntarily clenched their small hands, their palms filled with sweat, facing an attack from both sides. Chen Sheng held an umbrella in one hand and slowly and deliberately put the small wine jar in his pocket with the other, his face calm and indifferent. He didn't even blink. The sound of rain was mournful, and the glint of swords and axes came at the same time. "Weaklings." Chen Sheng glanced at the 2 of them and uttered 2 words indifferently. These 2 really work well together. But it's still not good enough. Their attacks still had a time lag, preventing them from approaching Chen Sheng simultaneously. Perhaps ordinary people cannot understand what this means. But in his eyes, this was the key to his fate. He certainly didn't tell the 2 jackals any of this, because he never liked to explain too much to the dead. The moment those 2 words were spoken, he had already made his move. First, the hand clenched into a claw and suddenly grabbed at the jackal's wrist. The jackal's hand was grabbed and left suspended in midair. Then, Chen Sheng exerted force with his palm. Click-clack. It's broken. The jackal's hand bones shattered instantly. It was forcibly crushed by Chen Sheng. The jackal stared in horror at all of this, his pupils throbbing, and the excruciating pain caused the knife in his hand to fall to the ground abruptly. At the same time, less than a second later, Chen Sheng raised a foot and kicked the wild boar. Bang! The kick landed squarely on the wild boar's forehead, sending its entire body flying. The immense impact propelled it more than 3 meters horizontally, where it rolled for another 5 or 6 meters before finally coming to a stop. Bleeding from all 7 orifices, unconscious. The wild boar has completely lost its fighting ability. Everything flowed smoothly, as if in an instant, yet it seemed as if Chen Sheng had already planned to do so. The whole process took less than a second. The jackal plopped down on the ground. Only now did he realize how terrifying the man before him truly was. He initially thought that the piercing of his palm was just a coincidence, a stroke of luck. But now he understands. That's real skill. This young man is outrageously strong. After roaming the martial world for 20 years, for the first time, the jackal felt powerless. Facing this young man, he couldn't even use a single move. That was a move he had practiced for a long time and was very proud of throughout his life. In the distance, Rose was stunned, her eyes filled with horror. Those involved are often confused, while bystanders see things clearly. It is terrifying that Chen Sheng defeated the jackals and wild boars in such a short time. But that's not what's even more terrifying. Rather, it was from beginning to end. Chen Sheng was very calm and composed. His feet were still in the same spot where he had just stopped, not having moved an inch. The umbrella in my hand is still open. Not a single drop of rain got on him. Ordinary people might not understand what this means, but Rose, as an assassin, understood it all too well. Chun Sheng's strength has far surpassed that of jackals and wild boars, exceeding them by 10 or even 100 times. Chen Bahuang, it seems that your teacher really underestimated you, and really thought you were just from the countryside. Rose thought to herself with a self-deprecating smile. There was a time when I wanted to take better care of this student. Now it seems completely unnecessary. With that thought in mind, Rose's hands were not idle either. She began to untie the ropes. Without the wild boar guarding her, it would not be difficult for her to break free of her restraints. The rain was torrential. Chun Sheng took a step forward, splashing raindrops lightly. He bent down, grabbed the jackal by the neck with his hands, and lifted it up forcefully. The jackal struggled, wanting to speak and breathe. However, Chun Sheng used a deadly method. All the jackal's efforts were in vain. Chun Sheng's hand was like an iron clamp, making it impossible for him to move. Lightning flashed. Chen Bahuang's tall figure was reflected in the eyes of Song Yuyin and Yi Qingyan. They were stunned, completely silent, their expressions horrified, and they even stopped crying. His eyes were fixed, blank, and vacant as he stared at Chun Sheng's figure. They stared at the jackals, their expressions filled with fear and horror, as if they had seen a ghost. Less than a minute. The jackal's eyes rolled back, it stopped struggling, and it breathed its last. Tonight marks the first time in over 3 years that Chun Sheng has killed someone. Just like before. He felt nothing. Foreign assassins, daring to offend China, you're courting death. Chun Sheng tossed him aside like a dog had been thrown away, not bothering to look at them again. Holding an umbrella, he came to Yi Qingyan's side, shielding her from the rain, and said heavily, "Sorry I'm late." Yi Qingyan stared blankly at Chun Sheng, speechless for a long time, her heart filled with complex emotions. This guy she used to despise might be the most profitable business she had ever done so far. Paying 50,000 yuan a month to hire a bodyguard like this. It was totally worth it. She had to admire Song Tianyu's accurate judgment of people. It is a bit late, but it's not your fault. After a long silence, Yi Qingyan finally spoke. Who could have known all this would happen? Looking at the dead bodyguards around her, she felt a deep sense of desolation. "Miss Song, how are you?" Chun Sheng walked to Song Yuyin's side again. "If you're all right, let's go quickly." "Dad, my dad's in the car." "My dad's still in the car. He's dying." Song Yuyin, who had been in a daze, suddenly grabbed Chun Sheng's hand, her voice trembling with tears. "Chen Bahuang, aren't you a disciple of a master? Please go and save my dad. He's dying." Chapter 104 Returning Home. As if the heavens themselves knew of the Song family's plight, the torrential rain, which should have come and gone in an instant, continued to fall. It was already past midnight. Song Yuyin grabbed Chun Sheng's hand and begged him to save Song Tianyu. Song Tianyu lay in the back seat of the car, his eyes closed, his body soaked with blood and rain. Although he was still breathing, he was unconscious. After taking his pulse, Chun Sheng frowned and said, "It's getting late. We should leave quickly. The police will be here soon, if all goes as expected. We'll talk about Chairman Song's injury when we get back." Chun Sheng looked in the direction of the rose, intending to call her over, but was surprised to find that there was no one there, only a rope left behind. That woman actually managed to leave right under his nose. She's quite capable. Chun Sheng didn't care that Chun Sheng had left. Wah! Song Yuyin was still crying. This incident had hit her hard. Yi Qingyan quickly helped her into the car and comforted her. "Miss, it's all right. Everything will be all right. Let's get in the car and leave here." Yi Qingyan knew very well that the so-called disciple of a master was just a lie that Song Tianyu had fabricated to deceive Song Yuyin. However, she cannot reveal the truth yet. "Chen Bahuang, please drive. We'll go straight home." In fact, Yi Qingyan was also in a state of utter confusion, though she was only slightly better off than Song Yuyin. Having followed Song Tianyu for so long, she has encountered all sorts of kidnapping and assassination cases. Although she has never seen blood, she still has some experience. "You drive, I'll drive the other one." Without a second thought, Chun Sheng rejected Yi Qingyan's suggestion. Yi Qingyan frowned, puzzled. When she saw Chun Sheng drop his umbrella, bend down, and lift the bodies of Song Tianyu's bodyguards into the trunk of another car. Chun Sheng knew very well that these people could not stay here. If they were taken away by the police, Tianyu Pharmaceutical would not only be in trouble, but these people would also be cremated. No matter how you look at it, they were Song Tianyu's loyal subjects and generals. It was truly unfair to them to turn them into a pile of ashes. 5 minutes later, 2 cars, one after the other, left the mountains and drove through the torrential rain towards Qinqing. Only the bodies of the 3 assassins remained, lying on the ground. Not long after the 2 cars left, a helicopter flew in from a distance in the night rain, its huge wings flapping and stirring the torrential rain into a vortex. The cabin door opened, and a foreign man stepped out. Upon seeing the scene, his expression turned extremely unpleasant. This man is none other than the scorpion who was looking for roses that day. The jackal suffocated to death, the wild boar's skull was shattered, and it was probably kicked to death, the fox. As Scorpion approached the bodies of the dead assassins, his eyes grew increasingly grim. It was clear that the assassin codenamed Fox had died at Rose's hands. He knew Rose too well. They had fought side by side and killed quite a few people together. He could recognize Rose's methods at a glance. Rose, oh Rose, since you're courting death, don't blame me for being heartless. Poison Sting's words were filled with murderous intent. At the same time, he was extremely puzzled. The jackal and the wild boar died under very suspicious circumstances. There was absolutely no sign of them fighting back. Who could possibly kill them all at once? He walked to the middle of the road, to the wrecked car, and took the memory card from the dashcam. Next, he took out a special machine from his body, inserted it, and soon frames of images appeared. After retreating to a certain distance, he finally saw another figure in the arena, a figure holding a black umbrella. Unfortunately, it was too late at night, and the photos weren't clear enough for him to see the person's true face. When he saw jackals and wild boars being so easily wiped out, Poison Sting was extremely shocked. A bead of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The person in the video was simply too strong. Even with jackals and wild boars attacking together, they were no match for him in a single move. Who exactly is this person? The Song family. A wealthy man like Song Tianyu naturally lives in a detached villa in a garden, a place filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. However, today, the atmosphere here is somewhat oppressive. 2 cars were parked outside the gate, and a group of bodyguards carried one corpse after another out of the cars. Those were their colleagues, one by one, all of them dead, laid out in the main hall. Everyone fell silent. From now on, their parents will be the parents of the Song family, and their brothers, sisters, and children will all be members of the Song family. The Song family will take care of all the funeral arrangements for these brothers. A long, scarlet wound appeared on Yi Qingyin's face, while her lower abdomen was simply bandaged. She sat on the sofa, her face pale, her voice choked with sobs. We will act in accordance with the contract. We would like to trouble you all to find a good burial site for them and give them a proper burial. All expenses will be covered by the Song family. What Yi Qingyan said was something Song Tianyu had said before, and it was also stipulated in the contract. Otherwise, as an outsider, she would never have said these things. Yes. The head of the bodyguards was heavy-hearted. They had considered this outcome when they took the job, but seeing their brothers die still caused them immense grief. The atmosphere in the Song family was very oppressive. A group of people began to take action, sending the bodies home and handling the aftermath. At this point, Song Yuyin was no longer a reliable support. She had cried herself to death, huddled in front of her room, her face pale, as if it had been painted white. Song Tianyu and a group of private doctors, including Chen Sheng, were in that room trying to save Song Tianyu. During the car accident, Song Tianyu was the first to be hit and reacted immediately to protect Song Yuyin, but he suffered severe injuries as a result. His internal organs were shaken, and now Song Tianyu can be said to only look somewhat intact. His bones and organs suffered varying degrees of damage, and he also lost too much blood. Inside the room, a group of private doctors were frantically trying to save the patient. Chen Sheng stood to the side, drinking his wine sip by sip. In fact, Song Tianyu was injured to such an extent that he was beyond saving. He was only alive now because he was holding on to his last breath with his strong willpower. Even if Chun Sheng didn't have the ability to save him, the doctors also knew they couldn't save him. The only thing they could do was wake Song Tianyu up so he could make his final arrangements and see his family one last time. More than an hour passed. With a cough, Song Tianyu, who was on oxygen, finally managed to open his eyes. Chun Bahuang, Chun Bahuang. The first thing Song Tianyu did upon opening his eyes was to call out Chun Sheng's name. This surprised Chun Sheng greatly. "Chairman Song, I'm here." Chun Sheng approached Song Tianyu and said softly, "Please speak slowly." Chapter 105, I was born a libertine, unfit for marriage and children. Chun Bahuang, Yu Yin and the others, are they all right? Song Tianyu is very tired. He was already out of breath when he spoke. A short sentence was spoken in two parts. He clearly remembered that the last thing he saw before he lost consciousness was Chun Sheng killing jackals and wild boars. Therefore, the first person he called out to when he woke up was Chun Sheng. "Chairman Song, they're fine. They're outside right now. I'll call them in for you." "No." Song Tianyu grabbed Chun Sheng's hand and shook his head. "Don't call them yet. I have something I want to tell you." "Please speak." Chun Sheng paused and said patiently, "Bahuang, I want to ask you. I need your help with something." Song Tianyu's words were broken. "I know my time is running out. Tianyu Pharmaceuticals will be handed over to Yu Yin in the future, but I'm worried that she won't be able to manage such a large group." Over the years, Song Tianyu has single-handedly supported Tianyu Pharmaceutical. He knows how complex it is inside and out. Managing a group requires not only internal management, but also external management. He originally intended to manage Tianyu Pharmaceuticals well and hand it over to Song Yuyin once everything stabilized in the future. But now, we can't wait for that day. After he passes away, the burden of Tianyu Pharmaceuticals will fall on Song Yuyin's shoulders. External pressure, research into new drugs, and internal power struggles within the board of directors, it's fair to say that he left behind not an empire, but a mess. While he was alive, things were still manageable with difficulty, but once he passed away, all the problems would likely erupt into something even worse, and he worried that Song Yuyin wouldn't be able to hold on. 8 Desolations. Can you help me protect her? I know your background. You must be extraordinary. Song Tianyu isn't stupid. When I hired Chun Sheng, I checked his resume, but he still hasn't found it, even though it was blank for 13 years. Until today, I witnessed Chun Sheng's terrifying skills. It was immediately clear that Chun Sheng was no ordinary person. I signed a 3-month contract, and I will naturally protect her during the contract period, Chun Sheng said calmly. He couldn't protect Song Yuyin forever. There were other things waiting for him to do. 3 months, okay, that's enough. Chun Sheng was no ordinary person, and Song Tianyu understood this. 3 months. 3 months should be enough time for Song Yuyin to take over the group completely. Regardless of Chun Sheng's background, he could tell that the former was a trustworthy person and was not worried that he would go back on his word. Thank you. Perhaps because he had talked too much, Song Tianyu coughed repeatedly. His face turned pale, and he could hardly breathe. The doctors around were terrified by what they saw and rushed to try to save him. Before they could make a move, Chun Sheng had already struck, forcefully pressing several acupoints on Song Tianyu's body. Song Tianyu finally recovered. Several doctors stared at Chun Sheng in astonishment. His technique was so skillful that they had never seen anything like it before. This is... Song Tianyu's eyes twitched as he stared blankly at Chun Sheng. He had seen Chun Sheng's technique before. More than 20 years ago, he was fortunate enough to meet a master. It was that master that made Tianyu Pharmaceutical what it is today. Back then, when he took over Tianyu Pharmaceutical from his father, he faced a huge bottleneck. He was unable to develop new and effective drugs, while his rival group was developing useful and good drugs time and time again. Tianyu Pharmaceuticals faced enormous challenges that time and almost went bankrupt. Feeling restless and irritable, Song Tianyu went to Mount Wutai to clear his mind. In the mountains, he met a divine doctor. A miraculous doctor who is incredibly ugly. When he first met that miracle doctor, he couldn't sleep well for 3 days and 3 nights because he was so ugly that his facial features were almost twisted together and could not be seen. That was more than 20 years ago. That miracle doctor was saving people with difficult and complicated diseases. He could cure them with just one prescription. At that time, Song Tianyu felt chest tightness and shortness of breath, so he went to seek medical help. The person, just like Chun Sheng did today, touched him a few times. The force and technique were exactly the same. More than 20 years later, he still hasn't forgotten. That's because the doctor was a true master. He painstakingly obtained several prescription formulas and made medicines that are still bestsellers today. You know, that's medicine from over 20 years ago. It was a few prescriptions that saved him and Tianyu Pharmaceutical. How could Song Tianyu possibly forget that person? He had promised the master that he would marry his daughter to his future disciple or son. Yu Bahuang, who taught you that technique just now? Song Tianyu asked incredulously, his words filled with doubt, caution, and accusation. What a coincidence! He simply couldn't believe that such a coincidence could exist in this world. You should know that he had Chun Sheng impersonate that master's disciple. Chun Sheng didn't want to reveal anything about Ugly Master, and hesitated. Is it Ugly Master? Before Chun Sheng could answer, Song Tianyu was already so excited that he almost sat up, his pupils trembling. Chairman Song, you know him? Chun Sheng was surprised, never expecting that Song Tianyu would actually say those two words. It's obvious that he definitely knows Ugly Master. Bahuang, tell me, did he teach you? Are you his disciple? Song Tianyu's words were broken, but he still couldn't hide his excitement. Yes. Since the other party had said so, Chun Sheng no longer hid it. I am indeed his disciple, but he never lets me call him teacher. Can you describe what he looks like? Song Tianyu still couldn't believe it. Sorry, it's not convenient. Referring to Ugly Man's appearance would be an insult to him, and he wouldn't say it. Well, Song Tianyu was incredibly astute. Seeing Chun Sheng's expression, he had already guessed the outcome. With a long sigh, he remarked, "It's fate, it's all fate. 8 desolations. Do you remember when we signed the contract, I mentioned a master?" Song Tianyu asked, "Could it be Ugly Master?" Chun Sheng understood the implied meaning, and his eyes also showed an incredulous look. Yes, it's him. Song Tianyu recounted how Ugly Master had used the same method on him back then, and sighed deeply. Back then, Ugly Master saved my life, and now you've saved my daughter's life. It's all fate. Suddenly, Song Tianyu changed the subject. 8 desolations, Yuri willing. Will you marry my daughter? Chun Sheng was stunned, not expecting Song Tianyu to ask such a question. Every time he saw Song Yuyan, he would think of another woman. That woman is his eternal pain. The great revenge remains unavenged. How could he marry another woman? Besides, even if he marries Song Yuyan might just be a substitute for him. I'm sorry, Mr. Song, I cannot agree to this. Chun Sheng refused decisively. I was born to be a libertine, and am not suited to marrying and having children. 8 desolations. Song Tianyu remained silent for a long time. Seeing Chun Sheng's decisive refusal, he knew that there was probably no chance for this matter. However, the clown's disciple is willing to protect his daughter for 3 months. This is already an immense blessing. He dares not ask for more. I want to see Yu Yin and Qing Yin, Song Tianyu said after a short silence. Chapter 106 Tianyu's Death. Chun Sheng was a disciple of the master, and Song Tianyu knew how powerful that master was. He was very fortunate that, although he hadn't maintained a good relationship with Chun Sheng during this time, he hadn't offended him either. Song Yuyin and Yi Qingyan came in from outside and immediately went to Song Tianyu with concern. Seeing this, Chun Sheng silently left the room, and the doctors also left. Song Yuyin had already learned about her father's condition from the doctor, and her eyes reddened. Dad. Daughter. Seeing that Song Yuyin was all right was probably the greatest comfort to Song Tianyu. Daughter, don't cry. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are inevitable for everyone. Dad, I don't want you to die. Song Yuyin sat on the edge of the bed like a little girl, holding Song Tianyu's cold hand. Daughter, I don't have much time left. Now, I have a few words to say. I need to tell you something. You must remember them well. Dad, please say something. Song Yuyin wiped away her tears and forced herself to stop crying. Song Tianyu paused for a long time, seemingly to rest and calm himself down, before speaking. First, after my death, everything at Tianyu Pharmaceutical will be handled by you. My lawyer will contact you and help you take care of everything. No, Dad, Yu Yan, let me finish. Song Tianyu gestured for her to stop talking and continued. You rarely come to the company. The internal situation of the company is very complicated. After I die, I'm afraid some shareholders will definitely cause trouble. When that happens, you must not be soft-hearted. Take back what should be taken back and fire what should be fired. Song Tianyu slowly gave a general overview of the situation within the entire group. Cull. After saying this, Song Tianyu took a long breath and then exhaled, looking very tired. I've finished discussing the group's affairs. There's one more thing I need to tell you. After I leave, your mother's family might come looking for you. Remember, try not to anger them if you can avoid it. They are not people we can afford to mess with. My mother. Song Yuyan was stunned. This word was completely foreign to her. From a young age, Song Tianyu told her that her mother had passed away. Yuyan, this is something I need to apologize to you about. Your mother is still alive, but we divorced more than 20 years ago and haven't seen each other since. Your mother comes from a powerful family. When I was with her, her family strongly opposed it and used some means to take her away. Perhaps, after I die, you will be able to see her. You are, after all, her child. Some of the agreements we made back then will naturally become invalid after my death, and they will likely come looking for you. You'll understand the rest later. Whether Song Tianyu felt time was running out or was unwilling to discuss the past, he stopped there, rested briefly, and before Song Yuyan could raise any questions, continued. Qingyan, from now on, I'm entrusting Yuyan to you. This time, you were injured for our sake, and I believe Yuyan will not treat you unfairly. From now on, the Song family will be your home, and I will give you a portion of the shares in Tianyu Pharmaceutical. Chairman Song, please rest assured, I will definitely follow Mrs. Lead. Yi Qingyan's eyes were filled with sorrow. Song Tianyu had indeed treated her well, and she truly did not want Song Tianyu to leave like this. Okay. Song Tianyu nodded repeatedly. You know more about the group's affairs. In the future, teach Yuyan more. And also, that Shun Bahuang Yuyan. Dad, I'm here. Shun Bahuang. He is a disciple of the Grandmaster. You must treat him well. Ideally, you should make him your future husband. This, Song Yuyan was taken aback, not expecting Song Tianyu to bring this up at this time. Even Yi Qingyan paused slightly. Isn't the master's disciple a fake? That master has done a great favor for the Song family. This time, his disciple even saved you. You must pursue him. Song Yuyan frowned. Honestly, although she didn't dislike Chen Sheng, she never really considered having him as her husband. Yuyan, promise me you'll pursue him properly and accept him. Only Song Tianyu knew what being a master's disciple represented. Shun Bahuang has a limitless future. Of all the people we know so far, he is probably the most suitable for Yuyan. Okay, I promise. Song Yuyan thought for a moment and finally agreed. She didn't want Song Tianyu to be disappointed in her on his deathbed. Okay, I've told you most of what I needed to tell you. I want to rest for a while. Dad, please rest well. Everything will be all right. We're right here. Song Yuyan and Yi Qingyan stood quietly to the side. Song Tianyu took one last look at Song Yuyan, his eyes filled with deep reluctance. Despite the excruciating pain in his heart, he finally closed his eyes. For 1 minute, Song Tianyu remained motionless. 5 minutes passed, and it remained motionless. 8 minutes later, Yi Qingyan suddenly noticed that the oxygen mask hadn't been fogging up for a long time, and immediately realized something was wrong. Miss, Yi Qingyan's face was a little pale. Chairman Song, he. Dad. Half a minute later, a heart-wrenching sound rang out, and everyone outside the door felt a chill in their hearts. Chen Sheng paused slightly as he drank, a look of sorrow flashing in his eyes. Song Tianyu is gone. They left young and decisively. Upon learning this news, countless people at Tianyu Pharmaceutical were shocked. He was perfectly fine the day before, and then he passed away the next day? His relatives and siblings were shocked to the extreme when they learned of this news. They simply couldn't believe it. But that's just how it is. The departure of a director of a large corporation shocked the entire group. With a few exceptions, all the senior executives of the group came to the Song family to pay their respects. Song Yuyan seemed to have lost her soul, and under the guidance of her two uncles, she arranged Song Tianyu's funeral. The funeral was very grand and was expected to last 7 days. Many prominent figures in the business world attended, including the father of Lei Long and others from the business school. They were all people of Song Tianyu's caliber and had regular contact with him. Lin Yao also arrived. Seeing Song Yuyin looking distraught, she stayed by her side and helped her with some things. After Song Tianyu left, Yi Qingyin was taken to the hospital for treatment. Her injuries were not serious, but they were not minor either. The damage to her face was irreversible and would leave a scar for life. Chen Sheng could only lament Song Tianyu's passing. He had long expected something bad to happen, but he never imagined it would happen on the day he was on vacation. It can only be said that Song Tianyu was too arrogant about his security system. Knowing that there were enemies in the shadows, he still took Song Yuyin on a trip. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the natural course of life. Chen Sheng has seen too many people leave and has long been numb to it, so he doesn't seem particularly sad. The day after the funeral, he did not attend the funeral. Instead, he went to the Zhang family home, where he was greeted by Guan Hu. In front of Zhang Tianyang's villa, Zhang Ziting, Zhang Ziyu, and their mothers knelt before the gate to welcome Chen Sheng. Chapter 107 Kneeling and Begging. As he stepped out of the van, Guan Hu respectfully opened the door for Chen Sheng. As soon as he got out, he saw a group of people kneeling in front of the door. The first to be affected were Zhang Ziting and Zhang Ziyu, whose mother also knelt at the door. Zhang Ziting's mother was holding a bank card in her hand. Upon seeing Mr. Chen alight from the car, she knelt down to greet him. "Young Master Chen, this is your payment for the past few days. Please accept it. Didn't you refuse to give it to me?" Chen Sheng said with a mocking expression, finding it amusing to recall the woman's arrogant manner when she snatched the bank card. "Young Master Chen, we're so sorry, it's all our fault. Please take the money, please." Zhang Ziting's mother panicked immediately. Zhang Tianyang was waiting in the villa's hall. If Chen Sheng didn't accept the card, she would have to sign the divorce agreement in the hall. She will lose everything if she gets divorced. Villas, sports cars, designer bags, lipsticks, watches, and all other luxury goods will be taken back. She and her son will go from being rich to being beggars in no time. Once they lose Zhang Tianyang's protection, lose their status, and lose their property, those who were suppressed by them in the past will seek revenge. At that time, they might not even be as good as beggars. They couldn't even imagine the consequences. She felt extremely bitter. Chen Sheng had said that one day they would beg her for money, but they hadn't listened and thought he was arrogant and didn't know what was good for him. They all thought that Chen Sheng was just saying that he didn't dare to accept the money. Now it seems that Chen Sheng simply didn't want to waste his breath on them. The arrogant and ungrateful ones weren't him, but rather those few idiots. The same was true for Zhang Ziyu and her son. In front of Chen Sheng, they were all meek and submissive, not daring to look up at him, their faces full of pleading. "Young Master Chen, it was all my fault that day. Please forgive us." Zhang Ziting raised his hand and slapped himself several times, his face turning red. Zhang Ziyu even knelt on the ground and started kowtowing. I was filled with extreme fear. It's better to kowtow now than to be driven out of the Zhang family and bullied into kowtowing in the future. 2 days ago, the four of them were extremely arrogant and looked down on Chen Sheng, but today they have become like this. Guan Hu remained expressionless, but sneered inwardly. Yang Ji's 2 sons should have been taught a lesson long ago. However, he was still Zhang Tianyang's son after all. No matter how much of a scoundrel he was still his own flesh and blood. So Guan Hu had to step forward and say a few words. "Young Master Chen, the 2 ladies and Ziting and Ziyu have too little experience and are bound to look down on people. This time, thanks to your help, they have learned a lesson. Otherwise, they might have caused trouble for the Zhang family in the future. Please don't lower yourself to their level." These words were perfectly phrased, and Chen Sheng could easily understand the implied meaning. They were telling him to let it go. I have no interest in arguing with them. Chen Sheng grabbed the bank card in front of him and walked straight into the villa. "Aren't you getting up yet?" Guan Hu didn't give him a friendly look. He was Zhang Tianyang's shadow, holding a very high position. Even if these people were Zhang Tianyang's sons and wives, they couldn't touch him. At certain times, what he says represents what Zhang Tianyang is saying. Young Master Chen has already let you go. If you encounter young Master Chen in the future, you'd better behave yourself. If you dare to cause trouble again, there will be no place for you in the Zhang family. Thank you, Uncle Guan. Thank you for speaking up for us. Zhang Ziyu recognized Guanhu's help earlier and said gratefully, "We will definitely not let the same situation happen again." Guanhu didn't say a word and turned to leave. The four of them then got up from the ground, shook off the dust, and made up their minds that they would treat Qin Sheng like their own father whenever they saw him in the future. Zhang Tianyang had already prepared fine mitai and a sumptuous lunch for Qin Sheng. As soon as Qin Sheng entered, he personally greeted him. "Young Master Qin, please have a seat. This is lunch that Shinran and her mother prepared themselves. Let's eat first, and then we can talk about the treatment." "Good." Qin Sheng did not refuse and sat down generously to have lunch with Zhang Tianyang's family. The dishes were plentiful. Mapo tofu, dompa pork knuckle, pickled fish, braised shark fin, Buddha jumps over the wall, Nanjing meatballs, Longjing shrimp. A whole table was set out. I didn't know what young Master Chen's tastes, so I asked Shinran and her daughter to cook one of the more famous dishes from different places, Zhang Tianyang said with a smile. "Guanhu, come, sit down and eat with us." "That's thoughtful of you." Qin Sheng smiled. Zhang Tianyang wasn't lying. These dishes were indeed famous local specialties, and he could tell that even the ingredients came from those places. Clearly, Zhang Tianyang had spent a considerable amount of time preparing for this meal. As long as young Master Qin is happy, Zhang Tianyang looked at his daughter. "Shinran, you deserve a lot of credit for finding young Master Qin this time. Have a drink with him." "Young Master Qin," Zhang Shinran raised her wine glass. "Thank you for saving my father's life. I'm just doing what my teacher didn't finish back then." Qin Sheng smiled and clinked glasses with Zhang Shinran. The woman was quite forthright and drank it all in one gulp. Qin Sheng naturally wouldn't fall behind. "Young Master Qin, Tianyang's recovery this time is all thanks to you. I apologize on behalf of the Zhang family for the insults you suffered when you visited the Zhang family before." Yin Rushu, Zhang Shinran's mother, raised her glass with gratitude and apology. "I'll drink this. Please feel free to drink as you like." Then, she tilted her head back and drank it all in one gulp. Qin Sheng loves wine, and when faced with fine wine, how could he be casual? He downed a glass in one go. It's all in the past, so there's no need to bring it up again. "All right, everyone eat. Stop drinking so much, or the food will get cold," Zhang Tianyang said with a gentle smile. Today, he invited Mr. Qin over not only for medical treatment, but also to apologize to him. Putting aside the future of the Zhang family, Zhang Tianyang's life was still in Qin Sheng's hands, and he was extremely worried that Qin Sheng would hold a grudge. Seeing that Qin Sheng didn't seem to hold a grudge, Zhang Tianyang finally felt relieved. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Zhang Tianyang invited Qin Sheng to stay at his house for a while longer, but Qin Sheng could only refuse, citing the need to protect Song Yuyan. Zhang Tianyang naturally knew about Song Tianyu's affairs, but he hadn't expected Qin Sheng to be connected to the Song family. He said regretfully, "Speaking of which, I met him at an exchange meeting a few years ago. Although his company was inherited from his father, it was on the verge of bankruptcy. He single-handedly turned the situation around. He is indeed a capable person. I never expected to encounter such trouble. Rushu, prepare some things. We'll go to the Song family too." Okay. Zhang Tianyang was a smart man. Song Tianyu's death was originally none of his business, but when he learned that Qin Sheng was involved, he immediately prepared to go there. Regardless, Qin Sheng must be given full respect. In fact, with just a word from him, the entire Zhang family would be mobilized for his sake. After lunch, Qin Sheng began treating Zhang Tianyang's illness, having already prepared everything he needed. Inside the medical room, just as Qin Sheng was about to make his move, Hong Zhanghe suddenly ran in from outside. "What are you doing here?" Zhang Tianyang frowned when he saw him. On that day, not only his son and wife insulted Qin Sheng, but also Hong Zhanghe. He's supposed to be a top medical expert in Qinsheng, yet he couldn't even see through Qin Sheng's abilities. Zhang Tianyang was very unhappy with him. Chapter 108, 20 million a year. In the past, Hong Zhanghe was a highly respected guest of the Zhang family. He was indeed very accomplished in medicine, a leading figure in both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine, and had received several national honors. The Zhang family offered him a salary of 20 million yuan a year to come to their home. It doesn't matter if he can't cure Zhang Tianyang's illness, or if he can't find the cause of Zhang Tianyang's illness. Zhang Tianyang can endure all of these things. Having this large Buddha statue will bring more benefits than harm. But he, a renowned medical expert and a top figure in the Qinsheng medical community, couldn't even see Chen Sheng's abilities. At that time, given his status, if he had just said a word for Chen Sheng, those bastards like Zhang Ziding wouldn't have made a mistake. But he didn't. Instead, they acted foolishly and began to suspect Chen Sheng. It almost ruined the entire Zhang family and almost cost him his life. How could Zhang Tianyang tolerate this? He has completely ignored Hong Zhanghe these past 2 days and doesn't want to see him at all. Chairman Zhang. Seeing that Zhang Tianyang's expression was not good, Hong Zhanghe naturally understood what was going on and said awkwardly, I came here specifically to apologize to young Master Chen. He turned to Chen Sheng. Young Master Chen, I was wrong that day. I thought I represented the pinnacle of Qinsheng medicine. You showed me what it means to have someone even better. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. After speaking, he bent his elderly body and bowed deeply to Chen Sheng with a sincere expression. This scene surprised Zhang Tianyang, Yin Rushu, and Zhang Xinran. Hong Zhanghe didn't have much money, but he had an extremely wide network of connections. Even if Zhang Tianyang disliked him, he wouldn't dare to mess with him easily. This old fellow held a high position and was over 60 years old. He had the pride of an old-school Chinese medicine practitioner in his bones, so it was truly unexpected that he would apologize to Chen Sheng like this. Please get up. Chen Sheng wasn't the kind of person to hold grudges, and besides, Hong Zhanghe hadn't said anything insulting that day. He had only expressed his doubts. He personally helped Hong Zhanghe up. As a doctor, it's normal for him to have doubts. There's no need to apologize. Thank you, young Master Chen. Hong Zhanghe breathed a sigh of relief, then said, Young Master Chen, I have another favor to ask. Go ahead, Chen Sheng said. You've come here today to see Chairman Zhang, haven't you? I would like to ask Mr. Chen if I could assist you. After Hong Zhanghe finished speaking, he looked at Chen Sheng expectantly. Although medicine is supposed to be shared today, in reality, many methods are still unique and not allowed to be seen by outsiders, especially in traditional Chinese medicine. This is one of the reasons why traditional Chinese medicine has been declining over the thousands of years of Chinese history. That's why he said it was an unreasonable request. In fact, deep down he didn't really have much hope. As soon as Hong Zhanghe finished speaking, Chen Sheng agreed. However, there's nothing I need your help with. You can just watch from the side. Hong Zhanghe was stunned. Chen Sheng's decisiveness surprised him greatly, and then he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had been judging a gentleman by his own petty standards, and felt quite ashamed. At the same time, he said excitedly, Thank you for your kindness, young Master Chen. You all go out first. The scene that followed might be a little uncomfortable, so Chen Sheng asked Yin Rushu, Zhang Xinran, and Guanhu to leave the infirmary. Hong Zhanghe watched from the side. Chen Sheng had Zhang Tianyang lie down, took the anesthetic from the side, and personally injected it into his arm. Immediately, he took out the silver needles left by Ugly Master from the medicine box. The silver needles were of different thicknesses and lengths. Chen Sheng ripped open Zhang Tianyang's clothes and stabbed him in several acupoints on his abdomen, head, and legs. 2 silver needles were also inserted into the areas where no anesthesia was administered. Beside him, Hong Zhanghe was terrified. He had never seen such a bold young man, daring to stick a needle into someone's head with just his eyes. He knew that the human brain had many complex neurons, and even the slightest error could lead to a loss of sensation. Furthermore, the 3 acupoints in the abdomen, namely Tanzhong, Jiawei, and Juk, are particularly vulnerable to any problems. Any issues can lead to death. Chen Sheng inserted long silver needles into these acupoints, and with each needle inserted, Hong Zhanghe's heart would pound violently. He was terrified and hesitated several times before speaking. But Chen Sheng remained calm and composed, his movements unhurried and steady, his composure impeccable. He made no mistakes with each needle insertion. Such methods completely won over Hong Zhanghe. This is a young man in his early 20s. You should know that even an old guy like him wouldn't dare to do this when using silver needles to pierce key acupoints. He has devoted himself to studying traditional Chinese medicine for 40 years, but his 40 years of expertise is not as good as that of a young man in his 20s. These past few years have been a complete waste of my life. Putting everything else aside, just seeing such a technique today has made his trip worthwhile. As the last silver needle was inserted, Chen Sheng patted Zhang Tianyang's arm. Can you feel it? Zhang Tianyang shook his head. No. Okay, the anesthesia has taken effect. You should get some sleep. The scene that followed was somewhat bloody. Chen Sheng was worried that Zhang Tianyang would not be able to bear it, so he waited until Zhang Tianyang closed his eyes before continuing his attack. Taking a scalpel from the side, Chen Sheng made 10 cuts on Zhang Tianyang's 10 fingers, and blood immediately gushed out. Young Master Chen, what is this all about? Hong Zhanghe asked, bewildered. He couldn't understand. Traditional Chinese medicine was traditional Chinese medicine, and Western medicine was Western medicine. He had never seen acupuncture needles and a scalpel used together, let alone a knife being used on the fingertip. Zhang Tianyang's illness is caused by goo poison, a strange goo that came from the Western regions. Once this type of goo is planted, even if it is in the body, current medical technology cannot detect it. With one hand pressing down on Zhang Tianyang's body, Chen Sheng used the other to take out silver needles and began inserting them one by one into the areas where he was pressing. At first, Hong Zhanghe was a little confused, but half a minute later, his aged eyes widened in surprise. As Chen Sheng pressed his fingers and inserted the silver needles, Zhang Tianyang's skin swelled up continuously, as if insects were wriggling underneath, which was extremely strange. Not only in his abdomen, but also in Zhang Tianyang's legs and chest, there was a surge of dense, numerous pulsations. They surged about, but upon encountering the silver needles, they retreated as if avoiding snakes and scorpions. At that moment, Chen Sheng stopped what he was doing and took out a small bottle from the medicine box. This contains a venom made from a mixture of highly poisonous herbs from the western regions, such as aconite, ginseng, and strychnine. Chen Sheng poured some venom onto Zhang Tianyang's fingers. These things are highly poisonous to humans, but they prefer them. Sure enough, as soon as Chen Sheng finished speaking, something under his skin began to surge towards Zhang Tianyang's arm. Almost instantly, Zhang Tianyang's entire arm swelled up. Chapter 109 Huang Susu's Visit. Hong Zhanghe was dumbfounded. This was the first time he had ever seen such a scene. He had seen goo poison before. It was like a parasite in the human body, only more toxic. He had cured someone of it a few years ago. However, that person only had one goo poison in their body. Even just one arm was enough to send the patient into the brink of death, and at this moment, Zhang Tianyang's entire arm was throbbing. If what Chen Sheng said is true, one can imagine how many goo worms are inside. Similarly, he finally understood why Chen Sheng had anesthetized his entire arm. With so many insects surging in the same arm, the pain was unimaginable for ordinary people. Compared to Hong Zhanghe's shock, Chen Sheng appeared unusually calm, as if he had expected it, and methodically continued to take silver needles and insert them into his arm. This time, instead of piercing acupoints, the needle was inserted directly into the skin of the arm, without any discernible method. Then, something shocking happened. From the wound on Zhang Tianyang's finger, worms crawled out one by one. These worms were extremely small, and it was unknown how many of them were tangled together to be the size of an ant. They were densely packed, one after another. Once exposed to the air, they would die completely in less than 3 seconds. It took a full 3 minutes before Zhang Tianyang's arm finally returned to normal. However, Chen Sheng did not stop there. He took the longest silver needle and inserted it into Zhang Tianyang's armpit. Then, he used a scalpel to cut open the armpit. Hong Zhanghe could clearly see that the tip of the silver needle had actually pierced a goo worm. That goo worm was much larger than the one that appeared before. This is a mother worm. Chen Sheng calmly removed the silver needle along with the mother worm. This kind of goo poison is called the Western snake worm. It's not considered poisonous, but there aren't many people who cultivate it. After the mother worm enters the human body, it lays eggs and reproduces. The toxicity won't show up for a while. Usually, it takes about 1 or 2 years before symptoms appear. Back then, it was thanks to Master Chao's unique medical skills that Zhang Tianyang was able to live for 2 more years by suppressing the mother worm. Now, it can be considered completely cured. Hong Zhanghe had his eyes open today. He had seen many complex surgeries, some of which took 1 or 2 days to complete. Compared to those surgeries, what Qin Sheng did was very simple. But it was precisely because of its simplicity that Hong Zhanghe was impressed. It is easy to make surgery complicated, but extremely difficult to make it simple. Not to mention the knowledge and medical skills that Qin Sheng demonstrated. His skillful technique of inserting silver needles alone is enough to shock the world. This young man's medical skills are definitely superior to Hong Zhanghe's. Other young people of this age are probably still interns in the medical field, right? He simply couldn't imagine just how exceptionally talented Qin Sheng was in medicine. No wonder Zhang Tianyang calls him Master Huang and treats him with utmost respect. Young Master Chen. Sudden, Hong Zhanghe knelt down. Young Master Chen, please accept me as your disciple. Hong Zhanghe has practiced medicine all his life, and even though Qin Sheng didn't show much of his skills this time, he still knows how amazing Hong Zhanghe is. If he learns such medical skills, he will surely reach a higher level. Dr. Hong, please get up. Qin Sheng used force to help Hong Zhanghe up. Your kneeling before me is shortening my lifespan. Forget about becoming my apprentice. If you have any medical questions in the future, you can come to me. I'll help you answer them if I can. Young Master Chen, you are overthinking it. There are no elders in medicine. Whoever is more skilled is the senior. Young Master Chen, accepting my bow will not shorten your lifespan. Hong Zhanghe was quite disappointed that Qin Sheng did not accept disciples, but he also knew that becoming a disciple of a master was not so easy. He wasn't in a hurry. There would be plenty of opportunities later. Qin Sheng burned all the goo worms on the ground, leaving only a layer of ash. Vomit. Suddenly, Zhang Tianyang woke up from his deep sleep. He had felt unwell in his stomach while he was asleep, and the first thing he did upon waking up was to vomit. A clump of black filth, reeking of blood, was spat out of Zhang Tianyang's mouth. Half an hour later, inside the villa's lobby, Zhang Tianyang was excitedly stretching his body. All the discomfort he had previously experienced had disappeared, and his energy and spirits had improved significantly. Yin Rushu and her daughter Zhang Xinran were genuinely happy. Young Master Chen, please accept my bow. Zhang Tianyang, along with Yin Rushu and Zhang Xinran, knelt down before Qin Sheng. Behind them, Guanhu also knelt down. If there's anything you need in the future, please don't hesitate to ask, young Master Chen. Get up, everyone. Qin Sheng remained calm. Saving Zhang Tianyang was simply completing what Ugly Master had failed to do. Young Master Chen, you shouldn't be short of money. I already gave it to you earlier. Please accept this. Zhang Tianyang waved his hand, and Guanhu took an envelope from his briefcase and handed it to Qin Sheng. Young Master Chen, this is a small token of Brother Yang's appreciation. It's a villa in Haoyuan Shijia in the southern district of Qinqing. Please accept it. Qin Sheng accepted it without hesitation. Compared to Zhang Tianyang's life, a villa was nothing. It was what he deserved. Besides, he has returned to the city and has not had his own place to live for so long. Now that someone is offering him a villa, how can he refuse? All right, continue taking the medicine as I just prescribed. You will be fully recovered in a week. Qin Sheng said. You guys go ahead with your work, I'm leaving. He had no intention of staying any longer. Song Yuyin's funeral was being held, and he had promised Song Tianyu that he would protect her, so he had to get back as soon as possible. Before going back, he went to the hospital and met with Zihan, Lin Xiaoke, and Lin Kai. Lin Kai, here you go. Give this to Xiaoke 3 times a day for a month. It's for treating his leukemia. Also, take this plaster and apply it to the disabled area. Change it every 3 hours. Qin Sheng carefully explained things to Lin Kai, who gratefully replied, Mr. Qin, thank you. Lin Kai trusted Qin Sheng. He had witnessed Qin Sheng's medical skills and abilities, and his intuition told him that only Qin Sheng could save his son's life. I'll thank you after I recover, Qin Sheng said with a smile. In terms of medical skills, he is now no less skilled than Ugly Master, and he is confident that he can cure Lin Xiaoke's illness. For the next 2 or 3 days, Qin Sheng shuttled back and forth between the hospital and Song Tianyu's funeral. The funeral went very smoothly, and at the hospital, Xiaoke's condition has also improved significantly. Everything is progressing in an orderly manner. This day was Song Tianyu's final day of funeral service. According to custom, it would be the most lively day, with everyone coming to bid him farewell. In the Song family's parking lot, luxury cars were parked one after another. Those who came to pay their respects to him included his friends, business partners, relatives, and subordinates. Shortly after, a red Mazda 6 Atenza pulled up, and a woman who was about 1.7 meters tall, wearing black-rimmed glasses, and had a voluptuous figure stepped out. The person who arrived was Huang Susu, the instructor of Song Yuyen's class in the School of Business. Huh. Upon seeing her, Chun Sheng let out a soft exclamation. She noticed that Huang Susu was acting strangely, and she could also smell a faint scent of blood on her. Chapter 110 Funeral. The smell of blood was very faint. Most people wouldn't be able to detect it at all. After practicing the yin-yang scripture, Chun Sheng's vision, hearing, and sense of smell all improved significantly, and he could only perceive a tiny bit at such close range. Chun Sheng looked puzzled. Why did Huang Susu smell of blood? You should know that this kind of bloody smell isn't something you get from just making a small cut with a knife. To smell like that, one must either be seriously injured or have a criminal record on their hands. Otherwise, there would never be one. Huang Susu is a business school teacher, and this kind of bloody smell shouldn't be on her at all. As Huang Susu passed by Chun Sheng, she gave this young man, whom she had assumed to be from the countryside, a meaningful look. Coincidentally, Chun Sheng was also looking at him. Their eyes met. Huang Susu's heart skipped a beat. Chun Sheng's eyes seemed to see through everything and understand everything, making her feel uneasy and flustered. That slight panic naturally did not escape Chun Sheng's notice. His eyes were fixed on Huang Susu. Soon after, his pupils heated up and his X-ray vision activated, piercing right through Huang Susu. Instantly, Huang Susu became a skeleton in his eyes. After only a moment, Chun Sheng looked away. A slight smile appeared on his lips. He said nothing and nodded to Huang Susu. Huang Susu smiled at him with a complicated expression. After that night, she was seriously injured, and her face was slightly pale. This paleness gave her a kind of sickly beauty. She walked straight to Song Yuyen and embraced her, saying, "My child, please accept my condolences." That night, she witnessed the car accident firsthand, and she knew Song Yuyen's pain. The Stinger's men, driving a modified car, rammed violently into the sedan Song Tianyu was riding in. The car was pushed more than 10 meters away. The driver died at the scene. Song Tianyu suffered a severe blow. She wanted to save him, but it was too late. Song Yuyen stared blankly, not saying a word. She had been like this for days, as if she had lost her soul. Dull, listless, like a walking corpse. "Teacher, this way please." Lin Yao led Huang Susu aside and told her that Song Yuyen's condition had been very bad these past few days. Huang Susu's expression was complicated. This is just the beginning. The poisonous stinger will certainly not give up easily. Why? Huang Susu sighed deeply. Who could have imagined that a formula would cost so many lives? Today is the day of the funeral. When the auspicious hour arrived, Song Tianyu's coffin was carried by a hearse to the pre-selected burial site. Song Yuyen knelt in front of the coffin, following the hearse, looking utterly lost and distraught. Song Tianyu's two cousins stood on either side, and behind the hearse, a line of black cars followed for 100 meters. The funeral procession was grand and solemn. It arrived at a burial site, and as mournful music played, the life of a great merchant came to an end. Who in this world can escape death? Even those who are extremely wealthy and hold a prestigious position cannot escape this fate. The older businessmen, inevitably feeling a sense of shared loss, fell silent as they watched the earth cover Song Tianyu's coffin. After a long time, the coffin completely disappeared from sight, and a tomb stood on the hillside. This is a cemetery, the Song family cemetery. Song Tianyu, who has worked hard all his life, is buried with his parents and elders, having lived up to their expectations. When the last bit of the coffin completely disappeared from everyone's sight, nothing unexpected happened from beginning to end. Next was the last lunch at the funeral. The hotel was packed with guests, creating a lively and festive atmosphere. Zhang Tianyang was among them. As soon as he recovered, he came here to see Song Tianyu off on his final journey. On the stage in the hall, Song Tianyu's relatives, as well as Song Yuyen, sat at the top, with her two uncles representing them to thank everyone who came to attend the funeral. The funeral went surprisingly smoothly. No one caused any trouble. However, thinking about it, this is quite normal. A wealthy man died just like that. Although it was officially announced as a car accident, the Qingqing officials knew very well that it was definitely an assassination. They saw blood and signs of a fight at the scene. During the funeral, countless officials were secretly on guard, and many powerful and influential people were also present. Presumably, no one would dare to risk public outrage by causing trouble at this time. Mr. Yi, I need to see Mississippi. Without her signature, this contract cannot be valid, and I cannot accept Mr. Zhang's assets. A few days later, at the Song family villa, a lawyer dressed in a suit and wearing black-rimmed glasses spoke to Yi Qingyan. He was very young and looked no more than 30 years old. Yu Yin is really not available right now. Yi Qingyan glanced at the closed door upstairs. Attorney Zhang, why don't you come over later? President Yi, this is the 18th time already. This can't go on. Zhang Bin smiled bitterly. The shareholders of the pharmaceutical group are starting to complain. They are collecting shares from retail investors and want to kick Ms. Song out of the board of directors. If we wait a few more days, I'm afraid it will be too late. Yi Qingyan sighed. She was well aware of the situation. With Song Tianyu dead, all sorts of strange and monstrous things had emerged. The ringleader of this group of monsters and demons is none other than Song Tianyu's own brothers, Song Yuyan's uncles, Song Tianlong, and Song Tianhu. He wants to seize the Song family's assets and completely kick Song Yuyan out of the game. He's been making moves like this for the past few days. Chairman Song's body is barely cold, and these old fogies are already causing trouble. Yi Qingyan cursed under her breath. Knowing the situation was one thing, but she was helpless now. Ever since Chairman Song left, Miss has been locking herself in her room. The matter is urgent, Mr. Yi. Why don't you try to persuade them again? If Song Yuyan doesn't sign the contract, doesn't go through the proper procedures, and accepts Song Tianyu's assets, then Zhang Bin won't receive any of the compensation. I've already tried to persuade them, but it was no use. Yi Qingyan paused. Maybe there is one person who can. Who? Mrs. Fiancé, Chen Bahuang. Then hurry up and call him. He's Mrs. Fiancé, and this property is also his. He'll definitely help. This? Yi Qingyan hesitated for a moment. After the funeral, Chen Xing only visited the villa once, thoroughly overhauled some of the security arrangements, and then left. For the past few days, his phone has been completely unreachable, and he has been impossible to contact. At this moment, Qingqing Airport. Xing Zongtai waited outside the arrival hall. Not long after, a young man walked out of the airport. The young man had regular features, was dressed simply, and looked somewhat lazy. However, this laziness gave people a feeling of being bathed in a spring breeze. Master Huang. Upon seeing the young man, Xing Zongtai hurriedly went to greet him. You've finally returned. Did nothing happen to the Song family these past few days? Chen Sheng asked with a smile. No, what could have happened? I've been keeping an eye on things as you instructed. Xing Zongtai's eyes were complicated. Master Huang, you've really been. Chapter 111 Disqualification Agreement. Really what? His reputation has truly soared. The occasion was inappropriate, so Xing Zongtai didn't say much, but deep in his eyes was boundless admiration for Chen Sheng. In the past few days, a major earthquake has occurred in the entire assassin world. A mysterious figure is pursuing a group of assassins across borders. From the UK, they fought their way to the US, and then to the Golden Triangle. The infamous Stinger assassin was completely wiped out in just a few days. The leader of the Stinger gang was even hung from the tallest building in the Golden Triangle. His death was extremely gruesome. What's terrifying is that no one knows who did it. People haven't even seen a glimpse of him. This incident shook the entire assassin world. No one knows what kind of person Sting has offended. With the saying, the rabbit mourns the fox's death. All the assassin groups have been cowering and trembling for the past few days, not daring to take on any jobs for fear of running into that mysterious person. These past few days, the assassin community has been in a state of panic, fearing that they might be killed by accident, and they have been hiding all day long. The person who started all this is the man in front of us. Xing Zongtai sighed inwardly. How many people in this world can do this? Even some of the so-called kings of soldiers in China are just chickens in front of Master Huang. Xing Zongtai had long heard his former superiors mention Chun Bahuang's prowess, and in the past few days, he had witnessed it firsthand. For the Song family, for Song Yuyan, he was alone. Alone. They wiped out a group of assassins numbering over 100. If Chun Sheng hadn't told him his intentions before leaving, he would never have connected this matter with Chen Sheng. He's clearly a young man. What an innocent-looking young man. Who could have imagined that he would kill more than 100 people in just a few days? However, Xing Zongtai did not feel fear or apprehension because Chun Bahuang had killed people who deserved to die. These people coming to China to work is tantamount to disgracing China's dignity. Regarding Chun Sheng's ruthless, devilish actions, Xing Zongtai only had 4 words to say. Well done. Nobody knows it's me. So what's the point of talking about being famous? Chun Sheng shrugged helplessly. This kind of thing wasn't difficult for him. It's just a mere assassin group. Only a few members of such groups have real skills. Most of them, once exposed, are probably not even as good as ordinary people. After Song Tianyu's death, Song Yuyan was filled with grief every day. Every time Chun Sheng saw her, a wave of pain would surge up in his heart. Perhaps it's because she resembles that woman from the past so much. Even if she wasn't her, he was still willing to help her solve some problems just to make her happy. Master Huang, where are you going? I'll take you. Xing Zongtai's eyes were always filled with admiration and awe. You should go back. It's not good for people to see you with me. Chen Sheng smiled. Xing Zongtai's status was too high. There were probably few people in Qinsheng who could compare to him. Having such an important figure constantly around him would affect his career, and Chen Sheng didn't want to hold him back. All right, Mr. Huang. Feel free to call me if anything comes up, Xing Zongtai said. Chen Sheng waved and turned to leave. Xing Zongtai watched his departing figure, his heart filled with excitement. He was looking forward to the day when Chun Sheng would find those people from back then and take action against them. Half an hour later, Chun Sheng arrived at the Song family's villa area. As soon as he arrived at the parking lot, he saw 2 cars parked. 2 middle-aged men got out of a black Mercedes. Song Tianlong and Song Tianhu are Song Yuyan's eldest and second uncles, and also Song Tianyu's 2 older brothers. The 2 looked quite similar, both dressed in designer clothes, wearing designer watches, bags, and shoes. A complete outfit like that would easily cost at least $1 million. Back then, for various reasons, neither of them received the Song family's assets. Most of the assets went into Song Tianyu's hands. They have always lived off their meager shares in Tianyu Pharmaceutical, yet they still lived better than most people in the world. A lawyer was also following behind them. In addition, 4 people got out of another car, each dressed in a suit and tie. One of them was a lawyer, and the other 3 were strong and muscular, and they looked like bodyguards. Clearly, they also saw Chen Sheng. They never took Chun Sheng seriously, having already heard from Song Tianyu that he was a disciple of a highly skilled person. They completely disregarded this, thinking that he was just a country bumpkin, no matter how tall or short he was. Ignoring Chen Sheng, the group of several people walked straight into the villa. Inside the villa, Yi Qingyan, who was at a loss, frowned slightly upon seeing them, but still went to greet them. Boss Long, boss who? Zheng Bin, standing nearby, also called out with a forced smile. Song Tianlong ignored them, looked around as if searching for something, and shouted at the top of his lungs. Yuyan, your uncle has come to see you. Come out quickly. Song Tianhu didn't say anything, but plopped down on the sofa and swaggered around, playing with the kung fu tea set on the coffee table. The tea set was left behind by Song Tianyu before his death. He picked up a teacup and looked at it. I didn't expect that my 3rd brother would use such a cheap teacup. Bang! He loosened his grip, and the teacup fell to the ground and shattered. Yi Qingyan's expression changed. Those belong to Song Tianyu. This is Song Yuyan's home. Song Tianyu's actions clearly indicate that he is looking for trouble. They've come with ill intentions. Yi Qingyan's pretty face turned serious, knowing that these 2 old guys must have something on their mind to come here. Chun Sheng entered the room and witnessed this scene. His expression turned slightly cold. After all, Song Tianyu is their younger brother. The talent has been gone for less than half a month, and he can't keep up the act anymore and has shown his true colors? What kind of trash are they? Leaving them here is an insult to my 3rd brother's status. With a push, Song Tianhu sent the entire kung fu tea set crashing to the ground, shattering completely, leaving not a single piece intact. "Boss Hu, please stop." Yi Qingyan saw Chen Sheng and wanted to say a few words to him, but she was so angry at Song Tianhu's actions that her face turned pale. "These are Chairman Song's belongings. You have no right to destroy them. Who do you think you are? Yu Yan hasn't even spoken yet. What are you barking about?" Song Tianhu glanced at Yi Qingyan disdainfully. "Do you think the scar on your face isn't deep enough and want to add another one?" With a single glance from Song Tianhu, one of his bodyguards stepped in front of Yi Qingyan. "Second brother, don't be so fierce, you'll scare the young lady." Song Tianlong chuckled and said to Yi Qingyan, "Go and call Yu Yan out. Our two uncles have come to see him today to discuss important matters." Song Tianlong's lawyer took a contract out of his briefcase and placed it on the coffee table. Her current state is really not suitable for managing Tianyu Pharmaceuticals. Have her sign this contract and put her fingerprint on it. From now on, she can live a peaceful life as a pampered young lady. "Take it up and show it to her," Song Tianlong said. Yi Qingyan took the contract, flipped through a few pages, and her expression immediately changed. "This is a contract that relinquishes all of the Song family's assets, as long as Song Yuyan signs. From this day forward, the Song family and all of Tianyu Pharmaceuticals' assets will have nothing to do with her anymore. And Song Yuyan is not allowed to interfere in any family affairs." This contract not only stripped Tianyu Pharmaceutical Group of its rights, but also completely stripped Song Yuyan of her rights within the Song family. It's equivalent to kicking her out of the Song family. Chapter 112. Beautiful as a fairy from the Moon Palace. After the funeral, fewer people paid attention to the Song family. Song Tianlong and Song Tianhu finally couldn't hold back any longer and chose today to confront Song Yuyan. The contract was vicious, not only depriving Song Yuyan of her property, but also stripping her of some of her freedoms. Upon seeing the terms of the contract, Yi Qingyan's face turned extremely grim. She handed it to Zheng Bin, who was standing next to her, and asked, "Attorney Zheng, take a look. Are these terms legal?" Zheng Bin took it, glanced at it a few times, and then pursed his lips. That's so cruel. This was the most exploitative and aggressive contract he had ever seen in his career as a lawyer. Song Tianhu and Song Tianlong intend to seize the Song family and Tianyu Pharmaceutical for themselves. This contract is legal once Miss signs it, Zheng Bin said. This contract has clearly been reviewed by a professional lawyer, and it will have legal effect as long as Song Yuyan signs it. However, I'd like to ask, Mr. Long and Mr. Hu, is this aggressive approach meaningful? Zheng Bin couldn't stand it anymore. His father was also a law professional and had once served Song Tianyu. He was very familiar with some of the Song family's past disputes. When Chairman Song took over the Song family, he didn't push you two to the brink of ruin. He still left you with a voice and shares. Don't you care about Miss Song or Chairman Song's feelings? If he knew this in the afterlife, what would he think? Shut up, Song Tianhu said coldly. You have no right to speak here. Yi Qingyan, why aren't you going to get Yu Yan to sign anything? Qingyan, I hope you understand that we are doing this for Yu Yan's sake, as well as for the Song family and the pharmaceutical group. The pharmaceutical group is currently facing many troubles, and she is not suitable to take over in her current state. Song Tianlong also spoke up. Although his words were not as intense as Song Tianhu's, they were filled with indifference and apathy, showing no regard for blood ties or kinship. I won't let Miss sign this. Yi Qingyan put the contract aside, her eyes resolute and certain. Before leaving, Song Tianyu entrusted Song Yuyan to her, showing her absolute trust in her, and even allocated some shares to her. Because of this kindness shown to her, she would not allow these two to bully Song Yuyan at will. Since you're not going, then we'll have to go ourselves, Song Tianhu sneered. After taking the contract, he led his men upstairs towards Song Yuyan's direction. Yi Qingyan stood in front of him, but was pushed aside by his bodyguard. Stop! Yi Qingyan grabbed the bodyguard and immediately attacked, but unfortunately, her injuries had not yet healed, and she was no match for the bodyguard. She was subdued in a few rounds and knocked to the ground. With your skills, I don't know how Song Tianyu ever fell for you. Song Tianhu walked past Yi Qingyan, full of disdain. His bodyguard earns $1 million annual salary. specifically to protect his safety and to do some shady things. What is Yi Qingyan anyway? Yi Qingyan's face was pale as she looked at Chen Sheng. Chen Bahuang, stop them. Chen Sheng didn't move, but looked up at Song Yuyan's room upstairs. The door had been open at some point. A cool and aloof woman stood atop the railing at the entrance, calmly observing everything below. Miss. Upon seeing her, Yi Qingyan couldn't help but call out. After being away for several days, Song Yuyan had lost a lot of weight. Her pretty face was pale, and fatigue was evident between her brows, but this did not diminish her charm. Today, she changed into a pure white business suit, a combination of a blazer and a pencil skirt, simple and capable. Looking up from below, her long, slender, snow-white legs are particularly eye-catching. Above her round, beautiful buttocks, her upper body is equally proud, with a cascade of black hair draped over her waist. Overall, she could easily score at least a 9 out of 10. In the past, she always dressed in a school uniform, but today's outfit was truly eye-catching. Her cool and aloof demeanor made her look like a fairy from the Moon Palace, stunningly beautiful. Chen Sheng had seen many women and slept with countless beauties, but he was still somewhat stunned when he saw Song Yuyan. The image of another woman appeared in my mind. Same business attire. The same indifferent expression. They look so alike. A pang of pain shot through Chen Sheng's heart. You're out? That's perfect. Saves me the trouble of going up. Song Tianhu laughed. Niece, come down and sign this contract. From now on, no one in the Song family can restrain you. You can do whatever you want. Yu Yan, Song Tianlong said. For so many days, Tianyu Pharmaceuticals has been leaderless, and its stock price has dropped by more than 10 yuan. I hope you can think about the Song family. Song Yuyan coldly swept her gaze over everyone in the room. Then, she walked step by step down the S-shaped staircase into the hall, her high heels clicking against the stairs. In the hall, everyone's eyes were fixed on her. Upon arriving in the hall, she ignored Song Tianlong and Song Tianhu. Instead, he walked straight up to Chen Sheng. Chen Bahuang, come with me. Without giving Chen Sheng any time to react, she had already walked towards the door. Chen Sheng was somewhat puzzled. What's this woman up to? Miss Song, I'm sorry, we cannot let you leave. Outside the door, 2 of Song Tianhu's bodyguards blocked the entrance and stood in front of her. Yuyan, you can leave, but first sign the contract. No one will stop you from going wherever you want. Song Tianhu sat back on the sofa, acting like a big shot. However, Song Yuyan completely ignored them. He raised his head slightly and looked directly at the 2 bodyguards in front of the door. Get out. Her expression was icy. Her words were cold, as if she had just stepped out of a millennium-old ice cave, and a deep chill emanated from her very bones. She is completely different now than she was a few days ago. He seemed to have completely changed. Miss Song, I told you to get out of here. This is the Song family home, my home. You can't run wild here. Song Yuyan said indifferently. I can kill you all with just one phone call. Think it over carefully. Is it worth risking your lives for Song Tianhu? The 2 bodyguards, along with Song Tianyu, Song Tianlong, Yi Qingyan, and the others, were stunned. It's unbelievable that such words would come from Song Yuyan's mouth. It's such a stark contrast to her past self. The 2 bodyguards hesitated. Song Yuyan is right. This is her home. To tidy them up, she only needs one phone call. Perhaps she doesn't dare to kill them. However, crippling someone is still no problem for them. After saying this briefly, Song Yuyan once again took a step and walked towards the door. For a moment, the 2 bodyguards dared not do anything to stop them. Just like that, Song Yuyan left openly and legitimately. Chen Sheng raised his eyebrows slightly. This woman. Seem. The changes are quite significant. Then, he also stepped out and followed. Song Tianhu and Song Tianlong could only watch helplessly as they left. He didn't say a single word from beginning to end. Chapter 113 Master Hu. Yi Qingyan and Zheng Bin followed Chen Sheng as they left the villa. Their task was to get Song Yuyan to take over all the assets left by Song Tianyu as soon as possible. Smack! Song Tianhu slammed his fist on the coffee table. Big brother, why didn't you stop her? Stop us, Song Tianlong said. This is still the Song family home. We can't be too presumptuous here, or what will outsiders say? Moreover, don't forget, our good 3rd brother left behind a group of bodyguards. If something really happens here, neither you nor I will be able to get away. Compared to Song Tianhu's fiery temper, Song Tianlong seemed quite calm. They were just there to scout ahead and see what Song Yuyin's situation was like. If she was really in a slump, that would be for the best, as it would make getting her to sign the papers much easier. So what do we do now? Song Tianhu asked. Wait. Song Tianyu said calmly. By the way, invite Master Hu over. Master Hu. Upon hearing this name, Song Tianhu's body stiffened. You invited him? Song Tianlong said. Call him. We must resolve this matter today. Okay. Song Tianhu was somewhat excited. With Master Hu's help, Song Yuyin would have to sign her name this time, whether she wanted to or not. Even if all those bodyguards were put together, they probably wouldn't be a match for him. Song Yuyin went out, got into a black sedan, and sped off with Chun Sheng to a photography studio. As she reached the door, she suddenly stopped. Did you bring your ID card? I brought it. Give it to me. Chun Sheng took out his ID card, and Song Yuyin took it from his hand without saying a word. Chun Sheng looked puzzled, wondering what this girl was up to. You just wait here. Song Yuyin entered the photography studio with her ID card and came out in less than 10 minutes. At the same time, 2 red notebooks appeared in his hand. Take it. She picked up one of the books, along with Chun Sheng's ID card, and handed it to him. Marriage certificate. Upon seeing the 3 words on the red booklet, Chun Sheng was stunned. Damn it. What the heck? You can get married just by showing your ID card? He took the ID card, flipped it open, and soon saw a photo of the 2 of them together, seemingly intimate. It's obvious that the photo was taken when he and Song Yuyin stopped to get their ID cards. But it was photoshopped into a marriage certificate photo. Get married? They're getting married already. Chun Sheng was speechless. Just as he was about to speak, Song Yuyin's cold voice suddenly came. Before my father passed away, he asked me to marry you. I am just fulfilling his last wish. You don't need to think too much about it. Just continue doing what you were doing from now on. She didn't have a good impression of Chun Sheng. Although Chun Sheng saved her life, she wished she could have died with Song Tianyu that day. She felt no gratitude towards Chun Sheng, let alone love or liking him. Chun Sheng curled his lip, thinking that the Song family's foundation was still very deep. Song Yuyin was able to get the marriage certificate by herself, which clearly meant she didn't go through normal channels. Right now, he had no choice. He couldn't very well drag Song Yuyin into marriage, so he simply said, that won't do. We're a legally married couple. From now on, you'll have to call me husband, and I'll just reluctantly call you wife. Sigh, being handsome is tough, and you're even being forced to get married. Song Yuyin was speechless. This guy is really shameless. She rolled her eyes at Chun Sheng and walked towards the parking lot. Just then, another car caught up, and Zheng Bin and Yi Qingyan hurriedly got out. Miss Song, could we speak in private for a moment? No need. Take out the agreement Dad left behind, and I'll sign it now. Song Yuyin's gaze was calm and composed. These past few days, she has locked herself in her room, constantly thinking about a question. Song Tianyu has passed away. What should she do, and what should she do in the future? It wasn't until today, with the arrival of Song Tianlong and Song Tianhu, that she came to her senses. All she had to do was protect what her father had left behind, whether it's property or the Song family. Neither of them can be lost from her. Zheng Bin was overjoyed and hurriedly took out a thick stack of contracts from the document bag. Song Yuyin glanced through them and then quickly began to sign them. This contract, worth at least billions, was struck right on the side of the road. Next, Zheng Bin took Song Yuyin to various offices to take over the assets completely through the Chinese government. Yi Qingyan stayed by her side the whole time. Chun Sheng had no interest in doing these things. He sat in the car and began to practice the yin-yang scripture. After the carnage abroad, the energy within him seemed to have increased even more. During this period, only the last page of the yin-yang classic remained. Once Chun Sheng fully comprehends the last page and successfully completes his cultivation, his after effects will be completely eliminated. As Chun Sheng practiced the yin-yang scripture, he felt a swelling in his head these past few days, as if something was about to burst forth. His intuition told him that only by completely cultivating the yin-yang meridian would the throbbing pain perhaps disappear. He has made up his mind to master the yin-yang classic tonight. An hour later, Zheng Bin finally led Song Yuyan through all the procedures. The rest was up to Yi Qingyan and Zheng Bin to handle. Chen Sheng and Song Yuyan then embarked on their return journey. Soon, they returned to the villa area once again. Upon entering, one immediately sees Song Tianlong and Song Tianhu. At the same time, a man dressed in a gray robe appeared in the center of the room. Despite the sweltering heat, he was still wearing the hood of his robe. Song Tianhu was personally pouring water for him, his expression respectful. Song Tianlong was also standing to one side. The entire villa lobby. Only the man in the gray robe was sitting on the sofa. Song Yuyan's eyes were icy as she swept over the crowd. "Aren't you all going to leave?" As she spoke in a cold tone, the man in the gray robe finally looked up. It would have been better if he hadn't looked up, because when he did, it was quite startling. This man's face was simply terrifying. The left side of his face was completely disfigured, sunken in. It looked like someone had ripped a piece off it, and you could clearly see the bone beneath the skin. Even the left eyeball was missing. The other side of his face, however, was completely unharmed. This was an elderly man around 60 years old. Just his appearance alone gave off a sinister aura, inspiring fear and dread. But, strangely enough, after taking one look, you want to take a second look. Extremely contradictory. Song Yuyan was startled, but quickly recognized the person. "Master Hu, do you want to get involved in our family affairs?" "Yes, I'm doing this for Song Tianlong's mother's sake. I, Hu Taixian, don't like owing favors. I've owed this favor for 20 years, and today I finally have the chance to repay it. I don't want to miss this opportunity." Song Yuyan took a deep breath, her eyes growing even colder. His father had just passed away, and his two uncles were already so impatient. Even Hu Taixian was invited. With this person arriving, Song Yuyan really had no confidence that she could escape this calamity today. He's no ordinary person. Chapter 114, Hu Taishuan's Identity. Hu Taishuan's identity is extremely special. Not to mention the Hu family behind him, which ranks among the top 3 on the Qinxing rich list. He himself is also extremely peculiar. He admires martial arts. He possesses extremely high attainments in martial arts. He once fought with Wang Tong, Zhang Ziding's bodyguard. With a single palm strike, he knocked Wang Tong unconscious, who was at the peak of his career at the time. You need to know, Wang Tong was a bodyguard personally hired by Zhang Tianyang. He was extremely powerful. One punch from him could kill a pig. He also has a stellar reputation in the martial arts world. Such a person could not withstand a single move from Hu Taixian. It's easy to imagine the extent of Hu Taishuan's power. Now that Song Tianlong and his companion have invited him to oversee things, Song Yuyan does feel some pressure. "Master Hu, are you representing the Hu family, or yourself?" "I will repay the favors I owe myself, and it has nothing to do with the Hu family." Hu Taishuan's voice was slightly hoarse and deep. "I don't like to lay a hand on women, young lady. I hope you can know your place." "Fine. Since it doesn't represent the Hu family, there's still a sliver of a possibility that the matter can be resolved." Song Yuyan looked at Song Tianlong and Song Tianhu. "Uncle, second uncle, father treated you well when he was alive. Now that his body is barely cold, you come here to coerce me. Don't you feel ashamed? Yuyan, we are doing this for the Song family. You are still young. Not to mention whether the shareholders will accept you. There are many things in the group that you cannot solve on your own." Song Tianlong took the contract into his hand. "Sign it. Don't worry, after you sign it, you will still be the eldest daughter of the Song family." Chen Sheng couldn't help but sneer. No one in their right mind would believe Song Tianlong's words. Given those harsh terms, if Song Yuyan were to sign them, she would likely be immediately kicked out of the Song family, and at that point, she would have no reason or room to object. Clearly, Song Yuyan understood this principle as well. Since the pretense of politeness had already been broken, she no longer held back. "Song Tianlong, Song Tianhu, go back now. You can't take what Dad left behind. Someone, show them out." As Song Yuyan was speaking, 4 people entered through the door. 4 men. They were the 4 bodyguards carefully selected by Song Tianyu for Song Yuyan. The 4 men were top martial arts practitioners, averaging 1.8 meters tall, strong and robust, with fierce expressions on their faces. They were no ordinary bodyguards. They arrived in front of Song Tianhu and Song Tianlong. Please, gentlemen, if you four juniors know what's good for you, then don't get involved in this. Just resign and go home. Before Song Tianlong and the other man could speak, Hu Taixian said, Don't make me take action, or the consequences will be unpredictable. Old man, you should be resting at your age. Why come here and spout such nonsense? Please understand, this is the Song family home, a bodyguard said coldly. Since you don't want to leave on your own, we'll have to see you out. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately attacked Song Tianyu, the bodyguards brought by Song Tianlong, and the lawyer. They are indeed very strong, and their teamwork is excellent. The men that Song Tianlong and Song Tianhu brought were like paper tigers. They were thrown outside in less than half a minute. President Long, President Hu, the leader spoke again. You two important figures don't want us to take action ourselves, do you? Master Hu, Song Tianlong looked at Hu Taixian with a gloomy expression. These young people nowadays really don't know what's good for them. Hu Taishuan's eyes gleamed with arrogance as he stood up and looked around at the four people. Since you don't know what's good for you, then I, Hu Taixian, will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. As soon as the last word was uttered, Hu Taixian made his move, his 5 fingers curling into a claw. Call. A sharp, piercing sound rang out, and in the blink of an eye, it landed on the bodyguard's shoulder, gripping him tightly. Sizzle. Moment. The bodyguard's clothes, along with his skin, were torn to shreds. A piece of flesh was torn apart by Hu Taixian, and half of the shoulder bone was also missing. His 5 claws were like sharp blades. A piece of skin and flesh was torn off. Ah! The next second, the bodyguard's eyes widened, and he let out a horrified scream. Blood was streaming from his shoulder blade. Pain. The pain is so intense I can't breathe. He was completely terrified, his face as pale as paper. Old man, I'll cripple you. In an instant, he and his 3 companions made their move. The reason why the 4 of them were chosen by Song Tianyu is because they have excellent teamwork. They grew up together, trained together, and have a strong tacit understanding. A man, wielding a steel knife, slashed down at Hu Taishuan's shoulder bone. The blade gleamed with a chilling light. This strike was as fierce as hunting a tiger and as swift as lightning. The second person launched a sweeping kick at Hu Taishuan's lower body. This sweeping kick, seemingly ordinary, actually contained different variations, indicating that it had been practiced for an unknown period of time and was by no means ordinary. The third person delivered a powerful punch, pressing down on the back of Hu Taishuan's head. This punch was as heavy as a mountain, and if it hit, it would at least cause a concussion. The 4 of them attacked simultaneously. Their coordination was perfect. They attacked Hu Taixian from 4 directions: up, down, left, and right, cutting off all his escape routes. No matter which side he dodges to, he will definitely be hit. Upon seeing this, Song Tianhu and Song Tianlong's expressions changed drastically. How could they possibly dodge such an attack? It's over. The 2 were nervous. Is today destined to end in failure? Song Yuyin calmly watched all of this. After experiencing that life-or-death assassination, her mental fortitude was no longer that of the little girl she once was. It can be said that after that night, Song Yuyin completely changed, constantly exuding a coldness that keeps people at a distance. No matter when or where, she can remain calm and clear-headed, and will no longer be as helpless and wailing as she was that night. They won't give up until they deal with Hu Taixian, Song Tianlong, and Song Tianhu. Therefore, she won't stop it. What do you think of these 4 of us? Song Yuyin suddenly asked Chen Sheng. Not bad. Chen Sheng took out a wine flask, took a sip, and commented, It's a pity, I'll still lose. Just as Song Yuyin was about to say something more, Hu Taixian suddenly spoke up. The 4 of you cooperated very well, almost perfectly. It's just a pity. Before he could finish speaking, Hu Taixian made a sudden move, so fast that it was almost impossible to see his movements. He abruptly grabbed the dagger that was slashing down at his shoulder. That's right, he grabbed the tip, the blade, and the whole body of the dagger in his palm. But his palms were not injured at all. Hold on tight. The bodyguard wielding the dagger seemed to have struck an impenetrable wall, unable to advance an inch. How is this possible? The bodyguard's pupils shrank sharply. You have to know that the force of his bayonet was a full 100 pounds. 100 pounds of force were grasped by an old man. Moreover, he grasped the blade without sustaining any injury. How did you do that? Chapter 115. Be humble, or you'll suffer a terrible fate. Ah! The next second, the bodyguard let out a piercing scream. Hu Taixian narrowly dodged his knife, grabbed his hand, and twisted it. With a snap, the bodyguard's arm broke off. Bang! Almost simultaneously, another bodyguard moved his leg and struck Hu Taixian's calf. It's a pity. The scene of Hu Taixian falling down, as imagined, did not occur. He remained as steady as Mount Tai, unmoved. I completely ignored him. At that very moment, in the span of a tenth of a breath, Hu Taixian flicked the dagger in his hand and plunged it into the shoulder bone of the bodyguard leader. It was the same place, the same spot. The shoulder where Hu Taixian had just torn a piece of flesh was now deeply pierced by a dagger, and the bone was even severed. At the same time, Hu Taixian didn't turn his head, dodged the punch coming from the back of his head, grabbed his fist, and swung it away forcefully. The bodyguard was thrown 180 degrees, from behind Hu Taixian to in front of him, and landed heavily on the bodyguard, who had swept his leg. Oh, he moved too fast. Everything happened in less than 10 seconds. All four screamed in agony. Even the one with the least serious injuries suffered fractures in vital parts of his body and couldn't get up. Hu Taixian, as steady as an old dog, stood still and continued. Good teamwork, but unfortunately in the face of absolute power, everything is in vain. You, the head bodyguard, stared at Hu Taixian in horror. You're not an ordinary person. You're a martial artist? You even know about martial artists? Hu Taixian's expression turned to surprise, but quickly turned to mockery and disdain. That's right, I am indeed a martial artist. Since you know that, why don't you get lost? Martial arts practitioner. This word is something that ordinary people would never come into contact with. Their existence is known to only a very few people, and even those who know about them find it difficult to contact them. The difference between the two is like that between kindergarten and graduate students. Kindergarten children will never know that graduate students exist. Even if you know, it's very difficult to run into them. Ordinary people, without the inheritance of cultivation techniques, have no way of becoming martial artists. Therefore, the inheritance of martial arts techniques is extremely precious, and martial artists are extremely rare. This bodyguard had once offended a martial arts practitioner, and he knew how terrifying such people were. His face immediately turned extremely ugly, ashen, and dark. Miss, he endured the excruciating pain and looked at Song Yuyan. I'm afraid we can't fulfill Chairman Song's last wish. This master who we can't afford to offend him. After the head bodyguard finished speaking, he left the Song family with the other 3 men, feeling ashamed. With martial arts practitioners involved, they are no longer qualified to participate in this matter. In an instant, Song Yuyan's expression turned slightly unpleasant, and a hint of panic flashed in her clear eyes. Could it be that? Is she really unable to protect what her father left behind? She was unwilling to accept it. Martial arts practitioners. She wasn't unaware of the existence of such people. She had overheard Song Tianyu mention them when she was young. Little did she know that Hu Taixian was one of them. She finally understood why Hu Taixian was able to defeat Wang Tong. A martial artist? Chen Sheng was puzzled. What was this? He had never heard of it before. Haha. Master Hu is indeed Master Hu. Such a petty person is utterly insignificant in your presence. Song Tianhu laughed, flatteringly adding, I never imagined that Master Hu would be such a esteemed martial artist. Go about your business. Master Hu disdained talking to people like Song Tianlong and Song Tianhu. If it weren't for a favor he owed them back then, he wouldn't have come here at all today. Yu Yan, you should just sign it, Song Tianlong said to Song Yuyan. I hope you won't force us to sign it through coercion. Song Yuyan sat on the sofa, lost in thought, her usually cold face turning deathly pale. How about I give this old guy a try? Chen Sheng raised an eyebrow, also wanting to see what exactly a martial arts practitioner was. You're no good, you're too weak. Song Yuyan spoke, rejecting Chen Sheng, a sense of powerlessness rising in her heart. Originally, Chen Sheng's strength was her last trump card. However, she felt completely uncertain about herself. Even though Chun Sheng displayed astonishing abilities that night, what used was his strength against a martial arts practitioner. She knew very well that ordinary people and martial arts practitioners were on completely different levels. She was unwilling to accept it. Song Tianhu, Song Tianlong, what do you two think you are? How dare you bully the people of my Han family? Just then, a man in his 30s suddenly entered from outside the door. He stood straight, had a buzz cut, almond-shaped eyes, and a high nose. No one noticed when he appeared. He suddenly stood at the doorway, the sunlight illuminating his back, casting a long shadow on the ground. His face was expressionless, his demeanor filled with arrogance. Even though he was about the same height as Song Tianlong and Song Tianhu, he was looking down at them, judging them. Who are you? Song Tianlong stared at the newcomer, his expression unfriendly. How dare you trespass on my Song family's territory? Listen carefully, my surname is Han, my given name is Gongjue, I am my young master, and Han Song's martial arts companion. Han Gongjue walked in step by step from outside the villa. Oh, by the way, you may not know me and my young master, but you must know Han Yuesian. Han Yuesian. The name was revealed. Everyone in the room, except for Chun Sheng, had a change in their expressions. Especially Song Yuyan, who is usually calm and aloof, trembled slightly upon hearing this name, and her expression became extremely complicated in her clear eyes. Song Tianhu, Song Tianlong, and Hu Taixian were all visibly taken aback. Han Yuesian, she is none other than Song Tianyu's wife and Song Yuyan's mother. That woman who left the Song family more than 20 years ago. It's obvious that this person is Han Yuesian's family member. Why would her family members be here? Song Tianhu, Song Tianlong, you two have some nerve. Although Song Yuyan has no relation to the Han family, she still has Han family blood in her veins. How dare you two dogs force her to do this? Han Gongjue stepped forward and slapped Song Tianhu across the face. Then, he slapped Song Tianlong across the face with his other hand. Two sharp slaps rang out, and before the two could dodge, two bright red handprints appeared on their faces. How dare you? Song Tianlong raised his hand to retaliate, and Song Tianhu, enraged, kicked Han Gongjue. Han Gongjue snorted coldly, grabbed Song Tianlong's wrist, and twisted it. Click-clack. In an instant, not only did his hand fail to land, but one of his arms was also severed. Song Tianhu was kicked away by Han Gongjue and staggered back several steps before finally stopping with the help of Hu Taixian. Two pieces of trash, Han Gongjue sneered. Young man, let me give you a piece of advice. It's better to be more low-key, otherwise. Hu Taixian stepped forward, grabbed Song Tianlong's hand, helped him set his dislocated arm, and looked at Han Gongjue. You might die a terrible death. Chapter 116, Entering the Tiger's Den Again. I'll let you go today because you're a member of the Han family. You can leave now. If you want to stand up for this girl, go back and call your elders. A servant isn't qualified for me to take action. As Hu Taixian spoke, half of his terrifying face trembled slightly, looking ferocious and horrifying. Only, his words had no effect on Han Gongjue whatsoever. Instead of retreating, he said disdainfully, Hu Taixian, you old dog. You were lucky enough to survive the Han family back then, only having half your face scratched off. And you still dare to bark today? Humph, it seems you don't want to leave. Hu Taixian was provoked and immediately became angry. With a flick of his wrist, a 3-inch short knife suddenly appeared, and in the light of the blade, his festering half of his face was reflected. The blade flashed incredibly fast. It was as fast as a lightning bolt streaking across the sky. Han Gongjue stood still, not moving, until the short knife was only a hair's breadth away from him. Then he suddenly moved, his body as if broken, leaning back to dodge the blade. He then kicked Hu Taixian in the chin. In an instant, Hu Taixian took to the air. With a simple kick, he was lifted off the ground and sent flying 3 or 4 meters away, landing heavily on a coffee table in the distance. Bang! The marble coffee table was cut in half, and Hu Taixian turned pale with pain. His waist was broken. How could this be? Hu Taixian stared at Han Gongjue in shock, his astonishment barely concealed. Han Gongjue was also a martial arts practitioner. He was just a martial arts companion. This is equivalent to the status of a servant in the Han family. How could he also be a martial artist? Song Tianhu and Song Tianlong were immediately startled. Master Hu has been defeated. Hu Taixian, who was able to defeat Song Yuyan's 4 bodyguards, was defeated by Han Gongjue in one move. The two of them couldn't help but shiver. Surprise also appeared in Song Yuyan's clear eyes. This Han Gongjue was stronger than Hu Taixian. And, even though she was a layman, she could see that he was much, much better than Hu Taixian. Hu Taixian, you're right. One should always keep a low profile, or else one will suffer a terrible fate. Han Gongjue walked up to Hu Taixian, looked down at him, and stepped on his neck. Fear flashed in Hu Taishuan's eyes as he tried to resist, but he discovered that Han Gongjue's power was too great. That foot felt like a huge boulder pressing down on him, and he couldn't move at all. In an instant, Hu Taixian was terrified. Unfortunately, these fears came too late. Han Gongjue gradually exerted force with his feet, and a tremendous force surged forth like a flood. Hu Taixian seemed to be drowning, grabbing his feet, and struggling and thrashing about. Ultimately, he lost his breath in fear. Han Gongjue simply stomped him to death. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, there was nothing to fear. It was as if he had stepped on ants, not people. This Song Tianhu was completely dumbfounded. He appeared fierce on the surface, but now he was completely dumbfounded. Song Tianlong was also trembling all over. His lips were dry, and his eyes revealed despair and fear. Devil. This person is an absolute devil. To kill someone in broad daylight, in front of so many people, and to kill such a powerful master as Master Hu. Are they going to die here too? At this moment, both of their backs were soaked with cold sweat. My heart is racing. Standing still, like a wooden stake, I dared not move. Song Yuyan also felt a pang of anxiety, but having experienced death herself, she had already accepted that she had died that night, so she didn't show much panic. In the arena, only Chun Sheng remained calm and composed, unchanged, his eyes as indifferent, detached, and nonchalant as ever, as if he didn't care about anything. Even if someone dies right in front of you. Han Gongjue sneered, then looked at Song Tianhu and Song Tianlong. The moment his gaze swept over, Song Tianhu and Song Tianlong finally couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure and knelt down together. Mr. Han, I'm sorry, we were wrong. We shouldn't have pressured you, Yen. Song Tianlong said nervously, his voice trembling. Young Master Han, I was wrong. The domineering Song Tianhu could no longer speak clearly and stammered. Two middle-aged men in their 40s knelt before someone younger than them, almost kowtowing. You can kneel there and keep quiet. I didn't come here to see you, Han Gongjue said. He had no idea that the Song family would come today. It was all just a coincidence. Even if Song Yuyan was abandoned by the Han family, she is not someone that Song Tianlong, Song Tianhu, or Hu Taixian can bully. Dealing with them was just a side effect. Song Yuyan, Han Gongjue's gaze fell on Song Yuyan. Song Yuyan sat calmly on the sofa, her long, slender, white legs always so eye-catching. Her cool, aloof face showed no sign of panic despite the death. You came to see me? Yes. Han Gongjue said, my young master is still waiting outside. I'll give you 1 minute to bring out all the house deeds, land deeds, and business deeds of your Song family. What? Anger flashed in Song Yuyan's eyes. From her father's dying words, she had long anticipated that her mother's family was not kind. Therefore, she did not feel excited or thrilled when Han Gongjue appeared. Only, she really didn't expect that Han Gongjue would ask for house deeds, land deeds, and business deeds right away. Even Song Tianlong and Song Tianhu twitched their lips when they heard this request. Oh shit. The Han family is even more ruthless than them. They just want the Song family and control over Tianyu Pharmaceutical. The Han family is directly trying to seize the Song family and Tianyu Pharmaceutical Group for themselves. Property deeds, land deeds, and commercial deeds. These 3 things are the lifeline. Taking them away would not only deprive Song Yuyan of her rights, but would strip her of everything. Even these shareholders will be completely exploited and wiped out. How ruthless the Han family is. Having just escaped one danger only to fall into another, Song Yuyan's pretty face turned extremely ugly. Did your young master send you here, or did the Han family send you? That's not something you need to know. All you need to know is that back then, without Han Yuesian, the Song family was just a small merchant family. Your money, land, and power all came from the Han family, brought by Han Yuesian. Now, Song Tianyu is dead. The Han family will naturally take back these things on behalf of Han Yuesian. You're talking nonsense. Song Yuyin didn't know much about her mother, but she was extremely clear about the development of the Song family. The Song family has built its wealth step by step through the efforts of 3 generations. The Song family's current status is entirely due to the wise decisions made by his grandfather and Song Tianyu. Her mother did bring resources, but even without them, the Song family would still be where they are today. Chapter 117, Does Alcohol Embolden the Coward? Whether it's nonsense or not, the Han family will make its own judgment. Han Gongjue's words were devoid of any emotion. He naturally knew the inside story. The Han family wanted to take advantage of the internal strife within the Song family, and, in Han Yuexian's name, completely seize the Song family's power. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Miss Song, if you don't want to follow in the footsteps of that old man Hu Taixian, I advise you to obediently listen to me. Han Gongjue said, My young master has a bad temper. If I don't go back for too long, he will come in person. It's hard to predict what will happen then. Then you can kill me. Song Yuyin remained seated, her eyes filled with resentment, yet showing no trace of fear, calmly staring at Han Gongjue. Han Gongjue was taken aback, not expecting Song Yuyin to have such a strong presence. You're a member of the Han family. If anyone should be killed, it shouldn't be me. Perhaps you're not afraid of death, but... Han Gongjue looked at Chen Sheng. Where is he? You can only kill him by walking over my dead body, Song Yuyin said instinctively. Even she herself was slightly surprised after saying those words. She hadn't expected to say something like that. There's nothing better than a wife in this world. And a man with a wife is a treasure. Chen Sheng suddenly laughed, saying like a rogue, I knew my wife still had feelings for me. Song Yuyin was speechless. What kind of time is this to say such things? Don't they know that the person standing in front of them is a real killer? But wife, you underestimate me too much, Chen Sheng said casually. You think this guy is anything special? I'm not kidding, but if he lays a hand on me, he'll immediately kneel down in front of me, pinch my philtrum and beg me not to die. You believe me? Song Yuyin. Song Tianhu and Song Tianlong's mouths twitched. Hee, it seems you have a good sense of self-awareness. You are Miss Song's husband, Han Gongjue said. I'll give you a chance to persuade her. Feel sorry. Chen Sheng took out a small tin can, gulped down a mouthful of wine, and smacked his lips. I don't need this opportunity. These words were spoken. The entire hall fell silent. All I could hear was breathing. Song Tianhu and Song Tianlong's breathing became extremely short and rapid. The way he looked at Chen Sheng was extremely unpleasant. You really don't know what's good for you. Hu Taixian is dead. What does that mean? This shows that Han Gongjue is also a martial artist, and a ruthless one at that. How dare you say such things at a time like this? Are you looking for death? If you're going to die, don't take them with you, okay? A look of panic flashed in Song Yuyin's eyes. She was genuinely worried that something might happen to Chen Sheng. The Song family's affairs had nothing to do with him. Can't he just stay silent now? Han Gongjue was clearly surprised that Chen Sheng dared to say such a thing, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Logically speaking, such a young man, upon seeing a dead person, shouldn't he have been terrified out of his wits? He couldn't help but glance at Chen Sheng again. It seems you're no ordinary person. Thank you for the compliment, Chen Sheng said. Actually, I was scared too. Alcohol emboldens cowards. Didn't you see me drinking? Coward. Han Gongjue sneered. You have absolutely no self-awareness. In front of me, you're not even as good as a coward. You're just an ant among ants. Do you even know what an ant is? Those who can be crushed underfoot are ants. Hu Taixian is an ant, and you are not even as good as him. Why use the word person? Why? Chen Sheng sighed. You're just a servant of the Han family. A servant like you is so arrogant. Don't you know what it means to be low-key? Can't you be more mature and low-key like me? Chen Sheng's smile gradually faded, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. I'll give you 1 second to get out of here. Court death. Suddenly, Han Gongjue made his move. He's just an ant among ants, and you dare tell him to get lost? How could he possibly tolerate this? He has to be crushed, otherwise how will he ever get those remaining ants to obey him again? Han Gongjue moved extremely fast. He was more than 3 meters away from Chen Sheng, but in less than a breath, he was already in front of him. Song Yuyan's expression changed drastically. It was too late for her to stop them. Only now did she realize that she didn't even have the right to make Han Gongjue step over his corpse. Chen Bahuang, be careful! Song Yuyan exclaimed in alarm. Han Gongjue bent his 5 fingers into claws and aimed them straight at Chen Sheng's throat. With his power, that claw was enough to rip Chen Sheng's throat apart. Chen Bahuang? What a waste of that name. In Han Gongjue's view, this guy named Chen Bahuang was absolutely unable to dodge his attack. Because Chen Bahuang is just an ordinary person. In short, they are just ordinary people. They are like ants who can be trampled and ravaged by martial arts practitioners, and even killed without having to pay for their lives. How could an ant possibly escape? Therefore, he was 100% confident that he could kill Chen Sheng in one blow. Chen Sheng stood still, motionless. You ant, it's your good fortune to die by my hand. Han Gongjue believed Chen Bahuang was terrified, and a mocking and contemptuous expression appeared on his face. Oh! Suddenly, Chen Sheng said, oh, and then, the next second, he raised his eyes and looked straight at Han Gongjue. Those eyes were calm, composed, and incredibly deep, making them impossible to fathom. That one glance was enough to startle Han Gongjue, and a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. However, he did not stop. Instead, they've become even more aggressive. The thought of an ant as something unsettling him was a profound disgrace. The next second, as expected, just as Han Gongjue had imagined, his 5 claws gripped Chen Sheng's neck. Then, suddenly, with a burst of force, in that instant, Han Gongjue's expression suddenly changed drastically. He made a horrifying discovery. His 5 fingers couldn't even pierce the skin of the person in front of him. How is that possible? Subconsciously, he increased his strength again, gathering all his power in his palm. Such power! It weighs a full 300 jin. With a strength of 300 jin, breaking large rocks and crushing steel is a piece of cake. Let alone a person. He can even deform a pile of iron. But Chen Sheng remained completely unharmed. Instantly, Han Gongjue's expression changed, as if he had seen a ghost. How could this be? Is this all the martial arts practitioners are capable of? It's incredibly disappointing. Chen Sheng curled his lip. Martial arts practitioners. What an awesome title. He acts like he's the main character, instantly defeating Hu Taixian and looking down on everyone. Result: so bad. Chen Sheng was utterly disappointed. As he spoke, Chen Sheng suddenly grabbed Han Gongjue's hand and forcefully pulled it off his neck. Then, pull hard. Uft. Han Gongjue's entire arm, along with his sleeve, was ripped off by Chen Sheng. Yes, that's right, it wasn't chopped or cut, it was torn apart. Hu Taixian already told you, if you don't keep a low profile, you'll die a miserable death. Why didn't you listen? Holding his still trembling arm, Chen Sheng spoke calmly. Chapter 118 Fearless of Death. Ah. As Chen Sheng spoke lightly, a shrill scream rang out. It was Han Gongjue's scream. His arm was forcibly torn off. The pain was far greater than being chopped with a knife or hacked with an axe. It felt as if someone was hammering his heart. His face was flushed, and his pupils were bloodshot. The severed arm was bleeding profusely, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Apart from Han Gongjue's screams, there was no other sound in the entire hall. Song Tianhu and Song Tianlong were dumbfounded, staring at Chen Sheng with disbelief and fear in their eyes. They already knew that Song Yuyan had a fiancé, but they never took this young man seriously and completely ignored him. At this moment, the expressions on their faces were as interesting as if they had swallowed flies. They thought Han Gongjue was the one stopping them, but now it seems they would have failed even without Han Gongjue. This was a business destined to fail. The two were filled with remorse. No matter the outcome, their future would be very difficult. Song Yuyan crossed her long, beautiful legs, and beneath her captivating eyelashes, her clear eyes held a complex expression. But, on the surface, she remained as cold and unsmiling as ever, sitting calmly and silently, scrutinizing everything before her like a queen. "Who are you? Who exactly are you?" Han Gongjue roared, his eyes blazing with fury, staring at the young man before him. His surname is Chun, his given name is Sheng, and his courtesy name is Bawang. Chun Sheng threw Han Gongjue's arm to the ground. From beginning to end, his hand was not stained with blood, and his feet did not move an inch. Han Gongjue looked at his arm, filled with extreme anger and fear. Chun Bawang. Han Gongjue racked his brains for a moment, trying to figure out which family or faction the name belonged to. I never imagined that any prominent family would have the surname Chun, or that there would be someone named Chun Bawang. Chun Bawang, do you know I'm a member of the Han family? Han Gongjue picked up his arm, wincing in excruciating pain, and roared, "You've injured me. The Han family will kill you. My young master will never let you go." "Oh, you're sending him?" Chun Sheng raised an eyebrow. "I also want to see if your young master will let me die." Boom. Suddenly, the sound of wheels scraping against the ground came from outside the door. The next second, a Land Rover aggressively rolled over the flower beds, paving stones, and lawn. Beneath the wheel hubs, the paving stones were shattered, the flower beds collapsed, the grass was in disarray, and tire tracks as deep as 10 centimeters were left behind. Boom. Finally, they broke down the villa's door and forced their way into the living room. This scene made everyone in the hall look extremely ugly. This is the Song family home. By barging in like that, those wheels weren't just crushing the Song family's land, they were slapping the Song family in the face. This is contempt, disdain, and contempt for the Song family. Even Song Tianhu and Song Tianlong were filled with anger, their fists clenched. Song Yuyin and Chun Sheng glanced at Land Rover. There were two people sitting in the Land Rover. A man of similar age to Chun Sheng, a middle-aged man around 40. The former sat in the passenger seat. The latter is the driver. Young master, upon seeing the young man in the passenger seat, Han Gongjue, suppressing his pain, knelt down in front of the Land Rover, head bowed, his whole body trembling. "I'm sorry, young master. I failed to complete the mission." Waste. In the passenger seat, the man glanced at Han Gongjue and his broken arm, and snorted coldly. A person who can't even handle such a small matter doesn't deserve to follow him. The driver got out of the car and respectfully opened the door for Han Song, who then stepped out. He wore a Rolex watch on his wrist, an LV belt, and his clothes were custom-made. Everything he owned was a luxury item. He completely ignored Han Gongjue, letting him kneel, and walked to the sofa, sat down, and then turned his gaze to Song Yuyin. The moment he saw her clearly, a hint of greed flashed in the man's eyes. Sometimes beauty is a sin. Her beauty stirred up some thoughts in him. "Song Yuyin, let me introduce myself first. My name is Han Song. My father and your mother are siblings. According to worldly relations, you should call me cousin." Han Song said slowly and deliberately. "However, you are just a person abandoned by the Han family, so you are not worthy to call me cousin." Song Yuyin didn't speak. Silence is the best course of action right now. To be honest, my Han family is in Jiangbei. We can turn the world upside down with a stomp of our feet. I, Han Song, don't even look at your little bit of assets. If it weren't for my family's arrangement, I definitely wouldn't have come to a place like your Qinsheng. Han Song was telling the truth. He looked down on the mere Song family and wouldn't even deign to come here. Blame your father. Why did he associate with the Han family? He tricked the Han family into marrying him, and he has to pay the price. Song Yuyin, my patience has run out. I don't know how you defeated Han Gongjue, but I advise you to obediently listen to me and hand over what I want. Consider Han Gongjue's hand as payment for those things. Otherwise, the entire Song family will die. Not even a dog will survive. When he said these words, Han Song spoke casually, as if killing someone was nothing at all. "You can kill me, I won't stop you." Song Yuyin chuckled coldly, finally speaking. "The Han family of Jiangbei is indeed stronger than my Song family." Song Yuyin never expected that her mother was actually from the Han family of Jiangbei. Song Tianhu and Song Tianlong were equally shocked. Jiangbei is more than 3 times larger than Qinsheng, and it is home to many prominent families. Among them, the Han family of Jiangbei is the most outstanding among these prestigious families. The Han family's every move can shake Jiangbei. This is no joke. Even the mayor of Jiangbei City has to give the Han family some face. No one expected that Han Yuesyan was actually from the Han family of Jiangbei. The Song family, Tianyu Pharmaceutical Group, is probably not even a fraction as powerful as the Han family. The Han family is powerful, but unfortunately, Han Song, did you really slaughter my entire Song family? After a pause, Song Yuyin continued, did you really think Qinsheng was without anyone, that my Song family could be bullied at will? If something happens to my Song family, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave Qinsheng or return to Jiangbei. Song Yuyin's words were very insightful. Murder is a crime, and she didn't believe Han Song would actually dare to do it. Oh really? Han Song turned around and looked at the old man who was his driver. Uncle Gong, if a martial artist kills someone, will there be any trouble? Yes. Uncle Gong pondered. Killing martial artists won't cause any trouble, but killing ordinary people will indeed be a bit troublesome. But it's not difficult at all to cripple these people. All right then, let's cripple this woman first, break her legs, and see just how cold-blooded, tough, and fearless she really is. Han Song laughed. He had a quirk. He liked to damage things that were perfect. For example, driving a car and crushing everything here. For example, cutting off Song Yuyin's breathtakingly beautiful legs. Chapter 119 Beautiful Legs. Uncle Gong has been by Han Song's side for more than 3 years. They knew all about Han Song's quirks. Therefore, he knew what to do without the former saying it. Song Yuyin's legs were so beautiful, as if they were a gift from heaven. They were long, fair, smooth, and delicate, without a single flaw, as if they had been carefully crafted by the heavens. These legs are so beautiful that even Uncle Gong couldn't help but marvel at them. How could Han Song possibly look at something so perfect? Uncle Gong also enjoyed watching the moment when something perfect was destroyed. He and Han Song shared the same interest. Uncle Gong, watch out for that kid. Just as he was about to make a move, Han Gongjue suddenly spoke up, glaring at Chen Sheng. He's the one who broke my hand. Han Gong was filled with resentment. He had lost an arm. With today's medical capabilities, it would be extremely difficult to reattach this arm. Even if it is reconnected, there will likely be significant long-term consequences. Chen Sheng must pay the price. Uncle Gong was taken aback. Immediately, his gaze turned to the direction Han Gongjue was pointing. His eyes showed a slight surprise. Uncle Gong knew Han Gongjue's strength very well. Someone who could break his hand was naturally not weak. He did not expect that this person was so young. He looks to be in his early 20s, right? If Han Gongjue hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have even noticed the existence of such a person. Before anyone knew it, Chen Sheng was already lounging on a mahogany armchair, like an old man enjoying the shade under a tree, rocking the chair back and forth. His eyes, relaxed, content, and nonchalant, seemed to be watching a play. Han Song also noticed him. He had assumed that the person who injured Han Gongjue was hiding in the shadows, because he hadn't noticed any experts when he entered. Unexpectedly, the person who injured Han Gongjue was such a person. Seeing Chen Sheng's indifferent appearance, he was very unhappy. Uncle Gong, kill him first. Yes, young master. Uncle Gong responded with a sound of sarcasm, and then said sarcastically, Han Gongjue, you are a martial artist, yet you were injured by such a little guy. The young master would be better off raising a dog than raising you. Han Gongjue wanted to refute, but couldn't utter a single word. Regardless, the fact is that he lost. Moreover, they suffered a complete defeat. Most importantly, Uncle Gong is stronger than him. He had fought with Uncle Gong before, and the former easily subdued him using less than half of his strength. Strength speaks volumes, and he dared not refute Uncle Gong's words, much less utter a sound. Boy, get up and fight. Uncle Gong's sharp eyes were fixed on Chen Sheng. Let me see what you're really capable of. Chen Sheng glanced at Uncle Gong from head to toe. I'm the kind of person who'd rather sit than stand, and rather lie down than sit. You're half buried. What right do you have to tell me to get up? Chen Sheng spoke casually and leisurely. Song Tianhu and Song Tianlong were both dumbfounded. This guy is so arrogant. Isn't he afraid of dying? These words seemed to touch a nerve with Uncle Gong. Indeed, he was old and didn't have much time left to live. What he feared most was death. Fine, if you won't get up, then I'll grant your wish and let you die lying down. Uncle Gong sneered, his expression ferocious. and walked step by step toward Qinsheng. His steps were heavy, each one landing heavily on the paving stones. Thump, thump, thump. At the same time, a crescent-shaped scimitar appeared in Uncle Gong's hand. The scimitar was very thin, but it gleamed with a chilling light in the sweltering heat. Anyone who sees that knife will feel fear. Song Yuyin felt a chill run down her spine just from a glance. She didn't know how strong Qinsheng was, but she could tell that Uncle Gong must be a powerful figure. Her breathing became rapid, she was nervous, and her palms were sweating. She really wanted to tell Qinsheng to run away. But it's clearly too late. Uncle Gong flipped his wrist. He's already made his move. The crescent-shaped blade flashed white light, slicing through the air towards Qinsheng's neck at a breathtaking speed. 1 meter, half a meter, 10 centimeters. The crescent-shaped scimitar was getting closer and closer to Qinsheng. The blade seemed to grow larger and larger in Qinsheng's pupils, and it was already infinitely close to his neck. Uncle Gong seemed to already see Qinsheng's death. His eyes flashed with coldness and ferocity. In the distance, Han Song also sneered. No matter who blocked his way, they would not have a good ending. However, the next second, to Han Song's surprise, Qinsheng actually smiled, a strange and clearly visible curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, his eyes became incredibly cold and piercing, filled with murderous intent, like a demon from hell. Almost simultaneously, Uncle Gong's knife stopped, stopping abruptly less than a millimeter from Qinsheng's neck. If it had moved just a little further forward, the curved blade could have slit his throat and taken his life. But then, the knife stopped. It felt as if I had landed on an invisible wall. Uncle Gong's hands were also trembling. Uncle Gong, what's going on? Han Song said coldly. Why are you stopping? Why aren't you killing him? Uncle Gong stared in horror at Qinsheng lying on the armchair in front of him. It wasn't that he wanted to stop, nor that he didn't want to stab him. Instead, his crescent-shaped scimitar was now being held between 2 fingers. Yes, it stuck. 1 index finger and 1 middle finger held the thin blade between their fingers. Those 2 fingers were what prevented him from exerting any more force, from advancing that last millimeter. How much, how terrifyingly strong, would it take to hold his blade between 2 fingers? Moreover, his knife was slippery, thin, and carried the force of a thrust. It is no exaggeration to say that with his strength and his specially made crescent-shaped scimitar, he could pierce even a steel plate in front of him. But now, it was clearly visible that it was trapped between 2 fingers, unable to move. More importantly, the young man in front of us is sitting down. The amount of strength a person can exert while sitting is completely different from that while standing. In an instant, Uncle Gong knew he had encountered a powerful figure, a man in his early 20s who could take his life. I couldn't help but shiver. With a slight exertion of force from 2 fingers, Qinsheng heard a ding sound as his fingertips and the crescent-shaped blade were severed in half. The air seemed to freeze. Uncle Gong's mind went blank, his pupils throbbed, and his heart pounded. He simply couldn't imagine how powerful Qinsheng was. While he was still in a daze, Qinsheng, as if by magic, snatched away the remaining half of his crescent-shaped scimitar. His weapon, broken in 2, was now in Qinsheng's hand. Break my wife's legs? With your abilities? Qinsheng looked at Han Song, his words cold and indifferent, his expression utterly calm. As soon as he finished speaking, the broken crescent-shaped blade in his hand shot out like a flying knife, rushing towards Han Song. Chapter 120. You only have one choice. Kneel down, kowtow, and get out. The broken scimitar slashed through the air. In an instant, Han Song felt a chill run down his spine, and a cold sensation ran through him. The 2 thin knives grew larger and clearer in his pupils. He was so terrified that he wanted to scream and get up to run away. Before he could make any move, the crescent-shaped blade had already pierced his leg, sinking deep inside. It pierced his skin, muscles, and foot bones, instantly tearing his flesh and causing blood to gush out. A sharp pain shot through his heart. Han Song roared, his veins bulging, and he collapsed to his knees, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Looking at the blood on the ground, his eyes were ferocious, as if he had gone mad. Over the years, he had seen a lot of blood, but it was all other people's blood, not a single drop of it was his own. He came from a wealthy family and was born with a lot of wealth. He never even cut his hand once in his childhood. This was the first time he had ever bled in his life. And so much is still flowing. The piercing scream finally brought Uncle Gong back to his senses. Instinctively, driven by his loyalty to the Han family and his resistance to danger, he clenched his fist and punched Chen Sheng on the head. Hiss! The fist slashed through the air, creating a strange, whistling sound. Its power was extraordinary. However, at that very moment, Chen Sheng also raised a fist and met the punch head-on without hesitation. The next moment, fist to fist. Bang! Click! The sounds of collision and breaking bones rang out simultaneously at that moment. The gap between the two is simply too great. The instant the fists collided, it was clear and accurate to see that Uncle Gong's 5 fingers were broken and deformed, and his entire palm was bent at a 180-degree angle, becoming extremely red and swollen. His elbow and shoulder resonated, and 2 pieces of bone, along with flesh and blood, pierced through from under his skin. Thump! 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 Uncle Gong staggered backward. He didn't scream, but his facial features twisted together like a pretzel. He could clearly feel that the bones in his entire arm had been shattered into multiple pieces. His hand was a bloody mess, completely ruined. There is no possibility of repair. It's not much better than the Han-led referendum. How could this be? How could he be so strong? Uncle Gong was extremely shocked. The power of the young man in front of him was simply too great. Just now, his punch was like hitting an iron plate. The power it contained was like that of a giant whale, an elephant, or a tiger, unshakable, unmatched, and terrifyingly powerful. Uncle Gong couldn't believe that a young man's strength could reach such a level. He felt a chill run down his spine and was horrified. It's no wonder he was surprised. He had never seen such astonishing power before. The armchair rocked back and forth as Chun Sheng finally stood up and walked to Han Song. Kneel down, kowtow, and then get out. The chilling words echoed in Han Song's ears, and he stopped screaming and calmed down. Born into a wealthy family, he's not stupid. Uncle Gong is a martial artist and the strongest martial artist by his side. His father used his connections and spent a lot of money to hire him. Han Gongjue is also a martial artist, although he is only at the beginner level, but he is more than capable of dealing with ordinary people. The two of them were so vulnerable and easily defeated in front of the person before them. He didn't know how Han Gongjue's hand was broken, but he clearly saw that Uncle Gong was knocked back. His arm was broken and swollen, and the bone pierced through his arm and flesh from the inside out. Now, he could clearly see how strong this guy was. He had no right to be arrogant in front of this young man. "May I ask your honorable name, young master?" He endured the pain, staring at Chen Sheng as if a flower bloomed on his face, his voice much weaker. "Do you know that I am from the Han family of Jiangbei?" "My name is Chun Bahuang, from the Han family of Jiangbei." "I do know that." Chen Sheng glanced at him. Even if he was ignorant, he still knew about the Han family in Jiangbei. This is a true elite family, with a long and deep-rooted tradition spanning generations. Even if 10 Song families were added together and multiplied by 10, they might not be able to match the Han family. It can be said that in Jiangbei, the Han family can control everything. How could Chen Sheng not know about such a behemoth? Having received Chen Sheng's affirmative answer, Han Song breathed a slight sigh of relief. Now that he knew about the Han family in Jiangbei, the rest would be much easier. This time, I'm here on behalf of the Han family. The things from the Song family aren't what I want, but what the Han family needs. However, I'm confident I can prevent the Han family from ever coming to the Song family again, Han Song said, on the condition that I cannot be humiliated in any way and that you apologize to me. Born into the Han family, there are some things that are destined not to be done. For example, apologizing or kneeling. Once he kneels down and admits his mistake, and this reaches the ears of the older generation of the Han family, then he is destined to become nothing more than an ordinary person in the Han family for the rest of his life. Although the Han family members are mediocre, they are still 10 or 100 times better off than the wealthy people outside the family. However, his ambitions do not stop there. The competition among the younger generation in the Han family is fierce, and he cannot and must not have any blemishes on his record. Since the person in front of him knew about the Han family of Jiangbei, he believed that the other party would definitely agree to this proposal. After all, he has already conceded so much, the other party has no reason to refuse. Because, even if an individual is very strong, it's all in vain in the face of a powerful family. This is like the generals of ancient dynasties. They were unparalleled in combat, but they were just generals. Killing them is just a matter of the emperor's word. Chen Sheng, say yes. Mr. Chen, apologize, and today's matter can be resolved. Beside them, Song Tianlong and Song Tianhu were parched. They were usually quite fierce when they encountered the Han family of Jiangbei. Now that they saw a glimmer of hope, they immediately became excited. They would rather Song Yuyin control the Song family than be swallowed up by the Han family. The two couldn't help themselves and urged Chen Sheng to apologize. Offending the Han family will not end well, Chen Sheng. If you don't think about yourself, think about Yu Yin too. Mr. Chen, just apologize and it'll be fine. The two were very anxious. If they hadn't been unable to beat Chen Sheng, they would have already held his head down and forced him to apologize. Song Yuyin wanted to speak, but in the end she didn't. She knew Chen Sheng was very strong, especially after Han Gongjua's arm broke. She had already imagined Chen Sheng to be extremely powerful. She even thought she had overestimated him, but unexpectedly, she still underestimated him in the end. At this moment, she couldn't help but admire her father's foresight. Before this, she would never have imagined that the Song family would be able to turn the tide with the help of this guy named Chen Baoan. However, she did not want Chen Sheng to really go against the Han family. Although Chen Sheng was strong, she had heard Song Tianyu mention the Han family countless times. This family was deeply rooted and really terrifying. Looking back now, the reason Song Tianyu mentioned the Han family to her was simply because he knew she would encounter the Han family sooner or later, and he wanted to remind her not to go against them. Is this deal acceptable? Han Song was very satisfied with Song Tianlong and Song Tianhu's attitude, and he looked at Chen Sheng with full confidence. No. Chen Sheng interrupted Han Song immediately, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. You only have one choice. Kneel down, kowtow, apologize, and then get out. Chapter 121. Is this person a devil? Chen Sheng was extremely domineering, leaving no room for negotiation. What? The Han family of Jiangbei. So what if we know? He was never a person who was afraid of trouble. Are you sure? Han Song gritted his teeth. He was extremely surprised that Chen Sheng had rejected the deal outright, which he thought was a sure thing. Boy, do you know what you're doing? Uncle Gong glared at Chen Sheng, roaring as if he had gone mad. How dare you disobey the young master? Are you tired of living? Uncle Gong was both terrified and surprised. He was terrified by Chen Sheng's strength, which cast a thick shadow over his heart. He was surprised by the guy's overwhelming aura, as if he was completely fearless. Han Song stared intently at Chen Sheng, waiting for him to change his mind. Pity. Chen Sheng remained unmoved, his eyes fixed on him as well. The two stared at each other in silence, and the entire hall fell into a terrifying stillness, with only the sound of breathing audible. After a long while, Han Song said in a low voice, Do you know that if I kneel down and kowtow, the Han family will know immediately? If they get the news, then the Song family, including you, will truly not be able to survive. Han Song really didn't want to kowtow. If he did, all the reputation he had built up over the years and the resources he had secured in the Han family would probably be lost because of this incident, and because he had disgraced the Han family. So what? You don't want to kneel? Fine, I'll help you. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Sheng kicked Han Song in both legs. A sharp pain shot through his feet, and Han Song, who was already injured, immediately knelt down. Then, Chen Sheng grabbed his head and slammed it hard against the ground. In front of everyone, he forced Han Song to kowtow. Bang! A muffled, eerie sound rang out, and Han Song's forehead immediately made contact with the ground. The next second, Han Song's head was broken. Blood flowed down his forehead, down his face, and onto the ground. Bump! With another forceful press, Han Song felt dizzy and as if he was about to faint completely, but he did not faint. His skin and flesh were torn open, and a deep crack could be clearly seen in his forehead bone. If Chen Sheng were to do it again, Han Song's head would definitely suffer a severe injury. Stop! Stop, Han Song cried out in anguish. "'Twill do it myself." Chun Sheng then released Han Song. "It seems you are still quite clever." The devilish words echoed in his ears, and Han Song shuddered. He was now completely dumbfounded. Having been pampered since childhood, when had he ever suffered such humiliation and bullying? But this time, he had no choice but to give in. Bang! 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 Despite the excruciating pain, Han Song kowtowed 3 times to Song Yuyen. Although these 3 heads made a loud noise, it was much, much lighter than if Chun Sheng had done it himself. "Song Yuyen, I'm sorry." Han Song gritted his teeth, his voice escaping from his throat, one word at a time. "Young master, get up quickly, let's go." Despite the excruciating pain, Uncle Gong came to Han Song's side and shakily helped him up. However, as soon as he stood up, Han Song knelt down again. His leg was in so much pain. It couldn't even stand up. "Han Gongjue, come here now." Uncle Gong roared. Han Gongjue hurriedly stepped forward, and the 2 of them each supported one of Han Song's arms as they walked towards the Land Rover. Han Song's pupils were filled with hatred, murderous intent, and anger. He was trembling all over, like a wild beast about to go berserk. He remembered this grudge. He swore, "This young man must pay the price for this. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times the price." Wait a minute. Suddenly, Chun Sheng's voice came out again. The 3 of them stopped immediately. In an instant, the ferocity in Han Song's eyes vanished, replaced by fear and dread, a chilling sensation running down his spine. "Your Land Rover seems pretty impressive, driving all the way from outside the villa into this house. I really don't like it. Han Song, smash it." "You smash it yourself. No one is allowed to help." Han Song was taken aback. He hadn't expected Chun Sheng to suddenly notice his car. That car was his custom-made Land Rover. The license plate J888888 is unique in the entire Jiangbei area. Only he owns such a modified Land Rover, and only he has such an awesome license plate. It can be said that both the license plate and the car model represent Han Song and his image. Even if the news of him kneeling and kowtowing today spreads far and wide, only the Han family knows about it. Only he and his 2 lackeys know about it. But what if you smash the car? Unsurprisingly, the whole of Jiangbei will know. At that moment, he completely lost face. The Han family has also lost face big time. At that time, his family will probably be furious. That would be the outcome. Even Han Song couldn't afford it. "This car, you can't smash it." Han Song stared at Chun Sheng, gritting his cheeks. "To tell you the truth, if I kneeled down and kowtowed to you, there's still a sliver of room for negotiation. But if you smash it, you'll completely offend me and the Han family. If you really offend the Han family, you'll be trapped with nowhere to turn." "Young Master Han, Mr. Chun is just joking. He doesn't really want you to smash it." At this moment, Song Tianlong spoke up. He knew that sometimes a car could represent something. Offending Han Song might still leave them with a chance of survival, but if they truly offend the entire Han family, they will be implicated as well. He had to step forward and speak out. "Young Master Han, please leave. Mr. Chun was just joking." Song Tianlong walked up to Han Song in a few steps, bowing and scraping. He was no dragon at all, but a mudfish, completely losing the domineering aura he had when he was pressuring Song Yuyen. Only, no one paid any attention to Song Tianlong. If Chun Sheng didn't speak, Han Song and the other 2 would absolutely not dare to move. The atmosphere became extremely awkward. "Yuyen, you have to talk to him." Song Tianhu said cautiously to Song Yuyen with a pained expression. "If we really offend the Han family, we—" "Shut up." Song Yuyen interrupted him. Things had developed to this point, and she had no choice but to stand with Chun Sheng. With Song Yuyen exuding a powerful aura and Chun Sheng present, her cold words sent a chill down Song Tianhu's spine, and he dared not utter a single word more. "If you want to get out of here alive, you have to smash the car." Chun Sheng, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up. "The Han family? If they don't bother me, fine. But if they dare to provoke me, I'll wipe them out." Boom. These words struck me like a thunderbolt. Han Song was completely dumbfounded. Is this guy a devil? Who gave him the courage to say such a thing? Chapter 122, Lifting a Rock Only to Drop It on One's Own Foot. Anyone who knows of the Han family's existence is surely aware of its immense power. Destroy the Han family? For a long time, the families and businesses in Jiangbei have been considered lucky to have escaped being wiped out by the Han family. Chen Sheng actually said he wanted to wipe out the Han family. Han Song's face was pale, deathly pale, completely bloodless. Chen Sheng was too arrogant and domineering, making him extremely uneasy. He knew this guy was no joke. He seems genuinely unafraid of the Han family. In fact, whether or not he is afraid of the Han family is no longer important. What is important is that if Han Song doesn't smash the car, he will definitely not be able to walk out of this door alive. Now that things have come to this, the young man's threat to take his life is no joke. After a long silence, Han Song finally spoke, his voice hoarse and low. "I'll smash it." He picked up a stool from the lobby, closed his eyes, and slammed it against the front of the Land Rover. Bang! Bang! The hood is dented, the headlights are shattered, the windows have spiderweb-like cracks, and the taillights are broken. Blow after blow, Han Song smashed his car with all his might in an attempt to save his life, a sight that was terrifying to watch. This Land Rover is a custom model and has undergone various modifications. Its value, inside and out, is conservatively estimated to be over 8 million. A minute later, the Land Rover completely lost its imposing presence, riddled with dents and wrecked, as if it had been in a car accident. Han Song is very tired. Not only is my body tired, my heart is even more tired. With his car smashed, he couldn't even imagine what would happen when he returned to the Han family. He stopped, panting, and asked, "Is this okay?" "Leave 10 million, then get out of here." Chen Sheng uttered these 2 words calmly. Good. This time, Han Song didn't hesitate at all. He took out a card and placed it on the coffee table. There are 20 million in here. He dared not argue any further. The only way to save his life was to obey. We'll talk about the future later. In short, I can't die here. Get out of here. These 2 words were like heavenly music. Han Song, Han Gongjue, and Uncle Gong felt as if they had been granted a pardon. They jumped into the Land Rover, and this time Han Song drove himself, leaving the Song family in a sorry state. Song Tianlong and Song Tianhu were both stunned at this moment. Han Song, did he just slink away like that? The 2 could hardly believe it. But the facts are right in front of us. Chen Sheng, do you even know what you're doing? Song Tianlong was so angry, he jumped up and down. That's the Han family. Yes, you're capable today, you've gotten rid of Han Song. But what about tomorrow, the day after? Our Song family can't afford to offend them. You brat, the Song family isn't yours. How can you act so recklessly? Song Tianhu was equally worried. Throughout history, when had the Han family ever failed to get what they wanted? Han Song came in high spirits, but left in a sorry state. It may seem that the Song family won, but in fact, this matter is very serious. The Han family will definitely retaliate again. Song Tianlong, Song Tianhu, before Chen Sheng could speak, Song Yuyin had already spoken. She didn't address them as uncles, but directly by their names. This is my home. Even if Chen Sheng can't make the decisions, it's not your place to make them. That master who? Song Yuyin glanced at the dead Hu Taixian out of the corner of her eye. And what are you going to do about what happened today? Moment. The 2 were stunned. Yes. Their current concern shouldn't be the future of the Han family, but rather how to resolve Hu Taishuan's matter right now. The Hu family died because of what happened between the 2 of them. How are they going to explain this to the Hu family? How can we explain this to the Qinxing police station? Both of them were at their wits' end. Yuyan, you must help us. We're all doing this for the Song family. We have absolutely no selfish motives. Song Tianlong pleaded, begged, and implored. Right now, only Song Yuyan can help them. Because this is the Song family home, Song Yuyan's home. She can resolve many issues simply by opening her mouth. She only said one thing. The Hu family was killed by the Han family. At that time, even if the Hu family causes trouble, they won't be able to find their way to them. If you need my help, fine, we can make a deal. Song Yuyan's voice was devoid of any emotion, her expression as calm as still water. She said indifferently, "You 2 came here today to sign a contract, so I won't make things difficult for you. We'll switch the parties on that contract, get your signatures, and I'll help you resolve today's matter." Song Tianlong and Song Tianhu froze. never expecting Song Yuyin to make such a request. Yuyin, Song Tianhu said, I watched you grow up. You even peed on my neck when you were little, don't you remember? Yes, Yuyin, when you were little, your uncle took you to the amusement park, and you said your uncle was closer to you than your father, and that you would treat your uncle like your father in the future. Don't you mean what you said? Not to be outdone, Song Tianlong also played the emotional card, and the two of them talked back and forth about things related to Song Yuyin when she was a child. Song Yuyin listened quietly. She was, after all, a woman. How could she not remember those things? Only, she understood that she couldn't be lenient this time. The past is the past. My two uncles once said they would help my father for life and stand by him through thick and thin. They also promised to protect me for life. I will be the chairman of Tianyu Pharmaceutical and the sole heir of the Song family. But, Song Yuyin retorted, have you done it? You must know what you've been doing all this time, right? Song Tianyu's body was barely cold. Less than half a month after his death, and only a week after the funeral, they couldn't contain themselves and started vying for power and profit. Song Yuyin is kind and innocent. But that doesn't mean she's stupid. A single rhetorical question left Song Tianlong and Song Tianhu speechless. They knew perfectly well what the two of them had been doing these past few days. They were just short of holding a board meeting and announcing that from now on, Tianyu Pharmaceuticals belong to them. You only have two options, sign, or take Hu Taixian away and send him back to the Hu family. You can tell them that the Han family was behind it, as long as they are willing to believe it. After a pause, Song Yuyin added, I'll give you 5 seconds to consider. I promise you. Finally, Song Tianlong agreed. After saying those 4 words, he seemed to have aged a lot all of a sudden, and he was exhausted and weak as he sat down on the sofa. He never expected that he would come here and get nothing at all. They even lifted a stone only to drop it on their own foot. Moreover, his leg was smashed off. There is absolutely no room for maneuver. Brother, we can't agree, Song Tianhu said unwillingly. If we agree to her, we'll lose everything. Don't you know the terms of the contract? Smack. Suddenly, Song Tianlong raised his hand and slapped Song Tianhu across the face. You can refuse if you want, but if you want to die, go die by yourself. Don't drag me down with you. You bastard son. I told you to leave some room for maneuver in the contract, but you insisted on saying something like, let's go all the way. Feeling good now? Song Tianlong glared at Song Tianhu and roared. If you don't agree, I'll be the first to kill you. You idiot. Chapter 123, There is no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that someone is bearing the burden for you. Song Tianhu was stunned. He was clearly surprised that Song Tianlong would suddenly hit him, and stared wide-eyed. Song Tianhu, don't you understand the situation? Before the former could speak, Song Tianlong said earnestly, if we don't agree now, our lives are over. Despite being brothers, Song Tianlong now felt a sense of frustration and disappointment at their lack of progress. At a time like this, what do property matter? What do social status matter? Freedom and life are the most important things. Doesn't Song Tianhu understand? Smack! Song Tianhu suddenly raised his hand and slapped Song Tianlong across the face. If you want to talk, just talk. Why did you hit me? This is to return the slap. Song Tianhu wasn't stupid. His elder brother's slap woke him up. Now, they really have no right to bargain. Then, he looked at Song Yuyin and said, Yuyin, I agree too. Although Song Tianlong was unhappy about being slapped, he was also relieved, as his life was finally saved. Good. Song Yuyin uttered this single word calmly, took out her phone, and called Zheng Bin, asking him to draft a contract and bring it over. Soon, Zheng Bin hurriedly arrived at the villa. Upon seeing Hu Taishuan's corpse, he was initially stunned, but then, as if he hadn't seen it, he placed the contract in front of Song Tianlong and the other man. Gentlemen, please sign here. Song Tianlong picked up the contract and looked at it, then let out a deep sigh. The contract was exactly the same as the one they brought, except for the change of the parties involved. Not a single word was altered. The two men held pens, their emotions a complex mix. Gentlemen, hurry up and sign, Zheng Bin urged with a cold smile. He felt extremely relieved. The two of them had come in a huff, carrying this obviously unequal contract. Even as a semi-outsider, He felt it was unfair for Song Yuyin. The contract terms were harsh, ruthless, and left no room for compromise. So much so that Zheng Bin was able to memorize it clearly after only reading it once. Now everything is reversed, and these two guys can experience what it's like to be forced to sign a contract. Song Tianlong and the other man exchanged a glance, and finally signed the document, then affixed their handprints and their special seals. Chun Sheng sat in the armchair, sipping his wine as if it were water, not wine, to quench his thirst. He watched all this in silence, his heart filled with emotion. Song Yuyin has really matured. In the past, she would never have been so heartless as to treat Song Tianlong and his companion like this. That's fine. Zheng Bin carefully checked the contract and said to Song Yuyin, the contract is now in effect. Okay, contact the finance department and transfer 500,000 yuan to each of their accounts. Then find someone to help them pack up and leave the Song family. Song Yuyin ultimately remembered the kindness shown to her and did not go so far as to kill them all. If the 500,000 yuan was used properly, their future days would not be too difficult. Okay, Zheng Bin jogged away from the Song family. Let's go too. Song Tianlong and Song Tianhu turned around and walked out of the villa, looking dejected, as if the sky had fallen. Their faces were very pale. This is probably what they mean by arriving full of enthusiasm, but leaving disappointed. Before they arrived, neither of them expected it to end like this. What happened next was quite simple. Song Yuyin called the police directly, but instead of a regular emergency number, she used a special channel. Police arrived quickly. After investigating, the leader said to Song Yuyin, as long as martial artists don't kill ordinary people, we won't interfere. We'll just make a record. Miss Song, please tell us the details. Song Yuyin appeared quite calm and recounted Hu Taishuan's death in an orderly manner. After the police officers made a record, they left with Hu Taishuan's body. Chen Sheng was dumbfounded by all of this. Over the past 10 years, he had traveled to various countries and thought he had seen enough, but he never expected that such a thing could exist in the world. In contrast, Song Yuyin seemed to have known all along. After dealing with these matters, Song Yuyin looked at Chun Sheng with a complicated expression, and after a long while, she said, "Thank you for today." "No need to thank me," Chun Sheng said with a smile. "It's nothing. Besides, you're still my wife. Thank you, simply because you helped me solve my immediate problem." Soon, Song Yuyin's icy demeanor returned. She walked to the window and gazed at the scenery outside. "Although we have a marriage certificate, it was only to fulfill my father's last wish and also to help me get rid of some unnecessary harassment." Oh, Chun Sheng curled his lips. Of course he understood all this. Although Song Yuyin was very similar to the one deep in his heart, and their personalities were somewhat alike, they were ultimately two different people. The woman I remember was gentle and poised, playful and adorable, and stunningly beautiful. What about Song Yuyin? She was also stunningly beautiful, but unlike the others, she carried the weight of the entire Song family and Tianyu Pharmaceutical on her shoulders. A single decision could determine the fate of thousands of people. From the moment Song Tianyu died, Song Yuyin was destined to no longer act willfully. From now on, she will have to shoulder the entire burden of the Song family. How could a woman like that easily get married? The marriage is fake, but you'd better be careful. Women who spend too much time with me usually fall in love with me, Chun Sheng said casually with a smile. Do you know what kind of family you've offended today? Without dwelling on the issue of marriage, Song Yuyin said, the Han family in the Northwest is a family that, once they open their mouths, makes it impossible for my Song family and Tianyu Pharmaceuticals to move an inch. Chen Bahuang, you have quite the nerve, but you've pushed me to the edge of a cliff. You flatter me. Chun Sheng was still sitting in the armchair, which swayed back and forth like an old man. I, Chen Bahuang, always have sufficient reasons for doing things, and of course I also have my own reasons for offending them. I know that if we don't drive them away, everything the Song family owns will belong to them. Song Yuyin frowned. Chun Sheng had indeed helped her solve the most critical problem at the moment, but the future, and the Song family's future, would be very, very difficult. However, how do you know I won't hand the Song family over to them? Handing it over to them might be the best option. Only the top management of the entire group will be replaced, and neither you nor I will be in any danger. At this point, I'm afraid the Han family will not let us go. Song Yuyin spoke half-truths and half-lies. She would not hand over the Song family property. It was her father's inheritance, something Song Tianyu had guarded his whole life, and she would never allow it to be taken away in her generation. But she really has a headache right now. The Han family won't let you off the hook now. The armchair stopped rocking, and Chun Sheng sat down firmly. Did you think the Han family would have let you off the hook before? Sorry, you're wrong. Who do you think hired an assassin to attack your father? Chun Sheng spoke calmly, without any emotion. Remember this sentence. There is no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that someone is bearing the burden for you. Chapter 124 The True Miraculous Medical Skills. Buzz. Chun Sheng said one sentence. It was like being struck by lightning. The words echoed in Song Yuyin's mind. There is no such thing as a peaceful and carefree life. It's just that someone is bearing the burden for you. A simple sentence, yet it contains a profound truth about the world. How could she not understand what Chun Sheng meant by those words? The Han family had never let the Song family off the hook. It was just that Song Tianyu had been carrying the Song family forward on his own all along. This allowed her to live a peaceful and tranquil life in the past. A strange ripple stirred within her, and after this peculiar ripple, a chill crept into her heart. You mean, the culprits who murdered my father are the Han family? Yes. The armchair swayed once more, but Chun Sheng remained nonchalant. The assassin group is just a group, like a company. It only works when it receives an order. The person who hired Stinger was a large family, and even Stinger himself didn't know who they were. All that is known is that they are extremely powerful, and even if they were to attack Poison Sting, they could perfectly conceal their identities. The only thing Stinger knew was that the person looking for them was surnamed Han. Chun Sheng was unaware of the Song family's past, and therefore he never figured out who was behind it. It wasn't until the Han family arrived that he realized this enormous family was the Han family. The Han family. When Chun Sheng said those words, Song Yuyin had already guessed what was going on, but when she received his confirmation, her face still turned a little paler, and she bit her red lips tightly. Her mother is from the Han family. Why did the Han family still take action against them? She couldn't understand it. I can't figure it out either. A deep hatred welled up in Song Yuyin's heart for her mother, whom she had no memory of at all. She knew about the Han family from a very young age, but she had never been there because she thought her mother had died long ago and the Han family had never cared about her. They had never had any contact with the Han family. Unexpectedly, my first encounter with the Han family was under these circumstances. The Han family, Song Yuyin clenched her fists, seemingly lost in thought, her clear eyes fixed on the window. Song Yuyin needed quiet, so Chun Sheng didn't disturb her and left the hall to visit Zihan at the 308 hospital. Brother Baolang. Zihan's face flushed with excitement when she saw Chun Sheng. Compared to a few days ago, her complexion was getting better and better. After Chun Sheng's examination, Zihan's illness was almost cured. Xiaoke's condition has also improved significantly, including her disabled legs, which have now regained sensation, and she has begun to stand up gradually. With Lin Kai's help, she can walk a distance. Brother Baolang. Lin Kai helped Xiaoke into the wheelchair and ran happily to Chun Sheng. Xiaoke's condition seems to have improved a lot, Chun Sheng said with a smile. With more exercise, it's only a matter of time before he regains his ability to move independently. Yes, Brother Baolang, thank you so much. Without you, my little Ku would probably be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Lin Kai was filled with gratitude towards Chun Sheng. He once traveled far and wide to help Xiaoke with his illness, begging and pleading with countless doctors and spending a fortune, but to no avail. Now, Xiaoke finally sees hope, and Lin Kai completely regards Chun Sheng as his benefactor. Brother Baolang, if you need anything in the future, just let me know. You saved Xiaoke's life. You are my second parents. You flatter me. Chun Sheng held Zihan in his arms. Have you been behaving well lately? How's your studying going? Brother Baolang, Teacher Lu often comes to tutor me and Xiaoke. She even praised me, saying that I learned very quickly. Zihan said proudly. That's good. Chun Sheng gently pinched her nose and played with her for a long time until it was almost dark. Then he left the 308 hospital and took a taxi back to his rented room in the slums. These days, after a long-awaited battle and slaughter with poison sting, Chun Sheng clearly felt that the qi in his body had increased, his mind was swollen, as if something was about to burst out, and his understanding of the yin-yang scripture had also reached a new level. Next, he needed to continue practicing the yin-yang scripture. When he got home, he went straight to the yin-yang scripture and began practicing the last page. Once I master the last page, I'll never have to suffer from the aftereffects again. Chun Sheng was a little excited thinking about it. Over the years, the aftereffects that occurred every 3 months had made him feel like he was dying every time. Now, we can finally get rid of it. Opening the yin-yang classic, Chun Sheng began to slowly guide the qi within his body to circulate through his limbs and bones, following its contents. As time passed, it was clear that a thin white gas began to condense in the air around Chun Sheng, entering his body with his breath. Whenever this white gas enters, a comfortable, enjoyable, and peaceful expression appears on Chun Sheng's face. Boom! Suddenly, a loud bang appeared in Chun Sheng's mind, as if something had exploded. In an instant, an extremely complex amount of information, like a flood or a ferocious beast, surged into Chun Sheng's consciousness. When Chun Sheng opened his eyes, everything before him had changed. In front of him were piles of books. He picked one up at random and became completely engrossed in it. These books contain extremely complex information. In comparison, what Ugly Master taught Chun Sheng was merely the tip of the iceberg. Some of the content in the book was something he had never heard of or seen before. It also contains genuine Qi medical techniques, feng shui, and fortune-telling methods. Book after book, Chun Sheng absorbed knowledge relentlessly, losing track of time. It felt like a year had passed, or perhaps 10 years had gone by. Gradually, Chun Sheng finished reading all the books, totaling over 1,000. When he finished reading the last book, suddenly, a loud roar came out, and the room pressed down on him. Suddenly, Chun Sheng jolted awake, and his vision returned to normal. 7 hours had passed since he got home, and it was now past 3 a.m. Everything that had just happened seemed like a dream. But Chun Sheng was certain that it was not a dream, but reality. At this moment, not only did his mind gain a wealth of knowledge, but his body also possessed boundless power. The qi within him, which had previously been unable to operate, could now flow according to his thoughts. I never imagined that there really is such a thing as cultivation in this world. Chun Sheng thought to himself with emotion. Among those more than 1,000 books, there was one that talked about cultivation. He is currently in the second stage of cultivation, which is the cultivation of qi. No wonder Master Cho often talks about Qi medicine, but rarely teaches me Qi medicine. It turns out that these medical skills are hidden in the yin-yang classic. Chun Sheng finally understood why Master Cho did not pass on his powerful Qi medicine skills to him. It's simply because he doesn't know anything at all. He only has a superficial understanding. True Qi medicine requires complete study of the yin-yang classic to grasp its mysteries. However, Master Cho only gained some inspiration and secret techniques from the yin-yang classic based on his own medical skills. Since you're here, why don't you come in? As his thoughts returned, Chun Sheng looked towards the door and suddenly said, "It's windy outside. Don't catch a cold." Chapter 125 Huang Susu's Visit. After saying a few words in a low voice, Chun Sheng didn't open the door. Instead, he got up, went to the dining table, and poured himself a glass of hot water. At the same time, there was a noise outside the door, and soon the door was opened. A dark figure walked in from outside the door. This is a person whose entire body is covered in black, leaving only their eyes visible. "Would you like some water?" Chun Sheng asked, his eyes narrowing as he looked at the man in black. He had seen this person before. That was the night the woman stepped in to help Song Tianyu. "No need." A hoarse female voice came from beneath the black clothes. Chun Sheng stared into her eyes for a while, then smiled and said, "Teacher Huang, it's tiring to speak in a low voice on purpose, and it can easily hurt your throat." Huang Susu was taken aback, her eyes filled with extreme surprise. Immediately, her voice returned to normal. "Chun Ba Huang, did you destroy Poison Sting?" "Yes." Chun Sheng nodded. Poison Sting was indeed killed by him alone. No one helped him. "Why am I left all alone?" Huang Susu asked. "Because Teacher Huang is beautiful." Chun Sheng blinked. Do you believe that reason? I don't believe it. Fine, don't believe me then. Chun Sheng smiled. He didn't need to explain to anyone who he killed or didn't kill. What he hates most in his life is explaining. Huang Susu said, You're not simple. Chun Sheng said, I'm very simple. How could someone who can eliminate poison stings single-handedly be simple? Huang Susu said, Although I left the stinger, they taught me all my skills and were kind to me. You killed them but not me, which was a mistake. As soon as Huang Susu finished speaking, a gleaming 12-inch dagger suddenly appeared in her hand, flashing with golden light as it lunged straight at Chun Sheng. She didn't treat Chun Sheng as a student at all. Her moves were swift, sharp, and extremely fast. A slight smile appeared on Chun Sheng's lips as he flicked his finger. Bite! A crisp sound rang out, and the dagger in Huang Susu's hand snapped in two. It broke in two. Then, he grabbed Huang Susu's arm with his other hand, twisted it gently, and pushed her away. Huang Susu felt an irresistible force surge up her arm. Her delicate body trembled. She staggered backward, unable to stand steadily, and fell to the ground. Beautiful teacher. As an assassin, not attacking vital points is already a mistake, Chun Sheng said with a smile. If you didn't want to kill me, why bother coming? Huang Susu was terrified. She knew Chun Sheng. I never expected him to be so strong. She had already used all her strength. However, the former dealt with her as easily as dealing with a child. Sigh. Huang Susu's true purpose in coming to seek revenge was to see if Chun Sheng knew her identity. She sighed and said, I'm leaving Qinxing tomorrow. From now on, let's pretend we don't know each other. Her past profession was not honorable, and her identity had been exposed. Qinxing naturally could not stay any longer. After leaving behind these words, she left Chun Sheng's house. Chun Sheng did not try to stop her. It was her freedom to leave or stay, and he had no right to interfere. Watching Huang Susu leave, Chun Sheng lost his sleepiness. He got dressed and headed straight for Tianxiang Bridge, intending to go to Qinshua Bar to ask for a few drinks. That's Zihan's teacher, Lu Riyue. As soon as Chun Sheng arrived at Tianxiang Bridge, he saw a woman in the distance who seemed to be drunk. She was walking unsteadily and came to the edge of the bridge. She then jumped off the bridge. Wow! Chun Sheng was quite surprised. He never expected that Lu Riyue would jump into the river without warning. After looking around and seeing that no one was there, he immediately pushed off with his feet and, as if he had some kind of light-footed skill, leaped 4 or 5 meters in one step. He reached the riverbank in 3 steps and jumped in as well. Soon, when he resurfaced, Lu Riyue was already in his arms. You're lucky to be alive. Chun Sheng was speechless. If he hadn't fully obtained the Yin-Yang scripture before tonight, he might not have been able to rescue her so quickly. Tonight, Lu Riyue is completely different from her usual serious teacher's attire. She is wearing a black nightclub dress that wraps around her voluptuous and alluring figure, revealing her fair and smooth pearl shoulders. Her features, which are worth 8 or 9 points, are extremely attractive when paired with this outfit. 2 straight and slender legs, illuminated by the streetlights by the bridge, were so white they seemed to reflect light. A pair of 10-centimeter high heels on her feet made her look noble and elegant. Having just been pulled from the river, her long black hair and her entire body were soaked with water, her clothes clinging tightly to her body, making her look like a sleeping beauty. Because she had drunk too much water, Lu Riyue had already fainted. The most urgent thing was to wake her up. Carrying her, they headed towards a hotel, attracting many strange looks from people along the way. Holy crap, that kid's so lucky. He picked up such a beautiful girl. Why can't I meet a woman like that? What a beautiful woman. I wonder whose daughter she is. She's going to be ruined again. Chun Sheng had keen hearing and could easily hear their whispers. He quickened his pace and went into the nearest hotel. Get me a hotel room. The receptionist, with a knowing look on his face, expertly booked a room for Chun Sheng and then asked, Dude, want to order something else? Others. Sir, would you like to order these? The waiter pointed to a row of special room amenities on the shelf. They're 20% off tonight, you. Roll. Before he could finish speaking, Chun Sheng picked up the room key and turned to leave. Tsh, the waiter muttered under his breath, watching his retreating figure. What are you pretending for? Everyone knows she was a woman picked up while she was still a corpse. Xiangqiao was a street lined with bars, with all sorts of bars on both sides of the river. Every night, countless women would get drunk and lie on the street. Some of these women were pretending to be drunk, while others were genuinely drunk. In any case, once they lay down, men would carry them to a hotel to spend the night. The waiters encounter people like this every night. It's rare to see someone like Mr. Chun who doesn't buy anything special. Inside the room, Chun Sheng put Lu Riyue down, held her hand, and channeled his inner energy into her body. The next moment, she vomited. I don't know how much she drank, but the water she vomited still had a strong smell of alcohol. Powerful qi can dry clothes. I might as well give it a try. Chun Sheng channeled his qi again, and the next second, Lu Riyue's clothes began to emit wisps of steam. In less than a minute, her originally wet clothes became dry. Not long after, Lu Riyue slowly opened her eyes and saw a man's back by the bedside. She instinctively cried out in surprise. "Who are you? Where's this?" "Teacher Lu, it's me." Chun Sheng turned around. "This is a hotel." "Mr. Chun," Lu Riyue's eyes were filled with panic. She subconsciously grabbed the blankets to cover her body. "What did you do to me? Is it really necessary?" Chun Sheng was speechless. "Teacher Lu, you're dressed. What could I possibly do to you?" After a pause, Chun Sheng continued. "Besides, you're not even afraid of death. Why would you be afraid of being violated?" Chapter 126, 500,000 yuan in online loan debt. Lu Riyue felt a sharp pain in her head. Chun Sheng's words reminded her of the time she jumped into the river. She fell silent, staring at Chun Sheng. "Since we're all going to die anyway, we might as well savor the taste of earthly bliss before we die. Consider it a good deed, and let others have a taste of happiness too." "You're right. If I'm not afraid of death, why would I be afraid of this?" Suddenly, she grabbed Chun Sheng and wildly pounced on him with her soft red lips. "Stop!" Chun Sheng pushed her away abruptly. "Teacher Lu, what happened to you?" In his memory, Lu Riyue was the most conservative woman he knew. She was always very proper in her words, actions, and attire. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't be like this today. Chun Sheng likes women, but he won't take advantage of someone in distress. "Didn't I tell you that you can come to me if anything happens?" "I promised," Chun Sheng said earnestly. Lu Riyue was taken aback. She did encounter some trouble. Her father was addicted to gambling and borrowed money from online lenders and loan sharks. He borrowed 500,000 yuan, and with the interest compounding, it ballooned to more than 5 million yuan in less than a month. The family simply couldn't repay such a huge debt. Just last night, her father actually sold her to those people. When her mother found out about this, she was so angry that she fainted on the spot. She herself was also stunned. As expected, those people would come looking for her tonight. For various reasons, Lu Riyue became so angry that she drank heavily late at night and wanted to commit suicide. She would rather die than be defiled by another man. During this time, she also thought about looking for Chun Sheng. But what good would it do to find Chun Sheng? She was Zihan's teacher and knew her students' parents too well. Chun Sheng was just an ordinary person. What could he do against those underground forces? Lu Riyue didn't want to talk about these things, but at this moment, she really wanted to confide in someone, so she told them everything in one go. "This is a small matter. A loan shark clown like him wouldn't commit suicide over something like this," Chun Sheng said gently with a smile. "Teacher Lu, if you die, who will teach our Zihan?" "Don't worry, I can take care of those people with a flick of my finger. Didn't you say they were coming tonight? I'll go to your house with you tonight." "Chun Sheng, those people, you can't fight them," Lu Riyue said. "It's best you don't get involved in my family affairs." "Oh, there are people I can't beat? Such people probably haven't been born yet." "Teacher Lu, don't worry, if I can't beat you, I'll just run away." Chun Sheng smiled. What couldn't he solve with one punch? If there was, then 2 punches would do the trick. "Okay, wait for me at the school gate this afternoon. I'll pick you up." Lu Riyue sighed. She didn't have much hope. Ordinary people simply couldn't compete with those people. They couldn't beat them in any aspect. Chun Sheng insisted on going, so she had no choice but to agree, thinking she might as well try anything. "Okay, you get some rest. I'm leaving now." Chun Sheng said goodbye and turned to leave the room. Watching his departing figure, Lu Riyue's eyes were filled with a dazed look. Could it be that this tall man was truly not attracted to her? She's been so proactive. Why is he still unmoved? Lu Ryue always thought she was pretty good-looking. From her school days to her work, countless men pursued her and wanted to sleep with her. She never expected that she would be rejected one day. Also, why are her clothes dry? At the hotel reception, a waiter came out after seeing Chun Sheng for about 10 minutes and said gloatingly, "Brother, why did you come out so quickly? I told you should buy some auxiliary products. Even if you can't afford Viagra, buying a few Durex condoms together would last longer than what you're doing now." He winked and said, "I have another batch of Indian herbal oil here. If you put it on, you can have another go when you get back. Want some? Roll." Chun Sheng left the hotel in a few strides and headed straight for Chinchua Bar. Xia Chinchua had something to do tonight and wasn't at the bar, so he found a corner, ordered a few good drinks, and slowly savored them. At the same time, he digested the knowledge he gained from the Yin Yang Classic. That night, Chun Sheng gained a lot, and his entire spirit seemed to have changed. Invisibly, he exuded an air of otherworldly elegance that attracted people. He sat there all night, and 7 or 8 beautiful women came up to him and invited him to dance. It wasn't until 6 a.m. that Chun Sheng left the bar and ran all the way to Tianyu Pharmaceutical Group. Today was the day Song Yuyin officially took over Tianyu Pharmaceutical, so a board meeting would be held today to make new personnel arrangements. The saying, "a new emperor, a new court," applies not only to ancient dynasties, but also to today. To perfectly inherit the company left by Song Tianyu, some stubborn old guys must be laid off. The board meeting lasted from morning until afternoon, during which Song Yuyin issued many personnel appointments and introduced some new rules. She is indeed a business genius. As a new leader, she made a big splash on her first day by using both coercion and enticement to win over the shareholders. Chun Sheng, on the other hand, sat and slept all day, creating a unique scene that made many shareholders envious. This board meeting is now adjourned. If you do not wish to follow in the footsteps of Song Tianlong and Song Tianhu, please be sure to do as Miss says when you return. Yi Qingyin gave her final summary, and then followed Song Yuyin out of the conference room. What a pity, what a pity. Such a beautiful face, now marred by a scar. Chun Sheng shook his head and sighed upon seeing Yi Qingyin's face. Yi Qingyin glared at her. Everyone knew that the scar on her face was a pain she couldn't erase, and Chun Sheng had to bring it up again. His eyes could kill. Chun Sheng would have died 1,000 times over. "It's my face, not yours. What my face looks like is none of your business." "Hey, you woman." Chun Sheng was helpless. This woman was still as stubborn as when they first met. "Do you still want your face to be healed?" "Rule." Yi Qingyin sneered. "Do you think you can cure it?" "Of course, let alone this one mouth. Even if you had several more, I could cure it for you," Chun Sheng said with a grin. "What are you bragging about?" Yi Qingyin rolled her eyes. Song Yuyin spent a huge sum of money to help her heal her face and invited medical experts, but it only made her scar fade a little bit. A consultation involving more than a dozen experts yielded only one conclusion. Her face is beyond repair. How could she possibly believe that Chun Sheng could actually boast that he could cure her? "How about we make a bet? If I can restore you to your original state, you'll have sex with me once, okay?" Chun Sheng acted like a rogue, nonchalant and irresponsible. The shareholders, who were about to leave the meeting room, paused, their faces twitching, and all turned to look at Yi Qingyin. Chapter 127. Things are different now. The shareholders stopped and looked at Yi Qingyin, not waiting for her to answer, but for her to teach that arrogant brat a lesson. Who is Yi Qingyin? She used to be Song Tianyu's secretary and bodyguard, and she was very skilled. Now, he has become one of the shareholders of Tianyu Pharmaceutical. How dare a young man speak to her like that? Isn't he just asking for a beating? The shareholders, who hadn't seen Yi Qingyin in action for a long time, waited with great interest. "Okay, if you can cure it, I can agree." Unexpectedly, Yi Qingyin suddenly laughed, saying lightly, "But if you can't cure it, I'll cut off your thing." She stared at Chun Sheng's crotch, made a scissor gesture, then jogged away to catch up with Song Yuyin and go up to report on her work. The shareholders were dumbfounded. What's going on? This is not like Yi Qingyin at all. I remember when that girl first came, a shareholder went up and flirted with her a few times, and he got beaten up with a black eye and swollen face. Why didn't he do that today? What they didn't know was that Yi Qingyin wanted to make a move. but the key was that she couldn't win. Chen Sheng's practical skills are too strong. How could she possibly be a match for him? Chen Sheng had only been joking, but he hadn't expected Yi Qingyan to actually agree. He raised an eyebrow. Okay, Miss Yi, I'm waiting for you to keep your promise. After the meeting, Song Yuyin went to her office, which was left by Song Tianyu. She hadn't made any changes to the facilities or the layout. The office was decorated in a classic Chinese style, which was very pleasant to the eye. I'll be working here tonight. If you need anything, you can make your own arrangements. With a complicated look, Song Yuyin glanced at the leather chair worth tens of thousands in front of her desk, sat down, closed her eyes, felt the lingering presence of her father, and recalled the bits and pieces of her past here. Chen Sheng didn't say anything, quietly left the office, left Tianyu Pharmaceutical, and took a taxi straight to a cemetery. This is where generations of the Song family are buried, and Song Tianyu's tomb is also located here. Song Tianyu, I'm so sorry I couldn't save you because you died in an accident. Chen Sheng stood in front of the monument, his eyes gleaming. On that day, Song Tianyu's internal organs were destroyed, and his brain was also severely damaged by the car crash, leaving him on the verge of death. At that time, despite his extraordinary medical skills, he was helpless. If it were now, Song Tianyu would never have died. Having received the true inheritance of the Yin-Yang scripture, Chen Sheng is now far stronger than he was half a month ago. To put it simply, what he knew half a month ago is less than 1/10,000th of what he knows now. What Master Cho taught him was merely some superficial knowledge of the Yin-Yang classic, while he, through those more than 1,000 books, truly received an ancient inheritance. Perhaps this is destiny. Chen Sheng flicked his finger, and a wisp of white energy followed the tombstone into the grave. I'm sending you a wisp of spiritual energy to ensure your tomb remains forever. That was all Chen Sheng could do. It was getting late, and he had promised Lu Riyue that he would help him resolve his family issues, so he went to the school gate to wait for her. Soon, Lu Riyue appeared in front of Chen Sheng. She was driving a QQ car and dressed in a serious teacher's outfit. Mr. Chen, please get in the car. Chen Sheng noticed that Lu Riyue seemed very anxious and her face didn't look good. He got into the car and asked, Teacher Lu, what happened? Yes, my mother has fallen into a coma and hasn't woken up yet. Her complexion is getting worse and her blood pressure is rising. I need to go back and take her to the hospital as soon as possible, Lu Riyue said anxiously. Don't worry, I'm here. Auntie will be fine. Chen Sheng reassured her. Lu Riyue did not speak. She didn't want Chen Sheng to get involved in this mess. Those who lend money at exorbitant interest rates and engage in online lending are not to be trifled with. Chen Sheng is just a parent of one child, an ordinary person as ordinary as can be. How can he possibly fight against those people? She regretted agreeing to take Chen Sheng with her, and had already made up her mind that if anything happened, Chen Sheng had to leave first. Lu Riyue's home is located on the edge of the southern district of Qinsheng, in an ordinary residential area. It only takes half an hour to drive from the school, and she arrives at her home quickly. On the way, Chen Sheng learned that Lu Riyue's father was named Lu Shihai, and her mother was named Luo Yechen. Originally, the family ran a small internet company, which made a profit of over 1,000,000 yuan every year, and they lived a comfortable life. However, for some reason, Lu Shihai suddenly became addicted to gambling. Within 3 months, he squandered all of his family's assets and borrowed 500,000 yuan in online loans and high-interest loans. Now, with the interest compounding, the debt is growing larger and larger, and their family simply cannot bear the burden. As soon as Chen Sheng entered the house, he saw a middle-aged man sitting in the living room, smoking. The whole house was filled with smoke. Next to the man was a young woman dressed in a flamboyant manner. Dad, the man was none other than Lu Shihai. When Lu Riyue saw him and the woman beside him, she exclaimed in surprise and anger, Who is this woman? Ah, Riyue, you're back. Lu Shihai casually puffed on his cigarette, glancing at Lu Riyue and Chen Sheng. I didn't even care who this man you brought back is. Why are you concerned about the woman I brought back? This is the parent of one of my students. She's here to help me solve this problem. Lu Riyue asked again, Who is she? Solve a difficult problem? With just this little kid? He's not even fully grown yet. Lu Shihai sneered and pulled the woman to her feet. I just had a doctor check on your mother. He said her blood pressure is high and she doesn't have long to live. This is my new girlfriend, Shin Xiuqing, who will be your future mother. You might not be able to accept it right away, so you can call her Annie for now. Ryue, I've heard your father talk about you. You really are a beautiful girl. Shin Xiuqing looked Lu Ryue up and down, as if admiring a product. No wonder you can fetch a good price. As she spoke, she reached out to touch Lu Ryue's arm. Get out of my way. Lu Ryue pushed Shin Xiuqing away with an unfriendly expression, her emotions running high. Lu Shihai, you bastard. My mother isn't even dead yet, and you've already found a filthy whore. You two adulterers must have been together for a long time. Lu Ryue, how dare you speak to me like that? Lu Shihai's face darkened, and he said fiercely, how dare you call me by my name? So what if we've been together for a long time? It's none of your business, a junior, to tell us what to do. Shihai, don't get angry. It doesn't matter if we are adulterers. In the future, she will be ridden by thousands. Shin Xiuqing looked Lu Ryue up and down. No wonder Brother Chen said that as long as you hand her over, you will not only not have to pay back the money, but you will also get 300,000 yuan. With such a beautiful figure, she will definitely be the top courtesan in the club in the future. Lu Shihai, Shin Xiuqing, you two will die a horrible death, a horrible death. This was the first time Lu Ryue had ever experienced anything like this in her life. His mother fell ill, and he was sold into slavery. Instead of reflecting on his actions, the father brought another woman back. Her thoughts were in complete disarray. In her confusion, she grabbed a fruit knife from the coffee table and stabbed it towards Shin Xiuqing. Chapter 128 You Bastard. You bastard. Lu Ryue was, after all, a woman. Before she even reached Shin Xiuqing, Lu Shihai snatched the fruit knife, threw it aside, and cursed. I raised you all these years, and this is how you repay me? If I don't teach you a lesson, I'm not a Lu. Lu Shihai flew into a rage and slapped Lu Ryue across the face. Go ahead and fight. Since they've already been sold by their own father, what's the big deal about hitting them? The best thing would be to slap her to death, that way I could be completely free. Lu Ryue clenched her teeth, tears streaming down her face. She didn't flinch, bravely waiting for the slap to land. A smug look flashed across Shin Xiuqing's face. Humph, you little brat, trying to mess with me. See if your dad doesn't beat you to death. Just as Lu Shihai's hand was about to fall, suddenly, another hand appeared and clamped down on the former's hand tightly. Instantly, Lu Shihai was startled and turned to look at Shin Xiuqing, who was standing next to Lu Ryue. Kid, this is our family matter. You'd better not interfere. Shin Xiuqing didn't say anything. He answered Lu Shihai with his actions. Gradually increase the pressure with your palm. Ah! Suddenly, a tremendous force came, and Lu Shihai felt as if his arm was being clamped by an iron clamp. A piercing pain made him scream. Then, Shin Xiuqing pushed him, easily knocking him down. Who are you? Lu Shihai grimaced, clutching his wrist. Even though Shin Xiuqing released him, his wrist was still in excruciating pain. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that I'm here, and it's not your place to act tough. Shin Xiuqing's eyes were calm, as if he had done something insignificant. Lu Ryue glanced at Shin Xiuqing gratefully and said, I've already said that he's my student's parent. Pa, who would believe that? Shin Xiuqing helped Lu Shihai up, saying sarcastically, I bet she's your little lover, isn't she? Having an affair with a student's parent. Lu Ryue, you're something else, but your taste is really bad. There are so many rich parents out there. Why go for such a bumpkin? Smack. Before she could finish speaking, she was suddenly slapped across the face. The slap made her fall onto the sofa with a thud, half of her face turning red, and a bright red handprint was left. For a moment, Lu Shihai was dumbfounded. Lu Ryue's eyes widened in surprise. Is Zihan's brother really this fierce? He hits people at the drop of a hat. It looks pretty cool. Shin Xiuqing covered her face, staring at Shin Xiuqing in disbelief. You dare to hit me? What's wrong with hitting you? Shin Xiuqing took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Shin Xiuqing. It feels good to hit you for a while, and it feels good to keep hitting you. Smack. As he spoke, Shin Xiuqing raised his hand again and slapped him across the face, then slapped him again with his other hand. Several slaps landed in succession, each one harder than the last. Soon, Shin Xiuqing's entire face swelled up like a pig's head. I'm stunned. Shin Xiuqing was stunned by the beating. Stop! Lu Shihai shouted angrily, grabbing an ashtray from the coffee table and smashing it at Chen Sheng. Without turning his head, Chen Sheng kicked out. Bang! Lu Shihai was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall. He was in so much pain that he couldn't even get up, and his face was pale. On the side, Lu Riyue was stunned. She never expected Chen Sheng to be so domineering. She had never met such a domineering man in her entire life. Although it was her father who was beaten, she felt no pity whatsoever. People like that deserve to be beaten. I told you, with me around, you have no right to act tough. Chen Sheng, having vented his anger, stopped and walked to Lu Riyue's side. Teacher Lu, please take me to see your mother. Well, Lu Riyue snapped out of her shock and hurriedly led Chen Sheng to a room. Inside the room, on a spacious bed, Lu Riyue's mother lay, her face pale, her eyes closed, and her teeth clenched tightly. If it weren't for the occasional glimpse of her heart still beating, she would be no different from a dead person. And he has high blood pressure. Chen Sheng immediately recognized Luo Yuchen's condition. Her blood pressure was too high, causing a stroke. Luo Yuchen's condition is already very serious. Even if she is sent to the hospital, she may not be able to be saved. Upon seeing Luo Yuchen, Lu Riyue shed 2 lines of tears. Who could have imagined that a perfectly good family would be reduced to this state because of a gambler? Overwhelmed with grievances, Lu Riyue squatted in the corner, sobbing uncontrollably. Teacher Lu, don't worry, your mother is fine. Chen Sheng walked to the bedside and sat down. He took out several silver needles and inserted them into several key acupoints on Luo Yuchen's head. At the same time, he channeled his internal energy into her brain through the silver needles to disperse the internal bleeding. In less than 3 minutes, Luo Yuchen's blood pressure was brought down perfectly, and her complexion improved significantly. As Chen Sheng removed the last silver needle, Luo Yuchen slowly opened her eyes. Mom! Lu Riyue excitedly rushed to the bedside and hugged Luo Yuchen's body. Mom, you're finally awake. Sob sob. Daughter, it's all right now. Luo Yuchen had just woken up and wasn't feeling well, so she said softly, Mom's all right. It's all right. Everything will be all right. Although Luo Yuchen was unconscious during this time, she heard everything that happened at home clearly. Knowing that Lu Riyue had suffered a great injustice, she felt just as sad. Little miracle doctor, thank you. Luo Yuchen looked at Chen Sheng. She knew that the young man in front of her was her savior. Her gratitude was evident. If she weren't too weak to get up, she would have already knelt down. A life-saving grace is greater than heaven. Hello, Auntie, my name is Chen Baowang. You don't need to call me a miracle doctor. Chen Sheng smiled gently at her and introduced himself. I am the parent of one of Teacher Lu's students. Helping you is just a small favor. A simple favor? How could it possibly be a simple favor? Luo Yuchen knew his situation very well. If it weren't for Chen Sheng, probably no one could have saved him. What else could such a person be but a miracle doctor? How could this be? Impossible. Outside the door, Lu Shihai's face was grim. Chen Sheng had actually managed to wake Luo Yuchen up. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. That's way too fast. It took less than 5 minutes from start to finish. Even a common cold can't be cured this quickly, right? Moreover, he had already consulted a doctor, who immediately pronounced him dead. That's why he dared to bring Shin Xiuqing back so recklessly. After all, with Luo Yuchen dead, he would be the primary heir to the family house, which could fetch at least 1,000,000 yuan. Now that Luo Yuchen has woken up and knows about his affair with Shin Xiuqing, according to the agreement they signed before, he must leave with nothing. Lu Shihai was unwilling to accept this. If he were to leave with nothing, he would lose everything completely. No, he absolutely will not allow this. He crept to a corner, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Brother Chun, hello, this is Lu Shihai. Yes, please come quickly. I've prepared my daughter, and am just waiting for you to come and take her away. Okay, I'll wait for you at home. Chapter 129 Big Brother. Less than 3 minutes after hanging up the phone, a series of loud knocks came from outside the door. Brother Chun, you've arrived. Lu Shihai seemed to see a glimmer of hope and scrambled to open the door. Before, when he saw Brother Chun, he felt only fear and no hope. But now, He only hoped to quickly make a deal with Brother Chun, make some money, and run away. Daughters and wives are nothing compared to money. Outside the door, there were 3 people standing there. The leader was wearing a t-shirt, sunglasses, and was bald, about 1.5 meters tall. He was Chen Gu, whom Lu Shihai had been holding. Because he was too short, Lu Shihai didn't dare to stand up straight in front of him and could only bend over, meek and submissive. "Oh, Brother Chun, you've finally arrived." Shen Xiuqing rushed towards Brother Chun as if she had known him for a long time. Upon seeing the woman who looked like a pig's head, Brother Chun instinctively shoved her away, yelling, "Who the hell are you? How dare you touch me?" "It's me, Brother Chun Xiuqing." Shen Xiuqing covered her face. "What? Holy crap, what happened to you? You look like a monster." Brother Chun and Shen Xiuqing knew each other. It was Shen Xiuqing who conspired with him to trick Lu Shi into gambling willingly, thus causing him to lose everything. Of course, neither of them would reveal the truth, and Lu Shihai only thought that she and Brother Chun were friends. That's why he was willing to give up Luo Yuchen and be with Shen Xiuqing. Being with her is like having a powerful backer like Brother Chun. You know, Brother Chun manages 3 casinos in the area. If you go to a casino in the future, who won't give him some face? Shen Xiuqing's face looked like a pig's head, and Brother Chun didn't recognize her at first glance. "Brother Chun, sob. You have to stand up for us. We were beaten," Shen Xiuqing said, crying. "Damn it. Who dares to mess with my people?" Brother Chun frowned, speaking as he sat down on the sofa in the living room, 2 of his men standing behind him, while Lu Shihai respectfully poured him tea. "Where are your daughter and the people who bullied Xiuqing?" Brother Chun said impatiently. "Make them come out and see me." Yes, I'll go get them right away." Lu Shihai poured tea and walked toward the room where Luo Yuchen and the other 2 were with a gloomy expression. Inside the room, the 3 of them naturally heard the commotion outside. Luo Yuchen's face was very pale. She didn't understand why she had married such a man when she was so young, and she was filled with regret. She said weakly, "Daughter, Dr. Chun, you should leave quickly. If you can escape, do so. Leave this to me. I'm just a patient. They won't dare to do anything to me." "No, Mom, I won't leave you." Lu Riyue shook her head. At a time like this, if she left her mother, what difference would that make from being an animal? "Mr. Chun, this is none of your business. Thank you for today's incident. I'll hold them off for a bit. If you can run, then run." Lu Riyue had witnessed Brother Chen's methods. Despite his short stature, he was extremely ruthless. He had personally whipped Lu Shihai with his belt, and Lu Shihai still bore the marks to this day. Lu Riyue was already very grateful to Chun Sheng for being able to revive Luo Yuchen. This matter had nothing to do with Chun Sheng, and she really didn't want to implicate him. "Don't worry, Teacher Lu. I said I would help you solve this problem," Chun Sheng said casually. "Those guys aren't qualified to be so rampant." "Oh, really?" At this moment, Lu Shihai's voice suddenly came from outside the door. He sneered. "Kid, you really have guts. Heh, our Brother Chen wants to see you. Why don't you get out here? And you, Lu Riyue, you traitorous bastard. Teacher Lu, don't be afraid. Let's go out and take a look. Auntie, you just rest here." Chun Sheng smiled confidently and then walked out the door first. That smile caught Lu Riyue's eye, and she felt a strange sense of security. Her panicked heart calmed down considerably, and she quietly followed Chun Sheng out. Outside the door, Brother Chun was holding a teacup. Hearing footsteps, he didn't even look up, continuing to savor the tea brewed by Lu Shihai. "Brother Chun, they're here." Lu Shihai approached Brother Chun and said cautiously, Since you're here, why don't you kneel down?" Brother Chun slowly took a sip of tea before slowly raising his head. As he spoke, he looked at the person who had come before him. However, before he could finish speaking, the teacup in his hand suddenly trembled and fell to the ground with a bang. His eyes were fixed on Chun Sheng. The corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. "Oh shit. How did I end up running into this guy?" He could hardly believe it. What a coincidence. Just over 2 weeks ago, at Lu Huanjin's clubhouse in Tianxiang Bridge, he had seen Chun Sheng. That day, almost all the minor leaders of Qin City arrived, personally leading their men to act as bodyguards, just to protect Fei Si and several business tycoons. That same day, his boss, Fatty Fourth Master, bowed 90 degrees to a young man and called him Big Brother. And these underlings? He even called him Big Brother. From that night on, he etched the young man's face into his mind and vowed that no matter what, he would never offend him again. You must fawn over him when you see him. Who the hell would have thought that he would run into him here again after just over half a month? Brother Chun was terrified, staring at Chun Sheng, completely at a loss. Brother Chun, Lu Shihai was bewildered, not understanding what was wrong with this big shot, and asked cautiously, "Are you all right?" Not only was Brother Chun stunned, but beads of cold sweat also appeared on his forehead. My bottom felt like it was sitting on pins and needles. In front of the big brother, how could he be qualified to sit? Immediately, he hurriedly stood up and was about to speak when Shun Xiuqing suddenly spoke up, adding fuel to the fire. "Brother Chun, he's the one who hit me. Help me get revenge. Kill this little bastard." Chun Sheng stood there, his eyes looking strange. He recognized Brother Chun. Wasn't this so-called Brother Chun the little guy who stood behind Fatty C that night, and didn't even have the right to speak to him? I never expected to be called brother here. He almost laughed. Lu Riyue, on the other hand, was extremely nervous, clenching her fists and looking very unwell. "You little bastard, this is our Brother Chun. How about it, scared now?" Shun Xiuqing saw that Chun Sheng was silent and had a strange expression, so she assumed he was afraid and said smugly, "You haven't even grown your hair yet, and you dare to meddle in other people's business. You really don't know what's good for you." "Brother Chun," Lu Shihai also said, "this little bastard even tried to stop me from selling my daughter to you. What business is it of his? Brother Chun, kill this son of a bitch." "You little bastard? Damn it. You damn little bastard." Suddenly, Brother Chun kicked Shun Xiuqing in the stomach, then grabbed an ashtray from the coffee table and smashed it on Lu Shihai's head, growling, "You fucking want to die, don't you? Tell me if you want to die, and I'll send you on your way." Chapter 130 The Affairs of the Martial World. The affairs of the martial world are over. Lu Shihai and Shun Xiuqing were both stunned. What's going on? Did they hit the wrong person? Why did they suddenly attack them? "Brother Chun," Shun Xiuqing looked at Brother Chun pitifully. "Brother Chun, why did you hit us?" Lu Shihai looked pained. Blood was flowing from his head, staining his hair red. Chun Ji's two henchmen, as well as Lu Riyue, were all somewhat bewildered, their faces filled with surprise. Is this guy going berserk and even attacking his own people? Only Brother Chun himself is clear-headed, though he appears calm. He's actually panicking. The man in front of him is his elder brother's elder brother. Shun Xiuqing and Lu Shihai, those two idiots, offended him. They were practically asking for death. Brother Chun, trembling and cautious, approached Chun Sheng with trepidation. He paused for a moment, then solemnly bowed 90 degrees. "Your humble servant, Zhao Chun, greets your great brother." "Big brother." The three words were resounding and filled with awe and respect. Brother Chun didn't look up, but kept bowing. It wasn't that he didn't want to stand up, but that he didn't have the courage to stand up since the boss hadn't spoken. In an instant, everyone in the living room was utterly horrified. My scalp is tingling. Big brother. Brother Chun actually called that kid Big Brother. Who exactly is he? Lu Riyue opened her mouth wide. No wonder he was confident he could solve this problem. Is this what he relied on? Is Zihan's brother also involved in underground activities? Shun Xiuqing's face, swollen like a pig's head, was filled with terror. As Chun Ji's secret lover, she had already heard him tell her about what happened at Tianxiang Bridge that night. Big brother. Early 20s. Even Fei Si has to call him Big Brother. Could it be this young man in front of me? Shun Xiuqing felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her eyes filled with despair. When Brother Chun told her about the big boss, he repeatedly warned her never to mess with him, or he would personally ruin her. It's all over. Shun Xiuqing trembled all over. Lu Shihai was filled with mixed feelings. How could he not understand what the title Big Brother meant? Brother Chun's older brother. He was filled with immense regret. Why didn't this guy reveal his identity sooner? Why did he have to act so arrogantly and wait until now to be humiliated? If he had known Chun Sheng's identity earlier, he would never have been so arrogant. Looks like you still recognize me. Chun Sheng stared indifferently at Brother Chun in front of him. Of course, even if Xiao Chun forgets what my parents look like, he will never forget the honor of being the eldest brother. Brother Chun said sincerely, bowing his head. Stand up. Brother Chun breathed a sigh of relief and immediately straightened up. He had excellent eyesight and hurriedly asked, "Boss, what should we do with these two?" "I'm very annoyed with them," Chen Sheng said. "Understood, sir." Brother Chen turned around and ordered his two men. "Take these two out and give them a good beating. They are absolutely forbidden from ever showing their faces in Qinsheng again." "Yes." The two henchmen immediately took action, and soon, a series of pig-like screams came from outside the door, sending chills down one's spine. Lu Ryue opened her mouth, wanting to plead for her father, but gave up when she thought about what he had done. Such a person may not even deserve to be a father. He is even less fit to be her father. Over the years, he has never fulfilled even the slightest responsibility of being a father. Perhaps it's time to end things. With just a simple sentence, Chen Sheng decided the future of the two of them. They would never appear in Qinsheng again. After dealing with this matter, Brother Chen returned all the money that Lu Shihai had lost and handed it over to Lu Ryue. Bang! Sudden. At that moment, the door was pushed open. A dozen or so people dressed in black vests rushed in from outside. These people all looked fierce and menacing, with buzz cuts and tattoos. The scene was quite grand, and Lu Ryue shrank back in fright. The leader had a square face, a high nose, thick eyebrows, and was around 30 years old. However, he had lost an arm. It had been severed. As soon as he entered, he yelled, "Damn it! Zhao Chun, so you're here? Come with me. You were so arrogant, weren't you? Today I'll show you who you can mess with and who you can't." "It's you." Upon seeing the newcomer, Brother Chen's expression immediately darkened. "Tyrannosaurus, I have other matters to attend to here. Go outside and wait for me. I'll be there in a bit." "Oomph, I knew you couldn't escape. You can't maneuver here. I'll wait for you at the basketball court downstairs. I'll give you 1 minute. If you don't come up, my men will come up to find you personally. Then none of the people here will be able to escape." Tyrannosaurus sneered and left with more than a dozen men. As soon as they left, Zhao Chen's expression grew increasingly grim, and he couldn't help but sigh heavily. "Brother, I'm sorry to have made you laugh." "What happened?" Chen Sheng asked. "That Tyrannosaurus Rex came to our South District to gamble an hour ago. He cheated on my turf, and I caught him and cut off one of his hands. Who knew he was the younger brother of the boss of the underground forces in the North District? I just found out too. Looks like they've come for revenge." "The boss of the North District?" Chen Sheng raised an eyebrow. "Yes, Qin City has 4 major gangs, each ruling the underground order of the 4 regions. In Shenyang in the south, Long Xiaohu in the north, Aiz Luo in the east, and Fang Yinshan in the west. The East District has already been swallowed up by Fang Yinshan from the West District. Long Xiaohu also wants to follow Fang Yinshan's example and swallow us up as well. He's been causing trouble lately." Zhao Chen's brows furrowed, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. "But, boss, don't worry. I will never let our South District lose an inch of land. At worst, I'll pay him with my life." With time running out, Zhao Chun hadn't expected them to find this place, and he hadn't even had time to notify his superiors to dispatch more people. Now, this matter could only be handled by him and his brothers. However, he did not want to implicate his brothers who had gone through thick and thin with him, so he planned to go to the meeting alone. "Give me my weapon," Zhao Chun said to one of his men. The man was carrying a long backpack. Upon hearing Zhao Chen's words, he immediately took off the backpack, unzipped it, took out a gleaming long knife, and handed it to Zhao Chun. In addition, there was a piece of white cloth. Zhao Chun gripped the knife in his right hand, and with his left hand, he wrapped the hilt of the long knife together with his right hand using a white cloth, tying a tight knot. "You two stay here and protect our boss. I'm going out to meet with the Tyrannosaurus Rex's men." "Big brother." His two men were taken aback, then almost simultaneously exclaimed, "We'll go with you." "Go to hell. You're not allowed to go," Zhao Chen said. "Protecting our eldest brother is the most important thing. You two stay here. Remember, if I don't come back, you two go back and help your second brother take over." "Yes." The two immediately knelt down. They knew very well what had happened, and that Zhao Chun was unlikely to return. They were originally from the countryside. After coming to Qinsheng, they were cheated and lost their ID cards and money. If it weren't for Zhao Chen's help, they would have starved to death on the streets long ago. Therefore, they are absolutely loyal to Zhao Chen. Both of their eyes were red, and one of them said, "Brother, how about we call the police?" Calling for backup is definitely too late. The only option now is to call the police, which might offer a sliver of hope. "What are you crying for? Can't you act like men?" Zhao Chen said with a laugh. "Are you trying to embarrass me in front of Big Brother? Also, don't mention calling the police. This is a matter for the underworld. If you really call the police, I, Zhao Chen, will be laughed to death or even beaten to death in jail. Don't you know the rules?" Chapter 131. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. The righteous path has its own rules. Even the martial arts world has its own rules. Once you enter the martial arts world, if you try to break these rules, your fate will be extremely miserable, worse than death. Wherever you go, you will be swayed, beaten, and murdered. Having been in the martial arts world for many years, Zhao Chun would certainly not break these rules. Outside the residential compound, inside an abandoned basketball court, more than 100 people gathered around, laughing and talking. Most of them had tattoos and were smoking. Their gathering created an invisible pressure, and ordinary people passing by would keep their distance when they saw them. The one-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex sat on a rattan chair in the center of the basketball court. He had lost his right hand and was smoking with his left hand, looking fierce and arrogant, like a boss. "Brother Tyrannosaurus, he's here." At this moment, one of Tyrannosaurus's underlings said. Not far away, in the middle of the corridor, a slightly short figure was walking towards them, his right hand wrapped with a white cloth holding a machete. This person was, of course, Zhao Chun. As soon as he appeared, more than 100 people immediately stood up and surrounded the center of the basketball court. Soon, they formed a circle and completely surrounded him. Facing over 100 people, Zhao Chun remained calm and composed, walking steadily towards Tyrannosaurus Rex, his imposing presence undiminished. "Tyrannosaurus Rex, I'm here. Tell me, what do you want?" "You, Zhao Chun, you've got some nerve. No wonder Fatty C still values you despite your small frame." Tyrannosaurus Rex sat in his wicker chair, not getting up, and said lightly, "I don't want anything, but you cut off my hand. You have to give me an explanation, right?" "What kind of explanation do you want?" Zhao Chun sneered. "Do you want to kill me, or what? If you want to start a fight between the South and North districts, go ahead and do it. Anyway, I'll make my money if I kill one, and I'll make a killing if I kill two. Either way, I won't lose out." "Damn it, Zhao Chun, do you really think I wouldn't dare to touch you?" Tyrannosaurus roared. "My older brother is the boss of the North District. Who do you think you are? Do you think that if you die, In Shenyang will care about you? I bet In Shenyang doesn't even know who you are. What I want to say today is very simple. Kneel down and kowtow to me in front of my underlings, serve tea, and leave your hands behind, and I'll let you leave." Zhao Chen's face immediately darkened. This Tyrannosaurus clearly wants him dead. If he were to kneel down before Tyrannosaurus Rex today, kowtow, and offer him tea, he would lose more than just face. It was not just about his boss, Face C, but also the faces of his brothers and the entire underground forces in the southern part of Qinqing. If he kneels down, how will he explain himself to Fatty 4? How will he explain himself to the other brothers? He'll likely not only lose both hands, but he'll also be wept over by the gang members. Although Zhao Chun was not well educated, he knew the meaning of loyalty and righteousness even after navigating the world of martial arts. Pooh! No sooner had Tyrannosaurus finished speaking than Zhao Chun spat directly in his face. "If you're going to make a move, then tell your henchmen to hurry up. If you're too scared to do it, then don't waste my time." A mouthful of saliva. Sticky saliva. It stuck to the Tyrannosaurus Rex's face. This guy is interesting. Upstairs in the apartment building, Chun Sheng stood by the window and couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. He was a little surprised. He hadn't expected that Zhao Chun, who managed casinos and lent money at high interest rates, was a man of integrity and courage. "For In Shenyang's sake, I'll save your life today." Downstairs, Tyrannosaurus's men's faces changed immediately, and they were all furious. In front of more than 100 people, Zhao Chun ignored them. This was a slap in the face to them. Tyrannosaurus Rex himself had a strange, ugly expression, as if he had eaten shit and felt nauseous. His stomach was churning, and he was burning with rage. He took the tissues handed to him by his subordinate and kept wiping himself. "But the more I wiped, the more disgusting it became. His subordinate brought over a bottle of mineral water, splashed it on his face, and after finally washing it off, Zhao Chun laughed heartily. "Fuck you, Zhao Chun. You don't want to kneel, huh? I'll make you kneel today." Tyrannosaurus Rex roared furiously, veins bulging. "All of you get him. Break his legs. Fuck him." At his command, more than 100 people could no longer contain themselves and charged forward with their weapons. Steel bars, electric batons, long knives, and all sorts of weapons rained down on Zhao Chen's legs in an instant. Good timing. A fierce look flashed in Zhao Chen's eyes, and he swung his machete at anyone he saw. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, he had wounded 5 or 6 people, but a deep bloodstain appeared on his calf, and he knelt on one knee. At the same time, suddenly, a henchman rushed up, grabbed Zhao Chen's hand that was bound with a knife, and held on tightly. "Oh!" Zhao Chen roared. His strength was extraordinary. Even though he was injured, no ordinary person could restrain him. He was about to break free. Only, at that moment, 2 more people rushed up and grabbed his arms. Zhao Chun was ultimately unable to break free on his own. 3 more people rushed up, forcibly untied the cloth strips from his hands, and snatched the knife from his hand. Then, with a forceful shove, they knocked him to the ground, and several people held his hands and feet down, forcing him to crawl at the Tyrannosaurus Rex's feet. The Tyrannosaurus Rex looked down at him, and as if in retaliation, spat repeatedly in his face, 4 or 5 times before stopping. "Zhao Chun, what are you to me? You're not even a dog, you know that. You dare to chop off my hand just because you outnumber me? Damn it. Don't they know who they can mess with and who they can't? Tyrannosaurus, if you have the guts, kill me. Stop spouting nonsense." Zhao Chun struggled desperately, but unfortunately, his struggles were useless against so many people. In the end, he could only give up and glared at Tyrannosaurus. "You're so powerful, why don't you dare to kill me? Heh, you're just trash. No, without your big brother, you're not even trash, just a pile of shit. Damn it, still dare to talk back." Tyrannosaurus Rex ordered his men. "Lift him up, don't let him lie down. Make him kneel." Several of his men immediately did as Tyrannosaurus Rex instructed, but Zhao Chun struggled fiercely. No matter what they did, he refused to kneel. He managed to get 5 or 6 men to their feet, almost allowing him to break free. Smack! Tyrannosaurus Rex slapped Zhao Chun across the face, then slowly stood up from the wicker chair. "Damn it, you're struggling, aren't you? Give me that knife." Tyrannosaurus Rex extended his left hand, and his subordinates immediately handed him a machete. "The knife belongs to Zhao Chun." Tyrannosaurus Rex gripped his knife, walked up to Zhao Chun, and said in a low, sinister voice, "Zhao Chun, you used this knife to cut off my hand, and today I'll use it to cut off your legs until you kneel down." Chapter 132. Kneel down and call me daddy. "Tyrannosaurus Rex, you bastard, if you have the guts, kill me." Zhao Chun struggled incessantly. He was now subdued, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't panicking. He was terribly flustered. But he will never yield to the Tyrannosaurus Rex. In his mind, Tyrannosaurus Rex had no ability at all. He was just a piece of trash who relied on his brother's tyranny to run rampant. Such a person doesn't deserve to kneel. They are not worthy of his submission. Having been in the underworld for a long time, Zhao Chun had long expected this day to come. Although he was panicked, he still had a fierce determination to fight to the death. "Kill you? Killing you would be too lenient. I'm going to make you kneel before me today." The Tyrannosaurus Rex raised its paw. One knife fell. It slashed at Zhao Chen's leg. Zhao Chen's heart tightened, and he subconsciously closed his eyes. Strangely, although I felt a pain in my leg, it wasn't the kind of pain you get from being slashed. "Yo yo yo." Just as he was wondering, Tyrannosaurus Rex's voice entered his ears. "Zhao Chun, so you know fear now? I thought you were really fearless. If you were really fearless, why did you close your eyes?" "Huh." Zhao Chun opened his eyes and finally understood why he wasn't injured. "The back of the blade used by the Tyrannosaurus Rex is not the edge. I was just trying to scare you, to see how brave you really were. It seems you're not all that tough after all." Tyrannosaurus Rex said sarcastically, confident of victory. He just wanted to toy with Zhao Chun a little longer. He hated Zhao Chun intensely, to the core. Zhao Chun chopped off his right hand. He wished he could tear Zhao Chun to pieces. Zhao Chun, it's not that he's afraid to kill. He just wanted to torture Zhao Chun, to let Zhao Chun experience what it's like to have his hands or feet broken, and to experience despair. That was the back of the knife, just to scare you. But now you won't be so lucky. With a twist of its hand, the back of the blade and the edge of the sword immediately changed direction, with the edge pointing downwards. Zhao Chun had 1,000,000 MMPs in his heart, but he didn't know whether he should say them or not. Cut it if you want. Is it fun to scare him like that? Even with his strong mental fortitude and experience of many trials and tribulations, his legs trembled slightly from the shock. What are you shaking for? Stop shaking. You think you're so great? Heh. Tyrannosaurus Rex smiled smugly. This was exactly the result he wanted. Zhao Chen's hands and feet must be cut off in fear. Call. The next second, the Tyrannosaurus Rex made its move again, this time using the blade, not the back of its blade. The gleaming blade fell straight down towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex's thigh. A smug, cruel smile appeared on Tyrannosaurus Rex's face. He seemed to already see Zhao Chun kneeling in front of him, kowtowing and begging for mercy. The blade was getting closer and closer to Zhao Chen's leg. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's laughter grew increasingly profound. Zhao Chen closed his eyes again. Only. The next second. Clang. A metallic vibrato rang out. The imagined pain did not come. Zhao Chen opened his eyes and saw that the knife in Tyrannosaurus's hand had already fallen to the ground. And next to the machete, there were 2 fingers. Thumb and index finger. These 2 fingers are bleeding. In addition to this, there was also a fruit knife. The fruit knife was stained with blood. It's obvious that those 2 fingers were cut off by that fruit knife. Ah! At the same time, a piercing scream rang out from the basketball court. The Tyrannosaurus Rex lay on the ground, clenching its fists, rolling around on the ground, cold sweat pouring down its forehead. At this moment, he was filled with rage and extreme pain. The piercing pain in his heart made him feel like he was dying, and his whole body was trembling. Brother Tyrannosaurus. Brother Tyrannosaurus, what's wrong with you? A group of henchmen rushed over and helped Tyrannosaurus up. Seeing Tyrannosaurus bleeding and missing 2 fingers on his left hand, they stared wide-eyed, completely bewildered by what had happened. Just now, they only heard one sound. Then we saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex drop its machete and lie on the ground howling. Everything happened extremely quickly. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. Brother Tyrannosaurus. A henchman quickly took out a white cloth and wrapped it around his wound. In an instant, all the underlings rushed over in a panic. Tyrannosaurus Rex staggered back to the wicker chair, his face deathly pale, so gloomy it was almost dripping with water. He roared, Who threw the knife? Who did it? Get your ass out here. On the ground, Zhao Chun looked completely bewildered. What happened? Hey, I'm standing right here. Why are you asking who I am? Are you blind? No sooner had Tyrannosaurus Rex finished speaking than a casual voice came from outside the crowd. The next second, almost everyone's eyes turned toward the direction from which the sound came, including Zhao Chun. What catches the eye? He was a young man. He looks to be in his early 20s. He had a chiseled face, a short buzz cut, and simple clothes. He was also holding a wine jug in his hand. It looks like they're drinking. At this moment, he was slowly walking towards them from a distance, his steps leisurely and carefree, as if he had no idea of the tense atmosphere that was brewing here. Big brother, Zhao Chen stared wide-eyed and stammered out the 3 words. Unexpectedly, the one who saved him at the critical moment was his elder brother, Chen Bahuang. Honestly, in Zhao Chen's heart, this young man is no better than Tyrannosaurus Rex. He probably became the boss through some special connections. Although he respected this big brother, in fact, he was giving face to Fatty C and showing respect to Fatty C. I never expected that he would come to help at such a crucial moment. Zhao Chun was deeply moved. Only, what's the point of that? There are over 100 people here. Even a seasoned thug like him was no match for him. So what use is a young man in his 20s here? Lost in thought, Chun Sheng is getting closer and closer to this side. He seemed to possess a unique and domineering aura. As he approached, the thugs surrounding him couldn't help but make way for him. He walked straight, easily, and without any hindrance to Zhao Chun. How are you? It's all right. Zhao Chun smiled wryly. Big brother, you shouldn't have come. If I don't come, wouldn't Shenyang's subordinates lose a loyal and courageous person? But don't worry, Chun Sheng interrupted him, smiled slightly, and took a sip of wine from the flask. Leave the rest to me. You just stand aside and watch. Huh. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a burst of laughter rang out, and the laughter was extremely exaggerated. The source of the laughter was a Tyrannosaurus rex. He never imagined that the person who cut off 2 of his fingers with a fruit knife would be a child. In his early 20s, he was still a wet behind the ears. Now, this child still dares to appear in front of him, and they're even clamoring to leave everything to him. The Tyrannosaurus rex was angry, furious, and sarcastic. The anger and rage stemmed from his finger, but the irony lay with the child before him, who was truly ungrateful. He laughed until tears streamed down his face, and it took him a while to stop. He wiped his tears and said, "This is hilarious, fucking hilarious. These days, nobody dares to mess with me, damn it. Kid, you think you're his boss? I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and call me dad. If you make me happy, maybe I'll just cut off 10 of your fingers and not take your life." Tyrannosaurus rex stared at his bleeding hand, his face grim and strange. Listen carefully, I'm only giving you 10 seconds. Chapter 133 Domineering. The Tyrannosaurus rex stared intently at the man in front of it. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. 10 seconds. He wasn't joking. If the former doesn't kneel down in 10 seconds, the consequences will be dire. Big brother, we can't kneel, Zhao Chun whispered. Even if we kneel, he won't let us off. Zhao Chun had little contact with Tyrannosaurus rex, but he had heard some things about him. The reason this guy had the nickname Tyrannosaurus rex was because he was extremely brutal and liked to toy with his opponents, letting them die in despair. He worried that Chun Sheng wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure and would actually kneel down before the Tyrannosaurus rex. This is their big brother. Once he kneels down, their underground forces in the southern district of Qinsheng will never be able to hold their heads high again. Chun Sheng patted Zhao Chun on the shoulder, signaling him to relax. Then, his gaze fell on Tyrannosaurus rex. Do you know that the last person who made me kneel down has a grave over 3 feet high covered in grass? Hiss. These words were spoken. Some people in the crowd gasped. That kid. How arrogant. The Tyrannosaurus rex is already on the verge of exploding in anger. If you really provoke him, he might just tear you to pieces. Is this guy an idiot for still being so arrogant even now? Looks like you're just as stubborn as Zhao Chun. Tyrannosaurus seemed quite helpless. He didn't look at Chun Sheng, but stared at the hand that had lost its index finger and thumb, and said viciously, "Chop his fingers into pieces, one by one." He finished speaking. More than 100 people began to approach Chun Sheng and Zhao Chun. Without exception, they were all carrying weapons. "Kill him," someone shouted, and the next moment, the person closest to Chun Sheng made their move. From all directions, machetes, iron bars, axes, and all sorts of weapons fell on Chun Sheng and Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun's face was pale. If you get slashed like that, you'll definitely be chopped into mincemeat. Fortunately, he was no pushover either. He gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve, and immediately prepared for a desperate struggle. But, just as he was about to make his move, he was dumbfounded. Because the big brother next to him had already made the first move. Moreover, it's extremely vigorous. He grabbed the blade of a machete first, and the blade, though in his palm, did not harm him in the slightest. Then, with a slight twist, the knife snapped in two with a clang. This was just his first move. Next, that hand grabbed another person. Uft. It was clearly visible that the moment the hand fell, its 5 fingers sank directly into the man's shoulder bone. A shattering sound rang out. That man's shoulder bone was completely ruined. Zhao Chun was stunned. He could crush bones with his bare hands. How did you do that? Next, Zhao Chun was completely stunned. He saw his opponents flying backward one by one, their weapons shattered, and they screamed in agony. Less than 10 seconds. 30 or 40 people were already lying down all around. Everyone was clutching different parts of their bodies and screaming in agony, their faces as pale as paper, and some even fainted. Gurgle. Unconsciously, Zhao Chun swallowed. Apart from the first person who fell, he didn't see what happened at all. I was just in a daze for a moment, and when I came to my senses, There was already a pile of people lying on the ground in front of me. Is this a god? Zhao Chun was extremely shocked. Although he didn't see what happened clearly, he knew very well that it was all done by his older brother. At this moment, Zhao Chun was truly convinced. I am utterly impressed. He finally understood why the former, at such a young age, only in his early 20s, could become a big boss. This isn't due to any connections. It wasn't through any back channels. That's pure skill. Real strength. Compared to Qinba Wang, what is Zhao Chun? He's probably not even as good as trash. At the very least, it's impossible for him to take down so many people in such a short time. Don't even mention that these people will resist. Even if there were 40-odd people lining up for him to chop, he would still get tired of chopping. If Zhao Chun hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that a person could do this in 10 seconds. He wondered if he was dreaming. But the scene before my eyes was incredibly real. All of this is real. Not far away, Chen Sheng had stopped. Zhao Chun noticed that he was still holding a wine pot in his right hand, and that hand was spotless. And the left hand, it was covered in blood, making it particularly gruesome. Once again, Zhao Chun was stunned. Could it be? These people were dealt with by the boss with just one hand. Zhao Chun was dumbfounded. His worldview was completely overturned. He never expected that such a fierce person could exist in this world. Who else? After taking a sip of his drink, Chen Sheng stood in the center of the fallen crowd, looked around, and spoke with his usual calm tone. Only, the remaining dozens of henchmen, however, were not so calm. They surrounded Chen Sheng, but kept a good 2 meters away from him, holding weapons, their hands trembling. At this moment, it seems that it is not they who have surrounded Chen Sheng, but Chen Sheng, who has surrounded them. Running away is not an option, and fighting is not an option either. Each and every one of them was filled with unbearable fear. They didn't understand what was happening, but they could clearly see that the fallen henchmen were all injured to varying degrees, and small bloody holes had appeared in different parts of their bodies. That bloody hole was pierced by the young man in front of us with his 5 fingers. The scene was so visually striking that they all turned pale with fright, and no one dared to rush forward anymore. Is nobody here? Suddenly, Chen Sheng's cold voice rang out again. Since that's the case, then all of you kneel down. Silence. A deathly silence. Chen Sheng's words made the surrounding air completely quiet, and even the sound of breathing seemed to stop. More than 60 armed thugs looked at each other. Screw your kneeling. What are you all standing there for? Charge. Do you think he can take on 60 of you by himself? Tyrannosaurus Rex was starting to panic, but he couldn't back down. He roared, "Kill him! Kill him for me!" Superior. At his command, everyone seemed to be injected with adrenaline and instinctively rushed forward. Chen Sheng smiled slightly. He took a sip of wine. At the same time, the first person to rush up was already in front of him. He was holding an axe. The dark axe, gleaming with a fierce light, cleaved towards Chen Sheng. Only, the next second, the axe stopped abruptly half a meter away from Chen Sheng. Immediately afterwards, the owner of the axe slowly lifted his feet off the ground. A hand had appeared on his neck sometime during the night. That hand gripped his neck and forcibly lifted him up. Lifted high? It's as if it's declaring something. Chen Sheng gave a strong shove, and the man was thrown high into the air like trash. Chapter 134. This is how a man should live. The person traced a parabola in the air before crashing to the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, those who were about to rush forward froze once again, standing there dumbfounded, staring at their unconscious companion, completely bewildered. I told you, all of you kneel down. The cold, sharp words rang out once more. This time, the results are completely different. His calm words, like muffled thunder, resounded in everyone's ears. Thump. On the spot, one person dropped the steel bar in his hand, knelt down, and looked at Chen Sheng with fear in his eyes. In his eyes, Chen Sheng is now a devil. A devil you can't mess with. His towering figure was so large that he could only look up at him. Once the first person kneels down, there will be a second, a third, a fourth, a 10th. Soon, more than 60 people. Most of them knelt down, and even the remaining 3 or 5 who were standing couldn't withstand the pressure and collapsed to their knees. I'm dumbfounded. Zhao Chun was completely dumbfounded. This ending is truly shocking. He originally thought he would never return this time, but he never expected things to develop to this point. Chen Bahuang, his big brother, single-handedly conquered more than 100 people. That's so awesome. This is how a man should live. Zhao Chen trembled with excitement. The domineering aura of the big brother was so strong that it made him feel the same urge to kneel down and worship. What are you doing? Get up. Have you forgotten who you are? Don't you all want to live anymore? Tyrannosaurus was furious. He finally couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up from the wicker chair, went into the crowd, and kicked his underlings one after another. Only, these underlings didn't budge at all. I completely ignored him. Finally, the Tyrannosaurus Rex realized the seriousness of the situation. Panic, fear, and apprehension appeared on his face. It keeps regressing. It seems like it wants to run away. You son of a bitch, where do you think you're going? Seeing him trying to run, Zhao Chun rushed forward and blocked his path. Trying to run? Give us an explanation first. Zhao Chun, what do you want? Tyrannosaurus Rex's forehead was already covered in cold sweat, his eyes filled with panic. If my older brother finds out I'm in trouble, he definitely won't let the Hongyue Society off the hook. Zhao Chun, you'd better think carefully before you try to harm me. In short, Zhao Chun fell silent immediately. Indeed, Tyrannosaurus's elder brother, Long Xiaohu, the boss of the underground forces in the northern district of Qinsheng, is no pushover, especially since he dotes on his younger brother. The North District's Dragon Gang has grown very rapidly this year, and its size has already surpassed that of the Hongyue Society. If they really mess with Tyrannosaurus, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble. Hee, it seems you're quite a smart person. Tyrannosaurus suddenly laughed, and when he mentioned his elder brother Long Xiaohu, he regained his previous confidence. If you touch me, even if Yin Shenyang comes, she can't protect you. Zhao Chun, if you're smart, you'd better let me go. Big brother, Zhao Chun looked at Chen Sheng. Now it wasn't up to him to say anything. Chen Sheng had to speak. Chen Sheng walked step by step to Tyrannosaurus Rex and stared at his face. What do you want? For some reason, Tyrannosaurus Rex always felt a chill run down his spine when he saw this young man. Smack! Without saying a word, Chen Sheng slapped him across the face. Tyrannosaurus Rex spun around halfway, lost his balance, and sat down on the ground, his mind reeling and the world spinning around him. Kid, do you really want to die? Tyrannosaurus Rex covered his face, almost crying. Chen Sheng's slap was too hard. He felt like his teeth were about to fall out. You want to die? Fine, I'll grant your wish. Tyrannosaurus Rex pulled out his phone, found his older brother, and immediately made a video call. Zhao Chen wanted to stop it. Chen Sheng stopped him. Soon, the video call was answered. A bald man appeared inside. Hey bro, what do you want? Weren't you going to deal with that Zhao Chen guy? Got it done. Big brother. Upon seeing the man in the video, Tyrannosaurus Rex finally couldn't hold back his tears. Big brother, that kid's trying to hurt me. Come save me. You brought over 100 people with you. Who dares to touch you? Long Xiaohu frowned, asking with an imposing aura. Don't you want to live anymore? Big brother, my men have betrayed us. They've all betrayed us. Tyrannosaurus cried, pointing the camera at the dozens of people kneeling down and the wounded lying on the ground. Bang! In the video, Long Xiaohu smashes a wine glass in front of him with a slap. Who did this? Was it Zhao Chen? How many people did he call? Just one, only one. Tyrannosaurus Rex, sobbing, pointed the camera at Chen Sheng. It's him, big brother. Come and kill him for me. Just him. Yes, just him. On the other end of the video call, Long Xiaohu remained silent, lost in thought. However, he quickly spoke up, saying in a low voice, Give him the phone. I need to say a few words to him. Kid, my brother's looking for you. Tyrannosaurus Rex said grimly. You'd better kneel down and apologize to my brother now. It's not too late. Tyrannosaurus said this fiercely, and then pointed his phone screen at Chen Sheng. Kid, you're quite something to be able to defeat so many of my men. However, Tyrannosaurus Rex is still my little brother. If you mess with him, you're as good as dead, understand? Chen Sheng snatched Tyrannosaurus Rex's phone. Are you threatening me? He gave Long Xiaohu a cold smile. Bang! The next moment, suddenly, Chen Sheng kicked the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Then, He stepped on the Tyrannosaurus Rex's face. He grinned at Long Xiaohu and said, "I'm the kind of person who's least afraid of threats. Kid, do you fucking want to die?" In the video, Long Xiaohu's veins bulged, and he was about to jump up. "Let him go. Now, or I'll make you wish you were dead. Wish you were dead." "Oh." Chun Sheng agreed, but his men showed no mercy. Click. He stomped on the Tyrannosaurus Rex's right leg and broke it. Then, with another kick, he broke the Tyrannosaurus Rex's left leg. "Ah!" The Tyrannosaurus Rex screamed, and a sound of terror spread around it. Unfortunately, this was a basketball court, and the surrounding area was extremely open, so no one heard it. His eyes widened, and he broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. The kneeling men and the henchmen lying on the ground around them were terrified. This guy isn't human, he's a devil. In front of Long Xiaohu, he broke his brother's legs. In the entire Qin city, how many people would dare to do this? Is he really fearless? What did you just tell me to kneel down and call you? Chun Sheng squatted down, putting both the Tyrannosaurus Rex and his own image into the camera. "Dad, please, let me go, let me go." Tyrannosaurus was terrified. At this moment, he was truly afraid. He had always thought that Long Xiaohu was his protector, but now, facing Chun Sheng, he felt what powerlessness, fear, and terror truly meant. He was certain, the guy in front of me, he's definitely a thug, a murderer who dares to kill. So, Tyrannosaurus Rex no longer dared to be arrogant. His older brother was originally his only source of confidence, but now, even that last bit of confidence and assurance had been completely shattered and vanished. "Dad, you're my dad. Please let me go, please." Chapter 135, A Beautiful Woman's Visit. On the phone, within the video, when Long Xiaohu saw the Tyrannosaurus's desperate pleading, his face darkened and became terrifying. The veins on his temples throbbed violently along with his eyelids, as if he were about to go berserk at any moment. He doesn't blame the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Regardless of the circumstances, Tyrannosaurus Rex was his younger brother. In this situation, what could Tyrannosaurus Rex do besides beg for mercy? No matter how capable he is, he can't solve an immediate problem. Blame it on that young man in front of you. He's so audacious, daring to disregard Long Xiaohu. "Dad, let me go, let me go," Tyrannosaurus pleaded desperately, tears streaming down his face. His voice was hoarse as he kowtowed repeatedly, begging for mercy. "Kid, I'll only give you one chance. Let him go, and I, Long Xiaohu, will pretend that what happened today never happened and won't hold it against you." In the video, Long Xiaohu, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. He conceded, "For my brother's life." He made the biggest concession ever. He would show mercy if the young man spared the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and it would be as if nothing had happened that night. But then the tone shifted. Long Xiaohu added menacingly, "From this moment on, if even a single hair on my brother's head is missing, even if you hide in hell, I, Long Xiaohu, will drag you out, grind you to dust, and make you wish you were never born." The last word hadn't been uttered yet. Long Xiaohu's voice abruptly stopped. Chun Sheng suddenly had a knife in his hand, and he aimed it straight into the Tyrannosaurus Rex's heart. Uft! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Death. He passed away at the age of 36. Even in his dying moments, his eyes remained fixed on Chun Sheng. Deep in his eyes, there was fear and horror. He probably never imagined that he, who came here to seek revenge and be an avenger, would die like this. He died at the hands of a young man in his early 20s. Zhao Chun and the men Tyrannosaurus Rex brought with them were all stunned. Nobody expected it. The young man before me actually managed to kill a Tyrannosaurus Rex. With the death of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Long Xiaohu will surely be furious. His death could very well ignite a war between the southern and northern districts of Qinsheng, and could even leave his killers without a proper burial. Could it be? Is this guy really not scared at all? The Tyrannosaurus Rex's henchmen were completely dumbfounded, thankful that they were wise not to oppose this person, otherwise, who knows if they would have been killed. They dared to kill even a Tyrannosaurus Rex, so what are these small fry compared to them? The Tyrannosaurus Rex died. The air fell silent for a few seconds. A few seconds later, in the phone video, Long Xiaohu, enraged, finally couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up, his eyes wide with fury, and gritted his teeth. You dare kill him, kid? Fine. Very well. Do you dare leave your name? Remember, my name is Chun Sheng, courtesy name Bahuang. I am ready to fight you any time. Chun Bahuang. Well said, Chun Bahuang, you give me. Click. Before Long Xiaohu could finish speaking, Chun Sheng threw the phone to the ground and stomped on it until it was smashed. Everyone was stunned once again. That's Long Xiaohu, the boss of the Qinxing North District. They control all the underground resources in the entire Northern District. They didn't give me any face at all. That's way too arrogant. Having been around for so many years, they had never seen such an arrogant guy. They were all extremely shocked and didn't dare to breathe. Big brother, Zhao Chun leaned closer to Qin Sheng. You've really offended Long Xiaohu to death. So what if I offend him to death? Qin Sheng said calmly, not taking Long Xiaohu seriously at all. Zhao Chun was speechless. If you offend someone, you'll die. That's easy for you to say. To put it mildly, this matter could be resolved by handing over the two parties involved. But to put it more seriously, it could very well cause a bloodbath in the North and South districts. Who knows how many more brothers will lose their lives because of this conflict? Why? Zhao Chun sighed heavily. He was helpless against this guy. After all, he was the big boss. Brother Chun, how are you? Suddenly, more than a dozen vans stopped in the distance, and one by one, people rushed out of the vans, carrying weapons. They came to help Zhao Chun after learning that he was in trouble. Only, after getting off the bus, I saw the scene on the basketball court. They were all dumbfounded. This is insane. What the heck? What happened to Brother Chun being in trouble? Everyone was dumbfounded and surrounded Zhao Chun. They only breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Zhao Chun was all right. Brother Chun, what exactly happened? A man asked. He was Zhao Chun's confidant and the second brother, whom Zhao Chun had entrusted to his two subordinates to support before he left. His name was Chen Xiang. Everyone, I'm all right now. Come over here and greet our boss. He's the one who saved my life tonight. Zhao Chun introduced to everyone. This is my older brother Fei Xi's older brother. You can just call him boss. Boss. Dozens of people bowed to Chun Sheng in unison. They didn't quite believe that this young man had solved the current problem, but they had absolute respect for Zhao Chun. Good. Zhao Chun said. Take all these people back, and also, take the Tyrannosaurus Rex's corpse back to feed the dogs. Zhao Chun was a ruthless man. He was determined to go all the way. Since he had already killed Long Xiaohu and offended him to death, he might as well offend him completely. Yes. Under Zhao Chun's guidance, everyone began to clean up the mess. When Zhao Chun turned around, he found that his older brother had already left. Covered in the stench of blood, Chun Sheng naturally didn't go back to Lu Riyue's house, but instead went back to his own home to clean himself up. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Chun Sheng held the blood-stained map left by Zhang Fan in his hand, staring blankly into space. Staring at the white cloth, Chun Sheng murmured, Brothers, now that my after-effects are gone, today's high profile is just the beginning. I will make the people who killed you notice my existence and come looking for me again. At that time, I will make them pay the price in blood. Images of his former brothers and that woman flashed through Chun Sheng's mind, causing his face to turn pale and a sharp pain to surge through his heart. He still remembered the words the head of the overseas family had said to him before he died. Those people didn't want to kill his brother, nor his wife. It was him. As long as he appears in the public eye in a high-profile manner. Chun Sheng believes that. Those people will definitely come knocking on our door. He didn't know why the person behind it all wanted to kill him, but whatever the reason, as long as they dared to come, Chun Sheng would make sure they died without a burial place, sacrificing themselves for his brothers and his woman. Knock, knock, knock. Bahuang, are you home? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, followed by a woman's voice. Chun Sheng hurriedly put away the blood map, got dressed, and opened the door. Sister-in-law? Outside the door stood none other than Chun Sheng's beautiful landlady, Yan Xingya. Chapter 136 Thirst. Yan Xingya always dressed in a homely and elegant style, wearing a light pink long dress and a pair of seemingly lazy sandals. She had a plump figure, long legs, and a sparkling diamond necklace on her fragrant neck. She had a rosy complexion and her face was full of collagen. Although she was already 42, she looked like she was only in her early 30s. Compared to women in their 20s, she not only had a beautiful figure and face, but also the allure that only women her age possess. Judging from her appearance, she seems to be living a pretty good life after that man left. You still call me sister-in-law. Yan Qingya rolled her eyes at Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng said apologetically, sorry, Sister Qingya. Don't call me sister either. I've thought about it. How about you just call me Aunt Yin? Yan Qingya said with a smile. Okay, Aunt Yin. Chen Sheng was a little puzzled. Didn't she tell him to call her sister last time? Why did she change her mind this time? Women's minds are really hard to fathom. Fortunately, it's just a form of address, so she didn't mind. Did you need something, Aunt Yin? Yan Qingya chuckled and stared at the face for a long while. Since Chen Sheng dealt with that bastard Kai Yong has completely disappeared from her world. However, these days, she can't help but think of the young man in front of her. Especially at night, she even dreamed several times of doing indescribable things with Chun Bahuang on his living room sofa. During this period of time, she had developed a state of being obsessed with Chun Bahuang. However, this guy never came home, and she couldn't see him no matter how hard she tried. Tonight, after much anticipation, Chun Sheng returned. She immediately came up with an excuse to visit him. Bahuang, you probably haven't had dinner yet. I haven't had a chance to properly thank you for what happened last time. My daughter is back this time, so I'd like to invite you to my house for a late-night snack. Chen Sheng finally understood why Yan Qingya suddenly changed her way of addressing him. It turned out her daughter had returned. Her daughter should be not much younger than Chen Sheng. If he calls Yan Qingya's sister, how should her daughter address him? Chen Sheng did not refuse Yan Qingya's invitation. He was indeed a bit hungry, and it would be nice to get a free meal. Follow Yan Qingya upstairs to her home. The door opened from the inside, revealing a girl of about 21 or 22. She looked somewhat like Yan Qingya, with above-average looks and figure. She wore super short denim shorts and a white t-shirt, dressed in a youthful and beautiful style, making her a goddess among male fans. Bahuang, this is my daughter, Yin Meng, Yan Qingya introduced to Chen Sheng, and then said to the girl, this is the tenant I mentioned to you. Hello. Chen Sheng greeted Yin Meng with a smile, but Yin Meng snorted and turned to leave. Hey Bahuang, don't be angry. That's just how my daughter is. She knows you're the one who drove her father away, and she's a little unhappy about it. Yan Qingya shook her head helplessly. Although Kai Yong was a scoundrel, he was still somewhat decent to Yin Meng, and the two still had a tiny bit of affection for each other. Chen Sheng made Kai Yong divorce Yan Qingya, which made Yin Meng feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, her daughter was also aware of Kai Yong's character. Although she appeared unhappy, she still supported the two of them getting a divorce. She was simply uncomfortable with Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng didn't care when the young woman got angry. He didn't bother arguing with her. As soon as he entered, he was attracted by a large table of dishes. There were 7 or 8 kinds of dishes on the dining table. Sauerkraut fish, Peking duck, twice-cooked pork, roast chicken. This is hardly a late-night snack. Chen Sheng was surprised. Did Yan Qingya's family always have such good late-night snacks? This is definitely not a late-night snack. My mom bought this specially from outside when she saw you come back. She's good to you, isn't she? Yin Meng said hummingly. Meng. Yan Qingya glared at Yin Meng, then smiled at Chen Sheng. Ignore her. She's just a spoiled brat. Come in and eat. Yan Qingya invited Chen Sheng to sit down, and she kept putting food on his plate. Yin Meng was already annoyed with Chen Sheng, and now she was even more unhappy, humming occasionally. Chen Sheng pretended not to see anything and ate by himself. He was really hungry, and he ate almost all the dishes on the table. Yan Qingya and her daughter were dumbfounded, never expecting Chen Sheng to have such a big appetite. Pig, Yin Meng muttered. Yan Qingya found Chen Sheng more and more pleasing to the eye, beaming with joy and urging him to eat more. After dinner, Yin Meng went back to her room, and Yan Qingya cleaned up the dishes. Chen Sheng felt a little embarrassed and stayed to help wash the dishes. Looking at Chen Sheng's strong back, Yan Qingya suddenly felt a longing rise in her heart. The man in front of me is just too attractive. Every time Yan Qingya looked at him, her heart fluttered even more. As if possessed, she lifted her slender leg and gently walked towards Chen Sheng. She slowly embraced Chen Sheng from behind with both hands. Suddenly, a pair of hands grabbed Chun Sheng tightly. Before Chun Sheng could speak, another soft mass pressed against his back. 8 desolations. The gentle words startled Chun Sheng. With his keen senses, he naturally knew who was behind him and that Yin Xingya was getting closer, but he hadn't expected her to do something like this. Turning around, Chun Sheng said, "Aunt Yanyu." "Shoo." Yin Xingya wrapped one arm around Chun Sheng's waist and held up a finger to his lips with the other. "Don't talk. Aunt Yin just wants to hold you quietly for a while." Once again, Yin Xingya hugged Chun Sheng's strong waist, pressing her entire body against him. Chun Sheng felt a delicate fragrance lingering in his nostrils. It wasn't perfume, but rather a unique body odor that smelled very pleasant. A quick glance reveals a deep, long, and white line through the wide neckline, following the diamond necklace. Its graceful curve is captivating. My apologies. Is this a test of my endurance?" Chun Sheng was speechless for a moment, but fortunately he had enough self-control and didn't do anything out of line. "Chen Bahuang, thank you. You brought me a peaceful life." Yin Xingya felt the spacious, warm chest and said softly in her voice. "It's all a small matter," Chun Sheng said. To him, dealing with Kai Yong was indeed a trivial matter. "It's not a small matter for me," Yin Xingya said gently. "You gave Aunt Yin a completely new life. Aunt Yin wants to thank you so much, but she doesn't know how to thank you. Bahuang, Aunt Yin has discovered that she has some feelings for you. I know this is wrong, as I am older than you, but these days I can't help thinking about you. Could you spend one night with Aunt Yin?" Yin Xingya's heart was pounding, and her cheeks were flushed. She was stunned when she said those words. She never expected to be so bold as to say such things to a man who was 10 or 20 years younger than her. Chapter 137, I Can't Give You What You Want. Thump, thump, thump. The kitchen fell silent after Yin Xingya's words, so quiet that only the beating of hearts could be heard. Chun Sheng felt somewhat helpless. Yet another woman. What was he supposed to do? Yin Xingya, who was extremely close to him, could feel his hot breath and strong heartbeat. "Well, what is it?" Chun Sheng broke the silence and slowly pushed Yin Xingya away. "I'm sorry, Aunt Yin, this is a bit inappropriate. It's a good thing to have women who like you, especially when it's a beautiful woman who takes the initiative to express her love. Only, Yin Xingya desires a simple, loving, and harmonious life. These are things Chun Sheng could not give her." 8 desolations. Yin Xingya was pushed away, feeling utterly lost. Her clear eyes looked forlornly at Chun Sheng. "Do you think I'm too old, too dirty, already married, and unclean?" "No, I absolutely didn't mean that. It's just, I know you're still young. You have plenty of youth left. You can find many more women who are better and more beautiful than me." Yin Xingya sighed, 2 lines of tears streaming down her face. Her first half of life was undoubtedly a failure. She was stuck with a man like Kai Yong. After giving birth to Yin Ming, she and Kai Yong never had any relationship that was purely between a man and a woman. But who would believe these words? How could a woman like her, who is not only somewhat dirty but also quite old, possibly have any hope of getting Chen Boang? Yin Xingya felt she had made a fool of herself and wanted to leave disappointed. Etc. Chun Sheng grabbed her arm, stared at her, and said seriously, "Aunt Yin, don't be sad. It's not for the reasons you're thinking, or rather, it's not your fault." He did want to reject Yin Xingya, but he didn't want Yin Xingya to feel inferior because of this, or mistakenly think that he disliked her. Chun Sheng spoke heavily, removing his upper body clothing to reveal his scarred upper body. His upper body was covered in wounds. Those were the marks he left on the battlefield. Each wound was a testament to his military glory. These old wounds are shocking to behold. The most dangerous part was in the heart area, where there was a wound that cut about 20 centimeters through the middle of the heart. Seeing these, Yin Xingya was stunned. How can one person have so many old wounds? She moved closer to Chun Sheng involuntarily, her slender fingers tracing across his scarred muscles, the white fingertips contrasting sharply with his bronze skin. These scars are shocking to behold. Yin Xingya stared blankly at the wound before her, utterly astonished. What exactly has this man been through? I used to be a soldier, one of the top soldiers in the army. I carried out many dangerous missions. These scars are from those missions. Chun Bahuang spoke with a firm and resounding voice. These scars only represent my past, but my future is far more dangerous and deadly than these experiences, and something bad could happen at any time. Returning to the city, Chun Sheng will one day seek revenge for his brothers and for the woman. The fact that their enemies have managed to remain hidden until today is enough to prove their strength. His future will not be any more peaceful than his past. Aunt Yin, Chun Sheng said, the stable, peaceful, and happy life you want Chun Bahuang, am destined to be unable to give you these. Chun Sheng had to make things clear. He couldn't let Yin Xingya become disheartened and give up on herself because of his rejection. It's hard to make someone successful, but it's easy to ruin someone. He didn't want to ruin Yin Xingya. Chun Sheng's words echoed in Yin Xingya's mind. Sudden, she hugged Chun Sheng again. Bahuang, at Aunt Yan's age, I've long since stopped thinking about love and don't crave it. All I want is comfort, someone to comfort me when I'm tired and listen to me when I'm suffering. That would be enough for me. I don't want your past, and I don't want your future. I only want you now. Yin Xingya wrapped her arms around Chun Sheng's waist. She was a head shorter than Chun Sheng, and as she spoke, her fiery red lips covered the scars on his face. She didn't care how many women Chun Sheng had. Excellent men always have many women. Many women don't understand this, but she sees it very clearly and understands it very well. Those business tycoons and celebrities may appear affectionate in public, but how many dirty deeds do they dare not expose behind the scenes? At least, this man made his point very clearly and explicitly. Yin Xingya felt nervous, expectant, and hoped that Chun Sheng would not reject her again. Her fingertips gently traced the shocking wounds. Yin Xingya's words have made it very clear. The two of them each get what they need, and their lives do not interfere with each other. If he refused again, Chun Sheng wouldn't be a man. He put his arm around Yin Xingya and said, Okay, I promise you. Mom. Just as the two were about to take things further, Yin Ming suddenly shouted from outside the kitchen. The shout startled Chun Sheng, who quickly dressed. Yin Xingya instinctively turned around and stood in front of Chun Sheng. They saw Yin Ming walking towards them, already at the door. Ming Ming, what's wrong? Yin Xingya asked with a somewhat embarrassed and strange expression. Where's the hairdryer? Yin Ming asked, not noticing anything unusual about the two of them. I can't find it. In the living room, in the TV cabinet on the left. Oh, Yin Ming said. By the way, Mom, my classmate asked me to go to karaoke later. Okay, got it. Go early and come back early, and be careful. Okay. Yin Ming turned and left. A short while later, the sound of a door closing could be heard. Yin Xingya looked slightly embarrassed. That was close. We almost got discovered. Let's continue. Before Chun Sheng could speak, Yin Xingya smiled gently, approached him, and felt the sense of security he brought, her heart pounding wildly. Perhaps because she had never had a similar experience before, her face flushed, her heart pounded faster, and she was quite nervous. However, as time went by, that tense state gradually became natural. In the cramped kitchen, their relationship deepened, and their humming sounds rose and fell like beautiful music, varying in pitch and tone, captivating the listener. The entire performance and singing lasted for more than an hour. Having gone through all this, Yin Xingya seemed to have become even younger and more beautiful. She grew increasingly fond of the young man in front of her, who had given her many surprises and unexpected delights in the past hour. Bahuang, how's this late-night snack? Is it good? She whispered in Chun Sheng's ear. Chapter 138 Cat and Mouse. Chun Sheng just wanted to have a late-night snack. Unexpectedly, this late-night snack has become this kind of late-night snack. He was also helpless. Yin Xingya's initiative was really too unexpected. Is this the suffering of handsome men? Chun Sheng stood by the window, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled a long puff. The smoke formed a circle in the air, drifted upwards, and slowly dissipated. Aunt Yin, no matter what, you will be my woman from now on. If you have any difficulties, just come to me. Don't worry, I'll definitely come looking for you more often. Holding Chun Sheng's waist, Yin Xingya breathed hot air into his ear. Bahuang, I also hope you can take the initiative to treat people to a late-night snack. Chun Sheng glanced at the night view outside the window. You go ahead with your work, I need to go back to sleep. I send you. Um. Chen Sheng left Yin Qingya's house with a sigh of relief. This woman was too gentle and too proactive. He was worried that if he stayed with her for too long, another scene would unfold, so he had to escape as soon as possible. I got home after midnight. Chen Sheng slept soundly until dawn and went to the 308 hospital early in the morning to visit Zihan. Zihan's condition was getting better and better, and judging from the situation, she should be able to be discharged from the hospital in another week and continue to go to school. Xiaoke's situation is a bit more complicated. It will probably take another half-month. In short, the two little ones' condition is improving. Chen Sheng plans to move to the villa area that Zhang Tianyang gave him after Zihan is discharged from the hospital, so as to give her a better living environment. After playing with the two little ones for a while, Chen Sheng purchased some Chinese medicinal herbs from the hospital. There were poisons and tonics. If you looked closely, you would see that both the poisons and tonics were related to the skin. Yi Qingyan, if I say I'll heal your injuries, then I will. I'm quite looking forward to seeing what happens when you lose the bet. Back home, Chen Sheng found a pressure cooker. One by one, I took out the medicinal herbs and, following a prescription in my mind called rejuvenation pill, began to put them into the pot. The best way to refine pills is with a cauldron. An ordinary pot won't do. Refining a basic youth-preserving pill shouldn't be a problem. Based on his experience, Chen Sheng modified the youth-preserving pill into a simplified version for refining. With this broken pot and this kind of fire, it'll take at least a day to prepare, right? Chen Sheng said helplessly. According to the inheritances he had received, alchemy was not like this at all. True alchemy requires someone with fire attributes to condense their qi into true fire in order to perform the alchemy. Only in that way can the elixir produced be the most perfect and of the highest grade. He possesses fire attributes, but he hasn't reached that level yet. So far, we can only try using ordinary flames to refine some basic and simple pills. In theory, there shouldn't be any problems. It just takes a long time, and refining those medicinal herbs is extremely troublesome. Buzz. Chen Sheng was refining pills when his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw it was an unknown number with no contact name. Subconsciously, Chen Sheng hung up the phone. Only less than 5 seconds later, it rang again. Hello. Chen Sheng answered the phone impatiently. I'm busy right now, can you not call me? Smack. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone and turned it off. Chen Sheng thought it was a sales call, so he hung up, turned off his phone, and focused on refining pills. At the same time, Qinsheng, in an abandoned factory, there was a man holding a phone, looking completely bewildered. Behind him sat another man, smoking a cigar, and not far away, hanging from a roof beam was a person with no clothes on. This person is Tanxiu. His upper body was clearly marked by whip marks, with bloody welts that were a shocking sight. In addition, there was a man in his 30s standing at a distance, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, looking indifferent. So what did he say? The man smoking a cigar, not yet 30, wearing a green submariner watch, looked at the man holding a phone in front of him and asked with an arrogant expression. The man said speechlessly. He hung up the phone, and then turned it off. What? The man with the cigar suddenly stood up, grabbed a leather whip, and lashed it across Tanxiu. Ah! Tanxiu screamed, her face turning pale. Tanxiu, aren't you that kid's brother? He won't even answer my calls. What kind of brother are you, damn it? Smack! As he spoke, another lash came down with the whip. 2 more bloody marks appeared on Tanxiu's body. Pooh! Tanxiu endured the pain, her voice trembling. You think you can use me to trick Brother Huang out? Impossible, he won't come. Snap! 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 The cigar-smoking man didn't speak, but lashed out a few more times with the whip. Tanxiu let out screams, but to the cigar-smoking man, these screams sounded like music, and an expression of enjoyment appeared on his face. Give him half an hour. If he doesn't answer the phone after half an hour, I'll kill you. Now, Chen Sheng is refining elixirs. Suddenly, for no apparent reason, his eyelid twitched violently. What happened? At that moment, a feeling of panic rose in his heart, as if something was about to happen. Thinking back on the 2 phone calls I just made, the more I thought about it, the more uneasy I felt. Immediately, turn on your phone. It's been powered on for just 1 second. The phone rang again. Chen Sheng paused for a moment, then pressed the answer button. Hello. Young master, the call went through. Give it to me. Two voices could be heard talking on the other end of the phone, followed by a gloomy voice. Chen Sheng, Chen Bahuang. Is that right? I am, you are? Chen Bahuang, you've got guts. You're the one who crippled Han Song's legs, and even threatened to wipe out the Han family, right? A gloomy voice said from the other end of the phone. Yes. Chen Sheng asked, so? Heh. Chen Bahuang, I don't know who gave you the audacity to say such things, but since you've said them, you'll have to pay the price. Now, your brother Tanxiu is in my hands. According to my investigation, you two have a good relationship, right? He is currently hanging from the beam of Qianin Temple on Mount Boyu like a dead pig. Chen Sheng's heart tightened, and a surge of anger ignited within him, but his tone remained calm. What do you want? I don't want anything. I just want to play a game with you, a cat-and-mouse game. Tanxiu is the first person I want to mess with. The second is that girl named Xia Qianxue, and the third is your sister named Zhang Zihan. The rules of the game are simple. It takes half an hour to get from you to the temple, right? I'll give you 15 minutes. If you can't get here in 15 minutes, Tanxiu will die. And I will kidnap that girl named Xia Qianxue within these 15 minutes, and I will also give you a time and place to rescue her. At the same time, I'll go and catch your cute little sister. TSK, just thinking about this game makes me think it's fun, interesting, and challenging. So how about joining? The man on the other end paused, then continued. It seems you don't have a choice. You have to join, unless you don't care about your brothers and women. To be continued tomorrow. Please follow my Tushio account by searching Mocheng and clicking follow. Chapter 139. The game begins. Chen Sheng fell silent. A deathly silence. Zihan, Tanxiu, Xia Qianxue. In a sense, these three people represent his family, friendship, and love. To kill someone is to destroy their spirit. It has to be said that the person on the other side is really smart. They have found Chen Sheng's weakness. In this cat-and-mouse game, he really has no choice but to participate. Aren't you angry and furious? Heh. The man on the other end of the phone spoke arrogantly. I love how you ants can't stand me, but can't do anything about it. Chen Bahuang, aren't you so arrogant? You even want to destroy my Han family. Come on. Let me see how arrogant you are and what you'll use to destroy my Han family. Oh, right, you'd better not call the police. If you alert them, they might be able to save your woman and your sister, but your brother's life will be in danger. The game begins now. Your brother, I'll be waiting for you at Qianin Temple. Chen Bahuang, remember my name. I am Han Tai, your nemesis, the Han Tai who will manipulate you at will. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang as it hung up. Chen Sheng's eyes turned icy cold. He held his breath, his chest pounding with furious rage, as if he were in a deep, dark abyss. People from the Han family. Unexpectedly, the Han family attacked the people around him. Good. Very good. Very good. A few seconds later, Chen Sheng went to the jars storing baijiu and drank several mouthfuls of it, as if it were tap water. Then he took a few deep breaths, gradually calming down. He picked up his phone and dialed Fei Ci's number. Big no, Master Huang. Fatty C answered the phone immediately. Have your brother bring a car to my building within 1 minute, Chen Sheng said coldly. All right, Master Huang, what happened? On the other end of the phone, Fatty C sensed something ominous about Chen Sheng's tone. Although he tried his best to suppress it, the icy tone still sent chills down his spine. It's nothing, just do as I say. Without further explanation, Chen Sheng hung up the phone, not asking Fei Si to protect Xia Qianxue or Zihan. Han Tai's arrogance suggests he likely has martial arts practitioners like Han Gongjue and Uncle Gong by his side. Or perhaps Han Tai himself is a martial arts practitioner. Fat Four's men were no match for martial arts practitioners. Soon, downstairs, a local henchman arrived in a BMW. As soon as he got out, he bowed to Chen Sheng and said, Master Huang, this car is the best around here. Boom. Before the young man could finish speaking, the BMW executed a stylish drift and sped off, leaving only a trail of exhaust fumes behind. It was so fast that it disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. Gulp, the younger brother swallowed hard. Is that the Akina Mountain Speed King? As a former soldier, Mr. Chun can drive the car. And his skills are excellent. even better than some professional race car drivers. In addition, he has also driven advanced combat equipment, such as tanks and airplanes. Boyu Mountain, Qianyin Temple. This location is not hard to find. Driving from Chunsheng's house to Qianyin Temple, at a normal speed, as Han Tai said, it does indeed take half an hour. To reach Suninji Temple in 15 minutes, you need to drive at least 80 kilometers per hour. Han Tai timed it perfectly. This average speed was the limit for getting from his home to Qianyin Temple, and it was almost impossible to get it any earlier. Han Tai, 80 kilometers per hour is indeed the limit for ordinary people, but that's not mine. Boom, boom. With the accelerator floored, the speedometer on the BMW jumped from a normal 40 or 50 kilometers per hour to a staggering 100 kilometers per hour. 50, 80, 100, 150, 200. In 20 seconds, Chunsheng accelerated his car to 200 kilometers per hour in the city, a speed that is fast even on a wide and straight highway. But this is the city center. People on the street were stunned. A BMW was weaving through the streets at incredible speed, speeding past in the blink of an eye. Drift, drift, drift again. Holy crap, is that a race car driver? Hey, are you looking for death? Look at that car, it's going so fast. Oh no, there's going to be a car accident. Two cars are blocking the road ahead. He can't get through at all, and at this speed, there's no way he can stop. Physis over. As the BMW drove through the bustling city, a murmur of discussion arose. Just as people were marveling at the speed and technology, two cars suddenly blocked the road ahead. Just when everyone thought a car accident was about to happen, the BMW suddenly tilted to the side. That's right, it's sideways. The entire left side suddenly lifted high at the moment of impact, leaving the two right wheels rubbing against the ground, and forced its way through the middle of the two vehicles. The two vehicles were undamaged. Perfectly avoided. Bang! It sped past two cars, then landed on all four wheels again and disappeared from the street in an instant. Holy crap! That's awesome! A master. This is a master, absolutely a master. Scared to death. The crowd on the street stared in disbelief, marveling at what they saw, while the two cars that brushed past them were terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat and trembling. I've been driving for several years. I've never seen anything so ferocious. Boyu Mountain. The road is winding, with many consecutive bends approaching 180 degrees. Once on this mountain road, Chunsheng had no intention of slowing down at all. There was only one thought in his mind right now. Quick. Faster. He had to reduce the time by 2/3 in his 15-minute time frame. Only then would he have a chance to stop Han Tai before he could make a move on the next person. The roads on Mount Boyu are incredibly winding. Several times, half of Chunsheng's car had already veered off the cliff, making it extremely dangerous. Finally, he arrived at the Temple of 1,000 Hidden Ones. 6 minutes. The whole process took him only 6 minutes. After parking his car in the square outside the temple, Chunsheng rushed in. The first thing he saw was Tan Xiao, hanging from a beam, barely alive. His upper body was covered with bloody welts from being whipped. The bright red welts were a shocking sight. Inside the temple, there was no one else except Tan Xiao. And on Tan Xiao's body, there was a bomb strapped to him, a bomb with a countdown timer. Upon seeing this scene, Chunsheng's killing intent surged. Those people really intended to kill Tan Xiao. He could tell that it was a real bomb. If he doesn't arrive within the time limit, it will definitely explode. Tan Xiao. Chunsheng rushed over, cut the rope, lowered him from the beam, and expertly unplugged the timer's cord. Tan Xiao, how are you? Brother Bahuang. I'm fine. Tan Xiao was on the verge of death, and his voice sounded very tired. Chunsheng took out a medicine bottle and poured the medicine into Tan Xiao's injured area. It's good that you're all right. You can go home and rest first. Leave the rest to me. Chapter 140. Is it possible for you to address young Master Han by his given name so casually? Brother Bahuang, I'll go with you. Tan Xiaoqiang gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand up. Although he didn't know what had happened, he understood the seriousness of the situation. He regarded Chun Bahuang as a brother, as an elder brother, and would never let him go on an adventure alone. No. However, Chunsheng rejected his suggestion without even thinking about it. I've already been blackmailed by them. If you come with me, You'll just be another person being blackmailed. Don't worry, I'll be fine. But, no buts, you should go home soon. Before Tan Xiao could speak again, Chun Sheng had already driven away. Tan Xiao was just an ordinary person. He was weak in the face of the Han family and martial artists. It's very weak, at least for now. Going with them might lead to a lot of unexpected problems. In the car, Chun Sheng dialed Xia Qianxue's cell phone. The call was answered quickly. But the voice that came from inside wasn't Xia Qianxue's, but Han Tai's. Hey, Chun Bahuang, trying to tip off your little lover and tell him to run away? Chun Sheng remained silent. He didn't wait for Chun Sheng to speak, but waited for the other person to continue. I'm at Tianxiang Bridge now, Chun Bahuang. The timer is 15 minutes again. I don't know if you've managed to save your brother. Anyway, you'd better hurry. It takes 20 minutes to get from Qianin Temple to Tianxiang Bridge. Next, you run slowly while I go to the hospital to greet that little girl named Zhang Zihan. Oh, and by the way, I'll let you hear your woman's voice. As the soft, feminine words fell, Xia Qianxue's voice came from the other end of the phone. Bahuang you. Before Xia Qianxue could finish speaking, the phone call was disconnected. Throughout the entire process, Chun Sheng did not utter a single word. The car accelerated continuously. Soon, they left Mount Boyu. 6 minutes later, his car was parked in front of Qianxue Bar. The bar was in complete chaos. Various kinds of drinks were spilled all over the ground. Tables and chairs were overturned, and the place was in a mess. In addition, there were several injured bodyguards who were tied up together. Xia Qianxue was tied to a table with several broken beer bottles beside her. Her hair was wet and covered in beer, with some broken glass shards in her hair. Her forehead was red and swollen, clearly indicating that the beer bottles had been smashed on her head. 8 desolations. Xia Qianxue was terrified after being rescued. She hugged Chun Sheng, her whole body trembling. It's all right, it's all right. Chun Sheng comforted her, saying, those people were trying to mess with me. I'm the one who dragged you into this. Bahuang, I'm fine. Go save Zihan quickly. Xia Qianxue had been hanging out in bars for many years and had seen a lot of things. She knew what was most important right now. Okay. Chun Sheng glanced at the injured and frightened bodyguards and waiters on the ground. Qianxue, you take good care of them. I'll leave this to you. Okay, you can go without worry. Xia Qianxue tiptoed and gently kissed Chun Sheng's forehead. I'll wait for you to come back. She was a sensible woman. She didn't ask what had happened, nor did she ask who those people were. At the same time, she knew very well that she couldn't go with Chun Sheng. If she goes, not only will she not be of any help, but it might also cause more trouble. Okay, I'll be back. Without hesitation, Chun Sheng turned and left. The entire rescue of Tan Xiao and Xia Qianxue took a total of 16 minutes. As expected, Han Tae must still think he's at Qianin Temple. Han Tae is probably still on his way. He just needs to get to 308 Hospital before Han Tae, and then Zihan will be safe. It wasn't far from Tianxiang Bridge to 308 Hospital. Chun Sheng knew this road very well. This time, he didn't drive, but sped along at an incredible speed, taking shortcuts, taking small roads, and scaling walls. In a narrow alley, an 8-year-old boy was being scolded by his mother for making a mistake. Suddenly, he saw someone in the distance lift more than 3 meters high and jump from one rooftop to another. Mom, look! There's a Superman, the child exclaimed, pointing behind his mother. His mother glanced around instinctively, only to find that there was no one behind her, not even Superman. You dare to lie to me. His mother thought he was defiant, so she picked up the child and gave him another beating. Who would believe that someone would jump on a rooftop? That figure was naturally Chun Sheng. His speed was astonishing. He disappeared in the blink of an eye, like a ghost, and no one noticed him at all. 3 minutes later, Chun Sheng had already arrived at the 308 Hospital and headed straight for the VIP ward where Zihan was. Arriving at the ward and pushing open the door, Chun Sheng's heart sank immediately. The ward was empty. Lin Kai isn't here, Xiao Ku isn't here, and Zihan isn't here either. Brother Bahuang. Suddenly, a childish voice came from behind. Chun Sheng turned around and saw Lin Kai leading 2 children towards him in the elevator. Upon seeing Chun Sheng, Zihan immediately jumped and pounced on him. Cull. It was a false alarm, and Chun Sheng breathed a sigh of relief, hugging Zihan tightly. Where did you go to play again, you little rascal? I didn't go out to play. Brother Lin Kai took us for a follow-up checkup. The dean said I'm almost recovered, and even called it a miracle. It won't be long before Zihan can go back to school, Zihan said proudly. Brother Bahuang, did you miss Zihan again, so you came here to see me? You're so smart. Chen Sheng smiled. How about I ask Brother Lin Kai to take you to the amusement park? Okay. Zihan's big eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother Bahuang, I love you 3,000 times. 3,000 times? Your brother can't handle that many. Chen Sheng affectionately patted her little head, then put her down. You go play with Xiaoke first. I'll go talk to Brother Lin Kai. Good. Zihan skipped and hopped to find Xiaoke, and Lin Kai stepped forward and said, Brother Bahuang, how come you have time to take the kids out to play today? Aren't you at work? It wasn't me who took them out to play, it was you. Chen Sheng pulled Lin Kai aside and said solemnly, I accidentally offended some people at work, and these guys are causing me trouble. They want to do something to Zihan. You take them out of the hospital through the back door. Lin Kai was immediately startled. He thought the former was joking with him, but seeing his serious expression, he immediately knew that this was true. Brother Bahuang, why don't you call the police? I have my reasons. They'll be here soon. You should take them out of here. Good. Lin Kai trusted Chen Sheng completely, and immediately took the two children and left through the back door of the hospital. At the same time, at the entrance of 308 Hospital, two investors stood nervously at the door. Besides them, hospital leaders at all levels, as well as the young nurses, also stood in a row. It seemed as if they were waiting for some important figure. Not long after, the two men were startled. Not far away, a black minivan was driving towards them and slowly came to a stop. A man got off the bus. Upon seeing him, the two immediately went to greet him. Mr. He, who was in his 50s, asked, Excuse me, Han Tai, is young Master Han not here? Smack. The newcomer slapped the 50-something-year-old Mr. He across the face. How dare you address young Master Han by his name? Chapter 141, Ruthless and Merciless. The person who came up slapped Mr. He across the face without any politeness or mercy. The slap made the staff at 308 Hospital twitch. Everyone knows that although Mr. He is over 50 years old, he is known for his bad temper. He is quick to resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. Is it suicidal to slap him? Everyone waited for Mr. He to lose his temper. Only, this time, they found that Mr. He did not show any signs of anger. Having been slapped hard across the face, his old face turned red. He covered his face, showing no intention of retaliating. Not only that, he also lowered his head and said meekly, Yes, young Master Han's name is not something I can address him by directly. This scene stunned everyone. Even if they were stupid, they would understand at this moment that the person who came was someone they could not afford to offend. Even if it was Mr. He, the investor of the hospital, they could only behave themselves. Beside Mr. He stood an investor, Lu Zhonggong, who was a bit older than him and in his 60s. Lu Zhonggong also smiled obsequiously and said, Sir, I didn't know you were Mr. Han. Servants, you can call me Han Ba. Han Ba spoke indifferently. Although he used the words servant, his face was full of pride and arrogance, as if it were an extremely noble status. He was merely a servant among Han Tai's servants, and his status in the Han family was insignificant. Even at Xianin Temple, he could only play the role of a nobody who could call Chen Baoang. But this was only in the Han family, in front of Han Tai. Outsiders, the identity of a servant in the Han family is glorious, proud, and prestigious. This identity alone is enough to make many people tremble, not for any other reason than that the servants' names were preceded by the words Han family. Even if they are servants, they are still servants of the Han family. He Cheng and Lu Zhonggong dared not show the slightest disrespect. He Cheng asked, Didn't young Master Han say he would be visiting our 308 hospital? What? You think you can get young Master Han to come here in person from this wretched place? Han Ba said coldly, Welcome, Mr. Han, to 308 Hospital. As you instructed, we have removed all the transient patients from 308 Hospital. Only the inpatients remain. Lu Zhonggong hurriedly interjected, his tone cautious, afraid of offending the man before him. Take me to this little girl's ward. Han Ba took out his phone and showed the screen to Lu Zhonggong. Above, it was none other than Zihan. Upon seeing the little girl, Lu Zhonggong was taken aback. He might not recognize the other patients in the hospital, but he had a very deep impression of this little girl. A person who should have been taken away by the king of hell, yet is still alive and well. Lu Zhonggong still vividly remembers the day Qiu Jia was dismissed. Could it be? Is she related to the Han family? Thinking of this, Lu Zhonggong trembled slightly. If she really has a connection with the Han family, if word of what happened that day reaches the Han family, their hospital will be doomed. Lu Zhonggong asked, trembling with fear. I wonder what the relationship is between young Master Han and her. This isn't a question a mere hospital director like you should be asking, understand? Han Ba's words were icy. If it weren't for Lu Zhonggong's advanced age, he would have already taken action. Yes, I'll take you there. Lu Zhonggong and He Chung personally led the way, taking them to the VIP ward where Zihan was located. The door to the ward. It was tightly shut. He Chung said, "They're right here." As he spoke, He Chung stepped forward, preparing to knock on the door. Before he could knock, Han Ba kicked the door open. Bang! With a loud bang, the ward door was kicked open. But it was completely empty inside. There wasn't a single person there. Where is everyone? Han Ba was furious when he saw the empty hospital room. This was a task given to him by Han Tae, to take that little girl away. But they've disappeared. He Chung and Lu Zhonggong were also completely bewildered. They just ran into Lin Kai and the other two at the hospital, so why are they gone now? We don't know either, Lu Zhonggong said curiously. Maybe they went out? Out my ass. Find him. Check the security footage. Han Ba panicked. He hadn't completed the task assigned by the young master. He would be tortured when he got back. Having followed Han Tae for several years, he knew Han Tae's personality very well. He was a very promising person who always liked to play cruel games with people. They can always come up with different and brand new tricks. Every game they play can drive you crazy. He really didn't want to face those games. Yes, Mr. Han, I'll tell him right away. Lu Zhonggong didn't dare to offend Han Ba, and immediately ordered someone to check the surveillance footage to find the little girl's whereabouts. Soon, someone ran up and said truthfully, Mr. Lu. After Lin Kai brought them up, they disappeared. All the surveillance cameras stopped working for a few minutes. What? Before Lu Zhonggong could speak, Han Ba grabbed the man's collar. What did you say? Say it again. Tu said all the surveillance cameras were out of order for 5 minutes. The man looked terrified. He had never seen anyone as arrogant as Han Ba. Grass. Han Ba kicked him, appearing fierce on the surface but inwardly panicking. My heart is aching, but I can't express it. Han Ba looked anxious as he went to the monitoring room. Sure enough, he found that the hospital's surveillance cameras had been out of service for a few minutes. Han Ba broke out in a cold sweat. Lu Zhonggong and He Chung followed behind, their faces full of questions. If you didn't find it, you didn't find it. Why are you sweating bullets? We don't dare ask. The two trembled in fear in front of Han Ba. Han Ba kicked the surveillance camera a few times, angrily left 308 hospital, returned to his car, sat in the driver's seat, took out his phone, and was about to call to report the news. Suddenly, he shuddered. His eyes were fixed on the rearview mirror. Suddenly, a young man was sitting in the back seat of the car. A young man in his early 20s. He was holding a wine jug and drinking. You are Chen Baoang. Han Ba subconsciously turned around, about to speak, when a dagger appeared at his neck. If you don't want to die, drive and take me to see Han Tai. As Chun Sheng spoke, the knife gradually sank into Han Ba's skin. Stop. I'll take you there. The gleaming knife reflected Han Ba's terrified expression. He could clearly feel the cold blade gradually sinking into him. If he didn't make a move soon, this young man might really kill him. He knew that this young man was very likely also a martial arts practitioner. A martial artist kills a person, like chopping vegetables. There will be no scruples, no hesitation. Han Ba was smart. He knew what to do. He stepped on the gas, said nothing, and drove Chun Sheng away from 308 hospital. Mr. Chun, please be careful with the knife in your hand. I'll step on the brakes in a bit, so don't let it stab me. Chapter 142. The game is getting more and more interesting. A servant is always a servant. Han Ba, who was arrogant and domineering at the 308 hospital, is now utterly timid, pale-faced, fearful, and with deep terror in his eyes. He was terrified that Chen Sheng would slit his throat with a knife. Chen Sheng sat behind him, without saying a word. A cold, chilling aura emanated from him, permeating the car. Han Ba didn't know if it was just his imagination, but he felt that the temperature in the entire car had dropped a level. Mr. Chun, I really suggest you don't fight with our young master. Han Ba wanted to persuade Chen Sheng and make a great contribution, so he suppressed his fear and said, You may be a legendary martial artist, but our young master Han is not. However, he has martial artists as bodyguards and the huge Han family behind him. Think about it. Han Song is gone, but there's Han Tai. Even if you're lucky enough to win this time, there'll be another person with the surname Han. How do you think you can fight him? You're right. That makes sense. Chen Sheng, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. That's right. A wise person knows when to yield. If you, a young martial artist, sincerely pledge allegiance to young Master Han and become his servant, he might be so pleased that he won't harm you and might even train and promote you. Han Ba breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he could really persuade Chen Bahuang. This Chen Bahuang looks fierce and cold, but he's not all that great. With that thought in mind, Han Ba released one hand from the steering wheel and gently tried to push Chen Sheng's knife away. Brush. Only. The moment his hand touched Chen Sheng's knife, it suddenly seemed to become countless times sharper. With a gentle pull, Han Ba's finger that was touching the blade was severed on the spot. 2 fingertips rolled down his shoulder to his leg, a shocking sight. Oh! Han Ba let out a scream. The intense pain made him instinctively slam on the brakes. His body swayed, and the cold dagger pierced his neck even further. Instantly, his scalp tingled, and a chill ran down his spine. He endured the pain and continued driving. Mr. Chun, what are you doing? Weren't we just talking fine a moment ago? Han Ba was feeling depressed. 1 second they said he was right. The next they cut off his fingertips. What the hell is this? Because you only got half of it right. The Han family is indeed inexhaustible. So Chen Sheng paused here, then continued. This time, I'm going to wipe out the Han family. What? Han Bai was startled, his eyelids twitching. He could sense it. The person behind me wasn't joking. He's telling the truth. Is he a madman? Destroy the Han family? Who but a madman could say such a thing? Han Ba, shut up. It was best not to provoke such a madman for now. He endured the pain in his fingers and sped up the car. Soon, the car then arrived at a garden called Han Garden. This Han Garden was a residence that Han Tai bought in Qinqing. Here, not only can one meet basic living needs, but one can also hunt, play with women, and enjoy imperial treatment. Only, these privileges are only available to Han Tai or those brought by Han Tai. In the very center of Han Garden stands a building made of glass. From inside a building, one can see what's outside, but from outside, one cannot see anything inside. At that moment, 2 men were lying in the lobby on the first floor, on spacious chairs, drinking red wine and watching the women dancing enthusiastically in the center of the dance floor. One of these 2 men was Han Tai. He was only in his early 20s, not yet 30, wearing a striking green submariner on his wrist, with short red hair, flamboyant and ostentatious. A woman with an amazing figure is massaging his feet. Beside him sat a man in his 30s, sitting upright with his eyes wandering over the women on the dance floor. Those women, each one of them, could be considered goddess-level figures as described online, women that ordinary people yearn for but cannot obtain. Now, in front of Han Tai and another person beside him, they were dressed scantily, vying to show off their graceful figures to the fullest, their alluring and charming eyes occasionally sweeping over the 2 of them, openly seducing them. Mr. Liu, is there anyone you fancy? If so, you can pick any of these women you like, 1 or 2. As long as Mr. Liu is willing, they can all keep you company tonight. Han Tai looked at the man beside him and chuckled. Then I'll accept your kind offer, young Master Han. Thank you in advance. Liu Shifeng chuckled, not even glancing at Han Tai, his gaze entirely fixed on the women on the dance floor. A look of disdain flashed in Han Tai's eyes. So what if someone is a martial arts practitioner? Isn't it because they can't resist the allure of sensual pleasures? If you want these things, you have to be the Han family's dog, their slave. It is fate that we met during Mr. Liu's training trip down the mountain. There is no need for thanks. I only hope that if I, Han Tai, encounter any trouble in the future, Mr. Liu will do his best to help me solve it. Don't worry, young Master Han. If you encounter any problems, just ask. Liu Shifeng, will definitely help you resolve them beautifully. Liu Shifeng was full of confidence. Han Tai's lips curled into a slight smile. Very good. Another dog has been successfully tamed. Moreover, it's a wolfhound. It's about time. Why hasn't Han Ba returned yet? Han Tai frowned, looking at the green submariner in his hand, quite dissatisfied. He had barely finished speaking. In the distance, a black sedan slowly drove towards them, followed the route, circled around the entertainment venue where Han Tai was, and parked in the parking lot. Han Tai stood up and looked at the car through the glass. Everything is proceeding according to his plan. Very good, not bad. Han Tai was very satisfied. This time, he will do what Han Song failed to do, and he will solve the problems Han Song failed to solve, so that he can make a good impression. Just as he took out his phone, extremely pleased with himself, and was about to call Mr. Chun. Sudden, the driver's side door of that luxury car opened. A corpse rolled out. A dagger was stuck in the neck of the corpse. At a glance, Han Tai recognized him as his man, Han Ba. Han Ba stared wide-eyed, clutching his neck, dying with his eyes wide open. Blood flowed down the driver's seat and onto the ground, staining it a bright red that was extremely glaring. How could this be? Just as Han Tai was wondering what was going on, the back door of the car opened. A tall, slender figure stepped out of the car. Upon seeing that figure, Han Tai suddenly froze. Chen Bahuang, what's going on? Didn't he go to save people? Subconsciously, Han Tai pulled out a remote control from his body and pressed the red button on it. The remote control is a remote-controlled time bomb. As soon as he presses the button, the explosives will detonate immediately. However, after a while, there was no response from the remote control. It was clear that the two explosives he left behind had lost contact with the remote control. Interesting. Liu Shifeng had somehow ended up standing next to Han Tai. It seems he has rescued 2 people in the last 10 minutes, and he also rescued the little girl before your men arrived at the hospital. This guy is not simple. However, having offended you, young Master Han, I am ultimately nothing more than a dead corpse. Yes. Sudden, Han Tai laughed, picked up a glass of red wine beside him, and drank it in one gulp. This game is getting more and more interesting. I like it. I recommend a book by a friend, Urban Heroes. Chapter 143, Han Tai's Trump Card. Chen Sheng arrived at Han Garden. Aside from a few unexpected events, Han Tai had no worries whatsoever. Everything was still under his control. Even if it's unexpected, it's just an ant. So what? An ant is still just an ant. He could crush you at any moment. However, he liked to play with the ants before crushing them, to see their anger, despair, struggle, and desire to kill him. Yet they were powerless to do anything about it. In front of the gate of the transparent entertainment area, he was guarded by a dozen burly bodyguards. They're keeping watch here in case anything unexpected happens. 16 people blocked the gate. They blocked Chen Sheng's path. They had seen the dead Han Ba on the surveillance footage, and this was the man who got out of that car. Clearly, he was the one who killed Han Ba. These people are tough guys who have seen a lot of big scenes. Han Ba's death did not frighten them. Instead, they all wanted to kill Chen Sheng with their own hands and show off in front of Han Tai. Chen Sheng glanced at the lackeys in front of him and said indifferently, "Get out of the way." "You. Let him in." Just as the bodyguards at the door were about to make their move, Han Tai's voice suddenly came through their earpieces. The leader was taken aback, then waved his hand, and the bodyguards quickly made way for him. Chen Sheng walked in without saying a word, staring at the 2 people in the distance who were sizing him up. "Who is Han Tai?" "Chen Bahuang. Welcome to Han Garden." Han Tai sat relaxed and comfortable in a chair, while the curvaceous, beautifully dressed woman continued to massage him. "I am Han Tai. What? You've come to kill me." Chen Sheng didn't say a word and walked straight ahead. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Han Tai remained calm, lying motionless in his chair. "I know you are a martial artist with extraordinary abilities. Killing someone is just a matter of a thought. But take a look at this." Smack! He snapped his fingers. At the same time, a door that was tightly closed nearby was opened. Inside the room, the lights came on. Abrupt. Chen Sheng's steps forward came to an abrupt halt. Because there was a person tied up inside that room. A woman. A woman with long, slender legs. A perfect woman. Song Yuyin. This is Han Tae's trump card, which gives him confidence. He not only has Song Yuyin as a pawn, but also a top expert, Lu Shifeng, by his side. He wasn't afraid at all. When Chun Sheng came to his door, he was not afraid at all, and even felt like laughing. Chun Sheng was surprised to find that Han Tae had also brought Song Yuyin with him. Her hands were tied and her eyes were blindfolded, so she did not see Chun Sheng. Beside Song Yuyin were two of Han Tae's bodyguards. The two men, with calm expressions, gave Song Yuyin a push. "What are you doing? Where are you taking me?" Song Yuyin asked calmly. "Where's Han Tae? Tell him to come see me, or he can forget about getting anything from the Song family." After Song Tianyu left, Song Yuyin underwent a remarkable transformation. Even though she was tied up, she remained relatively calm and even managed to negotiate with the person beside her when she sensed someone nearby. Unfortunately, no one answered him. They pushed her all the way to Han Tae's side, and only then did one of them remove her blindfold. "The first thing I did when I opened my eyes." Then she met Chun Sheng. List. Just as Song Yuyin was about to speak, Han Tae suddenly stood up, drew a knife, and placed it against her neck. It was a very strange knife, 30 centimeters long, with a back of the blade a finger thick and a blade as thin as paper. The blade touched Song Yuyin's jade-like neck, and with just a light touch, a bloodstain appeared. "Sister Yuyin, I am Han Tae. It's a bit unexpected that we're meeting in this way, isn't it?" Han Tae grinned cruelly. "You'd better be quiet now, or someone might die." Feeling the coldness of the blade, Song Yuyin chose to remain silent. Speaking now would only bring more trouble. Despite her outwardly calm demeanor, her heart was pounding as if it were about to leap out of her chest. She had initially thought that Han Tae had captured her simply to obtain the Song family's land deeds, house deeds, and other valuables. Unexpectedly, she was used to threaten Chun Sheng. At this moment, Chun Sheng's steps came to a complete stop. He was only a little over 10 meters away from Han Tae and the others, but he didn't take another step forward. For some reason, seeing Song Yuyin injured brought back the image of that woman from the past to Chun Sheng's mind. He felt extremely heartbroken. His eyes turned extremely cold, and his face became so solemn that it seemed as if it were turning into a block of ice. Endless anger surged and fluctuated within him. "Chun Ba-Huang, I told you, we're playing a game, and you have to respect the rules. How could you say so much beforehand? I originally didn't intend to use her to threaten you. I just wanted to take her away and sell her to someone else. Someone like her can definitely fetch a good price, so she'll know the consequences of disobeying the Han family. But who told you to be so good? You play games so fast, is it fun?" Han Tae gripped the knife in his hand, laughing arrogantly. "This knife of mine was forged by a blacksmith master. It can cut iron like mud and sever hair with a breath. With just a light slash, this woman will immediately have her throat cut off and die here." Han Tae wasn't joking. In his life, he had slept with many women. In his eyes, women were nothing more than dolls, playthings, objects used to please or win people's hearts. Killing a woman was easier for him than killing a chicken. However, because of his past experiences, he preferred the pleasure, comfort, and sense of accomplishment of toying with people to killing them. Chun Sheng's heart was ablaze with rage and fury. What he hated and loathed most was being threatened. He hadn't been threatened by anyone for countless years. None of those who threatened him in the past are still alive today. Now, Han Tae is using Song Yuyin to threaten him. Indeed, his idea was both successful and fatal. Because Chun Sheng had promised Song Tianyu that he would protect Song Yuyin, and he would never break his promise. So, he cannot act rashly. He could tell that Han Tae was not joking or trying to scare him. If he made any rash moves, Song Yuyin would lose her life in the next second. Han Tae was just an ordinary person, nothing special. But the other two bodyguards were clearly not ordinary people. Chun Sheng could sense that those two were at least on the same level as Han Gongjue from before. Moreover, besides that, there is another powerful figure. The man lying next to Han Tae, who hadn't said a word. Chun Sheng sensed a trace of qi from him. Although that wisp of breath was so weak, so faint, that it could be completely ignored. Compared to the energy within his body, it's like comparing heaven and earth. However, with these three people combined, Chun Sheng couldn't guarantee that taking action now would ensure Song Yuyin wouldn't be harmed. He could only wait. Wait for the opportunity to arise. Chun Bahuang, the previous cat and mouse game, is over. If you want to save this woman, how about we play a brand new game? Chapter 144, Innovative Approaches. I've had this idea for a long time, but I've never had the chance to play it. I think you're a very good candidate. Han Tae blinked, his eyes full of amusement. As Han Tae spoke, even the usually calm and quiet Lu Shifeng became interested and curious about what kind of game it was. Lu Shifeng had been practicing martial arts with his teacher since childhood and rarely interacted with the outside world. He had known Han Tae for 3 months, during which Han Tae had taken him to do many interesting things. And Han Tae's prank games are one of those kinds of games. This guy always manages to come up with something new and innovative. In other respects, Lu Shifeng looked down on Han Tae from the bottom of his heart. His relationship with Han Tae was simply a matter of mutual benefit. However, he admired Han Tae's creativity when it came to playing games. Release her, and I can play with you. Chun Sheng's voice was hoarse and deep, and there were even bloodshot eyes in his eyes, making him look like a wolf, revealing ferocity and madness. Yes, I admire you. The game is called Destiny's Will, and the rules are simple. Han Tae sneered triumphantly, pulling out a die from his pocket. This die has 6 sides. I'll just throw it randomly. If it lands on the ground and is an odd number 1, 3, 5, then you have to stab yourself a certain number of times. 1 is 1 stab, 3 is 3 stabs. If it's an even number, like 2, 4, or 6, then it's very unfortunate. You have to stab 3 more times in each of the places that the previous odd number stabbed. The game only has 5 rounds. I hope you can hold on and not let me down. When Han Tae spoke of this rule, his eyes lit up with excitement. The idea for this game had been forming in his mind for a very long time, but he had never been able to implement it. Because ordinary people simply can't withstand more than a few blows. This game is specifically designed for martial arts practitioners. He dreamed of toying with martial arts practitioners as an ordinary person, wanting to see if they could withstand such a game. Now that the opportunity had finally arrived, he certainly wouldn't miss it. Lu Shifeng's lips twitched involuntarily. What the hell is this game? This is clearly a joke. Upon hearing the rules of the game, Song Yuyin's clear eyes showed worry and fear. Chun Bahuang, no Han Tae. What you want can be discussed. What Song Tianyu left behind is what Song Yuyin is willing to protect with her life. Now, but for Chun Sheng's sake, she relented. Perhaps it's because Chun Sheng always saves her, or perhaps it's because she definitely owes Chun Bahuang something. Saying those words was entirely out of the blue. Pity. Han Tae ignored him. The Song family's small plot of land. Honestly, the Han family doesn't care about them at all. The reason they sent Han Song to take it back is just to let the outside world know that anything related to the Han family will be taken back sooner or later. Give him a knife, Han Tae said to his subordinate. His men immediately took out a 7-inch-long dagger from their bodies and tossed it away. Bite. The dagger fell to Chun Sheng's feet. Pick it up, and the game can begin, Han Tae said cruelly. Of course, you can refuse. Refuse with this woman's life. Actually, I don't understand why you people value women so much. Little do you know that women are the only barrier that blocks heroes. Only by overcoming them can you achieve success. As he spoke, Chun Sheng had already squatted down and picked up the dagger. Very good, not bad, it's a man. To prevent it from being an even number from the start, I need you to stab him first as an appetizer. Han Tae was extremely pleased with his actions and felt a great sense of accomplishment. Puff! Chun Sheng gripped the knife, his chest brimming with murderous intent. More than 3 years, a full 3 years. It has been more than 3 years since I have felt such a strong urge to kill someone. He wished he could chop Han Tae into pieces. But reason told him he couldn't do that. If they make a move, Song Yuyin will be in trouble. He has to wait. Waiting for an opportunity. What? Chickened out. Han Tae said sarcastically when he saw Chun Sheng standing still. Looks like you're nothing special after all. Sigh? Puff. Chun Sheng didn't speak. His only response was a simple gesture. With a flick of the blade, he stabbed himself in the body. The dagger pierced his body, and blood dripped from the blade onto the ground, drop by drop. No! Song Yuyin cried out in alarm, her face turning pale. Her eyes widened, and a deep sense of self-reproach welled up inside her. She knew that it was because of her that Chen Sheng had done all this. Without her, these people might not have been a match for him at all. Even if he can't win, running away won't be a problem. A pang of pain rose in Song Yuyan's heart. Why was this man so cruel to her too? Chen Sheng gripped the knife, gritted his teeth, and forcefully pulled the dagger out, enduring the pain. You don't need to roll any dice. If you want me to hurt myself, I'll grant your wish. While they were talking, Chen Sheng pulled out the knife again, stabbed it in, pulled it out, stabbed it again, pulled it out again, stabbed it again. Uft, uft, uft. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts. In one breath, Chen Sheng stabbed him more than a dozen times. Every cut goes deep into the skin. Blood soaked through his shirt, and the numerous wounds were glaring and terrifying. But Chen Sheng had no regrets. Throughout his life, he valued promises most. He promised Song Tianyu that he would protect Song Yuyan, and he will do everything in his power to protect her. If a man can't even keep his own promises, can he still be considered a man? For the sake of commitment, Chen Sheng could disregard his own life. Many people say he is stubborn, but for him, it was a belief. An indelible belief. Han Te wanted to play with him, so he satisfied him all at once, without giving him any enjoyment from the game. Chen Sheng was such a ruthless person. At this moment, he was seriously injured, his face several shades pale, but his body remained straight. So, Han Te, are you satisfied now? Han Te stared straight at Chen Sheng, without saying a word. Uft. Chen Sheng stabbed himself again, and asked once more, Are you satisfied? Chen Sheng, how could you be so foolish? Song Yuyan cried. Apart from her father, no one had ever protected her like this before. Even the usually cold-hearted Song Yuyan had red eyes and was extremely worried. Don't do this, you'll die. Lu Shifeng, who was standing to the side, was quite moved. This was the first time he had ever met someone like Chen Sheng. For a woman, is it worth it? You really are a ruthless person. Han Te's eyes were filled with surprise and strangeness. The development of events had taken him by surprise. Chen Sheng was already injured, seriously injured. Han Te was extremely unhappy. He didn't experience the fun of the game. Haha. All right, since you're so ruthless, let's move on to the second phase. Someone, bring up that jar of Wulianya that I've been keeping. Han Te finished speaking. Soon, there were 2 bodyguards outside the door, carrying over a water vat. Steam billowed from the water tank, and the water churned. The jar is very large, 1 meter deep, and the diameter of the mouth is also 1 meter. Inside, there was a full vat of boiling water. Chapter 145 is a repost. Those who have already read it should not subscribe. Boiling water rippled in the vat, creating small waves, and soon it was placed in front of Chen Sheng. At this moment, Chen Sheng noticed that there was a wooden ladle inside the water vat. This is the second round of the game. Pick up that wooden ladle and pour it over yourself. Take a bath. Han Te's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. This hot water was prepared especially for you. How about it? Not bad treatment, right? Han Te, what exactly do you want to do? Song Yuyan's voice trembled slightly. That's boiling water. Even a wound will hurt if hot water is poured on it, let alone Chen Sheng, whose body is covered in bloody wounds. How much pain and agony would it be if this boiling water were poured on him? Song Yuyan simply couldn't bear to think about that kind of pain. What? Are you heartbroken for him? Song Yuyan, he's just your bodyguard. Only when he's in pain can he save your life. That's his duty. Han Te said mockingly and coldly. I don't want to do anything. I just want to play with him and see how far he can last in the game. You. Song Yuyan's eyes were filled with anxiety, but she was helpless. Her heart ached beyond measure. For the first time, she felt that Chen Sheng had sacrificed a lot for her. Could it be that? Was it simply because he was her bodyguard? Splash. Chen Sheng picked up a wooden ladle, poured a ladleful of boiling water over himself. In an instant, it felt as if needles were piercing his entire body, poking every pore and acupoint. His hair stood on end, and the suffocating pain made him clench his teeth. Beads of cold sweat streamed down his face. Even though he was very strong and a martial artist, under such stimulation, he felt extremely abnormal pain, and his internal organs were trembling and struggling. Chen Sheng's eyes were bloodshot. and after a short while, he poured another ladleful on it. Having undergone the first baptism, the second time, I felt much better. The first 3 times, he did not use qi to resist the pain. He used the pain to keep himself awake and calm, waiting for an opportunity to arise. After waves of pain spread throughout his body, he began to circulate his internal energy. Wisps of energy flowed through his body, and his burning skin was cooled by waves of coolness. The feeling was like a field that had been longing for rain, extremely comfortable and pleasant. However, this relief was only relative. It was much better than at the beginning. In fact, he was still in intense pain all over his body. The scalding water poured down his body, turning him completely red. Soon, blisters appeared. Those were scalded while the person was still alive. However, Chun Baoang did not utter a sound, nor did he even blink. 5 minutes later, the water in the tank finally dried up. Chun Sheng picked up the water vat and poured all the remaining water over it. Now, his body was completely red and covered in blisters. Beneath my feet lay a pool of blood. In this hall, everyone, men and women alike, was stunned. They were bystanders, but what Chun Sheng had done was painful and terrifying to watch. They all secretly vowed that no matter what, they would never offend Han Te again. He shouldn't be called Han Tai. He should be called Han the Pervert. Such a torturous method is something few people could come up with. It's terrifying to even look at. Han Te looked very unwell. He never expected that Chun Sheng would still be standing. He was stabbed more than a dozen times. Then a jar of boiling water was poured over him, and he was still able to stand in front of him. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably have fainted by now. Chun Sheng, however, not only stood, but stood ramrod straight, showing no sign of falling down. Does this person have no sensation, no pain receptors? Chun Sheng's behavior made him extremely unhappy. What is the purpose of torturing people? Isn't the ultimate goal to make people fall down, beg for mercy, kneel before him, and beg him to spare their lives? Sticking out his tongue and licking his lips, Han Tai said with a sinister tone, "Not bad, as expected of someone who could defeat Han Gongjue and Uncle Gong. You can still hold on, hee." Han Tai sneered. Now, we move on to the third round. Han Tai removed the knife from Song Yiyan's neck. You've done very well to survive 2 rounds. Now it's the last round. Compared to the previous 2 rounds, this round was very easy, extremely easy. Han Tai spread his legs. All you have to do is kneel down, crawl between my legs, and call me Dad, and I'll let this woman go. Chun Baoang, you've never tried this move before, have you? Han Tai raised his foot and kicked the woman massaging him. Come on, you little bitch, demonstrate it for him. Yes, young Master Han. The woman responded, knelt on the ground, arched her body, and crawled towards Han Tai's body. Slowly, gently, as if extremely reluctant, she crawled over and softly called out, Daddy. Do you understand? Han Tai said with amusement. Just do it like her, and you'll pass this round. Compared to the first 2 rounds, this round is very easy and simple. Han Tai stared at Chun Sheng. He had already realized that Chun Sheng was a very proud person. It's easy to get a woman to kneel, but it's extremely difficult to get a man, especially a proud and strong-willed one, to kneel. Because this kind of man would rather die than kneel. Making them kneel would be a devastating torture, a torture that comes from the soul, far more than physical torture. Indeed, Han Tai has a very accurate understanding of people's hearts. Chun Sheng is that kind of person, the kind of person whose soul is filled with arrogance. He is the kind of person who neither kneels to heaven nor to earth. In over 20 years, he has never knelt down once. He stood still, motionless. He stared intently at Han Tai. Chun Baoang, no, don't kneel. Song Yiyan shook her head at Chun Sheng. This was a matter of a man's dignity, and she knew how important dignity was to a man. I won't allow you to kneel. He can withstand the pain of a knife and the burning of boiling water. But if you kneel down, perhaps you will suffer setbacks your whole life and live in the shadows. During the time she had spent with Chun Sheng, she knew that he was a very, very proud person, and she couldn't bear to see him kneel down because of her. No, absolutely not. Song Yiyan shook her head, shaking her head vigorously at him. A man's knees are worth their weight in gold. She would not allow Chun Sheng to kneel. Lu Shifang stared intently at Chun Sheng. eager to know what he would do. Martial arts practitioners. It's not just about martial arts. Once you reach a certain level, you also need to cultivate your mind. Regardless of whether a man's knees are truly worth gold, he only knew that if this guy knelt down today, his future path in martial arts would be completely ruined. He was forced to kneel, not out of genuine admiration. Once he kneels down, his state of mind will be severely affected for the rest of his life. Chapter 146. The opportunity has arrived. As a martial arts practitioner, Lu Shifeng was very aware of the impact kneeling would have on this young man. Chun Sheng remained silent, standing upright without uttering a sound, as if he hadn't heard Han Tai's words. No one knew what he was thinking. Throughout the air, a brief silence fell. Chun Sheng never knelt down. However, his expression grew increasingly grim. I know it's hard to kneel before a woman, and you won't kneel willingly. I'll give you a way out. Han Tai smiled. He knew that he had once again grasped Chun Sheng's weakness. He was somewhat excited and couldn't wait to see Chun Sheng kneel down, crawl between his legs, completely shatter his confidence, and turn him into a dog. A worthless dog. Ignoring Song Yuyen's pleas and disregarding everyone else's feelings, he coldly ordered his two subordinates, Han Yi, Han Air, you two, go and break his legs. Han Yi and Han Air are not their real names. The surname Han was bestowed upon them by Han Tai, while Yi and Air were simply for convenience, just like the name Han Ba. Yes, Han Yi and Han Air were the ones who kidnapped Song Yuyen. They were also martial artists, and their strength was not much different from Han Gongjue's. They were Han Tai's top subordinates. Only they deserve code names like 1 and 2. You must cut off both legs and chop them into pieces. Consider it interest for Han Song's crippled legs, Han Tai added coldly. Yes, young master. Han Yi and Han Air responded again, and then they each took out a long knife from their bodies. The knife was 3 feet long, wide and thick, and gleamed with a cold chill under the light. 10 meters is not a long distance. They walked towards Chun Sheng step by step. But they didn't notice that at this moment, a look of wild joy appeared deep in Chun Sheng's eyes. Wild ecstasy. Chance. The long-awaited opportunity has finally arrived. He hadn't made a move until now. It was only because Han Yi, Han Air, and that man in his 30s were all very close to Song Yuyen and Han Tai, and Han Tai's knife was still held to Song Yuyen's neck. And now, Han Yi and Han Air are walking towards him. Han Tai had removed the knife from Song Yuyen's neck so that she would crawl between his legs. All of a sudden, all the threats were gone except for that stubborn man. But Chun Sheng did not act immediately. He wanted to wait. Wait until Han Yi and Han Air were further away from Song Yuyen, and wait until he was 100% certain that there was no chance of success before he made his move. Less than half a minute. Han Yi and Han Air have already arrived at Chun Sheng's side. Going against young Master Han will only lead to your death, Han Yi said indifferently. What a pity, such a young martial artist. He will surely achieve great things in the future. It's a pity there's no future, Han Air added calmly. The next second, the two suddenly attacked. The gleaming longsword sliced through the air, creating a whooshing sound. The knife was about to reach Chun Sheng's legs. Just then, a smile suddenly appeared on Chun Sheng's face. A strange, terrifying, chilling laugh. Just as the blade was about to touch him, he suddenly moved, like a tiger emerging from the mountain. In an instant, he rushed out. The speed was incredibly fast, so fast that it was impossible to see. They are almost invisible to the naked eye. At such a speed, no one had time to react. He was straight. Swiftly, it charged towards Han Tai. In that instant, Han Tai's face changed, turning pale and unsightly, losing a shade of color. His intuition told him that there was danger, and he subconsciously raised the knife in his hand, pressing it towards Song Yuyen's neck. It's a pity. It's too late. It's all too late. In less than a tenth of a breath, Chun Sheng's face appeared before him, very close, less than half a meter away. The blade was now infinitely close to Song Yuyen. Chun Sheng grabbed her waist and gently twisted her. The blade grazed her throat, less than a centimeter away. It was a close call. Song Yuyen's face was pale. My heart is racing. I once thought I was going to die. She stared blankly at Chun Sheng, momentarily lost in thought. Don't be afraid. I'm here. No one can hurt you now, Chun Sheng said softly, standing very close to her. You, how could this be? Han Tai's face was extremely ugly, his expression filled with shock. Even now, he still didn't understand how Chun Sheng had gotten here so quickly, like a ghost. This is impossible. Is this even human? Feeling the heat emanating from the man before her, and seeing the shocking wounds on his body, Song Yuyin felt a sudden pang of heartache for no apparent reason. Just as she was about to say something, her expression changed. Be careful. In that short time, Lu Shifeng, standing beside Han Tai, had already reacted. As a martial artist, and the strongest one here, his reaction was quick enough. He raised his fist and punched straight at Chun Sheng's forehead. Call. This punch caused a piercing whistling sound to resonate in the air, carrying a fierce punching intent that was enough to kill a robust, ordinary person on the spot. That's not all. His left hand was in a fist, while a short sword slid out from the sleeve of his right hand and was held in his palm. This sword strike was more powerful than a punch, and it went straight for Chun Sheng's heart. Lu Shifeng was determined to take Chun Sheng's life once he made a move. Decisive, ruthless, and determined to succeed. Boy, if you still harbor any illusions in front of me, Lu Shifeng, you're courting death. Lu Shifeng was stubborn and arrogant, full of confidence. How strong could a mere young martial artist be? He was confident that he could easily solve the problem. And Chun Sheng, just as he expected, he didn't react at all, standing there motionless, looking completely bewildered and helpless, which was quite ridiculous. Only, Lu Shifeng's smile quickly faded. He had barely finished speaking when Chun Sheng's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, without any warning. A punch, a knife, both missed their mark. The next moment, a chilling voice came from his other side. You are indeed very strong, the strongest person I have ever seen, but in the face of absolute power and speed, you are really too weak. As the words were spoken, Lu Shifeng clearly saw Chun Sheng's palm falling towards his head. Boom! In an instant, Lu Shifeng felt as if something had exploded in his mind, making a loud bang. Immediately afterwards, Lu Shifeng lost consciousness. It fell straight to the ground. His eyes were filled with despair and disbelief. Kill him. In that short time, Han Yi and Han Er also rushed up, their knives slashing at Chun Sheng. However, these two knives are so fragile. Like tofu. Chun Sheng caught it easily and snapped it in half. Holding the broken half of the knife, he slit their throats with a backhand motion. Chapter 147 Han Yinshan. Uft. An ordinary broken knife, in Chun Sheng's hands, was like a divine weapon. He severed the throats of Han Yi and Han Er, and blood spurted out. The two men clutched their necks and fell into pools of blood, dying with their eyes wide open. Murder! 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 Help! Someone come quick! One woman screamed, and then the other women followed suit, retreating to a corner, trembling with fear. How could this be impossible? Han Tai's lips were dry, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. It would be fine if Han Yi and Han Er died. Why did Lu Shifeng also die? And he died so decisively. You have to understand, Lu Shifeng is one of his trump cards. He's even stronger than Han Yi and Han Er combined, and even Uncle Gong couldn't last a single move against him. He had personally witnessed Lu Shifeng's power. He kept Lu Shifeng by his side, praising him in every way, taking him out to play, and letting him have a good time, all in the hope that he would become his talisman. Who knows? This is the unexpected result. Guards! Guards! Kill this man! Kill him! Han Tai shouted, trying to get the bodyguards outside to come in. It's a pity. There was no response from outside the door for a long time, because those bodyguards were already terrified. Madman! That guy is a madman. They weren't unfamiliar with killing, nor had they never helped Han Tai kill people, but the three who died were all among the strongest. Don't be fooled by their dozen or so members. If they were all together, Han Er could easily defeat them. Chun Sheng not only killed Han Er, but also two people who were even stronger than Han Er. The whole process took less than a minute. If they foolishly rush in now, what can they do besides throw their lives away? Hearing Han Tai's shouts, they snapped out of their daze, turned around, and ran, each one faster than the last. At a time like this, what kind of bird are you protecting? Chun Sheng's body and hands were covered in blood. The thick smell of blood and blood blistering was particularly foul, like the smell of the devil. A ruthless killer. And this devil is now closing in on Hante step by step. Shinbahuang, what do you want to do? I am a member of the Han family, the most outstanding person in the Han family, and the most promising person to inherit the position of the future head of the family. If you touch me, the Han family will not let you off. Hantai was terrified. He was just an ordinary person, without protection or leverage. He was no match for the devil before him. He retreated while threatening. Shinbahuang, if I lose even a single hair, my grandfather and my father will kill you, and not only you, but also your relatives, friends, and brothers. Bang! Before Hantai could finish speaking, Chen Sheng threw a punch, which landed squarely on Hantai's face. One punch. Hantai collapsed to the ground. His face on one side was completely deformed, and it sank in strangely. All the teeth on one side were gone, and his mouth was full of blood. He didn't die. Chen Sheng could kill him with one punch. But he didn't do that. Letting Hantai die like that would be too easy and too cheap. How could he allow Hantai to die so easily? No, Shinbahuang, no. Staring at the expressionless Chen Sheng, Hantai was terrified. He was indeed a very cunning and ruthless person, but all of this was based on the Han family and on the fact that no one dared to touch him. Now, this madman in front of me doesn't take him or the Han family seriously at all. Hantai was truly terrified, so scared he could barely breathe. He was finished, absolutely finished. He couldn't imagine what this madman would do to him next. Hantai struggled to his feet, kneeling and covering his face, and mumbled, Shinbahuang, spare me. If you spare me, I'll give you anything you want. Just leave me alive, and I guarantee you'll be a superior person, a dragon among dragons, a phoenix among phoenixes. My grandfather sent me here today, and I was just following orders. It has nothing to do with me. Let me go, and you'll have everything if you let me go. Hantai softened, his words filled with pleading. Bang! However, Chen Sheng said nothing, walked over quickly, and kicked him. Hantai flew backward and crashed hard into the glass wall, which was shattered and cracked like a spider web. That glass wasn't ordinary glass. It's bulletproof glass. It is extremely tough. Even if you try to smash it with something, you might not be able to break it. It's easy to imagine how powerful Chen Sheng's kick was. Hantai coughed up a mouthful of blood, lay on the ground, and stared intently at Chen Sheng. He could barely speak anymore, his eyes filled with despair and fear, and he trembled all over as he lay on the ground. He regretted it deeply. He regretted coming here, and even more so, he regretted causing trouble for Shinbahuang. If he had done nothing, he would still be the young master of the Han family, living a carefree, comfortable life. Why would you go looking for such a devil? Hantai felt a deep sense of despair. He had imagined many ways to die, but he never expected to die at the hands of such a person. Sudden, a pleasant bell rang from Hantai's body. That's his phone. Despite the ringing of the bell, Hantai didn't dare to take it, nor did he have the strength to do so. Chen Sheng raised an eyebrow. I walked up to him, took out my phone, and saw the words Grandpa written on it. Your grandfather made the call. It was on video. Didn't you say that your grandfather made you do all of this? Now you can confront him face to face. Mr. Chun pressed the answer button. Soon, an elderly man appeared in the center of the screen. He was about 60 or 70 years old, and he was full of energy with a head of black hair. Apart from some wrinkles on his skin, he did not look like an old man at all. He exuded an aura of authority, and even when he was sitting there, he gave people the feeling of being high above and looking down on all living beings. When the old man saw Chen Sheng, covered in blood and wounds, in the video, he frowned deeply. Who are you? Where's my grandson, Hantai? He's here. Chen Sheng spun the camera, capturing Hantai's image in the video. Did you see that? Grandpa save me. Hantai pleaded, staring at the video, his words broken and fragmented. Hantai, how could you do this? In the video, the old man jumped to his feet. Seeing Hantai, who was covered in wounds and whose face was distorted, his old eyes widened, and his anger soared. Who dared to touch my grandson, Han Yinshan? Who did this? It's me. Chen Sheng turned the camera around and pointed it at his own face. I did it. Who are you? Shinbahuang. Chen Sheng said indifferently. Old man, your grandson said you told him to attack me and the Song family? Han Yunshan had regained his composure. There was no use in being anxious now. He stared intently at Chen Sheng, his eyes like those of a hawk. Originally, he turned on the video to see how much his grandson had tormented Chen Bahuang, but he never expected things to turn out this way. He remained silent for a long time, then brought over a cup of tea, slowly drank it, and finally said, "That's right, it was my order." Chapter 148, Healing with the Naked Eye. Han Yunshan is very mature. His grandson is already seriously injured. If he shows any anxiety now, it will be of no use at all. On the contrary, it will give others a handle to use against him. He sat calmly on the sofa, staring at Chen Bahuang. "My grandson's life is in your hands. You have two choices now. First, kill him. Anyway, I have more than one grandson. After killing him, wait for the Han family's crazy revenge. Second, name your price. Release him and have that girl Song Yuyin hand over the land deeds and business deeds, and I'll pretend today's events never happened." After speaking, Han Yunshan waited quietly for Chen Bahuang's answer. He believed that anyone would know how to choose, and that he had already made a huge concession to save Han Tai's life. "Chen Sheng, I can hand over the Song family to him," Song Yuyin said with difficulty. Chen Sheng had already done enough for her. She knew how powerful the Han family was. Such a family was not something he could handle alone. She didn't want today's events to repeat themselves, and after careful consideration, she made this decision. In the video, Han Yunshan smiled. So what if he's not in Qingqing? Even from 1,000 miles away, he can still control and influence these people's choices. He spoke again. "Listen to that girl. It will save you a lot of suffering you." Before Han Yunshan could finish speaking, the camera suddenly panned and focused on Han Tai. At the same time, a hand, bent into a claw, suddenly attacked Han Tai. Puff! With a muffled thud, that hand sank into Han Tai's chest. That's right. It was like plunging a bare hand into his chest, straight at his heart. Immediately, he grabbed it hard. Bang! As if something had exploded, Han Tai died instantly without making a sound. Chen Sheng crushed his heart. In the video, Han Yunshan's body trembled. His face turned deathly pale in an instant, like a blank sheet of paper, extremely ugly, as he stared in horror at his grandson's tragic death. Heart. From his position, he could see Chen Bahuang crush Han Tai's heart. Han Yunshan was terrified. His heart was pounding in his chest. His grandson, a member of the Han family, was dead just like that? Chen Bahuang, who gave you the audacity? Han Yunshan went berserk, trembling with rage, furious. "I'll make you pay. You'll die a horrible death, and I'll feed your corpse to the dogs." Whoosh! Chen Sheng withdrew his arm from Han Tai's body and pointed the phone at his own bloodied arm again. The crimson color was glaring, and Han Yunshan's eyebrows twitched. That blood was his grandson's blood. His heart was pounding. He wished he could kill Chen Sheng immediately. Seeing the former's appearance, Chen Bahuang said with icy coldness, "Old man, do you want to kill me? When your precious grandson wanted to harm my family, I felt the same way you do. You don't need to be so eager to kill me. I will come and kill you. I will make you die a death even more gruesome than your grandson's." The words fell. We should not speak like Han Yunshan. The phone had been crushed and deformed by Chen Sheng, and was tossed aside like trash. Next, he made Song Yuyin call the police. With such a major event happening at Han Garden, it was impossible for anyone to keep it a secret. Just like at the Song family, only a simple investigation and registration were conducted. However, when they learned that the deceased was Han Tai, the members of the special department investigating the case looked at each other in bewilderment. They clearly didn't expect that this case would involve the Han family. They secretly noted this down and planned to report it to their superiors when they returned, to see what the orders were, and whether they should warn this guy named Chen Bahuang to keep a low profile. At the same time, Jiangbei, Hanjia. Inside a fortress-like building, Han Yunshan sat on a sofa, his face extremely grim. Chen Bahuang's words were still echoing in his mind. "I will come and kill you." Although this statement was most likely just a threat, he still activated the Han family's S-level protection mode just to be on the safe side. All cameras were turned on simultaneously, providing 360-degree coverage of the Han family's home without any blind spots. At the same time, more than 100 assassins raised by the Han family were mobilized at the same time. hiding in the shadows, waiting for Chun Ba-huang to arrive. Even with all this, Han Yinshan still felt uneasy. After all, he was very clear about the strength of Lu Shifeng, Han Yi, Han Er, and Han Gongjue, and he knew that Chun Ba-huang was able to seriously injure Han Song and kill Han Tai in front of these people. This is enough to prove that he is extraordinary. After hesitating for a long time, he dialed a number. "Hello, is this Master Jiang? I have some bad news to tell you. Your disciple Lu Shifeng has died. It was done by a man named Chun Ba-huang. He threatened to come to the Han family and kill me." "Okay, Master Jiang. I'll be waiting for you at the Han family's residence." At Han Garden, Song Yuyin called Yi Qingyin to pick them up. When Yi Qingyin saw Chun Sheng's condition, she was shocked. He had too many injuries, his clothes were torn, his skin was torn and bleeding, and he was soaked in blood. The sight startled her. "Chun Ba-huang, miss, what happened? I'll call an ambulance right away." "Need not." Chun Sheng shook his head. His injuries, though seemingly serious, were only minor superficial wounds and were nothing to him. Song Yuyin stared blankly at Chun Sheng, her face pale, her heart aching. "Chun Ba-huang, why? Was it worth it to do this for me?" "It's worth it, because I promised Song Tianyu that I would keep you safe for the next 3 months, Chun Sheng said. "Is that all?" Song Yuyin felt a little disappointed. As Chun Sheng said these words, the image of that woman from the past flashed through his mind. Perhaps, not only that, also because she and her are so alike. He couldn't bear to see a woman who resembled her suffer any harm. Yes, even if it's just similar. Yi Qingyin took Chun Sheng to his apartment building. After returning home, Chun Sheng rinsed his wounds with cold water, washed away the bloodstains, and went to the pressure cooker. At this moment, inside the pressure cooker, the rejuvenation pill is still being refined. The pill has not yet taken shape, but the herbs inside have been refined into a porridge-like consistency. These are the raw materials for the rejuvenation pill, which can not only make one's appearance more beautiful, but also heal some injuries. Fortunately, we prepared quite a lot. Yi Qingyin, your rejuvenation pill will have to wait a while. Chun Sheng's plan to destroy the Han family is not just empty talk. That damned Han Tai, how dare he lay a hand on Tan Xiu, Xia Qianxue, and Zi Han. Based on this alone, he will not leave any future troubles. He now needs the ingredients for these rejuvenating pills to heal his injuries, and then he will immediately set off for Jiangbei. Chun Sheng turned off the flames, poured them all into the water, mixed them with clean water, and slowly poured them over his body. As the water washed over every inch of his skin, a miracle occurred. The wounds on Chun Sheng's body began to heal. The wounds gradually healed at an extremely fast speed. If you looked closely, you could see the healing process with the naked eye. There will be 2 updates tonight, so don't wait any longer. Everyone, go to sleep early. Chapter 149 Tianyang Real Estate. The wound is healing rapidly. Chun Sheng was not surprised by such speed. Fuyin Dan can heal wounds when used externally and make the skin more radiant and supple when used internally. It has better effects than any cosmetic procedures, such as hyaluronic acid injections or water light injections on the market. Even ordinary people would find it incredibly effective, let alone Chun Sheng, who is a martial artist with an extremely fast recovery speed. With the combined effect of these 2 factors, even the simplified version of the rejuvenating pill ingredients could heal 70–80% of his wounds. 20 minutes later, Chun Sheng's wounds no longer hurt, and he looked much better. Then, he picked up the phone and called Zhang Tianyang. There are some things that he can't do alone in a short time, so he has to ask Zhang Tianyang for help. Tianyang Real Estate Group. Today, Zhang Tianyang is holding a board meeting, which is in full swing and has reached a crucial stage, with Zhang Tianyang himself giving a speech. But at this moment, his phone rang. He frowned slightly, intending to hang up immediately, but upon seeing the 3 large characters, Young Master Chun, displayed on the screen, he paused for a moment, and then immediately answered the phone without the slightest hesitation. This was the first time Chun Sheng had ever called him on his own initiative. He had to answer the phone no matter what. Young Master Chun, Zhang Tianyang said respectfully. I'll come to your office in 10 minutes. I have something to ask you. Could you prepare some detailed information about the Han family in Jiangbei for me? The Han family of Jiangbei? Upon hearing these 4 words, Zhang Tianyang pondered for a moment. All right, I'll make preparations immediately. Young Master Chen, where are you? Would you like me to send someone to pick you up? No need. I'll go to your company. Very well. Then, young Master Chen, I await your arrival. Zhang Tianyang hung up the phone and said to everyone in the conference room, that concludes today's board meeting. I will have my secretary send any remaining information and important documents to your email addresses later. Please pay close attention. After saying that, he hurriedly picked up his phone and left, leaving a group of people in the conference room looking at each other in bewilderment. Whose call is so important? I don't know. He would never answer even when his wife called in the past. That's strange. Who is young Master Chen? Could he be some official leader? No, official leaders usually call their secretaries. Zhang Tianyang returned to his office and immediately asked Guan who to collect information about the Han family. He was puzzled as to why Chunxing suddenly wanted information about the Han family. The Han family of Jiangbei is a large and influential family with a long and deep-rooted tradition. Jiangbei held a far higher status than Qinsheng within the Han family. Half an hour later, at the headquarters of Tianyang Group, beneath the towering office building, a taxi was parked. Qinsheng got out of the car. He had changed into clean clothes. From his spirit and appearance, you could not tell that he had been seriously injured less than an hour ago, let alone that he had just killed someone. He was completely different from before. Hey friend, this is Tianyang Real Estate Group. You look unfamiliar. What are you doing here? A security guard in his 20s suddenly walked up to the door and blocked Qinsheng's way. He glanced at Qinsheng from head to toe. The guy was dressed casually and shabbily, and the total value of his clothes was definitely less than 200 yuan. Such a guy didn't deserve to be here. Who doesn't know that Tianyang Real Estate has certain requirements regarding clothing and style? Looking for Zhang Tianyang, Qinsheng smiled and told him the truth. Zhang Tianyang. Upon hearing the name, the bodyguard was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and said disdainfully, do you know who Zhang Tianyang is? There's only one Zhang Tianyang in our Tianyang group, and that's our chairman. Before Qinsheng could speak, the security guard said, he's not someone you can just meet. In the past, those who came to see the chairman always arrived in luxury cars and dressed formally. This guy is not only dressed shabbily, but he also took a taxi. Little Tiger, what happened? At this moment, a man who looked to be around 30 years old and was burly walked out of the security booth. His name was Zhou Songlin, the security team manager, and he had always been in charge of the travel security of Tianyang Real Estate Group. He doesn't usually come here, but today is the shareholders' meeting and the group's directors and shareholders will be there, so he had no choice but to attend in person. Manager Zhou, the security guard said immediately upon seeing him. This guy says he wants to see the chairman. Zhou Songlin walked up to Qinsheng. You? Do you have an appointment to see the chairman? I guess so. I just spoke to him on the phone. Qinsheng knew these guys looked down on him, but it didn't matter. He didn't bother arguing with them and tried his best to explain. A phone call. Kid, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Suddenly, Zhou Songlin laughed, a very mocking laugh. Xiao Hu. He said he spoke with the chairman on the phone. Haha. The bodyguard named Xiao Hu laughed too, gloating. This guy's finished. How dare they lie to Zhou Songlin? Zhou Songlin is a former soldier, and because of some of his experiences, he hates liars the most. I remember a security guard who was severely beaten up by someone for lying about his work experience and ended up in the hospital for almost a week. Thinking about that incident makes Xiao Hu's scalp tingle. Hey kid, tell me, what exactly are you here for? Sure enough, Zhou Songlin laughed for a while, then suddenly stopped and said coldly, you don't even do your homework before lying? Everyone in the entire Tianyang group knows that today is the day Chairman Zhang holds a shareholders meeting. During the shareholders meeting, he won't even answer his wife's calls. You're saying you spoke to him on the phone. Really? Qinsheng asked in surprise. I really didn't know. Should I call him again so you can confirm? Fine, don't bother hitting me. It's the shareholders meeting today, and I don't want to lay a hand on anyone. Get lost. Zhou Songlin waved his hand impatiently. If you're looking for trouble, come back another day. Now get lost. You have 10 seconds to get out of the way. Qinsheng's patience had completely run out. He didn't have that much time to waste. Hey, what's wrong, kid? You want to fight? Xiao Hu sneered. I advise you to listen to me and get lost. Don't make our manager angry, or your little arms and legs won't be able to withstand our dad's beatings. Bang! Suddenly, without any warning, Chun Sheng made his move, kicking out Xiao Hu, who was sent flying backward and landed with a thud. Damn it! You little brat! You dare to lay a hand on my men on my turf? Zhou Songlin's face changed instantly. He had never seen anyone so arrogant and cocky in his life. He immediately pulled out a pager and shouted, "Brothers, come here. Someone's causing trouble." Thump, thump, thump. In less than 5 seconds, 40 or 50 security guards, carrying batons, rushed towards this place from all directions. Do you know Chapter 150? Tianyang Group Chairman's office. Guan, who had already obtained the Han family's information, which was very complete. After browsing through it briefly, Zhang Tianyang asked curiously, "Didn't you say you'd be here in 10 minutes? Why hasn't young Master Chen arrived yet?" Perhaps something came up and delayed him. After all, he's a highly skilled person. It's normal for things to get a little complicated along the way, Guan Hu said with a smile. Okay, Guan Hu, you stay here and take care of your work for me. I'll go down and wait for him myself. Well, Chairman, should I go downstairs and wait? No, it would be more sincere for me to go down. Young Master Chun is not only an extraordinary person, but also my savior. Zhang Tianyang got up from the chair, picked up his coat and put it on, and walked straight to the elevator to go downstairs. Downstairs in the office building, Zhou Songlin recruited 40 or 50 people in one go. Each of them was a retired soldier with excellent qualities. When they gathered together, they looked menacing. Little Tiger, how are you? Manager, what's going on? What exactly happened? Zhou Songlin looked at everyone and embellished the story, then said loudly, "As you all know, today is our group's shareholders meeting. No one of unknown identity is allowed to enter. This guy tried to force his way in. He even hit Xiao Hu. He simply doesn't respect our Tianyang group. Holy crap, jumping like that. Manager, what do you suggest we do with him?" The crowd was filled with righteous indignation. Dressed like that, they still wanted to break into Tianyang group and even claimed to know the chairman. They were just bragging and didn't even look in the mirror to see their own worth. Someone like him knows the chairman? If he knows the chairman, then I'm the chairman's father. Brothers, get him. I'll take responsibility if you cripple him, Zhou Songlin said fiercely. As soon as he finished speaking, 40 or 50 people walked towards Chun Sheng at the same time, as if victory was in their grasp, each of them showing a smug smile. Stop. Just then, a deep and authoritative shout rang out. The voice wasn't loud, but it was full of energy. Everyone was taken aback. I instinctively looked in the direction from which the sound came. Chairman, Zhou Songlin was dumbfounded when he saw the person rushing into the office building. Oh shit. It really is Zhang Tianyang. Moreover, he didn't walk, he ran here. Throughout the entire Tianyang real estate group, who has ever seen Zhang Tianyang running around? Who has ever seen him in such a hurry? Even when it involves business worth hundreds of millions, he remains as steady as Mount Tai, calm and composed. Today, they're actually jogging? Not only Zhou Songlin, but also 40 or 50 security guards, and Xiao Hu, who had been kicked by Chun Sheng, were stunned. Could it be? This guy? Do you really know the chairman? Zhang Tianyang was in a panic. As soon as he went downstairs, he saw dozens of security guards surrounding Chun Sheng, looking like they were about to attack him. He didn't care about his image anymore. If young Master Chun gets beaten up, their Tianyang group might go out of business any day. His 2 stupid sons had already angered Chun Sheng, and he would never allow this to happen a second time. Ignoring the security guards, Zhang Tianyang rushed to Chun Sheng's side and cautiously asked, "Young Master Chun, how are you? Did those bastards do anything to you?" "It's all right," Chun Sheng said. "If you had been a minute later, something might have happened." "Call." Zhang Tianyang breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that you're all right." Moment. Zhou Songlin was dumbfounded. Zhang Tianyang is really looking for this kid. And, judging from their attitude, they seem to be facing a superior, somewhat reserved, respectful, and even a little bit afraid. Zhou Songlin, Xiao Hu, and the security guards who had gathered together were all suffocating. Damn it. This is really messing with a big shot. Grass. Why is someone who's supposed to be a big shot dressed so shabbily? They even took a taxi here. Do all the big shots these days enjoy playing this pretending to be weak while actually being strong game? Is it fun to mess with them? Smack! Just as Zhou Songlin was lost in thought, a slap suddenly landed on his face. The slap was extremely heavy, and his face immediately turned half red. Zhang Tianyang coldly demanded, "What's your name?" "Chairman, my name is Zhou Songlin." Enduring the sharp pain on his face, Zhou Songlin said, "Chairman, please let me explain. I was only doing this for the safety of the company. I didn't know he really knew you. I'll remember you." Zhang Tianyang said this indifferently, and then returned to Chun Sheng's side. "Young Master Chun, it's windy outside. If you have something to say, please come to my office. This way, please." Silence. The security guards remained completely silent. Silently, they made way for Zhang Tianyang and Chun Sheng. Watching them leave, his expression was extremely complicated. "We've hit a brick wall." Zhang Tianyang didn't say anything. But he didn't say anything not because nothing happened, but because Zhang Tianyang's status was too high, a height they could never reach. The fact that he personally slapped Zhou Songlin was already a condescending act. "Manager Zhou, what should we do?" Xiaohu stepped forward, clutching his stomach where Chun Sheng had kicked him, and asked cautiously. Bang! Zhou Songlin suddenly kicked him, yelling, "What are we going to do? You're asking me what to do? If you hadn't looked down on us and refused to let people in, none of this would have happened. Trash. Xiaohu, manager. Don't fucking call me manager." Zhou Songlin turned and left angrily, his face burning with embarrassment. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. If he was fired from Tianyang Group, where else could he find a job with such good benefits? Chairman's office. Chun Sheng sat on a leather sofa, flipping through the Han family's files page by page, finally stopping at Han Yuntian's page. "Where does this old man live?" "Young Master Chun," Guanhu said. "He lives in the Han family and is now the 8th head of the Han family." "Okay, I understand." Chun Sheng closed the documents and looked at Zhang Tianyang. "Do you know anything about martial arts practitioners?" Martial arts practitioner. Upon hearing those 3 words, clearly, Zhang Tianyang paused for a moment and gave Guanhu a wink. Guanhu immediately understood and closed the office door. Only after that did Zhang Tianyang say, "Young Master Chun, don't you understand? Aren't you a martial artist?" "How do you know I am a martial artist?" Chun Sheng asked. Young Master Chun, if you weren't a martial artist, you would never have been able to defeat the bodyguard I placed next to Ziteng. Besides, Ugly Master is one too, so there's no reason why you aren't either. Ugly Master is also a martial artist. Upon hearing this news, Chun Sheng was quite surprised. "I really don't know anything about martial arts practitioners. Tell me everything you know, because this time I'm going to destroy the Han family." "What?" Zhang Tianyang was startled, and the tea he was brewing for Chun Sheng fell to the ground with a thud, shattering into pieces. "Young Master Chun, you're not joking?" Chapter 151 Gambling. Zhang Tianyang is a seasoned and shrewd businessman. He has weathered countless storms since the early days of his business, and is usually very calm in the face of both big and small matters. But this time, however, he couldn't even hold the teacup properly. Upon seeing this, Guanhu quickly grabbed a broom and swept away the fragments. "Young Master Chun, are you sure you want to destroy the Han family?" Zhang Tianyang asked with a strange expression. Chun Sheng nodded lightly. Zhang Tianyang paused for a moment. "I wonder what kind of destruction young Master Chun is referring to." Chun Sheng said, "To put it simply, it's about making the Han family of Jiangbei a thing of the past, and making Han Yun shandy." Zhang Tianyang. After a long silence, Zhang Tianyang, confirming that Chun Sheng was not joking, said, "Young Master Chun, the Han family of Jiangbei is a truly prestigious family that has been passed down through generations. It will be very difficult to destroy them because they have martial arts practitioners supporting them. Compared to the Han family, Zhang Tianyang, who rose from humble beginnings to become one of the top 3 richest people in Qinghai, is nothing special. The truly powerful families all have special people supporting them behind the scenes. Without the support of the Chinese government and martial arts practitioners, it would be impossible for them to become prestigious families. This is why Zhang Tianyang respects and admires Chun Bahuang so much. As long as the Zhang family has Chun Bahuang's support, and as the latter grows stronger, the the Zhang family will rise accordingly, becoming truly stable and a major family in name and in fact. That's why I asked you about the specifics of martial arts practitioners. Chen Sheng didn't know much about martial arts practitioners. If he hadn't returned to the city this time, he probably wouldn't have known that such a group of people existed in the world. Zhang Tianyang paused, organized his thoughts, and then slowly said, "Young Master Chen, to put it simply, martial artists are a group of people. They are to us what we are to ordinary people. Ordinary people only know that the rich exist, but they don't understand their living conditions. And it's the same for us. We only know that martial arts practitioners exist, but we have very little contact with them. Ordinary people don't even know that such a special group exists in the world. That group of people has its own circle. It is extremely difficult for ordinary people to get in touch with them, except by chance. Strictly speaking, martial arts practitioners are ancient martial arts practitioners who have broken through the limits of ordinary people." Over the years, Zhang Tianyang had done a lot of research in order to find some martial arts practitioners to support the Zhang family. Now that Chen Sheng asked, he told him everything he knew. Martial arts practitioners are strictly divided into levels. The first level is level 1, and the next level is level 3. They are usually those who have just broken through the limits of the human body. After level 3, the next levels are martial arts master, master, and grandmaster. Above that, it's beyond my understanding. I've heard that there are only a handful of grandmasters left. So what level am I? Chen Sheng asked. This, Zhang Tianyang smiled wryly. Young Master Chen, I really don't know. I know very little about martial arts practitioners. I only know about the classification of levels, but I don't know what the classification is based on. Do you know Han Te? I know him. He's Han Yunshan's grandson. I met him at Han Garden about a month ago. He was accompanied by 2 level 1 martial arts practitioners and a martial arts master named Lu Shifang. Does young Master Chen intend to make the first move against him? Zhang Tianyang was still somewhat worried. The Han family is really difficult to deal with. Young Master Chen should think twice before acting. This Han Tai is not simple at all. He's dead. Chen Sheng interrupted Zhang Tianyang. I killed him. What? Zhang Tianyang said. Young Master Chen, you can't say this carelessly. What if someone overhears? Whether you believe it or not is your business. Chen Sheng already had a basic understanding of martial arts practitioners. Lu Shifang was merely someone who had just touched the threshold of the qi condensation realm and was still lingering outside that threshold. And he is at least 10 times more powerful than Lu Shifang. Even at the late stage of the qi condensation realm, one can only exert a force of about 1,000 jing. But he, at the late stage of the qi circulation realm, can exert a force of 3,000 jing, or 1.5 tons, when he throws a punch with all his might with one hand. Lu Shifang is nothing but trash. Facing Chen Sheng, Zhang Tianyang always felt weak and at a loss. This young man seemed too domineering and arrogant to him. He knew that Chen Bahuang had no reason to lie. He said Han Te was dead. Then Han Te must be dead, and he must have killed him with his own hands. Zhang Tianyang gritted his teeth and said resolutely, Young Master Chen, I don't know what kind of conflict you have with the Han family, but you are my savior, and I can't just watch you go to the Han family. I hope you won't go, but if you insist on going. Guan Hu, immediately recall Xinran, Zhang Ziding, and Zhang Ziang's bodyguards. Also, summon the few who are secretly protecting me. They should be at young Master Chen's disposal at any time. Yes. Guan Hu was absolutely loyal to Zhang Tianyang and had no objections whatsoever. He immediately began to mobilize the men. In response to this, Chen Sheng did not stop it. First, he wanted to give the Zhang family a chance. Second, it is indeed quite troublesome for him to do some things by himself. In less than 10 minutes, Zhang Tianyang's men arrived, a total of 8, each of whom was just one step away from becoming a martial arts cultivator. One of them, who had fought with Chen Sheng, was Zhang Ziding's bodyguard. Young Master Chen, when do you plan to depart? I will arrange a private plane to take you immediately. Now, Zhang Tianyang was extremely efficient. In less than half an hour, his private jet was ready, and he and Guan Hu personally escorted Chen Sheng and the others onto the plane. Oh right. Before leaving, Chen Sheng suddenly said, I have an antique that I need to sell. Help me find an auction house. Yes, young Master Chun. Zhang Tianyang's lips twitched. At a time like this, he was still thinking about selling antiques. He finds it increasingly difficult to understand today's young people. Brother Yang, is this really the right thing to do? Guanhu asked worriedly as he watched the plane take off and disappear into the distance. That's the Han family of Jiangbei. Let's take a gamble. After a moment's thought, Zhang Tianyang uttered these 3 words. In fact, he was definitely gambling. Moreover, this is a high-stakes gamble. It's a gamble with your life. The bet involves 2 families. If he wins this time, Zhang Tianyang will not only be able to quickly take over some of the Han family's businesses, but he will also gain Chun Bahuang's complete support, and his future will be limitless. What if he loses? Guanhu said, I think his chances of bringing down the Han family are only 1%. Then 99% is my way of repaying young Master Chun for saving my life. Zhang Tianyang smiled bitterly. How could he not know that the chances of winning were very small? Yes, Chun Sheng is indeed a martial arts practitioner, but he was only in his early 20s. How strong can someone be at that age? Compared to the Han family, which has been established for generations, they are nothing. Let's go, Guanhu. Go back and arrange for your family to go abroad to hide. If we win this time, we'll reach new heights. If we lose, we'll all disband early. Zhang Tianyang patted Guanhu on the shoulder. Then, he turned and left. Chapter 152 Night. A pitch-black night. There wasn't a single star in the sky. The streetlights on both sides of the street were quite bright, illuminating the asphalt roads and making them sparkle. In the middle of the quiet road, Chun Bahuang walked step by step. He had one hand in his pocket and a wine jug in the other, taking a sip every few steps. Behind me, the shadow was stretched very long by the lamplight. Behind him, a bizarre scene unfolded. 8 people carried a square box that was 4 meters long and 4 meters wide. An urn, a bright red urn. Chun Sheng walked at the front, and the 8 people followed closely behind, always keeping a distance of 1 meter from him. It was nighttime, and the scene looked extremely horrifying. An hour ago, Chun Sheng arrived in Jiangbei. The first thing he did upon arriving was to buy this urn. This urn is quite valuable. More than 20,000. It was specially customized by Mr. Chun. Custom made for Han Yunshan and the entire Han family. This is the gift he gave to Han Yunshan when they first met. This is Tianhao district in Jiangbei. On the streets, a few luxury cars drive by from time to time, but on the long road, only Chun Bahuang and his group are walking. There was no one else. Because Tianhao district is a wealthy area. The cheapest house here costs 80,000 yuan per square meter. Moreover, there are no ordinary residences. The worst are high-end luxury homes. So, no one walks, and no one will walk. They travel in luxury cars at the very least. As for relaxing, sorry, it doesn't need to be on the street. The garden of my own mansion is enough. The deeper you go into the Tianhao district, the wealthier the residents become. At the outermost edge are ordinary mansions, then stacked villas, then detached villas, and finally hilltop villas. Han family. They reside deep within the Tianhao district, occupying a land area of over 10,000 square meters, which forms a manor the Han family's manor. The value of this one estate alone can be measured in tens of billions. Most importantly, in such a place where every inch of land is precious, acquiring such a vast area is absolutely impossible with money alone. It is easy to imagine how prestigious, noble, and powerful the Han family was in Jiangbei. Inside the manor, people were bustling about. More than 100 of Han Yunshan's men had gathered together. Although the number was small, each of them was a bodyguard that Han Yunshan had hired at great expense. This time, Chun Bahuang threatened to kill him. He didn't call the police. They also did not intend to alarm the Chinese government. After all, he didn't want the police to arrest Chun Sheng. He wanted to kill him and personally take his life. In the living room of the villa, Han Yunshan instructed the chef to prepare a sumptuous dinner, featuring wild game that most people might never see in their entire lives. With the courage of a tiger and the heart of a wolf, and the taste of bear meat and crane soup. The vegetables are delicacies from the mountains and wild game. The wine is aged monkey wine. Han Yunshan sat below, along with his grandson Han Song. On either side of the table sat 2 men in their 30s, while at the very top sat a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s but not quite 50. The middle-aged man, named Jiang Hai, was a martial arts practitioner specially invited by Han Yunshan. Behind him was a martial arts sect called Kongtong. At only 40 years old, Jiang Hai was already a master-level expert. Looking at the entire Kongtong sect, only he could achieve such accomplishments at this age. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will be the next leader of the Kongtong sect. Although Han Yunshan didn't think Chun Bahuang could defeat his more than 100 bodyguards, he still invited him to be on the safe side. The remaining two were Jiang Hai's two apprentices. Their names were Song Ping and Ma Yuan. It is said that they were brought out to gain some experience. Come, Master Jiang, Mr. Song, Mr. Ma, let me toast you. If anything unexpected happens tonight, we'll have to rely on the three of you for help. Han Yunshan stood up and respectfully toasted the three of them. Whether or not they are needed tonight, they are an important support for the Han family. The reason why the Han family has been able to get to where it is today is because the Han family patriarch was a martial artist. Now the Han family patriarch is in seclusion and has not come out, and all matters are being handled by Jiang Hai. Master Jiang, you must capture that brat alive tonight and give your nephew a chance to ravage and humiliate him. Han Song said grimly. When Han Yunshan offered a toast, Jiang Hai's two disciples stood up and clinked glasses with him. Jiang Hai himself also raised his glass, but remained seated, perfectly composed. It's quite interesting that a young man in his 20s could kill your grandson. But don't worry, since he dared to come to your Han family. I, the Jiang will make sure he doesn't leave alive. Why would I need to help, teacher? Song Ping said obsequiously. He's just a little brat. You can leave him to me. Even your senior brother can sit back and watch. I guarantee I can teach him a lesson. Han Song, I'll subdue him and hand him over to you. You can do whatever you want with him. Yes, the teacher can just sit back and watch the show, Ma Yuan chimed in. Maybe we won't even have a chance to make a move. Then thank you very much, Brother Song. Han Song seemed to have seen the dawn of revenge. His expression was excited, and his body was trembling. The thought of Chun Sheng's humiliation and attacks made him want to tear him to pieces and grind his bones to ashes. The four men took a sip of wine and drank it all in one go. Not far from them was a huge crystal screen, displaying everything happening inside the Han family manor. They could see it all clearly just by sitting in the villa. Under the cover of night, Chun Sheng and his group walked at a leisurely pace. From a distance of 100 meters, Chun Sheng could already see the large manor. The manor was magnificent and brightly lit, like an ancient palace, filled with antiquity, grandeur, and solemnity. Outside the manor gate stood two enormous stone lions, quite intimidating. According to the information provided by Zhang Tianyang, this is the Han family manor. After a brief pause, Chun Sheng continued forward. 2 minutes later, he had already appeared in front of the manor gate, where a 3-meter-high iron gate stood tall. The two gates alone were probably worth tens of thousands. Looking at the gate, Chun Sheng remained silent and said nothing. Immediately afterwards, kick it out. Boom. This kick seemed to possess the power of an overwhelming force. A huge sound, like muffled thunder, rang out, and the tall, sturdy iron door, strong enough to withstand bullets, was suddenly deformed. Immediately, it crashed down, kicking up clouds of dust. The dust settled. Chun Sheng led the 8 men carrying the urn straight into the manor. Then, bang! The heavy urn fell to the ground. Inside the manor, more than 100 tall, straight, and robust men stood neatly in the center, having been waiting for a long time. These people have different appearances and looks, but they all exude murderous intent, bloodlust, and mockery. Chapter 153 Heart-Pounding. More than 100 people, standing in neat rows, exuding a chilling aura. Clearly, they had been waiting for a long time. Eyes of varying sizes swept over Chun Sheng, then over the 8 people behind him, their gazes filled with contempt, mockery, and sarcasm. The air was very still. It was eerily quiet. The large, bright red urn looked particularly glaring under the light. Inside the villa, Han Yunshan stared at the screen, looking at the urn containing ashes. His face instantly darkened. He was a businessman, and quite old, one might say. He has come into contact with far too many things in his life. and he is quite particular about things like gods, ghosts, and heresies, especially the word death. Almost no one in the entire Han family dared to mention it in front of him. But Chen Bahuang even delivered an urn to his door. As if sensing something, Chun Sheng's eyes suddenly turned to the camera, appearing through the screen, as if he were staring at Han Yunshan and his group. Old man, this box contains the ashes of your entire Han family. The sound wasn't loud, but it was transmitted completely into the villa's hall through the radio. Bang! Damn it, this kid is too arrogant. Han Song was furious. He comes to our doorstep and still dares to be so arrogant. I think he's tired of living. Hee hee. Han Yunshan's expression also darkened. Han Song, calm down. Young people are always a bit arrogant and conceited, thinking they are invincible. Don't let him influence you. Tonight, no matter what, that kid won't be able to leave the Han family manor alive. I believe that the more than 100 assassins outside the gate, as well as Master Jiang, Mr. Song, and Mr. Ma, will help you get justice and avenge Han Tai. Han Song stopped talking, his eyes flashing with inexplicable excitement. He was looking forward to the moment when he would ravage, trample, and toy with Chen Baoang. Han Song, you should learn from your grandfather. Now that Han Tai is dead, the Han family will eventually fall on your shoulders. How can you not even keep your temper in check? Master Jiang spoke in a senior's tone. Come on, have a drink. Let's drink and see if that clown can get past the hurdle outside, and see just how strong he really is. Master's teachings are absolutely correct. I will follow your instructions and punish myself with a cup. Han Song stood up, drank a cup of baijiu in one gulp, and his face showed a hint of drunkenness. Teacher is right. If they can't even get past that hurdle outside, then we won't need to intervene. Song Ping smiled. Those 100-odd people are quite strong. The strongest one is a level 3 martial artist, right? That's right. They are all part of the Han family's core strength. They rarely gather together or make a move, Han Yunshan said. I wonder if it's worth going to such lengths for such a young kid. At the same time, inside the manor, facing more than 100 martial arts practitioners, Chen Sheng smiled. These people are indeed good. However, their current strength is probably even greater than his when he was a king of soldiers. Dealing with them would be very simple and easy. His chilling gaze swept over the person before him. I don't want to waste words, nor do I want to kill people unrelated to the Han family. Life or death, the choice is yours. Kill. The only answer Chen Sheng gave was a single word. I don't know who said that word. Somber, sinister, and filled with greed. Buzz. Buzz. In an instant, more than 100 people drew their weapons. Without exception, each person held a gleaming, sharp, long sword with a distinctive blade that vibrated and made strange noises. Not a single person backed down. Their eyes gleamed with excitement, the excitement of about to kill. In their eyes, how strong could Chen Sheng be? Compared to them, he was nothing more than a sheep to be slaughtered. Han Yunshan said it. Cut off one of his fingers, and you'll get $1 million. One arm, 5 million. One leg, 8 million. Ears, nose, eyes, heart, liver, intestines, stomach, every part has a price tag, and you can get a generous reward no matter which part you get. Especially his head. Whoever cuts off his head will be rewarded with 100 million. Such generous rewards would be just as tempting to these martial arts practitioners in the mortal world, and they would be just as willing to risk their lives for that money. Besides, they were the Han family's loyal followers. In their eyes, Chen Bahuang was like a gold mine waiting to be mined and developed. They could almost see the former being dismembered. Whoosh! A cold wind blew by, and in the next moment, more than 100 people had already moved. No one spoke, and they rushed to make their moves silently. Oh! Chen Sheng sneered and said to the 8 people behind him, You guys, wait for me here. The last word fell. He moved too. The next instant, he rushed into the crowd. He did not draw his weapons. He charged in unarmed. More than 100 people remained calm, raising their knives with bloodlust and bringing them down on Chen Sheng from different directions. The violent force seemed to stir up a cold wind in the air. A moment later, click, bang, a series of chaotic noises, accompanied by screams, echoed throughout the entire manor. The 8 people following Chun Sheng were completely dumbfounded, witnessing an incredibly shocking scene. Chun Bahuang was like a wolf among sheep. He was too fast. More than 100 people attacked him at the same time, yet none of them could even touch a hair on his head. Those who try to touch him often die a violent death a second before they even get a chance to do so. Each time he made a move, his 5 fingers would dig deep into the enemy's body, more resilient than a sharp blade, tearing off chunks of flesh and twisting off arms. He was ruthless, like a god of death descended to earth. His methods were bloody and cruel, and one figure after another was sent flying, severely injured, or killed by him. No one he laid a hand on survived. They lay on the ground, their fate unknown. In just 1 minute, Chun Baoang's body was already covered in blood. However, that blood was not his, but that of the enemy. More than 60 corpses lay at his feet. Abruptly, Chun Baoang stopped what he was doing. No further progress. It was as if an invisible wall surrounded him. Dozens of people were surrounding him, but none dared to approach him. His eyes were filled with fear, dread, and terror. Brush. He threw down the broken, blood-stained blade in his hand. Clearly visible. The blood-stained broken blade suddenly plunged into the marble floor, splitting the entire marble slab with a long crack from where the blade pierced it. Click. Then, several more cracks appeared, like shattered, cracked glass. Quiet. At this moment, an eerie silence fell over the surroundings. So quiet you could only hear your heartbeat. A violent, rapid, trembling heartbeat. Chapter 154 not on the same level. The smell of blood filled the air. It has a pungent smell. Along with the smell of blood, there was also fear, terror, and horror. The remaining 50 or 60 martial artists stared at the young man in the arena, whose face was extremely ugly. At this moment, not one of them dared to continue to make a move. It was as if there was an invisible air around Chun Baoang, blocking their steps and making it impossible for them to move forward even an inch. 1 minute. 60 seconds. In just 60 seconds, more than 60 people lay dead at Chun Baoang's feet. On average, less than 1 second. Yes, in less than a second, someone fell down. Such speed, such strength. Who in the arena could do that? Chun Baoang was not even in the same league as the others in the arena. They were on completely different levels. The 8 people following Chun Sheng felt a chill run down their spines. They had originally thought that once Chun Baoang came to the Han family, it would be difficult for him to leave, and that he would also harm them, making it difficult for them to leave. But, after witnessing his abilities, they were all overjoyed. Fortunately, they are not the former's enemies. The broken knife was stuck in the marble floor. The glint of the blade reflected on the terrified faces of the people. Chun Sheng stood in front of the blade. His clothes, pants, shoes, hands, and almost every part of his body except his face stained with blood. Why aren't you attacking? Weren't you going to kill us? The chilling and indifferent words broke the silence and rang out once again. Just this once. This sentence. No one dared to ignore it anymore. No one dared to underestimate it. Like a summer thunderclap, it resounded in everyone's mind. Chun Sheng raised his eyes and stared at one person in the crowd. He was the one with the strongest senses. Chun Sheng's expression remained unchanged, his tone indifferent and cold, his Adam's apple bobbing as he spoke once more. You were the one who said kill just now, so now go ahead and do it. Moment. The man was terrified, his face turned as white as a sheet of paper, and he suddenly shivered as if he were being watched by a demon, a tingling sensation rising up his scalp. At this time, Chun Sheng had already arrived in front of him. He was less than half a meter away. Why are you trembling? The battle has only just begun. What are you afraid of? Didn't you want to kill me? Now, I'm standing right in front of you. Cut off my head, kill me, and Han Yinshan will give you a huge, generous reward, right? Chun Sheng was trying to provoke him. He wanted to enrage these people. Ever since Han Tai attacked the people around him, his heart had been filled with rage. This anger did not dissipate because of Han Tai's death. Han Tai is not someone who can be held responsible for this. Chun Sheng only wanted to kill and fight. He wanted these people to be ruthless, strong, and fierce so that he could vent his anger. Unfortunately, this group is too weak. Weak as a dog. They couldn't even withstand one of his moves. He was truly, truly disappointed, utterly disappointed. Pick up your knife and cut me, Chun Sheng said calmly. Quickly, the strongest man turned pale. He really couldn't understand what this person was up to, even though he was a death squad member raised by the Han family. But he really didn't want to die. His hand holding the knife trembled violently. Chen Baohuang was clearly right in front of him. However, he did not have the courage to lift the broadsword. You're not going to do anything? Aren't any of you going to make a move? Fine, you do it. Then it's my turn. Boom. Abruptly, Chun Sheng moved again. He clenched his fists and slammed them into the strongest man's chest. With a few cracking sounds, the strongest man was sent flying backward and crashed to the ground. Visibly, his chest was deeply dented, deformed beyond recognition. Dead. He was killed by Chun Sheng with a single punch. This is just the beginning. Chun Sheng moved swiftly and charged into the crowd once again. Boom, 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 boom. The next second, in the manner, figures soared high into the air and landed heavily. Chun Sheng's figure was like a ghost, disappearing and reappearing from time to time. Each appearance was accompanied by a powerful punch and a figure that flew out, deformed and completely dead before it could even scream. He's like a devil. Every punch landed in the same spot. The remaining martial artists all knew that he was going to appear, that he was going to kill, and that his fist was going to strike their chests. But what's terrifying is that no one can escape it, and no one can stop it. Powerless. They felt a deep sense of powerlessness when facing Chun Baohuang. The difference in their strength is too great. They are not even on the same level. Chun Sheng stopped again. There are 8 people still standing. More than 100 people. Only 8 of them are left. At this moment, they were filled with fear, unease, and terror. As assassins, they weren't so afraid of death. So even though Chun Sheng was incredibly strong, they didn't run away or escape. But even though he wasn't afraid of death, fear still arose within him, not fear of death itself, but fear of Chun Baohuang. This is a very contradictory feeling, yet it is a very real phenomenon. Simply because the opponent is too strong. This is beyond their comprehension. Because of their teammates, they died a terrible death. The weapons in the hands of the 8 men had fallen to the ground at some point, and beads of cold sweat rolled down their foreheads. Gurgle. Some people couldn't help but swallow. Not human. That's inhuman. They couldn't understand why someone could be so much better than them. You should know. They are martial arts practitioners. An existence that transcends ordinary people. However, in front of Chun Baohuang, they were still trash, the trash of trash. Thump, thump, thump. Chun Sheng didn't say anything. He just looked at them. The next second, the 8 of them knelt down, sincerely kneeling on the ground, bending their bodies, their faces already touching the ground. I am in awe. A genuine act of worship. Or rather, it's a plea for mercy. 8 men behind Chun Sheng stepped forward, placed their knives against the necks of the 8 men, and with a gentle slash, the 8 men fell to the ground instantly, without offering any defense or resistance. Because Chun Baohuang is here. All resistance is futile, pale, and useless. They just wanted to leave with their bodies intact. Outside the manor, more than 100 martial arts practitioners were all wiped out. The 8 men sent by Zhang Tianyang once again lifted the enormous urn. Following in Chun Sheng's footsteps, they approached the lofty, magnificent villa, which resembled a palace. Walking slowly. It's like taking a walk. In the villa's main hall, Han Yunshan, Han Song, and the 2 grandfathers and grandsons were dumbfounded, their eyes filled with fear. The usually composed Han Yunshan was now staring intently at Chun Sheng on the screen, his eyelids twitching. He swallowed hard and spoke with difficulty. Master Jiang, please save me. Chapter 155 Surrender or Death. 138 martial arts practitioners. These people were all loyal guards of the Han family, selected by the Han family patriarch from ordinary people. They were the people with the greatest potential to become martial arts practitioners, and it took a huge amount of money and many years to train them to their current level. But 3 minutes. In just 3 minutes, they were all severely injured and killed. Han Yunshan originally thought that even if Chun Baohuang was strong, those 100-odd people were not as good as him, and they could at least wear him down, exhaust him, or even seriously injure him. Reality slapped him hard in the face, catching Han Yunshan off guard and leaving him terrified and pale. Those 3 minutes were absolutely breathtaking. More than 100 important figures in the Han family died just like that. How is he supposed to explain this to the Han family? How can we explain this to the Han family patriarch? The Han family grandfather and grandson both realized Chun Sheng's strength, and their expressions turned quite grim. Song Ping and Ma Yuan were also quite surprised, never expecting that such a strong young man would emerge from the secular world. Only Zhang Huhai remained calm and serene, enjoying his food and wine. Master Jiang, you must save me. This boy must not leave the Han family alive today. Han Yunshan was very fortunate that he had not underestimated his opponent and had invited Zhang Huhai. Otherwise, today would truly be a day of great misfortune. This kid is indeed somewhat interesting, Zhang Huhai said calmly, offering this assessment. He continued, however, he can only cause trouble within your Han family. Don't worry, with his limited strength, he can't harm a single hair on your head. Song Ping Ma Yuan. Disciple is here. Song Ping and Ma Yuan stood up in unison. Master Jiang said, you two go and bring him here so he can kowtow to Patriarch Han and Han Song and admit his mistake. Don't worry, teacher. I'll say it again. There's no need for senior brother Ma to take action. I can handle it all on my own. Song Ping said proudly. Although Chun Bahuang had killed more than 100 people, he still showed no fear or apprehension. Put yourself in their shoes. If he were Chun Bahuang, those 100+ people won't survive either. Among martial arts practitioners, each level is vastly different. The strongest of those 100-odd people was only a level 3 martial artist. Song Ping was absolutely confident that he could kill them with a single punch. Don't underestimate him. That kid is indeed quite skilled, Master Jiang said calmly, sipping his wine. The teacher is right. Let's go, junior brother. Let's go and meet that kid. Wait. Take this. Master Jiang took out a 3-foot-long sword from his side. Use Qing Feng to chop off that brat's hands and feet. A magical artifact. Upon seeing the 3-foot-long sword, Song Ping was startled and took Qing Feng with both hands. Teacher, don't worry. With this, that kid will definitely not survive. Not only Song Ping, but Ma Yuan's eyes also flashed with excitement when he saw Qing Feng. This trip was definitely worthwhile. This green peak is the only spiritual artifact in Kongtong. Made of special materials, unlike ordinary weapons, which require at least a master-level expert to infuse their spiritual energy into them. As for spiritual artifacts, once a martial artist reaches the level of a martial artist and possesses a trace of spiritual energy within their body, they can connect with it. With it, a martial artist's combat ability can be increased by more than double. In the past, Song Ping and Ma Yuan had never had the opportunity to use it. Today, having obtained it, both of them showed excitement in their eyes. Go, don't let it down. Master Jiang waved his hand. Inside the manor, Chun Sheng led 8 people closer and closer to the villa. At this time, the villa's tightly closed gate opened. Song Ping and Ma Yuan walked straight out and came to a spot less than 3 meters away from Chun Sheng. Senior brother, you just take Qing Feng and watch from the sidelines. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Leave this kid to me, Song Ping said with an air of arrogance and sarcasm. As for the 8 people behind Qin Bahuang, Song Ping didn't consider them human at all. Once Qin Bahuang was dealt with, what about those people? All right, junior brother, I'll be right here watching you perform. Ma Yuan smiled coldly. What Song Ping said was exactly what he had in mind. Killing chickens. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? At this moment, Song Ping took a few steps forward and turned his gaze to Chun Sheng. Chun Bahuang, if you know what's good for you, kneel down yourself. Boom. Before Song Ping could finish speaking, suddenly, Chun Sheng made his move. His anger hadn't subsided, and he didn't want to waste any more words. He was like a starving wolf, his eyes cruel, indifferent, and icy. The next second, Chun Sheng had already reached Song Ping, grabbed his neck, and forcefully and slowly lifted him off the ground. Unable to resist, Song Ping was utterly powerless to resist. Martial arts master-level cultivators. In Chun Bahuang's hands, he was like a chicken, a weak chicken, being held in his hands. Song Ping felt an aura of death envelop him. The moment he faced Qin Baoang, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, chilling and icy. One moment the sky was clear and blue, the next it was shrouded in gloom. He struggled and twisted. But it's all in vain. Qin Baoang's hand was like an iron clamp. No matter how he moved or struggled, it was so pale and powerless. What did you just want to say? Chun Sheng gripped Song Ping's neck with one hand, his expression calm and his tone even. Was it hat you wanted me to kneel down? Click. Before Song Ping could answer, Chun Sheng pinched hard. Uffed. His 5 fingers, knuckles, dug deeply into Song Ping's neck. 1 second Song Ping was struggling. The next he fell silent, hanging helplessly on Chun Sheng's hand like a kite. Uffed. With a slight squeeze, Chun Sheng tore off Song Ping's throat, along with the muscles and bones in his neck. In an instant, blood gushed out like a fountain. Song Ping died just like that, utterly and completely dead. Arrogant as he was determined to kill Chun Baoang to prove his strength and show off in front of Master Jiang. But unfortunately, he didn't even have a chance to make a move. He didn't even finish saying what he wanted to say. Inside the villa, Han Yunshan, Han Song, and their group's expressions turned grim, and they inexplicably sensed a sense of crisis. Master Jiang. This, Han Yunshan's expression was strange. Jiang Huhai was heartbroken at the loss of his disciple, and he was worried that the latter would be angry. Who knew? Aside from a slight pause, Jiang Huhai showed no other change. Instead, he comforted Han Yunshan, saying, "The life and death of martial artists are predestined." Song Ping was arrogant and conceited, so his fate was expected. Don't worry, with me and your Han family, nothing will happen to you. Let's keep watching and see if that guy can get past my disciple Ma Yuan. Ma Yuan is my most prized disciple, and his martial arts talent is no less than mine. He will kill Qin Baoang for us. Before the villa, Song Ping's body fell to the ground like trash, and Chun Sheng threw it there. Then he raised his eyes and looked at Ma Yuan, who was holding a 3-foot-long sword in front of him. You kneel down and submit, or choose death? What happened in chapter 156? Ma Yuan stood quietly in place. Song Ping's death. It won't affect him much. Or rather, it has no impact at all. The world of martial arts is cruel. Death can be a constant threat. Sometimes, killing or being killed happens without any reason at all. Death is a perfectly normal thing. As long as it's not me who dies, that's fine. Moreover, Song Ping and Ma Yuan are, in a sense, competitors. If the former dies, then Jiang Huhai's resources will be concentrated on him. Ma Yuan remained calm, simply because he possessed the strength to make him composed, confident, and proud. Top-tier martial arts master. He, just one step away from becoming a master. Moreover, in his hands also lies the spiritual weapon bestowed upon him by the Jianghu Si, Qingfeng. With a magical weapon in hand, he was absolutely confident that he could fight against a martial arts practitioner who was at the beginner level. And Qin Baoang. She's only in her early 20s. He simply couldn't believe that someone so young could already be a master. Therefore, he was extremely calm and composed, without the slightest bit of fear. Qin Baoang, you're quite capable. Ma Yuan held Qingfeng, his words laced with mockery. To be honest, I was quite surprised that you could kill Song Ping, but in my mind, you're still a lousy dog, except that you're different from other lousy dogs because you can bark a couple of times. That's all for now. Ma Yuan slowly began to draw his long sword. The sword was cyan, emerging inch by inch from its scabbard, shimmering with light. As the green peak was pulled out, a slight chill filled the air. The next moment, Ma Yuan has made a move. His movements were incredibly fast. In less than half a breath, he had closed the distance of a few meters to Chun Sheng and reached him in front of him. A sword was thrust towards his throat. And Chun Sheng, standing still, motionless, like a wooden stake. Ma Yuan sneered. A noob is a noob. Faced with his offensive, were they completely unable to react? For a weakling like you to die under a magical weapon, to die by my hand, is already an honor. Ma Yuan's sword drew ever closer, and 2 faces were reflected on its blade. One was Ma Yuan's cold smile, and the other was Chun Baoang's still, indifferent face. It is indeed a fine sword. like a raging wind, like a fierce dragon, with overwhelming momentum, carrying noise and killing intent, as if the air itself resounded with clanging sounds. Ma Yuan clearly felt that his strength had risen by more than one level. Holding it felt like holding the life and death of others in his hands. Chen Bahuang died. Ma Yuan was filled with excitement and pride. He was determined to deliver a fatal blow. Sealed Chen Bahuang's throat. Remember, my name is Ma. Before Ma Yuan could finish speaking, his words abruptly stopped. Immediately afterwards, the smile on Ma Yuan's face suddenly froze. His sword. It stopped abruptly less than a millimeter from Chun Sheng's Adam's apple. He stared in horror at the scene before him. Ma Yuan looked as if he had seen a ghost. The Azure Peak sword was actually held between two fingers. Those are Chun Bahuang's fingers. Just when he thought Chen Bahuang was about to fall, bleed, and die, he didn't even see what was going on. How is this possible? Ma Yuan's eyes trembled. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe that a young man in his early 20s could catch his attack with just two fingers. The sword is a fine sword, but unfortunately, the man is trash. At the same time, Chen Bahuang spoke softly. As he uttered each word, he clenched his other hand into a fist and slammed it towards Ma Yuan's head like a cannonball. Boom! With immense force, it pressed down fiercely. Remember this. The names of the dead are not worthy of my knowledge. These were the last words Ma Yuan heard. The next moment, he was sent flying backward, his body tracing a long arc in the air before crashing to the ground with a loud thud. His head was completely deformed. As if he had been squeezed by a door, his facial features were distorted and squeezed together, and blood was flowing from his 7 orifices. He's dead. But the body is still convulsing. This was the last message the brain sent to his body. Fear. Horrifying. This information only reached his body after his death, so much so that he was still trembling and convulsing even after he died. Thank you for the sword. Stroking the green sword in his hand, Chun Sheng could sense that this sword was different from ordinary weapons. The moment he held it, he felt a connection to it, as if they were flesh and blood. Magical artifact. He doesn't yet know what a magical artifact is. His sword is all right, but unfortunately, he's too weak. Han Yunshan, don't you have any stronger men under your command? Chen Sheng was very unhappy. He wished that the person who came was stronger so that he could have a good fight. Only, ironically, of all the people who came, not a single one was worth his second move. The Han family of Jiangbei? A family whose mere stomp of their feet can make Jiangbei tremble. Is that all the strength they have? This really disappointed him. Behind Chen Sheng, the 8 people looked at each other with complicated feelings. They had a completely new understanding of the young man in front of them. At this moment, they finally understood why Zhang Tianyang had asked them to come along. They admired Zhang Tianyang's vision to the skies. Han Yunshan, doesn't he have a single fighter? Huh. Inside the villa, on the monitor, Chen Bahuang stared at the camera, a cruel smile spreading across his lips, as if mocking, ridiculing, and despising. His sharply defined features were stained with specks of blood, making him look particularly ferocious. Grandpa, what do we do? Han Song was increasingly frightened. He had thought Han Gongjue and Uncle Gong's defeat was just an accident, but he never expected Chun Bahuang to be so powerful. Are we really going to be attacked by him at our door? If he comes to their door, they'll die? Han Song, don't panic. We still have Master Jiang here. Originally, Han Yunshan was also a little scared. After all, he was just an ordinary person, an ordinary old man. It would be a lie to say I wasn't flustered when I saw such a fierce young man. But, above the throne, the world remained calm. But, he could sense that Ma Yuan's death had enraged Master Jiang. Even as an ordinary person, he could feel the murderous intent permeating the dinner table. Master Jiang, you're getting serious. Han Yunshan knew very well how strong the next leader of Kongtong's sect would be, and he had personally witnessed Master Jiang take action. I vaguely remember. That was a tiger. It's not a tiger kept in a zoo, but a Siberian tiger that was just captured and is extremely wild and aggressive. Zhang Huhai killed the tiger with just one punch. And that, it was 3 years ago. 3 years have passed, and Zhang Huhai's strength has probably far surpassed what it was before. Now, he was filled with murderous intent. He believed that Chen Bahuang was absolutely doomed. Encountered trouble? What happened? Master Jiang chuckled, looking at Chen Sheng on the screen, and deliberately asked, "When you say encountered trouble, are you referring to him?" Chapter 157. What are you standing there for? Kneel down. Jiang Huhai sat as still as an old monk, gazing at Chen Bahuang on the screen, who was getting closer and closer to the villa gate. Beneath his calm surface, a murderous intent surged. He only showed a tiny bit of his ability, and in your eyes that's what you call handling a problem. Patriarch Han, guess how many moves it would take me, Jiang Huhai, to kill him if he came before me? Jiang Huhai's eyes flashed with disdain and ferocity. Disdain refers to disdain for Chen Bahuang's strength. The ominous light was because Chen Bahuang had killed 2 of his disciples in succession, one of whom was his most talented disciple. This made him lose face in the Han family. He had previously said that his 2 disciples would definitely be able to kill Chen Bahuang. In the blink of an eye, 2 of his disciples were dead. Not only did he die, but his spiritual artifact, Qing Feng, was also taken away by the other party. No matter what, he will definitely kill Chen Bahuang. Whether for revenge or for his own pride, Chen Bahuang must die. After downing a cup of monkey wine, Jiang Huhai's wine glass shattered silently. Then, with a gentle squeeze, the glass shards in his palm turned into dust. This Master Jiang, I am not a martial artist, so it is indeed difficult for me to guess. Han Yinshan was cunning and shrewd. It wasn't that he didn't know, but he wanted to leave the answer to Jiang Huhai himself. His current strength is only at the late stage of martial master, while I am at the half-step grandmaster. He and I are like an ant compared to an elephant. Jiang Huhai raised a finger. 1 move, no maybe half a move, just half a move, and I can turn him into a dead dog. Master is mighty, Han Song exclaimed excitedly. With Master here, I'm sure I'll see Chen Bahuang kneel down today, ha! Master Jiang is indeed a hero. Today, the Han family will rely entirely on Master Jiang. Hearing Jiang Huhai say this, Han Yinshan's heart finally settled down. Jiang Huhai remained silent. He is waiting. When Chen Bahuang pushed open the villa door, he stepped forward to meet his death. The next second, bang! The alloy villa door suddenly flew up, and the 2 tightly closed doors were kicked away. Boom! The door slid down precisely towards the dining table. Oh! Master Jiang sneered and waved his hand. Just as the door was about to touch the dining table, he used a chopstick to pry it open. It fell to the ground to the side. At the same time, Chen Sheng's figure appeared at the door. Behind him, 8 people carried the urn, following silently. Clatter, clatter, clatter. He walked into the villa step by step, his feet stepping on the clean, reflective stone bricks, the sound of his footsteps echoing rhythmically. Chen Bahuang, you are quite capable, Han Yinshan casually commented when he saw Chen Sheng. It's just a pity that you've offended my Han family. Some families are destined to be beyond the reach of ants like you. Haha. Chen Bahuang, do you think you're so great just because you're a martial artist? Do you think you're so amazing just because you can walk into this hall? Han Song also mocked. With Kong Tong, Jiang Huhai, and Master Jiang here, you're just a worm, a vermin that can be crushed or trampled at any time, understand? Chen Sheng waved his hand, and the 8 people behind him neatly placed the urn down, coldly saying, You're right. Some people are not to be trifled with, so today is the day of your death, and the death of your entire Han family. Young man, don't be so arrogant. Master Jiang poured himself a glass of wine and slowly took a sip. You are indeed quite good. Judging from your age, you are only in your early 20s, right? At this age, to have the strength to be only half a step away from becoming a master is already very good, or rather quite rare. You are a genius in the martial arts world, but you shouldn't be so arrogant, and you shouldn't have killed my 2 disciples. Jiang Huhai remained calm. Chen Bahuang was already like a fish on a chopping board, ready to be slaughtered at any moment, so he was neither flustered nor in a hurry. If my 2 disciples hadn't died, perhaps I could have spared your life and made you my disciple. You're a genius before you grow up. It's always best to keep a low profile. I am a senior figure in Jiang Huhai. If I were to attack a young man like you, people would probably say that I am bullying you. Here's what I'll do. I'll give you 2 choices. First, kneel down, apologize to me, and kowtow. Then, let Han Song and the Han family leaders beat you up until they are satisfied and happy. Then, I will give you a quick death and kill you. Secondly, I'll do it myself, but to avoid others saying I'm bullying you, I'll use one hand. And I'll give you 3 moves. Jiang Huai's words were filled with arrogance. He had become a half-step grandmaster at the young age of 40, and he had the capital to be arrogant. Even some old grandmasters had to give him some face when they saw him. He had never taken Chen Baoang seriously from the beginning, and now he was already thinking about how he would torture Chen Baoang after he knelt down. Should we step on his face and rub it against the ground, or make him lick the dust off his shoes with his tongue, or both? After all, any intelligent person, upon seeing him and sensing the surging spiritual energy within him, should know how to make a choice. Chen Sheng didn't speak, but lifted his feet and walked step by step towards the Jianghu Sea. Jiang Huai was still drinking, a smile already appearing on his lips. Chen Baoang walked towards him, which was expected. He said calmly, "Patriarch Han, did you see clearly? I said he was nothing. He was so arrogant before, but now he's coming to me, wanting to kneel and kowtow? Have you figured out how to torture him?" "Of course I've thought it through." Before Han Yinshan could speak, Han Song excitedly exclaimed, "This young master wants him to kneel beneath me and eat my fresh, steaming shit." "Nonsense," Han Yinshan scolded. "Master Jiang is drinking. How can you say such disgusting things? Be more careful next time." "It doesn't matter. What can't a martial artist endure?" Jiang Huai said calmly. "However, this method is indeed quite good." Chen Baoang was getting closer and closer to the 3 of them. Jiang Huai straightened up, a smug smile on his face, and adopted the demeanor of a superior, preparing to receive the former's kneeling and kowtowing. His feet were ready to stomp on Chen Sheng's head and face, to ruthlessly trample him. Otherwise, how could he face his 2 dead disciples, and the face he had lost? 5 seconds later, Chen Baoang had already reached Jiang Huai's side. A pair of eyes were fixed on his face. "What are you standing there for? Kneel down," Jiang Huai said casually, his expression arrogant and condescending. "Oh." Chen Sheng responded with a faint yes. Immediately, he raised his fist. Chapter 158 Regret. Without warning or any indication, this punch brought together almost all of Chen Sheng's power. 1.5 tons. No, it's more than 1.5 tons. The power of the body, combined with the power of the spiritual energy within, and the power of the whole body gathered in the fist, makes this punch at least twice as powerful. 3 tons of force. 3 tons of force, violent, fierce, and surging. This punch would probably send even a truck flying. The next second, Jiang Huai, who should have been sitting as still as a rock, waiting for Chen Baoang to kneel down, suddenly changed his expression. Danger. He sensed danger, an extremely intense, terrifying danger. Chen Baoang's fist wasn't big, but it felt as if a giant mountain was falling on him. He even felt that the surrounding air and space were deformed and distorted by that punch. In an instant, every hair on his body stood on end. It must be said that he did indeed possess a certain talent for martial arts. Almost instantly, his fighting instincts made him raise his fist and meet Chen Sheng head-on. That was the only reaction he could make. If it were someone else, such as a martial artist of Song Ping or Ma Yuan's level, they would not be able to take any action under such a sudden situation. And the fact that he was able to resist is already extremely impressive. The next moment, suddenly, a loud explosion rang out in the magnificent hall. Bang! 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 2 fists collided, the wine glass on the table shattered, and the ceiling light shattered almost simultaneously. Glass shards were scattered all over the floor. Beside them, Han Song and his grandson Han Yinshan seemed to have suffered some kind of blow. Their skin rippled strangely, as if they had been shoved hard, and they couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Click, click, clack. As for Jiang Huai, the master Jiang they were talking about, he was in an even worse situation. As a half-step grandmaster, he could only muster a ton of power in his haste. Although it was a last-minute reaction, to be able to produce such a performance is already very, very good. Pity. This is not a competition, much less a friendly exchange. This is a battle to the death. Compared to Chen Baoang's power, he was 3 times smaller, a full 3 times smaller. Caught in the vortex of power, his 5 fingers and the joints of his hands were shattered. The flesh on his arms seemed to have been shredded by a grinder, breaking, tearing, and splitting apart inch by inch. A residual force surged into his muscles, meridians, and bones along his arm. "Oh!" Master Jiang instinctively cried out in alarm, and then a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. His face turned deathly pale, and he staggered backward until he reached the wall, where he finally stopped. No, how could this be? Jiang Huhai was utterly horrified. He stared at Chen Sheng, his eyes filled with terror and horror. He gasped for breath, his breathing heavy and labored, his heart churning with utter shock. How could this be? How could it be so strong? He simply couldn't believe it. The power of that punch completely overwhelmed him. Although he retaliated hastily, even if he had been serious, he would never have been a match for him. How so? How could someone in their early 20s possess such strength? Could it be? Is he one of those extraordinary beings? No, impossible. Those demons cannot possibly come to the mortal world. Jiang Huhai is a half-step grandmaster, just half a step away from becoming a grandmaster, while this young man in front of him, at such a young age, is undoubtedly already a grandmaster-level expert. A master in his 20s. Just thinking about it makes the world tremble. He was originally very proud and confident. In his eyes, Chen Bahuang was nothing more than an ant, or even if he was a little more powerful, he was just a bigger ant. He had previously boasted that he could kill him in half a move. But the truth is, the opponent defeated him in one move, completely defeated him. His pride, confidence, and composure were completely shattered after that punch, which pushed his psychological defenses into the abyss. Invincible. This is his current assessment of Chen Baoang. Only now did he realize that the real ant, the real trash, was not Chen Baoang, but himself. Grandmaster. A master in his early 20s. Before this, he never dared to even think about it. Jiang Huhai squatted in the corner, filled with endless horror, while Han Yunshan and Han Song, who were standing next to him, were completely dumbfounded and sat down on the ground, trembling. Han Song was so scared he peed his pants. Jiang Huhai, Master Jiang, the designated next leader of Kongtong's sect, has actually lost. The promised 3 moves were not made. Defeated by a single punch. Rumble. It was as if a thunderbolt had struck their minds. The grandfather and grandson were completely dumbfounded and couldn't understand it at all. They knew Chen Baoang was coming. They believed they were fully prepared, and it was this confidence that prevented them from calling the police or summoning the rest of the Han family. After all, Chen Baoang's arrival was just a minor matter. Han Yunshan only called Han Song over to watch, so that he could vent his anger and get revenge. But I never expected. Reality is such a slap in the face. Jiang Huhai is so powerful. 3 years ago, he killed a tiger with a single punch. Half-step grandmaster, there are only a handful of such strong individuals in the entire Jiangbei region, and Jiang Huhai is one of the best among them, with a resounding reputation and absolute capital to make him proud, confident, and arrogant. Han family. It was precisely because this generation had more than 100 martial arts practitioners, and with his support, that they were able to remain at their zenith during the years when the Han family patriarch was in seclusion. How could such a domineering person possibly lose? Han Yunshan sat on the ground, his face filled with unease and fear. He seemed to have aged more than 10 years in an instant. Chen Baoang's single punch had defeated more than just Jiang Huhai. He not only defeated the Han family's confidence, but also Han Yunshan's own strength, mind, and soul. He felt that the entire Han family might have been crushed by that one punch. No. Han Yunshan's eyes were filled with despair. The Han family patriarch is not here. Jiang Huhai was defeated. Who can resist this young man? Oh my God, Han Yunshan was in despair. He had been so confident and had never taken Chen Baoang seriously before. But at this very moment, a pair of aged eyes were filled with despair. What kind of person has my Han family offended? He sat on the ground, his feelings a mixture of regret and fear. Why did he send Han Song to the Song family? Why send that freak Han Tai to deal with Chen Baoang? Why? Why did you have to show off in the video, in front of Chen Baoang? Why let him come knocking on our door? This shouldn't be. I regret it so much. A deep despair rose from the bottom of his heart, and Han Yunshan was in a daze. Could it be that the mighty Han family, the Han family that has been passed down for generations, is really going to be wiped out? Chapter 159, Slave or Die. Jiang Hu Hai was blasted away, and Han Yunshan and Han Song sat on the ground, their faces filled with terror, their hearts churning with turmoil. In comparison, after delivering his punch, Shen Bahuang neither advanced nor retreated a single step. His slender body stood ramrod straight in place, his expression as indifferent as ever. As if everything was as expected. In fact, it was exactly as expected. The moment he saw Jiang Hu Hai, he could tell the former's level of skill. Judging by his cultivation level, Jiang Hu Hai had only barely reached the late stage of the qi condensation realm. The difference between the two is enormous, like the difference between clouds and mud. The 8 people Zhang Tianyang brought were shocked once again. That night, their preconceived notions were repeatedly refreshed, shattered, and refreshed. I thought this journey would be filled with bloodshed, cruelty, and challenges. To my utter surprise, they were only half right. This journey was indeed fraught with bloodshed and cruelty. But, challenge, huh? It seems there isn't any at all. From entering the Han family manor to defeating Jiang Hu Hai, the whole process took less than 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Who could have imagined that a young man in his early 20s, with his martial prowess, could break through the Han family's defenses in just 5 minutes? Moreover, along the way, they were unstoppable and invincible. Silence. Inside the villa, a deathly silence fell. Shen Bahuang remained silent, and no one dared to break the eerie stillness. Finally, a few seconds later, Chun Sheng took a step and walked towards the direction of Jiang Hu Hai, step by step, until he came to stand in front of him, looking down at him from a high position. What do you want? Jiang Hu Hai seemed shrouded in shadow, his pupils bloodshot as he looked up at Chun Sheng's face, which was as still as a stagnant pool, his eyes filled with fear and vigilance. He is now seriously injured. Yes, it was that punch that seriously injured him. If Chun Bahuang hadn't slightly reduced his strength at the moment the fists collided, he would have already passed out. Now, given his critical condition, Chun Bahuang can ravage and toy with him at will, and he has absolutely no strength left to resist. He was convinced. He was truly convinced. Completely conquered by Chun Bahuang. At this moment, the former was like a giant mountain in his mind, an insurmountable giant mountain. You just said you wanted me to kneel down, kowtow, and admit my mistakes, is that right? Looking down at the Jiang Hu Si, Chun Sheng's face was indifferent. Jiang Hu Hai remained silent. It was indeed he who said those words. There was nothing he could do even if he didn't admit it. In fact, he wanted to trample on Chun Bahuang's head and face, and ruthlessly humiliate and toy with him. You give me 2 choices, and I'll give you 2 choices in return, Chun Sheng said calmly. First, from now on, become my servant, my slave, and destroy the Han family in my place. Second, be killed by me. Which one do you choose? The Han family is, after all, a behemoth. Killing Han Song or Han Yunshan alone could have a long-lasting impact on the Han family. But the Han family remains the Han family. The Han family, who can still shake Jiangbei with a stomp of their foot, will surely cause trouble again in time. The Han family is very large. It's not that Chun Sheng can't destroy them alone, but it would be very troublesome. The Jianghu is different. With the Kongtong sect behind him, it's much easier for them to do things. And Chun Sheng realized that he needed a more assertive assistant. Currently, Jiang Hu Hai seems like a good choice. The chilling voice echoed in Jiang Hu Hai's ears, filling him with extreme resentment. Death or slavery. He was unwilling to accept either of the 2 choices. However, he was at the mercy of others, like a fish on a chopping board, and had no choice but to make a decision. I choose to be your servant and destroy the Han family. After a long silence, Jiang Hu Hai finally spoke. Die. He doesn't want to. He is only 40 years old, which is not considered old in the martial arts world. Moreover, with his talent for cultivation, he will surely make a name for himself in the future. Therefore, this multiple-choice question is not difficult. With the Han family patriarch gone, annihilating the Han family would be an easy task for him. Trading the lives of the Han family for his life is worth it above all else. As for being a slave, He'll just consider himself a follower of Chen Sheng, a master at the age of 20 in the entire secular world. Reaching such a level at that age is absolutely astonishing. Even the current leader of the Kongtong sect might not be as strong as him. To follow such a person, it's not shameful. At least, at this moment, Chen Bahuang was like a king in his eyes. He exuded an unparalleled, supreme aura, and this aura, along with his domineering strength, was enough to make him submit. Jiang Huhai was terrified by that punch. No, not far away, Han Song and Han Yunshan heard the conversation between Chen Bahuang and Jiang Huhai, and their expressions changed drastically. Han Yunshan, in particular, almost stopped breathing. He is the head of the Han family, shouldering the historical mission of leading the Han family and making it bigger step by step. Now, however, he is about to be destroyed. How can he face his ancestors? How to face the reclusive patriarch of the Han family? A chill swept over him from head to toe, and Han Yunshan was terrified to the extreme, his whole body trembling and shaking. Jiang Huhai was someone he invited. And it was also because of the close cooperation between the Han family and this generation that they maintained and supported this powerful figure for many years. The Han family had put in countless efforts and spent a lot of money to cultivate a good relationship with him. But now, at this very moment, less than 2 minutes after meeting Chen Baoang, the people they invited are turning around and targeting them. Such a dramatic reversal and change was something he could never have imagined before. Jiang Huhai knows the Han family all too well. Over the years, in order to win him over, almost everything in the Han family has been exposed to his eyes. If he were to destroy the Han family would truly suffer a catastrophic disaster. Despair. Han Yunshan was filled with despair. His grandson, Han Song, was so terrified that he knelt on the ground, not daring to lift his head. Oh! Chen Sheng turned around, saw the two of them, and let out a cold laugh. This was exactly the effect he wanted. He wanted the Han family to experience what despair, helplessness, and fear meant. If you dare to lay a hand on his family, friends, or women, you must be prepared to die. Not only will you die, but you will die with an abyss of fear. Young Master Chen. Suddenly, Han Yunshan stood up, ran to Chen Sheng, and knelt down before him with a thud. His aged head pounded against the ground, and with a trembling voice, he pleaded desperately. Young Master Chen, I was wrong. I was blind to your greatness. I was so foolish to offend you. Please spare me, spare the Han family. Please. Han Yunshan, disheveled and dirty, kept kowtowing until his forehead was covered in blood, showing how hard and heavy he was kowtowing. Chapter 160. Don't I have any pride? Bang! 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 Han Yunshan was very sincere. Each kowtow was more forceful and vehement than the last, not for any other reason than that he hoped the young man before him would spare him and the entire Han family. Young Master Chen, I was wrong. As long as you are willing to let me go and spare the Han family, we will never pursue the past again. I'm willing to give you 100 million, no? I'll give you 10 billion to buy my life and the Han family's life. Please. Young Master Chen, I cannot die. The Han family cannot be destroyed. If the Han family is destroyed, the ancestor will definitely come looking for you when he emerges from seclusion, and you will definitely be in trouble then. He kowtowed as he spoke. Han Yunshan's words were perfectly executed. On one hand, he used money to bribe Chen Sheng, and on the other hand, he used the name of the Han family patriarch to threaten Chen Baoang. Convey a message to him. The Han family patriarch is in seclusion. He is very strong. It's even stronger than rivers and seas. Even if the Han family is destroyed, the Han family patriarch will not let him go. How could Chen Sheng not understand the underlying meaning? He squatted down slightly, grabbed Han Yunshan's hair, pulled his head up, and looked him straight in the eye. Look at that urn. How exquisite it is. I specially made it for your Han family to hold your Han family's ashes. No one else can or deserves to be included. Only you and your Han family are eligible. I'm giving you such high treatment. Aren't you satisfied? Old man, I told you, you would die a worse death than Han Tai. What did you say back then? I can't remember, but I remember you seemed to be looking forward to my coming to the Han family. Now that I'm here, you should know why I'm here, right? Now you're asking me to release you? Don't I have any pride? Chen Bahuang's words were light and airy. Ever since he came to the Han family, his tone had been the same, calm as still water, as if he were talking about ordinary things and chatting about ordinary family matters. But these calm words sounded like the pronouncement and judgment of death, devoid of any emotion, yet filled with boundless killing intent. There was no room for negotiation, no room for maneuver. Chun Sheng is that kind of person. He wants to kill, he wants revenge, and no one can stop him. This has been true both in the past and now. He won't offend others unless they offend him. If someone offends him, he will fight to the death. Han Yunshan knelt on the ground, raising his head to look up at Chun Sheng's young, nonchalant, and somewhat arrogant face. At this moment, this face appeared to him like a demon or a monster. All it brought him was fear, boundless and indescribable fear. Han Yunshan has lived for 60 or 70 years. In all these years, from birth to now, he has never felt such fear and dread. As old as he is, he should be a little calmer, but now he is still trembling and uneasy. To understand. Han Yunshan's eyes dimmed. He understood that he had to die today. He admitted it. Young Master Chun, if you want me to die, I will accept it. I am willing. I can even kill myself, but I hope you can spare the Han family. As long as you spare the Han family, I can still give you money before I die, and order the Han family to treat you as their grandfather when they see you in the future, and to regard you as their supreme master. With pleading and fervent fervor, Han Yunshan hoped to exchange his life and submission for the continuation of the Han family. His aged eyes gazed yearningly at Chun Sheng. Young Master Chun, is this condition possible? This old man begs please. Can't. Chun Sheng's answer was crisp, decisive, and indifferent, giving Han Yunshan absolutely no chance. He never showed any mercy to his enemies. If he were the prisoner now, instead of Han Yunshan, he believed Han Yunshan would not have let him go either, and he would not have been able to leave the Han family alive. Pity for the enemy is punishment for yourself. Han Yunshan remained silent, speechless. He had thought that he had only angered Chun Bahuang, and that as long as he died and paid a certain price, Chun Bahuang would spare the Han family and give them a way out. After all, Chun Bahuang was really too strong. This time he won completely. In the future, at least before the Han family patriarch came out of seclusion, no one in the Han family would cause him any trouble. Unexpectedly, Chun Bahuang showed absolutely no intention of letting the Han family go. He let out a deep sigh. Han Yunshan understood. After tonight, the Han family is finished. It's completely over. The Han family, which had dominated the region for generations, thus became a part of Jiangbei's history. Han Yunshan was filled with despair, while Han Song remained prostrate on the ground, his head buried in the earth, trembling and not daring to utter a single word, wishing he were invisible and unnoticed. Puff! No longer giving Han Yunshan a chance, Chun Sheng thrust out with his Qingfeng sword. Green-edged sword. Extremely sharp blade. With a single sword strike, Han Yunshan's head rolled off his neck, and a gush of blood gushed out instantly, creating an extremely bloody and disturbing scene. However, Chun Sheng didn't even blink, watching all of this with utter indifference. Daring to lay a hand on Zihan has already touched Chun Sheng's sore spot. No one can touch his brother's sister, no one. Han Yunshan deserves to die. This man is yours to take over, Chun Sheng said to the 8 men Zhang Tianyang had summoned, glancing at Han Song on the ground. Han Song is just an ordinary person. 2 of the 8 men stepped forward and approached Han Song, each holding a gleaming longsword. No, no. Han Song stared wide-eyed, like a madman, struggling incessantly. No, no. Chun Bahuang, I'm willing to be your slave. Please spare my life. Please, please. Puff. Before Han Song could finish speaking, a long knife had already pierced his stomach. Han Song stared wide-eyed. Less than 3 seconds. He lay down on the ground. I'll leave the rest to you, is that all right? Chun Sheng's gaze swept across Jianghu Hai. Young master, rest assured, I will handle it perfectly and guarantee your satisfaction. Master Jiang hurriedly bowed to Chun Sheng, his sincerity tinged with apprehension. Young master, Chun Sheng frowned. Is that a title you can use? Jianghu Hai shuddered and hurriedly changed his address. Master, hang Han Yunshan's head at the highest point of this villa. Let him watch the Han family be wiped out, Chun Sheng said quietly. Remember, That urn of ashes cannot be wasted. Rest assured, Master, I will turn all their bodies to ashes. Your urn will be filled with the remains of the Han family. Jiang Huhai added, Leave it to me, and I will make sure you are satisfied. Chapter 161 First Feature. Owner. Jiang Huhai paused, then said to Chun Sheng, Destroying the Han family is easy. After all, the martial artists left behind by the Han family are all trash, but the Han family's patriarch, Han Xuanzong, is currently in seclusion somewhere. That old man is much stronger than me. When he comes out of seclusion and learns that the Han family has been destroyed, he will definitely seek revenge. Master, you should prepare in advance. This is a big deal. Han Xuanzong was already much stronger than him a few years ago. In recent years, he has devoted himself to martial arts training, and no one knows what level he has reached. The Han family has come this far not only because of the protection of martial arts practitioners, but also because of the strength of Han Xuanzong himself. Jiang Huhai felt compelled to remind Chun Sheng of this matter. I'm waiting for him to appear. Chun Sheng's face was calm, and no one could tell what he was thinking. He raised his hand and tossed the green sword in his hand to Jiang Huhai. Your sword is back to you. This? Jiang Huhai hurriedly bowed. Your subordinate dares not. Master, this is something you obtained through your own strength. It should belong to you. It's just a low-grade spiritual weapon. It's more useful to you than to me. Chun Sheng had already discerned the grade of the long sword in his hand. A mere low-grade spiritual weapon was of little use to him. A moment later, Jiang Huhai accepted Qing Feng with a heart full of gratitude. A low-grade spiritual weapon was already a treasure to him, and he never expected that Chun Bahuang would return such a treasure to him. All right, these people are from Qingxing Tianyang Real Estate Group. You take them with you to wipe out the Han family. Let them take over anything that Tianyang Group can handle, understand? After you've settled things here, come find me in Qingxing. Master, don't worry. Jiang Huhai understood that these people were monitoring him, and that the Han family's assets were also their reward for following Chun Bahuang, which he envied. But he was in charge of leading the effort to destroy the Han family this time, and he would reap considerable benefits from it. To demonstrate his loyalty to Chun Sheng, Jiang Huhai made a phone call, and within 10 minutes, he used his own status to summon several half-step master-level martial artists from Kongtong to begin a sweep of the Han family. Chun Sheng, on the other hand, left Jiangbei and took a shower, changed clothes, and slept on the private jet. The private jet was at Chun Sheng's service, and while he was sleeping, the speed was reduced significantly. When they arrived in Qingxing, it was already past 9 in the morning. Qingxing. Zhang Tianyang arrived at the airport early in the morning and waited there. He hadn't slept all night. After all, this high-stakes gamble will determine the future of the Zhang family, and even Zhang Tianyang's life or death. When Zhang Tianyang learned that Chun Sheng had taken care of the entire Han family in just a few minutes and returned safely, he was stunned and couldn't believe it for a long time. He only accepted the fact after his subordinates showed him Han Yunshan's corpse. At the same time, I was overjoyed. Zhang Tianyang made the right bet. The entire Zhang family will not only benefit greatly from this incident, but more importantly, from now on, he and Chun Sheng will be in the same boat. In a sense, Chun Sheng will be a powerful support for the Zhang family. The thought of someone who could wipe out the Han family in a matter of minutes becoming the Zhang family's backer filled Zhang Tianyang with immense excitement. After the initial excitement, he immediately brought Guan Hu to the airport to prepare a lavish meal and welcome Mr. Chun. Young Master Chun. The plane came to a stop, the cabin door opened, and Chun Sheng's tall figure appeared. Zhang Tianyang greeted him with admiration and respect. Welcome back, young Master Chun. It's kind of you to make the trip. Chun Sheng wasn't surprised that Zhang Tianyang personally picked him up at the airport, as someone on the plane had already informed him of this. It's no trouble at all. Young Master Chun is not only my savior, but also the benefactor of the Zhang family. It's only right that I welcome you. Zhang Tianyang stood beside Chun Sheng, exuding a cold aura. He could faintly smell the stench of blood, which made him somewhat apprehensive. Young Master Chun, I have already arranged a celebration banquet for you. There's no need for a victory celebration banquet. Chun Sheng didn't like these fancy things and resolutely refused. After the battle with the Han family, He felt that he was about to break through again and needed to go home and cultivate properly. Zhang Tianyang paused for a moment, then said without pressing the issue, "All right, young Master Chun, didn't you mention before that you had an antique that needed to be auctioned? I've arranged an antique auction here. When would you be available? I'll organize it." "Tomorrow," Chunsheng said. "Okay." Zhang Tianyang personally arranged for someone to see Chunsheng off. After watching him leave, he said to Guanhu, "Guanhu, you go to Jiangbei yourself. Those guys you went with yesterday were good at fighting, but they're not very good at business. With the Han family wiped out, the Jiangbei business community will definitely be in chaos for a while. Go and take a slice of this pie. Remember, take as much as you can, don't force yourself. There are still some local companies in Jiangbei." "I understand." Guanhu did not hesitate at all and immediately boarded his private plane to Jiangbei. Upon returning home, Chunsheng immediately began brewing medicine and refining the rejuvenating pill again. Meanwhile, while preparing the medicine, he began to circulate the yin-yang meridians once again and began his cultivation. Condensing qi and circulating qi are the first two minor realms of cultivation. Chunsheng has now reached the peak of circulating qi, and he is 100% confident that he can break through to the third minor realm, the qi transformation realm. Once you step into the qi transformation stage, you can be considered to have truly entered the threshold of cultivation, because the first three minor realms are collectively known as the first stage, the qi refining period. This is because this stage is the introductory stage, and it is divided into more detailed sections. In general, this major realm revolves around cultivating the spiritual energy within the body, from condensing spiritual energy to utilizing it, and then to transforming it out of the body. Only by meeting these three conditions can one truly be considered a beginner-level cultivator. The qi transformation realm is also considered the late stage of qi refining. The strongest known martial artist in China is a grandmaster, and the peak of the qi transformation realm is already at the grandmaster level. Wouldn't reaching the qi transformation realm mean they would be almost invincible? Chunsheng muttered to himself, never expecting such a vast difference between martial artists and cultivators. He wondered if anyone in China was as strong as him, or even stronger. With the yin-yang meridian circulating and spiritual energy flowing throughout his body, Chunsheng began his attempt to break through to the qi transformation realm. 9 hours later, Chunsheng finally opened his eyes. The instant he opened his eyes, a glint of light flashed in them. The light faded, and on the surface, he appeared unchanged. Only, at this moment, he raised a finger and pointed forward. A cloud of white gas suddenly shot out from his index finger. Bang! Not far away, a large hole suddenly appeared in the tall wardrobe. So this is what it means to transform energy into physical form. Chunsheng's eyes gleamed with surprise. Being able to eject spiritual energy from the body was even more powerful than a human-shaped pistol. If he were to encounter a situation like Han Tai's kidnapping of Song Yuyin again, he was confident he could easily resolve it, instead of being helplessly threatened as before. Of course, Chunsheng understood that the true meaning of the qi transformation realm was not about transforming qi into physical energy. Transforming qi into physical energy was just one of its characteristics. Most importantly, and most useful to practitioners, is another characteristic. Chapter 162, Jiang Shuling. An indestructible body. Yes, once he reaches the qi transformation stage, unless Chunsheng voluntarily opens his defenses, ordinary weapons will never be able to harm him in the slightest. Even if you were to chop him with a kitchen knife, it would only leave a red mark. This is the wonder of qi transformation, or the peak of qi refining. Not only that, after reaching the qi transformation realm, the body's strength will increase to another level. Chunsheng's single-handed strength was now enough to reach 8,000 kilograms. That's more than 5 times the previous 3,000 jin. I wonder how strong that ancestor of the Han family is. Chunsheng's eyes gleamed with excitement. He was really looking forward to the appearance of that so-called ancestor of the Han family. Rumble, rumble, rumble. On the gas stove, the pressure cooker suddenly started shaking. Chunsheng hurriedly got up, opened it, and found that the raw materials for the rejuvenating pill were ready. The next step was to cast the pill. This process was not difficult for Chunsheng, But he did not use all the raw materials to make the rejuvenation pills. He only made 18. The remaining ingredients were processed simply and then stored in a small jar. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Chen Xing opened the door and saw two officers standing outside. One man and one woman. One of them was Xing Zongtai. Today, Xing Zongtai was not dressed in civilian clothes, but in military uniform, carrying a superstar on his shoulder, looking heroic and upright. The woman beside him was the same. She was dressed in military uniform with outstanding style, tailor-made for him, heroic and spirited, with a golden dragon totem on her shoulder. How could Chen Sheng, a former elite soldier, not recognize this graphic? It does not belong to the Army or Navy, but is a special department. Their purpose is to investigate sudden or bizarre emergencies. Oh, so formal, what's going on? Chen Xing asked, slightly puzzled by the scene. Master Huang, this is Lieutenant Jiang Shuling from a special department of China. She wishes to meet you, Xing Zongtai said. Oh, really? The special department has investigated me. Chen Sheng raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over Jiang Shuling. The woman was quite good-looking, in her early 20s, with delicate features. Even though her slightly oversized military uniform couldn't hide her beautiful figure. As Chen Sheng sized up Jiang Shuling was also sizing him up. My first impression was that he was alright looking, but he seemed a bit lazy and casual, and didn't have the spirit of someone who had been a soldier. Perhaps it was his 3 years in prison that changed his personality? The man was very different from the Chen Bahuang. She had imagined a man who had repeatedly distinguished himself in the military and was once renowned. In short, her first impression of the former was very bad. Come in. Chen Sheng tossed a few pieces of clothing off the sofa and said, sit wherever you like. Xing Zongtai naturally sat down next to Chen Sheng, while Jiang Shuling did not sit down. She stood up straight, took a document from her briefcase, and handed it to Chen Sheng. Take a look at this first. Chen Sheng took the document, which had a military seal on it, and some photos. These are photos of the scenes after he committed the murders at the Song family's house and the Han Garden. Chen Bahuang, you are a soldier. You should understand that a soldier's code is to protect the peace of the region. You've only been in Qinxing for a few months, and you've already committed these 2 cases. Don't you feel ashamed of your military status? Jiang Shuling asked coldly. Xing Zongtai was taken aback and frowned slightly. Before coming, he had reminded Jiang Shuling to speak more politely. I didn't expect the other party to remain so cold. Chen Sheng placed the documents in his hand on the sofa and said casually, I, Chen Bahuang, don't need a little girl like you to teach me how to be a person. You. Jiang Shuling frowned. She was only 3 years younger than Chen Sheng, yet she was being called a little girl. She retorted, Chen Bahuang, you are a martial artist. Yes, the Chinese police can't arrest you for murder, but don't forget, you were once a soldier. Your fallen brothers were also soldiers. Soldiers are meant to protect the country and uphold justice. If you're going to keep talking to me like this, you can leave. Chen Sheng lay lazily on the sofa, interrupting Jiang Shuling. He found this woman really long-winded. What do you want from me? Say it now. I don't have time to listen to your rambling. Soldier? Yes, he used to be a soldier. They defend their homeland, safeguard their region, and carry out one difficult and arduous task after another. But how did his brother, his woman, die? He defended his country. So why didn't anyone help him save the lives of his brothers and his woman? Over the past decade or so, Chen Bahuang has experienced far too many things. He knows perfectly well what he wants to do and how he wants to do it. No need for others to tell me what to do. Lieutenant, all you need to know is that I, Chen Bahuang, have always acted in accordance with my conscience. I don't need to explain myself to anyone. Jiang Shuling's red lips parted slightly, speechless. She came with a mission, and if she were just sent away like this, she wouldn't be able to explain herself when she got back. Although she was unhappy, she had no choice but to suppress her criticism of Chen Sheng. Chen Bahuang, these 2 cases you handled have successfully attracted the attention of the Special Department and the Ninth Department. The higher-ups want me to ask you if you're willing to join the Special Department and work for China again. I don't want to. Before Jiang Shuling could finish speaking, Chen Sheng had already spoken, his tone decisive, resolute, and indifferent. He has done what he could to help China over the past decade. and he believes he has done his duty to China. Once he becomes an official, he will be restricted in some things. What he needs now is freedom, absolute freedom. Don't you want to hear about the treatment? Jiang Shuling frowned slightly. Her impression of Chun Bahuang was getting worse and worse. Why was he so arrogant? No. Chun Sheng shook his head. Is there anything else? If not, you can leave. Good, Jiang Shuling said. The higher-ups said that if you don't want to join the official ranks, that's fine too. If you attack the Han family in Han Garden, the Han family will come knocking on your door soon. If you can't handle the pressure then, you can come to me. As long as you join the official ranks can protect you. Oh, sudden. Chun Sheng smiled. Led? So what if he's a leader? It's best not to offend him. Otherwise, even if he's an official leader of China, he won't be polite. Let me tell you, the Han family was wiped out by me last night. I did it in Jiangbei. Your leader's influence shouldn't be able to reach Jiangbei for the time being, right? What? Jiang Shuling was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Chen Bahuang, you really don't know anything about the Han family of Jiangbei. Do you think such a family, which has been passed down for generations and has been entrenched in Jiangbei, can be destroyed by just bragging? Chapter 163. The current Master Huang has a much better temper. What kind of entity is the Han family? Although Jiang Shuling works in Jiangbei, she still knows this behemoth very well. Such a deeply entrenched family cannot be wiped out so easily. Even though the Chinese government has considered weakening them several times, it has ultimately given up due to various reasons. Now, Chen Bahuang, a guy in his 20s, claims to have destroyed the Han family. Jiang Shuling thought this guy was really arrogant, boasting that he could brag like that just because he had been a soldier for a few years. She found it laughable and became increasingly disappointed in this former king of soldiers. She took a business card from her briefcase and said sarcastically, if the Han family could be wiped out by bragging, they would have been wiped out countless times already. Chen Bahuang, I don't have time to talk to you for too long. Anyway, this is my business card. If you ever find yourself in trouble, come to me. The government can protect you. Of course, provided that you are still eligible to join the government at that time. Jiang Shuling had completely lost interest in Chen Sheng. He was an arrogant, conceited, and flamboyant guy who wasn't worth her time, because people like him all had one thing in common: they died young. No need to see me out. Chen Sheng waved his hand. She was just a proud little girl. He didn't bother with her at all and waved casually. Master Huang, I'm sorry, these young people are inexperienced. I only brought her here because I received orders from my superiors. Xing Zongtai stood up, his expression apologetic. Jiang Shuling was, after all, someone he had brought along, and yet she not only brought up Chen Sheng's past, but also mocked him. Throughout the entire process, Xing Zongtai was terrified, fearing that Chen Sheng would become angry. After all, during the 2 or 3 years he was in prison, almost no one dared to mention his past in front of him. If it is brought up, it will inevitably face a thunderous wrath. Fortunately, the current Master Huang has become much better tempered. It's all right. She's so young to be able to get into a special department. She must have some extraordinary qualities. It's normal for her to be a little ambitious. Chen Sheng said indifferently, not taking it to heart at all. Well, I'll be going now. Please feel free to contact me if you need anything. Comrade. Xing Zongtai strode out and chased after her, arriving at Jiang Shuling's side. If you have any further contact with Master Huang in the future, I hope you can be more polite. Today your actions were very inappropriate, and they made me feel very embarrassed, you know? I'm sorry, I really couldn't help it. Jiang Shuling sighed. She didn't want to do this either. Her superiors had assigned her the task of bringing Chun Bahuang into the Chinese camp as much as possible. Firstly, because he had served in the military before, and secondly, because with his current strength, he is definitely one of the best among martial artists. She had initially thought so too, but after meeting her, the reality was far different from what she had imagined. So, I couldn't help but want to give him a hard time. Unexpectedly, that guy not only didn't seem like a soldier, but he also liked to brag. You saw it yourself. It's not that I'm being unreasonable, it's just that he's exaggerating too much, Jiang Shuling said seriously. Don't you think what he said is ridiculous? Destroy the Han family? Huh. Xing Zongtai remained silent and did not answer for a moment. Seeing that he did not answer, Jiang Shuling said earnestly, I don't understand. You still call such a person Master Huang and Major General. Although your rank is higher than mine, I still want to remind you to stay away from such arrogant people. Getting too close will bring you bad luck. After saying that, Jiang Shuling walked onto the military vehicle in front of her. Xing Zongtai was stunned. He hadn't expected to be lectured by a little girl, and he felt quite helpless. It's probably not Lord Huang who's arrogant, but it's you, Jiang Shuling. Xing Zongtai didn't say these words. After years of hard work, he deeply understood a principle. If someone doesn't ask you to, never try to educate or remind them, otherwise you won't get gratitude, but resentment. Clearly, Jiang Shuling doesn't quite understand this principle. Was old Master Huang bragging? Xing Zongtai muttered to himself, and then got into the car. Huang Yi has many flaws. He's capable of anything. But there's one thing he'll never do: lie or boast about using human lives. Although Xing Zongtai also found the annihilation of the Han family incomprehensible. But Lord Huang said it was destroyed. Then it will definitely, certainly, absolutely, 100% be wiped out. On the bus, Jiang Shuling's military cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing the name on the screen, she straightened her clothes and answered. Chief of Staff Gao. Shuling, have you seen Qinba Huang? If not, come back first and send a few people to Jiangbei. Jiangbei. Jiang Shuling was taken aback. What are you going to Jiangbei for? After a moment of contemplation, the person opposite said, late last night, a major case occurred in Jiangbei. The Han family was wiped out overnight. What? Jiang Shuling's hand trembled slightly. The Han family. They were really wiped out. She might not believe what Qinba Huang said, but the chief of staff would never joke about something like this. Instinctively, Jiang Shuling asked, natural disaster or natural disaster? Shuling, do you think the Han family could be wiped out overnight by a natural disaster? Let alone us. Even if we claimed it was a natural disaster to the outside world, probably no one would believe it. This matter has already been posted online, and it will go viral soon. Qinsheng, 9th Bureau Office. Gao Shilong, in his 50s, stared at the data uploaded to the computer, his expression grave. This matter. That's too much. It happened suddenly and unexpectedly. According to online information, the cybersecurity department has begun contacting major media outlets to silence them, delete posts, and try to stop the spread of the incident, but it's impossible to suppress it. Online posts about the annihilation of the Han family are seeing their search and browsing volumes increase exponentially every second. Unable to suppress it. What to do? The only option is not to press. Otherwise, it could give people the impression that the authorities are controlling information behind the scenes, which could also have some negative consequences. So far, the only solution is to investigate as soon as possible and give the public an explanation. The only clue we have right now is an urn containing ashes. All the dead members of the Han family were reduced to ashes and placed inside. Remember, the first thing you do when you get to Jiangbei is to investigate who made the urn. Also, investigate what exactly happened to the Han family during this period, why they suffered such a catastrophic disaster, and who did it. This matter is truly enormous, involving far too many people. It involves not only the Han family, but also ordinary people and martial artists. And it's not just a simple matter of one martial artist faction. Many martial artist factions have invested in this family. The authorities not only need to give an explanation to ordinary people, but also to these martial arts practitioners. Shuling, what's wrong? Gao Shilong frowned. There was a sudden silence on the other end, and his intuition told him that something was wrong. Chapter 164, taking care of my daughter, is what I should do. Inside the military vehicle, Jiang Shuling fell silent. Han family. Destroyed. It was man-made. Involuntarily, the image of a decent-looking, nonchalant, and somewhat slovenly man surfaced in her mind. Could it be that? He wasn't bragging. Is it really him? No. Impossible. This idea only lasted for a moment before Jiang Shuling rejected it. It's just a coincidence. It must be just a coincidence. How could one person possibly destroy the Han family? From any perspective, this is extremely illogical. He used to be a soldier. They must have a well-known intelligence network. Perhaps he just received the news first. Jiang Shuling thought so. Shuling? Are you still there? Gao Shilong's voice came through the receiver once again, and Jiang Shuling's thoughts returned. Chief of Staff. I'm here, please speak. What's wrong with you? Gao Shilong asked, puzzled. It's nothing. I was just wondering who has such great ability to wipe out the Han family overnight. Yes, who has such great ability? If that old man from the Han family finds out about this, who knows what kind of consequences it will cause? Gao Shilong also sighed. All right, that's enough. I still have things to take care of here. In case some people with ulterior motives use this to stir up trouble, you immediately send people to Jiangbei to assist Jiangbei in completing the investigation. Yes, Chief of Staff. The entire conversation between the two reached Xing Zongtai's ears. He was quite speechless. The truth was right in front of him, yet he didn't believe it and insisted on investigating it himself. Wasn't he just asking for trouble? But this was indeed unbelievable. Xing Zongtai didn't intend to remind Jiang Shuling and simply sat to the side without saying a word. As Gao Shilong said, the annihilation of the Han family was such a huge event that even with the government's intervention, it couldn't be contained. After several hours of fermentation, it was finally exposed to the public. Several local media outlets in Jiangbei simultaneously posted photos from the scene, accompanied by text, exaggerating the situation in an attempt to gain more traffic and capitalize on the trending topic. The internet was in an uproar. The Han family. Who doesn't know the Han family of Jiangbei? Generations of descendants, and just like that gone. Who on earth has such great abilities that they could even wipe out the Han family? That's ruthless. It's said that there's a huge urn filled with ashes in the Han family's main hall. Holy crap, no way. Last night, I was brushing my teeth at home when I accidentally saw someone walking on Tianhao Road with several people carrying urns containing ashes. Shaw, buddy, you're just bragging. A few people think they can wipe out the Han family. The incident sparked heated discussions online, with countless netizens shocked and speculating about who the Han family had offended and who could be so cruel. Of course, there were some people spreading rumors and causing trouble. The authorities took immediate action and arrested several self-media outlets that had no bottom line in their pursuit of popularity. These individuals were reported to the police by Tushio officials themselves, and their accounts were suspended. Facts may be spread, but rumors are absolutely forbidden. The official Tushio account issued a message stating that it absolutely stands on the side of the truth, will not allow any rumors to appear, and will work with the Chinese government to monitor these messages to prevent malicious individuals from doing other things. The internet is already buzzing with activity. Chen Sheng was unaware of these things. He rarely went online and didn't even use some of the popular communication tools available today. However, he did receive a phone call from Jiang Huhai. Master, the person you asked me to find has been found. Should we arrange for someone to send her to Qinsheng? No need for now. Let's find a way to send her abroad and bring her back once things have calmed down. Okay, Song family. Song Yuyin lay in bed. She had experienced too much these past few days, and the fright from yesterday had left her feeling unwell, so she didn't go to the company today. Lying on the large bed, dressed in a white nightgown that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure, she was currently browsing through news articles. Han family. It's really dead. Needless to say, Song Yuyin knew who had done it. She was quite flustered, her willow leaf eyebrows furrowed, which gave her a rather strange look. The Han family was wiped out, and the matter has blown up so much. If the truth is revealed, what will happen to Chen Baoang? Will something bad happen to him? And her mother, whom she had no recollection of, was she still alive? Chen Baoang is too impulsive. Then, when Chen Sheng said he would destroy the Han family, Song Yuyin thought it was just a threat and didn't take it to heart. Unexpectedly, one night passed. The harsh words have become reality. Her feelings for Chen Sheng have now become extremely complicated. Even though she knew that some of the things Chen Sheng did were because of her, she still felt that he didn't use his brain when he did them. The Han family was wiped out. What will be the consequences? Who will bear them? Could a mere Mr. Chen possibly obstruct an official investigation? Besides, the Han family is not so easily destroyed. Domestic energy extinguishing. What about those from overseas? Or what about those that are hidden? For example, in the documents left by the father, what about Han Xuanzong, the patriarch of the Han family? You must know, that's a very important person. Pinching her brow, Song Yuyin was deeply worried, wondering whether Chen Baoang staying by her side was a blessing or a curse. Ding dong. Suddenly, the phone rang, and a text message appeared on the screen. Your mother has been found. I have arranged for her to be sent abroad. Once things have calmed down, I will bring her back to reunite with you. The sender is Chun Ba-Huang. Upon seeing the text message content, Song Yuyin was stunned. Then, gratitude flashed in her clear eyes. Humph, Chun Ba-Huang. Don't think that doing this little thing will make up for your brainless actions. Muttering to herself, Song Yuyin closed her eyes and began to think about what to do next. Before she knew it, she had fallen asleep, a slight upturn at the corners of her mouth, a beautiful, pure, long-lost smile appearing on her cold face. Ba-Huang, can you do me a favor? Chun Sheng's home was suddenly visited by Yin Qingya and Yin Ming. The speaker was Yin Qingya, whose gaze toward Chun Sheng held a hint of tenderness, while her daughter stood to the side, her expression suggesting she was somewhat unhappy. Aunt Yin, please feel free to tell me what's on your mind, Chun Sheng said with a smile. My daughter has just graduated and is going to a classmate's graduation party. It's in a place like Tianxiang Bridge. It's so late, and I'm worried about her going alone. I'd like you to go with her, is that all right? Yin Qingya said shyly. Chun Sheng glanced at Yin Ming, who clearly didn't seem too happy about it. If you have something to do, that's fine. I can go by myself. Sure enough, before Chun Sheng could answer, Yin Ming winked at him hard, her meaning clear. She hoped he wouldn't agree. However, Chun Sheng acted as if he hadn't seen it, looking nonchalant and innocent, saying, I'm fine. I happen to have some free time. Aunt Yin, don't worry, I'll take care of Xiaoming. Could Chun Sheng refuse? Of course not. After all, in a sense, Yin Ming should be considered his now daughter? Taking care of my daughter is what I should do, Chun Sheng blurted out. Chapter 165 Waste. What did you say? Yin Ming glared fiercely at Chun Sheng. Who's your daughter? Mom, look at him. I meant Aunt Yin's daughter. It's only right that I help take care of her. Chun Sheng coughed, feeling quite embarrassed. Yin Qingya's cheeks flushed slightly, concealing the ambiguity in her eyes. Ming, Ba-Huang didn't mean it. All right, I won't stop you from going to Tianxiang Bridge, but Ba-Huang must come with you, understand? Okay, Yin Ming said to Chun Sheng with a look of displeasure and helplessness. Get ready and wait for me downstairs in 10 minutes. After saying that, she turned and went out first. Yin Qingya said apologetically, Xiao Ming is such a stubborn girl. I heard that Tianxiang Bridge has been a bit chaotic lately. Ba-Huang, I'll have to trouble you to take care of her. Leave it to me, don't worry. Pop. As soon as Chun Sheng finished speaking, Yin Qingya suddenly tiptoed and gently kissed Chun Sheng on the lips. Her face flushed as she said, You rascal, this is a reward for you. Don't let it slip in front of our daughter again. That was just an accident, Chun Sheng said, shrugging. Ba-Huang, I heard someone is pursuing Xiaoming. You'd better help me check them out and see if they're suitable. Good. Then I'll head back now. Etc. Chun Sheng grabbed Yin Qingya's arm. Yin Qingya leaned into her arms and said seductively, What? You little rascal, you want it. Here, take this. Chun Sheng ignored her blatant words and produced a rejuvenation pill in his hand. Eat this, and you'll become beautiful. What is this? Yin Qingya took the rejuvenating pill. It's dark and well, it smells quite good. Can I eat this? Of course, its name is Fuyindan. If you have an injury, you can take it to recover. If you don't have an injury, you can take it to make yourself more beautiful. It's more than 10 times better than collagen, hyaluronic acid, and water light injections in the cosmetic surgery industry on the market right now. Chun Sheng said confidently. Most importantly, I made it myself. What? Yin Qingya chuckled, giving her a flirtatious look. Little brother Ba-Huang, are you teasing your sister? Is this some kind of happiness pill or excitement pill? Don't give it back to me. Chun Sheng sighed, thinking to himself, what is this woman thinking all day? He made a move to take the pill back. Yes, of course I want it. Yin Qingya dodged Chun Sheng's attempt to snatch it. Come to my house next time. I'll eat and wait for you. 10 minutes later. As agreed, Chun Sheng arrived downstairs to meet Yin Ming, who had changed her clothes and put on light makeup. As the saying goes, Buddha relies on gold plating, and people rely on clothes. She was already quite attractive, and with a little dressing up, plus that beautiful skirt and 5-centimeter high heels, she gained a more mature and beautiful look. She inherited Yin Qingya's perfect figure, Although the skirt was relatively conservative, it still couldn't hide her ample bosom. A cleavage was visible in and out of sight. Strangely, her waist was also quite slender. Although her legs weren't as beautiful as Song Yuyen's, they were still quite attractive compared to most people. They were fair and tender, making people want to touch them. You must be considered the school beauty at your school, Chen Xing joked. This is the first time I've seen you this pretty. You're going to a bar dressed like this? Yin Ming looked Chen Xing up and down, speechless. She had told him to dress up properly, but there was no change at all. Is there a problem? Chen Xing said. This is my most expensive outfit. All right. Yin Ming was speechless and said with disdain, remember, my classmates are all quite wealthy, so don't say anything out of line. Also, even though Mom asked you to come with me, don't interfere too much in my affairs, understand? Okay, no problem. Chen Xing shrugged. He didn't want to get involved in too much anyway. Meng Meng. As the two were talking, a BMW drove up from a distance and stopped in front of them. Sorry I'm late. Inside the car was a man dressed in designer clothes, about the same age as Yin Ming, around 21 or 22 years old. It's all right, Xiaoyang, I just arrived too. Upon seeing him, Yin Ming immediately put away her disdain for Chen Xing and adopted a gentle and refined demeanor. This is, Mo Xiaoyang looked at Chen Xing. His name is Chen Baoang. He's our tenant. My mom was worried about me, so she asked him to come and look after me, Yin Ming explained. Oh. Mo Xiaoyang nodded, without greeting Chen Xing or even glancing at him, and instead said to Yin Ming, get in the car, they should be arriving at Tianxiang Bridge soon. Good. Yin Ming naturally opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, while Chen Xing sat quietly in the back, without saying a word. With his sharp eyesight, it was obvious that the person pursuing Yin Ming was this boy. Yin Ming clearly also had some affection for him. The two chatted the whole way, from east to west, from south to north. Chen Xing was like a transparent person, sitting in the back, enjoying the night view along the way. Hey bro, hello, my name is Mo Xiaoyang. Mo Xiaoyang suddenly spoke up. Meng Meng just said you're one of their tenants? Chen Xing nodded gently. Renting a place means you don't own a house in Qinsheng, right? Mo Xiaoyang flashed a hint of disdain and gave a slight sneer, not understanding why Yin Ming's mother would let him come along. Could it be that they want to match him up with Yin Ming? Thinking of this, Mo Xiaoyang was somewhat displeased. May I ask where you work, brother? After thinking for a moment, Chen Xing replied, my profession? I work as a bodyguard at Tianyu Pharmaceuticals. Bodyguard? Yin Ming was also hearing about Chen Xing's profession for the first time, and couldn't help but laugh. With your physique, you'd be a good bodyguard. And you're from Tianyu Pharmaceutical, Xiaoyang. Isn't your dad a shareholder of Tianyu Pharmaceutical? That's quite a coincidence. All the bodyguards at Tianyu Pharmaceuticals have served in the military. It seems you're a veteran, brother? Before Chen Xing could answer, Mo Xiaoyang said, nowadays, people like you can only work as bodyguards or drivers. I remember a few years ago my dad wanted me to go and train, but I didn't agree. I was worried that someone like you would end up with no skills after leaving the army. No different from a piece of trash. Maybe. Chen Xing remained noncommittal, showing little interest and not wanting to chat with someone so mentally challenged, choosing to kill the conversation directly. Looking in the rearview mirror, Mo Xiaoyang saw Chen Xing's nonchalant attitude and couldn't help but feel annoyed. How could a mere bodyguard, especially one from his father's company, speak to him with such an attitude? Mo Xiaoyang was extremely displeased. Inside the car, a brief silence fell. Before long, they arrived at the bustling Tianxiang Bridge. During the day, there were few people, but at night, the area was bustling with cars, brightly lit, and full of beautiful flowers. Both banks of the river were lined with bars. The BMW drove on for a short while before stopping in front of a bar. Chen Xing was slightly taken aback when he glanced at the extremely exaggerated signboard design. What a coincidence! They actually chose to have their party at Qinshua Bar. That's fine. He's more familiar with this place, so at least nothing will really happen. Chapter 166. Tonight's expenses are on young Master Mo. Xiaoyang, Ming Ming, you've finally arrived. Come in quickly. Ming Ming, come over here quickly. Xiaoyang, why are you only arriving now? We've been waiting for you for quite a while. You'll have to punish yourself with 3 cups later. As soon as they arrived at the bar entrance, someone greeted Mo Xiaoyang and Yin Ming. 3 men and 4 women. They were all dressed quite elegantly. The men wore designer clothes, and the women were meticulously dressed, adorned with earrings, necklaces, and bracelets. Under the lights, they were all beautiful women with long legs. However, these women were a little bit less appealing than Yin Ming. Hey, who is this? Someone noticed Qin Sheng and looked at Yin Ming and Mo Xiaoyang. A friend, Yin Ming said with a forced smile. He's my friend. His name is Chun Baowang. He came with me to have some fun. All right, stop hiding your identity. Mo Xiaoyang interrupted Yin Ming and said with a smile, this is Meng Ming's tenant. Meng Ming's mother was worried that something might happen to her when she went out to play, so since they are both bodyguards, they came to protect Meng Ming this time. Oh, everyone suddenly realized that they could all see Mo Xiaoyang's hostility towards Chun Baowang. Everyone present knew that Mo Xiaoyang had always had feelings for Yin Ming and was pursuing her. Although the two had not officially started dating, they all assumed that they were boyfriend and girlfriend. Tonight's party was also initiated by Mo Xiaoyang. His purpose was to formally confess his feelings to Yin Ming and to get her drunk so that she could go to his bed. Although everyone knew that Mo Xiaoyang was just playing around, they were still willing to help him. What could they do? He was rich. Oh, it's a bodyguard. Bodyguard, we're counting on you for our safety tonight. A man with a pompadour and wearing a denim jacket said loudly. Our young master Mo is the son of a shareholder of Tianyu Pharmaceutical. We can't let anything happen to him. That's right, he. Our safety tonight depends entirely on you, bodyguard. 3 men and 4 women chatted and joked, emphasizing the word bodyguard, while Yin Ming stood aside, gloating. Snort. Come with me. Now you know how embarrassing it is, right? All right, everyone, stop saying that. We're all friends now that we're here. Come on, let's go inside. Mo Xiaoyang glanced smugly at Chun Baowang, a slight smile playing on his lips. The people I arranged are already waiting inside. We finally graduated, so let's have a good time tonight. Okay. Led by Mo Xiaoyang, the group walked straight into the bar. The eternal theme of this bar was music. As soon as they entered, they could hear deafening heavy metal music, stimulating the hormones of the men and women who came here. In the center of the dance floor, a group of men and women stood together, swaying their bodies like madmen. The lights shone brightly, and everywhere were scantily clad, glamorous women. Men wait for their prey here. Women seek thrills. The entire bar is like a hunting ground where all sorts of experiences can be encountered. In the noisy environment, people had to shout to speak. As soon as Mo Xiaoyang and his group entered the bar, someone came forward to greet them and lead the way. Chun Sheng walked last, quite quietly. As they chatted, he gradually learned their names. The guy with the pompadour was Lu Xuanya. The other 2 were Yang Huan and Meng Delong. 2 of the 4 girls were their girlfriends, Cheng Jiaojiao and Tu Yi, and the other 2 were Yin Ming's roommates and best friends, Yin Xiaoxia and Chen Yuding. Master Huang. Suddenly, a bartender spotted Chen Sheng behind the bar and walked up to him. Mr. Huang, are you here to see the proprietress? I'll go and inform her right now. No, I came here with some friends, Chen Sheng replied with a smile. Let's not tell her yet. Okay, then you go ahead and get busy. Just let me know if you need anything, and I'll have someone keep an eye on your situation, the bartender said. After a brief greeting to Chen Sheng, the bartender returned to his post. Due to the large number of people and the noise, Mo Xiaoyang and the others did not notice what was happening behind them. Led by a bar manager, the group arrived at a nice spot. Young Master Mo, this is a VIP booth reserved especially for you. The drinks have been prepared for you. Please enjoy your meal with your friends. If you need any service, just call me anytime. I'll be waiting for you, the bar manager said. Okay, you go ahead and do your thing. We can handle things here ourselves. In the past, when Mo Xiaoyang came to places like this, he would definitely call some girls to accompany him for drinks. However, today's situation is special, so calling girls is not appropriate. Come, everyone, come and sit down. Mo Xiaobei gestured for a group of men and women to sit down, but she ignored Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng didn't mind and simply found a relatively secluded spot to sit down. This place is nice, quite luxurious, Meng Delong exclaimed. That's right. This is the most popular and luxurious bar in Tianxiang Bridge. The minimum charge for a booth here is over 10,000 yuan, Lu Xuanya said. Wow, young Master Mo is really generous. Yang Huan glanced at Chen Sheng. If it weren't for young Master Mo, I'm afraid I would never have the chance to spend money in a place like this in my entire life. Mo Shui is handsome and rich. Anyone who can be your girlfriend is truly blessed. Only our Meng Meng is worthy of young Master Mo. Of course, our Meng Meng is so beautiful. How could those shabby bodyguards, those toads, possibly get to eat swan meat? Meng Meng, I really envy you. You're so lucky to have one Mo Xiao's favor. The 3 men and 4 women sighed and praised Mo Xiaoyang, making Mo Xiaoyang and Yin Ming walk at the front, side by side. As for the poor ghosts and toads they mentioned, they were undoubtedly referring to Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng had no other thoughts about Yin Ming, so he sat to the side as if he hadn't heard anything. In the noisy atmosphere of the bar, the group quickly started having fun together, some playing rock, paper, scissors, some drinking, and 2 even going clubbing. With them around, Chen Sheng seemed to have become a bodyguard completely, with no one paying attention to him. Mo Xiaoyang intentionally left him aside, and since he didn't speak, the others naturally didn't bother with him either. Yin Ming glanced at Chen Sheng every now and then, feeling a little sorry for him, but also thinking that he deserved it. Who told him to follow along? It was truly embarrassing. Following such a country bumpkin, she had almost lost face as well. Ladies and gentlemen, handsome men and beautiful women. Just then, a magnetic voice suddenly came from the dance floor speakers. Subsequently, the music suddenly stopped. Then, amidst everyone's confusion, the voice continued. Tonight, you are the luckiest of the lucky. Tonight, all expenses will be paid by Mo Xiaoyang, young Master Mo. Chapter 167. I didn't want to give young Master Mo face. The DJ's voice came from the speakers, and the entire bar fell silent for a moment. Immediately, cheers and shouts erupted. Awesome! Who is this young Master Mo? He's incredibly wealthy. It must cost at least $1 million per game, right? Both men and women were extremely excited, their eyes darting around the bar, searching for that young Master Mo. Wow, young Master Mo is really generous. Young Master Mo is so domineering. The money spent in one night is something some people could never earn in their entire lives. In the VIP booth, men and women were all centered around Mo Xiaoyang, marveling at his appearance. Yin Ming also said, as expected of young Master Mo, I suggest we all toast him. Okay, come on, young Master Mo, let us toast you. We're all classmates, no need to be so polite. Despite saying that, Mo Xiaoyang still picked up his wine glass, and, like a high-class person, elegantly drank a glass with everyone. After finishing his drink, he couldn't help but glance mockingly at Chen Sheng in the corner. Chen Sheng ignored him completely, took out his own liquor, and took a few sips every now and then. Okay, everyone, please be quiet again. On stage, the DJ spoke again. Now, please invite the lighting technician to turn off the lights for 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, bring a spotlight on us so we can all get to know Mr. Mo. As the DJ finished speaking, the bar was plunged into darkness, with only a few beams of colored lights moving around as if searching for the mysterious young Master Mo. Just who is our young Master Mo? Well then, let's wait and see. 3, 2, 1. Please welcome young Master Mo. Smack! Several beams of colored light suddenly returned, and colorful spotlights, following the DJ's words, instantly shone on Mo Xiaoyang. Under the lights, he looked like a star, gracefully rising and waving. Wow, so handsome. He's handsome and rich. I definitely have to go over and get to know him later. Impressive. I wonder which family's young master he is. Who the hell is this rich kid showing off? In a corner of the bar, 5 burly men sat, one of whom was quite fat and had tattoos all over his arms. He stared at Mo Xiaoyang with shining eyes. Who knows? Spotted Tiger, this is Fat Force territory. Do you think we can cause trouble with just a few of us? A slightly capable-looking man said with some worry. What's wrong with that? Damn it, they're messing with Fatty C's territory. What's his henchman's name again, Zhao Chun? Daring to mess with Big Brother's brother is a slap in the face to the Qin City North District. They don't take us seriously. Another man spoke up. This man was bald, and had a fierce look on his face. We have to get revenge, otherwise we'll never be able to hold our heads up. Baldy is right, Spotted Tiger said, smoking a cigarette. We've been keeping an eye on things for a few days. There are fewer security guards today, so it shouldn't be a big problem if we cause a commotion. He reached out and patted the backside of a woman in leopard print in his arms, saying, "Find the right opportunity to go over there later, understand?" "I know. Tiger, I'll make you happy," the leopard print woman said sweetly. "Come on, everyone, let's raise our glasses and toast Mr. Mo together." The DJ picked up a glass of wine, and under his guidance, everyone poured their drinks and raised their glasses in the direction of Mo Xiaoyang. "Thank you, everyone." Mo Xiaoyang took a small sip of red wine. Under the spotlight, he was the star, his face beaming with pride. "I hope everyone has a great time tonight. All right, let's drink to that together." At the DJ's shout, hundreds of people simultaneously downed their drinks. Hormones surged again under the influence of alcohol, and the high-energy heavy metal music started playing once more, with men and women dancing wildly once more. Only, this time, people kept coming towards Mo Xiaoyang, toasting him and hoping to get to know this wealthy young man. Among them were quite a few women with good looks, figures, and faces, who practically clung to Mo Xiaoyang when toasting him. Under the dim light, Mo Xiaoyang took advantage of Yin Ming's inattention to take advantage of her, even exchanging contact information with her. A group of classmates also benefited from Mo Xiaoyang's actions. "Hey handsome, let's have a drink." At this moment, a woman who had undergone plastic surgery and was unaware of the situation saw Chun Bahuang in the corner, thought he was Mo Xiaoyang's friend, and went up to drink with him. "Hey beautiful." Just as Chun Sheng was about to speak, Lu Xuanya blocked his way and said to the woman, "If you want to get to know young Master Mo, you've come to the wrong person. He's just young Master Mo's bodyguard at best. I'm young Master Mo's brother. Have a few drinks with me." "Wow, no wonder you look so dashing, you're Mo Xiao's brother." The woman naturally ignored Chun Sheng and whispered warmly in Lu Xuanya's ear, "Come on, handsome, let's drink a toast together." Okay. Before long, the booth that originally had 7 or 8 people had become more than a dozen. All the women who remained were beautiful, praising and admiring Mo Xiaoyang and constantly sending him flirtatious glances. Mo Xiaoyang originally wanted to confess his feelings to Yin Ming tonight, but seeing the current situation, he decided to wait until there were fewer women around. Otherwise, wouldn't he be blocking his own chance at finding a partner? Holy crap, suddenly, Lu Xuanya stared at the distance and said to Yang Huan, Ming Delong, and Mo Xiao beside him, "Look over there." At this time, a woman in a leopard print fitted dress walked towards them from a distance. As soon as she appeared, she attracted almost everyone's attention. Although she was not particularly beautiful, her figure was amazing. The fitted dress was almost bursting out of her chest and hips. Her figure was so alluring, and her perfect S-shaped body was eye-catching. The men's eyes practically popped out of their sockets. Mo Xiaoyang thought she was also there to offer a toast, but to his surprise, the woman swayed her body and walked straight past him. Mo Xiaoyang gave Lu Xuanya a look. Lu Xuanya was his best friend, so he immediately knew that Mo Xiaoyang wanted to get the woman's contact information. He immediately jumped out and said, "Beautiful lady, wait." The woman in leopard print turned around. "Handsome, what's up?" "It's nothing. I, and our Mo Xiaoyang, young Master Mo, would like to invite you over for a few drinks. Would you do me the honor, beautiful lady?" Lu Xuanya said smugly. In his opinion, as long as Mo Xiaoyang's name was mentioned, women would definitely take the bait. Hee. "I'm sorry. I have to go keep someone else company," the leopard print woman said with a smile, politely declining. "Who is more attractive to you than our young Master Mo?" Lu Xuanya asked. "That's right, beautiful lady. Don't you know our young Master Mo? He just treated everyone to drinks." Yang Huan stepped forward as well. "Beautiful lady, come have a few drinks with us. It'll be fine. Don't you want to give young Master Mo face?" Meng Delong followed and surrounded the woman, making it clear that she wouldn't be leaving without a few drinks. A sly glint flashed in the depths of the leopard print woman's clear eyes. She glanced subtly in the direction of the spotted tiger, and seeing him nod, she feigned modesty and said, "I don't want to give young Master Mo face." Not far away, Mo Xiaoyang was taken aback. Immediately. One moment he was beaming with pride, the next he was gloomy. Chapter 168. All I Want is Prestige. Mo Xiaoyang was, after all, a recent graduate, spending over 1,000,000 yuan to treat people to drinks. It's all about the prestige. All I want is praise. It's all about saving face. Now, just as he was getting arrogant, someone suddenly appeared and said they didn't want to give him face. Most importantly, the person who said this was a woman. He had his eye on a woman he wanted to get his hands on. After a moment of grim expression, Mo Xiaoyang personally picked up a glass of wine and stepped forward. Beautiful lady, you're quite interesting. Congratulations on successfully catching my attention. Why don't you come over there and have a few drinks with us brothers? Beautiful lady, stop pretending to be reserved. Come on over. Young Master Mo personally invited you, which is a great honor for you. Yes, come here quickly. Several women nearby also vied to invite him. Yan Ming didn't care about Mo Xiaoyang's actions. In this era, outstanding men always attract women's attention. She doesn't mind if her future husband has several women. Moreover, she only had a slight liking for Mo Xiaoyang. She didn't really like him or feel that he was indispensable to her. I'm sorry, the woman in leopard print smiled apologetically. Young Master Mo, I really can't keep you company. Instantly, Mo Xiaoyang's smile suddenly froze. Damn, he's quite the actor. Exactly, Lu Xuanye said disdainfully. Dressed like that, she's either a slut or a prostitute. What else is she supposed to be doing if not seducing men? What a buzzkill, Yang Huan said. All right, we won't make things difficult for you. Just apologize to young Master Mo, and you can get lost. Exactly, dressed like that and still pretending to be innocent. Who are you trying to fool? A woman said. We're all here to hang out in this kind of place. We all know each other. TCH, young Master Mo wouldn't even look at such a cheap slut. A group of women mocked and ridiculed her, but the woman in leopard print didn't seem to care. She was exactly the kind of woman they were talking about. She was just putting on an act. Young Master Mo, what a grand display. Even my woman, the spotted tiger, has to stay and keep you company. Just then, a rough voice rang out, and then, from the crowd, Spotted Tiger, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, strode towards them with his men. Spotted Tiger? The fifth in command of the underground forces in the northern district of Qingheng? What is he doing here? Having frequented nightclubs for years, some women immediately recognized Spotted Tiger. Their previously shrewish expressions changed slightly, and they wished they could disappear on the spot. Brother Tiger, you've finally arrived. Upon seeing the Spotted Tiger, the leopard print woman immediately transformed, throwing herself into his arms with irresistible charm. Brother Tiger, these people are bullying me. Upon seeing the Spotted Tiger, Mo Xiaoyang's expression immediately changed. Spotted Tiger, one of the big shots in the northern district of Qingheng. Mo Xiaoyang lives in the north district. How could he not know this person's name? Yang Huan, Lu Xuanye, and Meng Delong all live in the north district. The name, Spotted Tiger, is well known in the north district. People like them who are neither high-achieving nor low-achieving are the ones who hear the most about this kind of person. Instantly, the three of them became very uneasy. Who the hell would have thought that the woman in leopard print was the woman of the Spotted Tiger? He touched his woman. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. For a moment, the previously arrogant ones dared not utter a single word and remained silent. The women were quite frightened by the Spotted Tiger's aura. They looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Tiger Master, what are you doing here? Mo Xiaoyang forced a smile and stepped forward, saying, It was all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The Spotted Tiger completely ignored him. He walked straight to Mo Xiaoyang's booth and sat down in the center. His men then started drinking without any restraint. Young Master Mo, it seems you recognize me? The Spotted Tiger stared at Mo Xiaoyang and said mockingly, Since you recognize me, why did you touch my woman? Yes, how could I not know of Tiger's reputation? Mo Xiaoyang's face paled slightly, but he couldn't lose face in front of these classmates. It was all a misunderstanding just now. We didn't do anything out of line. Please, Tiger, do us the honor and let's just let this matter go. Let it go? Young Master Mo, you make it sound so easy. You think you can just let it go like this when my woman, Spotted Tiger, is bullied? If word gets out, How will I ever face anyone again? Spotted Tiger took a drag of his cigarette, greedily glancing at the women beside him, and said while exhaling smoke, "How about this? Considering that young Master Imo treated us to drinks tonight, I don't want to get serious. Let these women come over to our side, have some fun with us, and that'll be the end of it." Imo Xiaoyang had already drunk quite a bit of alcohol and had just spent 1 million, so he was in high spirits. Now, the Spotted Tiger actually said he wanted to mess with the people he brought. Wasn't this a slap in the face for him? Immediately, he said with a slightly somber tone, "Tiger, this is Fourth Master's territory, the South District, not the North District. Are you really going to do this kind of forced sale? If Fourth Master finds out, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave Tianxiang Bridge." Imo Xiaoyang said this. The people around fell into a brief silence. Even some of Spotted Tiger's men were staring at Imo Xiaoyang with strange looks. Oh shit. Imo Xiaoyang is incredibly bold. How dare they threaten the Spotted Tiger? In the entire northern district of Qinsheng, who doesn't know that Spotted Tiger hates being threatened the most? Last time, some guy, thinking he was superior, threatened him. And what was the result? The kid's leg was chopped off by the Spotted Tiger on the spot and fed to the dogs. This incident caused a huge uproar and happened just 3 days ago. If it weren't for the recent uproar surrounding the Han family in Zhongbei, the story of the Spotted Tiger might have made headlines. Just as the Spotted Tiger was about to speak, wanting to say something, suddenly, from an inconspicuous corner of the booth, came the sound of a lighter being lit. Snap! The sound wasn't loud. Compared to the heavy metal music in the venue, it was practically non-existent. But it somehow made it to the ears of the Spotted Tiger. Just as the Spotted Tiger was about to speak, it subconsciously glanced in that direction out of the corner of its eye. In a corner, a man was lighting a cigarette, the flame rising slightly and illuminating his sharply defined, chiseled face, above which were a pair of eyes that exuded laziness and indifference. The fire quickly went out. The face disappeared as well, leaving only the flickering embers at the end of the cigarette. That face only appeared for less than 5 seconds. However, in just 5 short seconds, but it sent chills down the tiger's spine. That face, he knew it all too well. That night, it was this man who video chatted with Long Xiaohu and, right in front of Long Xiaohu, killed the Tyrannosaurus Rex. At that time, the Spotted Tiger was standing nearby. He witnessed that scene with his own eyes. "My name is Chun Sheng, courtesy name Ba Huang. I await your challenge." That domineering and arrogant statement still echoed in the Spotted Tiger's mind at this moment. Chapter 169: The Fox Borrows the Tiger's Power. That night, Tyrannosaurus Rex brought over 100 of his men. He thought he could capture Zhao Chen alive and finally get his revenge. Unexpectedly, Chen Bahuang appeared out of nowhere. More than 100 people. Half of them were severely injured by him, while the other half knelt at his feet. Others may not know this record, but how could Spotted Tiger, as the 5th top dog in the North District of Qinsheng, not know? That face, illuminated by the flames, appeared for only a short while, yet it was enough to make the Spotted Tiger tremble with fear, tremble with dread, and even feel terror. "Tiger, you should think this through." Seeing the Spotted Tiger's expression, Mo Xiaoyang assumed his threat had worked and immediately escalated his attack, speaking with a hint of alcohol on his breath. "This is not only Fourth Master's territory, but more importantly, my father is a prominent figure in the northern district of Qinsheng. He would be unhappy if he knew that you were trying to bully my people." The Spotted Tiger's cheek twitched. If it were before, he would have slapped her so hard that Xiao Yang's mother wouldn't recognize her. Just now, he didn't dare to lash out at all. Who could have imagined that a true king was sitting in that unassuming corner? Spotted Tiger felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, wishing he could leave this godforsaken place as soon as possible. He really didn't want to provoke Chen Bahuang now. That night, more than 100 people were no match for him, let alone now. "Young Master Imo, you're something else, really something. You're lucky, but don't let me run into you again." Spotted Tiger stood up, his face contorted with rage. He wanted to punch someone several times, but held back each time. "Brothers, let's go." "Brother Tiger?" One of the underlings was confused. Wasn't the plan to cause trouble? Why was he leaving now? "Walk." The Spotted Tiger pondered for a moment, uttered a single word, and strode away first. His four henchmen and the leopard print woman followed behind. He became arrogant, completely arrogant, and sneered. What the heck? I thought it was something amazing. He dismissed them with just a few words, etc. Suddenly, Mo Xiaoyang went too far, stepping in front of the leopard print woman and saying, "They can leave, but you can't. Go to hell." In front of the leopard print woman, the spotted tiger's henchman was about to punch someone on the spot, but the spotted tiger grabbed his hand and shook his head at him. "Okay, you want her? Fine, she'll stay with you." The spotted tiger smiled, but its eyes were unusually cold. "Oh shit. Mo Xiaoyang, you're really something. You just wait." The woman in leopard print wasn't actually Tiger's woman. She was just someone he paid a lot of money to hire as a hostess. However, even so, Mo Xiaoyang asked for his woman right in front of him. That's a slap in the face to him. "Mo Xiaoyang, I'll remember this," Spotted Tiger said meaningfully, then turned and left with his four henchmen. He didn't want to stay a moment longer. First, he was worried that the ignorant Mo Xiaoyang would take advantage of his position to tease him again. Second, he was too close to Qin Bahuang, and he was afraid of provoking the other party to take action. Thinking of his injured brothers still lying in the hospital, Spotted Tiger felt a chill in his heart and quickly left Qinshu bar with a few of his underlings. "Tiger, what's going on?" the bald guy asked as soon as they stepped out of the bar. "Didn't you say you were going to cause trouble?" "Yeah, Tiger. And why did you leave Rong Yang there?" The four men who followed Spotted Tiger were all ruthless individuals, and they had never been treated with such humiliation before. They needed Spotted Tiger to give them an explanation. "I saw that person. He was sitting in the corner," said the Spotted Tiger with a solemn expression. "Who?" "Qin Bahuang." "What?" As soon as Qin Bahuang uttered those three words, Spotted Tiger's henchmen immediately fell silent, finally understanding Spotted Tiger's predicament. "Baldy, go call the boss and tell him Qin Bahuang is here. See what he says." After a pause, Spotted Tiger added, "We'll just wait here until Mo Xiaoyang comes out and teach him a lesson." "Good." In the bar, the sounds of extravagance filled the air. Inside the VIP booth, Mo Xiaoyang, with a frivolous and arrogant expression, said, "Woman, didn't you say you wouldn't give me face? What do you say now?" "Ha!" Lu Xuanye shouted. "I thought that Spotted Tiger was so tough, but he was still dismissed by our young master Mo with just a few words." "Exactly. What kind of Spotted Tiger is this?" "I think it's just a paper tiger," Yinming couldn't help but say. "It's not even as good as a paper tiger." "No, we've all heard of Spotted Tiger's reputation. It's not that Spotted Tiger is no good. It's that our young master Mo is too amazing." Yinming's best friend, Yin Xiaosha, giggled. "Ming Ming, if you like young master Mo, you definitely shouldn't miss out." "What are you saying?" Yinming frowned, but still glanced at Mo Xiaoyang again. Mo Xiaoyang, arrogant and smug, said, "What's so special about a Spotted Tiger? My dad's a big shot in the North District of Qinxing. He dares to talk back to me? I'll kill him. Young Master Mo is awesome." Yang Huan's girlfriend said, "Hey here. Only you dare to go head-to-head with Spotted Tiger. Unlike some people, haha, hiding in a corner, scared and smoking, not daring to utter a single fart." "Of course not," Meng Delong's woman said. "Do you think everyone has the status, wealth, and position of our young Master Mo?" While praising Mo Xiaoyang, the two did not forget to belittle Chen Sheng, who was quietly smoking in the corner. Yinming also gave Chen Sheng a disgusted look. They even said they were there to protect her and take care of her. What kind of man hides in a corner when faced with trouble? He's utterly useless. I don't know what my mom was thinking, letting this guy protect me." Yinming shook her head helplessly. Not only did he not protect her, but he also made her lose face. It was absolutely disgusting. Ironically, her mother often said that he was a good man and that whoever married him would be happy. "I think anyone who likes you is truly blind," Yinming muttered to herself. Not long after, she was dragged away by her best friend to play games. After the Spotted Tiger left, the leopard print woman finally stopped pretending to be reserved and served Mo Xiaoyang and his brothers with fiery enthusiasm. She danced seductively on the coffee table in the center of the booth, twisting and swaying alluringly. Mo Xiaoyang, Lu Xuanye, Yang Huan, Ming Delong, and the others didn't hold back at all, opening beer bottles and splashing it on the women, having a great time. They had completely ignored Chun Sheng's existence. In a corner, Chun Sheng finished a cigarette and began to look around the bar, specifically admiring the scantily clad women, as if he were appreciating a beautiful view. Wow, look! Who's that? Boss lady. The bar owner. What brings her here? Holy crap, so beautiful. Just then, a commotion arose in the crowd, and almost everyone in the bar stood up and looked at the gleaming staircase leading to the second floor not far away. Chapter 170, Choosing People to Dance With. Under the colorful spotlight. Now, a woman, protected by 3 or 4 men in black, was descending the stairs step by step. The woman wore a fiery red long dress, and below her fragrant, jade-like neck was a patch of snow-white skin, half concealed and half revealed, outlining an elegant and slender beautiful curve. Further down, there was a slender waist that could be encircled by one hand, extremely beautiful and straight, snow-white legs that were faintly visible through the slit in her skirt, complementing her beautiful figure and forming an S-shaped curve. Wearing red high heels, she walked down the stairs step by step, her steps elegant and charming, extremely alluring. The moment she appeared in everyone's sight, she caused a stir. This woman was simply too beautiful. Whether it was her exquisite and alluring features or her graceful figure, no one in the bar could compare. Even women are filled with envy when they see her figure and appearance. Importantly, she is not only stunningly beautiful, but also the owner of the Chinchua bar. Xia Chinchua. She's rich and beautiful. If I could marry her, I'd be willing to give up 10 years of my life. Yes, it's really beautiful. I wonder who is so lucky to be able to spend the rest of their life with her. She's prettier than most celebrities. Chinchua bar has 2 amazing things. The first is the bartender's cocktails, which taste better than anywhere else. The second is the bar owner, who I've heard is a very charming beauty. I didn't expect it to be true. Xia Chinchua rarely appears in public. Most people have only seen her in photos from bars. Now that they have seen her in person, countless people are filled with emotion and sighs. VIP seating. Mo Xiaoyang was shocked. He simply couldn't believe that there was another woman in the world as beautiful as her. As far as I can remember, he had seen another woman as beautiful as her before. The current chairperson of Tianyu Pharmaceutical is Song Yuyan. He had seen it by chance 2 years ago, and he had never forgotten it since. Unfortunately, Song Yuyan's status was too noble for him to even dream of. I never expected to see such a beautiful woman tonight. Mo Xiaoyang looked at Xia Chinchua with longing and infatuation. Yang Huan, Lu Xuanya, and Ming Delong also widened their eyes. This night was truly worthwhile. Looking at Xia Chinchua, Yin Ming, who prided herself on being beautiful, couldn't help but pale in comparison, lacking some charm and mature womanly allure. In the corner, Chun Sheng paused, then smiled faintly. No need to guess. It must have been the bartender who told Xia Chinchua that she was here. Otherwise, given Xia Chinchua's personality, she wouldn't usually come to this noisy hall. Although she runs a bar, she doesn't like overly noisy places. With a smile on her lips, Xia Chinchua walked down the stairs step by step, and in full view of everyone, she walked to the DJ's side and whispered something to him. A moment later, the DJ suddenly shouted into the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, next, I would like to introduce to you a stunningly beautiful woman. She is the proprietress of our Chinchua bar. Xia Chinchua. The DJ's speech was melodious and rhythmic. A few simple words sounded like a shout-out. As he finished speaking, the spotlight returned and shone on Xia Chinchua. In an instant, below, cheers erupted one after another. Boss lady, I love you. Boss lady, let me buy you a drink. Roar. The screams from the audience were incessant. That's Xia Chinchua's charm. The allure of a stunningly beautiful woman. Even without saying a word, it's enough to drive people crazy, make them shout and scream. The DJ adjusted the music, paused for a moment, and then spoke again. Tonight, our boss's wife would like to invite someone to dance with her. That person is among you. Holy crap. No way. As soon as the DJ finished speaking, another wave of excitement swept through the crowd. Who's so lucky to dance with her? If I get selected, I'll come every day from now on. Oh, whoa. Under the music, everyone was excited and the atmosphere reached a climax. Upon receiving the notification, staff began clearing the dance floor, asking customers who were dancing to return to their seats, and asking everyone to calm down. It took quite a while for the situation to gradually come under control. Under the arrangement of the staff, the figures no longer stood, but sat in their own places, waiting for Xia Qianxue to make her choice. Humph, Qinba Huang, you won't refuse me this time, will you? Above, Xia Qianxue glanced slyly in Chun Sheng's direction. She had long wanted to dance with Chun Sheng. However, Chun Sheng had never agreed to it. Having finally seized this opportunity, Xia Qianxue naturally wouldn't let it slip by. In the corner, Chun Sheng naturally noticed Xia Qianxue's gaze and sighed helplessly. This girl is really crazy. Chun Sheng was speechless. He should have agreed to dance with her earlier. Now they're making such a big show of things, deliberately trying to crush him. Knowing that he wouldn't refuse in front of so many people, he knew he wouldn't. Next, our boss lady will personally go down on stage and hold hands with that man. Where are the screams? The DJ shouted again, followed by the start of high-energy metal music. As the music played, screams erupted, and the crowd below waved and shouted. Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, Xia Qianxue finally walked into the crowd, protected by 3 or 4 bodyguards. Everywhere it passes, it leaves behind a fragrance. Some men even experienced a surge in hormones when she passed by, resulting in bright red nosebleeds. Who exactly did our boss choose? Let's wait and see. The DJ continued to stir up the crowd's emotions with a questioning tone. Pick me. Boss lady, choose me. Shouts rang out, and although people were excited, they did not stand up, because the staff had just warned that anyone who stood up would be immediately expelled. Xia Qianxue moved with delicate steps. I walked step by step past the general area, a smile on my face, and headed straight for the VIP area. All of a sudden, many people were deeply disappointed. However, this is normal. The VIP area is for the real big shots. For ordinary people like them, being able to see Xia Qianxue is already considered a pretty good treatment. Look, that's the direction of that young Master Mo who just treated us to drinks. It's true, they were the only table there. Holy crap, it looks like they're definitely going to choose that young Master Mo. That's not surprising, spending over $1 million to dance with the boss's wife. Yes, if it really is him, I'll feel better. It seems quite clear who Xia Qianxue has chosen. Countless eyes were focused on Xia Qianxue and Mo Xiaoyang. In an instant, the noisy crowd began to quiet down. The energetic music, under the DJ's control, became soothing and tender. Chapter 171. A toad trying to eat swan meat? The bustling bar was unusually quiet for a moment, and everyone's eyes were turned enviously to the VIP booth, where Mo Xiaoyang was seated. Even Mo Xiaoyang felt that the person Xia Qianxue was going to dance with was him. After all, first, he spent over $1 million yuan to treat people to drinks. Then, they forcefully drove away the spotted tiger. That's the brightest star tonight. Besides, Xia Qianxue has already secured a VIP seat here. There are only 4 men here. Yang Huan, Ming Delong, Lu Xuanya, and himself. As for Chunba Huang, Mo Xiaoyang didn't treat him like a human being at all. At most, he treated him like a dog. Even if Xia Qianxue were to choose a woman, she would never choose Chunba Huang. As for his other 3 buddies, they are not as handsome, as rich, as capable, or as courageous as him, nor as dazzling as he was tonight. Xia Qianxue would never choose them. Thinking of this, Mo Xiaoyang felt inexplicably excited. If I can dance with Xia Qianxue tonight, I might even have the chance to spend a night of passion with her. In that case, spending $1 million tonight would be a huge win. Almost instinctively, Mo Xiaoyang got up from his seat. The security guards did not kick him out, because even the security guards believed that Xia Qianxue would choose Mo Xiaoyang. Sure enough, capable men attract attention wherever they go. Yanming thought to herself. Although her background was barely acceptable, it was far inferior to that of Mo Xiaoyang and others. Her clear eyes were filled with envy. Dark place. In the corner, Chen Sheng was somewhat taken aback when he saw Mo Xiaoyang get up. Then, he also stood up. Everyone was sitting. Therefore, Chen Sheng's actions immediately attracted some strange looks. What's that kid doing? Why did he stand up? Could it be that he can't hold his pee anymore? Damn, even if I can't hold my pee, it's still inappropriate to stand up in this situation. Immediately, Whispers broke out in the room. On Mo Xiaoyang's side, Yin Ming frowned and immediately scolded. Chen Bahuang, why are you standing up? Is this the time for you to stand up? Hurry up and sit down. Don't embarrass me, okay? Just as Chun Sheng was about to explain, Lu Xuanya suddenly said, Heh, kid, you don't actually think that Boss Chinchua would choose you, do you? Do you think a toad can't eat swan meat? Haha, this is the first time I've seen someone so shameless. Is he trying to ride on our young Master Mo's popularity? Meng Delong sneered. Chen Bahuang, sit down quickly. Is it time for you to stand up? Don't disturb young Master Mo's refined enjoyment, okay? Yang Huan said coldly. Xia Chinchua was getting closer and closer when Mo Xiaoyang spoke up. Chen Bahuang, I don't want to argue with you right now. You'd better sit down right now, okay? I don't want anyone to know I brought a bodyguard here to drink. If you don't behave, I'll have my dad fire you, understand? The group talked amongst themselves, giving Chun Sheng no chance to speak. Chun Sheng simply stopped talking, too lazy to explain. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he seemed not to hear Mo Xiaoyang and the others' warnings and threats, nor the contempt of the others towards him, and actually strode towards Xia Chinchua. What are you doing? Yin Ming grabbed Chun Sheng. Chen Bahuang, now is not the time for you to act recklessly. Otherwise, you will offend Mo Xiaoyang, which will not only harm yourself, but also my future. Sit down. A woman like that will not choose you. Don't have any unrealistic fantasies, okay? Offend him? Then so be it, Chun Sheng said calmly. Then, he pulled his arm away from Yin Ming's grasp. Yin Ming, look at the kind of people you brought. Yang Huan said unhappily. They're shameless. Exactly, Yang Huan's girlfriend chimed in. This poor bastard wants to dance with Boss Chinchua. He should take a good look at himself in the mirror. As soon as the two finished speaking, Xia Chinchua arrived at their booth. They walked straight toward Mo Xiaoyang. Miss Xia, Mo Xiaoyang adopted a charming demeanor. What advice does Miss Xia have for me? You. Xia Chinchua glanced at him up and down. Thank you for your payment tonight. It's my honor to be able to dine at Miss Xia's bar. I'll definitely be a regular customer. Mo Xiao said with a confident smile. Seeing Xia Chinchua and Mo Xiaoyang talking, Yin Ming said fiercely to Chen Baoang. Aren't you going to sit down? Aren't you ashamed? I'd be ashamed even if you weren't. What's shameful about it? Chun Sheng remained calm as always, still standing. Not far away. Xia Chinchua said gracefully. Young Master Mo, I wonder if you could. Miss Xia's invitation is so kind. How could I refuse? Mo Xiaoyang thought Xia Chinchua was going to formally invite him to dance, so he raised one hand, waiting for Xia Chinchua to place her hand in his palm. The audience in the bar were also looking forward to it, waiting for Xia Chinchua to hold his hand. Only, at this moment, Xia Chinchua was taken aback, looking slightly surprised and apologetic. Oh, what I mean is, young Master Mo, could you please let me through? The place where Mo Xiaoyang was standing. It's right at the location of the passageway. They blocked Chun Sheng. That's why Xia Chinchua spoke a few words to Mo Xiaoyang. Otherwise, she couldn't care less about such a young rookie. What the heck? Inside the bar, the audience members waiting for the two to hold hands were somewhat bewildered. Can I pass by? What's the meaning? Didn't we agree to find a man to dance with? Everyone looked puzzled. Could it be? Are they really looking for that kid? Mo Xiaoyang was completely dumbfounded, embarrassed, and blushed. Xia Chinchua's charming voice made him almost instinctively turn his body to the side. Thanks. Xia Chinchua thanked her softly. Then, amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, she strode gracefully in her high heels, her long legs carrying her to the shadows, standing before the unremarkable man. Immediately afterwards, Xia Chinchua blushed slightly, her shy and girlish demeanor evident as she asked expectantly, Mr. Chen Bawang, would you be so kind as to dance with me? While speaking, Xia Chinchua stretched out her slender hand. Make a waiting gesture. Instantly, in the bar, everyone who witnessed this scene was utterly astonished. Really choose that man? Holy crap. No way. Besides being somewhat handsome, what other merits does he have? Many people even see him as an outsider in Mo Xiaoyang's small group. Why would Xia Chinchua, the owner of Chinchua Bar, choose him? Lu Xuanya, Yang Huan, Meng Delong, and the others stared wide-eyed, completely dumbfounded, hardly believing what they were seeing. Could it be? Did Xia Qianxue mistake someone for someone else? No. No admission of wrongdoing. They were close enough to clearly hear Xia Qianxue call out Chen Baohuang's name. Chen Sheng and Xia Qianxue were standing right in front of Yin Ming. At this moment, staring at the scene before her, Yin Ming was completely dumbfounded, her pretty face displaying an extremely interesting expression. The most infuriating thing in Chapter 172 was that not a single penny was spent. Sitting in the booth, she looked at Xia Qianxue, who was waiting in front of her for Chen Baohuang to take her hand. Yin Ming's face turned bright red, and she felt a burning sensation on her cheeks, as if she had been slapped. Just a minute ago, she had advised Chen Baohuang to sit down, to stop having unrealistic fantasies, and to stop embarrassing himself in public. Looking back now, Chen Baohuang knew from the beginning that Xia Qianxue would come looking for him. So, only then will he get up. He wasn't indulging in wishful thinking. But all of this was expected. Not far away, Mo Xiaoyang froze on the spot, his eyes filled with jealousy and ferocity. Why should I? He's the one who spent $1 million. He was the one who drove away the spotted tiger. Why did Xia Qianxue choose Chen Baohuang instead of him? He is not convinced. Unfortunately, you can only endure it even if you're not happy about it. Xia Qianxue is the proprietress here. In terms of status, he is just a rich second generation, and in terms of assets, he is far inferior to the former. Mo Xiaoyang felt embarrassed, angry, and utterly humiliated. He sat down awkwardly, picked up a glass of red wine, and forced a smile to hide his resentment. Hurry up, everyone's waiting. Xia Qianxue blinked. Her long eyelashes were extremely beautiful, and whispered, with so many people watching, are you going to reject her again? Why? Chen Sheng looked helpless. He had never really liked dancing, but since Xia Qianxue had arranged this whole thing in front of so many people, and he didn't want to offend her, he reluctantly said, all right, I'll grant your wish. Then, a beautiful smile appeared on his lips as he raised his hand and grasped Xia Qianxue's fingertips. This scene, it made onlookers extremely envious. Those are the hands of a goddess. To have close contact with the goddess Xia Qianxue is the dream of countless men. The spotlight fell on the two of them. Chen Sheng, a gentleman, took Xia Qianxue's hand with a smile on his lips, and, escorted by several security guards, quickly walked to the center of the dance floor. Damn it, why him? Lu Xuanye cursed. What does that kid have that makes compared to our young master Mo? Is this proprietress blind? I think they've known each other for a long time, Yang Huan said. The landlady called him by name. They must have known each other for a long time. Otherwise, why would she choose him? Heh, that Xia Qianxue is a slut too, just putting on an act to get attention. A woman said sourly, she sounds like a goddess, but I think she's just a bitch. Exactly. Our young master Mo is so handsome, yet he chooses this toad instead. The people in Mo Xiaoyang's small circle were not happy. After all, they had said many sarcastic things to Chen Sheng before, and they naturally could not easily admit defeat now. Only by continuing to humiliate him could they regain the face they had lost. Yin Ming, you too. He's someone you brought here. Didn't you know Xia Qianxue knew him? Why didn't you remind us sooner? Yes, Ming, why didn't you say so sooner? Yang Huan and Meng Delong's girlfriends were very uncomfortable. If Yin Ming had spoken up earlier, they wouldn't have been so embarrassed. Yin wanted to explain, but didn't know how, and her hatred for Chen Sheng grew stronger. You knew Xia Qianxue was looking for you. Why didn't you say so sooner? You made me lose face like this. Yin Ming clenched her fists, looking very unhappy. All right, enough of that, Mo Xiaoyang said, feigning magnanimity. It's just a woman, it doesn't matter. Yes, young master Mo, we're here too. The woman in leopard print gave him a flirtatious look. Are we really inferior to Xia Qianxue? Holy crap. Mo Xiaoyang glanced speechlessly at the leopard print woman. In what way do you compare to Xia Qianxue? Although her figure is better, it's still not as well proportioned as Xia Qianxue's. It's obvious that her figure was surgically enhanced. How dare you say such a thing? Mo Xiaoyang smiled on the outside, but cursed inwardly. That kid's so rustic. Do you think he can dance? It'll be hilarious if he embarrasses himself later. Lu Xuanye waited with a grin to see the show. However, reality disappointed him. In the center of the dance floor, music began to play, and Xia Qianxue and Chun Ba-Huang started dancing. Xia Qianshue's dance moves were graceful and beautiful, while Chun Ba-Huang's movements were fluid and unimpeded. The two seemed to have rehearsed many times. Their coordination was perfect and elegant, like a jazz dance. In a short time, everyone in the audience, men and women alike, was completely mesmerized. They initially disliked Chun Ba-Huang intensely, but now, under the spotlight, the two seemed like a match made in heaven, a perfect couple, and with the added spray effect, they appeared to be dancing like immortals. Wow, how beautiful! It's so beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful dance before. That's right. A collective sigh rippled through the crowd, with most feeling that even if Xia Qianxue had chosen them, they definitely wouldn't have been able to dance that well. The dance is over. Everyone was still savoring the scene they had just witnessed. After a long while, applause erupted from below. One more song, someone suddenly shouted. Xia Qianxue looked at Chun Sheng expectantly. She also wanted to sing another song. The feeling of dancing with him just now made her heart pound, as if she had returned to the age of first love, excited and overjoyed. However, knowing that Chun Sheng would not agree, after a brief moment of anticipation, she took the initiative to say, "Everyone, tonight's dance has come to an end. Thank you all for your love and support of Qianxue Bar." Xia Qianxue bowed slightly, then took Chun Sheng's hand, and walked up to the second-floor private room amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, eliciting screams from below. Holy crap, what are they going to do? Is he going on a date alone? That guy's hit the jackpot. Wow, I'm so envious. Why don't I have such good luck? Who do you think you are? That young Master Emo spent $1 million and only said a few words. If we're talking about bad luck, he's the one who's unlucky. He even thought Xia Qianxue would come looking for him. It's laughable. Snort. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Emo Xiaoyang couldn't help but let out a cold snort. What's there to brag about? Lu Xuanya said disdainfully. Young Master Emo, don't be angry. That kid just got lucky. How can he compare to you? That's right. Young Master Emo Xia Qianxue is just putting on an act. She won't really do anything with that kid. A woman seemed to have seen through everything. She hasn't chosen you yet, young Master Emo. But after a few more times, she'll come to you on her own. Young Master Emo, you are the brightest star tonight. The crowd chimed in with their own words, humiliating Chun Sheng, while simultaneously praising themselves and Emo Xiaoyang. Before long, the lively atmosphere returned. But everyone knows in their hearts that, no matter how much they belittle Chun Ba-Huang, look down on him, or humiliate him, he remains the most enviable person tonight. Emo Xiaoyang spent $1 million. He could only rank second at best. And what's most infuriating is that Chun Ba-Huang didn't spend a single penny. Chapter 173, Keep Up with Those Little Bastards. The top floor of Qianxue Bar. Xia Qianxue led Chun Sheng to a quiet spot overlooking the night view of Tianxiang Bridge. The bar's best bartender served the two of them in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Ba-Huang, you're so handsome. Xia Qianxue sat next to Chun Sheng, her charming eyes wide open, staring at Chun Sheng's face without any restraint. I know. Chun Sheng said calmly and indifferently. I haven't seen you these past few days. Have you been chasing after new women again? Xia Qianxue elegantly sipped a red cocktail, but her tone was like that of a young girl, complaining about his absence. I've run into a lot of things lately. Chun Sheng glanced downstairs and saw a spotted tiger and his group smoking outside the Qianxue Bar. Is there a new story? People are eager to hear it. Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and on the mountain lived a temple. In the temple lived an old monk and a young monk. The old monk said to the young monk, once upon a time. Stop it, you bastard, you're trying to fool me again. Xia Qianxue interrupted Chun Sheng's story in time, and said angrily, Humph, if you don't want to talk, fine, but can I borrow your shoulder for a while? Okay, Chun Sheng said. With Chun Sheng's permission, Xia Qianxue rested her head on his broad shoulder, her pretty face filled with contentment. She didn't speak, just leaned against him quietly, and said gently, if only things could stay like this forever. Xia Qianxue lay down on him, slowly closed her eyes, and fell asleep peacefully on his shoulder, a faint smile on her red lips, looking quite beautiful. Only in front of this man does she act like a little woman. The bartender sighed inwardly. Only when Chun Ba-Huang appeared did he see the proprietress act like this. Chen Bahuang sat firmly, his shoulders supporting Xia Qianxue's head as if it were fixed in place, not moving an inch, while his other hand occasionally picked up a wine glass to drink. His gaze wandered over the magnificent night view and the river view, occasionally glancing at the spotted tiger and others hiding in the shadows outside the Qianxue bar. No one knew what he was thinking. More than 2 hours have passed. It was late at night, hormones were surging, and the streets began to resonate with the myriad aspects of life. There were confessions of love, breakups, people lying drunk on the street, and then some people came and carried the woman lying on the street away. As for men, the handsome ones do get the attention of women. More often, they were simply sleeping soundly and disheveled on the street, muttering something to themselves. It could be family or a woman. Who says getting drunk late at night is necessarily promiscuous? Most people get drunk perhaps simply to release stress or to forget a deeply unforgettable memory. Master Huang. At this time, a waiter jogged over from the stairwell, about to say something, but seeing Xia Qianxue fast asleep, he lowered his voice and said, "It seems your friends are about to leave." Before coming up, Chen Sheng had already given instructions to someone to keep an eye on things. Please keep an eye on Yin Ming's safety and let them know if they are leaving. Therefore, the waiter noticed they were about to leave and rushed over immediately. Chen Sheng nodded slightly. Are we leaving? Xia Qianxue opened her eyes. Of course, she hadn't actually fallen asleep. She just wanted to quietly enjoy the time she spent with Chen Sheng. Okay. Xia Qianxue stood up and gently kissed Chen Sheng on the forehead. Remember to come visit me often, so I don't always miss you. I'll come whenever I have time, she said with a gentle smile. He had promised Yin Xingya to protect Yin Ming, so he naturally couldn't stay here tonight. After saying goodbye to Xia Qianxue, he went downstairs with the waiter. Inside the bar, in the VIP booth, Mo Xiaoyang and his group had almost finished drinking and had already called their driver to leave. Ming, where's your bodyguard? Why isn't he here yet? A woman asked impatiently. Are we supposed to wait for him? Why wait for him? What does he have to do with us? Lu Xuanya said. If you want to wait for Yin Ming, you can wait for her yourself. Ming, don't wait for him anymore. Come with us. I'll personally take you back later, Mo Xiaoyang said. He didn't want to see Chen Sheng at all. We don't need to wait for him. Yin Ming bit her lip. Chen Bahuang didn't deserve her waiting, and she couldn't possibly give up these friends of many years for Chen Bahuang. Let's go? The young men and women were all quite drunk and left the noisy bar in a drunken stupor. Yin Ming was the last to leave. Just as they reached the bar entrance, Chen Sheng came out and walked straight to them. Chen Bahuang, don't walk with us, okay? You're just a stinking ex-soldier. Do you even deserve to walk with us? Yang Huan said drunkenly to Chen Sheng. I know you've got your eye on Xiaoming, but Xiaoming won't like you. Stop daydreaming, okay? Well, who do you think you are? Meng Delong had drunk quite a bit and was unsteady on his feet. His girlfriend supported him, telling him to get out of the way and not block his path. Chen Sheng frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. These people would only have some interaction with him tonight at most, and in the future they would most likely go their separate ways. There was no need to get angry over these little guys who didn't know their own limitations after a few drinks, so he took a few steps to the side. Hell, what a clown. Yeah, doesn't he look like a dog? Several women, also quite drunk, chatted recklessly as they passed by Chen Sheng. Go home with him, or I'll take you. It's your choice. Mo Xiaoyang had also drunk quite a bit, and seeing Chen Sheng filled him with anger. He turned to Yin Ming and said coldly, Chen Bahuang, don't follow me anymore. After a moment's hesitation, Yin Ming made her choice. She couldn't let a tenant in her household cause her to be unhappy with Mo Xiaoyang. You made me lose face tonight, you know? My mom made a mistake by having you come with me. You clearly know Xia Qianxue. Why didn't you say so earlier? You've embarrassed young Master Mo so much. You've made us lose face in front of so many people. Yin Ming had also drunk quite a bit of alcohol, and when she asked these questions, she looked aggrieved, as if she was about to cry. Fine, I won't follow you then. Chen Sheng said expressionlessly, though even with his good temper, he was somewhat unhappy. He didn't want to explain. Who gave him that opportunity back then? Humph. Yin Ming snorted coldly and turned to chase after Lu Xuanya and the others. Hee. Chen Bahuang, I know you've got your eye on Yin Ming, but what do you have to compare with me? You can just wait until I've used her up, and then slowly discard the trash I've used. Mo Xiaoyang smiled smugly and turned away gracefully before she could say anything. Holy crap, these idiots actually managed to shake off Qinbo. Not far away, in a minivan, Spotted Tiger's cheek twitched at the sight. Then he gave a sinister smile and said to the bald man in the driver's seat, "Follow them. Things are going to get interesting tonight." Chapter 174, I'll help you one more time. Mo Xiaoyang and his group got into several different cars. Yin Ming followed Mo Xiaoyang, and the driver they had hired drove the car away slowly. As soon as they left, Spotted Tiger and his men followed in Mo Xiaoyang's direction. Standing in front of Chinchua Bar, Chun Sheng watched two cars drive away, feeling rather helpless. "I'll help you one more time, for Aunt Yan's sake." In the BMW, Mo Xiaoyang sat in the back seat and said lazily, "That bodyguard is really annoying. When I get home, I'll have my dad fire him. Ming, you should also tell your mom not to let him live in your house anymore. If there's any compensation needed, I'll pay it. I have plenty of money. Yes, I'll go back and talk to my mom. She's the one who makes the decisions at home." Yin Ming sat on the other side, her face flushed from drinking. As he glanced at her pretty face and graceful figure, Mo Xiaoyang's eyes gleamed with greed. He couldn't help but say, Ming, it's so late. Why don't you stay here tonight? Let's find a hotel to rest at for the night. Tomorrow I'll bring you some invitations to a high-end auction. It'll be more convenient for us to go together then. And why mom is still waiting for me at home?" Yin Ming politely declined. As adults, she naturally understood what Mo Xiaoyang meant, and her feelings for him hadn't reached that point yet. Although I hope to build a good relationship with Mo Xiaoyang, that kind of relationship is not one that involves exchanging physical intimacy. Ming, Mo Xiaoyang reached out his hand, wanting to take Yin Ming's hand. Brake. Just then, the car suddenly stopped, and the driver in front slammed on the brakes, bringing it to a halt. Mo Xiaoyang's head slammed into the passenger seat, and he said unhappily, "How do you drive?" "Sir," the driver said, staring ahead. "There's someone blocking the road ahead." Mo Xiaoyang looked ahead, his brows slightly furrowed. Sometime later, the car had driven onto a relatively remote road where there were almost no other cars in sight. Right in front of them, a black van was blocking their way. 5 men leaned against the car, smoking cigarettes and puffing out clouds of smoke. Spotted Tiger? Upon seeing the leader, Mo Xiaoyang was extremely displeased. Damn it! What's this guy up to? Yin Ming's heart tightened, and she felt a little panicked. Are they going to rob us? Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare rob me. Mo Xiaoyang sneered. The last time he drove away the Spotted Tiger, it gave him great confidence. He didn't believe the Spotted Tiger would dare to touch him. Get off. At this moment, the bald man had already reached the driver's seat. He slammed a stick into the driver's side window, and with a bang, the window burst open like snowflakes. You're a designated driver, right? This is none of your business. Get lost. The bald man sneered at the car window. Brother, I'm leaving right now. The driver glanced at the menacing-looking group of people, and without thinking, he ran away without looking back. Spotted Tiger sneered, threw away his cigarette butt, stomped it out, and went to the back of the BMW, knocking on the window. Spotted Tiger, what the hell are you doing? Mo Xiaoyang rolled down the car window, arrogantly staring contemptuously at the people outside. You scared my driver away. Now you're here to drive for me. Spotted Tiger was taken aback, not expecting Mo Xiaoyang to be so bold as to speak to him like that. But he understood after a little thought. I'm afraid this kid thought he was afraid of him at the bar, which is why he left. Oh, the Spotted Tiger sneered. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He grabbed Mo Xiaoyang's hair and pulled his head up, yelling, You son of a bitch, have I been giving you face today? How dare you talk to me like that? Spotted Tiger, what are you doing? Don't you recognize me? Mo Xiaoyang winced in pain, his face fierce. I am Mo Xiaoyang, the young master of the Mo family. If you dare to touch me, my father will not let you off. I order you to let me go immediately. Young Master Mo? I'm fucking going to mess with you. Spotted Tiger grabbed Mo Xiaoyang's hair with one hand and reached through the window into the car door with the other, opening the door from the inside. Then, he opened the car door and pulled Mo Xiaoyang out. Little girl, should I get out, or will you get out yourself? Spotted Tiger mocked. looking at Yin Ming inside the car with a playful expression. Yin Ming's pretty face turned pale, filled with fear. He got off the car, shivering, and stood to the side. Mo Xiaoyang stumbled, lost his balance, and sat down on the ground, his face grim. Spotted Tiger, what do you want? I am the young master of the Mo family. Give me some face. Ha ha ha, the bald man burst into laughter. Brothers, did you hear that? Young Master Mo asked us to give him face. Awesome, young Master Mo. What a fine young Master Mo. Are you still living in a dream? Smack. Spotted Tiger slapped Mo Xiaoyang across the face, mockingly saying, You want me to give you face? What's your face worth? It's nothing. Spotted Tiger, what do you want to do? Mo Xiaoyang covered his face flushed, his heart filled with doubt. These people were wary of him at the bar before, so why aren't they afraid of him at all now? Why is that? Confused, aren't you? Spotted Tiger bent down, staring at Mo Xiaoyang's face. Don't you understand why I didn't dare to touch you in the bar? But now I'm not only touching you, I'm hitting you. Why? Mo Xiaoyang asked through gritted teeth. Wanna know? I'm not telling you. Of course, Spotted Tiger wouldn't admit that he was afraid of Chen Baoan. If word got out, how could he face people? You fucking think I'm only with you because of your dad, because of Fei Si? Who the hell are they? Do you think I'm afraid of them? As he spoke, the Spotted Tiger kicked Mo Xiaoyang again, then said to the bald man, Beat him. Beat him so badly his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Okay. The bald man clenched his fist and, without saying a word, swung a punch. The other three also attacked at the same time, giving Mo Xiaoyang a good beating and venting all the anger they had suffered at the bar on him. Spotted Tiger, how dare you, ouch. Hua Tiger, what do you want? If you want money, I'll give it to you. Hua Tiger Lord, please let me go. Mo Xiaoyang covered his head. He had been stubborn at first, but in less than 3 minutes he completely gave in, clutching his head, weeping bitterly, and kowtowing repeatedly. Please stop hitting me. Please stop. Yin Ming, standing nearby, was terrified and instinctively cried out, Stop hitting him. Someone's going to die. Stop it now, or I'll call the police. Oh. Spotted Tiger sneered, waved his hand, and the 3 bald men stepped aside. Then, he walked slowly to Mo Xiaoyang with his hands behind his back. Young Master Mo, how are you feeling? Chapter 175 I'm going to call for help. This was the first time Mo Xiaoyang had encountered something like this, and the first time he had ever been treated this way. He originally thought that his identity, status, or money would surely be able to entice the Spotted Tiger, but he didn't expect that the other party would be completely unmoved. Comfortable or uncomfortable? He simply didn't dare answer that question. If he answers, comfortable, the Spotted Tiger might beat him up again. If he says he's uncomfortable, the Spotted Tiger might get upset and beat him up again. Mo Xiaoyang had a bitter face, looking like he was suffering in silence, with tears streaming down his face, and he looked quite adorable. Kid, is that all the backbone you have? You still dare to come out and act all high and mighty? Spotted Tiger gently patted Mo Xiaoyang's face. Next time you meet your grandpa, be more sensible, understand? Okay, Tiger, I promise I will be good. Mo Xiaoyang nodded fearfully, like a dog. The grandfathers were treated badly by you at the bar today. How are you going to make amends? Money I'll pay. Mo Xiaoyang said. 500,000, Tiger. Can I give you 500,000? From now on, we're brothers. Spotted Tiger laughed. You spent $1 million on drinks for people today, didn't you? My brother here isn't even as good as your drinks. Isn't that a bit unfair? It's not appropriate. But Tiger, I really have no money left. I only have a little over 600,000 left in my account. Mo Xiaoyang looked miserable. He is indeed a rich second generation, but his father's allowance for him is limited each month. He spent $1 million tonight to show off, and now he only has a little over 600,000 left. His father hasn't given him his allowance for next month yet. I don't care. I just want 1 million. Give me the 600,000 in your account first. Then I'll write an IOU for 400,000. Spotted Tiger smiled seemingly gently. What do you think? These people are involved in crime all for money. The rest. Everything has to come after money. Okay, Tiger, you decide everything. Mo Xiaoyang didn't want to get beaten up anymore. He had heard of the Spotted Tiger gang. They were capable of murder and arson. He knew perfectly well that the beating he had just received was merely a deterrent. If he doesn't comply, perhaps his body will be found somewhere tomorrow morning. Hey, you're pretty sensible. We like people like you who know the big picture and understand the times. The bald man picked up a POS machine. Kid, swipe your card. Mo Xiaoyang dared not hesitate. He tremblingly took out his bank card, and the more than 600,000 yuan in the card was emptied. Then, under the coercion of several people, he wrote an IOU for 400,000 yuan. Here, this watch is for you. The bald man handed Mo Xiaoyang a watch in impeccably packaged packaging. Your 1 million is for this, understand? The money swiped by the POS machine was swiped under the guise of buying a watch. In other words, Mo Xiaoyang's 1 million was not stolen or extorted, but a normal transaction. Even though Mo Xiaoyang went to the police afterward, it did nothing to change anything. I understand. Mo Xiaoyang nodded, forcing a smile. Tiger, we're all brothers now. Can you let us go? Of course, who told us to be brothers? Spotted Tiger personally and warmly helped Mo Xiaoyang up, looking just like a real brother. He even exclaimed in surprise, "Oh dear, young Master Mo, why are you so dirty? Did someone beat you up? That's so unreasonable. Tell me who it was, and I'll avenge you. You son of a bitch. Wasn't it one of your people who did it? Now you're pretending? What are you pretending for?" Mo Xiaoyang's lips twitched, but he still forced an awkward smile, saying cautiously, No one hit me. Tiger, I fell down by myself." "Oh, I see." Spotted Tiger seemed to suddenly realize. "Look at you. How could you be so careless? Be more careful next time, okay? It hurts me more than you hurt me." "Okay, Tiger, I will be careful. Tiger, I have things to do at home. Can we go now?" Mo Xiaoyang couldn't stay a second longer and wanted to leave immediately. No rush. The Spotted Tiger said. As the saying goes, brothers share happiness and hardship. Brothers are like hands and feet, and women are like clothes. Glancing at the graceful Yan Meng to the side, the Spotted Tiger said, "Brother Mo, tonight at the bar, I let you play with the woman I love most in my life. Shouldn't your woman also let me have a go?" Yan Meng was startled and instinctively took 2 steps back. Her heart pounded, and unease and fear instantly overwhelmed her. No way. Mo Xiaoyang instinctively refused. How could he let someone else play with his woman, especially someone who had extorted 1 million from him? Only the next second, he then saw the Spotted Tiger's enthusiastic expression turn cold, replaced by a fierce look. Mo Xiaoyang shivered involuntarily, then immediately backed down. "Just rushing around won't do, Tiger. I have a never-falling pill specially prepared for that girl tonight. Take it, and it will ensure your golden spear never falls, allowing you to battle all day long." He wasn't joking, nor was he trying to scare the Spotted Tiger. He had indeed prepared that thing, and it was specifically prepared for his battle with Yan Meng tonight. While speaking, he also took a box of medicine out of his bag. The 3 large characters, Bu Dao Wan, are clearly visible. Better to die for your fellow Taoist than for this one. Mo Xiaoyang didn't want to die, nor did he want to be beaten. What is a woman? Will a man like him lack women in the future? Absolutely not. So what if she gets played by the Spotted Tiger? The moment he took out the unbreakable pill, Yan Meng was stunned, her face filled with disbelief. In her mind, Mo Xiaoyang had always been a gentleman, his only flaw being that he was a bit of a womanizer, but she could tolerate that. Excellent men always attract many women, don't they? But she never imagined that Mo Xiaoyang would shamelessly prepare that thing. "I've made up my mind. I'm going to sleep with her tonight." Even more shameless and brazen, he even offered her up to the Spotted Tiger. "Damn, you're a true bro, a really good bro. You're so thoughtful." Spotted Tiger grabbed the unbreakable pill. "In that case, Tiger Lord will let you watch over things from the sidelines tonight. How about it?" Okay, Tiger. I'll not only watch, I'll also record it for you." Mo Xiaoyang nodded and bowed. He was really scared, afraid that the Spotted Tiger would hit him again. "Great, you're a true brother." With a sinister grin and a mocking look in his eyes, the Spotted Tiger patted Mo Xiaoyang's face and walked towards Yan Meng. Yan Meng retreated in terror, then turned and ran. "Hey little girl, where do you want to go?" The three bald men darted forward and blocked Yin Meng's path. Our tiger is waiting for you to serve him. After Tiger is done, the three of us are still here. Tonight, we're counting on you. How can you run away? If you dare to come, tool, Yin Meng said, her eyes filled with panic and her hands trembling. I'll call for help. Chapter 176, Did you come to save me? On the dimly lit street, the streetlights cast a long shadow of Yin Meng. Her pretty face was pale, and she was filled with fear, unease, and terror. Her delicate body trembled, and she kept backing away. However, with the spotted tiger in front of her and three bald men behind her, she quickly found herself surrounded with nowhere to retreat. No, don't come any closer. If you take another step, 2M really going to scream. Call. The spotted tiger chuckled mockingly. Girl, try calling out. Look at where you are. Do you think anyone will come to rescue you? The more you shout, the more excited I'll get. Tiger, your lines sound familiar, like something a villain in a TV drama would say. The bald man said this, but his face was relaxed and unrestrained. No one will be passing through this street anytime soon, even if there are. And how many people dare to control them? People in this era are indifferent and apathetic. No one would bother with other people's business. Huh, Spotted Tiger said disdainfully. So what if you're a villain? Little girl, I don't believe anyone will come to save you. You don't have the life of those heroines in TV dramas. Immediately, he reached out one of his hands to Yin Meng. No, Yin Meng screamed, so frightened that she sat down on the ground and covered her private parts with her hands. You women are always hypocritical. You say you don't want it now, but you'll be begging for it in a minute. The spotted tiger remained unmoved, his hand already getting infinitely closer to Yin Meng. Save me. Yin Meng looked at Mo Xiaoyang. Mo Xiaoyang's eyes darted around nervously. He lowered his head and pretended not to see anything. Yin Meng felt despair and disgust, wishing she could die right now. Unfortunately, surrounded by these men, she didn't even have the strength to commit suicide. Stop. Sudden. A cold, calm, deep, and hoarse voice came from the darkness. Subsequently, a black figure. A figure wearing a clown mask and a black robe gradually appeared in their pupils as they approached from afar. The spotted tiger's hand paused instinctively. Upon seeing who it was, he frowned slightly. Damn, I didn't expect someone would actually come to rescue you. Wearing a mask in the middle of the night, trying to scare me to death. Clown, I'm Spotted Tiger from the North District of Qinsheng. If you've heard my name, get lost and don't bother me while I'm doing my business. What the hell are you? Trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. Spotted Tiger announced his name. Only. That figure continued walking forward. It seemed like I didn't hear a word he said. Got someone who's not afraid of death? The Spotted Tiger said to the bald man. Go break his legs and make him kneel down and watch me play with women. Hey, don't worry. Tiger, you go ahead, we'll take care of him. The bald man chuckled, and with two henchmen, each took a gleaming machete from the van. Upon seeing the machete, Mo Xiaoyang shuddered in fright. Thankfully, there was no resistance. Otherwise, I'd be dead tonight. Hey girl, see? Even if someone comes to save you, it's useless. You might as well just give in to me. Women I've slept with will be respected in the underworld. Besides me, 3 of my brothers will also play with you. You'll have a lot of face if word gets out. Spotted Tiger couldn't resist looking at Yin Meng's alluring figure. Although Yin Meng's figure wasn't as good as that leopard print girl's, she had the advantage of being pure and cute, with that fresh out of school vibe that aroused a desire to destroy and trample her. Once again, the Spotted Tiger loosened the belt with one hand and reached out with the other to touch Yin Meng's face. No, Yin Meng cried, her eyes filled with despair. Cry? I like to cry. Before the Spotted Tiger could finish speaking, a white light flashed suddenly. The next second, the Spotted Tiger's paw was severed. It felt like being cut by a sharp blade. The large hand fell to the ground, and because the breakage was too rapid, the 5 fingers were still trembling. Almost at the same second, the Spotted Tiger let out a blood-curdling scream, a heart-wrenching scream. A piercing pain shot through his nerves, and he immediately knelt down on one knee. His eyes flashed with ferocity, pain, doubt, and disbelief. What happened? How did his hand get broken? There were no knives, no blades, no weapons around him. He couldn't understand what that white light had just been. Oh! Another scream rang out. This time, it was Yin Ming. The hand was severed right in front of her, covered in blood. Fresh out of college, she had never seen anything like this before. She covered her mouth, utterly terrified, and felt her stomach churn as she looked at the blood all over the ground. Mo Xiaoyang stood to the side, dumbfounded. He, too, didn't understand what had happened. The three bald men who were walking towards the clown were completely dumbfounded. Throughout the field, only they truly understand what's going on. Just now, they witnessed the clown raise his hand, make a sword shape with his fingers, and draw it in the air. Then, they saw a flash of white light. Immediately afterwards, the spotted tiger's hand broke off. That's how it ended. What kind of operation is this? All three of them were dumbfounded. Ghost. Tiger, run. He's not human. The bald man screamed in terror the next second. He couldn't think of any other way to explain the scene before him except that it was a ghost. The two people beside him were pale-faced, trembling with fear, unable to move their legs. This was the first time since their debut that they had been so scared, so terrified. So much so that even as the clown brushed past them, they dared not move an inch. He walked towards Yin Ming without any hindrance. From a young age, Spotted Tiger never believed in ghosts. Even when he witnessed the unbelievable, he refused to believe it was a ghost. Enduring excruciating pain, he asked, Who are you?" The clown didn't say anything. He stood in front of him, looking down at him, and slapped him across the face. Smack! On the spot, the spotted tiger felt as if it had been struck by lightning, and collapsed the next moment, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Instant death. Even in his dying moments, his eyes were filled with disbelief. He, the dignified spotted tiger, one of the top leaders in the northern district of Qinsheng. He died just like that. He died at the hands of unknown assailants. Run! The bald man, pale-faced and seemingly possessed by a madman, ran off without looking back, seemingly possessed by some unknown strength. His 2 brothers, as if waking from a dream, struggled to take their steps and chased after him. Their legs were trembling, and they ran very slowly, slower than a 10-year-old child. However, the clown did not chase after him. Instead, she came to Yin Ming and gracefully extended a hand. Yin Ming's pretty face turned deathly pale. I instinctively shrank back. Only after confirming that the clown meant no harm did he reach out and take the former's palm. It was a cold hand. There was almost no temperature. Yin Ming was somewhat frightened by the cold. With the help of the man, she struggled to her feet and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Did you save me? Chapter 177 The Loneliness of a Master. The clown gave a curt reply. Then Yin Ming looked at the spotted tiger lying on the ground, unable to get up. Dead. Before Yin Ming could ask, the clown mask uttered 2 more words. You killed someone? Yin Ming's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. One slap killed the spotted tiger? She shivered involuntarily. Not far away, Mo Xiaoyang's face turned pale, and he remained silent. Now, he really doesn't dare to speak. It's obvious that the clown is a demon. Murderous monster. He didn't want to risk his life by speaking out. After a long time, Yin Ming took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, finally calming down, and the unease in her heart gradually subsided. Because she discovered, the clown in black in front of him really was there to save him. Aside from attacking the spotted tiger, he remained silent and did nothing else. Gradually, she grew bolder, and under the dim streetlights, she sized up the clown before her, her eyes slowly revealing gratitude and admiration. She had a dream since she was a child. The man she will marry in the future must be a man who can protect and cherish her. He must be a hero, a peerless hero. Undoubtedly, the person in front of her looked exactly like the hero in her heart. The clown didn't make any further moves, and Yin Ming grew much bolder. "2 won't tell anyone about you killing someone. I'll keep it a secret for you. Why did you save me? Did you come here specifically to save me?" Yin Ming's eyes were full of anticipation. Intuition told her. The clown came specifically to save her because his appearance was so timely, and he even wore a mask and a black robe resembling that of an ancient person. It looks like it has a captivating martial arts style. "Are you all right?" The clown didn't answer her question. he asked in a low voice. And then, without waiting for Yin Meng's reply, he turned and left without any hesitation or lingering. He walked quickly and covered several meters in just a few steps. Hello. Just as the clown in black was about to disappear, Yin Meng shouted. You saved my life. Aren't you going to leave me a way to contact you? Or at least take off your mask so I can see what you look like and repay you in the future? No need, the clown said without turning his head. Then can you tell me your name? Yin Meng asked as she caught up with him. Only. The clown in black has disappeared. They didn't leave any contact information, nor did they remove their masks. They didn't even leave their names or surnames. They wouldn't even say a single extra word. Humph, they're clearly here to save people, but they still have to act cool. They're just like that guy Chen Baoang. Yin Meng snorted. A moment later, she muttered to herself. No, you're different from Chen Baoang. That guy was really faking it, in a disgusting and nauseating way. You're not faking it to be cool. That's your personality, or rather the loneliness of a master. Meng, how are you? As the clown walked away, Mo Xiaoyang breathed a sigh of relief and ran up to him, looking concerned. Go away, I'm fine. Yin Meng glanced at Mo Xiaoyang with disdain. If Mo Xiaoyang had cared for her like this before, she would have been touched and thought he meant well. But after what happened tonight, she only felt that Mo Xiaoyang was disgusting, extremely disgusting. Yin Meng felt nauseous whenever she saw him. Meng, tonight's plan was just a temporary measure. I didn't really mean to. Don't say anything more, I'm going home. If you don't want to cause trouble, it's best not to talk about what happened here, otherwise it will also affect your Mo family. After Yin Meng finished speaking, she turned around and left. Mo Xiaoyang stared at that perfect back view, the swaying hips, and swallowed hard. You damn woman. What are you so arrogant about? I'll fuck you sooner or later. If it weren't for the worry that the clown was still lurking in the shadows, Mo Xiaoyang would have rushed forward long ago. He glanced at the spotted tiger's corpse on the ground and couldn't help but shudder. Then he got into his car, ignoring the liquor cabinet, and drove off, not wanting to stay a minute longer. On the other side, the three bald men ran frantically, not daring to stop for a moment. After running for a full half hour, physical exhaustion, he stopped running when he could no longer run, panting heavily. Baldy, you mean that is it really a ghost? One of the henchmen asked haltingly. I don't know. The bald man shuddered at the thought of that clown. Bald head. Fear suddenly appeared on the face of another henchman as he stared ahead. He's here. Don't fucking scare me, Before the bald man could finish speaking, they saw a figure walking towards them from not far away. Black robe, clown mask, grass, run. The three bald men were startled and instinctively ran away. What can be done? They were terrified. He hadn't run more than a few steps when he fell to the ground. At this time, the clown had already reached them, and beneath his mask, a pair of cold, sinister eyes stared at the three of them with a mocking gaze. Yuri, not a ghost. The bald man stared into those eyes through the mask. How could a ghost's eyes be like a human's? The clown did not speak. A dagger had already appeared in his hand. Who are you? The bald man was terrified. Even if he wanted to resist, he had no strength. Oh. At this time, the clown slowly removed his mask with his other hand. Subsequently, a chiseled face and handsome features appeared in the eyes of the three bald men. It's you. The bald man paused. Chin ba. Puff. Before the bald man could finish speaking, a red mark appeared on his neck, and he was already on the ground. Before dying, the word desolate was uttered with difficulty. The other two. I was completely terrified. Big brother, please let us go. Brother Chun, we didn't do it on purpose. It was all because of Spotted Tiger. He made us do it. It has nothing to do with us. The two knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy, their souls trembling. In the past, they were the ones who killed and chopped people. For the first time, they felt death was so close. Oh, Puff. Chun Sheng didn't waste a single word. He showed no mercy to these people. The dagger flashed and landed on their necks, taking their lives. Kill these people. Chun Sheng felt no psychological pressure or burden whatsoever. He could smell the stench of blood on these people, which meant they had most likely killed people, or at least hacked people. Such a person deserves to die. After finding a secluded spot, Chun Sheng removed his mask and clothes, burned them, and then returned home. Not long after he left, a police siren blared in the area. Police cars and police tape cordoned off the area where the spotted tiger and the bald man died. Chapter 178, Tang Yin's Genuine Works. Upon receiving the report, the police arrived at the scene and began their investigation. Strangely, no clues could be found at all. Neither surveillance footage nor passers-by saw the perpetrator's face. It is obvious that the perpetrator possesses an extremely high level of counterintelligence awareness. In response to this, the police were helpless. However, if they really wanted to investigate, they could still find out. Unfortunately, there seemed to be a tacit understanding among them that once a certain string was touched, they would spontaneously loosen their grip. Because the identities of Bald Guy and Spotted Tiger have been confirmed, they belong to the underground forces in the northern district of Qincheng and are involved in all sorts of evil deeds such as murder, arson, and drug trafficking. Such a person, they deserve more sins to live and more than enough to die. Qincheng knew nothing about the police incident. The first thing he did after returning home was to go to sleep. He didn't use a knife to cut off the spotted tiger's arm. It's actually spiritual energy leaving the body. For him now, using this move is still a bit strenuous, as it consumes too much energy and spirit, and he feels drowsy like never before. Early the next morning, a woman, Yin Meng's best friend, Yin Xiaosha, came to Yin Qingya's house. Xiaosha, Ming Ming is in her room, go find her. Yin Qingya recognized the woman and gently invited her in with a smile. Okay, Auntie, please go ahead with your work. This wasn't Yin Xiaosha's first time visiting Yin Meng's home. She had greeted Yin Qingya before and easily found her way to Yin Meng's room, opening the door. Inside the room, Yin Meng was holding a sketching pencil, intently drawing something in a notebook. The door was pushed open, and she instinctively closed the notebook. Seeing that it was Yin Xiaosha, he breathed a sigh of relief and rolled his eyes at her. You scared me to death, Xiaosha. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? I was just afraid you wouldn't want me to come. Yin Xiaosha was about 1.65 meters tall, quite petite and agile. Ming Ming, I heard from young Master Mo that something happened last night. What exactly happened? He contacted you? Yin Ming's eyes flashed with disgust. What didn't I tell you? No. Yin Xiaosha shook her head, but I did see the news this morning. You know, that spotted tiger who caused us trouble last night, and his brother are dead. Yin Ming's heart tightened, and before she could speak, Yin Xiaosha said, but the murderer hasn't been found yet. I hope he hasn't. It must be that those guys bullied someone and got killed in return. Oh dear, you've gone off on a tangent. What happened between you and young Master Mo last night? Yin Xiaosha naturally wouldn't connect the murder case with Yin Ming. Young Master Mo asked me to persuade you, to say that he didn't do it on purpose or with any intention, but was forced to do it. He said he wants to meet you and apologize to you in person, Yin Xiaosha said. Young Master Mo got a few invitations to the Century Center and wants us to go together. I'm not going, Yin Ming resolutely refused. Ming Ming, that's the center of the world. Even if you dislike young Master Mo, you should think about the future. Historically, the auctions there are only for the wealthy in Qincheng. It would be good to go and expand your network. Ming Ming, could you have done it for my sake and Yuding's sake back then? After Yin Xiaosha's persistent pleading, Yin Ming finally said, All right, I'll go. Yin Xiaosha is right. Disliking Mo Xiaoyang is one thing, but the auction at Century Center is held only once a year and is spearheaded by Tianyang Real Estate Group. Every time someone attends, they are either rich or powerful, and the items auctioned, even a casual one, can fetch millions. Yin Ming didn't know why the auction was being held earlier this year, but she didn't really want to miss this opportunity to broaden her horizons. After tidying up, Yin Ming passed by Chen Sheng's house and saw that the door was open. She glanced inside with disdain and saw Chen Sheng fiddling with a painting. She couldn't help but snort. What are you trying to prove, you bumpkin? Who lives here? Yin Xiaosha glanced inside with disdain. Simple furniture, cheap clothes, he looked like a poor guy. Okay, let's go, let's ignore him. Chen Sheng had obviously noticed the two women, but he didn't have time to pay attention to them. He was going to attend the auction that Zhang Tianyang had prepared for him today, and so far, he still hadn't figured out the mystery behind the painting that Lin Kai had given him. However, He was certain that this painting was anything but ordinary. Under his X-ray vision, it always emitted a pale blue light. Ordinary things would never exhibit such unusual phenomena. Melting painting? No. Is there a problem with the painting tube? No, not exactly. Where exactly does the problem lie? Chen Sheng was puzzled and studied it carefully. After a long while, his expression froze, and he suddenly realized, so that's how it is. I wonder which master did it. They actually used special pigments to cover it with a layer. He fetched a bowl of water and carefully, controlling the amount, wiped it onto the painting. In an instant, the map of Qinghe has changed. The pattern, color, and style of the painting have been completely transformed after being soaked in water. Although the old Qinghe Upper Library was beautiful, it lacked soul and looked like it had been printed out. And right now, the picture is still the same one. However, the changes are very obvious. However, whether it's the characters, the buildings, or even some details, everything has come to life. Clearly the work of a master, truly extraordinary. At the end of the scroll, there is a seal. Perhaps due to its age, the seal was somewhat blurred, but Chen Sheng still recognized two characters. Tang Yin, a famous calligrapher and painter of the Ming dynasty. This person is a household name. Of the paintings he left behind, only 120 were jade pieces. The painting Qinghe Shang Tu had always been a rumor, and Chen Sheng never expected that the one in his hand was actually the genuine article. This painting is worth at least hundreds of millions. Back then, a 4-foot-long painting of Lushan Waterfall was auctioned for nearly 3.6 billion yuan, while the painting of Qinghe Shang is somewhat damaged and shorter in size. But it would easily fetch over 100 million. Lin Kai has struck gold. Chen Sheng smiled, happy for Lin Kai, knowing that at least his future children might receive a good education because of this money. If things go well, this money will inevitably become the first pot of gold for Lin Kai's family to rise to prominence. Chen Sheng had no intention of keeping the money. He was able to donate over 100 billion yuan before, so why would he care about 3 billion yuan? Carefully putting away the map of Qinghe, Chen Sheng then headed towards the International Century Center. The International Century Center is the largest single building in Qincheng and a landmark of Qincheng. Every Qincheng resident knows it. On weekdays, important official meetings of Qincheng or important exhibitions are held here. Every year, on one day, the International Center clears out all the merchants and holds a grand and magnificent auction. Those invited to participate are all wealthy merchants, nobles, or high-ranking officials. Following the auction is an exchange meeting, an opportunity that only comes once a year. Therefore, many people consider it an honor to participate in this auction, and even just being able to go inside and visit is something to brag about. That's the allure of the Century Center auction. Chen Sheng never expected that when he simply asked Zhang Tianyang to arrange a random auction to sell an ancient painting, someone would create such a grand spectacle, bringing forward the annual Century Center auction by more than 3 months. Chapter 179. The auction begins. The Century Center covers an area of over 50,000 square meters and has more than 5,000 parking spaces. At first glance, it is grand, luxurious, and magnificent, making people appear incredibly small in its presence. On the ground, luxury cars drove in from a distance and walked onto the red carpet. On both sides of the carpet, 200 or 300 reporters scrambled to take pictures, and the flashes of their cameras clicked. One after another, prominent figures entered the Century Center, accompanied by their secretaries, butlers, and others, exuding confidence and nonchalance, attracting widespread attention. Wow, that's Zhou Yunxi, the chairman of Zhou Luxing Jewelry Group. Look, it's Wang Chong, the Mercedes-Benz director for the Qincheng area. That's Lu Tianqing. Although he doesn't own any businesses, he's very famous among the wealthy. Almost no one doesn't give him some respect. It's said that he's incredibly accurate at fortune-telling. Wow, look, that beautiful woman, Song Yuyan, the new chairwoman of Tianyu Pharmaceuticals. Exclamations and sighs of wonder echoed from the crowds all around. Among the onlookers not far away, Yin Xiaoxia exclaimed, I wonder when we'll be able to walk the red carpet and enter the auction openly and legitimately. Yes, I'm so envious, Yin Ming said. Who wouldn't want to be the center of attention and be someone superior to others? What's the rush? We're still young, and we have a long future ahead of us. I heard that Song Yuyin only inherited her family's wealth. Beside her, another close friend, Chen Yuding, said, if I had been born into the Song family, I might have been even more successful than her. Besides the three of them, Mo Xiaoyang and Lu Xuanya were also present. Originally, Mo Xiaoyang planned to come alone with Yan Meng, but after what happened last night, he had no choice but to invite Yan Meng's two best friends along. He hoped to use this opportunity to eliminate Yan Meng's aversion to him, and then go on to sleep with her. Keep in mind that there are 5 of them, so they need 5 invitations. Their invitations are for viewing only and cannot be bid on, but even so, they still sell for 80,000 each. Moreover, this price was obtained through his father's connections, without any hype or speculation. Outside, even the worst seats cost over 200,000. With so much effort and money, Mo Xiaoyang could have found many more women, but none of them could compare to Yan Meng. Besides, he had his eye on Yan Meng and wanted to have her. It was his obsession, and he wouldn't be satisfied if he couldn't. What does money matter? If he's gone, I can just ask my dad for more. I must get my hands on that woman. It's thanks to young Master Mo that we have the opportunity to participate in this auction. We can all take this opportunity to get to know more people, and maybe they will rise to prominence in the future, Lu Xuanya said. Even just being in the audience at such an auction is a valuable experience. That's right. I must take this opportunity to meet some important people, Yan Xiaosha added. Yan Meng nodded. She thought so too. This trip couldn't be in vain. As for the grudge with Mo Xiaoyang, she decided to put it aside for the time being. After all, given her current status and position, offending Mo Xiaoyang would not be a wise move. Chen Sheng walked slowly through the crowd, carrying the painting. He noticed Mo Xiaoyang and his group, paused for a moment, and then turned to leave. He really didn't want to get entangled with this group of people any further. Unfortunately, he had just turned around when a voice came from behind him. Hey, isn't that the bodyguard? Lu Xuanya, with his sharp eyes, was the first to spot Chen Bahuang and said mockingly, Hey, little bodyguard, where are you going? Walking so fast, are you afraid to see us? Chen Xing acted as if he hadn't heard him and continued walking on his own. Yan Meng frowned. This guy? That's arrogance. Even though she heard Lu Xuanya's voice, she didn't stop and still loved to act cool. He's hopeless. Hey, bodyguard, stop right there. Mo Xiaoyang's interest was piqued when he saw Chen Sheng. He walked up to him and said sarcastically, What? Did you come with the CEOs of Tianyu Pharmaceuticals, or did you come here part-time as a bodyguard? What's the matter? Chen Sheng looked up. Mo Xiaoyang's arrogant demeanor was completely different from the cowardly guy he was last night. It's nothing. I just wanted to remind you. If you're going to be a bodyguard, just be a good one and don't go wandering around, understand? Mo Xiaoyang chuckled and said in a lecturing tone, Young people should be down to earth and not try to meet any tycoons through meetings like this. Oh, there's no point in talking to someone you don't get along with. Chen Sheng didn't want to say a word to this guy. Chen Bahuang, what are you doing here? Yan Meng walked up and asked curiously. She had seen him at home when she left in the morning, but she didn't expect him to be here as well. Yan Meng is, after all, his daughter, and he has to give her face. So Chen Sheng said truthfully, I'm attending the auction to bid on this painting, and while I'm at it, I'll see if there's anything else worth buying. An auction? Before Yan Meng could speak, Yan Xiaosha asked curiously, Young Master Bahuang, are you sure you're here to attend the auction? Yes, is there a problem? Chen Sheng asked. Ha ha ha, holy crap, what a load of bull. Sorry, I just can't help it. Let me laugh for a bit. Ha, Lu Xuanya seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. Do you even know what kind of auction this is? You think it's some kind of roadside shoddy auction? And you're actually participating? I don't blame you for being ignorant, Chen Sheng said calmly, seemingly used to these narrow-minded people. Hey, Chen Bahuang, next time you brag, at least make it believable. Don't flaunt your ignorance, okay? Mo Xiaoyang said confidently and assertively. If you were bragging about something else, I could barely believe you. But you said you're here to auction something? Heh. 2 days ago, the items to be auctioned were already collected and placed under strict guard at the Century Center. Each item is worth millions and is being guarded by specially hired Special Forces soldiers. You're a veteran, So you know what special forces are, right? But I bet even if you know, you've never seen it. Someone like you is at most the lowest level, the trash. How can you compare to them? Mo Xiaoyang chuckled coldly. Don't think that just because you're a bodyguard, a nobody, or a piece of trash who was returned, you can't possibly add any more items to the auction now, understand? Really? I didn't know that. Chen Sheng was indeed unaware of this, and Zhang Tianyang had not told him either. However, this auction was originally prepared for him, and the latter should have a way to get his painting included. Otherwise, what would be the point of this auction? He paused. Chen Sheng suddenly looked up, his eyes sharp, staring at Mo Xiaoyang. This is the second time you have offended me, offended the 5 retired soldiers. I will take these 2 offenses as your youth, ignorance, and arrogance. If it happens again, you will bear the consequences. And you, don't get too close to these people. After giving Yin Meng this instruction, Chen Sheng turned and left, leaving behind only a lonely figure. Chapter 180 Reunion with Miao Shaoqing. What the hell? I'm going to say it, what's it to you? Staring at Chen Sheng's back, Mo Xiaoyang was extremely angry. He was still very unhappy about what happened to Xia Qinshua last night. He muttered, "You little bastard, I'll kill you sooner or later." Mo Xiaoyang spoke very softly, and no one but himself could hear him. He didn't want to lower his standing in Yin Meng's eyes because of a few curse words. This guy is too arrogant. Meng, who do you associate with? He has no right to make decisions for you, Yin Xiaosha said unhappily. Even a tenant is so arrogant. Exactly, and they're still so arrogant every day. It's really shameful. Chen Yuding rolled her eyes. If we didn't know young Master Mo, we wouldn't have had the chance to come here. Yin Meng smiled helplessly, feeling quite displeased with Chen Bahuang. When did it become his turn to lecture me? Is he qualified? Don't take it to heart. He's just that kind of annoying person. Yin Meng shrugged helplessly. She was also annoyed by Chen Bahuang and would find a reason to stop her mother from renting her house sooner or later. Those attending the auction naturally wouldn't walk the red carpet like the big shots. Today, both reporters and attendees had special entrance channels, with security checks being more stringent than in previous years. The case has escalated because things have been unsettled lately. The Han family in Jiangbei was wiped out, and another murder occurred in Qinsheng last night, someone in the crowd said. Really? Then we should investigate this thoroughly. We can't afford any mishaps on such an important occasion as today. In the crowd, Yin Meng and Mo Xiaoyang couldn't help but exchange a glance. They didn't know what had happened in Jiangbei, but they had personally experienced what happened last night. If it weren't for that clown, the two of them might not even be standing here now. The two remained silent, and, after passing through security, slowly entered the venue. Compared to them, Chen Sheng's situation was much simpler. Knowing that he was coming, Zhang Tianyang had already arranged for Guan Hu, who had just returned from Jiangbei, to personally receive him. The special passage was prepared specifically for Chen Sheng. As soon as he arrived, Guan Hu personally came out to greet him. Besides Guan Hu, there was also Miao Shaoqing, who was wearing a cheongsam, which was graceful and showed off her figure. Upon seeing him, Chen Sheng was quite surprised. "Shaoqing, what's this?" Guan Hu hurriedly said, "Young Master Chen, after Brother Yang met Miss Shaoqing last time, he investigated her and thought she was a very good talent, so he arranged for her to join Tianyang Group. She is currently serving as the sales director for the South China region of Tianyang Group. We specially invited her here today to host the event. We were worried that other people might not be able to take good care of you, but since you and Shaoqing are old classmates, we specially arranged for them to come and receive you." Wow, Shaoqing, your promotion speed is amazing. With his old classmate by his side, Chen Sheng lost his coldness and joked, "Are you on a rocket launch?" "No way." Miao Shaoqing chuckled. "Let's go. What are you still standing there for? Come inside with me." "Walk." Guan Hu wisely made an excuse to leave, secretly admiring Zhang Tianyang's character and conduct. Having someone else host Chen Bahuang might have caused some dissatisfaction, but Miao Shaoqing was his old classmate, and they knew each other well, so nothing would go wrong. After Guan Hu left, Miao Shaoqing finally relaxed completely. After all, he was Zhang Tianyang's closest person, and Miao Shaoqing had always been somewhat reserved when he was around. "Mr. Chen, you're amazing. I heard from the chairman that this auction was originally scheduled for 3 months, but it was brought forward because you wanted to sell something. I just asked that guy to find me any auction. Who knew it would be so grand? Chun Sheng said helplessly. But that old guy is really shrewd. Zhang Tianyang started from scratch and has come this far. He is no ordinary person and is extremely shrewd in dealing with people. Chun Sheng dared to assert that no other entrepreneur or tycoon would have moved such an important meeting forward for a young man in his early 20s. She would never risk her life against the Han family of Jiangbei for his sake. Zhang Tianyang is shrewd and experienced in governing the country. He also possesses extraordinary and unique first-class vision and courage, which played an extremely important role in his rise to power. Old man, you're the only one in the entire Qinsheng who dares to call him that. Miao Shaoqing, like a lark, led Chun Sheng into the venue and onto the private elevator prepared for him. Suddenly, Miao Shaoqing changed the subject. Mr. Chun, thank you. Thank me for what? Chun Sheng asked curiously. Stop pretending. Do you really think I'm stupid? I used to work my butt off and only made a 5-figure salary a month. Now, my salary is calculated annually. If it weren't for your relationship with the chairman, how could I be where I am today? Miao Shaoqing said with a smile. So, to thank you, I'm giving you a chance to have dinner with me. Okay. Chun Sheng chuckled and said, but don't underestimate yourself. Zhang Tianyang isn't stupid. If you really weren't capable, even if I were his father, he wouldn't have invited you. Miao Shaoqing covered her mouth and chuckled. You have such a sweet tongue. Chun Sheng was telling the truth, and both of them knew it. That was precisely why she could accept the position with a clear conscience. The elevator stopped, and Miao Shaoqing led Chun Sheng to the 8th floor, where there were many safes, each containing a treasure, all the items to be auctioned today. Therefore, the entire 8th floor is heavily guarded, with a camera every 3 steps and a group of special security guards patrolling every 5 steps. The appraisal experts arranged by the chairman are waiting for you here. Once your items are in place, the auction will be about to begin. Miao Shaoqing became serious upon arriving here. He led Chun Sheng into the conference room, where 3 middle-aged men were waiting for him. Young Master Chun, these 3 are renowned appraisal experts in Qinsheng. The chairman specially arranged for them to wait for you here, Miao Shaoqing introduced to Chun Sheng in a serious tone. Then, he said to several appraisal experts, Seniors, this is the Chun Bahuang, the young Master Chun that the chairman mentioned. The 3 were renowned appraisal experts in Qinsheng. In the past, when people came to them for appraisals, they were always invited over by others. They never had to wait for others. This time, Zhang Tianyang not only showed them face and courtesy, but also offered a large sum of money, which is why they waited here. Certainly. Even so, they were quite unhappy. Young Master Chun, hello. A middle-aged man with slightly graying temples stood up and casually shook hands with Chun Sheng. I didn't expect that the young Master Chun that Director Zhang mentioned would be a young man. Yes, that's really surprising. Young Master Chun, what treasure would you like to have appraised? Chun Sheng's age surprised them quite a bit. Could he be Zhang Tianyang's illegitimate child? The 3 of them couldn't help but have the same thought at the same time. If he weren't an illegitimate child, why would Zhang Tianyang value such a young man so much? Chapter 181, Real or Fake? Chun Sheng nodded to the 3 men, glancing at the identification badges pinned to their chests. The man shaking hands with him, with graying temples, was named Lu Qinbua. He held the highest position, being a professor. The other 2 were of slightly lower status, named Sun Xinghua and Lin Tongjie respectively. I will appraise this painting. Chun Sheng handed the painting tube to Lu Qinbua. It is Tang Yin's Qinghe River scene from the Ming Dynasty. I would like to ask a few experts to appraise it. Chun Sheng knew that the Qinghe Shangtu was an antique, but he knew that the appraisal had to be done by professionals. The scroll of Qinghe River? Lu Qinbua paused, his hand reaching for Chun Sheng's painting tube before withdrawing it. Young Master Chun, are you sure it's the scroll of Qinghe River? That painting is a legendary piece in our ancient calligraphy and painting world. It's said to have been destroyed long ago. You didn't find a fake somewhere, did you? Qinghe Shangtu. Although I don't know much about calligraphy and painting, I have heard of it. Many people are looking for it, but no one has actually found it. There are quite a few fakes, though. Sun Xinghua adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said indifferently, It's not uncommon for young people to buy fakes. Why? Lin Tongjie sighed and glanced at Chen Sheng. This guy was dressed plainly and didn't look like someone who owned antiques and calligraphy. As the saying goes, gold is valued in times of chaos, while antiques are valued in times of prosperity. These days, aren't all antique collectors rich? Needless to say, they were cheated again. We thought there was some important treasure to be appraised. Chairman Zhang went to great lengths to invite us here, but it turned out to be a fake. The three of them didn't even look at it, completely certain that what Chen Sheng had in his hand was fake. First, Chen Sheng is too young. At this age, he is arrogant and ignorant, and is easily deceived. Second, over the years, countless people have been searching for the Qinghe upper map, and many have been deceived. Later, it was rumored that the Qinghe upper map had already been destroyed. It was for these two reasons that they were certain that Chen Sheng had counterfeit goods. They were quite disappointed and somewhat annoyed, having waited for so long only to get this result. Are these three guys really that arrogant? Chen Sheng frowned and muttered to himself. Hee. Seeing the awkward situation, Miao Shaoqing immediately put on a sweet smile and said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Three seniors, since you're already here, why don't you take a look first? The chairman personally instructed me to take good care of young Master Chen. Even if it's fake, you can still give young Master Chen some pointers. That way, I can also give the chairman an explanation. Well, okay, let's take a look. Miao Shaoqing's words were very eloquent, implying that they had taken the money but hadn't done their job, and hadn't properly received Chen Bahuang, leaving Zhang Tianyang with no way to explain it. Although his words were a rebuke, they also gave them face and a way out. Lu Chenbua took over Chen Sheng's words, took the phone from the microphone, and then casually spread it out on the conference room table. Come on, you two. Let's take a look together, Lu Chenbua said. Okay, then let's take a look. Sun Xinghua and Lin Tongjie got up and went to the table. Normally, handling antiques requires wearing gloves and using professional instruments for authentication, but the three of them had already determined that the item was fake, so they acted rather casually. Only, in less than 10 seconds, the casual expressions of the three people gradually changed, and the meeting room became quiet and serious. This really is an antique, at least, the material is from the Ming dynasty. Quick, Lao Sun, don't touch it with your hands, don't break it. Lu Chenbua was terrified when he saw Sun Xinghua touching it with his bare hands. It's from the Ming dynasty. Regardless of whether the calligraphy and painting on it are genuine works by Tang Yin, the paper itself is valuable enough. Lu Chenbua is quite knowledgeable about antiques and calligraphy. After reminding the two of them, he took the lead in putting on gloves, taking out a magnifying glass, and beginning to observe carefully. The same applies to Sun Xingkuo and Lin Tongqi. Inside the room, there was a moment of silence. Chen Sheng and Miao Shaoqing waited on the side while the three experts continued to examine the painting, the patterns, and the seal on the painting. Half an hour passed. Lu Chenbua broke out in a cold sweat. He was almost certain. This painting is most likely genuine. Sun Xinghua and Lin Tongjie were also trembling. Qinghe Shangtu. If true, it would undoubtedly be explosive news for the antique world. Although they are experts and professors, they still dare not be 100% certain about this calligraphy and painting because there are too many high-quality imitations, and they have never seen a genuine Tang Yin calligraphy and painting. They can only confirm that it is an antique. Moreover, even if this painting is not by Tang Yin, it is definitely an ancient forgery imitated by a Ming dynasty master. In other words, even if it's a fake, this painting is still extremely valuable. Young Master Chen. Lu Chenbua put away his observation tools and came to Chen Sheng's side, this time with obvious respect. I apologize for my arrogance just now. I was wrong. Young Master Chen, I'm so sorry. Young Master Chen, we were in the wrong. Sun Xinghua and Lin Tongjie spoke up and took the initiative to apologize to Chen Sheng. They had previously denied that the Qinghe upper picture was fake, but now, reality had slapped them in the face. This painting is very likely genuine. However, given their current status, they are not qualified to verify this painting. Because Tang Yin's authentic works are too few and too valuable. It's nothing, Chen Sheng said nonchalantly. So, how much can I price these flowers? Well, to be honest, Lu Chenbua said awkwardly, With our current qualifications, although we can tell that it is 80% real, we still cannot determine the authenticity of this painting, or rather, we are not qualified to issue a certificate of authenticity for it. Chun Sheng asked. Then what should we do? Young Master Chun, rest assured, I will immediately send someone to invite Mr. Shi Yunsheng, a leading figure in the calligraphy and painting world. He has seen Tang Yin's authentic works and will surely be able to identify them. If it's genuine, he can't issue a certificate by himself. I'll call my teacher over too. He should be here, Sun Xing said. His teacher is also a leading figure in the antique world, named Zhu Guilong. Then I'll leave it to you, Chen Sheng said gratefully. Young Master Chen, there's no need for thanks. If we can witness and participate in the verification of the Qinghe map, we should be the ones thanking you. Sun Xing said. He was telling the truth. Once the three of them participated in the verification of Qinghe Shangtu, their status would rise once again. Lu Qinbo and Lin Tongxing went to invite Shi Yunsheng, while Sun Xinghua went to find his teacher. The three of them were in a hurry, as if they had found a priceless treasure. These three old guys are really interesting, Miao Shaoqing said with a smile. They were acting all nonchalant just now, but now they're even more anxious than you. Mr. Chun, is this painting really an authentic work by Tang Yin? Perhaps is that so? The three experts were so formal and cautious that Chun Sheng began to doubt whether it was a genuine work by Tang Yin, since he didn't know much about antiques and calligraphy. The reason he believed the painting was valuable was because he could see a pale blue light emanating from it. Perhaps, could this painting be just an antique, or not an authentic work by Tang Yin? Chun Sheng couldn't help but think this. Chapter 182. Not even an apology? The three experts, Lu Qinbo, Sun Xinghua, and Lin Tongjia, were sincere in admitting their mistakes and took great initiative. In less than half an hour, the two titans of the antique world, whom they referred to, arrived one after another in the appraisal meeting room. Zhu Guilong, in his 60s, was dressed in a suit, while Shi Yunsheng looked to be around 70 or 80 years old, wearing a finely made linen outfit. After exchanging greetings with Chen Sheng, the two elders couldn't wait to study the Qinghe Shangtu. Soon after, Shi Yunsheng's body visibly trembled, his long beard quivered, and he was so excited that he shed a few tears. A genuine work. It really is a genuine work by Tang Yin. I never thought that I would see a painting by Tang Yin in my lifetime. It's absolutely genuine. Zhu Guilong was equally excited, his eyes reddening. Unless you work in their field, no one knows how much they have devoted to antiques and calligraphy and paintings throughout their lives, and no one knows what place antiques and calligraphy and paintings truly hold in their hearts. In particular, Shi Yunsheng is not only an antique expert, but also a calligrapher and a member of the Qinxing Calligraphy Association. He cherishes ancient calligraphy and paintings as if they were his life. Chun Sheng and Miao Shaoqing exchanged a glance, feeling quite helpless, as they couldn't understand that feeling at all. Mr. Chun, Shi Yunsheng said excitedly, could you allow me to take a few photos for my own private collection? The Qinghe River map is an absolute treasure, priceless to these people. Without the owner's permission, they dared not even leave a photograph of it. Please make yourself at home, Chen Sheng said with a smile. He thought Shi Yunsheng would just take a few casual photos, but to his surprise, the latter made a phone call and had someone bring over a super professional camera, taking a detailed picture of every corner. At the same time, Miao Shaoqing was also asked to make a record of the painting. Two prominent figures and three experts jointly issued a certificate of authenticity, and the starting price for the auction was set at 8 million. Mr. Chun, believe me, although the price is low, it will definitely fetch a very good price at auction, Shi Yunsheng said. Yes, I know. Chen Sheng nodded. Even if Shi Yunsheng hadn't said anything, he knew the price wouldn't be low. Not to mention others, these two titans in front of him would probably participate in the auction and drive up the price. The appraisal process was rather tedious, but thankfully, it was finally finished after nearly an hour. Miao Shaoqing took notes, personally supervised the Qinghe Shangtu being put into the safe, and saw off the reluctant experts. Only then did she say to Chen Sheng, those old experts wish they could hug the thing to their own arms. Is your thing really that valuable? Of course it's valuable, at least hundreds of millions. You're the host, So you'll have to help me fan the flames and drive the price up, Chun Sheng said with a smile. Over 100 million. Miao Shaoqing exclaimed in surprise. Wasn't the price only 8 million? That's just the pricing. Chun Sheng had a good idea of how valuable Tang Yin's authentic works were. He was sure that even though the initial price was low, they would fetch a high price at auction. Okay, then I'm actually looking forward to it. Miao Shaoqing was quite surprised by the value of the Qinghe Upper Library, and at the same time, she felt that there were too many mysteries surrounding this old classmate and confidant whom she had not seen for many years. His extraordinary skills, Zhang Tianyang's high regard for him, and the ancient painting worth hundreds of millions. Miao Shaoqing felt that although she was now a high-ranking executive at Tianyang Real Estate, she was still far inferior to the man in front of her. Lost in thought, the two had already returned to the second floor. The entire second floor was a huge auditorium, where people were beginning to take their seats. The auction was about to begin. There's still half an hour until the auction starts, Mr. Chun. You can move around freely for a bit. Oh, by the way, Miao Shaoqing said. The chairman asked me to tell you that he has to receive some important figures from the government today. Knowing that you don't like being high profile, he didn't personally receive you. He asked me to apologize on his behalf. If you see anything you like at the auction, just place your bid, and he will arrange payment after the auction. Really? That's great. The old man is quite magnanimous. Chun Sheng smiled, not particularly surprised. Zhang Tianyang was the first to know about the destruction of the Han family in Jiangbei, and he probably reaped considerable benefits from it. Your seat is number 888. This row is the audience seating. Do you see the fifth row in front? Those are the more spacious seats. That's the best row of the auction. The officials want to keep a low profile, so they're sitting in the front row. The best seats are reserved for some businessmen. 888 is the best seat in the entire venue. From Zhang Tianyang's various actions and measures, Miao Shaoqing could clearly feel the extent to which the former valued Chun Sheng. Even Guan Hu, or his two sons and daughter, did not receive such treatment. Miao Shaoqing took out a magnetic card and handed it to Chun Sheng. This is the fifth row of magnetic cards. You can use it to verify when you go later. Okay, I understand. He put away the magnetic card and said, You go ahead and get busy. It doesn't start for another half hour. I'll just look around by myself. Okay. Feel free to contact me anytime if you need anything, or you can show this card to a staff member. That card represents your identity. Miao Shaoqing smiled slightly, turned and left. Along the way, her figure hugging Chong Sam attracted the attention of many people. This girl has really transformed from an ugly duckling into a swan compared to before, Chun Sheng remarked. A girl changes drastically at 18, and that's no joke. However, compared to beautiful women, Chun Sheng still preferred fine wine. Feeling a bit thirsty, I subconsciously took out the liquor flask and took a few sips. The strong liquor went down my throat, and I felt a bit more refreshed. Damn it, what bad luck. Why do I keep running into this bastard wherever I go? At this moment, a discordant voice suddenly came from behind. Lu Xuanya, Mo Xiaoyang, and the others were walking towards them. Chun Sheng was slightly taken aback. It's true that enemies often meet, and he was having a headache because he had run into these people again. Get out of the way, don't block my way, this is my seat. Lu Xuanya said flippantly. You're a bodyguard. Please go where bodyguards should go, okay? Chun Sheng didn't say anything, but took a few steps back. He should give up his seat. It was someone else's. Excuse me, this is my seat. Chen Yuding looked at where Chun Sheng was standing. Speechless, Chun Sheng simply turned around and prepared to go somewhere else. He simply couldn't muster any interest in interacting with these children. This guy is so annoying. Why is he everywhere? Yan Meng's eyes flashed with disgust. Every time she saw Chen Bahuang, she felt uncomfortable. This guy always embarrassed her. Meng, I'll teach him a lesson for you. Hearing Yan Meng's mutterings, Mo Xiaoyang immediately stepped forward. Before Yan Meng could speak, he shouted at Chun Sheng's retreating figure. Hey, you stinking soldier, why are you walking so fast? You've taken our spots, aren't you going to apologize? Chapter 183 Insult is unacceptable. What a stinky soldier. Upon hearing these 4 words, Chun Sheng immediately stopped in his tracks. Although he had been discharged from the military more than 3 years ago and was no longer a soldier, nor did he want to go back to the past. He was always proud of his former profession, regarding it as a glorious and honorable part of his resume. He kept this feeling, this sentiment, deep in his heart. He has always held this profession in awe and respect. Soldiers must not be humiliated. Turning around, her icy eyes fixed on Mo Xiaoyang. An hour ago, I reminded you. The first time, I could consider it ignorance. The second time, I can take it as arrogance. But this is the third time already. With these words spoken in a deep voice, Chen Sheng took a step forward and walked towards Mo Xiaoyang. Mo Xiaoyang couldn't help but shiver. He felt as if he were being watched by a wolf, a chilling sense of impending doom, and his face turned pale. But the thought that this is the center of the century is unbearable. Chen Bahuang is just a lowly bodyguard here. What can he do? What can he possibly accomplish? Chen Bahuang, what kind of look is that? I've only said it 3 times. What can you do about it? Mo Xiaoyang steadied himself and said nonchalantly, I deliberately said it a 3rd time. So what? What can you do to me? Looking at you. Do you want to eat me or something? Mo Xiaoyang was extremely smug, arrogant, and unscrupulous. This is the center of the world. Chen Bahuang, you're just a lowly bodyguard. If something happens to me here, do you think the big shots above will let you off the hook? Also, today's guests are all business tycoons, and my dad is one of them. He's here today too. Do you dare touch me? Try touching me and see what happens. If you do, you'll not only lose your job, but you might lose your life too. As Mo Xiaoyang was speaking, Chen Sheng had already stepped forward. Lu Xuanye suddenly stood up and blocked his way. Of course, he wouldn't let go of this opportunity to show off. Hey, kid, you really want to mess with Mo Xiao? Before you do, you'll have to get past me first. Just like Mo Xiaoyang. Lu Xuanye had Chen Sheng completely under his thumb and dared not make a move. After all, this is Zhang Tianyang's territory. Today is another special day, let alone a lowly bodyguard. Even those big shots would absolutely not dare to make a move here. A mere bodyguard. Even if you gave him 1,000 or 10,000 times the courage, what could he do? It's just trash. Chen Sheng glanced at Lu Xuanye, raised his hand, and gently pushed him. Get lost. Moment. This push seemed so soft and weak. Lu Xuanye felt an immense force that he could not resist surge towards him, causing him to stumble backward and fall to the ground with a thud. And Chen Sheng. He stepped right over him. This step. It felt as if a stone had been placed on his chest, and Lu Xuanye could hardly breathe, unable to resist at all. For a fleeting moment, Chen Bahuang appeared to him like a god, high above him, a god he could not resist. This feeling is strange, very eerie. It was just a brief encounter. But he was certain that the feeling was real and extremely terrifying. Ignoring the situation of the person at his feet, Chen Sheng had already arrived in front of Mo Xiaoyang. Chen Bahuang, what do you want to do? Yan Ming stepped forward, blocking Chen Sheng's path, and said with exasperation, this is the center of the world, not a place for you to run wild. Don't think that just because you have some skills you can bully people, understand. As she spoke, she winked at Chen Sheng. She really didn't want Chen Bahuang to cause trouble here. In this situation and place, if Chen Bahuang causes trouble, it will bring him enormous trouble. After all, they are neighbors. Although she dislikes Chen Bahuang, she does not want to see him get into trouble. Most importantly, he was her mother's tenant. If he alerted Mo Xiaoyang's father, and thus some big shots, she and her mother would be implicated. So, she has an obligation, and must remind and stop Chen Bahuang. As she spoke, she shook her head at Sheng. Just bear with it, okay? Yan Ming, this is none of your business, move aside. Chen Sheng said as he reached out and pulled her away. Yan Ming was completely unable to stop his power. In an instant, he was pulled aside. Splash. Suddenly, a notebook fell to the ground from Yan Ming's arms. A sketching pen was clipped to one of the pages in the notebook, and it flipped to that page on its own after landing. It can be clearly seen that, on that page, he was sketching an unfinished painting. It was a face wearing a clown mask. The face was complete, but the body was only depicted up to the shoulders. Chen Bahuang, what are you doing? Yan Ming hurriedly picked up the notebook, put it away, her face flushed, and said angrily, Don't you think about yourself? Don't you think about me and my mother? What will happen to us if we are implicated by you? Don't worry, I won't implicate anyone. Chun Sheng remained calm as always, unaware of the notebook. He ignored Yin Ming. The next second, he had already arrived in front of Mo Xiaoyang. Mo Xiaoyang subconsciously took 2 steps back. You, Qin Bahuang, what do you want to do? Believe me or not, I'll call Dad. Suddenly, Mo Xiaoyang changed the subject and looked into the distance. Right there. 3 people are walking this way. 2 men and 1 woman. These 3 people. Mo Xiaoyang knows them all. One is Guan Hu, the chairman of Tianyang Group, and Zhang Tianyang's ever-present butler. The other 2. One is his father, and the other is Song Yuyan, the newly appointed beautiful chairwoman of Tianyu Pharmaceutical. With his shout, the 3 of them had obviously noticed what was happening. Mr. Mo, is that your son? Guan Hu asked with a smile. Yes. When Mo Wentian saw Mo Xiaoyang and Chun Sheng in front of him, he was first taken aback, and then a hint of joy flashed across his face. He, Guan Hu, and Song Yuyan came here specifically to find Qin Bahuang. It was because of Qin Bahuang's connection that Guan Hu personally received Tianyu Pharmaceutical Group. Through their conversation, they learned that Qin Bahuang was Zhang Tianyang's benefactor and savior. Such an important identity surprised both him and Song Yuyan. As a high-ranking executive at Tianyu Pharmaceuticals, he was aware of some of the Song family's affairs. Song Tianlong and Song Tianhu were expelled from the company precisely because of Qin Bahuang's help. Although Qin Bahuang is a bodyguard, who in Tianyu Pharmaceuticals would dare to offend him? And now, he is not only an important figure at Tianyu Pharmaceutical, but also Zhang Tianyang's benefactor. Her dual identity was enough to make Mo Wentian fawn over her. He had already made up his mind to cultivate a good relationship with Qin Bahuang, to curry favor with him, and to lay the groundwork for the future. Unexpectedly, his good-for-nothing son had gotten to know Qin Bahuang first, which made him very happy. He said to Guan Hu with great pride, "That is my son, Mo Xiaoyang. I didn't expect that he was already with young Master Chun. It's quite a surprise to me." Chapter 184. Why? By what right? My son just graduated, so I wanted him to broaden his horizons and have him visit the Century Center, Mo Wentian said, waving to Mo Xiaoyang. Mo Xiaoyang, who was already unbridled, became even more arrogant. See? My dad and the chairman of Tianyu Pharmaceuticals are here. If you dare to touch me, I guarantee you'll be kicked out of here right now, and in a very unpleasant way. Qin Bahuang. Yin Ming tugged at his sleeve and shook her head at him. She really didn't want anything to happen to Qin Sheng in front of her. At the same time, she said to Mo Xiaoyang, "Young Master Mo, for my sake, please don't make things difficult for him, okay?" She was extremely unwilling to bow down to Mo Xiaoyang. But now we have no choice but to bow our heads and plead for Qin Bahuang. Ming, of course I'll give you face, but you've hurt my people. You have to apologize to me. Bow down and apologize. Mo Xiaoyang stared smugly at Qin Sheng. You have at most 10 seconds. My dad and the others are already here. After 10 seconds, I can't guarantee what will happen. Is that so? Qin Sheng said with a sneer. I'd also like to see what happens in 10 seconds. How I'll get out of here in a very unsightly way after I touch you. As soon as the words fell, Qin Sheng kicked out. I didn't use much force, only 1% of it. But Qin Sheng's strength is beyond what a normal person can comprehend. When he goes all out, he can kick with a force of 8,000 kilograms. Therefore, even 1% is something that ordinary people cannot withstand. Mo Xiaoyang's expression changed drastically in an instant. He hunched over like a shrimp, staggered backward, and then sat down on the ground with a thud. Qin Bahuang, how dare you touch me? Mo Xiaoyang stood up, leaning on a stool, his face extremely gloomy. Do you know why you're still able to stand up? Qin Sheng said calmly. Because I said I wanted to see what would happen, how I would get out of here. Far away. When Mo Wentian saw Qin Sheng make his move, he was originally proudly introducing Mo Xiaoyang's resume to Guan Hu and Song Yuyan, boasting about his son, but his face twitched. Holy crap! What's going on? Guan Hu and Song Yuyan's expressions changed slightly. Obviously, they didn't understand what had happened either. Let's go take a look. Guan Hu's face was gloomy. No matter what happened, he stood firmly on Qin Bahuang's side because it was Zhang Tianyang's will. The 3 quickened their pace and walked forward. Qin Yuding, Lu Xuanya, Yin Xiaoxia, and Yin Ming stared wide-eyed in astonishment. He attacked Mo Wentian's son in front of him. This is fucking ridiculous. That's just asking for trouble. Could a mere bodyguard afford to offend someone like Mo Wentian? Xiaoyang. At this moment, Mo Wentian had already walked over here, bypassed Chen Sheng, and went straight to Mo Xiaoyang. He needs to find out what happened. This is very important. It concerns his future and the rise and fall of the entire Mo family. Xiaoyang, explain yourself clearly. What exactly happened? Mo Wentian asked anxiously. Dad, he hit me. Isn't he a bodyguard at your company? Fire him immediately and get him out of here. Mo Xiaoyang said through gritted teeth. I'm asking you what happened. Mo Wentian asked again, his voice somewhat cold. Mo Xiaoyang said arrogantly. I only cursed him a few times, calling him a stinking soldier. Dad, shouldn't this kind of bastard be cursed? What's wrong with cursing him a few times? He even took advantage of my kindness and attacked me. Damn him. Dad, help me get rid of him, kill him, and then have someone kick him out. Yin Ming's expression was extremely unpleasant. This time, there really is no one who can save Chen Baoang. Perhaps, it will also implicate her. Damn it, damn it, damn it, Chen Baoang. However, just as she was filled with worry, anger, and fear, an unbelievable scene unfolded. In the distance, Song Yuyan, who was walking rapidly towards Chen Baoang, stood in front of him and asked with concern, Are you all right? As a woman, Yin Ming clearly saw a kind of love in Song Yuyan's clear eyes. Although this affection was very faint, she still managed to keenly perceive it. How could that be? She could understand Xia Qianxue being a beautiful woman. After all, Xia Qianxue was a woman from the entertainment industry, and she was eager to prey on others and wouldn't care about anything else. But Song Yuyan is different. She is not only a rare woman with a beauty comparable to a star, but also the chairman of Tianyu Pharmaceutical. Aloof, beautiful, pure, and immaculate. The fairy of the Moon Palace, these are the words that describe her. Such a woman. On what grounds? Why would she develop feelings for Chen Baoang? However, that's not even the most outrageous part. Guan Hu, who was following behind, caught up with a worried expression, as if his pants were on fire. He asked respectfully, Young Master Chen, how are you? Who offended you? I'll take him out immediately. It's not hard to see a hint of fear in Guan Hu's eyes. He's Zhang Tianyang's spokesperson. What is he afraid of? The series of events took Yin Ming by surprise, and she couldn't understand why this was happening no matter how hard she tried. In fact, neither Guan Hu nor Song Yuyan were worried about Chun Sheng getting into trouble. What I'm really worried about is Chun Sheng causing trouble. If he were to cause trouble at such a grand occasion, things would get really messed up. As for that Mo Xiaoyang, what trash is he? Could he possibly harm even a hair on young Master Chen's head? Smack! Yin Ming's thoughts. Sudden, a loud slap rang out, and without warning, Mo Wentian slapped Mo Xiaoyang across the face. Dad, what are you doing? Mo Xiaoyang was completely bewildered. This slap not only stunned Mo Xiaoyang, but also Yin Ming and her best friend, as well as Lu Xuanya. What on earth is going on? Smack! Before Mo Xiaoyang could finish speaking, Mo Wentian suddenly slapped him again, angrily saying, Mo Xiaoyang, you think you're all grown up now? How dare you insult young Master Chen? Mo Wentian grabbed Mo Xiaoyang by the ear and dragged him in front of Chen Sheng. Kneel down and apologized to young Master Chen. Dad, what did you say? Mo Xiaoyang was stunned, completely bewildered, his face burning with embarrassment. He wondered if he had misheard. You want me to kneel down and apologize to him? Damn it. Mo Wentian was extremely flustered. At a time like this, why are there so many questions? He couldn't hold back any longer, kicked Mo Xiaoyang in the leg, and shouted, Kneel down for me. This loud shout startled everyone, and Mo Xiaoyang immediately knelt down. Dad, what? Mo Xiaoyang was puzzled. Why would he, the dignified Mo Xiaoyang, kneel down to a mere bodyguard? Mo Wentian spoke in a low voice, his face so pale it was almost dripping with tears, expressing his disappointment and frustration. Gritting his teeth, he personally and sincerely said to Chen Sheng, Young Master Chen, it was all because my son was ignorant. Please forgive him. He is a magnanimous man. On behalf of my son, I apologize to you. Chapter 185. Aren't you going to thank young Master Chen for his mercy? As Mo Wentian spoke, he bowed deeply to Chen Sheng. It was clear that his body was trembling with fear and apprehension. He has worked hard for many years to get to where he is today, and he really doesn't want to lose everything because of a spendthrift son. Most importantly, he had been doing some shady things at Tianyu Pharmaceuticals over the years, things that Song Yuyin had been turning a blind eye to since taking office. Those things could be big or small. If investigated thoroughly, they could land him in jail. Chen Bahuang has enough power to pursue him. That's the root of his fear. Guan Hu's questioning, Song Yuyin's worry, and Mo Wentian's fright. The scene of the three was completely observed by Mo Xiaoyang, Lu Xuanya, Yin Meng, and Yin Xiaosha. Even if Mo Xiaoyang was foolish at this moment, he understood one thing. Chen Bahuang is someone he can't afford to mess with. The expressions on Lu Xuanya and the others' faces were extremely complicated. Mo Xiaoyang had already shown them Song Yuyin's photos and had always been amazed by her beauty. Guan Hu was Zhang Tianyang's spokesperson, so they naturally knew the two of them. High position and great power, rich and powerful. That's exactly the kind of people I'm talking about. These two people are surprisingly concerned about Chen Bahuang. Why? Chen Bahuang, isn't he just a bodyguard? The current situation sent a chill down Lu Xuanya's spine. Even the most foolish among them could see that Chen Sheng was extraordinary. Or rather, even if he's just average, with two big shots like Guan Hu and Song Yuyin backing him up, he's more than capable of crushing them. Whether it was Yin Xiaosha, Chen Yuding, or Lu Xuanya, not one of them was not afraid. They mocked Chen Bahuang. They were worried that Chen Bahuang would take the opportunity to retaliate. Compared to Mo Xiaoyang, they are utterly worthless. If the former retaliates, they will be in deep trouble. Thinking about this, the three of them broke out in a cold sweat and felt extremely uneasy. Yin Ming was extremely shocked. Were their tenants really that high-ranking? Why didn't he say so sooner? If you had said so earlier, none of this would have happened. Shocked, Yin Ming also felt angry and aggrieved. Was it really necessary to put on such an act? Did putting on such an act in front of her give him a sense of superiority? Snort. Compared to that masked clown, what are you? Yin Ming felt extremely wronged, completely forgetting that Chen Bahuang had said he was there to auction paintings. Compared to her simple grievance, Mo Xiaoyang, as the person involved, not only felt wronged, but also fearful, uneasy, and scared. Unlike Yin Ming, he clearly remembered what Chen Bahuang had said before. Chen Bahuang made his noble status clear from the beginning. They just don't want to believe it. Mo Xiaoyang may seem like a playboy, but he's not stupid. He knows very well who his father is, and Mo Wentian has always been extremely protective of him. This time, it's clear he's messed with someone he can't afford to offend. Not only can't he afford to offend them, but the entire Mo family can't afford to offend them either. Chen Bahuang, a mere bodyguard, instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. After Mo Wentian bowed for a long time, Chen Sheng said calmly, I said that the first and second time can be forgiven, but there cannot be a third time. If there's a third time, you'll have to bear the consequences. Do you remember that? I remember, young Master Chen. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I was blind to your greatness. I shouldn't have offended you. The cold words filled Mo Xiaoyang with extreme fear. He knew that if Chen Bahuang made a move now, no one could help him. Even his father is not allowed. Since you remember, then cut off one of your hands. Chen Sheng said casually to Mo Wentian. You can personally educate your son. What? Young Master Chen, no, please don't. Mo Xiaoyang tried to plead for mercy, but Mo Wentian slapped him again. What are you shouting for? Why don't you thank young Master Chen for his mercy? Thanks. Lu Xuanya stood there, stunned. What exactly is Chen Bahuang's identity? Mo Xiaoyang's father should thank him for causing Mo Xiaoyang to lose his hand? Originally, Mo Xiaoyang wanted to beg for mercy, but after hearing what Mo Wentian said, he immediately dared not say anything more and kept his head down, saying, Thank you for your mercy, young Master Chen. You good for nothing. Mo Wentian grabbed Mo Xiaoyang's hand and twisted it forcefully. Click! A sudden sound of bones breaking rang out, and Mo Xiaoyang's face turned deathly pale, letting out a pig-like scream. Mo Wentian immediately covered his mouth. You fucking keep your voice down. In this situation, Mo Wentian really didn't want to attract any more attention. He endured the heartache and let Mo Xiaoyang struggle without letting go. After a long while, when Mo Xiaoyang's cries subsided, he finally let go. Chen Sheng, Guan Hu, and Song Yuyan had already left. Why? Who is he? Mo Xiaoyang gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with confusion as he watched their retreating figures. Who he is not something we can care about, nor is it something you can know. All you need to know is that you can't afford to offend him, and neither can our entire Mo family understand. Mo Wentian said with a heavy expression, when you see him in the future, you'd better show him some respect, or you will no longer be my son. I understand. Mo Xiaoyang was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head. He was trembling with pain, but he could only endure it. And one more thing. You must remember one thing. Soldiers must not be dishonored. Without soldiers, without warriors, there would be no peace today. Without their arduous journey, you would not have the comfortable life you enjoy today. If you ever say anything insulting to soldiers again, I'll send you to the barracks to experience it for yourself. Dad, I understand. There won't be a next time, never again. Good to know. Does your hand still hurt? Pain. You don't need to attend this auction. I'll send someone to pick you up so we can go back and get your bones set. Mo Wentian sighed, left his son, and chased after Guan Hu. Mo Xiaoyang's hand was in so much pain that, with the help of the waiter Mo Wentian had called, he left in tears, completely ignoring Lu Xuanya, Yan Meng, and her best friends. Yan Meng and the others remained where they were, each with their own thoughts and mixed feelings. Even a sense of loneliness and regret. They naturally heard what Mo Wentian said. Attending the Century Center auction was meant to get to know more big shots and improve one's future. Who knew that the biggest big shot had once been right next to them, yet they looked down on him, didn't care, didn't cherish him, and even made sarcastic remarks. If they hadn't mocked or looked down on Chun Bahuang back then, but had treated him well instead, would things be different now? The four of them sat down in their assigned seats, and it was very quiet. Not a single person spoke. Yan Meng took out her notebook from her bosom, opened it, and began to continue working on the unfinished clown drawing, recalling the events of that night and meticulously depicting the scene. Only in this way can the impact of Chun Bahuang on her be mitigated. Chapter 186. You dead dog. Your life is mine. Young Master Chen, thank you for your mercy. After teaching Mo Xiaoyang a lesson, Mo Wentian immediately caught up with Guan Hu and the other two and personally thanked Chen Sheng. This thank you is not insincere, but a heartfelt expression of gratitude. Because he knew the whole process of how the Song brothers, Song Tianlong and Song Tianhu, left the Song family, and he knew very well what kind of abilities this young man in front of him possessed. So, this time, Chen Bahuang's punishment of Mo Xiaoyang was very lenient. He didn't even personally intervene. It's not hard to imagine. If the former does it personally, his son's hand will never recover. It's not just about losing a hand. No need to thank me. Thank you, Yin, instead. Chen Sheng had no interest in either Mo Xiaoyang or Mo Wentian, so he went along with it and passed the favor to Song Yuyan. Mr. Mo, you should go back and get some rest and take care of your son. Before Mo Wentian could speak, Song Yuyan said, Don't worry. You are a capable assistant left by my father. Everything you have will not be lost because of your son's ignorance and arrogance. Thank you, Chairman Song. Song Yuyan's words were cool and aloof, yet they were like a warm current. Mo Wentian's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. Originally, he was quite dissatisfied with Song Yuyan's succession, but at this moment, that dissatisfaction vanished instantly, replaced by gratitude. He made up his mind to help Song Yuyan in the future. Okay, go ahead. Song Yuyan waved her hand, her expression as indifferent as ever, and turned to follow Guan Hu and Chen Sheng. Young Master Chen, thank you for your magnanimity. Guan Hu sighed, still somewhat shaken. Fortunately, young Master Chen didn't really get angry. Otherwise, Tianyang Group would have been in a very difficult position in this situation. No need. Chen Sheng, naturally aware of the importance of his actions and knowing what Guan Hu was thanking him for, changed the subject and asked, What brings you here? Hey, look at my memory. There is indeed something I must report to you, young Master Chen. Guan Hu paused for a moment and then said, "The Hu family is also attending the auction today. Miss Song and I ran into them just now. Judging from their attitude, they didn't seem very friendly to you or Miss Song." "The Hu family?" Chen Sheng asked. "Which Hu family? Do you remember Hu Taixian who died last time? It was his family that was behind him." Song Yuyin continued. "When the Han family was still around, I pinned Hu Taishuan's death on the Han family. In fact, with the Hu family's abilities, it would be easy for them to find out the process and the truth of the matter. It's just that I have some connections with the Han family, so even if they know the truth, they don't dare to do anything. Now that the Han family has been wiped out, everyone knows it. They can't sit still any longer and are coming to demand an explanation for Hu Taixian." Song Yuyin's pretty face was indifferent, still looking icy, as if she were talking about something unrelated to her. "Oh, what kind of explanation do you want?" Chen Sheng asked curiously. "It is said that—" Song Yuyin hesitated for a moment, then said, "You said you wanted my person, but you wanted your life. How arrogant. Wife, what are you going to do?" Chen Sheng asked Song Yuyin with a smile. "Wife?" Guan Hu was startled. Are Song Yuyin and young Master Chen a married couple? Upon hearing this title, Guan Hu was initially surprised, but then it dawned on him no wonder young Master Chen was helping the Song family so much. "Who's your wife?" Song Yuyin snorted coldly, stubbornly saying, "If the Hu family comes, I'll accompany them." That hint of stubbornness caught Chen Sheng's eye, and his heart stirred slightly as he thought of the woman hidden deep within his heart once more. Then, she was just as stubborn when facing enemies. With a smile, Chen Sheng said, "Don't worry, I promised my father-in-law I would protect you. They can take my life, but I will never agree to take you." "Look, isn't that Chen Baoang?" "Yeah, that's what he's doing here. What's he doing here too?" "That's our school beauty, Yu Yin. She hasn't been to school for a long time." Guan Hu is with them too. At this time, not far from the audience seats, several people were pointing and whispering in Chen Sheng's direction. It was clear that this group of people were none other than Lei Long and Wang Haoming, who had a grudge against Chen Sheng from the business school, as well as the members of the martial arts club. Zhang Ziding was also among them. "Ziding, why is he with your dad's people?" "Yes, what qualifications does he have?" Lei Long and Wang Haoming were naturally unhappy because Chen Sheng had dealt with them before. "If you don't want to die, say less," Zhang Ziding said coldly, his eyes filled with sadness and complexity. "Don't provoke him in the future, or you won't have a good ending." Everyone was shocked and dared not say anything more. The auction was about to begin, and more people entered. On the way, Chen Sheng encountered Lu Tiancheng, Zhou Yunqi, and others whom he already knew, and they all greeted him. Chen Sheng was surrounded by them, like a star being surrounded by the moon. It was not hard to see that these people all had a bit of awe for Chen Sheng. These scenes, witnessed by Lu Xuanya, Wang Haoming, Yin Xiaosha, Lei Long, and Su Anqi, filled them with envy and regret. They clearly had the opportunity to get closer to Chen Sheng. Unfortunately, once it's missed, it's missed. Although they are the same age, Chen Sheng is no longer in the same social class as them. I still remember Chen Sheng's self-introduction when he first went on stage. "My name is Chen Sheng, and my courtesy name is Baoang." Looking back now, I feel endless regret. "Chen Baoang, you wait. I will make you pay for the humiliation I suffered." Among these people, only one person clenched her fists, her eyes filled with hatred. This person is Su Anqi, Lin Yao and Song Yuyin's best friend and roommate. She wasn't just making things up, she had a certain degree of confidence and assurance that, through her relentless efforts, she had already hooked up with a man. And that man, with just a casual remark, Chen Baoang could be killed without a burial place. "Young Master Chen, have you seen that group of people?" Guan Hu, standing to the side in seat number 888, pointed to two figures not far away. There was an old man in his 60s and a middle-aged man in his 40s. As Chen Sheng looked over, Guan Hu continued, "They are from the Hu family. The older one is the current head of the Hu family. I've dealt with that middle-aged man before. Judging from his accent, he seems to be from out of town." "Interesting." Chen Sheng glanced at the two of them, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. The Hu family. They actually invited a martial arts practitioner. It seemed to sense Chen Sheng's gaze. Not far away, the man also looked up in Chen Sheng's direction, a slight smile playing on his lips as he gestured towards Qinsheng. You damn dog, your life is mine now. Chapter 1, 87-century-old wine. The man used lip reading, and his expression, eyes, and movements all revealed his contempt and disdain for Qinsheng. Guan Hu's face darkened. He naturally understood such simple lip reading. He said in a deep voice, Young Master Chun, please wait for me a moment. I'll ask that guy to leave. Need not. Qinsheng waved his hand. That guy is a martial artist. Let's ignore him for now. He's a martial arts practitioner. Guan Hu was taken aback, clearly not expecting that the person following the Hu family patriarch would be a martial artist. He smiled wryly and said, It seems that the Hu family has gone to great lengths to deal with you. Qinsheng responded indifferently, not caring much. He was just looking forward to the auction starting soon, so he could see how much the Qinghe Shantu was really worth. The auction will begin in 30 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as soon as possible. During the auction, please refrain from loud noise and moving around. If you require any service, please simply pick up the tablet on your seat, enter your request, and send it to our staff. Thank you. A countdown to the start of the event, along with a reminder of the rules, came from the speakers. Under such reminders, every big shot participating in the auction stopped talking and took their seats. Guan Hu sat next to Qinsheng. His purpose for being there today was to take care of Qinsheng on behalf of Zhang Tianyang. The auction is about to begin. After another reminder, the bright lights in the venue began to dim and eventually went out completely, plunging the room into darkness. In less than 10 seconds, as the music began, the stage lights flashed, and a dance started to move to the music, instantly creating a lively atmosphere. Distinguished leaders, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 17th Century Center Celebrity Auction. I am your host for tonight, Miao Shaoqing. After the dance ended, Miao Shaoqing, dressed in a cheongsam, walked gracefully out from under the spotlight. Her already stunning beauty, combined with the oriental cheongsam, immediately drew everyone's attention with her proud figure and appearance. She is indeed a very capable person. With just a few words, she stirred up the atmosphere in the room. Whether they were business tycoons or government officials, they all thought this woman was extremely impressive. What followed was rather boring for Qinsheng. Under Miao Shaoqing's guidance, the organizer Zhang Tianyang and other officials were invited to speak, and the audience applauded enthusiastically. Thank you for your insightful remarks, leaders. The purpose of our visit today is to take pictures of things, so I won't say anything more. Now, let's welcome our first item. With a wave of her hand, Miao Shaoqing had a painting brought up by the staff below. This painting was not an antique, but a modern one, and the brushstrokes were childlike and innocent. This painting was done by a child from a mountainous area. A few months ago, our chairman went on a trip and came to a poor mountainous area. He saw that the children there were studying and going to school under difficult conditions. He went to the school and saw a child painting, so he spent a lot of money to buy it back. That money was used to build schools, but that's far from enough. Our chairman hopes that prominent figures in society can help children in impoverished areas to leave the mountains and escape poverty. Miao Shaoqing first explained the origin of the painting, and then a video appeared on the big screen. The school and houses in the video were very different from what people usually see, and the conditions were extremely difficult. After the video ended, Miao Shaoqing said, Today, taking advantage of the actual auction, the chairman is putting this painting up for auction again. The purpose is not to make money, but only for charity. All proceeds from the auction will be donated to the mountainous areas. His starting price is not high, 100,000 yuan. The minimum bid increment is 50,000 yuan. 10,000 is nothing to business tycoons. A middle-aged woman simply raised her sign and said, 1 million. 1,500,000. Our jewelry group should also do its part for children in mountainous areas, 5 million. The calls for price increases followed closely, one wave after another. At their level, money was sometimes just a number, and the goods themselves were not important. What mattered was fame, reputation, and future prospects. Today's auction is incredibly grand, and with high-ranking officials present, spending some money to impress them is definitely not a bad deal. In the end, the ordinary painting was sold for 9.8 million yuan. Zhang Tianyang personally stood up to express his gratitude, and said that he would definitely send the money to the mountainous area. The first auction was a charity auction, and then the real auction began. All sorts of valuable items were on display, including antiques, calligraphy and paintings, jewelry, diamonds, and more. Each item was worth millions. At one point, Chen Sheng was even stunned to see a wheelchair being pushed onto the stage. It was said to be a high-tech wheelchair, and it was auctioned off for more than 10 million. Chen Sheng would also bid on these items from time to time to increase his sense of participation. He found that every time he bid, the head of the Hu family would raise the price accordingly, deliberately going against him. However, he didn't take it to heart, and just took some casual photos. So far, nothing has caught his attention. Next up, this item is a bit special, but although it is special, it is definitely the true love of the vast majority of people present. Miao Shaoqing smiled sweetly, and then a rather ancient-looking wine jar was lifted up from below. The wine jar was so large that it took 2 people to hug it. The jar of wine was sealed, and it immediately caught Chen Sheng's attention. His nose was more sensitive than most people's. As soon as the jar of wine appeared, he smelled a rich and mellow aroma. The aroma of aged wine. Miao Shaoqing explained, "This is a jar of old wine, left by an old man's grandfather. It has been kept in the cellar and carefully protected. It has a history of over 100 years. Originally, the jar was full of wine, weighing over 100 kilograms. After aging and evaporation, only about 3 kilograms remain. A 100-year-old bottle of liquor. Wow, it's older than me." As soon as Miao Shaoqing finished speaking, someone below immediately exclaimed in amazement, "Indeed, this wine must be good. Miss Miao, please tell us the bid. We can't wait." Some people are interested in antiques and calligraphy and paintings, while others are interested in wine. As soon as aged wine appears, it attracts a lot of attention. The starting price isn't high, just 1 million, and each bid must be at least 500,000 higher, Miao Shaoqing said. "Now please begin bidding. 3 million. 350. 4 million. 15 million. As soon as the words were spoken, the price of the old wine began to soar. Bids came one after another. In less than 3 minutes, the wine that was originally priced at 1 million was auctioned off for 4 million, and then one person directly raised the price to 15 million. Chapter 188. The price of the Qinghe map. 15 million. The price surprised some of the young people in the back seats. Just 3 gin of liquor. This price is outrageous. 15 million. Most people in the world wouldn't earn that much money in their entire lives. And here, it's just to buy 3 gin of liquor. Damn, they're really rich and can do whatever they want. Yes. A murmur rippled through the audience as they all turned to look at the person who had made the bid. He was an elderly man in his 50s, whom many people knew. His name was Tian Niu, a rather rustic name, but he was ranked 8th on the Qingxing Rich list. He owned a wine group and was known for his love of wine. "Gentlemen, I, Tian, think this wine is quite good and would like to bid on it to try. Please be lenient." Tian Niu looked quite amiable, with a broad smile. 15 million, 3 caddies of wine. For him, it was worth it, very worth it. After all, this is not just ordinary wine, but a century-old wine, which is a fatal temptation for a wine lover. Even if the price is higher, he would be willing to pay it. "Everyone loves fine wine, Mr. Tian. You want to take this century-old wine for only 15 million? That's a bit unfair." Another old man stood up and said, "I'll offer 20 million. The person who made the offer was also an entrepreneur, probably in his 60s. He looked energetic and had some past grievances with Tian Niu, so he deliberately stood up to pick a fight. 30 million. No sooner had the former finished speaking than Tian Niu immediately raised the price, this time by a whopping 10 million. It's as if money is nothing more than paper to them. Behind them, some elites in the audience considered themselves wealthy enough, but compared to these people, they were still poor. Some were discouraged, while others vowed to work hard and reach that level. 35 million. The bull's rival calmly raised the price again. 40 million. 45 million. 50 million. The 2 men raced back and forth, their bids exceeding the price of the aged wine itself, and even surpassing the highest estimate from the experts. 80 million. Suddenly, a deep voice rang out in the room. This time, the bidder was not Tian Niu, nor was it Tian Niu's rival, but the owner of Century Center, Zhang Tianyang. The price of 80 million was announced. The entire room fell silent. 80 million. 3 caddies of wine. In the outside world, no one would even dare to imagine it. Without a doubt, this exorbitantly priced wine will soon make the news. Meanwhile, some journalists and independent media outlets have begun writing articles as quickly as possible to spread the news. Zhang Tianyang's sudden bid caught Tian Nyo and the other person somewhat off guard. At this moment, Zhang Tianyang stood up and said, "My 2 old friends, I apologize in advance. I have a friend who also loves to drink. There are still 3 caddies of this jar of wine left. I will take out 1 caddy and give half a caddy to each of you. Please don't argue anymore. How about it?" Tian Nyo remained silent for a while, but ultimately gave up making an offer. 80 million. The premium is too high. Although he loves wine, it doesn't seem worth it. Moreover, it was Zhang Tianyang who personally offered the price, and the other party agreed to share some with him in front of so many people. Whether it's saving face, maintaining personal relationships, or managing the situation, arguing about any of these 3 aspects further would be inappropriate. So he immediately said, "Good wine deserves a strong man, and this wine is a perfect match for Chairman Zhang. Since Chairman Zhang likes it, then I, Tian, will not participate in the competition and will leave it entirely to Chairman Zhang to decide." Tian Nyo gave up, and his competitor snorted and gave up as well. However, their relationship deteriorated further. "You 2 are too kind." Zhang Tianyang clasped his hands in greeting to the 2 men, then sat down. Chairman Zhang is truly remarkable. Seeing the 2 arguing endlessly, he used 80 million to shut them up and personally resolve the conflict. One bigwig remarked, "Zhang Tianyang has indeed shown some ability to get to where he is today." Yes, not only did it resolve the conflict on the field, but Tian Nyo and that guy also had to do Zhang Tianyang a favor. As expected of Zhang Tianyang, intelligent people have already seen the meaning behind Zhang Tianyang's move, while most of the audience sitting in the back just think that Zhang Tianyang is rich and powerful. 80 million, anyone else bidding? On stage, Miao Shaoqing asked the question 3 times as a formality, following the procedure, before finally deciding the price with a single hammer blow. The wine, originally worth 1 million, was auctioned off for 80 million. The whole process was quite dramatic. Even Chen Shang, who wanted to make a bid, never had the chance to do so and was filled with disappointment. "Young Master Chen, don't be disappointed." Guan, who noticed Chen Shang's disappointment, and said respectfully with a smile, "Brother Yang knows you like to drink." Before the auction started, Brother Yang said that he must get his hands on that jar of wine and give it to you. "Oh, then thank you in advance." A warm feeling flowed through Chen Shang's heart. Zhang Tianyang was indeed a very meticulous person. "Young master, there's no need for thanks. If it weren't for you, Brother Yang might have already." Guan, who didn't finish his sentence, but changed the subject, saying, "I just didn't expect that Tian Nyo and his old rival to raise the price so high." After this little incident, more valuable items appeared, but none of them ever reached the price of 80 million. About 10 minutes later, Miao Shaoqing finally perked up and said, "Next up is a painting. I'm sure you all heard before the auction that this painting has been authenticated by 5 authoritative experts as an authentic work by Tang Yin of the Ming Dynasty, titled Qinghe Shang Tu, which is 3 feet long and 1.5 feet wide. Qinghe Shang Tu." The moment those 4 words were uttered, everyone in the room was jolted. Even before the auction began, they received news that a priceless ancient painting had been added to the auction items. This ancient painting is the only genuine Tang Yin work in the world that has been put up for auction. Its value is immeasurable. Many elderly people, in their 80s and 90s, who received invitations to the auction but did not wish to attend due to health reasons, came to the venue specifically because of it. It can be said that, although it wasn't the grand finale of the auction, it was comparable to it. Many important figures have refrained from making a bid, waiting for it to appear. The 2 antique experts, Shi Yunsheng and Zhu Guilong, looked on with excitement, eager to see what price the painting would fetch at auction. Amidst everyone's anticipation, the staff carefully lifted the transparent safe containing the Qinghe River map onto the screen. At the same time, several images previously taken by experts appeared on the large screen, perfectly showcasing every detail. The images are lifelike and exquisitely crafted. Every detail and pattern is vivid and lifelike, grand and magnificent, leaving viewers in awe. Chapter 189, A Trap. I won't go into too much detail about Tang Yin's authentic works here, as I'm sure you all know their price. It can be said that this Qinghe Shang 2 is the last painting in the world to be put up for auction. You all surely have your own judgment on its value. Miao Shaoqing paused for a moment, then continued, the starting price is very, very low, 8 million, and each bid must be at least 1 million higher. The auction of Tang Yin's Qinghe Shang 2 has officially begun. Upon seeing the image of Qinghe, Chen Shang, who had appeared somewhat tired, finally perked up. In any case, he was the one who brought the painting, and he was quite curious about its value. As soon as Miao Shaoqing finished speaking, someone in the room immediately raised a sign. 10 million, 20 million, 30 million. Although the rules stipulated that each bid increase could not be less than 1 million, the bidding speed in the market far exceeded 1 million, starting at 10 million. In less than a minute, the price broke through the price of aged wine and reached 89 million. And the price is still rising. The business tycoons in Qinsheng are all aware of the price of Qinghe Shang 2. Previously, a 4-foot painting by Tang Yin depicting the waterfall at Mount Lu sold for a high price of 3.6 billion yuan. The painting above Qinghe is only 1 foot shorter than the original. Although it is only 1 foot long, the level of detail and the degree of preservation of the pattern on it far surpasses that of the viewing the waterfall at Lushan painting. Therefore, everyone clearly understands its value. While the scene appeared to be filled only with business tycoons from Qinsheng, some individuals had already contacted wealthy people internationally to promote the painting and bid on their behalf. 100 million. Finally, Shi Yunxing personally intervened, breaking through the 10 million mark and raising the price to 100 million. When this price was announced, the audience and the media were all stunned. Oh my God, 100 million. It's just a painting. They simply couldn't believe that an ancient painting could fetch such a high price. However, this is just the beginning. A price of 100 million was not enough to stop anyone. Then someone offered 150 million, 200 million, 300 million, 400 million. The soaring prices have almost numbed people, giving them the illusion that they're paying in-game currency rather than real money. And at this time, Shi Yunxing made another move, raising the price to 1 billion. 1.5 billion. As soon as Shi Yunxing finished speaking, a middle-aged man in his 40s suddenly raised his paddle, directly increasing the price by 500 million. Holy crap, who is he? How ruthless. They just raised 500 million, awesome. Everyone looked in the direction of the bidder, expecting it to be some big shot, but it turned out to be someone they had never seen or heard of before. But many people recognized Hu Taiming, the head of the Hu family, who was standing next to him. It seems he came with Hu Taiming, someone thought after seeing him talking to the head of the Hu family. Is that guy also interested in the Qinghe River map? Chen Sheng had naturally seen the martial artist's bid, and without hiding it, he directly raised his paddle. 2 billion. Whoosh. The announcement of the 2 billion price tag immediately caused an uproar in the room. Another bid increase of 500 million. This is terrifying. You know, this isn't $5 or 50,000, it's 500 million. An ordinary person might not earn this much money in 10 lifetimes. Everyone was especially surprised when they saw that the person who made the bid was a young man, thinking that he must be a rich second generation from some hidden family. That guy, is he that rich? Lu Xuanye was stunned in the audience. 2 billion. Who would have thought that a mere bodyguard would dare to offer 2 billion? Ming, could you introduce me to him? Introduce me to him. Yin Xiaoxiao whispered as she leaned closer to Yin Ming. I also want to get to know him, to formally get to know him, Chen Yuding said. Yeah, Yin Ming, you've really put us in a terrible situation. You even called yourself a bodyguard, but you don't look like one at all, Lu Xuanye complained. It's all your fault. Yin Ming was sketching in her notebook when she heard her 2 best friends' requests and Lu Xuanye's complaints. Her feelings became even more complicated. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything and silently used her sketching pen to draw the clown pattern. The group of people from the business school were also filled with emotion. Chun Bahuang had truly transcended their level and was now on par with their fathers. All of this felt like a dream, hard to believe, yet impossible to deny. Su Anqi gritted her teeth. The better Chen Shengyue did, the more unhappy she became. Once she was completely with that man, she was determined to get revenge. When that time comes, I will make you wag your tail like a dog, kneeling on the ground and begging me to let you go. 25 billion. Before anyone had a chance to bid, the middle-aged man raised his paddle again as soon as Chun Sheng finished speaking and said mockingly, young people should learn to be low-key and not be too wasteful. More than 2 billion. You should think carefully about whether you can afford it. 3 billion. Chun Sheng didn't say anything, but calmly added another 500 million. Without the slightest hesitation. 3 billion. With this price announced, some business tycoons who originally wanted to join the competition also gave up their plans. Although Qingheshang 2 is valuable, 3 billion is not a small amount. Moreover, they need to set aside some money to bid on the final item. I'll join in the fun too. At this moment, a melodious voice rang out, and Song Yuyan raised her sign. 3 billion, 2 billion. Master Kong, with the price so high, Hu Timing couldn't sit still any longer and had to remind him. We don't have much cash on us, and the grand finale hasn't been revealed yet. I know what I'm doing. Kong Hongi said calmly, then raised his sign. 3.5 billion. Hu Timing's lips twitched, but he didn't say anything more. We're just 100 million short. We're just 100 million short of reaching the price of the viewing the waterfall at Mount Lu. Can it break new records? Whispers rippled through the room, eagerly awaiting another bid. However, after Song Yuyan spent 3.2 billion, she sat down. 3.5 billion. This price has basically reached the critical point. If it's released again, it will exceed its value range. Chun Sheng smiled and said to Kong Hongi, this friend is indeed a tycoon. You're right. Young people should be more low-key. This painting originally belonged to me. I just raised the price a bit. If you need it, take it. He said those words in a calm and understated manner. Then, Chun Sheng sat down, looking relaxed and not saying a word. What? That painting is his. He's deliberately trying to scam people. There's no rule against bidding yourself. This is just a legitimate way to raise prices. Honestly, that painting is probably worth about 3 billion on the market. That person was swindled out of 500 million. Chapter 190 Super Bargain Hunting. That young man did it on purpose, said a keen-eyed business tycoon. I noticed him a long time ago. Every time he made a bid, Hu Timing and that middle-aged man would follow suit. There must be some grudge between them. That's right, I noticed that too. Hu Timing got seriously tricked this time. As soon as Chun Sheng finished speaking, many people in the room realized they had been bidding against each other and began to judge the true market value of the painting, which immediately sparked a discussion. Anyone with a keen eye and a keen eye would notice Chun Sheng's presence. After all, his seat was the best one in the entire venue, and Zhang Tianyang's spokesperson was sitting next to him. Therefore, those who noticed him also naturally noticed the grudges between the young man and the people Hu Timing brought. You bastard Qin Baoang. Kong Hongi's expression was gloomy. He sat in the chair, not uttering a word, his hands twisting and deforming the steel like armrests in his grip. Beside him, Hu Timing was terrified. He wanted to say something, but he obediently chose to keep quiet. 3.5 billion, anyone else bidding? On stage, Miao Shaoqing chuckled, going through the motions of the process. After confirming that no one was bidding higher, the gavel fell, and it was said with a hint of sarcasm. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the bid for the Qinghe River painting for 3.5 billion. From this day forward, you are the true owner of the Qinghe River painting. The gentle words echoed throughout the room, and Kong Hongi's face grew increasingly grim. The armrest was deformed beyond recognition, and his voice was low and menacing. You damn dog. You're dead. Kong Hongi was a martial artist, and he didn't value money. 500 million is nothing at all. Most importantly, he lost face in front of so many people, especially so many business tycoons from Qinsheng, and he even heard many people in the crowd calling him an idiot. Such a disgrace is hard to swallow. After the 3.5 billion Qingheshang 2, although these other items were also quite valuable, nothing particularly groundbreaking appeared. Chun Sheng had intended to leave early, But then he saw a wine-red stone, about the size of a fist, being carried onto the stage. The stone was crystal clear. That's a spirit stone? As soon as it appeared, Chun Sheng immediately perked up. He could clearly feel that there was a thick and pure spiritual energy hidden in the stone, and this feeling was very similar to the spiritual stone mentioned in the book. This is an essential item for cultivation. Using it can greatly increase the speed of advancement. This stone contains special minerals, making it an extremely rare variety. It was cut from a jadeite rough. Even our appraisal experts are unsure what it is. Therefore, in order not to miss out on this treasure, we have put it up for auction. Miao Xiaoqing introduced the topic in a calm and unhurried manner. At the same time, it is also the most special item in this auction, with a starting price of only 100,000, and each bid must be at least 50,000. Don't know what it is? It's just a stone, isn't it? Yeah, it's ridiculous to put a rock up for auction. But that rock is quite pretty. Maybe it's some kind of treasure? What kind of treasure can't be identified by appraisal experts? Miao Xiaoqing's explanation was very tactful, but the people in the room were not stupid and immediately understood the meaning. Simply put, they didn't know what it was. It could be an ordinary stone or a treasure. But the chances of it being a treasure are slim. Even with a bid of 100,000, no one made a bid for a while. Only after a long time did an entrepreneur raise his paddle, hoping to take a gamble. 150,000. Chun Sheng was quite surprised by this situation. He glanced at the few martial arts practitioners in the hall and Kong Hongi next to the Hu family patriarch, and found that they were all unmoved. Did they not recognize it, or could they not sense the spiritual energy within? To avoid attracting attention, Mr. Chen did not bid immediately, but waited a while until the price reached 250,000 before raising his paddle. 300,000. As soon as Chun Sheng raised his paddle, business tycoons and government officials all looked at Kong Hongi with great interest, wanting to see if he would follow suit and place an order. Trying to trick me? Chen Baoang, do you really think I'm stupid? Kong Hongi's face turned ugly, so he simply closed his eyes, too lazy to pay attention to Chen Baoang. A broken stone was worth 300,000 yuan. If he raised the price again, he would be called an idiot. After Chun Sheng offered 300,000, no one else bid higher. Many people thought the price was a bit high, considering it was just a broken stone. Chun Sheng was quite nervous. He really didn't want anyone to bid against him. Once they started bidding against each other, it would be easy for others to discover the truth, and the price would rise. If he wanted to get it, he would probably have to pay a heavy price. Fine. Fortunately, despite Chun Sheng's slight nervousness, no one else raised the price, and Miao Xiaoqing finally brought down the gavel, securing the deal for 300,000. I'm speechless that someone would actually spend 300,000 yuan on a rock, a young man said. What do you know? 300,000 can be considered a good deal, or it can be considered not. It's not worth it because it's just a stone. It's worth it because it will be on the news soon, said a business tycoon. Dad, why? The young man asked. At the Century Center auction, the cheapest item in the past dozen or so sessions has been over 2 million. But this year an item sold for 300,000, and it was just a stone. Do you think it wouldn't make the news? Then why isn't anyone raising the price? Firstly, the stone is too ordinary. Secondly, Guan Hu is sitting next to that young man. Everyone is giving Zhang Tianyang face. Otherwise, people here could afford to spend hundreds of thousands. The young man suddenly realized that he had just graduated from school and had always lived under the protection of his parents. He didn't know much about the business world and had come here specifically to broaden his horizons. He never expected that such a small auction could contain so many profound truths. Seeing the small hammer in Miao Xiaoqing's hand fall, Chun Sheng breathed a slight sigh of relief. To him, spirit stones were the real treasures, while the Qinghe River map, antiques, and calligraphy were all just fleeting clouds. This auction featured spirit stones, which Chun Sheng bought for 300,000. For him, this was an absolute steal. It's a pity, and only this once. Until the auction was coming to an end, nothing else caught his eye. All right, next up is the grand finale of this auction. Miao Xiaoqing paused, her captivating beauty drawing attention with every smile and gesture. I imagine many people have come here for this. Well then, Without further ado, please have our staff bring it up. Chapter 191 Transaction worth 10 billion. These words immediately stirred up a wave of excitement throughout the venue, with countless people perking up and waiting for the grand finale to appear. Chen Sheng was puzzled. The people in the room were all business tycoons, and any one of them would be worth hundreds of millions. What could be so exciting for them? Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd. Soon, then, a staff member carefully and cautiously carried a safe onto the stage. Inside the transparent glass safe, there was a small white pill on the table, about the size of a little fingernail, which looked much like a regular cold medicine. This pill was put up for auction by the authorities. Seeing Chen Sheng's puzzled and confused look, Guanhu explained. They said it was a new drug developed by researchers that could extend one's life by 2 years. In fact, it was crafted by a martial arts practitioner, and its effects are the same as advertised. As long as you don't have cancer, it can indeed extend your life by 2 years. Even the official authorities only have this one. As for why there is only one, and why it is being auctioned off, I don't really know. Guanhu laughed and said, As you know, we are just businessmen. There are some things we shouldn't ask about, and we dare not ask about. All right. Chen Sheng finally understood why those guys had suddenly become so energetic. These people have no shortage of money or power. At their level, the only thing they value is their lifespan. For them, as long as they can live for another year at a critical moment, it's worth spending any amount of money. Just as I imagined. As soon as the auction began, the price of the pill skyrocketed. A tiny pill was auctioned off for a staggering 10 billion within half an hour. And this is not the final transaction price. As the price rose, it took another 10 minutes or so for the final price to be revealed. An over 80-year-old renowned entrepreneur bid for shares of the company worth 30 billion, breaking the record for the highest price ever paid for a property in the Century Center. 300 billion for this piece of junk. Chen Sheng curled his lip. If that's the case, once he enters the next realm and can release true fire, he can easily refine these pills. Wouldn't that make him the richest man in the world? For an ordinary person, extending their lifespan with elixirs would not be difficult at all. With the final hammer fall on the pills, the auction officially concluded amidst the excitement. All participants were invited to stay for the subsequent business networking banquet. After seeing the officials off, Zhang Tianyong immediately came to Chen Sheng's side and said respectfully, Young Master Chen, I'm so sorry. I've been too busy today, entertaining those political bigwigs. It's okay, I understand, Chen Sheng said with a smile, then made a call to Lin Kai and asked him to send over a bank card number. Although Lin Kai didn't know what was going on, he immediately followed Chen Sheng's instructions. Zhang Tianyong, have someone transfer the money from the auction of the Qinghe Shangtu painting to this card in a bit. Chen Sheng sent the picture to Zhang Tianyong via text message. Don't worry, I will definitely do as you say. Zhang Tianyong was extremely efficient. He personally handled the matter for Chen Sheng, and the money was transferred to Lin Kai's account in less than 5 minutes. 10 seconds later, Chen Sheng's phone rang. He answered it, and Lin Kai's voice came through immediately. Brother Bahuang, I just received more than 3 billion in remittances, you. Don't worry, that's your money. Remember that picture you gave me last time? I sold it. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Sheng explained, from now on, that money is yours. This. Clearly, Lin Kai was still in shock and hadn't recovered. He stammered as he spoke. He had grown up in an ordinary family and had never seen what even 3 million looked like, let alone more than 3 billion. At that moment, he couldn't even speak. Therefore, Chen hung up the phone before he could finish speaking, letting the former slowly process the fact. Young Master Chen, I'll have someone send you that stone after the upcoming exchange meeting, Zhang Tianyong said. An exchange meeting, to be honest, he didn't want to attend these business meetings. Yes, I specifically arranged a private room and invited the Hu family. I heard from Guanhu that they are targeting you and Tianyu Pharmaceuticals, so I felt it was necessary to talk to Hu Timing. Zhang Tianyong's face was filled with anger. Otherwise, he'll really think I don't exist. No need. Have someone bring the spirit stones over. The Hu family, I'll deal with them right now. Give me a minute. Chen Sheng finished speaking calmly. Then, before Zhang Tianyong could speak, they headed towards Hu Taiming and Kong Hongi. At this moment, most of the people in the venue had left, leaving only a dozen or 20 people. Hu Taiming and Kong Hongyi were still sitting in the same spot. It seems they were deliberately waiting for Chen Sheng. Seeing Chen Sheng approaching, Hu Taiming said, "Master Kong, he's here. Judging from his appearance, he doesn't seem to have any good intentions. This little bastard has some nerve. I haven't even gone to find him yet, and he's already come knocking on my door." Kong Hongyi's eyes flashed with excitement, bloodlust, and arrogance. Today, this was his first time visiting Qinsheng. "I just arrived, and Qinsheng swindled me out of 500 million. 500 million is not much, but it was a slap in the face for him. You must know, he's a martial artist. Moreover, he is a master-level martial artist. There are very few martial artists like him in the entire world. That little bastard dared to cheat him. Patriarch Hu, tell me how you want him to die, and I will do my best to satisfy you. Your money won't be wasted." Chen Sheng approached, and Kong Hongyi was so excited that he was almost trembling. He was about to make a move, and his words were full of cruelty. "The Han family was wiped out by unknown people. My brother Hu Taishuan's revenge can only be sought from him. Master Kong, I don't ask for much, just to cut him in two." Hu Taiming's eyes were red. Hu Taixian was not only his brother, but also the foundation, backer, and right-hand man of the Hu family. However, he died because of the Song family. The Hu family has been swallowing this insult all along. Today, it can finally be released. 2 pieces? I didn't expect you to be so unimaginative. Kong Hongyi's voice was icy and devoid of emotion. How can we justify the 500 million yuan we were swindled out of if we don't divide him into 8 pieces? Good, it's all up to Master Kong. Hu Taiming exclaimed excitedly. "Kill him, and I'll definitely get Song Yuyan for you. Make her kneel before you, and serve you well." "Really? I'm actually kind of looking forward to it." Kong Hongyi's eyes were bloodshot. Chen Sheng was getting closer and closer. When they were less than 3 meters apart, he finally couldn't resist and made the first move. Chapter 192 cut into 8 pieces, 6th update. Kong Hongyi is a man who cannot stand to be taken advantage of. He has never been insulted since he was a child. As a martial arts practitioner, in his eyes, only the strong are respected. Even ants who insult him must die, and die a horrible death. Whoosh! He didn't intend to give Chen Sheng a chance to speak. With a low shout, he attacked directly. His movements stirred up a gentle breeze. The breeze was filled with an extremely strong smell of blood, so pungent that it made one want to vomit. Presumably, to achieve this level of flavor, one would have to have killed at least hundreds or thousands of people. Zhang Tianyang and Guan Hu's expressions changed. Even though they were far apart, they were so frightened by the terrifying smell that they took 2 steps back. Meanwhile, the faces of some of the people who had not left changed drastically. These were all business tycoons, but they had never seen such a ruthless person before. Kong Hongyi was too fast, like a gust of wind. A gleaming curved blade suddenly appeared in his hand, carrying terrifying power. It sliced through the air, locked onto Chen Sheng's brow, and stabbed down. Call. The howling wind was particularly eerie, like the roar of a tiger. What seemed like a simple slash was incredibly powerful. This move, it was a move he had practiced since he was a child. He couldn't even remember or count how many times he had practiced, whether it was 100,000, 1 million, or 10 million times. In practice, strive for perfection, getting faster and more intense each time. Now, with this one cut, even a bear or a tiger with thick skin can be pierced through directly, and its flesh can be cut in half from the middle. In recent years, he used this move to kill countless people. Yes, some people offended him. Some men are unwilling to offer their women to him. And the people he dislikes, hates, and disapproves of, those people all died under this knife. First, it pierced through the skull between the eyebrows, then it cut downwards along the skull, splitting the face and body in two, into 4 pieces. This move was extremely ruthless. The most severe case was when a person was literally cut into 6 pieces. Kong Hongyi enjoyed the feeling of the blade cutting through people's flesh. Every time he killed someone, he felt a sense of power. But this time, Kong Hongyi did not intend to divide Chun Ba Huang into 6 segments. Instead, the plan is to break the record by dividing the former into 8 segments. He wants to challenge himself and break through his own limits. Because he absolutely loathed Chen Baohuang. The moment he saw him, for some reason, he felt an intense urge to kill him. Brother, I've avenged you. Hu Taiming clenched his fists, overwhelmed with excitement, as if he could already see Chen Baohuang lying on the ground, cut in two, bleeding. Not far away, Song Yuyan, who had not yet left, turned pale. She knew some martial artists, but she had never seen a martial artist as strong as Kong Hongyi. She was somewhat terrified and wanted to do something, but she couldn't do anything, leaving her only with worry and panic. Zhang Tianyang felt the same way, his face showing some despair. Before this, he didn't know that Kong Hongyi was also a martial artist. If he had known, he would never have let Qin Sheng take such a risk. This place is clearly his territory. But he couldn't do anything. He could only watch helplessly as his slightly aged body trembled. Whether from anger or fear, he couldn't tell. Haha. Kid, I hope you don't encounter a powerhouse like me in your next life. Within 3 meters, in the blink of an eye, Kong Hongyi, wielding his chilling blade, was already in front of Chen Baohuang. It seemed as if Chen Sheng's brow would be split open, his skin torn, and he would die on the spot in the next second. The business tycoons who hadn't left stared wide-eyed, their eyelids twitching, while Song Yuyan covered her red lips, her face pale, her eyes glazed and blank as she stared ahead. Hu Taiming, on the other hand, wore a cruel smile. He wished Qin Sheng would die immediately, so that he could not only take revenge and swallow up the Song family, but also establish his authority in front of these remaining business tycoons and further enhance his status. Almost everyone thought Qin was doomed. In the same instant, the knife had already landed on Qin Sheng's brow. However, clearly, the knife did not pierce his brow as expected, but rather seemed to strike a steel plate, producing a soft, resonant clang. The entire blade bent down at a 90-degree angle because of Kong Hongyi's immense force. Kong Hongyi's arrogant, bloodthirsty, and presumptuous expression suddenly froze at that moment. You really want to kill me? At the same time, Qin Sheng's words, leisurely and cold, entered Kong Hongyi's ears, like a bucket of cold water being poured over his head. At that moment, Kong Hongyi felt a chill all over his body, as if he were frozen. How could this be? His knife couldn't even pierce Qin Baohuang's skin. Only a faint red mark remained on his brow. At the same second, in his horrified gaze, Qin Sheng made his move. He slowly raised his hand and grabbed Kong Hongyi's hand holding the knife. Click, click. Kong Hongyi's hand suddenly deformed, like a wad of paper, along with the knife in his hand, and was crumpled into a ball. Pain. A sharp pain surged through his nerves, making it incredibly difficult for him to even breathe or scream. And this is just the beginning. Suddenly, Qin Sheng took a step forward. His speed was even faster than Kong Hongyi's, and almost no one could see him clearly. In an instant, a hand rose up and grabbed Kong Hongyi by the neck. Click! In a second, Kong Hongyi's neck deformed. His thick neck twisted instantly, like a pretzel. The glimmer of hope in Kong Hongyi's eyes vanished instantly. I wanted to give you a chance to live, but you still want to cut me into 8 pieces? Qin Sheng sneered, staring at Kong Hongyi's face, and casually mocked. In your next life, I hope you don't meet someone like me. He returned to Kong Hongyi's words verbatim. Then, Qin Sheng released his hand. Bump! Kong Hongyi lay limply on the ground like a doll, completely dead. He never expected this. My first day in Qinxing prison. Not only did they lose face, they also lost their lives. Qin Sheng was never the kind of person to kill, but if Kong Hongyi wanted to kill him, he certainly wouldn't mind being completely and utterly eradicated. But the moment Kong Hongyi fell down, the entire venue suddenly fell into a silence, an eerily profound silence. The terrifying, shocking, and horrifying scene brought everyone's thoughts to a brief pause. Even breathing became difficult, coarse, and heavy. Old man, what do you think about this man's death? Leaving Kong Hongyi behind, Qin Sheng looked up at Hu Taiming and asked casually. The promised 6th update is here. Chapter 193 Recognition. Soft, calm, and casual words rang out, echoing in Hu Taiming's ears like the voice of a demon, making his legs weak and trembling, and his face instantly turning bloodless, like a dead man. Chun Sheng's words struck him like a heavy hammer, causing him to involuntarily take 2 steps back. A pair of eyes that should have been sharp turned panicked, fearful, and disbelieving as they stared at Kong Hongi, who was dead beyond any doubt, his hands and neck completely deformed. Fear, unease, and dread, all sorts of emotions related to fear that I hadn't felt for many years, welled up from my heart immediately, and my lips went dry. Thump. The next second, Hu Taiming knelt down. "Young Master Chen, I beg you, let me go." Kong Hongi deserved it. He offended your dignity. He deserves to die. He deserves to be cut into 8 pieces. Hu Taiming wasn't a fool. He was well aware of Kong Hongi's strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent 5 billion and promised to give him the stunning beauty Song Yuyan as a gift to invite him over. Before that, Kong Hongi was his source of confidence. As long as Kong Hongi was there, he believed that even Zhang Tianyang and Song Yuyan could not stop him, and he will use this meeting to completely elevate his status. However, he never expected this. Kong Hongi was instantly defeated. Damn it. He didn't even have a chance to say his name before he died completely and without any suspense. Based on this alone, Hu Taiming understood Chun Sheng's strength. In the face of this young man, his courage, sense of superiority, aura of authority, status, identity, and everything else that gave him confidence completely crumbled. At this moment, all he could do was kneel on the ground, look up at Chun Bahuang, and wait for this young man to pronounce his fate. The remaining business tycoons in the venue were all stunned, their minds a complete mess, their hearts chilled, and their eyes filled with utter horror as they looked at the young man not far away. Kong Hongi's death was truly gruesome. Although they were business tycoons, most of them had witnessed, encountered, or experienced death and killing in their youth. But this was the first time they had ever seen someone die in this way. Neck twisted into a pretzel, hands squeezed together. The whole process took only a few breaths, maybe only 10 seconds. In short, it was too fast, so fast that no one could see it clearly. By the time they came to their senses, Hu Taiming had already knelt on the ground. In the distance, Song Yuyan was equally shocked. She had already witnessed Chun Sheng's skills and knew he was very strong. But she still hadn't expected this man to be this strong. A few seconds later, Song Yuyan slowly calmed down, murmuring to herself, "Chen Bahuang, just who are you?" This, Zhang Tianyang's lips twitched. He had thought something would happen to Chun Sheng. After all, Kong Hongi was far too confident. His actions and demeanor made it seem as if he had Chun Sheng completely under his thumb. In fact, he is indeed very strong. Even an ordinary person could sense that Kong Hongi was absolutely extraordinary. Only, he still died. Hu Taiming knelt on the ground like a lapdog, looking up at Chun Sheng. "Young Master Chen, spare me. If you're willing to let me go, I'm willing to give you 10 billion. No, I'm willing to give you all of the Hu family's assets. And this, here you go." Hu Taiming took a long box containing a newly photographed picture of Qinghe and respectfully presented it to Chun Sheng with both hands. "Your will to survive is pretty strong, huh?" Chun Sheng took the map of Qinghe, said it casually, and then turned to leave. When he reached Zhang Tianyang, he handed him the riverside scene at Qingming Festival scroll. "Here, take this." Zhang Tianyang was startled. Then, his eyes lit up with joy, and he hurriedly took it, saying, "Thank you, young Master Chun." Upon receiving the map of Qinghe, Zhang Tianyang was extremely excited, and his slightly aged body trembled. The reason for the excitement? It's not because he likes Qinghe Shangtu. He wasn't interested in antiques. Besides, Qinghe Shangtu is only worth a little over 3 billion. This amount of money is nothing to him. Normally, he would refuse Chun Sheng's gifts, since he doesn't need them and would feel embarrassed to accept them from Chen Baoang. But at this moment, the Qinghe Upper Library is a hot potato for anyone, and everyone knows it should be in the Hu family's possession. The reason I gave it to him was not because the former couldn't solve this hot potato. From that moment on, they truly began to treat him as one of their own and acknowledge his contributions. "Young Master Chun, rest assured, I will definitely help you solve the problem at hand," Zhang Tianyang said solemnly, holding the Qinghe map. Chun Sheng gave Zhang Tianyang an approving look, then turned around, went to the bathroom, and slowly washed the blood off his hands. Afterwards, Zhang Tianyang personally delivered the spirit stones and a wine gourd, which naturally contained 2 caddies of century-old aged wine. After taking the 2 items, Chun Sheng left the venue. Dealing with a smart person like Zhang Tianyang is very convenient and worry-free. You don't need to say a word of nonsense or explain anything. With just a gesture or a look, the other person knows what to do and how to do it. There's a reason why some people can rise from nothing to become successful. The venue was quickly sealed off, and several business tycoons were detained by Zhang Tianyang. As for Hu Timing, only a few people knew his fate. In short, he suffered terribly, even more so than Kong Hongyi, because he was the mastermind behind Chun Sheng's murder, and Zhang Tianyang would not let him go no matter how you look at it. Shen Baoang. As soon as she stepped out of the venue, Song Yuyin followed her up from behind. She was dressed in a formal women's suit, exuding elegance and nobility, and her pretty face looked somewhat cold and aloof, like an ethereal fairy. As she walked out of the venue, the air around her fell silent for a few seconds. The eyes of the men outside couldn't help but turn to her, deeply attracted by her beautiful legs that even women envied, and her captivating beauty. Thank you for everything during this time. Although reluctant, Song Yuyin still said thank you. Song Tianhu, Song Tianlong, the Han family, and now the Hu family, are all after her and the legacy left by her father. If it weren't for Chun Baoang, she doesn't know where she would be in the world by now. No need. I promised your father I would protect you. Besides, I should be the one thanking you. Chun Sheng's words were extremely sincere. Without Song Tianyu's initial donation of 500,000 yuan, Zihan, who was seriously ill at the time, would not have received timely rescue and treatment at the hospital. Although he ultimately cured Zihan on his own, he still felt grateful to Song Tianyu. Repay kindness with kindness and avenge wrongs with revenge. This has always been Chun Sheng's guiding principle. Moreover, most importantly, without that assassin group, Chun Sheng would not have fully comprehended the Yin Yang scripture and obtained the true inheritance contained within it. Chapter 194 Strolling Around, Second Update. The longer Chun Sheng practiced, the more he felt that the inheritance of the Yin Yang scripture was like the memory of a sage or predecessor. It requires reaching a certain level to unlock it, and Chun Sheng's ability to obtain this inheritance is directly related to the destruction of that assassin group. If it weren't for Song Tianyu, he wouldn't have encountered all of this, nor would he have come to understand the entirely new world of cultivation. Moreover, he had also promised Song Tianyu that he would protect Song Yuyin for 3 months. Now, only a month has passed since Song Tianyu's death. Shen Baoang, I've always had a question. With your strength, you could have obtained so much, and few could have stopped you. So why are you willing to stay by my side and protect me? Song Yuyin raised a question that had been lingering in her mind, a question she simply couldn't understand. A promise to your father, a promise to Song Tianyu, Chun Sheng said with a smile. In fact, there was another reason he didn't mention. Song Yuyin looks so much like Inyashi, the woman who left a deep mark on his heart, a woman he might never forget for the rest of his life. Even if they only resemble each other, even if they only look alike, but their personalities are not very similar, he is unwilling to let Song Yuyin suffer even the slightest harm. Just a promise. A hint of disappointment flashed in the depths of Song Yuyin's clear eyes. After muttering to herself, she suddenly changed the subject. Lin Yao wants to see you. Lin Yao. Upon hearing this name, Chun Sheng immediately pictured a pair of dazzlingly large breasts. He had always had a pretty good impression of that girl. He remembered that in business school, she was the only girl who didn't dislike him. He even sensed a slight admiration for her. Did she need something from me? Song Yuyin nodded. During the time she was away from the business school, she and Lin Yao had kept in touch. During the period when Song Tianyu was gone, Lin Yao was the person she contacted the most. She was able to emerge from the shadows and face reality anew, thanks to the tremendous help and encouragement Lin Yao provided. She and Lin Yao are truly inseparable best friends and sisters. There are no secrets between Song Yuyin and Lin Yao. She had known for half a month that Chun Sheng was the great hero who had once saved Lin Yao and whom she had never forgotten. Actually, she's known you for a long time. You saved her once, you should remember, 5 years ago, in the Golden Triangle, a little girl. So it was her. Chun Sheng stroked his chin and, based on these keywords, quickly found a few records of rescue missions in the Golden Triangle, recalling the 16 or 17-year-old girl from that time. She's remembered you all these years, waiting for you to appear and be her boyfriend, Song Yuyin said. Originally, since you and I have already registered our marriage and are married, she didn't want to bother you. But she's about to leave Qinsheng, and before she leaves, she wants to see you. She's waiting for you at that coffee shop up ahead. Could you go keep her company and say goodbye to her? Are you leaving? Okay, I'll be right there. As a friend, Chun Sheng felt it was necessary for the two to part ways, especially since it was the little girl he had once saved. One can only marvel at how much a girl can change as she grows up. He didn't even recognize her back in business school. Okay, I won't go. You stay with her. Song Yuyin remained as aloof as ever, calm and elegant. She had hardly smiled since Song Tianyu left. Take this to Yi Qingyan and tell her that the pills inside should be taken internally, and the remaining liquid should be used as a face mask to heal the wounds on her face. Chun Sheng took out a small, square box. To heal her injuries? Song Yuyin glanced at the small box. She knew Yi Qingyan's injuries very well. The wounds on her face were almost impossible to heal. However, she didn't say much and took the small box. I will give it to her. After watching Song Yuyin leave, Chun Shengkai walked towards the coffee shop, not far away. As soon as Chun Sheng entered, he noticed Lin Yao sitting by the window. There was no way around it. She was just too beautiful and attractive. Her long hair was flowing, and although her clothes were simple and conservative, her stunning figure was truly eye-catching. Some men in the coffee shop would glance at her from time to time. She not only has a slender and proud figure, but also a pair of bright eyes, perfect makeup, and exquisite and beautiful features. Sitting in front of the window, she is a goddess in every way. 8 Desolations. Lin Yao saw Chun Sheng immediately and waved to him with a sweet smile. A group of men around them were filled with envy. Lin Yao had been sitting there alone for a long time. During that time, some men tried to chat her up, but unfortunately, she didn't pay much attention to any of them. But now, he takes the initiative to greet a man dressed simply not simply, but shabbily. They were both envious and jealous. Fortunately, Chun Sheng is good-looking. Otherwise, those people would probably have been furious and jumped up in protest. Chun Sheng noticed that some men's eyes were practically spitting fire. He felt rather helpless. The allure of beautiful women, no matter where they were, was always exceptionally strong. Yao Yao, long time no see. Chun Sheng smiled lazily and sat down naturally in front of Lin Yao. What would you like to drink? Lin Yao was genuinely happy to see Chun Sheng again. This will be fine with me. Chun Sheng picked up the gourd containing the century-old wine and shook it. I don't like coffee. All right. Lin Yao had lived with Chun Sheng for a while and knew he liked to drink. In that case, how about you come shopping with me? Sure, I'm fine with anything. Amidst the envious, jealous, and resentful gazes of the crowd, Lin Yao stood up, took Chun Sheng's arm, and walked outside. This action surprised Chun Sheng, but considering that Lin Yao was about to leave Qinsheng, if he didn't mind a girl, why should he mind? Lin Yao, like a lark, spoke eloquently about her experiences at the business school during this time. Like Chun Sheng's little girlfriend, she always had a smile on her face, with 2 dimples that were very sweet, beautiful, and charming. Along the way, they attracted envious glances from many people. There's a men's clothing store up ahead. Come on, I'll give you a set of clothes. Lin Yao pulled Chun Sheng along and, without saying another word, walked into a luxury brand clothing store. However, just as she reached the door, a ringtone sounded. Lin Yao's phone suddenly went off. Lin Yao glanced at the number, frowned slightly, and hung up the phone. However, less than half a minute later, it rang again. Ba Huang, wait for me here. I'm going to take this call, Lin Yao said to Chun Sheng. Okay, whatever, Chun Sheng said. Lin Yao picked up her phone, creating some distance between herself and Chun Sheng. The smile on her face vanished, and she answered the call impatiently. Xia Fangjia, are you really that impatient? I told you not to rush. I'm saying goodbye to my friends. Don't call me that. My name is Lin Yao, not Yaoer. Also, if you can't wait, you can leave first. Your private jet isn't waiting for you, so why did you buy it? Chapter 195, Crawling Out Like a Dog, 3rd update. After a long time, Lin Yao hung up the phone, and less than 5 seconds later, a text message arrived. Yaoer, I'll wait for you for another half hour. I'm worried that your father-in-law will be getting impatient at home. As for your friends in Qinsheng, you should cut ties with them as soon as possible. I'm doing this for your own good. A flash of grievance and anger crossed Lin Yaoqing's eyes, and she immediately deleted the text message. The agreed-upon 3 hours. Only 20 minutes had passed, and the other party had already made 10 calls. She was really annoyed and felt more and more wronged. Her eyes welled up with tears, and she looked pitiful. No, I can't let Bahuang see me like this. I have to show him my best side. Lin Yao wiped away her tears, took a deep breath, and a smile reappeared on her face as she ran towards Chen Sheng. What's wrong? Who called? Chen Sheng asked curiously, noticing that Lin Yao seemed a little off. A friend. Lin Yao pulled Chen Sheng's arm and walked into the dazzling, luxuriously decorated clothing store. As soon as the two entered, a shop assistant greeted them warmly. Wow, Bahuang, look, I think this outfit suits you very well. There's this set too. This one is good too. Lin Yao carefully selected several items for Chen Sheng. During this time, her phone rang twice more, which she then hung up on. Chen Sheng naturally noticed this detail, but he didn't say anything and followed Lin Yao as they tried on one outfit after another. Lin Yao was very satisfied and bought 3 expensive outfits for Chen Sheng. Then she went to browse women's clothing and tried on each piece one by one. 8 desolations. Does this look good? Nice. What about this one? It looks good too. Lin Yao showcased her shopping talent to the fullest, showing no signs of fatigue and appearing exceptionally happy. Only, just as she was trying on a pretty white dress, a blue Porsche suddenly pulled up outside the clothing store and parked haphazardly in front of the entrance. Immediately afterwards, a woman in her 30s got out of the Porsche. She was quite attractive and had a good figure. She was dressed up, and although her clothes had no brand logos, it was immediately obvious that they were very expensive. Diamond rings, earrings, necklaces, every piece of jewelry is made with genuine, high-value diamonds. She walked straight in from outside. He glanced at Chen Bahuang, then calmly withdrew his gaze and walked towards Lin Yao. Sister Lin, my brother has been waiting for you for a long time, and you, just for him, you've hung up on him so many times? As his sister, I'm very angry. However, considering that you are about to marry my brother as a concubine, I will let it go. Come with me now. After the woman finished speaking, she reached out and took Lin Yao's hand without saying another word. Xiaolan, I told you, give me 3 hours. Lin Yao was very dissatisfied and shook off her arm. Who told you to come? You. Xiaolan narrowed her eyes, a hint of impatience flashing in them. However, she didn't get angry at Lin Yao. Instead, she turned her gaze to Chen Sheng and gave him a thorough once-over. With just one glance, he could roughly determine Chen Bahuang's identity. He's just an ordinary person, nothing special. Their clothes were extremely cheap, not even as good as their family's foot-wiping cloth, and not even as good as what their slaves wore. In her eyes, such a person is just a beggar. She believed that someone of Lin Yao's status would never be interested in someone like that. This man was probably just a kept man by Lin Yao. Xiaolan walked up to Chen Sheng with a chuckle. No wonder Lin Yao hung up on young Master Xie's calls several times for your sake. You're quite a pretty boy, even I would like you. How much did Lin Yao pay you? I'll give you 3 times that amount to serve your sister. How about it? Being your sister's dog is much happier than being her dog. Chen Sheng frowned, but did not reply to her. Lin Yao, will you give me 1 million, 2 million, or 3 million? The price I'm offering is already tempting enough for you, isn't it? Seeing that Chen Sheng remained silent for a long time, Xiaolan assumed that Chen Sheng had given in. After all, he's just a beggar. Can you resist the temptation of 3 times the price? She has seen far too many men who, for money, would abandon their dignity and face, and would stoop to the level of dogs. What's the difference between this person and them? Xiaolan glanced triumphantly at Lin Yao, smiled softly, and said to Chen Sheng, since you've given in, listen to my orders. Now crawl out of here. Remember, crawl like a dog, understand? Xiaolan, watch your mouth. Lin Yao was furious. Chen Sheng was her friend, benefactor, the one who saved her life, the one she loved, and the hero in her heart. No one is allowed to insult him. Xiaolan, please leave here immediately. This is a public place, not your private property. I can stay here if I want to. Besides, why should I be careful what I say to my dog? Xiaolon said, feigning surprise. Sister Lin Yao, even if you are my brother's concubine, you can't control everything, can you? Xiaolan's shrill voice attracted the attention of the clothing store staff and a few scattered customers. Some men frowned and stared at Xiaolon. That woman was fucking annoying. How can they be so arrogant? A concubine, so beautiful, why would she be someone else's concubine? What a pity. Whispers could be heard all around. You who is his concubine? Don't talk nonsense. Lin Yao's pretty face turned pale with anger. Yao Yao, is this woman your friend? Chun Xing suddenly asked. No. Lin Yao shook her head. How could she be friends with someone like Xiaolon? No wonder. I was wondering how you could have such a foul-mouthed friend. The previous moment, Chun Sheng was still smiling. The next moment, a slap was delivered, landing squarely on Xiaolan's face. Smack! A crisp slap resounded, and instantly a bright red handprint appeared on her face. This is a lesson for you. Watch your words a little more in the future, okay? Stop talking like a dog all the time. Didn't your mother teach you how to speak and how to be a human being? Chun Sheng didn't slap you hard. As he said, it was indeed just a simple lesson. Good lesson learned. That's so satisfying. It's a fucking miracle that such an arrogant woman can live to be over 30. The onlookers felt relieved. Even they thought Xiaolon had gone too far, insulting people in public and showing absolutely no manners. Lin Yao was a little dumbfounded. She never expected Chun Sheng to be so decisive. They acted immediately. That's Xiaolon. This slap will not only affect Xiaolan's face. Given her arrogant personality, it will implicate many, many people. At that point, Chun Sheng's life would inevitably be in danger. Her pretty face was filled with worry. Chapter 196, I am a member of the Xie family, 4th update. You. Xiaolan's beautiful eyes flickered, and she covered her face in disbelief. She couldn't believe it, a beggar dared to hit her. In this tiny Qin city, who would dare to mess with him? Kid, you dare hit me? You dare hit me? Are you tired of living? Do you know who I am? Huh. I don't know. Chun Sheng said calmly, then asked with interest, Tell me, who are you? Who am I? Heh, listen up. I come from the Xie family, the number 1 on the Qinsheng rich list. Xie Qiangdong is my father, and I am his only daughter, Xiaolon. Xiaolon gritted her teeth and loudly and sharply announced her family background. The Xie family. Xiaolon, daughter of Xie Qiangdong, tops the Qinsheng rich list. When Xiaolan's name was mentioned, the expressions of the onlookers changed drastically. Those who can afford to buy clothes here are all wealthy people, and most of them are quite familiar with the upper class in Qinsheng. How could they not know Xie Qiangdong, who is number 1 on the rich list? Everyone in wealthy circles knows that Xiaolon is Xie Qiangdong's only daughter. She was spoiled and arrogant from a young age, and those who were bullied by her suffered terribly. In the entire Qin city, almost no one dared to provoke her. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she's the most powerful among the rich second generation. The Xie family? Chun Sheng frowned slightly, pondering this family. Living in Qinsheng, he had indeed heard of them. He also knew something about the Xie family's status. Take Zhang Tianyang for example. No matter how high his status was, he was still a younger brother in front of the Xie family head. Well, now you know who I am, right? Xiaolon saw Chun Sheng frown and assumed he was scared. She chuckled coldly. I thought you were tough and strong, but I didn't expect you to be such a coward. I'm very angry now. Logically speaking, if you hit me, I should hit you back. But I have a good habit. I would never lay a hand on a pet, or rather, I would never lay a hand on a dog. If you know what's good for you, kneel down, bark like a dog a few times, and then hit yourself until I'm satisfied and happy. Xiaolan's face was gloomy, and her demands were extremely unreasonable. But given her status, no one around her seemed to think there was anything wrong with her. Even if it exists, I wouldn't dare say it. 8 desolations, no? Lin Yao shook her head at Chun Sheng, then took a step forward. Xiaolon, isn't it just that you want me to go with you? I'll go with you, just let him go. I just don't understand. What's so good about this pretty boy that you're so protective of him? Xiaolon sneered. I thought you were so pure, but it turns out you're just like any other woman, a slut. I wonder what my brother will think if he finds out you're so protective of this pretty boy. Call. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and without warning, Chun Sheng made his move, slapping Xie Lan across the face in the exact same spot as before. This time, however, the force was much greater. "Oh!" Xie Lan screamed, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Her face went completely numb, and a bloody taste came from her mouth. She subconsciously spat out a large tooth. Holy crap! Someone in the crowd couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Everyone's eyes widened. Knowing Xie Lan's identity, how dare you touch him? That kid, is he tired of living? The group was completely dumbfounded. They had thought that after learning Xie Lan's identity, the young man would completely back down and try to escape this calamity. Who would have thought he could be so ruthless and decisive? Is he an idiot? Everyone felt uneasy and just wanted to leave the clothing store. Without a doubt, Xie Lan will be furious, and in a furious rage, which might implicate them. Xie Lan covered her face, her lips twitching, in extreme pain, tears streaming down her face. She never expected the man to hit her, so there was nothing she could do. The slap numbed her tongue, and she crouched on the ground, her head spinning. "Yao Yao, let's go." Ignoring Xie Lan, Chun Sheng said softly to Lin Yao. Lin Yao was still in a daze when Chun Sheng's words came, and she suddenly realized, right, let's go. 8 desolations, let's go quickly. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Even though there are no Xie Lan people here, someone will definitely inform the Xie family about the situation. When that time comes, the Xie family will definitely take action, and then Chun Sheng will definitely run into trouble. Now we must go. A few seconds later, after leaving the store, Lin Yao said anxiously, "Ba Huang, you go first. I'll wait for the Xie family here. They won't dare to touch me. I'll persuade them not to cause you any trouble." Well, Chun Sheng knew that Lin Yao had misunderstood the meaning behind his words about leaving. He wanted to continue shopping with Lin Yao. Lin Yao thought he was going to escape and avoid the Xie family. Silly girl, Chun Sheng was a little speechless. He explained, "I meant we should continue shopping. How could I leave you here alone to face the Xie family? But, judging from your appearance, you can't shop anymore. How about we go sit over there for a while?" He led Lin Yao to a public bench in the plaza at the entrance of the mall. Pulling Lin Yao down to sit with him, Chun Sheng said softly, "Lin Yao, don't worry. I'm fine." Yu Yin said, "You're leaving Qingqing. Judging from your expression, it doesn't seem like it's voluntary. Who are Xie Lan and her brother? Are they related to your departure?" When this question was raised, Lin Yao clenched her fists, her eyes showing some hesitation and distress. She originally intended to tell Chun Sheng, but now, she really needed someone to confide in, and at the same time, she hoped that Chun Sheng would understand the truth and the other party's strength, and then leave as soon as possible. You already know Xie Lan's identity. Her brother isn't actually her biological brother. He's a distant relative, but he's related to her family by blood. After a pause, Lin Yao didn't continue, but suddenly asked, "Chun Sheng, I heard from Tuetae that you are also a martial artist?" Maybe you could say that. Chun Sheng wasn't too sure either, since the martial artists he had seen so far were too weak. None of them were any good enough to be considered, and his methods of measuring strength and realm were different from those of the other martial artists. "That explains it," Lin Yao said. "Xie Lan's younger brother, Xie Fangjie, is also a martial artist. His family has connections with the martial arts world. A few days ago, he came to the business school, saw me, and said he wanted to marry me and make me his concubine." At this point, Lin Yao's face turned extremely pale, and she gripped the fabric on her legs tightly with both hands. "At the time, I didn't pay attention, but who knew that yesterday my father called and ordered me to go back to see him with Xie Fangjie today. My father said that if I didn't go back, the Lin family would be reduced to dust." Chapter 197. From now on, it's up to me. 5th update. Dust? Chun Sheng's lips twitched. Is it that powerful? What is this martial arts world you're talking about? Isn't the martial arts world just a social phenomenon? I'm not entirely sure either. Anyway, my dad spoke very carefully. This was the only time he ever gave me a command from childhood to adulthood, and I could hear the fear in his voice. What is your family's social standing? Chun Sheng asked. Do you know the Han family in Jiangbei? They were wiped out by unknown people. It's been all over the internet these past few days, isn't it? Lin Yao asked. I know, Chun Sheng nodded. Our Lin family is also in Jiangbei, and we have some business dealings with the Han family. In the past, with the support of the Han family, the two families maintained some relationship. In Jiangbei, we were ranked second. If the Han family hadn't been destroyed, Dad might not be in such a passive position. Chen Sheng was somewhat taken aback. So, he did bear some responsibility for Lin Yao's predicament. He roughly outlined Lin Yao's situation. Simply put, a man named Xie Yuba took a liking to her and forcefully tried to take her back as his concubine. If Lin Yao does not comply, then the Lin family will be wiped out. Moreover, they have already arrived in Qinxing today to pick up Lin Yao and take her away. Xie Lan is the daughter of Xie Qiangdong of the Xie family in Qinsheng, and she is responsible for receiving and taking care of Xie Yuba. Ba Huang, you should leave quickly. The Xie family will be here soon, and Xie Yuba is in Qinsheng. If you don't leave now, it will be too late, Lin Yao said. Leave this to me. The Xie family won't harm me, don't worry. It's too late now. The Xie family has already arrived. A slight smile appeared on Chen Sheng's lips. At the same time, Lin Yao was shocked to discover that, without her noticing, the tourists in the surrounding square had hurriedly left, leaving only the two of them in the vast square. This area, which should have been bustling, was now eerily quiet. At that very moment, in the distance, a sleek Mercedes sports car slowly and unhurriedly drove towards us at a speed of 20 miles per hour. The wheels rolled over the concrete, making a piercing noise. The car stopped about 5 meters away from Qinsheng and Lin Yao, with the front of the car facing Qinsheng. Inside the sports car sat a man in his late 30s, not yet 40. He didn't get out. He just sat there quietly, his gaze as sharp as a venomous snake, fixed on Qinsheng. Was it you who hit my sister? Brother, you're finally here. Before Qinsheng could answer, Xie Lan ran out of the store. Brother, please help me get revenge. He's the one who hit me. He slapped me twice. Okay, I understand, Xie Yuba said. Step aside, I'll help you get revenge. Good. Xie Lan covered her face and stood aside. 8 desolations. Lin Yao was a little flustered. She was the one who had harmed Qinsheng. If she had known things would turn out this way, she would not have asked him to meet her. Don't rush. Facing the sports car and Xie Yuba inside, Chen Sheng remained as calm and indifferent as ever, as if he hadn't even seen them, and confidently said, Yao Yao, the Han family was destroyed, it was my fault. Since the Lin family can't rely on the Han family, then from now on will rely on me. She uttered those words softly, and then slowly stood up. That's right, I'm the one who messed with your sister. He stood in front of the car, looking Xie Yuba in the eye. If you don't want to die, kneel down and kowtow, then use this knife to cut off the hand that hit you. Xie Yuba threw a knife, half a meter long, out of the sports car. With a ding, the knife fell at Qinsheng's feet. Or get run over and killed by me. Then, Xie Yuba grinned maliciously, got into his sports car, and it roared to life. Like a lurking beast, ready to pounce and bite at any moment. You want to run me over with it? Chen Sheng ignored the knife at his feet and kept staring at Xie Yuba. Your sports car must be worth hundreds of millions, right? You can try to see if it can kill me. Ha! Not bad, kid. You're arrogant, cocky, and wild enough. Too bad you've run into me, Xie Yuba, the madman Xie. When it comes to arrogance, who in Qinsheng can compare to me? Instantly, Xie Yuba laughed. This was the first time in his life he had ever seen such an arrogant person. Is this pushing his limits of patience? Sorry, but he has absolutely no limit to his patience when it comes to ants. The next second, Xie Yuba's foot was already on the accelerator. Kid die. Boom! The sound of the sports car engine suddenly increased, filling the entire block. The 4 wheels with extremely strong grip began to spin rapidly. The next instant, the car body rushed toward Chen Sheng at top speed, like a giant beast from the mountains, roaring and shaking the heavens. No! Lin Yao's eyes widened. She wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The car was going way too fast. 5 meters away, it's over in an instant. Crush him! Xie Lan shouted excitedly from the side. Crush him into powder! Xie Yuba seemed to already see Chen Sheng crushed to dust, his eyes contorted with rage, filled with madness and bloodshot veins, as he floored the accelerator, pressing it down relentlessly. Lin Yao stared wide-eyed in despair. However, faced with the speeding sports car, Chun Sheng's expression and eyes remained unchanged, as calm and composed as ever, though a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Just as the sports car rushed in front of him, a hand reached out. His movements appeared slow, but were actually incredibly fast. In an instant, he made contact with the front of the car, and the sports car, hurtling forward, seemed to have crashed into some giant rock, producing a tremendous thud. The next second, boom! The sports car, which should have been speeding forward, came to an abrupt stop after that loud bang. No, it's not about stopping. The sports car's four wheels were still spinning wildly, touching and rubbing against the ground, making a piercing, ear-piercing sound that was extremely unpleasant. But the car body, apart from shaking violently, did not move forward an inch. In that instant, Xie Yuba's face turned extremely ugly. He sat in the driver's seat, staring wide-eyed, hardly able to believe what he was seeing. Clearly visible was a large piece of steel on the front of his sports car, deeply dented. Chun Sheng's hand was positioned in the center of the indentation, with his fingers spread out, pressing against it. You should know that his sports car has been modified and has no storage compartment. The entire front of the car is just a solid, thick steel plate. And now, that piece of steel plate was deeply dented. Even a crack has appeared. He had the accelerator floored, the sports car roaring and echoing throughout the block, but it didn't move forward even half a meter. Although I can't believe it. But Xie Yuba knew that. All of this is because of that hand. Because the only thing the entire sports car comes into contact with is that hand. Chapter 198. Do you know why I didn't kill you? Sixth update. How much power would that require? Xie Yuba's face was as ugly as it could possibly be. His eyelids twitched and his legs were shaking. Having driven supercars for years, he knows very well how powerful a sports car is, and even more so how strong a sports car is when it starts moving. His modified sports car could kill even an elephant if it stood in front of it. How much does an elephant weigh? 5 tons. An elephant weighs at least 5 tons. In other words, his supercar has a force of about 5,000 kilograms at the start. 5,000 kilograms of force. But it was stopped by a hand. Xie Yuba's lips were dry. He frantically stepped on the gas pedal. He was determined to run this guy over. He had to run him over. Boom! The roar of the sports car grew louder and louder. The tires were rubbing against the ground, producing puffs of smoke. The rims looked like they were on fire and turned bright red, and the engine also started to smoke. The power of the entire sports car has been pushed to its limit. However, the car remained in the same spot, without moving forward an inch. Lin Yao's panicked gaze gradually turned into shock, horror, and after a short while, her pretty face became incredibly excited. She didn't care why Chen Bahuang was so strong or how he could have such power. At this moment, all she knew was that Chen Bahuang was all right, not dead, and safe. That's enough. Xie Lan stood at a distance, staring into the smoke at a young man who was supporting a car with one hand. She was trembling, her pretty face filled with panic and fear. No, is this a human being? One hand supporting a car. This is so visually striking. Even though she knew that martial arts practitioners existed in the world, she was still utterly horrified. Her heart was filled with shock, and she collapsed to the ground. Feeling the power of the sports car's acceleration, after a few breaths, Chen Sheng looked up at Xie Yuba in the driver's seat. What did you just say? What's your name? Xie Kuangren. Sorry, but you chose this name because you don't know what true power is, do you? While speaking, Chen Sheng raised his other free hand, bent it into a claw, and grabbed down at the sports car's control panel. Snap! The windshield shattered, and Chen Sheng's hand was deeply embedded in the car body. The next second, the roaring car suddenly stalled, all four wheels losing power, coming to a complete and powerless stop. Then, Chen Sheng walked over to Xie Yuba's side. Grab his hair. Bang! Bang! Bang bang bang. As the last word fell, Chen Sheng suddenly exerted force, and Xie Yuba's head slammed repeatedly against the car body, breaking his forehead and causing blood to flow. Xie Yuba trembled, his upper and lower teeth chattering, making strange noises as if he were saying something. But he couldn't say a word clearly, and his eyes were filled with despair. I'm sorry, your car won't kill me. Chen Sheng forcibly pulled him out of the sports car and threw him onto the concrete ground with a thud. Xie Yuba lay on the ground, his mouth and face covered in blood, looking at Xiaolon. Save me. Oh no. Xiaolon sat down on the ground with a thud, terrified, and kept backing away, not daring to meet Xie Yuba's eyes. Chunxing looked down at Xie Yuba, one foot on Xie's chest, and stared at him. That's right, I'm arrogant, domineering, and wild enough. So what can you do to me? The last word fell. Chunxing exerted force with the soles of his feet. Xie Yuba's body trembled, and the next second, he died in a pool of blood. Bahuang, how are you? At this moment, Lin Yao rushed over, her face full of concern. I'm fine. Chunxing smiled gently at her, not at all like someone who had just killed someone. Are you scared to see me like this? Lin Yao was taken aback. Clearly, he hadn't expected Chunxing to ask this question so suddenly. No. After a brief pause, Lin Yao shook her head. I'm afraid of dead people, but I'm not afraid of you, and he deserves to die. This wasn't the first time Lin Yao had experienced death. Back in the Golden Triangle, when Chun Bahuang rescued her, she had seen many corpses. She had long understood a principle. Some people in this world deserve to die. If they were still alive, even more people would die. Moreover, if Xie Yuba doesn't die, then Chun will die. She was never a saintly hypocrite and had no pity for Xie Yuba. It's good that you're not afraid. Chunxing's heart finally settled down. He was worried that Lin Yao would be afraid of him because of this. It seems he was overthinking it. Then you wait for me here. There's still one problem that hasn't been solved. You just wait here and watch. I'll take full responsibility for your troubles and the Lin family's troubles. Chunxing smiled and, without waiting for Lin Yao to speak, walked towards Xiaolon. Xiaolon sat on the ground, holding a cell phone in her hand. The phone was dialing someone's number, which had the word Dad written on it. This call. It's a video call. Chunxing walked over, and she kept backing away. You don't come any closer. I've already called my dad. If you touch me, you'll die a horrible death. Do you know why I only slapped you twice in the store just now, and didn't kill you or make things difficult for you? Chunxing ignored her and the unanswered video call. Why what? Xiaolon also wanted to know the answer, but at the same time she needed to buy time for her father to answer the phone. Her father was right next to Xie Fangjia, and only if he answered the phone would she have a chance of survival. 2 reasons. First of all, I don't actually like killing. Look at the blood on my hands, it stinks. I'm already tired of killing, let alone killing a woman. Secondly, you didn't really anger me at the time. I was just helping Yao Yao vent her anger and decided to give you a chance to leave. It's a pity you didn't cherish it. That's Xie the madman. You were the one who called him, weren't you? Xiaolon was taken aback. Hearing these 2 reasons, I was taken aback. A sense of regret arose in my heart. Yes, Xie Yuba was indeed someone she had called. She had been slapped twice by Chunxing and was resentful, wanting to kill Chunxing. I never imagined that the other party had deliberately let her go. Can you let me go now? I was wrong. I'm willing to give anything if you let me go, Xiaolon pleaded desperately. I'm sorry, I don't like giving people a second chance, Chunxing said. Then why haven't you made a move yet? Xiaolon pressed. Now she just wanted to buy time, glancing at her phone out of the corner of her eye, screaming inwardly. Dad, answer the phone. Your daughter, your only daughter, is about to die. Hurry up. Just as she was filled with doubt and screaming in her heart, finally, her phone vibrated slightly, and the screen went black, a sign that someone was about to answer a video call. The reason I haven't made a move yet is because I think the same way you do. I'm also waiting for the person on the other end to answer the phone, Chunxing said calmly, before forcibly taking Xiaolan's phone. The next second, after a brief blackout, a human face appeared on the screen. To be continued tomorrow. Chapter 199, Don't Try to Predict the Mind of Important Figures. After a brief blackout, a face immediately appeared on the screen. It was an old man around 60 years old, very well maintained, with a shiny face and a head of black hair. Upon seeing Chunxing, she frowned and her first question was, Who are you? Where's my daughter? My name is Chun Bahuang. Chunxing introduced himself and said calmly, Your daughter is in my hands. With a twist of the phone, the camera was pointed at Xiaolon. Dad, save me, save me. Xiaolon sat on the ground, her hair disheveled, terrified, frantically reaching for her phone. He killed you, Bo, and now he's trying to kill me. Dad, save me. On the other end of the phone, The old face remained silent for a moment before speaking in a menacing tone. Chen Bahuang, is that right? My name is Xie Qiangdong. If you've heard of him, bring my daughter to me personally and confess your guilt. From now on, if my daughter loses even a single hair, I will kill you the kind of death where you have no place to be buried. Chun Sheng stared at the screen without saying a word, grabbed Xie Lan's hair with one hand, and yanked it hard. Ah! Xie Lan cried out in excruciating pain, and instantly, a large patch of hair disappeared from her head. Chun Sheng did all of this in front of Xie Qiangdong. In the video, Xie Qiangdong took a deep breath. A young man touched his daughter right in front of him and didn't take his words seriously. His face was extremely ugly. From the day he was born until now, no one has ever dared to disrespect him like this. Most importantly, his son, Xie Yuba, is also dead. What else is there to say now? Xie Qiangdong stared at Chun Sheng for a long time before saying, My daughter went to find Lin Yao. I told her to go alone, but Lin Yao told you, Mr. Xie, that she was saying goodbye to a friend. You must be that friend, right? You killed my son, but not my daughter. Let me think you're probably thinking I'll come find you myself and kill me too, right? Chun Sheng didn't speak, still looking at the screen. He never liked to say much to his enemies. However, Xie Qiangdong guessed his thoughts correctly. Your idea is good. If I were an ordinary person, I would drop my job right now and run to save my daughter. What a pity. Chen Bahuang, you are too young and have never seen a truly great person. However, you are very lucky. Before you die, you will be able to see what a truly superior person is like. The mindset of a great person is not something a mere mortal like you can fathom, guess, or even fantasize about. I'm with young Master Xie right now, so I don't have time to look for you. Killing an ant like you doesn't require my personal presence. It's just a pity about my reckless son, alas. It was easy to hear Xie Qiangdong's anger and his arrogance towards Chun Sheng, as well as his contempt for Chun Sheng. After saying the last word, he actually hung up the video call. At the same second, the sound of horns echoed across the plaza of this commercial street. Beep, beep, beep. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen different cars arrived at the square from all directions, on different roads, and in different directions, at top speed. Then, the car doors opened simultaneously, and 3 or 4 people got out of each car. In an instant, 40 or 50 people appeared in the square, and each car had a person with a very powerful aura. They are all from the Xie family, or people trained by the Xie family. Xie Qiangdong made a single phone call, and all the people here were prominent figures. In fact, several of them had even attended Zhang Tianyang's auction before. For example, the old man who won the final item in the auction, the chairman of Longyuan Network Group, ranked 4th on the Qingqing Rich list, the chairman of Qinyan Laojiu Winery Group, Tian Niu, who previously bid for the century-old wine, and Tian Niu's arch-rival, Jiang Yunhua, chairman of Jiang Xiaohe Winery Group, and others. Besides these bigwigs, some second-generation rich kids also arrived, including Lei Long, Sun Yiyang, and Xian Ping, who had interacted with Chun Sheng at the business school. These people, whether they are first-generation or second-generation rich, are all bigwigs in Qingqing. Standing together, they represent almost 80% of Qingqing's wealth. Normally, a significant portion of the people here are completely invisible to the outside world. They can only be seen in the news, on television, or online. At this moment, these people gathered together. They were all big shots in Qingqing in the eyes of others. When they saw Xie Yuba's corpse on the ground and the supercar, they were all extremely shocked. Then, in a panic, she ran to Xie Lan's side. Miss Xie, how are you? Miss Xie, please have some water. Miss Xie, what exactly happened? Concerned and panicked voices rose and fell. These people had all received orders from the Xie family almost simultaneously a minute earlier. That's why I rushed here. Before this, they didn't know what had happened or what the situation was. Unexpectedly, upon arriving here, we found Xie Yuba's body. That's Xie Qiangdong's son. Although Xie Qiangdong has 7 or 8 sons, Xie Yuba is the least successful one, but he is still the number 1 on the Qingqing rich list, Xie Qiangdong's son. He's dead. Everyone was stunned, but they had no time to care about Xie Yuba. Xie Yuba was dead, and the dead cannot be brought back to life. These big shots certainly knew this. Compared to Xie Yuba, Xiaolan's safety was the most important thing at this moment. She was Xie Qiangdong's only daughter and the daughter he valued most. Upon seeing these people, Xiaolan's panic, unease, and fear gradually subsided, and her eyes then filled with malice, ruthlessness, and arrogance. Are you fucking out of your minds or blind? Do you think I'm okay in this state? My brother is dead, can't you see that? Xiaolan angrily rebuked these so-called bigwigs of Qinsheng without any mercy. Which of you fucking know this person? I want him dead, to suffer a fate worse than death. Yes, Miss Xie, please don't worry. Miss Xie, he'll be left to us. Miss Xie, please don't worry. The bigwigs were all trembling with fear, being reprimanded by Xiaolan, and obeying her every word, just like Xiaolan's subordinates. There's no way around it. The Xie family is practically the heavens of Qinsheng. In Qinsheng, who dares to oppose the Xie family? The wealth statistics on the Qinsheng rich list, starting from the second-ranked individual, are all based on the family wealth of each person. However, the wealth of Xie Qiangdong, who ranks first, is only counted as his personal wealth. The Xie family is very low-key in the eyes of ordinary people. Apart from the real big shots, no one knows how terrifying they are. Even the Qinsheng government has to give them some face. Chapter 200. Is this considered continuing to be arrogant? Is this considered having guts? That's right, the Xie family is that powerful. You could say that without the Xie family's permission or consent, those big shots in Qinsheng, like the second, third, and fourth, would never have been able to develop. Among the wealthy in Qinsheng, there is a saying that circulates. The Xie family is the law of Qinsheng. The Xie family's terror lies not only in their wealth, nor merely in their role in helping business tycoons rise to prominence. Most importantly, only a few top figures in Qin City know that the Xie family has intricate connections with certain martial arts factions. This is the real reason why they run rampant in Qinsheng. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned to Chun Bahuang, their eyes like those of a jackal, ready to tear him apart. Kid, no matter who you are, you're dead today. Chun Bahuang, so it was you. You have some nerve to mess with Sister Xie. Chun Sheng, you finally met your match. Do you realize you messed with the wrong person? Chun Bahuang, kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Cut off your own legs, and I might spare you. Among the crowd, Lei Long, Sun Yang, and other former business school students were extremely surprised when they first saw Chun Sheng. Now that they saw him get the short end of the stick, they immediately started to mock him. You have some nerve, daring to offend even Miss Xie. You're dead this time. Kneel down right now. Loud shouts came from all directions as Qin City tycoons, first-generation rich, and second-generation rich angrily denounced Chun Sheng. Chun Sheng stood still. He didn't say a word. Lin Yao was right beside him, her pretty face pale. She had made up her mind that she would protect Chun Sheng no matter what, or she would die here. After a barrage of rebukes, orders, and accusations, eyes like sharp swords were fixed on Chun Bahuang, waiting for him to apologize, kneel, and beg for mercy. Dozens of business tycoons and rich kids surrounded him. The situation plummeted to rock bottom. Make way, all of you make way. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside the crowd, and then more than a dozen people came running in. The leader was a hunchbacked one-eyed man who looked to be about 50 years old. Behind him were 13 people, each of whom was tall and strong, and they were filled with a murderous aura. In their hands, they held knives of various shapes, each gleaming with a cold, sinister light. Martial arts practitioner. Including the one-eyed dragon, there are a total of 14 people, all of whom are martial arts practitioners. Their aura was so strong and terrifying that even some wealthy people who were unaware of the existence of martial arts practitioners were astonished. These dozen or so people, though few in number. But what was even more terrifying than these dozens of people gathered together was the feeling of mountains pressing down on everyone's hearts, making them afraid to even breathe. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell at a glance that these 14 people are anything but ordinary. One-eyed Shui. Several business tycoons recognized the leader and realized that the 13 men were martial artists. Their expressions changed drastically. One-eyed Shui is an extremely powerful martial artist recruited by the Xie family, and can be said to be the strongest person under Xie Qiangdong. They are never deployed under normal circumstances. I never expected that he would come in person this time. This is a huge problem. The one-eyed man rushed to Xiaolan in a panic and bowed respectfully. Miss, I'm sorry I'm late. Humph, so you know you're late? Now you know how to punish yourself, right? Upon seeing one-eyed Shui, Xiaolan's attitude became even more arrogant, almost looking down on him. No. One-eyed Shui lowered his head and slapped himself twice across the face, showing no mercy, until his nose bled. The 13 martial arts practitioners had already surrounded the area. Everyone's eyes were fixed precisely on Qin Sheng, ready to act immediately at the first order. Yeah, Qin Baoang, didn't you just tell my brother that you're arrogant and domineering, and that no one can do anything to you? Xiaolan's eyes were filled with resentment, hatred, loathing, and arrogance. Like a madman, she said hoarsely, weren't you arrogant and domineering? Now try being arrogant and domineering again. Xiaolan stared intently at Qin Sheng. She wanted to see him terrified, embarrassed, trembling, kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. Then she would shove her high heels into his mouth, kick out his teeth, pluck out his hair, and cut open his abdomen, making him wish he were dead. Qin Sheng didn't say anything. He never liked to talk much in such situations. The business tycoons around him, as well as those who had dealt with him in the past and been taught a lesson by him, all stared at him with pitying eyes. Some even felt sorry for him, wondering why he had to mess with the Xie family and Xie Dongxiang's only daughter. Right now, he's probably terrified to the point of almost wetting himself or kneeling down in fear. These people are all big shots, some even the biggest of the big shots. It's not bad that this young man in his early 20s can still stand. Xiaolan had a little bit of worry and fear. After all, she had seen Qin Baoang stop the supercar with one hand, but now that she saw Qin Sheng not saying a word, that little bit of worry disappeared. He must be scared. What good is strength when facing so many people? Sometimes, some things can't be solved with force. Besides, One-Eyed Shui and his gang are still here. With this thought in mind, Xiaolan became even more unscrupulous. Qin Baoang, what do you think you are? I've said it before, in my eyes you're just a dog, do you understand? Xiaolan's mouth was like a cannonball, unleashing a barrage of insults, spittle flying almost to Qin Sheng's face. Pointing a finger at Qin Sheng's nose, she lashed out like a shrew. Damn it, you bastard dog dared to bite me. Why are you silent now? Weren't you so tough? Try spitting out a sound. Try being arrogant. Try showing off your guts. Oh. Suddenly, Qin Sheng sneered, and at the same instant he sneered, he suddenly raised his hand, grabbed the finger that Xiaolan was pointing at, and forcefully broke it. Click-clack. The sound of bones breaking echoed repeatedly as Xiaolan's finger, along with its bone and flesh, was torn off. At the same time, he slapped her across the face with his backhand. Smack! The slap was like a summer thunderclap, suddenly resounding. Xiaolan's entire face was distorted by the slap, and the area from her temple to her teeth was a bloody mess. Needless to say, half of her facial bones, along with her teeth, were broken. Silence. A deathly silence. The unexpected slap plunged the entire square into silence. I wonder if this counts as continuing to be arrogant, or as having guts. In the deathly silence, Qin Sheng, who had not spoken for a long time, finally spoke.